As the blood moon descends, monstrous creatures wreak havoc, and order collapses. In this perilous world, the extraordinary wield power over humanity. Sufong, a game designer, unexpectedly perishes while adjusting the drop rates in a game, only to find himself transported to this treacherous realm, where he acquires a unique ability to obtain equipment upon defeating various beings. Chapter 1. The Collapse of Drop Rates. Only 3 hours remain until the arrival of the Blood Moon monsters. We urge all citizens to take precautions, reinforce doors and windows, and refrain from venturing outside. On the bustling streets, Sufong clutched a bag in his hand, observing a patrol vehicle spewing black smoke and incessantly honking as it passed by. He quickened his pace, letting out a faint sigh. This accursed blood moon. When will it ever end? Here I am, diligently modifying a game, and yet I find myself inexplicably transported to this world. Before his journey, he was a game planner, discontent with his employer's exploitation of gamers. After a heated confrontation, he surreptitiously adjusted the game's drop rate to an astonishing 1,000%. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and when he regained consciousness, he awoke in this bizarre and perilous world. A year prior, the blood moon had risen, unleashing a torrent of monstrous creatures that emerged from unknown origins, slaughtering indiscriminately. These beasts appear to be drawn by the blood moon, attacking humanity in hordes under its full glow. Over the course of this year, society has crumbled. Extraordinary individuals now occupy positions of power, residing within fortified cities, safeguarding the populace. Meanwhile, those unable to find refuge must endure outside the city walls, struggling for survival. In this desolate world, the economy has long since collapsed. Driven by the instinct to survive, humanity resorts to desperate measures, rendering essential supplies exceedingly scarce. The few packages of expired instant noodles Sufong now held were the last remnants of his household provisions. "Open the door," he urged, hastening to his apartment building and knocking on the door. The earth trembles, and the high mountains stand tall. The western hills are eternally beautiful. A cautious girl, perhaps 15 or 16, peeked through the peephole, her voice trembling as she spoke through the security door. The door faces the sea. The waters of the Sanha River flow for eternity. Upon hearing Sufong recite the password, the girl swiftly unlocked the door and leaped onto his waist. "Brother, you're back. For the last time, you're my mother's younger sister by adoption, which makes you my aunt by relation. You should call me nephew." Entering the room with the bag, Sufong effortlessly lifted the girl from his waist. It had been 3 days since his arrival in this world, and he had gradually come to comprehend its harsh realities. However, he struggled to accept the unexpected presence of a surrogate aunt. "This is too cumbersome. From now on, I'll call you brother, and you'll call me aunt. Well, each adhere to our own titles," she replied nonchalantly. The girl, named Suyu, remained unfazed as she was set down. Sufong shot her an exasperated glance. "Why don't you just call me father?" "Father, the blood moon is only hours away. Once it descends, who knows how long it will last. This meager supply hardly seems sufficient for you." Suyu flipped through the instant noodles brought back by Sufong, then turned and walked into the bedroom. After a brief moment, she emerged again, saying, "Brother, you should take this jade pendant and see if you can exchange it for some food. At least it might help us survive this blood moon. I have already told you, this pendant is the only proof of your lineage. Keep it. I will find a way to procure food." Sufong did not even glance at the pendant, focusing instead on neatly storing the noodles in a bag. Moreover, every blood moon does not guarantee survival until the dawn of the next day. What good is stockpiling food? With memories swirling in his mind, Sufong was uncertain how long he would live. He only knew that this world had long since crumbled. As the blood night descended, the elite and powerful of humanity were engulfed in their own struggles, while the common people clung to life. Those fortunate might evade disaster, while the less fortunate faced slaughter by monstrous beasts or were robbed and murdered by desperate criminals. The original owner's family and his aunt's relatives had all perished during the blood night that occurred every fortnight. The two forlorn souls had become the last line of warmth and humanity. Watching Suyu twist her still-developing little waist as she headed to the kitchen to cook noodles, Sufong was not idle either. He approached the window to examine it closely. This won't do. It needs further reinforcement. According to his memories, during the blood night, monsters would launch frenzied assaults on humans. Even hiding indoors was no guarantee of safety. However, the impoverished had no rights. Beyond praying to the heavens, all they could do was fortify their dwellings as much as possible to endure the blood night. This small house had already been reinforced by Sufong's predecessor, but the newly arrived Sufong was still reluctant to entrust his safety to the past. He picked up a hammer and began dismantling anything that could be taken apart, reinforcing the doors and windows. Is it infested with bugs? Soon, as Sufong neared the end of his reinforcement efforts, he moved the only dilapidated sofa in the room to block the doorway, only to discover that the armrest seemed to be hollowed out. With a forceful twist, he broke the armrest, and an unknown bug crawled out. As if the heavens weren't enough, now even you dare to bully me. Instinctively, Sufong aimed a kick at the bug that had fallen to the ground. With a dull thud, a brand new desert eagle appeared out of thin air, landing at Sufong's feet. Sufong paused for a moment, then picked up the desert eagle from the ground. Opening the magazine and ejecting the bullet, the cold touch confirmed that it was indeed a genuine weapon. Why would a bug lead to the appearance of a desert eagle? Could it be? Sufong's mind raced, desperately wanting to validate his hypothesis. He lifted the hammer and disassembled the entire sofa, and indeed, he found another bug. Such a mere bug dares to flaunt its dual existence. Who does it think it is looking down upon? With the hammer raised, Sufong pronounced the bug's death sentence. As the hammer fell, the bug instantly turned into a puddle of goo. In the next moment, with a soft thud, a box of Durex landed in Sufong's hand. Could it be that prior to my transference, I altered the game's drop rate to such an extent that I retained this flawed drop rate upon my arrival? Sufong pondered, a desert eagle holstered at his waist, a hammer in one hand, and a Durex in the other. Having slain two identical insects, the items they yielded were utterly disparate, even vastly different. What might emerge if I were to vanquish the beast during the Blood Night? What treasures might they bestow? Sufong could only speculate. To ascertain the truth, he would have to wait for the Blood Night, seeking opportunities to ambush and claim the heads of these beasts. Survival in this world cannot rely solely on fortune. It is paramount to possess formidable strength. In this realm, the path to power is singular: to become an ability user. However, the criteria for becoming an ability user are exceedingly stringent. It is said that during the Blood Night, as the beasts launch frenzied assaults on humanity, there lies a chance for soul crystals and core crystals to materialize within them. Soul crystals serve as the foundation for ability users to forge various weapons. It is rumored that bartering is not the norm in the city, but rather, exchanging goods for soul crystals is the prevailing practice. As for core crystals, they are the linchpin for becoming an ability user. Alas, the likelihood of encountering soul crystals and core crystals is painfully low. Often, among hundreds of beasts, only one may possess a soul crystal, and among thousands, merely one may harbor a core crystal. Moreover, these soul and core crystals typically find their way into the hands of the elite, leaving the impoverished masses with naught but dreams. This has resulted in the stark polarization of humanity. The strong grow ever mightier, while the weak struggle to survive. To ascend to strength, one must devise a means to procure soul and core crystals. Sufong lacked any resources to barter for these precious items. His only option lay in daring to slay the beasts amidst the Blood Night. The Blood Night is fraught with peril. Not only will there be ability users among the human elite engaging in combat, but also those lurking in the shadows, ready to seize opportunities. I must prepare thoroughly. With this thought in mind, Sufong rummaged through the house with his hammer, searching for any remaining threats. At that moment, Suyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 small bowls of instant noodles. Upon spotting the hammer and Durex in Sufang's hands, she inquired, "Brother, what are you planning to do?"
Chapter 2. Wait for me to fabricate a reason the matters of adults should remain undisclosed to children. Sufong swiftly concealed the Durex, asserting with conviction, "You go ahead and eat. I will step outside to assess the situation." Having spoken, Sufong returned to his bedroom, tidied up briefly, and wrapped himself tightly before hastening out of the door. Could it be that my nephew had a moment of clarity? Suyu, holding a bowl, gaped in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with astonishment, accompanied by a hint of youthful exuberance, though it was quickly overshadowed by a fleeting blush. Unbeknownst to Sufong, the little girl who repeatedly called him brother behind his back referred to him as nephew. At that moment, he was tightly wrapped as he arrived at a deserted pedestrian street. The street was eerily quiet, save for the incessant blaring of the patrol car's horn, occasionally interrupted by a few wary passers-by who glanced at him with apprehension. Those pedestrians scrutinized Sufong, who, in turn, regarded them with equal caution. It was only after they had brushed past each other that they collectively exhaled in relief. In these tumultuous times, although the police had not been disbanded, their authority over the populace had diminished to a chilling nadir. After all, No one could ascertain whether they would survive each blood moon, nor whether they would witness the sun rise on the morrow. Constraints and laws had become mere facades. Moreover, at that moment, with considerable wealth in his possession, Sufong viewed everyone as potential highway robbers. Knock, knock, knock. He arrived cautiously at a fish and insect shop and rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Sufong listened attentively and continued to knock. He was convinced there was someone inside, transforming his gentle taps into urgent banging. Open up, boss. I know you're home, Sufong called out. Inside, a loud crash echoed, as if something had fallen to the ground, followed by a trembling voice declaring, No. There is no one in the shop. Sufong furrowed his brow. If you don't open the door, I might just break it down. Rest assured. I am not a threat. Well, I am a good person here to barter. Brother, I'm just an ordinary shopkeeper of fish and insects. My family is so impoverished we might as well be eating insects. I have nothing to offer. Listening to the voice from within, Sufong sighed, understanding the proprietor's apprehension. In such dire circumstances, who in their right mind would venture to a pet shop for a trade? Aside from the affluent elite who might indulge in nurturing flowers, birds, and fish, ordinary citizens were barely scraping by, let alone possessing surplus resources for such frivolities. The shop had long been shuttered. Had it not been for the occasional outreach from the upper echelons, the inventory would have been neglected long ago. Boss, I truly come to barter, Sufong persisted. Yet the shopkeeper remained resolute in his refusal to open the door. He could not fathom why anyone in their right mind would seek to trade for fish and insects. With mere hours until the blood night descended, even the city's elite would not be inclined to frequent such a place. Damn it. You don't seem to appreciate my courtesy, do you? Sufong's patience was wearing thin. The impending blood night left him with no time to waste. Bang! The desert eagle in his hand suddenly fired, striking the keyhole of the rolling shutter with a resounding clatter. Sufong stepped forward and yanked open the shutter. Immediately spotting the trembling shopkeeper curled into a ball. Be big, bro. I really don't have any supplies left. I don't want your food. Sufong eyed the emaciated shopkeeper before slamming the desert eagle onto the counter with a thud. Do you have any live insects in your shop right now? Anything alive will do. As Sufong's gaze swept the store, the shopkeeper steadied himself. Other than me. There's just a cage of hamsters and a colony of ants left. Fine, I'll take them. Sufong tossed a box of Durex to the shopkeeper, then strode over to grab the hamsters and ants before walking out. Durex? This stuff can be traded now? The shopkeeper exhaled deeply as he watched Sufong leave. He has got a gun. Must be some rich kid from the city. What kind of lunatic still plays with bugs when the blood night is about to descend? After verifying the passphrase again, Sufong made it back home without incident. Yet the moment he stepped inside, he froze in shock. Andy, what are you doing? Suyu stood there in a short JK skirt, awkwardly posing with flushed cheeks. She fidgeted with the hem of her white thigh-highs before mumbling. Well, you know. Since you. Get out of here. Keep those indecent thoughts to yourself, and go eat your instant noodles. Sufong quickly pushed her away. By all accounts, he was a perfectly normal man, both physically and mentally. And while this 3-year sentence waiting to happen type was exactly his preference, he had far more pressing matters at hand. Indecent? I'm not a minor anymore, so it's perfectly decent. Suyu chased after him, pounding on his bedroom door. Open up. If you've got the guts to trade for that, then you've got the guts to open this door. Sufong did have the guts, but he wasn't opening that door. Because right now, he was embarking on his grand experiment. Placing the hamster cage aside, he plucked an ant from the container and squeezed lightly. Plop. A massive pork rib dropped onto the floor. This thing defies all logic and reason. He set the rib aside and picked up a second ant. Plop. A pack of sanitary pads. The third ant yielded a bullet. The fourth, a wireless mouse. The fifth. Half an hour later, his room had become an impassable wasteland. A chaotic horde of junk now filled every inch of space: electric fans, fishing rods, keyboards, instant noodles, knockoff iced tea. From refrigerators down to ear picks, the absurd loot spawned by this glitch drop rate was nothing short of ridiculous. Despite the sheer volume, very few items seemed immediately useful. In terms of weapons, aside from the Desert Eagle, there were only 2 high-explosive grenades, a revolver, and 5 boxes of ammunition. Among the 5 boxes of ammunition, only 1 box is compatible with the Desert Eagle. However, aside from these items, he received an unexpected surprise while crushing the hamster, an extraordinarily lifelike catgirl robot, perfectly life-sized and remarkably realistic. Brother you, he thought to himself, marveling at Suyu's tenacity. Despite the passage of half an hour, she continued to knock at the door. All right, stop knocking, Sufong said as he opened the door, inadvertently colliding with Suyu's face. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, Are you ready? Ready for what? Stop living on instant noodles. You look so thin that anyone would mistake you for my younger brother Suyu. Sufong tossed her a box of yellow braised chicken. Eat this. This is still hot. Where did you get it? Suyu inquired suspiciously, sniffing the aroma of the chicken. Her gaze soon fell upon the heap of items in Sufong's bedroom, which had no place to conceal them. Brother, what are all these things? I forgot to mention, I've secretly learned some magic tricks. Do you believe me? Sufong replied with a serious demeanor. Suyu nodded. I believe. That's good. It saves me from concocting excuses to deceive you. Not true. If you don't believe me, wait until I devise a good story and then I'll tell you. Sufong produced a revolver and handed it to her. The blood night is fast approaching. Discussing anything else is pointless. We must first find a way to survive. Chapter 3. You are my soul-kin gun. Suyu exclaimed, her mouth agape. Have you joined the mercenaries? Are you courting death? Those mercenaries are ruthless. They'll devour you whole. I have not joined the mercenaries, Sufong replied, gently ushering Suyu out of the bedroom. I am experiencing some peculiar changes. But for us at this moment, it is not a misfortune. Just trust me, and when the time is right, I shall provide you with an appropriate explanation. You simply haven't thought it through yet. Disregarding Suyu's protests, Sufong retrieved a plate of 3-cup chicken, insisting that they share dinner. Afterward, he cautioned her to remain in the bedroom and not to venture outside. Aren't you staying with me? Suyu's eyes widened. The outside is filled with monsters. Why would you go out? Staying at home is merely a matter of luck as well. Venturing outside. Sufong's voice lowered. Might present us with an opportunity for a better existence. Is it absolutely necessary? It is. He gestured towards his cramped bedroom, saying, there is ample food here. You should be able to sustain yourself for several days. Survive the blood night, and the remaining supplies can be traded for sustenance, allowing you to endure a bit longer. Suyu bowed her head in silence. She understood that, while he was ostensibly her nephew, they shared no blood relation, and she had no authority over him. You must take care of yourself. After a long pause, Suyu bit her lip and said, you are my only family now. Let us leave it to fate. Sufong shook his head. If I do not return, it means I have perished. You must take care of yourself. With a swift motion, he tucked away the Desert Eagle and 2 high-explosive grenades, taking a deep breath before approaching the door. With a soft click, he locked the door from the inside. He felt the weight of the Desert Eagle in his hands. Though anxiety lingered, a sense of resolve began to blossom within him. He had never handled firearms before. This was his first encounter with a real weapon, and he had secretly tested a round to confirm its authenticity. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the Blood Night and the emergence of the monsters. To secure a better future, such risks must be taken. Wealth is sought amidst peril. The corridor was eerily quiet. Sufong lingered around the corner for several minutes, ensuring there were no anomalies before cautiously making his way downstairs. He dared not linger in the open but sought refuge in a nearby tree, gripping the Desert Eagle tightly and remaining vigilant. Night had fallen, and the moon hung in the sky, gradually turning a deep crimson, casting an unsettling aura over the world. For the moment, no monsters appeared nearby. However, distant screams echoed, intermingled with the roars of unknown creatures. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air. Sufong looked up to see a creature, several yards in length, slithering along the external piping towards a residential building, searching for any weaknesses in doors and windows. The creature resembled a long serpent, yet its body was adorned with scales, and it sported a pair of wings on its back. Its menacing fangs appeared even more terrifying under the crimson moonlight. Moments later, the monster discovered a poorly reinforced window, and, in the blink of an eye, it slipped through. Immediately, a chilling scream echoed through the night. Alas, what a pity. Sufong cast a glance toward the window's direction. He was acquainted with the owner of that window, a middle-aged widow of striking beauty, who often donned black stockings, her petite waist swaying enticingly. What a shame. No one knew what he lamented, yet he dared not rush to the rescue. To be a hero in saving a damsel required a price. And judging by the serpent-like creature's size, Sufong did not believe he possessed the capability to rescue the fair maiden. He sought to hunt down smaller monsters. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds resounded nearby. A small mountain appeared to have grown legs and was striding towards Sufong, each footfall seemingly shaking the very earth. Damn it. Why are all these enormous creatures appearing? Sufong discerned clearly that it was not a mountain with legs, but a monstrous entity composed entirely of massive stones. Its eyes were the size of induction cookers, and with every step it took, rocks tumbled down, crashing loudly and occasionally striking nearby buildings. Should any establishment be unfortunate enough to be hit, a horde of countless monsters would immediately swarm forth. Survive. I must survive. Such titanic beings are beyond my means to confront. Sufong's palms were slick with cold sweat as he forced himself to regain composure. Fortunately, the falling stones shattered some doors and windows, and the rock monster diverted its attention, seeking out nearby delicacies. Suddenly, Sufong felt an ominous presence looming over him. Without a moment's thought, he fired his Desert Eagle backward. Simultaneously, he leaped from the tree. In midair, he glimpsed the true form of the creature behind him. It was a humanoid spider monster, its 8 robust legs tightly clasping the tree, and a face, indistinguishable as male or female, lunged towards Sufong to bite. Due to the enormity of its face, Sufong's shot, which he had not aimed at, struck the monster's front tooth, producing a shower of sparks and dislodging a colossal tooth in the process. My goodness, even its front teeth are that large. Upon landing, Sufong glanced at the cup-sized tooth at his feet, but without pausing to ponder, he dashed away. The creature emitted a hissing screech, seemingly in pain and furious at the human who had wounded it. With a slight exertion of its 8 legs, it snapped the tree as thick as a human in half. It was furious. Aha, dare you open your mouth? This time, Sufong was pleasantly surprised. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the pin from a high-explosive grenade and, with a perfect arc akin to his basketball prowess from before his journey, he hurled it straight into the mouth of the spider monster. Thankfully, the creature's mouth was sufficiently wide to accommodate his throw. A grenade, following a parabolic trajectory, fell into the maw of the monster, resulting in a thunderous explosion. It was evident that the detonated grenade possessed immense power, sufficient to send the creature to its demise. Sufong refrained from taking unnecessary risks and instead maintained a vigilant watch over his surroundings. Noticing figures in the distance drawn by the commotion of the blast, Sufong raised his weapon and fired 2 shots at the monster before hastily advancing to sift through the pile of mangled flesh. From the remains, he unearthed a crimson orb the size of a pigeon's egg. Soon after, he discovered a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. One monster yielded 5 soul crystals. Beneath the crystalline orbs lay a multitude of red gemstones, countless in number, estimated to be at least in the hundreds. Grasping the 5 orbs in his hand, Sufong stuffed the multitude of soul crystals into his pocket, feeling a surge of astonishment. It was said that 1 soul crystal would appear for every 100 monsters, and 1 core for every 10,000 beasts. Yet, he had slain only 1 creature and obtained 5. Just 1 core could empower an ordinary individual with extraordinary abilities. Now he possessed 5. There was no time to linger. He had to leave immediately. Observing figures rapidly approaching from afar, Sufong hesitated no longer, clutching the 5 crimson cores tightly, and turned to flee. Chapter 4. Becoming a Superhuman. No sooner had Sufong departed than 3 shadows leaped into view. The foremost figure inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Someone was here moments ago, and gunshots were fired. Ridiculous. Do you need to state the obvious? Retorted another, delivering a sharp slap to his head. Li Feng, track the direction this person has taken. Li Feng, rubbing his head, took another whiff of the air and pointed in the direction Sufong had fled. Boss, he went that way. Let us go, commanded the one referred to as the boss, leading the charge, while the third individual tugged at Li Feng's sleeve, signaling him to follow. Anyone daring enough to roam the streets alone on a blood-soaked night, aside from superhumans, must be a young master from a powerful family. If he has resorted to using firearms, he cannot be a superhuman. Such a prime target must not be overlooked. Li Feng nodded in agreement, quickening his pace to catch up with the others. Meanwhile, the prime target had sprinted for 5 or 6 minutes in the opposite direction of home. He contemplated pausing to catch his breath, but the onset of night brought forth a plethora of monsters, leaving Sufong with no choice but to keep running. Glancing back, he noticed several figures seemingly pursuing him. Are these people insane? Or do they seek to hunt the beasts lurking nearby? Sufong pondered, then turned and veered down another path. This new direction was filled with the cacophony of roars from beasts, gunfire, and the sounds of superhumans unleashing their powers. It was evident that Sufong had chosen a route dense with monstrous activity. Boss, he has headed toward Majiatan, Li Feng announced as they reached the intersection where Sufong had turned. Majiatan? Could it be that our assumptions were incorrect? He is not merely a young master from a noble family, but rather a subordinate of the formidable Ma Wangyi? The boss halted, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Ma Wangyi was a renowned mercenary leader from outside the city, a powerful superhuman with countless followers. The trio were merely scattered soldiers, capable of ambushing others but lacking the courage to confront Ma Wangyi directly. If Sufong was indeed one of Ma Wangyi's subordinates, it would be prudent to retreat. However, if he were a young master of a powerful family, this could spell fortune for Ma Wangyi. After a moment's contemplation, the boss sighed and waved his hand. Let us move on to another location. At this juncture, Sufong had ceased his forward flight, for an octopus-like beast had emerged, blocking his path. Sensing Sufong's presence, the creature charged at him with ferocity. Sufong's expression turned grave. Caring little for the pursuers behind him, he fired 2 shots, only to discover they inflicted no significant damage upon the creature. Without hesitation, he darted into a nearby residential building. The beast emitted an eerie roar, relentless in its pursuit, with 8 agile tentacles trailing him. Sufong dared not linger and dashed upstairs. The confines of the building offered a more suitable environment for evasion than the open streets. Not all strange beasts possess immense strength. At least, this octopus-shaped creature is not particularly powerful. Otherwise, this 5-story residential building would have long since collapsed. Even if one were to sprint to the rooftop, escape would only be temporary. A solution must be devised. Sensing the relentless pursuit of the beast, Sufong gritted his teeth, darting to the side to strike the adjacent door. Knock, knock, knock. With his Desert Eagle in hand, he banged forcefully on the door, calling out in a hushed yet urgent voice, "Open up." Inside, there was no response. Glancing back, he saw the octopus creature nearing his heels, prompting him to raise his weapon and fire several shots into the door. He then delivered a powerful kick, smashing the door open. At that moment, Sufong was momentarily blinded. A burly man, bare-chested, was forcefully gripping a young girl. Although her features were obscured, her figure was undeniably alluring. "Help me." The girl gasped, struggling to free herself from the man's grasp. "Who the hell are you? Get lost." The man growled, oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, Sufong raised his gun and shot the man squarely between the eyes. Bang! Blood and brain matter splattered across the room, drenching the girl. With a thud, a canister of gasoline fell. The girl instinctively screamed, while Sufong stepped forward, kicking the man's lifeless body aside, aiming his pistol at her. "Scream again, and I swear I'll blow you apart." However, the girl was already in a state of panic, and Sufong's fearsome demeanor further shattered her composure. Seeing her mouth open in a silent scream, Sufong fired again, abruptly silencing her. Without pausing to assess the aftermath of his actions, Sufong seized the canister of gasoline and hurled it toward the beast outside, which was still hissing in pursuit. He then pulled the pin from his last high-explosive grenade and hurled it with all his might. Die. Boom. The grenade detonated violently, flames erupting. The shockwave from the explosion knocked Sufong off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, at that moment, the creature was engulfed in flames, crackling ominously, a foul odor wafting toward him. The explosion would surely attract attention, but hiding indefinitely was not a viable option. With no more grenades left, Sufong knew that if he continued to flee and encountered another beast, it would spell his doom. It was said that becoming an ability user required at least 10 minutes. Running was a death sentence, so he decided to take a risk. Taking a deep breath, Sufong chose not to inspect the remains of the beast. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a crystal core, swallowing it whole. The doorway, still ablaze with the burning beast's carcass, provided an excellent cover. Continuing to run would lead to certain death. It was better to fight for survival. As the crystalline core cascaded into his abdomen, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat surged forth, igniting every fiber of Sufong's being. His jaw clenched tightly, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds as he endured the searing agony consuming his body. Such an intense sensation of burning could very well herald his transformation into a fire elementalist. Yet, amidst the inferno, why did he also experience a tingling, numbing sensation? The fragments of memory swirling in his mind revealed that he had never encountered a single elemental wielder, and most of what he knew about becoming one was mere hearsay. Thus, he remained uncertain whether this peculiar blend of searing pain and tingling numbness was considered normal. Time slipped away, second by second. Chapter 5. Want to leave? It is not so simple. Just as Sufong swallowed the crystal core, the recent explosion drew considerable attention. However, the common folk were too preoccupied with their own survival to pay heed to the blast. Only the supernatural beings and mercenaries were drawn to the sound. "Sir, it appears someone is hunting in our territory." The middle-aged man in Ma family village, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slightly stirred at the report from his subordinate. A prominent scar on his brow twitched in response. "Let us confront him. Let him learn the rules of our domain." Soon, several figures equipped for the task set off towards Sufong's location. At that moment, Sufong was enduring immense torment, the searing sensation threatening to incinerate his very insides. Amidst the burning, a peculiar tingling sensation intertwined, rendering his convulsions and struggles somewhat awkward. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. The remains of the beast outside, which had been ablaze, gradually extinguished. Sufong was drenched in sweat, resembling a boiled shrimp, his skin red and swollen. Strangely, faint arcs of electricity flickered across his skin. This was abnormal, exceedingly so. Gasping for breath, he sensed the transformations within him and found it hard to believe. It was said that newly awakened supernatural beings could only manifest a single ability, yet why had he awakened two? With a gentle flick of his left hand, flames ignited spontaneously, dancing with electric sparks. Had his modifications merely altered the explosion rate, leading to a complete collapse of the abilities acquired upon becoming a supernatural being? Sufong found himself perplexed, yet this was not necessarily a misfortune for him. While other supernatural beings awakened with a singular capacity, he possessed two, placing him at a distinct advantage from the outset. A supernatural being without a novice face. Clenching his fist, the flickering flames extinguished in an instant. He then turned his gaze to the girl he had dispatched, noticing a carrot that had fallen beside her. With a disdainful glance, he stepped out of the room, standing beside a pile of charred remains. This was the carcass of the beast he had vanquished, now reduced to ashes through the combustion of gasoline. Unfazed by the filth, Sufong rummaged through the charred remains, extracting a crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg. Indeed, it was not the only one. As he sifted through, he uncovered a total of 6 crystal cores, alongside dozens of soul crystals beneath them. With 6 new cores, combined with the 4 he had previously retained, he now possessed a total of 10 crystal cores. To become a supernatural being, one required merely a single crystal core. However, to ascend to a second-tier supernatural being, one needed to consume a second-tier crystal core. Yet, Sufong was unaware of the source of such cores and could only plan for the future. Gazing at the still crimson night outside, Sufong resolved not to linger any longer. Annie is still home alone, after all this time. One wonders if she has encountered any danger. Outside the residential building, a scarred man, accompanied by 4 disheveled companions, has arrived at this location. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a bloodthirsty wolf. He touched his still bleeding chest, his expression darkening further. Boss, indeed unfortunate. That creature is not only troublesome, but also yielded no crystal core, not even a soul crystal. A young man with yellow hair wiped the blood from his face and spat angrily, but this should be the site where the explosion occurred just a moment ago. This small team of 5 was dispatched by the notorious leader, Lord Ma, of the Ma family, as the trusted underlings of Lord Ma. They understood his intentions well. Anyone who trespassed here without his permission was courting death. Not even the city's elite could escape his wrath. Inside the building, Sufong stepped onto the first floor and immediately spotted the 5-man team outside. Daring to emerge alone, boss, that commotion earlier must have been caused by this brat. Hearing the young man's words, the scarred man cast a cold glare at Sufong and barked, "Kid, which faction are you from? How dare you stir trouble in our territory? Are you seeking death?" Sufong squinted at the 5-man team and retorted, "Do I need to report my actions to you? How audacious. You're courting death." The young man cursed and raised his weapon, firing a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Sufong swiftly retreated, a bullet landing several meters in front of him. This was Blood Night. The moon had turned crimson, and the beasts were devouring humans, while humans were also turning against one another. A fierce glint flashed in Sufong's eyes. All he desired was to survive. After gaining his powers, his perception had increased exponentially. Although conventional weapons could inflict harm, they could not touch him. If you seek death, then let it be so. Suddenly, as his words fell, a blinding flash of electricity erupted before the 5-man team. Before they could react, Sufong had already appeared before the yellow-haired man, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. His hand struck down fiercely, unleashing flames intertwined with violet electricity, which surged upward. The torrent of electricity rendered the young man's insides incapacitated, and in the blink of an eye, the roaring flames engulfed him. Under the scorching blaze, the young man had no time to emit even a cry of anguish before he was reduced to silence. A bottle of mineral water fell to the ground. Naturally, in such a chaotic moment, no one would notice the fallen bottle. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, in the brief moment of their shock. The young man was reduced to a pile of charred remains. They had encountered supernatural beings before, as their leader was one himself. A chilling sense of dread surged within them, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. A level 2. This one seems to be a level 2 supernatural being. Damn it, run. The scarred man bellowed and turned to flee. They were acutely aware that, given their capabilities, facing a second-tier ability user would only result in their utter defeat. However, since Sufong had already taken action and discerned the strength of those before him, how could he allow them to depart unscathed? With a subtle movement of his palm, a crackling sound resonated, as thunder accompanied by flames encircled Sufong. In a mere flash, the lightning flickered, gradually revealing Sufong's silhouette amidst the radiant light. Leave. It would not be so simple. As his voice echoed, the surging flames once again engulfed the individual. Chapter 6, Counterattack. In mere moments, 2 companions perished before their eyes. Witnessing Sufong enveloped in crackling electricity, the remaining 3 were so paralyzed by fear that they could scarcely move. Suddenly, with a thud, one of them could no longer bear the pressure and knelt down, prompting the other 2 to follow suit, begging for mercy. "Brother, spare our lives. We are merely following the orders of Lord Ma." Lord Ma? At the mention of this name, Sufong visibly faltered. He had initially assumed these individuals were mere ruffians. only to discover they were minions of Lord Ma. One of them, noticing Sufong's hesitation, altered his demeanor entirely. "Kid, we are under Lord Ma's command. If you are wise, you will let us go. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, the other two internally lamented his foolishness. Who did not know Lord Ma's formidable power? As a level 3 ability user, he could summon the winds and reign beyond the city walls. Yet, precisely because of Lord Ma's identity, Sufong could not afford to let these three live. Should they return alive and divulge his identity to Lord Ma, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Seeing Sufong remain silent, the man presumed he was intimidated by Lord Ma's reputation and regretting his actions. He immediately became more arrogant. "Kid, if you let us go now, I promise to speak favorably of you before Lord Ma, allowing you to join our ranks." Upon hearing this, Sufong's gaze turned icy. He had already made up his mind, though the name of Lord Ma loomed large beyond the city, causing him to hesitate. Sensing Sufong's frigid stare, the man finally realized he had misspoken. "Brother." Before he could finish, a flash of purple light flickered before his eyes, and Sufong was suddenly upon him. His palm slowly descended onto the man's head, and a wave of tingling sensations coursed through his body. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed. Unlike before, Sufong attempted to control his abilities with precision, employing a silent method to eliminate the three before him. As one companion fell, the other two displayed expressions of profound relief, fearful of saying anything that might offend this harbinger of death. After dispatching the third man, Sufong did not rush to kill the final two. He needed to ascertain why Lord Ma had set his sights on him. Had his secret been uncovered? Clearly, Sufong had been overly cautious. From the last two words, he discerned that his actions had attracted too much attention, prompting Lord Ma to send scouts to investigate the emergence of an ability user within his territory. If this ability user belonged to another faction, they would be eliminated. If not affiliated with any power, they would either be recruited or eradicated. In that moment, Sufong realized he had underestimated the insatiable greed of humanity in the apocalypse. To consolidate his position in the outer city, Lord Ma sought to extinguish any potential threats before they could rise. Such a person, even if he were to join Lord Ma's ranks, would likely face relentless exploitation of his abilities. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Sufong approached one of the remaining men, and the instant his hand rested upon the man's head, he ended his life. As he contemplated the final adversary, the man unexpectedly assumed a defensive stance, his right hand poised at his waist, gathering energy into his fist. Enveloped in a radiant glow, his fist emanated a chilling aura of death. With no time to evade, Sufong could only envelop himself in arcs of lightning, transforming them into a protective armor. He braced himself for the impact, being sent flying several meters away. Fortunately, his timely use of the lightning armor, coupled with the enhanced physical attributes of an ability user, spared him from a fatal blow. "Are you also an ability user?" The man disregarded Sufong's presence, turning to flee desperately, for this was his sole chance of survival. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sufong realized his oversight. He had not anticipated that the opponent would possess abilities as well. In matters of life and death, even the meekest of creatures may resort to desperate measures. The elation of becoming an ability user had dulled his vigilance. Observing the last man fleeing in disarray, Sufong slowly raised his right hand, a swirling sphere of purple lightning coalescing at his fingertips. After a brief moment of aim, the fireball shot forth like a bullet towards the man's retreating figure. Though the fireball traveled at an astonishing speed, the opponent, being an ability user himself, managed to narrowly evade the strike at the last moment. However, he had gravely underestimated the fireball's destructive power, although he avoided the direct hit. The moment the fireball struck the ground, a tremendous explosion created a deep crater, the shockwave propelling him several meters away, landing directly before Sufong. As the man looked up, he was met with Sufong's sinister smile. With fingers crackling with purple lightning, Sufong gently tapped the man's forehead, who, in his final moments, was still filled with terror. After incinerating the bodies of several foes and gathering their spoils, Sufong surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no trace of his presence remained before hastily departing. In the outer city, those targeted by Lord Ma seldom met with favorable outcomes. Who knew if another faction might come to confront him? Indeed, no sooner had he exited the building than three individuals appeared at its entrance. Monkey, what transpired inside? A lean man stepped onto the battlefield, arms outstretched, exuding an invisible energy that gradually spread outward. Moments later, that energy returned to him. The aura of Team 8 has vanished entirely. Such swift extermination and obliteration of evidence within such a short span was not the hallmark of an ordinary ability user. Upon hearing this, the remaining two fell into a somber silence. It was evident that their adversary was no ordinary foe, likely a formidable expert from another faction. However, failure to complete Lord Ma's directives would spell doom for them all. The monkey, well aware of Lord Ma's temperament, quickly extended his arms once more, dispersing his invisible energy. Yet, he could not perceive any trace of Sufong. Fortuitously, Sufong had erased all signs of his presence before leaving, rendering the three incapable of tracking him. In light of Lord Ma's impending wrath, the trio could only choose a random direction to search, regrettably heading in the opposite direction of Sufong's escape. After a full 2 hours, Sufong finally returned home. Throughout the journey, he not only had to contend with the occasional appearance of strange beasts but also remain vigilant for any signs of being followed. He could not risk putting his aunt in danger. Upon seeing the familiar and unscathed entrance to his home, Sufong felt a weight lift from his heart. The ground trembled with the might of the mountains in the west. Before he could finish the secret code, the security door swung open, and Suyu's petite figure clung to him entirely. Just as he intended to scold her, she exclaimed, "Brother, you're back." A simple phrase that instantly softened Sufong's heart. Chapter 7. Suyu awakens her powers. After Sufong departed, Suyu found herself unable to find a moment's peace. The perils of the Blood Night weighed heavily on her mind, and the haunting images of her family collapsing before her remained vivid. Sufong had intended to detach her from his presence, only to discover that she had fallen asleep unbeknownst to him. It was evident that during his absence, Suyu had been consumed by worry, and the tension that had gripped her heart finally began to ease. He gently carried Suyu to the bed before commencing the arduous task of sorting through the spoils of the day. A total of 163 soul crystals and 10 cores, assorted provisions, and a jumble of miscellaneous items filled his collection. The bounty of the day was so abundant that Sufong found himself questioning the very essence of existence. If each excursion yielded such rich rewards, life during the Blood Night could indeed be rather bountiful. After laboring for over half an hour, Sufong managed to organize the items. Though his room was now entirely consumed by these peculiar treasures, leaving little room to move, he began to fret about his future living arrangements. Would he even have a place to sleep? Perhaps it was time to consider a larger abode. As he pondered how to accommodate these supplies, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from behind him. Before he could react, a soft figure enveloped him from behind. Sufong felt distinctly the tremors coursing through Suyu's body. "Auntie, fret not. Am I not back safe and sound?" He reassured her, yet Suyu remained silent, unresponsive. After a prolonged moment, she inhaled deeply, seemingly having made a momentous decision. "Next Blood Night, I want to accompany you to gather supplies." "No, it's far too perilous." Sufong promptly declined her request without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps influenced by the memories of this body, his feelings for Suyu were complex. She was, after all, his only kin in this world. Therefore, he could not permit her to be ensnared in danger. "Even if you don't take me, I will go by myself." It was clear that she understood Sufong would not allow her to venture out alone, and ultimately, she had to relent. Indeed, upon seeing the determination in Suyu's gaze, Sufong found himself yielding. In truth, he had been wrestling with the idea of whether to allow Suyu to consume the crystal core even before his return. In this apocalyptic world, only by becoming a supernatural being could one live with dignity. Yet, the process of transformation was fraught with suffering. Could Suyu truly endure it? If he could grow stronger, she would not have to bear such inhumane torment and could thrive instead. Even upon returning home, Sufong remained troubled by this dilemma. It was only at this moment, gazing into Suyu's resolute eyes, that he finally reached a decision. He led her to the living room. Settling onto the sofa he had nearly dismantled previously, and regarded her with utmost seriousness. "Auntie, there is something I must reveal. I am now a supernatural being." As anticipated, Suyu was immediately rendered speechless, her shock evident as her mouth hung agape. After a brief hesitation, she pinched the flesh at Sufong's waist, delivering a sharp twist that made him leap from the sofa in pain. "You're lying." Upon witnessing his disheveled appearance, Suyu was convinced that he merely sought to placate her. Reluctantly, Sufong felt compelled to validate himself. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a small orb of red and purple fire materialized at his fingertips. In that moment, Suyu could no longer doubt that her little nephew had indeed become an ability user. "How did you come to possess such abilities?" she inquired, fully aware that the only method to become an ability user was to consume a crystal core, the rarity of which needed no further elaboration. Even someone of the stature of the Duke of Ma would find it difficult to procure one. Sufong had already concocted an explanation. "I found it." Such a ludicrous assertion was hardly convincing. Yet, he had prepared an even more absurd tale to accompany this explanation. "Just now, I was hiding in a corner, waiting for the magical beast to depart, when lo and behold, an ability user happened to pass by and engaged in combat with the beast. The clash was truly fierce. I intended to wait until their battle concluded, but unexpectedly, they perished together, and I simply seized the opportunity." As Suyu regarded him with an expression of incredulity, Sufong recounted this tale with a steady heart and an unflinching demeanor. Though she was acutely aware he was fabricating a story, Suyu could find no flaws within it, and thus she had no choice but to momentarily accept his narrative. Otherwise, she would be left waiting for him to weave yet another tale. After concluding his story, Sufong produced another crystal core before her astonished gaze. Is this a crystal core? If it was merely luck that had allowed him to find one, how then did he now present her with a second? Have you been hunting magical beasts? With the realization that Sufong had indeed become an ability user, everything began to seem plausible. Once Suyu had begrudgingly come to terms with the reality before her, Sufong solemnly declared, "Auntie, if you wish to accompany me outside, you must possess the ability to protect yourself. Consuming this crystal core is the sole method to achieve that. To become an ability user?" Faced with this coveted opportunity that countless individuals envied, Suyu hesitated. The path to becoming an ability user was not as straightforward as she had envisioned. Ingesting the crystal core was merely a prerequisite. The ultimate success hinged upon fortune. Many who consumed crystal cores found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming energy, ultimately succumbing to ashes in the apocalypse. It was precisely for this reason that Sufong had previously hesitated. He had endured excruciating pain akin to burning, akin to a hellish torment for 10 minutes after consuming his own core, a tale he shared with Suyu. Subsequently, he placed the crystal core upon the table, deciding to relinquish the power of choice to her. An ability user? Countless times, Suyu had pondered whether, had she been granted the chance to become one, her parents might have survived. Yet the stark reality was that individuals like her would never encounter such an opportunity in their lifetimes. Now, with this chance laid before her, what was there left to deliberate? Before Sufong could process her decision, she seized the crystal core from the table and swallowed it whole. As the core entered her body, Suyu was immediately enveloped by a piercing chill that coursed through her, seemingly intent on leaving no part of her untouched. The biting chill compelled Suyu to curl up, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of warmth. Beside her, Sufong witnessed the awakening of supernatural abilities for the first time. A radiant blue light enveloped Suyu, resembling a chrysalis. Within the azure glow, her body trembled incessantly. Sufong immediately recalled the moment of his own awakening, realizing that Suyu was on the verge of manifesting ice-based powers. However, her face was pale, and her body quaked, clearly unable to endure the energy from the crystal core. After a moment's contemplation, Sufong enveloped himself in violet flames, tightly embracing Suyu in an effort to provide her with a modicum of warmth. Thus, for 10 minutes, Suyu shivered in his arms, until the blue light fully integrated into her being. Chapter 8. Defection. Awakening from the embrace of Sufong. Suyu, having absorbed the crystal core, found their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the air. It was the first instant Sufong noticed the enchanting fragrance emanating from Suyu, a subtle sweetness that captivated his senses. Sensing Sufong's unusual demeanor, rather than retreating, Suyu leaned in closer. "Is it pleasant?" "Indeed, it is," Sufong instinctively replied, eliciting a radiant smile from Suyu. Her cheerful laughter jolted him back to reality, prompting him to release his hold on her. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Once he steadied his emotions, Sufong scrutinized his aunt, anxious that any unforeseen incident arising from her awakening as a supernatural being could haunt him for eternity. At his prompting, Suyu recalled her transformation into an extraordinary individual. "It seems I haven't changed," she mused, inspecting her body with curiosity, finding no apparent alteration. "Are you foolish? Since the change is within, is there not a wondrous energy flowing through you?" Under Sufong's guidance, she closed her eyes, attuning herself to the frigid energy coursing within her. As the energy surged, delicate snowflakes began to materialize around Suyu, the temperature plummeting in their vicinity. It was indeed an ice-based ability. Watching as Suyu adeptly harnessed her powers, Sufong felt the weight lift from his heart. Newly acquainted with her abilities, Suyu revealed astonishing talent. The snowflakes danced in her hands like ethereal sprites. Amused by Suyu's frolic, Sufong, now at ease, was soon enveloped by drowsiness. The day's battles had drained him, and at last, he could indulge in a restful slumber. Unfortunately, the room was cluttered with salvaged supplies, leaving him no choice but to settle on the sofa for the night. Sufong was uncertain how long he had slept until a delightful aroma roused him from his dreams. "Hot pot?" Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a steaming pot, prompting him to pinch his cheek in disbelief. "Awake? Hurry and eat something." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Suyu had already served him a heaping bowl of ingredients. "Where did this hot pot come from?" "Naturally, I found a self-heating hot pot in your room, along with some sausages and vegetables." Indeed, in Sufong's memory, Suyu's culinary creations were undoubtedly the epitome of culinary chaos. Though merely a simple self-heating hot pot, it was a delicacy for ordinary folks, and it had been over 6 months since they had savored such delightful fare. After devouring the meal, the two reclined contentedly on the floor, relishing the rare moment of leisure, as sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the small abode. The night of bloodshed had finally come to an end. In the Ma family village, Lord Ma occupied the center of the hall, attentively listening to his subordinates report on the spoils of the recent Night of Blood. He occasionally toyed with the cigar in his hand. For ordinary people, the Night of Blood might signify calamity, but for a Tier 3 supernatural being like Lord Ma, it was an opportune moment to gather resources and expand his influence. As the spoils amassed in the hall dwindled with each passing moment, the scar on the face of the Prince of Horses grew increasingly menacing. Useless. The mere utterance of this word rendered everyone in the hall speechless, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. Get out. Instantly, the crowd felt a wave of relief, fleeing the hall as if from a predator. In the vast chamber, only 4 individuals remained. Speak. Why have you not returned with the person I requested? At this moment, the 3 kneeling before the prince were the very trio tasked with capturing Sufong. Sir, we have already killed that person. The speaker was the monkey, who had lost track of Sufong. In the eyes of the prince, those who failed to complete their missions held no value in his realm. The worthless met only one fate. Thus, the monkey resorted to deceit. Yet, he had gravely underestimated the prince's capabilities. For his failure had long been known to the prince. Before the monkey could react, a shadow materialized behind him. In a bizarre twist, the shadow morphed into a human form, gripping the monkey's throat and effortlessly twisting it, extinguishing his life. This is the price for deceiving me. Beside the monkey's lifeless body, the other 2 bowed their heads, paralyzed with fear. Speak. They dared not hesitate, hastily shifting the blame onto the now-deceased monkey. The truth was undeniable. Both possessed combat-oriented abilities. And without a target, they were no different from ordinary mortals. Are you implying that the mission's failure is not your fault? We dare not. We accept punishment. Without needing to lift their gaze, they could sense the prince's grotesque smile. Given your past contributions, this will be a light punishment. You have 3 days to bring back that man's head. Thud. Before they could rejoice, a sudden chill enveloped their left arms. You may leave. The 2 exhaled in relief, clutching their bleeding arms as they hurriedly exited the hall. Once they departed, a shadow reappeared behind the prince, the very man who had just slain the monkey. Follow them. Eliminate any problems immediately. True to the rumors, the prince tolerated no imperfections. Those who could not fulfill their missions faced only death. Outside the hall, the 2 endured excruciating pain as they made their way to the infirmary, relying on their awakened healing abilities to staunch the bleeding and barely preserve their lives. Brother Tiger, what do we do? If we cannot find that person, we are doomed. Staring at his empty left hand, the man seethed with unexpressed fury. What else can we do? We must locate that person. How? Even the monkey couldn't sense him, and it's been so long. Both understood that finding Sufong was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Death seemed to be their only outcome. Brother Tiger, let us escape. Escape? Indeed. With our strength, we could thrive elsewhere, even outside the confines of the Ma family. As they deliberated, thoughts of defection took root. Little did they know, they had long been under the watchful eye of shadows dispatched by the prince. Fortunately, a considerable distance lay between them, ensuring that the shadow could not overhear their conversations. Otherwise, by the time they stepped out of the Ma family village, their fates would have been sealed. That night, Brother Hu and his companion hastily departed from Ma family village, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers. Coincidentally, their escape led them directly towards Sufong's residence. Meanwhile, within Sufong's home, Suyu was persistently trying to persuade Sufong to accompany her outside. No, time is of the essence. You must diligently practice your abilities at home. Otherwise, come the next blood night, I shall certainly not take you along. Faced with Sufong's unwavering resolve, Suyu had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, this was merely an excuse crafted by Sufong. Although he had been exceedingly cautious on his journey back, there remained the risk of being discovered by the minions of the King of Horses. Having Suyu, who had yet to fully master her abilities, by his side would only compound the danger. Thus, he sought various pretexts to keep her safely at home. Chapter 9. Misfortune. Recognized? After the Blood Night, the streets were in utter disarray. The already dilapidated buildings appeared even more fragmented, as if a mere gust of wind could bring them crashing down. Walking along the streets, one could intermittently catch a whiff of a foul stench. In the alleys lay a grim accumulation of dismembered corpses, both human and beast, indistinguishable amidst the carnage. Leaving the grim task of incineration to the cleaners, as he wandered, Sufong observed that most people were engaged in mending their homes. With each blood night, the beast would wreak havoc, shattering their shelters to smithereens, yet they could only persistently rebuild, for these structures were their last bastion of survival. Such was the existence in the outer city: repair, destruction, survival, a ceaseless cycle devoid of hope. Sufong ventured out with a purpose akin to theirs, to restore the homes ravaged by the beasts. To his dismay, despite having gathered a plethora of materials, none were suitable for repairing houses. Reluctantly, he resolved to bring along some non-essential items in hopes of trading for what he needed. The marketplace, The sole trading hub in the outer city served as the only avenue for ordinary folk to exchange goods, to maintain order and prevent riots among the desperate populace. The elites from the inner city sent representatives to oversee it, rendering this marketplace a rare sanctuary amidst chaos. Sufong meandered through the market, clutching a rice cooker, an alarm clock, and other oddities, hoping to barter for a sofa. Having a proper place to rest, rather than the cold floor, was a small yet significant desire. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The commoners barely managed to find food. What use was a rice cooker to them? And an alarm clock? In such dire times, who needed a reminder to avoid tardiness? With no other options, Sufong pulled out a pack of Snickers. 1 pack of Snickers for a sofa. He raised the candy bar high, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Brother, I'll trade. Look, this is genuine leather. A single chocolate for a sofa? You can't lose. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Just give me that chocolate, and I'll do as you wish. As the saying goes, only when one is well fed can one contemplate comfort. While Sufong pondered how to secure a good night's sleep, many around him were teetering on the brink of starvation. For a morsel of food, they would sell everything, even their dignity. Amidst the throng, Sufong soon spotted a coveted L-shaped sofa. With it, he could finally enjoy a restful night. Just as he envisioned drifting into a blissful dream on the sofa, a tremendous explosion jolted him back to reality. Who would dare cause a ruckus in the marketplace? The deafening blast sent the crowd scattering in panic. The seller of the sofa fled without even claiming the Snickers. In the midst of the chaos, only Sufong remained composed, gazing towards the source of the explosion, confident in his abilities as an awakened one to handle the unfolding situation, even if he could not confront the danger head-on. Escaping with his lightning-fast speed should pose no challenge. In a mere moment, the sounds of explosions drew ominously nearer to his position. 3 figures burst through the smoke before his eyes. To Sufong's astonishment, 2 of them were missing their left arms, the severed limbs precisely where he had inflicted harm. Indeed, they were none other than Brother Hu and his subordinate, who had both lost their arms due to Sufong's actions. Oblivious to the fact that the instigator was so close at hand, engaged in a fierce struggle with Brother Hu were the shadowy minions of Lord Ma. The Shadow, a level 2 ability user, typically aided Lord Ma in executing covert assassination missions. Brother Hu and his companion, mere level 1 ability users, had their combat effectiveness significantly diminished by their injuries. However, to everyone's surprise, fueled by an intense will to survive, they unleashed an extraordinary force, managing to flee from the Shadow's grasp, inadvertently stumbling into the bustling marketplace. The marketplace, shielded by the affluent of the inner city, was not a battleground the Shadow wished to disturb, but fate had other plans. Confronted by the Shadow, Brother Hu, enveloped in energy, transformed into a formidable tiger, engaging the opponent with only 3 limbs. Meanwhile, his subordinate brandished a handgun, infusing his bullets with his abilities. From 1, 2 emerged, from 2, 3, and from 3. Boundless possibilities. The bullets rained down like a storm upon the shadowy figure. Yet, regardless of the ferocious tiger or the deluge of gunfire, the Shadow deftly countered, swiftly forcing the 2 into retreat. Damn it, Lord Ma, let me survive, or you shall face my wrath in the latter half of my life. Realizing he was outmatched, Brother Hu could only vent his frustrations with a roar. The mention of Lord Ma startled Sufong, who had been observing from the sidelines. It appeared that the Shadow was indeed affiliated with Lord Ma. Would he recognize me amidst the fray? Although Sufong was confident no one had followed him the previous day, the myriad of abilities possessed by others made it possible for someone to identify him. Regret began to seep in for having remained to spectate. Curiosity, it seemed, could indeed lead to peril. As he contemplated a discreet exit, a tremendous roar erupted beside him. The massive tiger was effortlessly hurled over 10 meters by the Shadow, crashing violently into the wooden shack beside Sufong. As the dust settled, Brother Hu reverted to his human form, battered and bruised, lying amidst the rubble of the collapsed structure. Sufong found himself exposed to the Shadow. Who are you? The Shadow, evidently taken aback by the presence of a 4th individual on the battlefield, inquired. What does it matter? I merely came to shop and am leaving now. In that moment, Sufong had no desire to engage with Lord Ma's men. However, the Shadow had no intention of allowing him to depart unscathed. My friend, Lord Ma is executing his family's justice. It would be prudent to stay and witness the spectacle. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. What is there to see? Sufong retorted, turning to leave. Yet, a dagger whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in the ground, blocking his path home. Since you refuse to let me go, do not regret it. Upon awakening his fire-based abilities, Sufong's temperament appeared to have intensified. At this moment, faced with the unwillingness of the Shadow to permit his departure, Sufong's fury was ignited. Purple lightning coiled around his body. And in an instant of the Shadow's momentary daze, he surged forward. So swift. The Shadow barely had time to entertain this thought before Sufong's assault reached him. With both hands, he conjured 2 orbs of flame, striking fiercely towards the Shadow's chest. Unfortunately, as a skilled assassin, the Shadow deftly retreated at the last moment, narrowly evading a fatal blow. However, the powerful explosion still propelled him several meters away. A second-tier ability user? The Shadow gazed incredulously at Sufong, waves of turmoil stirring within him. In the outer city, the influence of Lord Ma was paramount, with almost no ability users able to escape his grasp. How could a second-tier ability user suddenly emerge? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis flashed through the Shadow's mind. You are the ability user from yesterday. Chapter 10. The top assassin. What were you saying yesterday? Sufong never anticipated that he would be exposed in such a manner. However, he surmised that his adversary was merely guessing, devoid of any concrete evidence. Otherwise, the attack would have commenced upon their first encounter. The wretched performance of the assailant was so transparent that even Hugo, amidst the ruins, could discern the deception. Poor Hugo had endured countless hardships in his search for Sufong and even lost a hand because of them, only to complete his mission in such a tragic fashion. Yet, even if Sufong were to be returned to Majiatan, King Ma would not spare him. As Hugo and his companion observed Sufong's retreating figure, their expressions grew increasingly complex. Unbeknownst to Sufong, who was oblivious to their resentful gazes, the pressure exerted by the cloaked figure before him was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Listen, regardless of whether you are yesterday's extraordinary individual, your interference in my task of eliminating these 2 traitors puts you in opposition to King Ma. You are doomed to die today. Traitors? Sufong was taken aback to discover that these 2 were also loyal to King Ma, and he couldn't help but reflect on his misfortune. Once again, King Ma. Had he unwittingly stumbled into a hornet's nest? The persistent troubles he faced from those bearing the surname Ma were infuriating. Sufong silently ridiculed his predicament while maintaining his focus on the confrontation. The small fireball that coalesced at his fingertips shot forth like a bullet towards the cloaked figure. Yet, the assailant, with ghostly agility, evaded every single fireball. Even more perplexing was the fact that when Sufong attempted to predict the figure's movements and trap him with fireballs, the cloaked individual eluded capture in an unfathomable manner. In the instant the fireballs descended, the figure melded into the shadows, narrowly escaping the lethal strike before re-emerging from the darkness. This bizarre ability left Sufong momentarily stunned, and the cloaked figure seized the opportunity to retaliate. The slender form once again assimilated into the shadows, darting swiftly beneath Sufong's feet, only to spring forth from the darkness and launch a deadly assault. Fortunately, bolstered by the enhancement of Zidian, Sufong possessed remarkable speed, barely evading the dagger aimed at his throat just in time. As he prepared to counterattack, the cloaked figure vanished into the shadows once more, reappearing a dozen meters away. Faced with such an elusive opponent, Sufong found himself at a loss. It seemed that even shadows were taken aback by his prowess. As the foremost assassin under King Ma, a level 2 extraordinary individual, the cloaked figure's abilities undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 within King Ma's ranks. His most illustrious feat was the assassination of a level 3 extraordinary individual, catapulting him into the realm of legendary killers in the outer city. Had Sufong realized he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of such an individual, he would likely have celebrated with champagne. Yet, ignorance begets fearlessness, and Sufong remained preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront his current foe. The opponent's ability to hide within shadows rendered Sufong's extraordinary powers ineffective, leaving him pondering the potential weaknesses of such an overpowering skill. Otherwise, King Ma would not hold dominion over Majiatan. However, the cloaked figure was clearly unwilling to grant him the luxury of contemplation. Seizing the moment of Sufong's distraction, the dagger in the assassin's hand hurtled toward him like a shooting star. How swift! Sufong felt a stir of instinct and was about to evade. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling Sufong and halting his movements. Not far away, Tiger's underling brandished a handgun. A smug expression plastered across his face as he gazed at Sufong. Tiger emerged from the rubble, and the 3 of them formed a united front, directing their attention toward the figure in black, not far away. Since you were once under the command of the Horse King, you must surely be aware of this black-clad individual's background. Sufong sought to extract information from the 2, hoping to uncover the weaknesses of their adversary. However, despite being superhumans themselves, Tiger and his companion possessed only modest abilities, relegated to the status of low-tier mercenaries in the Ma family's ranks. They were on an entirely different level than the Shadow. The Shadow, a premier assassin under the Horse King, excelled in stealth and had previously succeeded in eliminating a 3rd-tier superhuman. It appeared that not only could he infiltrate the shadows, but he could also manipulate them for assassination. Tiger divulged everything he knew, but this information proved unhelpful for Sufong in devising a strategy to defeat the looming threat. How could one contend with such an insurmountable power that could eliminate 3rd-tier superhumans and control shadows for lethal attacks? Unfazed by the alliance of three, the Shadow remained indifferent. He had dispatched third-tier superhumans before. How much easier would it be to deal with a mere second-tier superhuman and two insignificant lackeys? Without hesitation, the Shadow employed his favorite skill, stealth. His slender form melded into the shadows, launching a surprise attack. Block him. In the face of this ambush, Tiger and his companion appeared exceedingly tense, their attacks disorganized and frantic. Particularly, the underling Li Jun frantically fired his weapon at the ground where the Shadow lurked. Yet even after expending all his ammunition, he failed to touch the Shadow. Although their attacks proved futile, Sufong detected something peculiar. Logically, bullets should have no effect on the shadows on the ground, yet they seemed to shift left and right as if evading the gunfire. Strangely, all bullets that struck the shadows vanished without a trace. A bold idea sprouted in Sufong's mind. Could it be that not only the figure in black could merge with the shadows, but others might also penetrate them? Or perhaps their attacks could harm the concealed individual within? If so, defeating the Shadow might not be as daunting as previously thought. While Tiger and his companion struggled to hold their ground, Sufong devised a comprehensive plan. The Shadow sprang from the ground once more, launching an assault with a dagger aimed straight at Li Jun's head. Retreat. At this critical moment, Sufong's roar momentarily stalled the Shadow's advance. This fleeting hesitation allowed Sufong's timely intervention to push back the Shadow, saving Li Jun's life. The thwarted Shadow once again submerged into the ground, preparing for another ambush. Yet this time, Sufong chose not to remain on the defensive. Under the astonished gazes of Tiger and his companion, Sufong enveloped himself in violet lightning, unleashing his full potential. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, he surged toward the Shadow at an astonishing speed, swinging his flame-encased fist down upon the shadowy figure. Fool! Such an attack would hardly harm the Shadow. Hugo intended to caution Sufong that such an assault would be futile. However, the ensuing spectacle instantaneously shattered his perception of the Shadow. A fist enveloped in flames crashed violently against the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. Alongside the destruction of the terrain, a scream erupted, leaving both Hugo and his companion in a state of disbelief. The Shadow was forced out from the ground and received a heavy blow from Sufong. Alas, the Shadow was a seasoned assassin. Despite taking the punch, it swiftly retreated several dozen meters, propelled by the formidable force of the strike. Chapter 11. Slaying the Shadow. Seizing upon the opponent's vulnerabilities, Sufong would not allow the Shadow a moment's respite. As lightning flickered, Sufong descended upon the Shadow like a thunderbolt. His fists enveloped in flames, forcing the Shadow to retreat relentlessly, unable to strike back. The Shadow could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such a dire predicament. The adversary before him had, in mere minutes, discerned the weaknesses of his abilities. Whenever he contemplated submerging into the ground to evade the onslaught, Sufong would unleash a powerful punch against the earth, compelling him to surface and subjecting him to the same relentless close-quarter combat. Despite Sufong's relative inexperience in battle, the purple lightning that surrounded him rendered the Shadow's every attack ineffective, paralyzing him with trepidation. Brother Hu and his companion gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. A formidable foe, once deemed unbeatable, was now being thoroughly overwhelmed by the man before them, unable even to retreat underground. The Shadow had never felt such humiliation. If his opponent were a third-level ability user, it would be understandable, yet the apparent lack of combat finesse in Sufong, who relied solely on sheer destructive power, had driven him into a corner. Refusing to succumb to defeat, the Shadow finally unleashed his ultimate technique. With a furious roar, the shadows beneath him entwined around his body, transforming into a suit of pitch-black armor. Encased in the shadowy armor, the Shadow braced himself to confront Sufong's assault, retaliating with his dagger, momentarily gaining the upper hand. However, Sufong, undeterred and even displaying a sly smile, was not the least bit flustered. This was the moment he had been waiting for. From the outset, he had meticulously planned to force his opponent into a head-on confrontation. Although it appeared he had been driving the Shadow back, he had inflicted little actual harm, as the Shadow's extensive combat experience allowed him to evade fatal blows. As time wore on, Sufong feared that his lack of experience might lead to his downfall. This was his most critical weakness. Thus, he had resolved from the beginning to unleash his full might, compelling the Shadow to engage him directly, thereby creating an opportunity for victory. Observing that every move of the Shadow aligned with his own strategy, Sufong's attacks grew increasingly reckless, discarding all notions of defense, intent solely on vanquishing his foe. Unbeknownst to the Shadow, he failed to perceive Sufong's true intentions. Instead of retreating, his opponent surged forward with renewed ferocity, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the protection of his shadow armor, the Shadow absorbed Sufong's blows, and his dagger, entwined in dark energy, effortlessly tore through the purple lightning, plunging into Sufong's side. "You should have stayed out of this, boy. Now repent in hell." The shadow had yet to finish his triumphant proclamation when a triumphant laugh echoed in his ears. As he attempted to retreat, he realized that Sufong had firmly grasped his hand. "I've got you." The simple declaration resonated in the shadow's ears like a death knell. "I've got you." Such an unfamiliar phrase. As an assassin, he spent most of his time lurking in the shadows, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Even in the event of a failed assassination, he could retreat unscathed thanks to his shadowy abilities. Captured? He had only experienced that once at the hands of the formidable Ma Wangyi, and he had accepted his defeat with grace in light of the opponent's overwhelming powers. Little did he anticipate that his second failure would come at the hands of the young man before him. Observing the smug smile on his adversary's lips, the shadow could already envision his demise. It was time to end this. Sufong concentrated all of his abilities into his hands, and blazing flames began to spread from his palms to envelop the shadow. In mere moments, the shadow transformed into a colossal fireball. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Sufong showed no signs of relenting. As he gazed upon the fiery figure of the shadow, he continued to channel his powers, causing the fireball to swell to a height equivalent to that of 2 men. In the face of such a full-force strike, the shadow found himself utterly powerless to escape, letting out a feeble roar. Within moments, the shadow was reduced to ashes within the fireball. Had he won? Brother Hu and his companion stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their expressions shifting from complexity to terror as they regarded Sufong. At that moment, a sense of relief washed over them for not having encountered Sufong the previous day. Otherwise, they too might have met a fate as dire as that of the shadow. After successfully eliminating the shadow, Sufong approached the spot where the shadow had vanished, discreetly collecting the materials that had been expelled in the wake of the shadow's demise. "Brother, we must leave quickly." Unbeknownst to him, Li Jun had begun to address Sufong differently. At Li Jun's urging, Sufong finally noticed the chaos that surrounded them. Goodness. He realized the extent of the destruction wrought by their battle, which had nearly overturned the entire marketplace. If apprehended by the city guard, he would undoubtedly face considerable trouble. Strangely, just as Sufong was about to turn and leave, Brother Hu and his companion followed closely behind. Only after they had exited the marketplace and ensured that no one else was tailing them did Sufong stop them. "What are your intentions? Why do you insist on following me? Are you not afraid that I might kill you as well? Only by following you do we stand a chance of survival." Brother Hu replied, his own sense of helplessness evident. They were, after all, traitors from the Ma family compound, and with the shadow's death, Ma Wangyi would undoubtedly seek vengeance against them. They were acutely aware of Ma Wangyi's influence in the outer city, where his minions were omnipresent. Their only hope for survival lay in aligning themselves with another powerful figure. However, in the outer city, nearly all factions feared Ma Wangyi and dared not shelter them, which is why they had chosen to approach Sufong. Naturally, they harbored ulterior motives. Should they be captured by Ma Wangyi's men, they might have the opportunity to betray Sufong in exchange for a slim chance of survival. As Sufong observed the 2 burly men kneeling before him, he felt no sympathy. Ma Wangyi's notorious actions in the outer city were well known. Although he did not understand why these men had defected from Ma Wangyi, he was certain they were no good, likely stained with the blood of countless innocents. Su Fangang hesitated to decline. Yet he considered the possibility of encountering Ma Wangyi's associates in the future. Leaving the 2 men behind might prove beneficial. However, he could not possibly take them back to his home. "You seem quite unfortunate. Find a place to hide. I will seek you out when the time comes." "All right, boss." It surprised him that 2 grown men could so readily refer to someone significantly younger than themselves as boss. If the roles were reversed, he would surely feel somewhat awkward. Under the guidance of Hu Gu and his companion, Sufong arrived at their refuge. "Is this where you are temporarily taking shelter?" Sufong could hardly believe that the hiding place of these 2 was far more luxurious than his own home. Chapter 12 Moving? "It's acceptable. We merely found a temporary solution." Tiger and his companion were quite content with their residence. "Acceptable? This is a villa. In my previous life, I could scarcely afford one even after a lifetime of labor. I never imagined I would find myself here in this world." At one moment, Sufong even entertained the notion of relocating nearby. Sensing his confusion, Tiger continued to elucidate. When the calamity commenced, the monsters that emerged during the Blood Night primarily targeted these villa districts far removed from the city center. The affluent promptly retreated to the city center, which is now the inner city. With no inhabitants, the monsters of the Blood Night naturally ceased their assaults here. Compared to other locales, the villa district, distanced from the city center, remained remarkably preserved. How enlightening. Had it not been for Tiger's explanation, I would never have deduced this reason. Yet, aren't you concerned that hiding here might attract monster attacks once the Blood Night resumes? Although merely 2 days have elapsed since the last Blood Night, with at least 20 more days until the next, this was Sufong's foremost concern. To his surprise, Tiger brandished his formidable claws and confidently declared, "A few mere aberrations are no match for us." He added, "More fearsome than the aberrations are people. This former outer district serves as an excellent refuge." Who would have thought that beneath Tiger's rugged exterior lay a heart of sensitivity? Nevertheless, his words dispelled Sufong's thoughts of moving nearby. While this place indeed served as a suitable hideout, it posed considerable inconveniences in daily life. Faced with a Blood Knight scenario, being surrounded by aberrations would only exacerbate the predicament. However, Tiger and his companion offered a reminder. When calamity struck, the wealthy and powerful migrated to the inner city, while many ordinary citizens perished at the hands of the aberrations. Perhaps they could find another dwelling. Primarily, Sufong's current abode was far too small. The gathered supplies had no proper place for storage. Upon learning of the duo's hideout, Sufong returned to the outer city. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, Tiger instructed his companion Li Jun to stealthily follow him and relocate to another villa just a few hundred meters away. Fortunately, Sufong remained vigilant, constantly checking for any signs of pursuit on his way back. Ultimately, he discerned Li Jun's presence through subtle clues. He then pretended to enter an abandoned house devoid of inhabitants, only resuming his journey home once he sensed Li Jun's departure. In the apocalypse, one must never trust anyone easily. This is a lesson learned through the sacrifice of countless lives. Upon returning home and exchanging the usual signals, the door opened automatically. Sufong witnessed Suyu skillfully commanding her snow sprite to assist her with simple tasks, such as opening the door. He was astonished at the girl's remarkable talent. Within just a morning, she had mastered her abilities. "Brother, what did you bring back?" Noticing Sufong's empty hands, Suyu curiously circled him and even began rummaging through his belongings. "Why do you have nothing?" Sufong had clearly stated he was going to the market to exchange goods, yet returned empty-handed, leaving her utterly perplexed. Damn it! Only then did Sufong recall the purpose of his outing. To his dismay, the sofa he had traded for with a Snickers bar was destroyed during the battle, leaving him with no one to blame. "Auntie, maybe we should move?" To ease the awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. "Move? Where to? Do you even have the money for that?" Suyu was taken aback by her nephew's sudden suggestion, her attention successfully diverted. At this point, Sufong revealed his discovery and plan. Wouldn't he that be stealing? Though they lived in a post-apocalyptic world, Suyu still struggled to accept such methods. "If you can truly find an unoccupied house, then we'll move." After much persuasion, Suyu reluctantly agreed. In this new era, many principles no longer applied, and she had to adjust her moral compass. With Suyu's consent, he instructed her to gather useful belongings in preparation for the move, while he ventured into the outer district to scout for vacant dwellings. The reality was far more shocking than he had imagined. The outer district was littered with abandoned houses, most dilapidated, some even stained with dark brown bloodstains, clear evidence of their former occupants falling prey to mutated beasts. Such places were far from suitable. After an entire day of searching, Sufong still hadn't found a satisfactory residence. He began to wonder if he was too late. Had the better homes already been claimed by others? Just as he pinned his hopes on the last possible house, an eerie growl echoed from behind. Mutants? Sufong swiftly concealed himself. From the shadows emerged 3 wolf-like creatures, slinking toward the very house he had been eyeing. Strangely, one of them carried a human in its jaws. A closer look revealed a female defense officer clad in a police uniform. Indeed, during each Blood Night, swarms of mutants emerged from unknown origins to assault the city. Humanity fought back desperately, managing to repel the invasion but never fully eradicating the beasts. Yet after the Blood Night ended, where did these creatures go? Stripped of the Blood Knight's enhancement, their strength waned drastically, leaving them vulnerable. Ordinary mutants became little more than wild animals. During this time, they typically hid, biding their time until the next Blood Night restored their power for another assault. Thus, the Defense Corps mission was to hunt down and eliminate these weakened mutants lurking within the city. But in truth, their duties extended beyond that. Within the inner city, the privileged and powerful continued to live lavishly even in this apocalyptic age, developing peculiar obsessions, keeping mutants as pets. Tired of mundane cats and dogs, they sought novelty in caging these grotesque creatures, feeding their hollow souls with the spectacle. Thus, while eliminating the aberrant beasts, the defense team is also tasked with assisting the affluent in the inner city in capturing rare and peculiar creatures. The female defense team member before us must have been attacked by the aberrant beasts during their extermination efforts. However, why did the 3 wolf-like aberrant beasts refrain from devouring her immediately and instead choose to take her back to their lair? Is it possible that other aberrant creatures await their return to receive the spoils? Indeed, this is the case. The creatures within the dwelling seemed to sense the return of the 3 wolf-like beasts, emitting a low, guttural growl as if responding to a signal. Once the wolf-like beasts respond, The door creaks open slowly, revealing a standing creature resembling a werewolf. Chapter 13. Tier 3 Beasts. Although the variety of aberrant creatures is exceedingly diverse, this humanoid beast standing before Sufong is unlike anything he has ever encountered. Even in the weakened state brought about by the absence of Blood Knight, he can still perceive the formidable aura emanating from his foe. Aware that the female defense team member is about to become the beast's prey, Sufong can only watch as the three wolf-like creatures deliver her into the hands of the werewolf. Such occurrences transpire daily in this apocalyptic world. He is no savior, after all, and cannot forsake his own life to rescue another. Such self-sacrificial acts are better left to the self-righteous. Just when he believed the situation had reached its conclusion, the female defense team member unexpectedly regained consciousness. In the face of this alarming scenario, she exhibited no signs of panic, perhaps accustomed to the dance of life and death. A fleeting moment of despair crossed her eyes before she steadied herself. However, her will to survive compelled her to notice Sufong lurking in the shadows. Though she refrained from calling for help, confronted by four aberrant creatures, even in their weakened state, a mere human would be but fodder for death. Yet, that single glance caught the attention of the werewolf, who then turned its gaze towards Sufong. Curses. Just a moment ago, Sufong had been grateful that the female defense team member had not revealed his position, and now he was discovered by the werewolf. Upon spotting another human presence, the werewolf immediately commanded its three wolf-like minions to launch an assault on Sufong. Indeed, eavesdropping can lead to dire consequences. Faced with the onslaught of the three wolf-like creatures, Sufong exhibited no trace of fear. Had this been during Blood Night, he might have struggled against such an attack. But now, with the beast still in a state of vulnerability, they were no more than oversized wild dogs. With a pair of fiery fists, he effortlessly repelled the three massive canines. An ability user? Witnessing Sufong's ease in confronting the three wolf-like creatures reignited a flicker of hope within the female defense team member. The werewolf soon realized its subordinates were incapable of subduing the human before them and resorted to seizing the female defense team member, opting to abandon its lackeys in a desperate bid for survival. Truly a beast, devoid of loyalty. As he observed the werewolf's retreat, Sufong displayed a smirk of disdain. I had intended to remain uninvolved, but since you insist on dragging me into this, do not expect to escape unscathed. With a powerful swing of his fists, he conjured a massive ring of flames that forced the three wolf-like creatures back. Then, he gathered the purple lightning beneath his feet and surged forth at a breathtaking speed toward the fleeing werewolf. Fire lance. Flames enveloped his entire arm, resembling a spear of fire aimed directly at the werewolf's abdomen. In pain, the werewolf was compelled to discard the female defense team member in order to buy itself a moment to flee. As she soared several meters into the air, Sufong did not allow her to plummet to the ground and meet her demise. With a flash of purple lightning, he leaped into the air, securely catching the female defense team member and ensuring her safety before immediately pursuing the retreating werewolf. You dare provoke me and expect to escape unscathed? Today, your end is nigh. Before the female defense team member could utter a word, Sufong transformed into lightning and vanished from her sight once more. How swift! How powerful! The female defender only regained her composure after a moment of shock. In just 10 seconds, Sufong pursued the fleeing werewolf. Die. He unleashed his firearm once more, aiming directly at the werewolf's abdomen. To Sufong's astonishment, although his attack rendered the beast defenseless, it left no visible wounds on its body. Could it be a third-tier beast? Despite the werewolf's inability to unleash its full strength due to the Blood Knight, its physical resilience remained intact. As time passed, the werewolf seemed to recognize this fact. Facing Sufong's onslaught, it did not evade. After absorbing a shot, it immediately retaliated with its razor-sharp claws. Fortunately, Sufong had anticipated this and narrowly avoided the strike, though the ground before the werewolf was gouged out, a testament to the power of that claw. Indeed, it was a third-tier beast. Only a creature of such caliber could possess such physical strength. Thankfully, the opponent was still in a weakened state. Had it been during the Blood Night, Sufong might not have had any chance to escape. In the face of the werewolf's assault, Sufong could only dodge while attempting various strategies to breach its defenses. Regrettably, his efforts yielded little success, even with all his might. He could only scorch a patch of the werewolf's skin without inflicting any fatal damage. Just when he momentarily lost focus and was sent flying several meters by a claw strike, he unexpectedly discerned an opportunity for reversal. After knocking Sufong back, the werewolf should have pressed the advantage. Yet, at the moment it aimed to deliver a lethal blow, it hesitated, seemingly paralyzed. Purple lightning entwined around the werewolf's legs, rendering it immobile. While flames could not harm the beast, the purple electricity penetrated its tough hide, attacking its insides. Having uncovered the creature's weakness, Sufong once again wore a triumphant smile. The searing flames vanished, replaced by the purple lightning that coiled around his entire form. Under the influence of the lightning, Sufong's speed surged, causing the werewolf strikes to repeatedly miss while it became increasingly beleaguered by Sufong's counterattacks. Although the power of Sufong's punches was diminished beneath the purple lightning's embrace, the electric energy continued to ravage the werewolf's innards. Within a mere minute, the werewolf felt as though its insides were being shredded, enduring unbearable agony. After 2 minutes had passed, the werewolf finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Seeing the opportune moment ripe for action, Sufong approached the fallen beast with the stride of a victor. He gently placed his hands upon its head. As the purple lightning coursed between his palms, utterly obliterating the werewolf's skull. Moments later, the defeated creature transformed into Sufong's spoils, vanishing from sight. Crystalline cores, countless soul crystals, and a bone dagger. Sufong now possessed 13 crystalline cores and over 400 soul crystals, rendering him a top-tier magnate in the outer districts. Alas, he was wary of using these soul crystals lightly, fully aware of the principle that guilt often accompanies such wealth. If others or external forces were to discover the existence of such a multitude of soul crystals, they would undoubtedly covet them. Even possessing extraordinary abilities would not guarantee the security of these precious gems. Thus, it is most prudent to feign weakness while concealing one's true strength. As for the crystal cores, aside from awakening supernatural powers and serving as currency, he remains oblivious to any other potential uses and can only set them aside for the time being. The most significant acquisition from this endeavor is undoubtedly the bone dagger in his possession. The dagger boasts an exceptionally unique design, seemingly fashioned from the bones of a colossal beast. While its other capabilities remain a mystery, the mere fact that it effortlessly leaves deep gashes in the ground attests to its razor-sharp edge. It is undeniably a formidable weapon. Chapter 14. All men are scoundrels. Did you slay the withered wolf? As Sufong meticulously organized the spoils of this encounter, a crisp voice pierced the air. It belonged to the female guard who had been captured earlier. The withered wolf. Sufong was taken aback, realizing for the first time that these aberrant beasts bore names. Are you unharmed? While Sufong appeared to be inquiring about the guard's safety, a twinge of pain twisted within him. How tragic for the 3 wild wolves. If they perish by his hand, it would only yield a further collection of spoils. I am fine. Thank you for saving me. The guard, mistaking Sufong's concern for genuine care, hastily expressed her gratitude. It is good that you are well, Sufong replied, and without waiting for any further response, he turned to leave. His act of saving her had been unintentional, merely a reflexive response after being discovered. In the outer district, when did such a formidable individual emerge? He appeared to be at least a second-tier ability user. If he could be persuaded to join their ranks, it would undoubtedly bolster their chances against Lord Ma. Little did he know, his mere departure had etched an impression of a mysterious savior in the young lady's heart. Gazing at the spoils acquired from the withered wolf, Sufong felt that his efforts that day had not been in vain. When Suyu beheld the table laden with soul crystals, her delight was so profound that she nearly burst into laughter, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth. We must not flaunt our wealth. Suyu quickly realized her oversight. Placing her small hand over her mouth, her eyes still twinkling like crescent moons. Regrettably, opportunities to utilize soul crystals in the outer district were nearly non-existent. To maintain control over the outer city, the inner district dispatched large shipments of supplies after each blood moon, exchanging food, clothing, and other necessities for nearly all the soul crystals from the outer district. Within the inner district, soul crystals had supplanted money as the currency of circulation. Clearly, soul crystals possessed functions unknown to the common populace, which is why the affluent of the inner district sought to control them intentionally. With such a substantial fortune in hand, Sufong yearned to indulge in the luxuries of the inner district. However, entry into the inner city was not merely a matter of wealth. It was a symbol of status. For an ordinary person from the outer district to gain access to the inner city, they must earn the favor of the elite within. Otherwise, no avenue existed for entry. Tomorrow marked the day when supplies would be delivered to the inner district, and Sufong resolved to exchange 10 soul crystals for provisions. Even so, he and Suyu needed to maintain a guise, opting to exchange 1 soul crystal at a time in 5 separate transactions to avoid drawing attention and inciting envy from others. Before dawn, the pair prepared 5 disguises using the materials they had collected over the past 2 days, finishing with a cloak to ensure complete readiness before proceeding to exchange their goods. At the border of the inner district stood an imposing wall, soaring dozens of meters high, cleaving the city in 2. A year prior, the elites within the inner city had, under the pretext of defending against aberrant beasts, compelled the common folk to collaborate in constructing this wall with a vast amount of resources. 6 months later, as the wall reached completion, those very citizens were cast out beyond its confines. This wall, forged from the flesh and blood of the common people, became the chasm separating them from their hellish fate. When Sufong and Suyu arrived at the wall's edge, a considerable queue had already formed before the city gate. After a year of survival, those who remained had, to some extent, acquired rudimentary combat skills. Many individuals have already mastered the art of hunting ordinary beasts, exchanging the soul crystals they acquire for meager provisions to survive. Those fortunate enough to obtain a crystal core can awaken as ability users and become mercenaries. Fortunately, the inner city, in its quest to control soul crystals, consistently prepares a substantial stockpile of supplies, ensuring that all soul crystals from the outer city remain firmly under their dominion. After their initial exchange for food, Sufong and his companion promptly concealed themselves in a corner, donning a different set of clothing and hats before queuing once more for supplies. After 3 exchanges, the number of people waiting dwindled, and some began to take notice of them. The 2 individuals appeared somewhat peculiar, seemingly having exchanged multiple times. Each time, the outer city's defense team was tasked with maintaining order during the exchanges, and the female officer from last night was among them. Upon first encountering Sufong, she had sensed a hint of familiarity, but the poor lighting had prevented her from discerning his appearance, leaving her uncertain. When Sufong made his 3rd appearance, she was finally convinced of her observations. The cloaked man before her was indeed the one who had rescued her the night before. Yet she could not fathom why such a skilled individual would be exchanging food here, and repeatedly at that. Clearly, Sufong's current demeanor did not align with the image of the enigmatic master she had envisioned. Fortuitously, the female officer was astute enough not to expose Sufong's identity on the spot, for it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Observing Sufong's 5th exchange of supplies, she began to grasp his intentions. Wealth should remain concealed, even though he had already attained the status of a level 2 ability user. His cautiousness indicated that he had not aligned himself with any faction. After Sufong completed his 5th exchange, the female officer eagerly followed him. Given his extreme caution during these exchanges, it was implausible that Sufong had not noticed her pursuit. He entrusted all the supplies to Suyu and then led the female officer on a winding path through the outer city. To Sufong's astonishment, she seemed to possess considerable skill, as he was unable to shake her off without resorting to using his abilities. In desperation, he entered a narrow alley and, seizing the opportunity presented by a blind corner, employed the technique of thunderous movement, vanishing in an instant. When the female officer hurried into the alley, Sufong's presence had completely dissipated. Truly, he was formidable. Surprisingly, the female officer bore no resentment for being eluded by Sufong. Rather, she felt a sense of satisfaction. If she could not outsmart him, how could he be deemed a master? As long as he remained in the outer city and was not affiliated with any faction, she possessed the means to track him down. Just as she prepared to return home and utilize her family's connections to locate Sufong, a familiar voice rang out behind her. "Who are you? Did the Horse King send you? Don't you remember me?" The female officer felt a wave of exasperation. He had rescued her just the day before, yet he had completely forgotten her. Indeed, all men were bound to be scoundrels. Had Sufong been privy to her thoughts at that moment, he might have entertained murderous intentions. "You are the female officer from yesterday." In truth, Sufong did not recognize her visage. However, upon seeing her in uniform, he was immediately reminded of the events from the previous day. "Ah yes, yesterday. You departed without even affording me the courtesy of a simple thank you." Upon seeing Sufong, the female defender immediately displayed a triumphant smile, reminiscent of her own self. "You were overthinking it. At that moment, I had no intention of rescuing you. It was merely a matter of circumstance that I saved you from the werewolf beast discovery." Although it appears that the other party wishes to express gratitude, Sufong is reluctant to entangle himself with others. At present, his sole focus is to ensure the survival of himself and his aunt. A small favor deserves a great repayment. Clearly, the female defender has no intention of letting him off easily. Chapter 15 marks the beginning of our camaraderie. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu Binger. Before Sufong could decline once more, the female defender extended her right hand, eager to initiate her introduction. Sufong, faced with Mu Binger's outstretched hand, Sufong could only offer a gentle grip. His aloof demeanor did not repel her. Rather, it perfectly aligned with the image of a master she envisioned. "Brother Fong, did you think I was affiliated with Lord Ma?" Sufong felt somewhat helpless in response to the overly familiar beauty, merely nodding slightly to acknowledge her inquiry. "It seems Brother Fong has crossed paths with Lord Ma. In truth, I too am at odds with Lord Ma and his gang, who engage in nefarious deeds and disrupt the order of the outer city." As Mu Binga rambled on, Sufong filtered through her words, his gaze inadvertently lingering upon her. Although it was their second meeting, he had never observed her closely before. Now, he found himself instantly captivated. Her flawless complexion, sharp short hair, and a pair of lively, large eyes coupled with her graceful figure accentuated by the police uniform, exuded an air of heroism. In Sufong's memory, such a refined beauty ought not to inhabit the outer city. As long as you join the defense team, there is no need to fear Lord Ma or Dog King. With my word, even the most formidable of foes will comply. Upon regaining his senses, Sufong could still hear Mu Binger speaking passionately. It was hard to fathom that such an efficient goddess could be so loquacious. Are you implying that you wish for me to join the defense team? After a moment's pause, Sufong realized that Mu Binger was indeed soliciting him. Exactly. I am well aware of your formidable prowess. However, against Lord Ma's numerous subordinates, even your strength would be insufficient to evade their scrutiny, especially considering that Lord Ma himself is a level 3 ability user. To stand against someone like Lord Ma, joining the defense team is your only viable path. Noticing Sufong's growing interest, Mu Binger continued with fervor. Yet, her words were met only with Sufong's derisive laughter. With the current state of the defense team, who doesn't he know that the Outer City's defense team merely cleans up the battlefield after each blood night and assists the wealthy in the inner city in locating their lost pets? You hardly possess the qualifications to challenge Lord Ma. You are correct. The current defense team indeed cannot compare to Lord Ma's influence. To Sufong's surprise, Mu Binger did not display any hint of embarrassment at his mockery. Instead, she openly acknowledged the shortcomings of the defense team. Subsequently, she extended another olive branch. However, once you join the defense team, I assure you that Lord Ma's men will not dare to lay a finger on you. Skepticism filled Sufong's heart regarding Mu Binger's assurances. After all, in the outer city, Lord Ma was an unchallenged authority, although not singularly dominant. He undeniably constituted the foremost power. Sensing Sufong's doubt, Mu Binger radiated confidence. As long as I am present, no one would dare to harm a hair on your head. Mu Binger exuded a confidence that seemed to emanate from within, rather than a blind arrogance, prompting Sufong to begin questioning her identity. The young girl, upon learning that her opponent was the formidable Ma Wanya, displayed not a hint of panic, but rather an air of disdain. Mu Binger hailed from the inner city, which was the only possibility Sufong could conceive. Yet, how could such a beauty from the inner city find herself in the outer district, and moreover, join the defense team? The reasons behind this were truly perplexing. But Sufong was almost certain of her origins. No matter how much power Ma Wanya wielded in the outer district, he would have to bow his head before anyone from the inner city, even if they were merely a lowly janitor. To harm someone from the inner city would be tantamount to challenging the dignity of the elite, and it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. How about this? As long as you become a member of the defense team, I assure your safety. Observing Sufong lost in thought, Mu Binger realized that he was intrigued and promptly extended her invitation once more. Having already surmised her identity, Sufong had no intention of declining. Joining the defense team would not only provide him with a strong ally, but also allow him to forge a connection with this young lady from the inner city, truly a double boon. From today onward, shall I be your subordinate? Sufong asked with a hint of skepticism. How can you say that? You are my savior, from now on. We are teammates. Upon receiving Sufong's affirmative response, Mu Binger instantly beamed with a radiant smile. Report to the defense team tomorrow. With that, she left Sufong, who was left in the alley with a myriad of complex emotions, and skipped away cheerfully. In Mu Binger, he perceived a purity and innocence that seemed foreign to the outer district. Only someone who had lived in the inner city, untouched by hunger and death, could maintain such innocence in a post-apocalyptic world. It appeared she was a young lady from the inner city, coming to the outer district to experience life and to hone her skills within the defense team. In truth, Sufong had underestimated Mu Binger's identity. The defense team was essentially an extension of her family. The Mu family, of which she was a part, was a prominent clan even within the inner city. Sufong could hardly fathom that the wheels of fate had begun to turn at this very moment. Upon returning home, Sufong relayed this news to Suyu. He had anticipated that she would be thrilled, considering the defense team was affiliated with the inner city's influence, even if he would only be a low-ranking employee, essentially a civil servant. However, when Suyu learned that the one recruiting Sufong was likely a young lady from the inner city, she immediately puckered her lips in displeasure. Auntie, from now on, we will have powerful backing. Why are you not happy? Sufong exclaimed. Backing is one thing, but we must not get too close to that girl named Mu Binger. Observing Suyu's discontent, Sufong finally realized that his aunt was feeling jealous. Although they were not related by blood, he regarded her as his only family. Whether as the original Sufong or the one who had traversed into this world, he harbored no romantic feelings towards Suyu. After briefly soothing the budding young girl, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing the mountain of provisions accumulated in the house, he realized they would not have to worry about food for the next 2 months. However, there was simply too much. and Sufong would invariably return from each outing with an assortment of peculiar supplies. It was imperative to find a new residence to manage these items promptly. After dinner, Sufong began instructing Suyu on the art of combat. Even though Suyu had awakened as a supernatural being, he was resolute in not allowing her to partake in battles until she met the necessary requirements. Thus, the night that had driven Suyu to the brink finally came to an end. The following day, Sufong arrived as promised at the headquarters of the defense team, a dilapidated two-story villa. Glancing at the headquarters before him, he hesitated for a mere second before turning to leave. Chapter 16. The Defense Team. Brother Sufong, please don't go. The delicate voice sent a shiver down Sufong's spine, prompting him to turn and flee. However, in that fleeting moment, he was intercepted by Mu Binger, who had evidently been waiting for him, anticipating his reaction. In truth, when Mu Binger first arrived at the defense team headquarters, her reaction mirrored Sufong's. Had it not been for a spat with her father, she would have likely vacated the outer district. It was her stubbornness, driven by a desire to win a wager with her father, that compelled her to remain. Consequently, she needed to persuade Sufong to stay, as he would serve as her inaugural ally. Sufong initially intended to refuse her, but upon hearing her plaintive pleadings and observing the resolute glimmer in her eyes, he hesitated. Although he was uncertain why, he could sense her grievances and reluctance. Considering her status as a young lady from the inner district, he promptly resolved to extort a favor from her. After a brief contemplation, he feigned a troubled expression and spoke. Miss Mu, I truly wish to assist you. However, I fail to see any promising future in this defense team, and it hardly seems capable of contending with the Duke of Horses. With my abilities, while I may not stand a chance against him, I could certainly find a way to hide. Admittedly, Sufong's acting was rather lacking, particularly as he cast furtive glances at her while feigning distress. It was evident to anyone that he was merely performing. His clumsy theatrics left Mu Bingo speechless, shattering the enigmatic image he had cultivated as a formidable expert. Speak your mind. What do you desire? Though Sufong aimed to extract a concession from her, Mu Binger's forthrightness left him momentarily at a loss for demands. His gaze fell once more on the dilapidated defense team headquarters, and he promptly requested a proper dwelling. A house? Is it truly that simple? Mu Bingo was taken aback by his request. Leave it to me. You can move in tonight, or rather, right now. Fearing that Sufong might propose additional demands, she swiftly acquiesced. It must be noted that Mu Binger possessed considerable capability. Within half an hour, she resolved the issue that had plagued Sufong for an entire day. The residence she secured was adjacent to the inner district city wall, which, in essence, also served as a safeguard for these homes, making it arguably the safest location in the outer district. The house boasted a fence that could deter most weaker beasts, and the courtyard could be equipped with traps. Undoubtedly, the abode Mu Bingo had procured for him was the most secure place within the outer district. If there was a singular drawback, it was that it was situated next to another house, the owner of which was none other than Mu Binger herself. One could only wonder what she was thinking in choosing to place him in such proximity to her residence. Although Sufong merely sought to utilize her to balance against the Duke of Horses and infiltrate the inner district, living next to his employer would mean being on call at all hours, akin to a perpetual shift. Nevertheless, the merits of the arrangement far outweighed its singular flaw. Sufong was quite pleased with the accommodation. However, Suyu, standing nearby, appeared somewhat disgruntled, her gaze towards Mu Binger rife with animosity. Mu Binger, on the contrary, exhibited an unusual fondness for the young girl. Upon their first encounter, she embraced Suyu, incessantly tousling her hair, wholly disregarding the latter's protests. Poor Suyu found herself forcibly ensconced within Mu Binger's embrace, acutely aware of the disparity between the innocence of youth and the allure of maturity. The two women engaged in playful banter, leaving the task of organizing their new home to Sufong. Under Mu Binger's incredulous gaze, Sufong's gathered supplies once again filled their new abode, leaving only 2 rooms for his own habitation. Accepting Mu Binger's assistance inevitably meant he would have to toil for her, after the rare occasion of settling into their new residence. Before Sufong could even catch his breath, Mu Binger whisked him away to the headquarters of the defense team. Everyone, this is our new companion, Sufong. A level 2 ability user, she proclaimed. A level 2 ability user is undoubtedly among the elite forces in the outer districts. Currently, Mu Binger stood as the sole level 2 ability user within the entire defense team. However, Sufong's arrival did not elicit a warm reception from the defense personnel. He even discerned impatience etched upon certain faces. Even if they were not welcoming, one would expect them to extend some courtesy to Mu Binger. Such overt disdain seemed to suggest that they did not regard her highly either. Mu Binger appeared accustomed to this, simply instructing the team members to carry out their patrol duties before leading Sufong to her office. Inside the office, Mu Binger displayed her first signs of fatigue. And at that moment, Sufong realized that her previously carefree demeanor had merely been a fade. I have a question, she declared, slumping into her chair. Devoid of any reaction. You could undoubtedly live comfortably in the inner city. Why come to the defense team in the outer city? Mu Bingo was not taken aback by Sufong's ability to deduce her identity. In truth, the captain of the defense team in the outer districts had always been a person from the inner city. However, at some point, this position had become a platform for the offspring of the affluent to hone their skills. It is worth noting that these privileged individuals had long enjoyed a carefree life in the inner city, making them ill-equipped to compete with mercenaries who lived on the edge. Over the past several months, not a single privileged heir had managed to endure a month in the outer districts. As time passed, the defense team gradually lost its deterrent effect, becoming a mere shadow of its former self. Mu Bing's presence here was all due to a wager with her father. She did not elaborate much to Sufong, merely expressing her desire to become self-sufficient. Sufong had heard similar tales before, but did not expect to encounter one himself. So, how do you intend to restore order in the outer city? He inquired. Sufong did not harbor resentment towards the young lady's endeavor for self-reliance. At the very least, Mu Binger was not idly squandering her days like other signs of wealth. In response, Mu Binger had no clear direction. Yet she understood that to confront the multitude of mercenary groups in the outer districts, she needed her own power, which was why she had relied on Sufong. Upon hearing Mu Binger's words, Sufong suddenly thought of Brother Hu and his companion. Both were level 1 ability users and had previously served under the formidable Ma Wangye, making them formidable allies. As he presented his ideas, Mu Bingo hesitated. In her eyes, mercenaries were merely ruthless outlaws, driven by profit and untrustworthy. As a leader, one should not focus on a person's character but rather their value. Under Mu Bingo's puzzled gaze, Sufong continued to elucidate. In this world, no one is flawless. As long as a person's value compensates for their shortcomings, they possess merit. You are not marrying them. So why concern yourself with their character? Sufong's words left Mu Binger in a trance. She had heard similar sentiments echoed by her father. Chapter 17. Secondary Ability User, and what of you? Did you join the Defense Corps for its intrinsic value? To me, the only asset of the Defense Corps lies in your identity. You serve as the stepping stone for my entry into the inner city. Sufong candidly articulated his intentions. Rather than inciting Mu Binger's disdain, his words elicited a melodious laughter from her. At this moment, she recalled her father's prior counsel. When seeking subordinates, one must avoid those who appear utterly flawless. No one is perfect. It is impossible for anyone to be devoid of desires. The sole reason he refrains from articulating his demands is that his ambitions are shrouded in secrecy. If you can assist me in my endeavor to rectify the outer city, I can not only secure entry for you and your sister into the inner city, but also ensure you experience the finest life therein. Sufong's objectives were clear and aligned with her perceptions of the ordinary inhabitants of the outer city. With the Mu family's capabilities, such matters were hardly insurmountable. With the young lady's assurance in hand, Sufong officially pledged his allegiance to Mu Binger. However, he could not have anticipated that she would immediately assign him an almost insurmountable task. Your first assignment is to elevate yourself to a level 3 ability user by the next Blood Night. Level 3 ability user? I am entirely unaware of how to elevate the ranks of an ability user. Level 3 ability user? Sufong was perplexed. Having only recently accepted Mu Binger's introduction of herself as a level 2 ability user without fully grasping the implications. How did you attain the status of a level 2 ability user? Mu Binger regarded Sufong with a look of skepticism. Yet, the subsequent inquiry he posed left her utterly flabbergasted. What constitutes a level 2 ability user? The man before her clearly possessed formidable strength. Yet he remained oblivious to the classification of his own abilities. Observing Sufong's bewildered expression, Mu Bingo eventually convinced herself that perhaps the strong in the outer city were indifferent to such particulars. To become a level 1 ability user, one must consume a level 1 crystal core. Consuming a level 2 crystal core to acquire a second ability qualifies one as a level 2 ability user. Following this logic, consuming a level 3 crystal core to gain a third ability renders one a level 3 ability user, and so forth. A level 2 crystal core? This was the first time Sufong learned of the existence of such a core, and he was entirely ignorant of how to procure it. According to this explanation, he had only consumed a single crystal core yet acquired 2 abilities, which evidently diverged from the typical progression of an ability user. One must inject energy into 3 level 1 crystal cores, merging them into a single level 2 crystal core. The same applies to the level 3 crystal core. Through Mu Binger's meticulous elucidation, he finally grasped a modicum of understanding regarding the advancement process of ability users. Concurrently, he became aware of the peculiarities surrounding his own abilities. At this moment, Sufong possessed 2 abilities of distinct attributes, which should classify him as a level 2 ability user, yet he had merely consumed one crystal core. It appeared that upon traversing into this world, aside from enhancing his monster-slaying drop rates, he had also unwittingly acquired a double reward mechanism. No wonder that each time he vanquishes a monstrous beast, he is rewarded with an abundance of soul crystals and cores. It turns out not only has the drop rate increased, but the rewards have also doubled. The thought of acquiring 2 abilities each time he devours a core made him chuckle uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Mu Binger was startled by his somewhat sinister laughter. Not laughing. You're lying. You were clearly chuckling just now. I just thought of something delightful. What delightful thing? During the next Blood Night, I guarantee I will advance to a level 3 ability user. Faced with Mu Binger's probing inquiries, he had no choice but to divert the conversation. Sure enough, upon hearing Sufong's assurance, Mu Binger immediately broke into a bright smile. I'll go fetch those 2 mercenaries. Without waiting for Mu Binger to continue her questioning, Sufong seized the opportunity to excuse himself from the defense team headquarters. In truth, he did not seek out Tiger and his companion in the Villa District. Knowing the method to ascend to a level 2 ability user, he promptly returned home to experiment. Under Suyu's puzzled gaze, Sufong retrieved the core he had just hidden and attempted to infuse energy into the 3 cores, striving to merge them into a level 2 core. Evidently, under Mu Binger's nonchalant demeanor, he had underestimated the difficulty of fusing the level 2 core. As he felt the energy within him being gradually siphoned by the 3 crystals before him, there were no signs of fusion. Just as he contemplated giving up, he discovered that he could not halt the process. The 3 cores ravenously consumed his energy like insatiable infants. As he sensed his energy being depleted and the brink of unconsciousness approaching, the 3 cores finally exhibited a change. In his fading vision, the 3 cores at last fused into a single, larger core. Time became an enigma, and when Sufong regained consciousness, he found himself lying in bed, cradling the slumbering Suyu. Instinctively, he wished to push his aunt away, but reconsidered, knowing she must have cared for him for quite some time. His raised hand softened immediately, gently extricating his right hand, which had served as a pillow. He tenderly carried Suyu back to her room before quietly returning to the hall. Wooden-headed, one day I will conquer you. Sufong failed to notice that as he exited the room, the once sleeping Suyu had awakened, her lively eyes darting about, contemplating some mischievous scheme. In the hall, Sufong gazed skeptically at the level 2 core in his hand. This apple-sized object, surely, it cannot be meant for me to consume as is? The fused level 2 core had indeed taken on the size of an apple while retaining the hardness characteristic of a core, rendering it utterly unmanageable for him. Nevertheless, in pursuit of ascending to a level 2 ability user, Sufong resolved to attempt to fit the apple-sized core into his mouth. Surprisingly, his brute force proved effective, though it nearly choked him. As the crystal was swallowed, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. Moments later, Sufong felt as if he were enveloped in a tempest, every inch of his skin being sliced by razor-sharp winds. Yet, the more excruciating torment stemmed from the chilling cold within, an icy sensation that could not be dispelled. The agony he experienced at this moment surpassed the previous anguish of consuming a primary crystal core tenfold. His consciousness gradually blurred amidst the overwhelming pain. Although he was unaware of the precise process of ascending to his secondary ability user, the loss of consciousness was undoubtedly a grave omen. Enduring the suffering, he traversed the longest 10 minutes of his life. At last, the pain within him transformed into energy, integrating seamlessly with his being. When Sufong awakened once more, he immediately sensed the profound changes within his body, for distinct energies coursed through him. In addition to the searing flames and the ferocious thunder, there were also the tempestuous winds and the chilling black water. Sufong had now mastered 2 new abilities, Wind Manipulation and Shadow Veil. Chapter 18. The new ability, Shadow Veil. This was precisely the extraordinary power of shadows that had enabled the Shadow to become a legendary assassin in the outer districts. Sufong never anticipated that upon becoming a level 2 psychic, he would acquire this same ability. Was he destined to tread the path of an assassin? Soon. Sufong dismissed this notion. He was not the type to patiently lie in wait for an entire day and night. Even if he did not pursue a career as an assassin, the Shadow Veil ability held substantial practical value in combat. On the other hand, the Wind Mastery ability was somewhat disappointing to Sufong. As its name suggests, Wind Mastery allowed him to manipulate the power of wind elements. Yet it appeared to lack any remarkable features. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that one should not be overly demanding. Being able to traverse the heavens and the earth was already a considerable achievement. After a wry smile, he could only console himself with such thoughts. Although the abilities he had acquired were not those that could directly enhance his combat power, the energy within him was evidently several times greater than before. Even his previously unremarkable techniques now rivaled his signature move, the Flame Emperor. having ascended to the rank of a level 2 psychic. Sufong was eager to test his newfound strength, and Brother Tiger and his companion were the ideal practice targets. Under the cover of night, Sufong donned a black outfit and made his way to the villa they had previously visited, only to find no trace of Brother Tiger and his associate. Had they left? Or had they been eliminated by someone sent by the King of Horses? Sufong was indifferent to the fate of the two. He merely felt a tinge of regret at the loss of their fighting prowess. Just as he was about to depart, a familiar voice wafted through the air from an unknown source. Is Brother Tiger one of the King of Horses' men? From this distance, how can I see clearly? The figure was clad in black, suggesting they were no ordinary person. Sufong scanned his surroundings, but found no signs of Brother Tiger and his companion. In that moment, he realized that their voices were carried to him by the wind. It appeared that the true power of wind mastery did not lie in combat, but rather in the art of gathering intelligence. Following the sound of their voices, Sufong managed to approach them silently, undetected by anyone. Wind mastery seemingly rendered his movements light and elusive, just as he intended to test his abilities. A sudden gust of force rushed towards him. Brother Tiger was no fool, despite the limitations of his newfound ability. He was a seasoned mercenary and quickly sensed someone behind him. Faced with the unexpected attack, Sufong reacted with a smile rather than anger. He instantly activated his new ability, Shadow Veil. In an instant, he melded into the shadows, vanishing before Brother Tiger and his companion. Shadows? Brother Tiger and his associate were well aware of the capabilities of Shadow Veil. Just 2 days prior, they had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Shadow. Could it be that the Shadow had not perished? Li Jun trembled in fear, his legs shaking. It was crucial to note that the night was deep, with shadows lurking everywhere. Utilizing the power of Shadow Veil, the Shadow could easily come and go without a trace, making it an ideal battleground. Impossible. We witnessed him die at Sufong's hands, reduced to ashes. How could he possibly survive? Brother Hu shook his head repeatedly, uncertain whether he truly believed in Sufong's abilities or if he was merely comforting himself in this manner. Regardless of whether the opponent was a shadow, their mastery of stealth made it impossible for the two to be adversaries. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Hu turned and sprinted towards the brightly lit outskirts of the city. Knowing that only in such illuminated areas could they restrain the Shadow's capabilities. It was precisely this advantage that had allowed them to engage the Shadow for so long. The two men unleashed a chaotic barrage of attacks to repel their ever-prepared adversary, pouring every ounce of strength into their escape. However, the opponent was not one to let them off easily. A fireball erupted from the shadow beneath them, hurtling toward the pair. A level 2 Esper? This was not merely a shadow. Though they managed to evade the attack, the explosive shockwave halted their progress. Almost simultaneously, another fireball shot forth, forcing the two to flee in a frenzy. As they dodged, they lamented their misfortune, finding themselves repeatedly entangled with level 2 Espers. How many more trump cards did the Horse King possess? Brother Hu initially assumed the opponent was sent by the Horse King, unaware that Sufong, nestled within the shadow, was reveling in the exhilaration of his newfound abilities. To infiltrate the shadows felt akin to swimming. As time passed, it began to induce a sense of suffocation. During his inaugural use of stealth, Sufong could not remain hidden for long. When he finally leaped from the shadows, Brother Hu and his companion did not spare him a glance, focusing solely on their escape. To avoid prematurely revealing himself, Sufong refrained from deploying his lightning abilities to pursue them. Left with no other option, he condensed flames at his fingertips, transforming his hands into twin guns, and unleashed a relentless barrage toward their retreating figures. It was not until they vanished from his sight that Sufong endeavored to explore his psychic abilities once more. Manipulating the wind, he ascended into the night sky, soaring through the darkness. Fortunately, the hour was late, and his dark attire allowed him to blend seamlessly into the inky blackness, preventing discovery. Moments later, Sufong finally spotted Brother Hu and his companion on a shadowy path. Once again, he summoned small fireballs at his fingertips, firing them like bullets in their direction. Curse it, a level 3 Esper. Not only could this opponent manipulate shadows and soar through the air, but they also wielded fireballs. Who else but a level 3 Esper could master such diverse abilities? Yet, Brother Hu and his companion could not fathom when they had offended a level 3 Esper. Was it truly the Horse King who had sent him? Setting aside the fact that the Horse King himself was merely a level 3 Esper, could he command another of the same caliber? Even if he could, was it necessary to deploy a level 3 Esper against 2 insignificant minions? It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As they fled, the two men critiqued their situation, oblivious to the fact that dealing with a level 3 Esper truly required such effort. Exhausted, Li Jun finally gasped. I can't run any longer. Go ahead and kill me. Tiger had initially intended to flee alongside his subordinates, only to find that the supernatural being hovering above had inexplicably paused, seemingly waiting for them to resume their flight before launching an attack. They were being toyed with. Realizing the adversary's intentions, Tiger's pride erupted in indignation. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. An overwhelming force transformed Tiger into an enormous tiger, with a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Under the surprised gaze of Sufong, Tiger soared toward him, wings unfurled. Quite intriguing. Sufong had not anticipated that his desire to merely test his new abilities would inadvertently draw forth Tiger's latent potential. Faced with Tiger's first proactive assault, he resolved to teach him a lesson which would facilitate his future control over the two of them. Chapter 19. Recruitment. The formidable figure of Tiger Brother streaked across the night sky, leaving a trail of white in his wake, his speed astonishing even to Sufong. Not long ago, during their battle with the shadows, Tiger Brother's swiftness had merely allowed him to be toyed with by his opponents. Yet now, having ascended to the rank of a level 2 ability user, Sufong, bolstered by the winds, found his senses sharpened and his speed markedly enhanced. In the fleeting moment when Tiger Brother lunged at him, Sufong effortlessly sidestepped the charged strike. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the bone dagger from his back and struck it towards Tiger Brother with the flat of the blade. A mere flick of his wrist conjured a fierce gust, effortlessly toppling the airborne Tiger Brother. This simple maneuver starkly illustrated the chasm between the two, instantly shattering the last vestige of arrogance within Tiger Brother's heart. In this apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Dying at the hands of a level 3 ability user was hardly a disgrace. The two men sat despondently on the ground, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Observing the despair etched on their faces, Sufong recognized that the time had come to fully reclaim them. Gliding through the air, he descended with an air of celestial grace, removing the mask from his face amidst the terrified gazes of Tiger Brother and his companion. "It's you." The incredulity in their voices was palpable. Li Jun, consumed by an unprecedented fury, raised his firearm and fired a shot at Sufong. However, such an attack posed no threat to Sufong now. With a mere tilt of his head, he evaded the bullet. Realizing the futility of further aggression, Li Jun refrained from pressing the assault. Deep down, he understood that the disparity between himself and Sufong was akin to that of a firefly against a vast constellation. That single shot was merely a release of pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Tiger Brother quaked in fear, shaken by Li Jun's reckless act. In just 2 short days, Sufong's power had grown immensely, and with his mastery of the shadow's stealth, eliminating the two would be as effortless as squashing ants. Fortunately, Sufong had never intended to kill them. He dismissed Li Jun's attack with indifference. "The reason I have come to confront you tonight is primarily to assess your capabilities." "Assess us?" The two men were bewildered. A level 3 ability user seeking to evaluate their strength. Did he wish to see if they possessed an indomitable spirit? Noticing their confusion, Sufong proceeded to clarify his intentions, explaining Mu Binger's identity and her affiliation with the defense team. Li Jun's reaction to Mu Binger's identity mirrored Sufong's earlier sentiments. To an ordinary person, it seemed utterly bizarre for a young lady from the affluent inner city to find herself amidst the chaos of the outer districts. However, Tiger Brother had some familiarity with the traditions of the defense team. As for joining the defense team, that notion had never crossed his mind. The idea of transforming 2 mercenaries, notorious in the outer districts for their tyranny, into members of the defense team struck him as ludicrous. Sufong was not surprised by Tiger Brother's rejection. He had anticipated the need for an alternative approach. "I regard you highly, which is why I address you as Tiger Brother. If I had intended to kill you, you would already be lifeless." To this, Tiger Brother could not dispute. "Thus, I am not inviting you to join the defense team. I am commanding you." The abrupt shift in Sufong's demeanor caught Hugo and his companion off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. "I shall grant you the night to ponder. Report to the defense force tomorrow. The location is known to you both." With that, Sufong glided away, vanishing into the night sky, leaving the duo to sit in a daze on the ground. "Hugo, does Sufong mean for us to join the defense force?" After several minutes of silence, Li Jun finally emerged from his shock. Hugo furrowed his brow, seemingly still contemplating Sufong's directive. "Are we truly to join the defense force?" Hugo could only manage a wry smile. "Do we possess the authority to refuse?" As Sufong stated, this is not an invitation, but a command. Transitioning from mercenaries to the defense force felt akin to transforming from a thief into a policeman, a bizarre experience indeed, difficult to accept. The two men spent a restless night, filled with apprehension. The following day, upon arriving at the defense force headquarters, a familiar scene unfolded. After a brief moment of hesitation, they resolutely turned to leave. As residents of the outer district, Hugo was well aware of the defense force's decline. Yet, a privileged scion from the inner district would assume the captaincy each month, suggesting it could not be too dire. However, upon witnessing the state of the headquarters, Hugo could scarcely believe his eyes. It was in such disrepair that it barely surpassed the most rudimentary of mercenary gathering spots. Since we are here, shall we not take a look inside? A familiar voice startled them into halting their steps. Sufong had been curious whether Hugo and his companion would react similarly to how he had upon seeing such a headquarters. As anticipated, they mirrored his decision. Just like Mu Bing'er before, Sufong appeared to intercept them. Faced with Sufong, the two men dared not utter a word of dissent, trailing behind him like schoolboys. Upon entering the Defense Force Hall, a number of disheartened members were gathered there under Mu Bing'er's insistence. Observing the lackluster Defense Force personnel, Hugo and his companion finally comprehended the reasons behind its decline. This assembly of ineptitude could hardly be compared to the ruthless mercenary bands. Following a reluctant and brief welcome, the members scattered once more, some engaging in idle chatter while others succumbed to slumber, entirely indifferent to the tasks Mu Bing'er had assigned. The notion of collective guilt was palpable. Unless Mu Bing'er could eliminate them all, she had no choice but to tolerate their presence. In her office, Mu Bing'er regarded the two men before her, particularly noting the conspicuous absence of one left hand. Are you certain you wish to join the Defense Force? Despite her initial reluctance toward mercenaries, she ultimately acquiesced to Sufong's proposal, feeling unable to refuse him. The ideal outcome would have been for the two men to voluntarily withdraw, thereby sparing her from leaving a negative impression on Sufong. Unfortunately, Mu Bing'er remained oblivious to the fact that Hugo and his companion had only arrived here under Sufong's coercion. As they reluctantly nodded in agreement, an uncanny silence enveloped the trio. Miss Mu, with two more under your command, feel free to share any grand plans you may have. Fortunately, Sufong broke the silence. Otherwise, the three of them might have remained in a state of mute astonishment. A grand plan? Just the three of you? Observing the trio before her, Mu Bing'er could not help but reveal a wry smile. The three of us can stand against everyone outside. In response, Mu Bing'er found herself at a loss for words. To properly manage the outer district, one must first recognize their own strengths. Strengths? Aside from my identity as a young lady from the inner district, I am hardly their equal. She was somewhat aware of her limitations. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Sufong intended to leverage what she perceived as her sole advantage. Since you are aware of your strengths, you must learn to capitalize on your status as a young lady from the inner district. Chapter 20. Establishing authority through violence. What does it mean? Not only Mu Bing'er, but even the two of them, Brother Hu and Sufong, could not comprehend the implications of Sufong's words. The identity of a young lady from the inner city alone suffices to allow one to roam freely in the outer districts. I did not come to the outer districts to become such a debauched scion. Miss Mu, you have misunderstood my intentions, Sufong quickly clarified, realizing the misunderstanding. Why does the utterly ineffective defense team continue to exist? Because this place serves as a gilded sanctuary for the offspring of the inner city's elite. Simply surviving a month in the outer districts, even without any notable achievements, grants one the opportunity to boast in the inner city. Upon reflection, Mu Bing'er found that this indeed seemed to be the case. Those who returned from the defense team had boasted about their experiences before their peers, which had motivated her to wager with her father. Most importantly, why would these families trust their children in the outer districts? Now, not only Mu Bing'er but also Brother Hu were captivated by the conversation. It is because even the mercenaries, those desperate souls, dare not lay a finger on the residents of the inner city. To exaggerate, even if you were to storm into the residence of the King of Horses, he would not dare to harm you in the slightest. If that were true, then why were previous attempts to rectify the mercenaries in the outer districts unsuccessful? Though Sufong's reasoning held some merit, Mu Bing'er remained skeptical. The answer is simple, because they lack capable subordinates. At this point, Sufong pointedly gestured towards Mu Bing'er. Your status may ensure your safety, but what of your subordinates? Those mercenaries will kill at will, thus you cannot command the defense team outside. Even if you were to dismiss them, it is still preferable to being slain by mercenaries. Neither Mu Bing'er nor Brother Hu had considered this aspect. And you are fortunate now, for there are three of us, unafraid of death, willing to serve you. It was evident that the us referred to Sufong, while unafraid of death pertained to Brother Hu and Li Jun unafraid of death. Us. Brother Hu could no longer contain himself and nearly leaped up. Apologies. We are indeed terrified of death. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped from the King of Horses. Mu Bing'er glanced at the two, then turned her gaze back to Sufong. Although she said nothing, the meaning in her eyes was unmistakable. Is this the person you recommended? Two who dare to betray the King of Horses. Two who are destined to be hunted by him? If you truly fear death, then the defense team would be your last refuge. Brother Hu and his companion were instantly rendered speechless, having no choice but to accept their fate. As for me, as long as you can ensure the safety of Suyu, I will serve you loyally. In the days spent in the outer districts, Mu Bing'er's confidence had taken a significant hit. Today, Sufong's words for the first time made her feel that she might have a chance to win her wager against her father. In truth, there was another reason Sufong had not disclosed. When the offspring of the inner city's elite venture into the outer districts, do they truly do so alone? Perhaps Mu Binghur herself was unaware that a mysterious figure had been watching over her safety all along. In fact, Sufong had not known about this matter previously either. Upon awakening a newfound ability, his senses significantly surpassed their previous capabilities, allowing him to finally notice that a guardian had been watching over Mu Binghur within a 100-meter radius. Unfortunately, the guardian's strength was at least that of a third-tier ability user, leaving Sufong unable to discern their true identity. His words to Mu Binghur served not only as encouragement, but also aimed to draw out the protector lurking behind her. Indeed, spurred by Sufong's support, Mu Binghur became increasingly proactive. Sufong, please escort them to rest. Tomorrow, we shall officially assign you tasks. After sending Sufong and his companions away, Mu Binghur listed her previous plans in a notebook, contemplating where to commence her efforts in reforming the outer district. Soon, her gaze settled upon a straightforward name, the Falling Phoenix Mercenary Corps. This group, albeit renowned within the outer district, was not celebrated for its prowess, but rather for its scarcity in numbers. Despite being labeled a mercenary corps, it comprised merely 5 individuals. Each member possessed the strength of a second-tier ability user, with the elder, Lu Dalu, being one of the few third-tier users in the outer district. However, with the right opportunities, they could be systematically dismantled, rendering the Falling Phoenix Mercenary Corps surprisingly manageable. A moment later, Mu Binghur focused on one particular man, Lu Jiafu. A figure of notoriety in the outer district, he was known for preying on the weak and indulging in arson, murder, and pillaging. His most detestable trait was his lecherous nature. He would relentlessly pursue any attractive woman he encountered. Lu Jiafu had long been a blight on the outer district, shielded by Lu Dalu, making it nearly impossible for the defense team to act against him. It shall be him. It seemed that Lu Jiafu's misfortune was that he was not alone in his vile behavior, yet he was the most audacious among them. With a sense of anticipation, she passed the night. The following day, when Mu Binghur shared her thoughts with Sufong, she was met with his disapproval. We need not capture this man? If we neglect to apprehend such a villain, how can our defense team establish authority in the outer district? Mu Binghur felt somewhat dissatisfied with Sufong's rejection of her decision. To establish authority, we should eliminate him outright. Sufong's response left her and her companions taken aback. While killing within the outer district was not uncommon, the individual in question was a second-tier ability user and had garnered some notoriety among mercenaries. To simply dispose of him might provoke the mercenary community's ire. Provoking them? I never intended to back down. Sufong brushed aside the concerns of Tiger and his companion with a single statement. The conclusion of this game is singular, to ensure that all these mercenary corps submit entirely. Sufong's confidence radiated as though he were the true noble emerging from the inner district. With the realization of his advantages, he brimmed with self-assurance. Convinced that given enough time, he would undoubtedly ascend to become an ability user of unparalleled stature. With Mu Binghur's status in mind, he was confident he could bring these mercenaries under complete control. He had observed carefully the day before and confirmed that Mu Binghur was protected by a formidable expert. For a fleeting moment, he even considered placing her in danger to force the master's hand. However, such a scheme would inevitably provoke the expert's wrath. So he ultimately abandoned the idea. As for why he insisted on eliminating Lu Jiafu, it was all about making a statement. This was the defense team's first operation, and merely capturing the target would hardly command respect. Lu Jiafu had to die, and in the most dramatic, conspicuous manner possible. He wanted every mercenary to know the defense team had returned. Chapter 21. The auction in the tumultuous times. Strict measures must be enforced. After Sufong's elaborate explanation, Mu Binghur found herself relishing the sensation of a grand entrance. Since she had resolved to rectify the outer districts, there was no reason to be timid. Poor Tiger and his companion were trembling in fear. After all, Lu Jiafu was a level 2 ability user, and with level 3 ability user Lu Feng providing support. Eliminating an enemy was no trivial task. Rest assured, Lu Jiafu is quite the lecher. As long as we catch him alone, eliminating him should not pose much difficulty. While it may indeed be easy to dispose of Lu Jiafu, Lu Feng is no trifling adversary. Rumor has it that his prowess rivals even that of the formidable Wang Yi. This was the source of Tiger's greatest concern. Despite Sufong showcasing formidable strength, he still perceived a gap between himself and Wang Yi. As a peer of Wang Yi, how could Lu Feng be anything but formidable? Fear not. As long as we remain by Miss Mu's side, our safety is assured. It all depends on whether you dares to provoke a lady of the inner district. At this, Tiger and his companion finally grasped Sufong's intention to fully leverage Miss Mu's status. As long as the mercenary group refrains from completely offending Miss Mu, They would never strike with lethal intent. Yet, what if some individuals were to truly lose their wits, regardless of their noble status in the inner district? Li Jun still harbored some concerns. To reassure the duo, Sufong shared his discoveries. A master? The two remained skeptical of Sufong's revelation. After spending 2 days together, they had failed to detect any trace of such a master. Perhaps this master is even more formidable than you can imagine. A level 4 ability user? At once, they understood Sufong's implication. A level 4 ability user? A name that had never surfaced in the outer district. This was no mere figment of imagination. It was said that even in the inner district, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Are you certain? If a level 4 ability user truly exists, he would undoubtedly roam the outer district with impunity. Sufong nodded with unwavering certainty. At this, the two finally felt reassured and began to investigate Lu Jiafu's whereabouts as per Sufong's instructions. In truth, Sufong was convinced that a guardian was present near Mu Binger, possessing immense strength, though whether they were a level 4 ability user remained uncertain. After conducting their investigation, Tiger and his companions successfully traced Lu Jiafu's movements. The man lived up to his reputation. Whenever unencumbered by tasks, he indulged in carnal pleasures. On one particularly outrageous day, at least 4 women entered and exited his home without ever leaving his premises. As Mu Binger listened to Li Jun's report, her expression grew increasingly disdainful. Indeed, individuals of this ilk ought to be eliminated without hesitation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the moral compass of humanity had been shattered countless times under the threat of survival, with even members of Miss Mu's family displaying similar traits. Mu Binger's aversion to someone like Lu Jiafu stemmed from her innate feminine instincts. After thorough deliberation, Sufong scheduled the hunt for 2 days hence at the auction. As for the manner of execution, it was imperative to have a legitimate cause for action. On this particular day, Lu Jiafu had developed a habit of frequenting the auction house to select a woman of his liking to take home. Naturally, those who caught his eye possessed a certain allure, and as per tradition, competition was inevitable. Over the past year, Lu Jiafu had been responsible for the deaths of no fewer than 10 individuals due to this practice. Sufong's plan was to position Li Jun as the catalyst for conflict. When Lu Jiafu could no longer restrain himself, Sufong would appear in the guise of a member of the defense team. Given the defense team's illustrious history, the opposing party would likely dismiss their presence, thus allowing Sufong to act with impunity and eliminate his target. Mu Binger and her companions were quite pleased with Sufong's scheme. 2 days later, under the guidance of Brother Hu, the 4 arrived at the auction house. Inside, a cacophony of people mingled in a manner that was unimaginable to the refined Mu Binger. Men and women unabashedly displayed their affection, with some even resorting to public debauchery, drawing the attention of onlookers. Having never encountered such scenes, Mu Binger quickly turned away, using Sufong's body to shield herself from the sordid spectacle. Fortunately, Brother Hu and his companion had wisely reserved a private room in advance, granting Mu Binger a moment to breathe and preventing her from fleeing. However, seeing Mu Binger's stern expression, Brother Hu and his friend hesitated to indulge in any revelry outside. Only Sufong remained engrossed in the tantalizing dance performances on the auction stage, eliciting Mu Binger's disapproval. "Lecher," she exclaimed, to which Sufong offered no rebuttal. Following an exhilarating dance, the auction finally commenced. The first items up for bid were relatively rare commodities, such as televisions, gaming consoles, and massage chairs. One might wonder why such luxuries existed in a post-apocalyptic world. The answer lay in the pursuit of enjoyment. In the outer districts, many led lives on the edge of survival, necessitating occasional indulgence. These items were primarily intended for the abilities users residing in the outer districts, while also serving as a final means to extract uncollected soul crystals after the exchange of goods, thus allowing the inner district to maintain control over the soul crystals. After the auction of basic commodities, the event transitioned to a segment that stirred the passions of countless men, the bidding for servants. Here, anyone possessing sufficient soul crystals could acquire the woman, or man, of their desires. As anticipated, the first servant presented sparked a wave of cheers from the crowd. Beneath her exquisite exterior lay a figure that commanded attention, instantly captivating all eyes. The bidding commenced at an astonishingly high price, reaching 30 soul crystals before anyone could react. It is noteworthy that 30 soul crystals could sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. Here, it merely secured a beauty. Though Brother Hu and his companion were visibly salivating, they could do nothing but watch under Mu Binger's watchful glare. Their objective was Lu Jiafu. As long as he refrained from acting, there was no need for them to attract attention. Oddly, despite the allure of such a beauty, Lu Jiafu did not intervene, which piqued Sufong's curiosity. Soon enough, the beauty was claimed by another for 40 soul crystals. Subsequently, a series of stunning beauties, each with their unique style, took the stage one after another. However, Lu Jiafu remained inactive, which increasingly perplexed the four observers. Could it be that Lu Jiafu had succumbed to debauchery and was now incapable of humane actions? Li Jun's suspicion drew the attention of the others. If that were indeed the case, their plans would be rendered futile. Surely, that could not be the situation. In response, Sufong could only speak vaguely. 100 soul crystals. While the four continued to ponder why Lu Jiafu had yet to make a move, his voice resonated from another private room. On the auction stage, the woman was merely presented, yet the host had not commenced, and Lu Jiafu had already placed his bid. It was not that he was ignorant of the rules. Rather, Lu Jiafu was proclaiming the claim of ownership over the woman in this manner. Chapter 22. The Auction. It is Lu Jiafu. It seems that this woman has lost all hope. Indeed, what a pity for such an exquisite woman to be squandered by this mad-ant. Lu Jiafu is a renowned patron at the auction, and when he sets his eyes on a woman, few can rival him. Even if someone were to outbid him at the auction, he would reclaim the woman elsewhere. His status as a level 2 ability user, coupled with the protection of level 3 ability user Lu Fong, renders Lu Jiafu an untouchable figure within the auction house. Upon hearing Lu Jiafu's voice, the staff displayed a wry smile of resignation. No one dared to place a bid for a woman chosen by Lu Jiafu. The usual outcome was that he would acquire her at the base price. It is worth noting that the woman in question is a stunning beauty from the inner city and is the highlight of today's event. What was expected to be a lucrative sale now lay in ruins due to Lu Jiafu's presence. The four companions of Sufong could not help but feel intrigued by the woman, especially given that Lu Jiafu, who had remained patient all night, was finally moved to act. One glance was enough to etch her nearly perfect image into their minds. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s. With a tall and voluptuous figure, graceful movements, flowing hair, and skin as radiant as jade, yet exuding an unusual cold beauty. She was truly stunning. Despite being subjected to the lewd gazes of so many men, her eyes remained serene, carrying a hint of frost, as if she could see through everything. It was an unforgettable first experience of infatuation for Sufong since arriving in this world. A woman so flawless, even within the inner city, would be considered a top-tier existence. Why was she present at an auction in the outer district? Though puzzled, Sufong had already resolved to seize this woman. Regardless of the competition, 100 soul crystals. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? As anticipated by the auction staff, even in the face of such beauty, no one dared to make a move. Life, after all, was deemed far more precious than allure. 100 soul crystals, going once. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Scanning the room, no hands were raised. 100 soul crystals, going twice. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? The staff cast pleading glances towards the various private booths, for only these patrons had the means to contend with Lu Jiafu. Unfortunately, the desired outcome eluded them. 100 soul crystals, third 120 soul crystals. Sufong's voice emerged like a beacon of hope, halting the staff's descending gavel. The entire auction hall fell silent, all heads turning towards the booth from whence the voice originated. Alas, to protect the privacy of the guests, the booths were fitted with one-way mirrors, rendering the occupants invisible from the outside. In another booth, Lu Jiafu's smile froze as he watched the beauty he was about to claim slip away from him. He nearly acted in haste, only to be restrained by his companion beside him, Lu Buping, one of the four from the Luo family. For a beauty of this caliber, it's only natural for someone to bid. You can simply outbid them to reclaim her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiafu finally calmed down. 130 soul crystals. 140 soul crystals. Before the auctioneer could even announce the bids, Sufong and Lu Jiafu were already locked in a fierce bidding war. Much to the delight of the auction staff. 150 soul crystals. 160 soul crystals. Inside the private booth, Lu Jiafu nearly roared as he shouted, 170 soul crystals. His wine glass had long been crushed in his grip, the red wine staining the floor beneath him. Seeing Lu Jiafu barely restraining his fury, on the verge of lashing out, Lu Buping beside him could only wear a helpless expression. Lu Jiafu's temper was infamous, not just in the auction house, but throughout the entire outer district. Tonight would likely be another sleepless night. 180 soul crystals. Unlike Lu Jiafu's rage, Sufong remained utterly composed. After all, he possessed an advantage. A single blood knight had already earned him over 500 soul crystals. If not for his desire to avoid drawing attention, he would have indulged in extravagance long ago. Don't expect me to pay for this. Though Mu Binger couldn't he care less about a mere few hundred soul crystals. The sight of Sufong splurging for another woman irritated her immensely. Sufong buying a woman, and with her money? Absolutely not. She had underestimated him. Knowing they were heading to the auction, Sufong had come prepared with ample funds. He had brought 300 soul crystals. He had assumed this would be enough to dominate the entire auction, but even he had underestimated the financial power of his competitors. 190 soul crystals. Lu Jiafu still refused to yield. 200 soul crystals. 205 soul crystals. 250 soul crystals. Everyone could hear the wavering in Lu Jiafu's voice. Deciding not to prolong the battle, Sufong decisively raised the bid to 250 soul crystals. As expected, when he abruptly escalated the price to 250, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. Even the auction staff hadn't anticipated that this woman would fetch such an exorbitant sum. 250 soul crystals, going once. 250 soul crystals, going twice. 250 soul crystals, sold. The crisp strike of the gavel declared that this exquisite woman now belonged to Sufong. From Lu Jiafu's booth came a muffled roar, followed by the sound of objects being violently shattered. The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Who was this man who had snatched the woman right from Lu Jiafu's grasp? Unfortunately, the one-way glass shielded them from satisfying their gossip-fueled intrigue. Just as everyone assumed the spectacle had ended, Sufong shattered the glass with a single punch, making an entrance no one could have predicted. Clad in the uniform of the defense squad, he leaped down from the second floor and strode onto the auction stage under the astonished gazes of the crowd, tossing the 250 soul crystals into the hands of the staff. "No, you are mine." The woman, who had remained expressionless the entire time, slowly lifted her gaze to the man who had purchased her. Like a lifeless puppet, she allowed him to lead her away. The sheer audacity of Sufong's actions left the crowd momentarily paralyzed. Only after he had departed did they finally snap out of their daze. Who was that man? Uncertain. I have never seen him before. He appears to be dressed in the attire of a defense team member. Could he indeed be one of them? With that motley crew, they wouldn't dare vie with the Liu family for women, and even if they did, from where would they procure such an abundance of soul crystals? In the outer districts, not to mention mercenaries, even ordinary citizens looked down upon the defense team. Moreover, I heard that influential scions from the inner district have been dispatched to take command of the defense team. Could that individual be one of those privileged youths? Indeed. Such lavish expenditure can only be attributed to the elite of the inner district. This night, Sufong is destined to become the star of the auction house. Chapter 23. Lu Jiafu in the auction house. Another protagonist of this farce, Lu Jiafu, had shed his previous volatility, sitting with an expression of cold severity in the private room. Could it be that this notorious libertine, a mercenary of ill repute, would so easily overlook the man who had dared to steal his woman? Only Lu Buping, standing nearby, understood that this demeanor of Lu Jiafu was indeed the most terrifying. It appeared that tonight would inevitably be one of sleeplessness. Jiafu, do not act impulsively. That man is likely a young master sent from the inner city. A young master? You overestimate him. This time, the inner city has dispatched a little princess. It was feared that Mu Bingo was unaware that her identity had long been exposed. Be cautious. That man is not weak. Realizing the adversary was not from the inner city, Lu Buping ceased his objections, leaving the auction. Sufong strolled down the dilapidated streets with a beautifully dressed woman beside him. The two shared no words, the woman merely trailing behind him in a daze. What's wrong? Is this your first time in the outer city, and you find it disconcerting? How did you know? For the first time. A flicker of emotion graced the woman's previously impassive face. It was not difficult, from your walking habits, demeanor, instinctive reactions, and even the astonishment in your eyes. These nuances unmistakably reveal that you do not belong to the outer city. As Sufong articulated his observations, the woman realized that every subtle gesture of hers had been noted by the man beside her. She was astonished to find such a keen observer in the outer city. After a brief moment of surprise, the woman returned to her silent state, uttering not a word. Yet her gaze would often unconsciously drift towards Sufong. Are you waiting for something? After a while, as the woman noticed Sufong had no intention of taking her home, and instead meandered aimlessly down the street, she felt perplexed. Of course, I am waiting for the person who is coming to abduct you, Sufong replied with a playful smile, as if they were indeed a pair of eloping lovers, causing a flush to creep across the woman's cheeks. Sufong was instantly captivated by the beauty before him, and in a moment of impulse, he leaned in to kiss her. The woman slightly raised her head, meeting Sufong's gaze, and instinctively tried to retreat. However, considering her current situation, she could only acquiesce. Unbeknownst to her, her coy demeanor only served to further inflame the man's desires. Ignoring the presence of others, Sufong pressed a kiss against the woman's cheek. We will have plenty of time in the future. In the face of her bewildered expression, Sufong motioned for her to step aside. Now that we are here, why hide in the shadows? Does it shame you so? Amidst the emptiness of the small square, where only Sufong and the woman stood, he called out toward a distant corner, leaving her utterly puzzled. His words, however, received no reply. What? Did you truly believe you could hide? A fireball illuminated the darkened street, shooting forth like a bullet toward the corner. Under the woman's astonished gaze, a man slowly emerged from the shadows. You are the one who raised the bid against me? Sufong had previously seen Lu Jiafu's appearance from the materials. Yet at this moment, he feigned a look of bewilderment. Without waiting for Lu Jiafu to introduce himself, he continued. It appears someone is unwilling to accept defeat and seeks to resort to violence. How can such a boorish individual be deserving of such beauty? His words not only ignited Lu Jiafu's fury, but also elicited laughter from the lady beside him. Unaware of the impending danger, Lu Jiafu initially intended to teach the other a lesson and reclaim the woman, but he did not expect to be met with ridicule. As a dignified member of the Falling Phoenix Society, he had never endured such humiliation. With a swift motion of his right hand, a mysterious force descended from above, instantly pinning Sufong to the ground. Gravity manipulation? Sufong found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger under the weight pressing down upon him. Humph. Lu Jiafu approached him slowly, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Young man, this is the consequence of vying for a woman with me. Sufong struggled to rise, yet realized he was powerless against the gravitational force. Observing his futile attempts, which only seemed to deepen the pit beneath him, Lu Jiafu declared, Today, I shall savor this enchanting beauty before you. You dare. Do you know who I am? Sufong gritted his teeth. His face contorted in a grimace under the oppressive force. A mere defense officer dares to speak so arrogantly in my presence. Lu Jiafu sneered. I am under the protection of Miss Mu. If you dare harm a single hair on my body, she will not let you off lightly. Dream on. I admit I would not dare offend a young lady of the inner district, but you. I do not believe she would hold the Falling Phoenix Society accountable for you. Sufong's words caused Lu Jiafu to hesitate momentarily, but his arrogance quickly disregarded Mu Bingera's status. I swear I will kill you. To Lu Jiafu, Sufong's threat was merely the last words of a desperate man, and he did not even spare him a glance as he strode toward the trembling lady. At that moment, she sat paralyzed on the ground, fully aware of her fate but unable to accept being subjected to the likes of Lu Jiafu, who seemed worlds apart from Sufong. My beautiful lady. Prepare to experience ecstasy. With such a stunning woman before him, Lu Jiafu revealed his true nature, his lewd demeanor sending chills down the lady's spine, leading her to contemplate escaping this nightmare through desperate means. Alas, who was Lu Jiafu but a scoundrel among wolves? He had ravaged too many women to be oblivious to the meaning behind her gaze. The gravitational force was summoned once more, rendering the lady immobile. As he approached, she could only shed tears of despair. Release her. Are you still preoccupied with such matters? Upon hearing Sufong's voice, Lu Jiafu did not turn back. No one could escape his gravitational prison. I truly detest being ignored. Have you become overly confident? Sufong's voice rang out again. This time, the confidence and ease on Lu Jiafu's face began to dissipate. As the voice echoed in his ear, the beauty before him, her previous panic and despair vanished, replaced by surprise. Just as Lu Jiafu sought to turn and discern the situation, a chill enveloped his neck. A pristine bone dagger pressed against his throat, a silent warning that any movement would surely result in a fatal wound. How did you escape my gravity prison? Lu Jiafu inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. Sufong merely offered a mysterious smile in response. Fear not. Before you meet your end, I shall provide you with an answer. Lu Jiafu wished to articulate further, yet Sufong's blade had already lunged towards his throat. Fortunately, Lu Jiafu, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, transformed into a figure of iron at the critical moment, deflecting the lethal strike. Chapter 24. The Water of Calamity diverted. Neither Gang Wan nor Tiger managed to ascertain the capabilities of Lu Jiafu. Sufong could only gradually discern them through the course of battle. You have squandered the only opportunity to bring about my demise. Lu Jiafu, having narrowly escaped, resumed his previous arrogance, wielding his hands to conjure a more formidable gravitational cage. Although he remained oblivious to how his opponent had just evaded his ultimate technique, he remained steadfast in his confidence regarding his extraordinary abilities. The gravitational cage descended once more from above, firmly pinning Sufong to the ground. This time, Lu Jiafu was eager to witness how his adversary would extricate himself from the clutches of his gravitational prison. I can kill you whenever I wish. It is simply not the opportune moment. Sufong, immobilized, exhibited no trace of panic. A peculiar smile even sent a chill through Lu Jiafu. You need not resort to such verbal assaults. If you truly possess the capability to slay me, why then are you sprawled on the ground? As Lu Jiafu spoke, he unexpectedly drew a pistol from behind him, aiming it at Sufong's head. A formidable ability user resorting to a mere handgun? Unless one's skills were closely aligned with firearms, as was the case with Li Jun, most ability users would disdain the use of conventional weaponry. Before Sufong stood Lu Jiafu, a second-tier ability user, proficient in both gravitational manipulation and steel hardening. This implied that he could not possibly possess powers related to firearms. The only explanation was that Lu Jiafu was a coward, daring only to strike from a distance even after becoming an ability user. The reality aligned with Sufong's conjecture. Although Lu Jiafu wielded formidable powers, he was ultimately a bully who thrived on the weak and cowered behind his allies. Against such an opponent, Sufong felt no inclination to retaliate. Regrettably, he lacked the steel hardening ability. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to lie within the gravitational cage and allow his adversary to fire upon him. Sensing Sufong's disdain, Lu Jiafu could no longer restrain himself and unleashed several shots at Sufong's head, intent on extinguishing the life before him. Yet, he woefully underestimated Sufong's prowess. Under Lu Jiafu's astonished gaze, Sufong transformed into a shadow, merging seamlessly with the darkness upon the ground, evading all bullets. Shadow? You are one of the King of Horses people. Lu Jiafu finally comprehended how his opponent had escaped the gravitational cage. No, the shadow perished 2 days ago. As the mightiest figure from the outer district, every move of the King of Horses attracted scrutiny, as the premier assassin from the Marjiatuan clan. The demise of the shadow was certainly known to Lu Jiafu. Dead? Is the shadow so easily vanquished? Sufong emerged once more from the shadow, his bone dagger carving a silvery arc against the night sky. Clang. The steel hardening ability is indeed troublesome. Lu Jiafu transformed into a veritable Iron Man, the bone dagger merely leaving a white scratch upon his form. Observing Sufong's inability to contend with his steel hardening skill, Lu Jiafu finally felt a sense of relief. Shadow. So you have not perished? It seems the King of Horses orchestrated your fake death to infiltrate the defense team. Guided by Sufong's deliberate manipulation, Lu Jiafu indeed shifted his focus towards the King of Horses. Yet for one on the brink of death, such thoughts bear no significance. He must first disseminate the message before succumbing. In order to ensure that Lu Jiafu conveys this notion to his comrades, Sufong can only feign a lack of initiative. Time and again, he swings his bone blade, leaving mere white marks upon the opponent's ironclad form. Shadow, I am destined to be your nemesis. Even if you can conceal yourself within the shadows, the inability to breach my defenses guarantees your defeat at my hands. The realization that even the foremost assassin of the outer district is rendered helpless against him further inflates Lu Jiafu's confidence. Nevertheless, he dares not relax his vigilance. As a legendary assassin who has taken down a Tier 3 ability user, one cannot dismiss the possibility that his adversary holds hidden trump cards. Lu Jiafu, though prone to lust, is not a fool. Faced with such a formidable foe, he has little inclination to pay heed to the beauty nearby. While he can withstand the shadow's assaults, that is the extent of his capability. Alone, he is equally incapable of inflicting any harm. A moment of negligence could very well lead to his demise beneath the enemy's blade. The only viable course of action now is to locate Lu Buping. Together, they may be able to subdue the shadow, or perhaps even extract the plans of Prince Ma. Resolute in his decision, Lu Jiafu retreats while simultaneously engaging, unwittingly finding his way back to the vicinity of the auction house. He is acutely aware of his companion's habits. With Lu Buping's composed nature, it is improbable that he would depart so hastily. He would at least ensure that no calamity has befallen them before returning to the Luowang society. However, upon catching sight of Lu Buping, a sudden wave of heat envelopes his body. Turning to glance at the shadow reveals that his adversary has relinquished the bone blade, now wielding fiery hands that strike fiercely against his iron form. Flames. This is indeed one of the nemeses of his steel body. Under such searing heat, his internal organs feel as though they are ablaze, leaving him no choice but to succumb helplessly to the onslaught. You possess the fire ability? You are not the shadow. At this moment, Lu Jiafu finally realizes that his prior assumptions were erroneous. But why has the opponent chosen this moment to strike? Before he can fathom the reasoning, the bone blade descends upon him once more. A piercing scream echoes through the night, drawing the attention of others, including Lu Buping. The familiar voice sends a chill through Lu Buping's heart, a foreboding sense of dread surging within him. Indeed, following the anguished cry to a secluded corner, he discovers Lu Jiafu sprawled upon the ground, a bone blade piercing his chest. In the shadows stands the defender who had previously clashed with Lu Jiafu over a woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Buping conjures a black particle in his hand and hurls it violently towards the figure in the shadows. The black particle does not possess the formidable power anticipated. Just as it is about to collide with the shadowy form, it unexpectedly unfurls, transforming into a massive net woven from black lines. Sufong is oblivious to the capabilities of this black net and harbors no desire to take risks. He promptly employs the technique of shadow concealment, vanishing within the darkness. Shadow concealment? It is the shadow. Indeed, within the outer district, upon witnessing shadow concealment, one instinctively associates it with the legendary assassin known as Shadow. This is precisely Sufong's intent. The assassination of Lu Jiafu was orchestrated to establish the defense force's authority. However, at that moment, the defense force consisted of only a handful of individuals, lacking even a single third-tier ability user. The only one who could be regarded as a formidable expert was the elusive guard of Miss Mu, who lurked in the shadows. Thus, he aimed to divert attention from the defense force, redirecting the ire of the Luo Wang society towards Prince Ma. Indeed, events unfolded as he had planned. Gazing upon the lifeless body of his comrade, Lu Buping felt no trace of sorrow, but rather an overwhelming sense of terror. He was acutely aware of what Lu Jiafu represented. To put it bluntly, such a person was hardly worth mourning. Yet, he bore an identity that rendered him indispensable. He was the brother of Lu Fong from the Luo Wang Society. Chapter 25. The Falling Phoenix Society. Within the confines of the Falling Phoenix Society, Lu Buping knelt before a man. Is this your justification for failing to accomplish the task? Lu Buping recounted everything he had witnessed, yet was met with the man's unending wrath. A dagger sliced through the air before him, leaving a deep gash across his face. Yet Lu Buping dared not move an inch. He was acutely aware that this was merely the man's restraint. Should he truly unleash his fury, Lu Buping would scarcely have the opportunity to utter a word. Shadow? You assert that the legendary assassin Shadow, under the command of King Ma, faked his death? Joined the defense corps? Competed with my brother for women? And ultimately killed him? This string of events sounded utterly ludicrous, even to Lu Buping himself, who felt as though he were caught in a fantastical tale. Who, apart from Shadow, could wield the art of stealth? In the face of Lu Fong's ire, he chose to adopt the same strategy as Sufong, redirect Lu Fong's fury towards King Ma. Although rumors circulated in the outer city that Shadow had perished at the hands of 2 traitors of King Ma, as far as I am aware, those traitors were merely first-level ability users, having only awakened ordinary beast transformation and bullet empowerment. How could such inept individuals possibly slay Shadow? Thus, it is plausible that Shadow merely feigned death. King Ma could have orchestrated his placement within the defense corps. If Shadow deliberately faked his demise, then why reveal his identity before you? Perhaps it was out of necessity. Only Shadow's skill and stealth could have enabled him to escape the gravitational prison of Lu Jiafu and my web of darkness. Lu Fong appeared to accept Lu Buping's explanation, slowly retracting the dagger from view. Gazing upon the corpse of Lu Jiafu, the rage within Lu Fong was nearly unbearable. He was well aware of his brother's shortcomings. Yet he was the last of his kin in this apocalyptic world, and regardless of his failings, he could not allow anyone to take his life so callously. Whether or not that person was Shadow, he must pay for Jiafu's death. Brother Fong, even if that person is not Shadow, he is likely affiliated with Miss Mu. Things may not be so straightforward. At this moment, a third voice finally broke the silence in the hall. It was Lu Bufin, the elder brother of Lu Buping. It turned out that the Falling Phoenix Society was comprised of 2 pairs of brothers, which explained their reluctance to recruit other ability users. A mere inner-city young lady? Should I fear her? While the young lady may not invoke fear, one must be cautious of inadvertently harming her during a battle. It could lead to disastrous consequences for us all. Shall I simply stand by and watch my brother be murdered without seeking vengeance? To exact revenge, one must first ascertain the true target. Although the motives of King Ma remain unclear, it is evident that he is implicated in Jiafu's demise. King Ma? Upon hearing this, Lu Fong hesitated. Regarding Mu Binger, he had not given her much thought, as it was customary for the privileged youths of the inner city to return within a month. However, King Ma was reputed to be the strongest in the outer city. As a third-level ability user himself, Lu Fong acknowledged that he may not prevail against him, particularly given that the Ma family represented the most formidable power in the outer city. Lu Bufin was acutely aware of the disparity between them and King Ma. To seek vengeance, we must gather our forces. Only by growing stronger can we compete with the formidable Ma Wangyi. This is the aspiration of Lu Bufan. The Luo Huang Society was initially established for mere amusement by the 4 of them, yet unbeknownst to them, they garnered a reputation, prompting Lu Bufan's brothers to consider expansion. However, as the leader, Lu Fong harbored different thoughts, particularly concerning his ineffectual brother. Should they recruit others, it is likely that Lu Jiafu would become even more overbearing, inviting additional troubles. This sentiment was shared by Lu Bufan, which is why the plan for expansion was postponed. Little did they anticipate that Lu Jiafu would meet his demise in such a manner, providing Lu Bufan an opportunity to persuade Lu Fong. As for Lu Jiafu's death, it did not concern him. Individuals like him only serve as a curse. Lu Jiafu's passing was, indeed, a blessing for the Luo Huang Society. Lu Fong was well aware of Lu Bufan's intentions, yet he concurred with his reasoning. From tomorrow onward, we shall begin to recruit. I must make it known to those who dared to slay my brother that whether they are Shadow or Ma Wangyi, they shall pay a price. Furthermore, let the news of Shadow's survival be spread. Ma Wangyi could never have fathomed that he would inexplicably lose a capable subordinate and be perceived as a fratricidal enemy. In the darkness of night, Sufong returned to the woman, embracing her tenderly. Are you all right? Were you frightened? The woman was about to nod, but quickly shook her head instead. Sufong adjusted her elegant attire, restoring her to her former noble appearance. They strolled slowly down the street, yet her gaze remained fixed on Sufong. I am Tang Rulin. And you? Rulin? Your name is as fragrant as the orchid, truly befitting you. At Sufong's compliment, Rulin blushed, lowering her head to conceal her smile. I am Sufong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, silence enveloped them until Sufong broke the awkwardness. Why did you leave the inner city and end up at the auction? This question had troubled Sufong since he first laid eyes on her. Upon hearing it, a trace of sorrow flickered across Rulin's face, clearly evoking painful memories. If you do not wish to share, you need not. After a moment's hesitation, Rulin replied, perhaps one day, I will reveal the truth to you. For now, it is best that you know as little as possible. Her words puzzled him, yet he chose not to press further. Under Sufong's guidance, they arrived at a villa district far from the city, the very hideout of Hu Ge and his companion. You live here? Rulin could hardly believe that Sufong resided in such a place. Of course not. Then why have you brought me here? Before she could finish, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was acutely aware of what was to come, a fate sealed since her arrival at the auction. She had contemplated ending it all, but thoughts of her family in the inner city held her back. Yet, if the object of her fate were the man before her, she might find acceptance. The Forsaken Villa possesses a unique charm, particularly as the pure white moonlight filters through the shadows of the trees, illuminating the two figures beneath. Wanlan, enchanting like a moonlit fairy, leaves Sufong unable to suppress the turmoil brewing within his heart. A gentle sigh heralds the most exquisite melody of this enchanting night. This evening stands as the most splendid of Sufong's journey into this world. Meanwhile, the defense squad, including Mu Binger and her companions, anxiously await news of Sufong. Surely he hasn't failed? Li Jun inquired, her concern met with a lewd grin from Hu Ge. Fail? Who is Sufong? How could he possibly falter against someone as trivial as Lu Jiafu? I dare say he is likely hiding away, reveling in the fruits of his victory, lost in the moment. Mu Binger instantly grasped the implications of his words, furiously dismissing the two men while cursing Sufong under her breath. Scoundrel. Pervert. Chapter 26. The onset of chaos the following day, when Sufong returned to the defense headquarters with Ruo Lan, the peculiar gazes of everyone present were unmistakable. Particularly Mu Binger and Suyu, who had seemingly formed an alliance unbeknownst to him. Oh, someone actually remembers to return. Leaving underage children at home is against the law. Suyu's eyes brimmed with wariness as she regarded Ruo Lan, as if perceiving the latter as a usurper of her cherished possession. Indeed, it was all too apparent that Sufong was being labeled a callous scoundrel. To Sufong's astonishment, Mu Binger stood in support of Suyu's accusations, leaving him utterly speechless. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse for a year, the semblance of law had long since eroded. The sole principle that prevailed was survival of the fittest. Yet, before him stood two women, one his nominal superior and the other his last remaining kin, who dared not utter a word in rebuttal. Yes, I assure you, I will never leave Suyu alone at home again. In fact, I specifically went to the auction house to procure a nanny for her. Oh, the irony. Everyone knew the circumstances surrounding the woman by his side. Suyu and Mu Binger were merely venting their frustrations by unjustly accusing him. To his surprise, Sufong seized the moment, not only accepting the blame but also bestowing Ruo Lan with an irrefutable status that silenced any opposition from the two. In an instant, all members of the defense team discreetly raised their thumbs in admiration. A true man. Mu Binger and Suyu, taken aback by Sufong's audacity, retreated to the office, their heads filled with schemes unknown to him. Would she accept me? Ruo Lan, being a woman herself, could certainly empathize with the sentiments of Suyu and Mu Binger. Especially Suyu, a young girl on the cusp of blossoming affection, who viewed Sufong as both an elder brother and an idol. In this apocalyptic world, Sufong was Suyu's sole pillar of support, making her dependence on him entirely understandable. When another female presence intruded upon their fragile world, it was natural for Suyu to resist, fearing the loss of her anchor. Then it shall depend on your prowess. Sufong felt utterly at a loss concerning his ant-like figure. Although devoid of blood ties, their bond was as profound as that of any siblings. He harbored boundless affection for Suyu, and should she fail to accept Ruo Lan, he would find himself in a most difficult position. Are you planning to bring me home and then play the role of a negligent guardian? Ruo Lan remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I believe a lady of your stature can surely tame that yellow-haired girl. The bystanders, upon hearing this, couldn't help but silently commend Sufong. Was this not the very essence of a shameless rogue's rhetoric? If only they could master a phrase or two, surely they could keep their own wives in line. In response to Sufong's antics, Ruo Lan pinched his thigh sharply, using this gesture to express her discontent. Yet to the onlookers, their playful banter appeared as a flirtatious exchange, a display of affection. Imagining Sufong's exploits with a beauty of Ruo Lan's caliber stirred a fierce envy within them. After their playful scuffle, a rare vibrancy infused the headquarters. Under Sufong's insistence, Suyu reluctantly agreed to escort Ruo Lan back to their home. Before departing, the melancholic glances exchanged between the two left Sufong feeling quite uneasy. He pondered how his aunt would confront him upon his return tonight. After the farce concluded, Sufong recounted the events of the previous day to Mu Bing'er in detail. Are you implying that you deliberately exposed yourself to Lu Buping to divert the wrath of the Luo Huang society onto the King of Horses? Hu Ge and his companion gazed at Sufong with incredulity, unsure whether to marvel at the audacity of the plan or to find it absurd that someone dared to manipulate the King of Horses in such a manner. Upon hearing Sufong's explanation, Mu Bing'er was equally taken aback. Although she had ventured into the outer district due to a wager with her father, she had little idea of how to navigate and rectify the situation there to fulfill her bet. Hence, after their first encounter, she had desperately sought to keep Sufong within the defense team. At that moment, her sole intention was to recruit a powerful, unconnected ability user, hoping to leverage his might to suppress the mercenaries in the outer district. Yet, reality proved to be far more complex. Mu Bing'er could never have anticipated that the adept she had courted not only possessed formidable strength, but could also provide strategic counsel. What shall we do next? You previously mentioned establishing authority for the defense team, and now, having eliminated Lu Jiafu, the credit has been usurped by the King of Horses? After witnessing Sufong's capabilities, Mu Bing'er cautiously inquired about his thoughts, despite her confusion. If the plan unfolds seamlessly, Lu Fong and his associates will naturally assist in our promotion. Similar to how the Shadow's entry into the defense team will be perceived, with the King of Horses attempting to exert control over the outer district. Such rumors will swiftly circulate throughout the area. With the Shadow backing the defense team, others contemplating interference will likely reconsider, as the prospect of being targeted by a legendary assassin is far from pleasant. Ultimately, the ire will be directed at the King of Horses, allowing us to reap the rewards from the sidelines. What if Lu Fong and the others deviate from your plan? The mention of the King of Horses rendered Hu Ge and his companion exceedingly cautious. However, Sufong was thoroughly prepared. If others remain silent, then you shall assist me in promoting this. This is exceedingly perilous. Hu Ge seemed unconvinced by the proposal. The Shadow's greatest advantage lies in the anonymity of his true identity. Should events unfold as you suggest, you will become the Shadow, and all his enemies will inevitably seek you out. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing'er immediately became tense. The Shadow's enemies? I can eliminate the Shadow. Do you truly believe I would fear his adversaries? Observing Sufong's unwavering confidence, Mu Bing'er and her companions resolved to follow his plan. Everything appeared to be progressing according to Sufong's design. Within a day, news of the Shadow's survival and his subsequent integration into the defense team under the King of Horses arrangement spread throughout the outer district. Almost everyone turned their attention toward the King of Horses and the Shadow. The King of Horses, it seemed, could not relinquish his ambitions, yearning to extend his reach into the inner district. In a disheveled hall, an elderly man in his 50s reclined in a grand chair, wisps of smoke curling from the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. Father, are you suggesting that Lord Ma intends to conspire with the young ladies emerging from the inner city to infiltrate it? Beside the Grandmaster chair, a youth in his early 20s furrowed his brows, seemingly unconvinced by his father's assertion. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why you would permit the Shadow to join the defense team. Perhaps that individual is not the Shadow at all. Impossible. I am well acquainted with Lu Fong. He would disdain employing such petty tactics and would never exploit his brother's demise for his gain. The young man silently nodded, holding Lu Fong's character in high regard. It appears that Lord Ma is orchestrating a grand strategy. Chapter 27. Collaborating with Lu Bufon, the Lord of the Horses sought to extend his reach into the inner city, a venture fraught with peril that could lead to his utter destruction. The elder found himself perplexed by the Lord's ambitions. Having already established himself as the foremost figure in the outer city, why risk it all? Yet, who does not yearn for greater heights? Father, what shall we do? There is nothing we need to do. The current situation is ambiguous. Our best course of action is to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance. Should the Lord of the Horses succeed in penetrating the inner city, we shall have the opportunity to seize control of the outer city. Should he falter, we too may rise. In either scenario, it bodes well for us. A similar scene unfolded across various mercenary factions. Contrary to Lu Bufon's expectations, nearly all mercenary groups opted to remain passive observers. Those who sought to undermine the Lord of the Horses were primarily lone wolves, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Yet, this too was an integral part of Lu Bufon's scheme. Expanding rapidly is no simple task. Most capable ability users had already been recruited by formidable mercenary groups. The remaining lone wolves were accustomed to solitude, making them difficult to enlist. A suitable opportunity must be identified. The Shadow's infiltration into the defense team and the assassination of Lu Jiafu presented the perfect opportunity. As if the universe conspired to pave the way for the rise of the Falling Phoenix Society. Within just 3 days, the society expanded to over 20 members, including 7 second-tier ability users approaching the combat strength of the Ma family. The sole issue was that these individuals joined the Falling Phoenix Society with a singular motive: revenge against the Lord of the Horses. Regardless of their success, they would depart once the matter concluded, thus cannot truly be considered part of the Falling Phoenix Society. A strategy must be devised to retain them. Lu Bufon lay atop the building, gazing at the stars, his mind consumed with thoughts on how to strengthen the Falling Phoenix Society to ensure their permanence. There was but one solution. What solution? To personally eliminate the Lord of the Horses. What? Lu Bufon sprang to his feet, momentarily bewildered, only to realize he was alone on the rooftop. Who had responded to him? Turning around, he beheld an unfamiliar figure standing at a distance, wearing a peculiar smile directed at him. The Shadow? Or Sufong? Though they had never met, Sufong had recently become a notable figure in the outer city, and Lu Bufon had heard descriptions of him. To the public, Sufong was synonymous with the Shadow, even though news had circulated that the Shadow was dead. And Sufong was not the Shadow. Who would believe it? The populace had already convinced themselves that Sufong was the presumed dead Shadow. Initially, Lu Bufon's thoughts aligned with those of others, but upon hearing the stranger's proposition, doubt began to creep into his mind. Did this person truly intend to kill the Lord of the Horses? Was he genuinely the Shadow? Sufong. Those profound eyes seemed capable of piercing through to Lu Bufon's innermost thoughts. The mere mention of his name resolved the uncertainty swirling in Lu Bufon's mind. In an instant, all prior confusion faded away. You are not merely a shadow. You have inadvertently awakened the latent powers of the Shadow Realm. Although the nature of your conflict with Prince Ma remains unclear, it is evident that you have harnessed this ability to redirect Lu Feng's ire towards him. Lu Bufon, indeed a clever individual, has managed to untangle the truth with just a simple piece of information. Yet, why choose Lu Jiafu? Without the need for Sufong to elucidate, Lu Bufon himself provides the answer. You have not chosen Lu Jiafu. You have chosen Lu Feng. In the outer districts, there are few level 3 ability users. Aside from a handful of lone wolves, only the leaders of mercenary groups remain with whom one can converse. Those who ascend to the rank of leader are invariably cunning foxes. Just like now, as they observe the fierce clash between the Luowang Society and the Ma family, they remain hidden, waiting to reap the benefits as bystanders. Only Lu Feng values brotherhood so dearly. Should anything befall Lu Jiafu, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Listening to Lu Bufon nearly lay bare his plan, Sufong found himself somewhat impressed by the man before him. Yet now, as you stand before me, should I unveil your true identity, Lu Feng would not only forego his vengeance against Prince Ma, but would also redirect his wrath towards you. As he spoke, Lu Bufon regarded him with confusion. Will you expose me? Sufong responded with that enigmatic smile once more. His question rendered Lu Bufon momentarily speechless. Would he truly reveal the other's identity? In that fleeting moment of inquiry, an answer crystallized. No. If Lu Feng were to discover that his adversary is merely an ordinary member of the defense team, he would cease his recruitment efforts, and any ambitions of expanding the Luowang Society would surely falter. As for Lu Jiafu's demise, Sufong felt a flicker of satisfaction. Finally, someone had assisted him in neutralizing this hidden threat. Little did he expect that the other party had discerned his intentions so clearly, which explains Sufong's audacity in presenting himself before Lu Bufon. You seek me out, perhaps not solely to disclose your true identity, am I correct? Speak. What is your purpose? Lu Bufon, priding himself on his intellect, mused that had luck favored him over Lu Feng, the leader of the Luowang Society would have been him. Sufong's brazen appearance was clearly driven by some ulterior motive. Quite simply, like everyone else, I seek to benefit from the conflict, where the clam and the snipe contend. The fisherman profits. We share a common goal and can undoubtedly cooperate. Cooperate? Is there truly room for collaboration between us? Lu Bufon struggled to comprehend. They were ostensibly enemies, and it was a stroke of fortune they had not clashed upon meeting. Why discuss cooperation? Of course, as I just mentioned, we have a shared objective. I wish to eliminate Prince Ma, and you wish to take down Lu Feng. That is preposterous. Lu Feng is my brother. How could I ever wish him harm? Although he stated this, Sufong could clearly discern the flicker of excitement that passed through Lu Bufon's eyes. We are all intelligent individuals. Why beat around the bush? If we join forces, overthrowing Prince Ma and Lu Fong should not be a formidable task. To be candid, I do not wish to kill Lu Fong, but his nature precludes him from achieving greatness. Thus, I aspire to become the leader of the Luowang society to strengthen and expand its influence. Given the clarity of the other party's words, Lu Bufon realized that further denial would be futile. However, I remain perplexed as to why you wish to eliminate Lord Ma. If we cannot engage in an open and honest dialogue, then any collaboration would be devoid of purpose. Like you, I harbor no desire to slay Lord Ma. Rather, I seek to assist Miss Mu in rectifying the issues of the outer district. Only by accomplishing this task can I hope to gain entry into the inner district. Sufong had no intention of concealing this ambition. The inner district? No wonder you are so fervently dedicated. Gaining access to the inner district signifies liberation from the fears of nocturnal bloodshed and the threats posed by monstrous beasts, as well as the alleviation of concerns regarding sustenance. Even the lowest inhabitants of the inner district enjoy a quality of life vastly superior to that of those in the outer district. Chapter 28. The Lord of Horses. As I entered the inner city, you developed the Falling Phoenix Society. Only with the success of our plan will the outer city become your domain. As long as there are shared interests, two individuals who should be mortal enemies can indeed become allies in battle. So, what do you propose to do? Although the two had reached an agreement, toppling the Lord of Horses and Lu Fong was no trivial matter. It is quite simple. You merely need to exacerbate the conflict between Lu Fong and the Lord of Horses. Is it truly that easy? I fear the Lord of Horses will dismiss such trifles unless Lu Fong takes the initiative to confront the Ma family. Lu Bufon was not entirely convinced by Sufong's strategy. One must understand that the Lord of Horses is notoriously cautious, possessing formidable strength, and is elusive in his movements. Even his subordinates must await orders to see him. With Lu Fong alone, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate the Lord of Horses. This fact was not lost on Lu Fong. He would not recklessly endanger himself without a guarantee of victory. Then I shall present him with an assured opportunity. Under Lu Bufon's puzzled gaze, Sufong raised his hand and pointed to the luminous moon in the sky. At that moment, the moon shone brilliantly, as if it could illuminate the entire outer city. However, in Lu Bufon's eyes, the moon gradually morphed into a blood-red hue. A blood moon. He vaguely suspected that the other party's plan was related to the blood moon, yet he could not fathom the specifics of its execution. When the next blood moon rises, I will strive to lure the otherworldly beasts to the Ma family compound. At that time, the Lord of Horses will have no choice but to intervene. Lu Fong will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to act, and once they engage in battle, both sides shall surely suffer grievously. If necessary, we shall intervene. Luring otherworldly beasts to the Ma family compound? Sufong's seemingly casual plan was, in practical terms, akin to scaling a mountain. Ordinary otherworldly beasts, even if drawn to the Ma family compound, would merely serve as cannon fodder. Even second-tier beasts might not significantly impact the Ma family stronghold. As for third-tier beasts, the greatest threat would not be the Ma family compound, but rather how they could survive an encounter with a third-tier beast. Sufong could certainly perceive the concerns in Lu Bufon's eyes. He had witnessed the same trepidation in Tang Rulin and others. Only he understood that possessing 4 types of extraordinary abilities rendered him far more formidable than an ordinary second-tier ability user. Not only could he lure a third-tier beast, but he might also have the capability to hunt one. However, to ensure the plan's success, Sufong resolved to hunt sufficient otherworldly beasts on the night of the blood moon, gathering crystal cores to strive for the third-tier ability user status. It is essential to note that ascending to the third tier is not a straightforward endeavor. Consuming third-tier crystal cores is merely one condition, and the rest is left to fortune. The probability of successfully advancing to a third-tier ability user is less than 1%. This is precisely why there are fewer than 100 third-tier ability users in the entire outer city, each one a pinnacle of combat strength. Rest assured, the plan was proposed by me, and naturally, I will take responsibility for attracting the otherworldly beasts. You need only to fan the flames of discord in Lu Fong's ear. Even if I ultimately fail, you shall bear no cost. Upon hearing this, Lu Bufon immediately felt a sense of relief. The partnership between the two was formally established. Only 8 days remain until the next blood moon. In this brief span, the outer districts have descended into chaos. Under Lu Bufon's incitement, Lu Fong has repeatedly led groups to harass the territory of Lord Ma. Although these skirmishes have not escalated into large-scale battles, minor conflicts have persisted unabated. Furthermore, Lu Fong's allies, fierce lone wolves harboring long-standing grievances against Lord Ma, have launched particularly brutal assaults, resulting in significant casualties among Lord Ma's subordinates. The unrest in the outer districts has rendered the lives of ordinary citizens increasingly arduous. At this juncture, the role of the defense team has finally come to the fore. Under Mu Bing'er's leadership, Sufong and his companions have been tirelessly quelling the riots. With Sufong's formidable strength, as long as no third-level ability users emerged, he was virtually unmatched. Consequently, Sufong has gradually become the protector of the outer districts, and the reputation of the defense team has begun to shift positively. Of course, during the efforts to quell the unrest, Sufong has primarily targeted the Luowang society, which has lent credence to the rumors surrounding him as a shadowy figure. Particularly for Lu Fong, his conviction that Lord Ma had orchestrated the assassination of his brother has only deepened under Lu Bufon's manipulation. Driven mad by this notion, Lu Fong has become increasingly unhinged. In stark contrast, Mu Bing'er has reveled in the situation, envisioning the victorious outcome of her wager with her father, picturing his astonished expression, which has elevated Sufong's image in her mind to that of a towering hero. She has offered him her unwavering support for his plans. While events appear to be unfolding according to Sufong's design, the arrival of an unexpected individual disrupts this seemingly flawless scenario. At this moment, a middle-aged man has appeared within the ranks of the defense team, clad in an ordinary suit, which seems particularly out of place in this post-apocalyptic world. The scar on his face adds to his incongruity. Merely sitting there with an air of seriousness, he emanates an aura that makes him seem unapproachable. A powerful presence. This man must undoubtedly be a third-level ability user. But why has such a formidable individual suddenly appeared at the headquarters of the defense team? Well, since I'm here, shouldn't you come out to greet me, Shadow? The middle-aged man is evidently here for Sufong. My apologies, sir. Sufong is currently engaged in a mission outside. Please hold on. I will summon him to meet you shortly. The onlookers quickly offered hot tea to placate the middle-aged man, while they dispatched someone to fetch Sufong. Fortunately, the man showed little concern, simply savoring the tea in his hands, though his brow occasionally furrowed, suggesting it did not quite meet his taste. As the anxious crowd awaited, Sufong and Mu Bing'er finally returned to the headquarters of the defense team. The moment they laid eyes on the middle-aged man, a jolt of recognition surged through them. It was Lord Ma. Elusive and enigmatic, Lord Ma remains inaccessible to the common folk, rendering his appearance unknown to them. However, Mu Bing'er is no ordinary person. Prior to her arrival in the outer districts, she had meticulously gathered intelligence on the notable powerhouses, keeping abreast of all significant figures. Sufong had certainly reviewed this information as well. Yet neither of them had anticipated that Lord Ma would present himself in the headquarters of the defense team. Lord Ma? I never imagined you would personally visit my headquarters. In contrast to Sufong's astonishment, Mu Bing'er appeared remarkably composed. A mere third-tier ability user? She had encountered far too many. Even a fourth-tier ability user was merely one of her guards. The infamous Ma Wangya? Is this individual truly the most formidable Ma Wangya from the outer district? Everyone silently rejoiced that they had not offended this harbinger of death moments ago. Miss Mu, do I require your permission to meet my former subordinates? Even in the presence of the esteemed young lady from the inner district, Ma Wangye remained steadfast in his domineering demeanor. Who was Mu Bing'er? She was not one to be easily intimidated. Before the young lady of the Mu family, even a third-tier ability user must bow in deference. Chapter 29. The power of a level 4 ability user indeed, as Mu Bing'er furrowed her brow. A formidable aura enveloped the entire defense team headquarters. Ordinary individuals succumbed to unconsciousness, while even level 1 ability users could merely kneel on the ground, struggling to maintain their composure. Only Mu Bing'er, Sufong, and Lord Ma remained steadfast in their positions. Outside the headquarters, a woman in her 30s cast a glance toward Mu Bing'er. She was somewhat taken aback to see Sufong still standing. This young man possesses some merit. Yet, that was the extent of her thoughts. Her sole mission was to protect Mu Bing'er. Moments later, the overwhelming aura that shrouded the headquarters abruptly vanished, granting everyone a fleeting moment of respite. Lord Ma immediately understood that it was a warning from Mu's esteemed guard, a level 4 ability user. Is the disparity between us so vast? As the foremost powerhouse of the outer district, Lord Ma had always held himself in high regard. He never anticipated that in the presence of a level 4 ability user, he would be rendered immobile by the mere pressure of their aura, unable to even exchange glances. They were clearly not of the same caliber. In the presence of a level 3 ability user, a level 4 was akin to a deity. What then, one might ponder, is the nature of a legendary level 5 ability user? The thought was too daunting for Lord Ma to entertain. Following this incident, Lord Ma's arrogance had noticeably diminished. Mu Bing'er, have you forgotten the agreement between the inner and outer districts? Agreement? It was the first time Sufong had heard of such a pact existing between the two districts. Rest assured, as long as you do not harm me, she will not intervene. Mu Bing'er was well aware of the implications of that agreement. After receiving her assurance, Lord Ma visibly relaxed. What about my dealings with this young man? Lord Ma inquired cautiously. I shall naturally intervene. It will depend on your capabilities. Should you engage recklessly and cause harm to me, I fear you shall not fare well. Mu Binger's response left a lump in Lord Ma's throat. He had expected her to exhibit some semblance of the decorum typical of the privileged youth from the inner district, allowing the conflict to be resolved by those from the outer district. To his surprise, she was unyielding, clearly stating her position and even indicating her intent to personally participate in the fray. However, should any harm befall this young lady during the confrontation, her level 4 guardian would undoubtedly retaliate, potentially laying waste to the entire Ma family enclave. No wonder Sufong dared to be so audacious in utilizing him. It appeared he had thoroughly grasped the character of the young lady beside him, wielding her as a shield. Sufong seemed to perceive Lord Ma's thoughts. Fear not, Lord Ma. Our battle shall not draw Mu Binger into the fray. While she is indeed a valuable asset to carve his path into the inner district, he must establish his own reputation. Relying solely on Mu Binger to overcome Lord Ma would scarcely earn the Mu family's endorsement, let alone secure an introduction to the inner district. Young man, are you not afraid I might end your life at this very moment? Lord Ma dismissed Sufong's assurance with disdain. In his eyes, Sufong was merely an insignificant young man, a mere boy with yellow hair. Were it not for the presence of Miss Mu, he would have acted without hesitation. Do you dare? Sufong was acutely aware of what his opponent feared, and he intended to exploit this to the fullest. Indeed, just as King Ma was about to reprimand Sufong, his gaze fell upon Mu Binger, compelling him to suppress his rising fury. Young man, you had better spend your life cowering behind women. Observing Sufong's brazen demeanor, King Ma found himself at a loss, resorting to the most rudimentary form of provocation. Surprisingly, it proved effective. Rest assured, when the Night of Blood descends again, I shall personally visit Marjiatan. What? Both Mu Binger and King Ma exclaimed simultaneously. In King Ma's mind, without Miss Mu's interference, eliminating Sufong would be a mere trifle. Young man, unexpectedly, you possess the spirit of a true man. Very well, I shall await you at Marjiatan. Without allowing Mu Binger a chance to protest, King Ma turned and departed. He feared that if Mu Binger were to voice her objections or involve herself in the confrontation, he would lose his singular opportunity to eliminate Sufong. Thus, he could not afford to grant her the opportunity to disagree. What are you thinking? King Ma is the foremost figure of the outer district. No matter how arrogant you are, you cannot challenge such a person, especially not in Marjiatan. Indeed, no sooner had King Ma left than Mu Binger began to question Sufong. Initially, she held a considerable regard for Sufong's abilities, planning to introduce him to the inner district as her aide once her father's wager was fulfilled. However, she did not expect him to act so impulsively at such a critical juncture. In response to the lady's inquiries, Sufong wore a relaxed smile, unveiling his collaboration with Lu Bufan. Even so, you might not prevail against King Ma. You underestimate the strength of a level 3 ability user. You may find yourself caught between the assaults of both King Ma and Lu Fong. Mu Binger was not in agreement with his plan. What if I, too, were to advance to a level 3 ability user? Level 3 ability user? Do you think the transition to a level 3 ability user is so simple? Not to mention the success rate being less than 1%, even the agony endured during the advancement can be unbearable for a level 2 ability user. Given Miss Mu's status, she had no shortage of level 3 crystal cores. Yet the terrifyingly low success rate and the torment involved had prevented her from succeeding in her attempts. Sufong, of course, was less aware of the difficulties associated with advancing to a level 3 ability user than Mu Bing. He had naively assumed it was merely a matter of low success rates. In reality, the reason for the dismally low success rate in advancing to a level 3 ability user was primarily due to many individuals being unable to withstand the pain of the process, ultimately choosing to abandon their efforts. Many would not dare attempt it a second time in their lifetimes, illustrating the ordeal's severity. Sufong had to concede that his plan was somewhat presumptuous, having overlooked this crucial aspect. However, given the circumstances, he could not alter his wager with King Ma. The only course of action left was to expedite his advancement to a level 3 ability user. To this, Mu Bingo could only accept with resignation. I still possess a 3rd-tier crystal nucleus. Should I falter in my advancement, we shall devise another strategy. With a wealthy benefactor backing us, the journey appears considerably easier. Fearing that the revered Ma Wangye might act unjustly, Mu Binger even took residence in Sufong's home before the ominous night descended. Unbeknownst to me, Tang Rulan, Suyu, and Mu Binger have formed a close-knit friendship, engaging in delightful conversations. Yet, whenever they cast their gaze upon Sufong, a flicker of concern inevitably crosses their eyes. After dinner, amidst the anxious stares of those around him, Sufong consumed the 3rd-tier crystal nucleus, striving to become a 3rd-tier ability user. At the very moment he ingested the crystal, he unexpectedly fainted, his body collapsing as if bereft of life itself. Chapter 30. the assault on the third-level ability user at this moment. Sufong finally comprehended why so many individuals found themselves obstructed before ascending to the realm of third-level ability users, much like the agonizing experience of advancing to second-level ability. An overwhelming surge of energy assaulted every corner of his being. Each inch of skin, every muscle, and even every blood vessel seemed on the verge of being torn asunder, rendering one in excruciating torment. In comparison to the corporeal agony, the torment of the soul weighed heavier upon Sufong's spirit, making endurance nearly insufferable. Within the abyssal void of his spiritual realm, Sufong felt as though his essence was being pierced by countless silver needles, the piercing agony rendering one unable to seek life nor death. Strangely, beside him stood a spectral figure, nearly indistinguishable from himself, a manifestation of the original owner of this body, the true Sufong. At this moment, the consciousness of Sufong had long since faded. Yet the suffering inflicted upon that soul demanded to be borne by the Sufong of the present, signifying that he endured twice the torment of an ordinary soul. Moments later, the needle-like pain abruptly dissipated, but before he could catch a breath, a searing heat began to burn from within his very essence. This internal agony was impervious to any external alleviation. In the hall, 3 women observed Sufong as he writhed on the ground, seemingly on the brink of unconsciousness. Suyu felt an urge to assist him, yet she was restrained by Ruo Lan and the others. The torment of breaking through to third-level ability could only be endured by oneself. Should he falter, he would have to resign himself to being a second-level ability user. Such anguish had been borne by Mu Binger 4 times before. Had she not succumbed to the hellish torment, she would have ascended to third level by now. The suffering of the soul was far more harrowing than that of the body. Assistance was futile. Rest assured, although the process of transcending to third-level ability was excruciating, it posed no physical harm to Sufong's body. Mu Binger's words provided Suyu with a semblance of calm. However, mere minutes had not passed before Sufong's body underwent another transformation. His previously curled form, racked with pain, suddenly blazed a vivid red. Unable to restrain herself, Suyu reached out to touch him, only to scald her hand. Sister Binga? The awakening of abilities varied, and the pain each individual bore was unique. Such an uncanny occurrence was unprecedented even for Mu Binger, who could only offer words of comfort to Suyu. Yet, Suyu remained restless, conjuring her snowflake spirits with flailing hands. A host of glistening spirits encircled Sufong, hoping to cool him. Still, his body remained aflame. The heat radiating from his soul was impervious to any physical means of cooling. As time elapsed, 10 minutes passed, and Sufong's body continued to glow red, his anguish groans becoming increasingly pronounced. The 3 women could only watch helplessly, unable to render any assistance. After a full half-hour, Mu Binger finally sensed something amiss. Although each individual's experience in breaking through to third-level ability differed, the process typically lasted no longer than 15 to 20 minutes. However, Sufong has been unresponsive for a full 30 minutes. It is unusual for him to remain unconscious for such an extended period, even in the event of a failed attempt. Sister Binger, what should we do? Mu Binger, feeling somewhat at a loss, observed as the crimson hue enveloping Sufong's body gradually dissipated. Moments later, his physical state returned to normal, and the tension in his furrowed brows eased, suggesting that his suffering had finally abated. Has he succeeded? Suyu inquired eagerly. Yet, Mu Binger and Tang Rilin both shook their heads in unison. If he had successfully ascended to a level 3 ability user, the newly awakened powers would have swiftly healed the damage to his body and soul, allowing him to awaken. The current state of Sufong, still in slumber, indicated only one possibility. He had failed in his attempt to ascend to a level 3 ability user and must now rest to recuperate both his body and soul. Witnessing her last remaining kin in such distress, Suyu's eyes brimmed with tears. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved firmly. Sister Binger, I wish to ascend to a level 2 ability user as well. Can you assist me? Mu Bingo hesitated at Suyu's request. She understood that Sufong's determination to enter the inner city stemmed largely from his desire to protect Suyu. In Sufong's heart, ensuring Suyu's safety was paramount, justifying his existence in this body. Thus, he had urged Suyu to consume a crystal core, granting her the ability to protect herself as a level 1 ability user. However, having experienced the agonies of ascending to a level 2 ability user, he was reluctant to subject Suyu to similar torment, which was why he had refrained from allowing her to consume a level 2 crystal core. Now, with Sufong in a state of unconsciousness, Suyu's insistence on becoming a level 2 ability user prompted Mu Bingo to waver. Although the process of ascending to a level 2 ability user was not as excruciating as the trial of reaching level 3, it was still a challenge that a young girl like Suyu might not endure. Should any mishap occur, Sufong would surely blame himself upon awakening. Hence Mu Binger's reluctance. Just as she grappled with her indecision, Tang Rulin stepped forward. She seemed to perceive Mu Binger's inner turmoil. I understand Sufong's desire to protect Ware, but we both know that even upon entering the inner city, ordinary individuals like us must possess formidable strength to survive. Yuera must also cultivate her own power for self-protection. Tang Rulin's words illuminated Mu Binger's thoughts. Her regard for Sufong had made her overly concerned about his perspective. Like many from the outer district, Sufong viewed the inner city as a paradise, wholeheartedly wishing to escort Suyu there. In truth, the inner city was equally a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, fraught with dangers that could rival or even exceed those of the outer district. For Suyu to live in peace within the inner city, she too required substantial strength. Realizing this, Mu Binger retrieved a level 2 crystal core from her bosom and placed it in Suyu's hands. Let us give Sufong a surprise. Suyu's face instantly lit up with a smile, and she nodded resolutely, swallowing the crystal core without hesitation, though her expression soon twisted in pain. Mu Binger's face contorted with worry. Rest assured, Yuer possesses a steadfast spirit. She will surely endure the trials of ascending to level 2. Ruo Lan's comforting words elicited a puzzled gaze from Mu Binger. Although I cannot fathom why you were sold from the inner city to the auction house, it is evident that you are no ordinary individual. I find myself irresistibly curious about your true identity. My identity. Am I not merely a common woman, cast out from the inner city and sold to the auction house? The only aspect that could be considered a merit is my status as a level 1 ability user. Yet alas, my powers possess no combat efficacy, which is why I am held in disdain. Mu Binger was somewhat taken aback, despite having spent several days together. She was entirely unaware of the other's identity as an ability user. Chapter 31. Suyu and Tang Rulin, are you also an ability user? Facing Mu Binger's skeptical gaze, Tang Rulin calmly nodded. Does Sufong know? Regarding Tang Rulin's identity as an ability user, Sufong had never mentioned it to her. Mu Binger believed that even Sufong was unaware of this fact. Indeed, Tang Rulin slightly shook her head. This only deepened Mu Binger's suspicion regarding Tang Rulin's identity. In response, Tang Rulin merely smiled faintly. Even if I had any ulterior motives, I wouldn't target 2 ordinary individuals from the outer district. It was true that although Mu Binger considered Sufong's abilities to be remarkable, he was merely an ordinary citizen of the outer district. After all, she was from the inner district. Why would she demean herself for something trivial concerning him? Nonetheless, Mu Binger still felt a twinge of unease. Sufong is a valued assistant of mine. Should I discover that you pose any threat to them, the Mu family will not spare you. Miss Mu, do you truly believe that a mere woman like yourself can control the entire Mu family? It seems you aspire to take over the Mu family. Is your wager with your father that if you manage to rectify the outer district, you shall be eligible to compete for the position of family head? Tang Rulin's words left Miss Mu momentarily stunned. The wager between her and her father had never been divulged to anyone. How did this woman know? Who on earth are you? How do you know all this? Just a guess. I never anticipated my instincts would be so accurate. A guess? It dawned on Miss Mu that she had been led into revealing information. Yet, she understood that Tang Rulin's identity must be extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't possess such an intimate knowledge of the Mu family's affairs. Some matters are not easily explained. But you need to know that I will not harm Sufong or Suyu. Mu Binger wished to say more, but Tang Rulin interrupted her. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Binger spoke. Perhaps with your status, merely being near Sufong could bring them harm. Although she was uncertain why Tang Rulin had been exiled to the outer district, her mysterious status must be entangled in certain affairs which someone like Sufong from the outer district could not handle. In response to Mu Binger's doubts, Tang Rulin could only remain silent. After a moment's pause, she suddenly spoke. I also aspire to advance to a Tier 2 ability user. Why? Mu Binger did not immediately acquiesce. I need the capability to resolve my own troubles. The mysteries surrounding Tang Rulin were numerous, yet considering Sufong, Mu Binger ultimately provided her with a Tier 2 crystal nucleus. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Rulin swallowed the crystal nucleus and fell into a deep unconsciousness. Moments later, Suyu awakened from her agony. A surge of immense power radiated from her, instantly transforming the room into a frigid landscape, as Mu Binger felt as though she were in a realm of extreme cold. Trembling uncontrollably. Field type ability? The well-informed Mu Binger immediately recognized the type of ability Suyu had awakened. It was an exceedingly rare field type ability. Domain type abilities are exceedingly rare and, unlike combat type abilities, do not significantly enhance the combat prowess of their wielders. However, they serve as formidable tools in large-scale battles. For instance, the extreme cold domain awakened by Suyu transforms the surrounding area into a frigid landscape, amplifying the potency of ice-based abilities while rendering enemies within the domain sluggish and immobile due to the biting cold. It was unexpected that Suyu would awaken such a powerful ability. Yet, As a newly awakened individual, she was utterly incapable of controlling this formidable force. In exasperation, Mu Bing'er had no choice but to render her unconscious, thus preventing herself from succumbing to the frost. Moments later, Suyu suddenly regained consciousness, gazing in disbelief at the white, snow-laden room, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did I do this? She wondered. Mu Bing'er chuckled and nodded in affirmation. Where? Would you care to join my defense team? Just moments prior, Mu Bing'er had set her sights on Suyu, pleasantly surprised to discover such a promising talent in the outer districts. The thought of potentially assisting Sufong filled Suyu with enthusiasm, and she readily agreed. Brother won't scold me, will he? With me around, Sufong wouldn't dare utter a word. With Mu Bing'er backing her, Suyu felt a sense of reassurance. Shortly thereafter, Tang Rulin also awakened. Unlike most, she exhibited no signs of distress during her awakening. In fact, a faint smile graced her lips while she was unconscious. What ability had she awakened? The radiance of the Holy Cross. Before Mu Bing'er could inquire further, Tang Rulin began to showcase her skill. She lifted her right hand, emanating a brilliant light. In that moment, a sacred aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a pure saint. The radiant glow began to envelop Sufong, gradually seeping into his being. To everyone's astonishment, Sufong slowly awoke. It is important to note that failing to ascend to a level 3 ability user inflicts substantial harm on both body and soul. Typically, a normal person would require a full day and night to recuperate. Yet, under Tang Rulin's extraordinary ability, he was rejuvenated in mere moments. Such a healing capability is truly remarkable. Even the well-versed Mu Bing'er had never encountered such a potent restorative power. If abilities were categorized by rank, this would undoubtedly be the most formidable divine ability she had ever witnessed. What Mu Bing'er was unaware of was that Sufong harbored 2 souls within him, forcing him to endure double the agony, with the damage to his spirit being far more severe than she imagined. With Tang Rulin's assistance, he returned to bed to rest, fully aware that he had failed in his attempt to become a level 3 ability user. He believed that had he not been subjected to the compounded spiritual torment, he could have withstood that hellish mental torment. Alas, while he reaped the benefits of dual souls and the accompanying double abilities, he was also fated to bear twice the suffering during his ascension. After a night of rest, Sufong sought out Mu Bing'er once more. Have you lost your mind? The damage to the soul from attempting to become a level 3 ability user is immense. A normal person would need at least a week to recover. You should consider yourself fortunate to have awakened so swiftly under Rulin's healing. You need to rest properly. Are you really thinking of attempting again so soon? Are you courting death? In Mu Bing'er's eyes, Sufong had succumbed to madness. However, Sufong presented an irrefutable rationale: time. With merely 6 days remaining until the next Blood Night, should he fail to ascend to a level 3 ability user before then, death would be his only fate. Thus, he had no choice but to take a gamble. How audacious of him to assume he could orchestrate a conflict between the King of Horses and Lu Feng, reaping the benefits while others clashed. Now, he found himself hoisted by his own petard. Although Mu Bing'er was displeased, she still provided Sufong with a level 3 crystal core and chose to remain by his side once more. As he prepared for his second attempt to break through to a level 3 ability user, Sufong gazed at the crystal core in his hand, hesitating momentarily before finally swallowing it after a period of contemplation. Chapter 32. Repeated defeats. As before, the moment Sufong swallowed the crystal core, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The agony coursing through his body caused him to curl up once more, and concurrently, his form flushed a vivid red. The second assault on reaching the 3rd-tier ability wielder brought forth simultaneous torment for both flesh and spirit. Aware that her powers had limited efficacy, Suyu nonetheless endeavored to alleviate Sufong's body temperature as much as possible. Time trickled away, and under the relentless torment, Sufong fell into a deep slumber once again. A second failure. Under Tang Rulin's care, Sufong took a day to recuperate. When he reappeared before Mu Bing'er, she instantly grasped his intent and, without a word, handed him a 3rd-tier crystal core. Sufong wasted no time, accepting the core and swallowing it whole. The familiar scene unfolded yet again. Pain and struggle ensued. Suyu employed her nearly ineffective abilities to cool him down. Ultimately, Sufong succumbed to unconsciousness once more. A further failure. By the 6th attempt, the same scenario repeated itself. Upon awakening, Sufong gazed at the moon, which had long since lost its former brilliance. A closer inspection revealed that tonight's moon appeared larger, more distant, and redder than usual. Tomorrow night, the Blood Night would descend. This meant that tomorrow represented his final chance. Should he fail again, he risked perishing at the hands of the King of Horses that very night. Drawing fire from the flames, he might end up scalding himself. Sensing Sufong's trepidation, Tang Rulin tenderly kissed his furrowed brow. I believe in you. without excessive words of comfort. She employed her presence to provide him solace both physically and spiritually. On the 7th day, Sufong accepted the 3rd-tier crystal core from Mu Binger. You owe me 7 3rd-tier crystal cores now. Should you fail again, you may find yourself indebted to me for a lifetime. In response to Mu Binger's jest, Sufong merely smiled lightly. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had evolved from mutual exploitation into genuine friendship. To be indebted to you. Does that mean I would gain entry into the inner city, free from worry for food and drink? Sufong teased. Just imagine. Even if you entered the inner city, you would still be bound to serve me, to wash and cook. Amid their playful banter, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably. After swallowing the crystal core once more, Sufong fainted with a broad smile upon his face. Pain and heat assailed him again, within the realm of his soul. With each encounter, Sufong and the ethereal white spirit drew ever closer. However, this time, their souls nearly touched, and in a moment of distraction, they fused together. In an instant, an intense agony invaded his very essence. In reality, Sufong's body underwent unprecedented transformation. If his previous state could be described as merely heated, now it was akin to molten lava. Suyu's frigid domain and the snowflake spirit began to exhibit signs of melting. Exit now. Though Mu Bingo could not comprehend the scene before her, she sensed the imminent danger lurking within. Suyu reluctantly left the room under her insistence. Tang Rilin, undeterred by the searing heat, summoned her sacred radiance. Yet, despite her efforts, Sufong's predicament remained unchanged. Ultimately, the increasingly intense temperature compelled Tang Rilin to retreat from the room. Have you ever witnessed such a terrifying advancement scene? Contemplating Tang Rilin's enigmatic identity, Mu Binger could not help but inquire about her perspective. However, Tang Rilin merely shook her head. This scene was so extraordinary that not only had she never witnessed it, she had never even heard of anything akin to it. At this moment, the three could only pray for divine intervention, hoping that Sufong would successfully ascend to a level 3 ability user. In the nearby woods, Mu Binger's level 4 guardian, upon observing the situation within the house, was equally filled with incredulity. This young man is quite peculiar. How could the pursuit of becoming a level 3 ability user provoke such a tremendous commotion? Would it pose any risk with the young lady remaining by his side? Nonetheless, she showed no inclination to intervene, evidently confident in her own strength, believing she could swiftly avert any potential calamity. Inside the house, Sufong remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside. Within the realm of his soul, he struggled to maintain control over his mind, unwilling to succumb to unconsciousness and risk failure in his advancement. Although Mu Bingo had informed him that this process typically lasted around 15 to 20 minutes for reasons unknown, he found himself requiring nearly 30 minutes. Yet, at that moment, Sufong had neither the energy nor the inclination to concern himself with the passage of time. All he could do was endure for one more second. Each additional second represented a sliver of hope for success. Thus, Sufong clung to the notion of holding on for that final second with unwavering determination. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, just as he sensed his soul teetering on the brink of collapse and imminent loss of consciousness, a beam of white light burst into the pitch-black realm of his soul. In an instant, the agonies of his body and spirit vanished. His once heavy soul began to float, drawn toward the radiant light. When he awoke, he found himself in Mu Binger's residence. Unlike before, he now felt remarkably light upon awakening. His senses, once heightened by the awakening of his wind manipulation, grew even sharper. A mere sound allowed him to pinpoint the location of the level 4 ability user with precision. The gaze from 100 meters away left the level 4 guardian utterly astonished. Possessing a hidden ability, she knew that even peers of the same caliber might struggle to detect her presence. To her disbelief, a newly awakened level 3 ability user could discern her location. Was it mere coincidence? If not, this young man's potential was truly extraordinary. Had he succeeded? Sufong eagerly embraced the sensation of his newly awakened ability. At the moment he focused his mind, a swirling mass of purple flames ignited within his soul's domain. The fire of the mind, a means to directly assault an opponent's soul. It is worth noting that even ability users often possess only formidable physical prowess. Such a soul-striking attack is virtually impossible to defend against. Although the capabilities of the esteemed Ma Wangye remain shrouded in mystery, it is likely that he possesses no means of defending against soul attacks. It is indeed fortuitous for Sufong to awaken such a formidable offensive ability at this juncture. Yet, his serendipity does not cease there. The second extraordinary power he has awakened is the ability to transform into a dragon, similar to Brotherhood's prowess, which allows him to assume a beastly form and thus acquire immense strength. Sufong's transformation manifests as a mighty flood dragon, in contrast to Brotherhood's ferocious tiger. Should he advance further to become a more powerful extraordinary being, He might even attain the ability to soar through the heavens and traverse the seas as a divine dragon. Sufong is thoroughly pleased with the two abilities he has awakened during this advancement. The suffering he previously endured has not been in vain. Of course, Sufong only divulges to others that he has awakened the ability to transform into a dragon. It is only Tang Ruolin who senses that this man, with whom she shares her bed, harbors a secret. However, she could never have imagined that Sufong is capable of awakening two extraordinary powers with each advancement. And thus she refrains from further inquiry. Chapter 33. Level 3 Beast. Having successfully advanced to a Level 3 ability user, Sufong seized the opportunity to rest, bracing himself for the impending Blood Night. With merely 3 hours remaining until the monstrous arrival, citizens were urged to take precautions, reinforcing their doors and windows, and to refrain from venturing outside. The familiar warning resonated throughout the outer district once more. However, this time, the voice that echoed was one Sufong knew well. It belonged to Miss Mu. Her melodious tones had the power to soothe his restless heart. Yet, apart from Sufong, who could afford to indulge in the sweetness of her voice? How is your plan progressing? A sharp voice interrupted Sufong's reverie. Lu Bufon, observing the relaxed demeanor of Sufong, found himself at a loss for words. Did this man truly comprehend the madness of his scheme? Not only did he intend to use both the Ma Wang and Lu Fong as pawns, but he also sought to provoke a Level 3 beast. Even the most formidable figures of the outer district, Ma Wang and Lu Fong, would not dare to provoke such a creature lightly. Yet here was Sufong, asserting his intention to lure a Level 3 beast to Ma Jiaduan. Madman. That was the only term Lu Bufon could conjure to describe him. Little did he realize, the man before him had recently ascended to the status of a Level 3 ability user. While he may not rival Ma Wang or Lu Fong directly, his self-preservation was assured. Just wait. After tonight, the dynamics of the outer district will undergo a dramatic transformation. The defense team will reclaim control of the outer district. If you remain prudent, the Luo Wang Society may yet become the largest mercenary group in the area. However, should you harbor ulterior motives, you will be erased from the outer district, just like Ma Jiaduan. As Sufong watched the moon in the sky gradually turn a shade of crimson, his hands trembled with excitement. With a resounding roar from the heavens, a bird-like beast descended from the sanguine moon, marking the commencement of the Blood Night. Proceed as planned. Your ability to seize control of the Luo Wang Society rests solely on your capabilities. Paying no mind to Lu Bufon's astonished gaze, Sufong leapt from the high-rise, transforming into a soaring dragon, and effortlessly tore the bird-like beast apart. A Level 3 ability user? Had Sufong truly advanced to this level in merely a few days? It was known that there were fewer than 100 Level 3 ability users in the entire outer district, and Sufong had undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of combat power in that realm. Lu Bufon finally grasped that Sufong's earlier words were not mere hyperbole but a genuine warning. After dispatching the bird-like beast, Sufong began collecting the scattered spoils of war, landing gracefully on the ground in human form. Regrettably, some of the treasures had been swept away by the wind during his aerial pursuit. Yet, at that moment, Sufong had no cause for concern over these material losses. Whether it was his own high explosion rate or the backing of Miss Mu, these were his greatest assurances. Upon returning to solid ground, Sufong's primary goal shifted from hunting beasts to seeking out those of formidable strength. Although he believed that his current strength could rival that of the formidable Ma Wangya, the issue of manpower inevitably meant he would have to face multiple adversaries. Should Lu Bufon encounter any mishap, he would simultaneously contend with the combined assault of both Ma Wangya and Lu Fong. The very thought of such a scenario was beyond his imagination. Thus, he resolved to create as much chaos as possible. With his keen senses, Sufong could hear the most intense battles raging around him and promptly rushed toward the source. Indeed, upon arrival, he witnessed an enormous beast wreaking havoc on a nearby building. The few first-tier ability users present were desperately defending their home, but their attacks were as ineffective as mere scratches against the colossal creature. Upon seeing Sufong, clad in the uniform of the defense team, the crowd, who had heard of his rising fame in the outer district, clung to him as if he were a last lifeline, urgently seeking salvation. Faced with the giant beast, Sufong seized the opportunity to test his abilities. In plain view of all, he transformed into a dragon, engaging the monstrous creature in combat. However, despite his transformation, he still appeared somewhat inadequate compared to the towering beast. Fortunately, this creature, though massive, possessed limited skills and relied solely on brute strength. Sufong, embodying the dragon, unleashed scorching flames one moment and crackling lightning the next, reminiscent of the legendary divine dragon. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he easily vanquished the giant beast. The crowd, now safe, gazed at the returning human form of Sufong with expressions of admiration. Yet, Unlike the others, a flicker of disappointment crossed Sufong's eyes. If even he could effortlessly defeat such a beast, how would he contend with Ma Wanya? With no other option, Sufong continued his search for the next formidable creature. For 2 full hours, he traversed the landscape in pursuit of powerful beasts. During this time, he deftly dispatched several troublesome monsters, earning him the status of a hero in the hearts of many. After eliminating another beast, Sufong ascended to a high building, hoping to spot a third-tier creature from the expansive view. Just a short while ago, during the Blood Night, he had been an ordinary person, hiding in a house and barely surviving against the beasts. Now, he found himself actively seeking out powerful monsters, a transformation that left him both amused and bewildered. Suddenly, a blinding light in the distance caught his attention, followed by a deafening explosion. A third-tier beast. The sheer force of the explosion could only be attributed to a third-tier creature, and excitement surged within him as he transformed once more into a dragon, soaring through the sky. However, upon arriving at the site of the explosion, a heavy dread settled in his heart. Was this truly the power of a third-tier beast? The area before him had turned into an inferno, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. With his sharp senses, Sufong discerned not a single cry for help. Evidently, no living soul remained in the vicinity. In the center of the fiery chaos stood a crimson tiger-like beast, roaring triumphantly as if to proclaim its victory. Though the deceased bore no connection to him, Sufong was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and fury. A bolt of violet lightning descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at the beast resembling a tiger. It was only then that the creature became aware of the human presence hovering above its domain. With another resounding roar, reminiscent of a tiger's fierce proclamation, it seemed to express its dissatisfaction towards Sufong. Before Sufong could react in any manner, the tiger-like beast lunged towards him. Its formidable claws carved a deep gash across his serpentine body. How swift! Sufong's senses were utterly unable to keep pace with the creature's incredible speed. The disparity between them was even greater than he had anticipated. Yet, when it came to a contest of speed, Sufong held a modicum of confidence. Transforming back into his human form, he landed and, in an instant, morphed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from the tiger-like beast's sight. Chapter 34. The Night of Blood commences. The tiger-shaped beast was taken aback by Sufong's swiftness. Was it possible for Sufong to simply shake off the tiger-like creature? Clearly, that was an impossibility. The beast transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing amidst the inferno. Thus, 2 violet-red lights chased each other down the streets of the outer city. My goodness, that speed is astonishing. Is that merely a shadow? Truly. A legendary assassin, with such velocity, even a level 3 ability user might struggle to keep pace. What about that tiger-shaped beast? Its speed is not at all inferior to that of the shadow. Could it be a level 3 beast? Only a level 3 beast could compel the shadow to flee at full speed, I suppose. On the streets, people began to recognize Sufong. The tale of the one man, one beast battle gradually spread among the crowd, even though Sufong was merely fleeing. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was remarkable for a level 2 ability user to escape from a level 3 beast, especially as they observed Sufong fleeing towards Marjiatan. Many believed this was all part of the Shadow scheme, to lure the level 3 beast back to Marjiatan and let Lord Ma resolve the predicament. At this moment, chaos reigned in Marjiatan. Under the blood moon, beast attacks were a common occurrence. However, this time, the number of beasts was unusually high, countless creatures rushing towards Marjiatan in relentless waves. Sir, at this rate, our territory will suffer unprecedented devastation. Sir, many of our brothers have been injured. Our fighting force is dwindling, yet the number of beasts seems to be increasing. In the hall, Lord Ma sat on the sofa, his previously confident demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow and eyes radiating a murderous intent that kept those nearby at bay. Only 2 loyal confidants dared to remain by his side. Mahu, can you not resolve this issue? Lord Ma directed a look of clear dissatisfaction towards one of them, seemingly reproaching him for failing to handle such a straightforward matter. There are simply too many, Chinchin, and I cannot cover every front. Facing Lord Ma's inquiry, Mahu remained unperturbed, for he had recently advanced to a level 3 ability user. He was now the 3rd level 3 ability user in Marjiatan. As it stood, Marjiatan was the only mercenary group in the outer city boasting 3 level 3 ability users, rightfully claiming the title of the premier mercenary group in the outer city. The other level 3 ability user was his companion, Chinchin. Mahu's response did not satisfy Lord Ma, but fortunately, Chinchin intervened in time to provide clarification. It's the Falling Phoenix Society. They have deliberately drawn the beast to our territory and even strike from the shadows, which is why our brothers have suffered such heavy casualties. The Falling Phoenix Society. Upon hearing this name, Lord Ma's fury was impossible to contain. A flash of red light erupted, and the table before him was reduced to ashes in an instant. This was one of Lord Ma's abilities, the laser gaze, known as the most destructive power in the outer city. That lunatic Lu Fong, unaware he is being used, continues to act as a henchman for others. He was well aware that Lu Fong's fixation on him was instigated by Sufong, who was sowing discord. Yet, no matter how much information he disseminated, Lu Fong appeared oblivious, intent solely on creating trouble for him, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. The current Luo Wang society was no longer the four-member group of Ur. It was unclear who had advised Lu Fong, but he had managed to rally most of the enemies of the Ma family, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Should a confrontation arise, the Ma family would likely suffer significant losses. Master, if you do not take action soon, you risk disheartening your brothers. Chen Chen continued to urge. The Ma King was certainly aware of this. However, he harbored concerns regarding Sufong and Lu Fong. Lu Fong had long ascended to the rank of a third-level ability user, his strength not inferior to his own. And addressing this rival would require the Ma King to brace for considerable sacrifice. Although Sufong did not pose a direct threat to his power, his treachery exceeded the Ma King's expectations. He firmly believed that Sufong would meddle during his conflict with Lu Fong, creating a scenario where both sides suffered while a third party reaped the benefits. After a moment of contemplation, the Ma King finally reached a decision. Mahu, refrain from engaging. Monitor your surroundings, particularly Sufong. If you spot him, eliminate him immediately. The Ma King's directive surprised Ma Hu and his companion. In comparison to Lu Fong, the Ma King appeared to harbor greater apprehension toward a second-level ability user. Understood. Outside the Ma family enclave, Lu Fong was leading his Luo Wang society, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Yet, as time passed, impatience began to grip one of the members. Just as he prepared to act, Lu Bufan intervened. What do you intend to do? What do you think? I aim to charge in and turn the Ma family upside down. The individual easily shrugged off Lu Bufan's grip, showing him no respect. Before he could take a step, he was halted by a frigid gaze. Lu Fong's expression was devoid of warmth, as if the person before him were merely a corpse. If you seek death, I can oblige. Anyone who obstructs my vengeance for my brother is doomed. Although the individuals present were lone wolves accustomed to freedom, the threat of death compelled them all to exercise restraint. Sensing the tense atmosphere within the group, Lu Bufan stepped forward to alleviate the situation. We must approach the Ma family with caution. Impulsiveness will lead to ruin. I understand your confidence in your abilities, but who can guarantee their survival against the Ma King? We seek vengeance, not death. Indeed, upon hearing this, the group fell silent. With Lu Bufan's reassurance, their expressions gradually softened. Yet the question lingered. When would the right moment arrive? While most understood the rationale, few possessed the patience for it. Do not worry. I have long since devised a plan. Soon, chaos will engulf the Ma family. Lu Bufan remained confident in Sufong, for reasons unknown. He even felt that Sufong was far more formidable than the Ma King. In what seemed to validate his thoughts, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from the distance. The collision of two flames resulted in a violent explosion, utterly obliterating a derelict building. What could have happened? In the distance, a vigilant supernatural being approached the crowd with a look of panic. It is the Shadow. He has provoked a level 3 beast, the Crimson Howler, and is fleeing towards the direction of the Ma family compound. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Fong's eyes. Shadow, since you have delivered yourself into my hands, you can only blame your misfortune. Before Lu Fong could take action, he was intercepted by Lu Bufan. What is the matter? In an instant, Lu Bufan felt as if he were ensnared in the depths of hell, for the Lu Fong before him resembled a hellish hound. Chapter 35. Luring the tiger into the fray. Now is not the time. Lu Bufan endeavored to calm his trembling heart, slowly articulating his thoughts. The third-tier beast, the Crimson Roaring Tiger, would undoubtedly compel Lord Ma to take action. It was only when Lord Ma and the Crimson Roaring Tiger were engaged in a fierce battle, both equally weakened, that the moment for a decisive strike would arise. Lu Bufan's words were met with immediate support from the assembly. Lu Fong, too, struggled to suppress the fury of revenge that burned within him, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Sufong finally felt the formidable power of a third-tier beast. Though both evolved beings and beasts were classified into levels, the combat prowess of a third-tier beast far surpassed that of a third-tier evolved human. While third-tier beasts might lack the myriad of flashy abilities possessed by their evolved counterparts, their sheer physical strength and astonishingly destructive techniques could leave anyone who underestimated them in dire straits. Sufong exerted nearly all his strength to remain entangled with the Crimson Roaring Tiger for this long. Why not unleash his full power? Because his objective was not to flee. He believed that with an all-out effort combining Thunderstrike and Wind Control, he could evade the tiger's relentless pursuit. Thus, the man and the beast continued their fierce struggle for over 10 minutes, traversing half of the outer city. At last, Sufong successfully lured the Crimson Roaring Tiger to his intended destination. It was the Crimson Roaring Tiger. Ma Hu, who had been observing his surroundings, was the first to spot the beast. As a newly advanced third-tier evolved, he gazed in terror at the towering creature, which loomed as large as a small building. Such a ferocious beast was beyond his capability to confront. With no other choice, he could only roar to alert Lord Ma, who was engaged in battle. The Crimson Roaring Tiger? Ma Hu's shout left everyone in the Ma family village momentarily stunned. That was the pinnacle of third-tier beasts. How could such a creature suddenly appear in their midst? Who was responsible? A fleeting image of Sufong crossed Lord Ma's mind. While the crowd remained puzzled by Lord Ma's inquiry, Ma Hu quickly grasped the implication. Sufong. Indeed, it was that despicable wretch. Without further ado, Lord Ma unleashed a devastating laser from his eyes, cleaving the beast before him in twain, before ascending to a higher vantage point. Two violet-red beams of light pursued each other, hurtling directly towards the Ma family village. Where did this rascal acquire a Crimson Roaring Tiger? Before Ma Hu could finish his exclamation, the violet-red beams had already penetrated the village. Sufong abruptly halted and shouted towards Lord Ma. Lord Ma, I bring you a gift. Before the villagers could comprehend the situation, a wave of intense heat surged forward. Within a 20-meter radius, both evolved beings and beasts were instantly reduced to charred remains by this scorching onslaught. In a single strike, half of the battle within the Ma family village vanished. Fortunately, Sufong's keen senses allowed him to evade this blow at the last moment by utilizing Shadow Veil, having successfully lured the Crimson Roaring Tiger to the Ma family village. Sufong feared that the tiger might see him as its sole target, compelling him to conceal himself within the shadows and discreetly retreat. Sufong. A pair of iron fists descended from the heavens, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, it forced Sufong, who was hiding in the shadows, into the open. Lord Ma, are you satisfied with the gift I have brought? As long as you have received it, there is no need for you to come out and see me off. Before the so-called strongest individual from the outer district, Sufong exhibited not a hint of trepidation, even daring to provoke his opponent. The typically domineering Lord Ma could hardly tolerate such insolence. A crimson beam of light shot towards Sufong's chest. Yet he deftly evaded it using his stealthy skills. Is this truly wise, Lord Ma? If you continue to focus your attention on me, I fear your Ma family village may very well face ruin. It was only upon Sufong's admonition that Lord Ma realized the chaos wrought by the red howling tiger upon Ma family village. With the assistance of Ma Hu and Chen, they could only momentarily impede the red howling tiger's advance, unable to fully suppress it, allowing the destruction of Ma family village to escalate. Sufong was evidently resolved to intervene, emboldening him to speak so audaciously. Young man, I must concede you possess a modicum of cleverness, skillfully using the red howling tiger to distract me. However, in this world, such cleverness alone cannot elevate one to prominence. It is the strength of one's fist that prevails. Before he could finish his words, Lord Ma's figure vanished from view. I can eliminate you in less than a second. His declaration resonated in Sufong's ears, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind from his punch. Yet, Lord Ma's overconfident strike met only empty air, as Sufong transformed into a flash of purple lightning, disappearing before him. You have reached the 3rd level of psychic ability? I appreciate your guidance, Lord Ma. Indeed. In this apocalyptic world, only strength guarantees survival. Were it not for my formidable prowess, I would not dare stand before you. As Lord Ma prepared to strike again, Sufong soared into the air, evading his assault. Lord Ma, if this continues, even if you manage to kill me, I fear Ma family village will cease to exist. Lord Ma understood this all too well. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus to the red howling tiger. Chen, keep a close watch on Sufong. With Sufong lurking nearby, Lord Ma could not afford to confront the red howling tiger with full force. Chen promptly withdrew from the fray, his gaze fixed intently upon Sufong in the sky. As Lord Ma replaced Chen on the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The once invincible red howling tiger began to falter under Lord Ma's formidable onslaught. Nevertheless, both Lord Ma and Ma Hu remained vigilant, fully aware that this was not yet the red howling tiger's most potent form. Outside Ma family village, Lu Feng and his companions observed the unfolding spectacle with astonishment. It seemed that the shadow had a conflict with Lord Ma, resulting in their confrontation. Perfect. These two are indeed troublesome. Once they have exhausted each other, dealing with them will be much simpler. Though Lu Feng sensed some inconsistencies in the situation, the flames of vengeance had consumed all reason within him. As long as he could eliminate those two, he was indifferent to the particulars. The others appeared to share a similar sentiment, disregarding the details. Only Lu Bufan, unseen by the others, revealed a subtle smirk of triumph. Unexpectedly, Sufong's plan has indeed succeeded. When shall we commence our assault? Regarding the timing of the offensive, it appears that opinions among the crowd vary. Observing the fierce struggle between Ma Wangge and Qi Xiaohu, many are unable to suppress their thirst for vengeance, their hands trembling with anticipation. Let us begin. Clearly, Lu Fang has also lost patience in waiting. Although Lu Bufan initially intended to delay further, he could no longer contain the fury for revenge that simmered within the crowd. As the battle within the Ma family encampment intensified, he reluctantly acquiesced. However, before setting out, Lu Bufan firmly held his younger brother back. Do not exert yourself too much. Focus on safeguarding yourself. Chapter 36. The conflict between the crane and the clam. Although Lu Buping was perplexed, he held unwavering trust in his elder brother. On the battlefield of Majiatan, the clash between Lord Ma and the Red Howler had reached its final stage. A powerful punch left a profound imprint on the Red Howler's body. Sufong, who had been observing from the skies for quite some time, was now filled with astonishment. The opponent he felt utterly powerless against appeared so vulnerable in the hands of Lord Ma, despite both being level 3 ability users. The disparity between them was as vast as that between a pond and a lake. Fortunately, the plan was progressing smoothly for the moment. Otherwise, facing such an adversary would likely leave him with no choice but to flee. At that moment, he sensed a formidable force rushing toward him from a distance. To his surprise, Lu Bufan could no longer contain his fury against Lu Fang. This was fortuitous. The involvement of the Luo Wang society in the fray would only serve to complicate the situation further. Indeed, Lu Fang's sudden appearance sent a ripple of alarm through Lord Ma, who, momentarily distracted, was even forced back several dozen meters by the Red Howler's flames. Lord Ma, you shall pay the price for my brother's life. As Lu Fang stormed into Majiatan, he clapped his hands, creating waves of sound that sent everyone hurtling back several meters, indiscriminately attacking all present. Even Lord Ma, Ma Hu, and Qinshin, the 3 level 3 ability users, were not spared. Lord Ma wished to explain himself once more, but reconsidering Lu Fang's reckless temperament, he ultimately chose to forego that notion. Were it not for the entanglement with the Red Howler and Sufong's watchful gaze, Lord Ma would not have hesitated to teach Lu Fang a lesson, perhaps even making an example of him. Indeed, Lu Fang was a madman, wholly disregarding the presence of the Red Howler as he charged directly at Lord Ma. Faced with the dual assault of man and beast, Lord Ma's expression grew grave, yet his movements remained unhesitant. He pressed his palms together and then thrust them forcefully toward the ground. In that moment, all present witnessed the origin of the title the First of the Outer District. A surge of potent energy rippled through the earth, and suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground, revealing a crimson glow. It was magma. Everyone felt the formidable force of this strike and scattered in panic. Not everyone possessed the ability to soar like Sufong. Their means of self-preservation varied widely. Some conjured shields around themselves, preparing to weather the impending attack, while others leveraged the recoil of their techniques to achieve brief moments of flight. After a moment of gathering strength, magma erupted from the fissures in the ground. Those who had managed to escape the battlefield through various means narrowly avoided this onslaught, but those lacking effective escape strategies were left with no refuge. Perishing beneath the magma's assault, their remains entirely obliterated. Just a single strike instilled a sense of trepidation in all members of the Luo Wang society. Yet the madman Lu Fang showed no inclination to retreat. As the magma receded, he clapped his hands once more, launching a surprise attack. This time, however, his approach was peculiar. The sound waves did not disperse, but instead surged toward Lord Ma in a direct line. What he believed would be a decisive blow was intercepted by Qinshin, who bravely shielded himself against Lu Fang's sonic assault. Strangely, Qinshin not only emerged unscathed, but also wore a peculiar smile at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, after an astonishing twist of his body, the sonic attack that had struck him was unexpectedly expelled from within, hurtling towards Lu Fang. A retaliatory attack? It was astonishing to discover that someone had awakened such an extraordinary ability. Was there even a need for combat now? Witnessing Qinshin's inexplicable power, the resolve of the onlookers began to wane. Only Lu Fang exhibited a hint of disdain. If you can reflect sonic attacks, I wonder if you can withstand a punch. Blue flames erupted from the vicinity of Lu Fang's elbows, propelling him forward like a rocket, his speed so swift that Qinshin had no time to react. A powerful fist imprint was left on Qinshin's face, sending him crashing several meters away. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Qinshin landed precisely in front of the crimson roaring tiger. Upon seeing its prey fall before it, the tiger let out an exhilarating roar, drawing the attention of all present to itself. It was indeed the true protagonist of this battlefield. Seething flames erupted from its maw, instantly consuming the unfortunate Qinshin. Was this how a level 3 supernatural being met their end? The onlookers could not help but marvel at the crimson roaring tiger's might. Only a select few noticed that all of this was part of Lu Fang's grand design. His attack in Shinchin's landing spot had evidently been meticulously calculated to eliminate the right-hand man of the Horse King by the tiger's claws. No one anticipated that the seemingly reckless Lu Fang harbored such profound intentions. Everyone underestimated this formidable ally. The Horse King could not have foreseen that his capable aide would perish at Lu Fang's hands. Although the entire affair stemmed from Sufong, Lu Fang's murderous intent was unmistakable. As he clasped his hands together once more, all present recoiled in terror. The moment the Horse King's palm struck the ground, everyone retreated several meters back. However, this time, the magma did not unleash its fury upon all. The earth merely cracked open a slender fissure, and the crimson magma surged upwards like a pillar of fire, swiftly transforming into a colossal red dragon that lunged at Lu Fang. Under the Horse King's command, the red magma dragon seemed to come alive, attacking Lu Fang from various bizarre angles, compelling him to retreat. Hurry and strike. Let me witness your ultimate trump card. Sufong remained suspended in the air, observing everything from a vantage point. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never find yourself in peril. Sufong was already aware of the Horse King's 3 supernatural abilities. Yet the nature of Lu Fang's 3rd ability remained shrouded in mystery, having clearly sensed the formidable power of a level 3 supernatural being. Sufong resolved to ascertain the opponent's capabilities before making his move. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. He had once sought to glean information about Lu Fang's abilities through Lu Bufan, but even Lu Bufan was unaware of Lu Fang's awakened 3rd ability. This indicated that Lu Fang's 3rd supernatural power must possess unique attributes, potentially serving as a decisive card in critical moments. Lu Fang's actions seemed to affirm this notion. In the face of the magma dragon's relentless assault, Lu Fang's sonic abilities proved utterly ineffective, and his fists, akin to rockets in their ferocity, were rendered futile. Nevertheless, even under such dire circumstances, Lu Fang refrained from unleashing his 3rd ability. This could only imply that his 3rd power was either of no assistance in the current battle or a lethal trump card, one he would not employ until the very last moment. Come on, Lord Ma. This situation truly does not reflect your esteemed status as the foremost individual in the outer city. Sufong muttered, rallying for Lord Ma, though his true intent was to provoke Lu Fang into revealing his ultimate secret weapon. Chapter 37. Mutual destruction. As the attacks of the magma dragon grew increasingly ferocious, Lu Fang found himself cornered, teetering on the brink of despair. Act now. Sufong noted Lu Fang's hesitation. He was evidently pushed to the edge, contemplating his final move. At that very moment, the red howling tiger intervened. The newly ascended Tier 3 ability user, Mahu, was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the red howling tiger, especially considering that his awakened powers were of the offensive nature. Could he truly contend with a beast in physical prowess? Even surpassing the beast by a level might not guarantee success. Under the relentless assault of the red howling tiger, Mahu was already battered and bruised. Just as the tiger prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, intercepting the attack. Mahu swiftly retreated from the tiger's range. Divine retribution? The fortunate survivor, Mahu, glanced skyward, realizing that the so-called divine punishment emanated from Sufong. Although the intent behind Sufong's intervention remained unclear, he had indeed saved Mahu's life. However, what was even more perplexing was Sufong's sudden involvement in the fray, despite having previously remained an observer. Upon spotting his former prey, the red howling tiger immediately fixated its gaze on Sufong. Yet, the situation had drastically transformed. After engaging in numerous battles, the red howling tiger was no longer the formidable force it once was. Sufong did not even need to transform into a dragon. Merely relying on fire and purple lightning was sufficient to keep the tiger firmly at bay, albeit only in a state of suppression. With the red howling tiger's disturbances quelled, the King Ma could finally devote his full attention to Lu Fang. Witnessing Sufong come to Mahu's aid, Lu Fang's conviction that Sufong was the shadow only deepened. The earlier perceived contradictions were merely a performance to lure them out. Though Lu Fang's speculations were riddled with inconsistencies, the flames of vengeance had long obscured his judgment. In that moment, he resolved to cast aside all concealment. After evading another attack from the magma dragon, Lu Fang's elbow erupted in flames, propelling him forward like a rocket. His target, however, was not the magma dragon but rather the King Ma. The sudden offensive from Lu Fang caught King Ma off guard, who had remained in a defensive stance. Yet, the anticipated blow did not materialize. Instead, Lu Fang seized King Ma without any intention of striking. What do you intend? Lu Fang's strange behavior instilled a sense of apprehension in King Ma. What do I intend? Of course, it is to avenge my brother. King Ma felt a deep sense of grievance regarding this matter, yet the circumstances afforded him no opportunity to explain. Before King Ma could utter another word, Lu Fang unleashed his final trump card. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Lu Fang's body radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light, blindingly intense, rendering it impossible for anyone to observe the unfolding battle. King Ma, positioned in close proximity, was directly scorched by the light, unable to discern Lu Fang's movements. Although the exact condition of the two remained obscured, all present could sense the tremendous energy rapidly coalescing around Lu Fang. Even the battle-hardened Lord Ma had never encountered such an immense energy emanating from anyone or any creature. What extraordinary power could possibly require such colossal force? Could it be that Lu Fang's ultimate move was self-destruction? A frenzied thought simultaneously surged through the minds of both Lord Ma and Sufong. This would explain why even Lu Bufan was oblivious to the third power he had awakened, while Sufong maintained his composure to analyze the situation. Lord Ma found himself unable to do so. He could not fathom that this madman, Lu Fang, intended to perish alongside him. Although he could not discern Lu Fang's face, the maniacal laughter ringing in his ears made it clear that Lu Fang was not merely attempting to intimidate him. Lu Fang, do not allow yourself to be exploited. It was not I who killed Lu Jiafu, nor was Sufong a mere shadow. The usually arrogant Lord Ma nearly shouted his grievances in a voice filled with anguish. Yet, Lu Fang remained impervious to his words. Let it be destroyed. Descend into hell and repent with my brother. As the radiance blazed forth, a deafening explosion momentarily rendered all present deaf, the shockwave propelling everyone several dozen meters away. Losing both sight and hearing, Sufong had no notion of how much time had elapsed. When he finally regained consciousness from the dizziness of the explosion, both his vision and hearing had returned. What lay before him was utterly unbelievable. Lu Fang's ultimate move had indeed been self-destruction. A strike so powerful that even he could scarcely comprehend its magnitude. The entire Ma family village lay in ruins. Almost all the buildings had been obliterated. Only a few still stood, teetering precariously, as if a mere punch from an ordinary person could bring them down. Those who had accompanied Lu Fang to confront Lord Ma were reduced to mere fragments in the explosion. The sole survivors were Lord Ma, Mahu Sufong, and Shi Xiaohu, who had withstood the blast thanks to their formidable physical prowess as third-level ability users. Yet, they were now rendered incapable of further combat. The only second-level ability user to survive the explosion was Lu Bufan, who had distanced himself from the fray from the outset. These two remained the only combat-capable survivors. A cacophony of manic laughter echoed through the ruins. It was Lu Bufan. He could hardly believe that Lu Fang had resorted to such a mutually destructive tactic to avenge Lu Jiafu. With just one move, he had toppled all those once lofty third-level ability users, now rendering him the ultimate victor of this conflict. Who would have thought? Sufong, after all your meticulous planning, I have emerged as the final winner. Lu Bufan did not rush to eliminate Lord Ma. His first target was Sufong. After all, he did not wish for others to discover his collusion with outsiders against Lu Fang, as it would tarnish his reputation in the outer city. A detrimental consequence for his ambitions to develop the Luo Wang society. Confronted by Lu Bufan's treachery at the last moment, Sufong felt no surprise. Their relationship had always been one of mutual exploitation. How could he expect someone capable of betraying Lu Fang to remain loyal to him? It was simply nauseating to have to witness such a petty individual emerge as the beneficiary after all this scheming. What? You can speak now? Do you not have any final words to utter? Confident in his perceived victory, Lu Bufan continued to provoke. Do you truly believe your plan is flawless? While the crane and clam vie, you assume the role of the fisherman. Yet, you remain oblivious to the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the finch lurking behind. I am that finch. With a single stroke, I shall eliminate both Ma Wangye and Shadow Sufong, and by tomorrow, I will be a legendary figure in the outer district. Lost in such fantasies, Lu Bufan was abruptly awakened by Sufong's voice. Do you genuinely believe you are the soul finch? After all my plotting, could I possibly be oblivious to your betrayal? What? Lu Bufan, shaken from his splendid reverie, gazed in disbelief at the ailing Sufong. Suddenly, a chilling presence enveloped him from behind. Today, the esteemed Captain Mu personally intervened to expunge the Luo Huang society and the Ma family from the outer district. Mu Binger and her companions had appeared amidst the ruins without his notice. Chapter 38. A grievous scene. The sudden appearance of Mu Binger and her companions left Lu Bufan in a state of indescribable turmoil. The predator and the prey. Or perhaps he himself was the predator. Amidst the ruins, Sufong bore the marks of severe burns, evoking a pang of anguish in Suyu. Tang Rulin immediately unleashed her unique ability, the Holy Light Cross. A cross formed of radiant white light slowly descended from the air, piercing through Sufong's charred body. An immense surge of energy flowed into Sufong, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What? Healing abilities are exceedingly rare, and Tang Rulin's Holy Light Cross possessed formidable restorative power. Lu Bufan understood that he had met his defeat. Had he not chosen to betray Sufong at the last moment, had he forged a strong bond with Sufong, had he leveraged Sufong to secure the support of Miss Mu. Despite the myriad paths before him, he opted for the express route to perdition. But was there still time for regret? Both Sufong and Miss Mu were clearly unwilling to let Lu Bufan escape unscathed. The two shared a glance. And without uttering a word, they comprehended each other's intentions. Lu Buping gathered several tiny black particles in his hand and hurled them towards Sufong and Mu Binger. Sufong, aware of the capabilities of the black particles, intended to warn them, but found himself unable to muster even a whisper, his body devoid of strength. Breath itself a laborious endeavor. Fortunately, Mu Binger reacted swiftly. With a stamp of her right foot, several vines erupted from the scorched earth, shattering the black particles mid-air. With such feeble strength, you dare to launch a surprise attack? Do you know who I am? Mu Binger scoffed. In truth, Sufong's concerns were somewhat unwarranted. The Mu family, to which Mu Binger belonged, was one of the most powerful families in the inner city, having faced countless ambushes. It was for this reason that her father had stationed a level 4 ability user in the shadows for protection against a surprise attack like that of Lu Buping. Mu Binger need not have activated her powers. She chose to display her abilities for the first time only out of consideration for Suyu and Tang Rulin. Though Lu Buping's ambush had failed, he exhibited no sign of disappointment. The objective of the two brothers had never been Mu Binger and her companions. While Lu Buping diverted their attention, Lu Bufan had already made his way to Sufong's side. As long as Sufong was eliminated, Mu Binger and her companions would be utterly incapable of stopping him. Dark energy surged from Lu Bufan's back, coalescing into 8 shadowy spider legs, all aimed at Sufong on the ground. Snowflake spirits. Just as Lu Bufan believed he had secured his victory, dozens of pristine snowflake spirits intervened, obstructing the spider legs' advance. Suyu's gaze remained fixed on Sufong. Even after Lu Buping's failed ambush, her attention did not waver from him. Despite his failed surprise attack, Lu Bufan persisted in his onslaught. Beneath his enigmatic smile, the 8 ebony spider legs were clad in iron armor. The snowflake sprite, which had just matched the spider legs in strength, was instantaneously repelled. Suyu realized that it was too late to summon the snowflake sprite once more to halt the impending threat. The crisp sounds of clanging echoed, 8 distinct strikes. Remarkably, all 8 spider legs shifted their positions, failing to pierce Sufong. In the distance, the voices of Li Jun and Tiger Brother resonated. Damn it! How many ambushes has Sufong orchestrated? Faced with the sudden appearance of the two, Lu Bufan felt a sense of despair creeping in. The last glimmer of hope they had painstakingly captured was being obliterated before their very eyes. What was more terrifying was his inability to fathom how much more Sufong had prepared. The man lying on the ground had continuously astonished him since their initial encounter. At that time, they had merely been allies, and Lu Bufan had only mused at Sufong's cleverness. Now, as an adversary, he truly comprehended the extent of Sufong's terror. Even in his current incapacitated state, Sufong remained an architect of the web that ensnared him. Although he bore a more spider-like appearance, it was clear that killing Sufong under the protection of Mu Binger and her companions was no longer feasible. The two brothers exchanged glances, their silent communication culminating in a synchronized retreat in opposite directions. Pursue. Don't let them escape. Mu Bingo instinctively directed Tiger Brother and his companion to chase after them, only to be thwarted by Sufong, who summoned the last vestiges of his strength to intervene. Observing the retreating figures, Mu Bingo felt bewildered, yet complied with Sufong's directive. Under the healing ministrations of Tang Rulin, Sufong's physical injuries had mended. Albeit he remained physically incapacitated, reliant on Rulin and Suyu for support. Comparatively, he was in a far better condition than Ma Wangye and Ma Hu. Had he not been embroiled in a struggle with Qi Xiaohu, maintaining a distance from Lu Fang, and utilized Qi Xiaohu's body to shield himself from the majority of the explosion's force, he might have perished. Qi Xiaohu? Suddenly, Sufong realized that if he had survived the explosion, then Qi Xiaohu, with his formidable physical strength, would likely have endured as well. As he descended with the assistance of Rulin and Suyu to Qi Xiaohu's side, he was relieved to find that the third-tier beast had indeed survived. Despite having been used as a shield to absorb most of the blast, it had persevered through the explosion, a testament to the incredible resilience of third-tier beasts. What you most require now is rest. Why dwell on Qi Xiaohu? Rest assured, he is devoid of any capacity for action. We shall take care of him. Indeed, brother, you should return and recuperate. Mu Binger urged Sufong to retreat and restore his health, while Suyu supported him towards home. Yet, Sufong persistently shook his head in refusal. His body had not fully recovered, words failed him, and even if he could articulate, he was uncertain how to explain the high explosive rate of the external enhancements affixed to him. Witnessing Sufong's unwavering determination, Mu Binger and Suyu could only acquiesce to his wishes. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Sufong struggled to extract the bone dagger. Aided by Ruo Lan as he approached the dying Qi Xiaohu, Sufong had intended to thrust the dagger into the creature's heart, delivering a final blow. Yet, The reality was that even if he could lift the bone dagger, he lacked the strength to pierce Qi Shao's flesh. Ruo Lan seemed to discern his intention and directly assisted Sufong in raising the dagger, aligning it with the beast's heart and forcefully pushing it forward. The bone dagger finally penetrated Qi Shaohu's heart. A formidable third-tier beast, it could muster no more than a final, silent gasp before its demise. A testament to the ferocity of this battle. Chapter 39. Level 3 Beast Eggs. The crowd remained perplexed as to why Sufong insisted on personally slaying the red howling tiger. Amidst their confusion, Brother Hu and his companion commenced the dissection of the tiger's carcass. So many soul crystals. Li Jun's exclamation went unnoticed by the others. So many crystals. Brother Hu seemed to have stumbled upon something remarkable. Mu Binger and her companions were too preoccupied to heed their words. While soul crystals and crystals were exceedingly precious in the outer districts, to Mu Binger and Tang Rulan, they were merely ordinary trading commodities. She could easily give Sufong level 3 crystals. Had Sufong not succeeded in advancing to a level 3 ability user on his 7th attempt, Mu Binga would have continued to supply him with level 3 crystals. Beast eggs. This revelation stirred Mu Bingo from her indifference. Almost abandoning Sufong, she swiftly approached the carcass of the red howling tiger. Indeed, nestled within the abdomen of the corpse was a crimson beast egg, quietly resting and intermittently shimmering with a red glow. A genuine beast egg? It is worth noting that even within the inner districts, beast eggs are exceedingly rare. Even the Mu family could not procure one at will. Most importantly, Mu Binger had awakened her second ability, Beast Control. As the name suggests, it enabled her to command beasts to fight on her behalf. However, under normal circumstances, ability users cannot control beasts of a higher level than themselves. Commanding weaker beasts to battle? This rendered the beast control ability somewhat impractical. This was a source of embarrassment for Mu Binger. As the daughter of the current head of the Mu family, she aspired to inherit her family's legacy, necessitating formidable strength. Yet, her prolonged inability to advance to a level 3 ability user, coupled with the rather ineffective beast control skill, placed her in a somewhat awkward position within her family. Nonetheless, there existed an exception, beast eggs. The beasts that hatch from these eggs possess the ability to level up akin to humans. And they are raised like pets by their masters, thus not only harboring immense potential but also displaying unwavering loyalty to their guardians. Even the esteemed young lady of the Mu family could not suppress a flicker of greed in her eyes at this moment. Fortunately, her reason swiftly quelled her desires. As Mu Bingo shifted her gaze from the beast egg, she was struck by yet another astonishing discovery. Hidden within the carcass of the red howling tiger lay hundreds of soul crystals and a dozen crystals. Level 3 crystals? While Mu Binger was still marveling at the sheer quantity of soul crystals and crystals, she suddenly noticed two distinct specimens among the dozen crystals. Smooth and radiating a dazzling light, they were indeed level 3 crystals, 2 of them, no less. It is exceedingly rare for a level 3 beast to yield even a single level 3 crystal, let alone 2 simultaneously. Through the diligent efforts of Brother Hu and his companion, they finally gathered all the spoils from the red howling tiger. Upon counting, the trio discovered an astonishing total of 1,493 soul crystals, 20 level 1 crystals, 5 level 2 crystals, and 2 level 3 crystals. The sheer volume of these treasures was calculated to be at least tenfold the usual amount. As Sufong, supported by Tang Rulan and Mu Binger, gradually departed, Mu Bingo found herself reflecting on his insistence that she deliver the final blow to Qi Shaohu, stirring a sense of doubt within her. Could such an extraordinary bounty truly be attributed to his solitary strike? Although Mu Binger deemed it improbable, Sufong's unwavering demeanor compelled her to entertain the notion. Tiger Brother and his companion were equally astonished, yet they dared not voice their thoughts in the presence of Miss Mu. Upon returning home, Sufong succumbed to slumber. The toll of battle had been immense. Even though his physical injuries had healed, the wounds to his spirit would require time to mend. In the hall, Mu Bingo placed the spoils acquired from Qi Shaohu's corpse upon the table. The three women gazed gravely at the abundance of soul crystals laid before them. This was simply too extravagant. Even the typically composed Tang Rulan exhibited a look of astonishment. Through Suyu's revelations, they learned that Sufong had ascended from an ordinary individual to a level 3 ability user in merely half a month. This was utterly unfathomable. It is crucial to note that in the apocalypse, the abilities of individuals do not evolve as in novels. Talent primarily pertains to combat skills, having little impact on level advancement. To achieve such an extraordinary enhancement in such a brief span, the only plausible method would be to amass resources. Yet, even the prominent families in the inner city might hesitate to invest such resources in an heir within such a short time frame. Moreover, just half a month prior, Sufong was merely a commoner struggling on the fringes of survival. Was everything a result of those exorbitant rewards? Considering Suyu's words, they could only arrive at one reasonable conclusion. After a day and night of rest, Sufong's body and spirit finally rejuvenated. Upon entering the hall, He noticed the three women regarding him with peculiar expressions. Instinctively, he touched his body, fearing he had encountered some inexplicable mishap during the previous battle. However, after a thorough examination, he found nothing amiss. "What are you all staring at?" he inquired. "Nothing, just curious about the secrets you're hiding from us," Mu Bing'er replied, leaving Sufong utterly perplexed. If the words had come from Tang Rulin or Suyu, it might have seemed more reasonable, but from Miss Mu, it felt rather strange. Clearly, Mu Bing'er was oblivious to the oddity of her statement. Her singular focus was on uncovering Sufong's secrets. Seeing Sufong's bewildered expression, Mu Bing'er, in a fit of frustration, tossed a bag of soul crystals in front of him. "Explain this," she demanded, as if he had committed some wrongdoing. Sufong, caught in a state of helplessness, understood what she sought to uncover. In truth, his thoughts before drifting into unconsciousness had solely fixated on not squandering Qi Xiaohu's remains. The hunt for a level 3 beast was no trivial feat. The rewards must be immensely rich. With these thoughts in mind, he resolved to deliver the final blow to Qi Xiaohu himself, regardless of the potential revelation of his secrets. In the current situation, Sufong had no choice but to conceal nothing. He had long prepared an impeccable explanation. Pure luck. However, this seemingly flawless justification did not satisfy the three individuals. "Do you take us for fools?" Mu Bing'er was on the verge of confronting Sufong, yet hesitated for a moment. Knowing he had already ascended to the rank of a level 3 ability user, ultimately abandoning the thought of aggression. Sufong maintained that his good fortune was simply inexplicably favorable. The trio knew full well that Sufong was attempting to deceive them, yet they found themselves unable to muster a single counterargument. Luck, a concept both enigmatic and elusive, often leads individuals to marvel at the seemingly boundless fortune of others. Little did they expect that the one favored by the goddess of luck stood right before them. Particularly, Sufong's expression of shamelessness stirred Mu Bing'er's envy. Chapter 40, The Transformation of the Defense Team. Indeed, Sufong's words were not entirely unfounded. After all, being bestowed with such a high explosion rate as an advantage is nothing short of the favor of lady luck. Upon learning of Sufong's extraordinary ability, Mu Bing'er regarded him with a shifted gaze, one brimming with unmasked avarice. "What are your intentions?" Sufong instinctively placed a hand over his chest. "Is it true that if you are the one to slay the beast, the spoils will be doubled?" "No, perhaps even tenfold." "Is that not so?" Regarding the specifics of the increase, Sufong himself held no clear conception. After all, neither he nor the previous Sufong possessed the capability to confront the beasts. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing'er's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of ambition. "What do you intend to do?" Although Sufong remained unaware of Mu Bing'er's ulterior motives, he was certain they were far from benevolent. Of course, it is to maximize your abilities. Mu Bing'er's foremost thought was to take Sufong back to the inner city, to the arena of beasts where they could slay the creatures and amass countless treasures. Yet, upon considering Sufong's current status, that notion had to be temporarily shelved. "What is it that you truly desire?" Observing Mu Bing'er's fleeting moments of cunning smiles juxtaposed with despondent shakes of her head, Sufong's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Surely, this young lady does not intend to capture him for experiments, does she? "You will find out soon enough." With that cryptic statement, Lady Mu turned and departed, leaving Sufong sleepless through the night. After 2 days of rest, Sufong's body finally regained its strength. Upon his arrival at the defense team headquarters, he instantly attracted the admiration of many, even garnering appreciative glances from those seasoned veterans who had previously regarded him with disdain. In truth, when they initially joined the defense team, their sole purpose was to protect the outer districts and safeguard their homeland. However, faced with the encroachment of beasts and the reckless interference of mercenaries, they found themselves utterly powerless. The emergence of the privileged youths from the inner city had reignited their hopes, but reality dealt them another heavy blow. Those aristocratic scions merely sought to embellish their resumes in the outer districts, returning to the inner city after a month of indolence. In that brief span, these privileged youths demonstrated no genuine interest in reforming the defense team. Rather, they commanded the team to seize resources essential for the survival of ordinary people. Faced with such entitled individuals, the team could only bow in submission. Thus, when Mu Bing'er appeared within the defense team, her presence was met with unrestrained audacity from the team members, serving as their final silent rebellion. Little did they anticipate that this seemingly delicate young lady was unlike the previous aristocrats. In her commitment to rectify the outer districts, she not only devoted herself wholeheartedly but also humbled herself before Sufong. In a mere 15 days, she dismantled the foremost mercenary group in the outer districts, the Ma family brigade, and even vanquished the leading figure, the Beast King, along with another third-tier ability wielder, Lu Feng, at Sufong's hands. When the news spread throughout the outer districts, for the first time, these defense team members felt a swell of pride in being part of the organization. "Captain, well done. Captain, Although Sufong had long been appointed as the captain of the defense team by Mu Binger, he had never been referred to as such by anyone. Even Hugu and his companion merely continued the customary practice of calling him Suyu. As Sufong surveyed the crowd, he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the defense team, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Excellent. From this day forth, the jurisdiction of the Outer District shall once again return to our defense team. His words quickly garnered enthusiastic agreement from the others. Indeed, we must make those mercenaries aware of who truly reigns over the Outer District. We have had enough of those individuals wreaking havoc, seizing the resources of ordinary people. It is high time we teach them a lesson. Observing the fervent determination of his comrades, Sufong refrained from interrupting their zeal and, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, made his way to Mu Binger's chamber. Upon his arrival, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Mu Binger's eyes. Yet it went unnoticed by Sufong. Miss, you wouldn't truly consider capturing me for experimentation, would you? Experimentation? If luck could be deciphered through experiments, it would lose its value. It seemed that Miss Mu indeed contemplated examining Sufong's luck, yet was at a loss as to how to proceed. Miss Mu, could you perhaps refrain from gazing at me in such a manner? Sufong dared not meet Mu Binger's gaze, fearful of provoking any peculiar thoughts within her. Rest assured, I merely conceived a lucrative scheme. Lucrative? What kind of scheme? At the mention of wealth, a glint of avarice sparkled in Sufong's eyes. Mirroring Mu Binger's. It is still too premature to discuss. I shall inform you once it is feasible. And how shall we divide the profits? Sufong's greedy side left Mu Binger somewhat speechless. Just as Sufong was about to press further regarding the so-called lucrative scheme, a window suddenly flew open. A shadowy figure abruptly materialized within the room. Who are you? Sufong instantly conjured a fireball at his fingertips, ready to strike, only to find a long sword pressed against his throat. You don't seriously believe you are my match, do you? The unfamiliar voice bore a familiar aura. Is it you? This individual was none other than Mu Binger's guardian. Upon recognizing the person, Sufong relaxed, though disappointment quickly washed over his face. He had sensed the guardian's presence earlier. However, he only became aware of their arrival when they stood right before him. Had the guardian truly intended to kill him, he would have had no opportunity to retaliate. You don't wish to compare yourself to Sister Mumu, do you? You truly are oblivious. Sister Mumu is a renowned master in the Inner District, undoubtedly among the top 10 among level 4 ability users. Mu Binger, noticing his dismay, couldn't help but tease him. One of the top 10 level 4 ability users? In the entire Inner District, there are fewer than 20 level 5 ability users. Level 4 ability users are the primary combat strength of the Inner District. And the woman before him being hailed as one of the top 10 ability users indicated that the disparity in their strengths was likely greater than Sufong had imagined. Despite being fully aware of the vast difference in their capabilities, he still found himself unable to resist the urge to compare himself to her. Sufong's gaze fell uncontrollably upon the individual before him, clad in a sleek black leather outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her legs appeared even longer beneath the complement of knee-high boots. Cascading down her petite face, her lustrous black hair framed a subtle smile that danced upon her lips. Have you had your fill of ogling, you scoundrel? Mu Bingo interjected, her tone laced with discontent. What scoundrel? You are with Tang Rulin. Yet you still gaze at Sister Mumu with such lecherous eyes. Is that not the very definition of a scoundrel? Sufong refrained from countering Mu's accusations. After all, it was only natural for a man to steal glances at such an exquisite beauty. He could hardly be blamed for it. Of course, such a justification could only be whispered in the corridors of his mind. Should Mu discover his thoughts, he would undoubtedly face another round of scathing reprimands. Chapter 41. The Mu family meeting. Observing Sufong, who had previously strategized with great confidence, now displaying a submissive demeanor before Mu Binger. The ever-watchful Sister Mu couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. The two soon realized their lapse in decorum. Sister Mu, what brings you here? Mu Bingo inquired, aware that Sister Mu was her guardian, and her appearance was likely due to pressing matters. Master Mu wishes to see you. My father wants to see me? Mu Binger was taken aback. Given that the wager had a 1-month duration, why was she summoned back after only 20 days? Could it be that her father intended to renege on the agreement? That seemed implausible. Her father would never casually breach a promise. What then? Could be so urgent as to require her return 10 days early? Filled with confusion and concern, Mu Binger turned to Sister Mu for assistance. Do not worry. Master Mu is quite pleased with your performance in the Outer District. You should expect good news upon your return. Good news? Does my father wish to fulfill the wager ahead of schedule? But the defense team. Mu Binger was eager to return to the Inner District to settle the wager with her father, yet the thought of abandoning the defense team, which she had invested so much effort into, left her feeling uneasy. Sister Mu perceived her inner turmoil. Rest assured, you will return soon. With Sister Mu's enigmatic expression leaving her puzzled, Mu Bingo followed her back home. Fortunately, Sufong had already established his authority within the defense team, thus negating the need for Mu Bing'er, the esteemed young lady of the Mu family, to bolster his presence. Make haste and return promptly. After a brief farewell, Mu Bing'o ventured back to the coveted Inner District. To her surprise, upon learning of Mu Bing'o's temporary return to the Inner District, the members of the defense team did not seem overly concerned. Instead, it was Sufong who had unwittingly become the true leader of the defense team. Though the atmosphere within the team was vibrant, their combat capability had diminished over time, only slightly surpassing that of ordinary individuals. To revitalize the defense team, the foremost task was to enhance their fighting prowess. Sufong resolved to delegate this responsibility to Hu Ge and Li Jun, assigning them to instruct close combat and marksmanship, respectively. To motivate them, Sufong even established a reward system, the coveted crystal course. Only by meeting his standards would he bestow a crystal core upon them, aiding their transformation into ability users. Indeed, under this incentive structure, the team members exhibited remarkable enthusiasm for training. Nevertheless, this alone would not suffice. He needed to recruit more members to fortify the defense team. In Mu Bing'o's absence, Sufong suddenly felt overwhelmed with numerous responsibilities and wished for assistance in sharing the burden. That evening, weary from his exertions, Sufong returned home and conveyed the news of Mu Bing'o's temporary return to Suyu and the others. As expected, disappointment flickered across Suyu's face. Sister Bing'er won't be gone for long, will she? Surely not, Sufong responded, though he could not offer any guarantees. However, judging by the expressions of Mu Bing'er and Sister Mu, it seemed her return was merely a temporary interlude. Relieved to learn it was just a brief separation, Suyu finally exhaled in relief. Upon hearing Sufong lament about the troublesome duties of the defense team, she even went so far as to accuse him of laziness. Truly, a daughter can never be retained. Within just a few days, she had forsaken her beloved brother and sought solace in her best friend's embrace. Nevertheless, Suyu ultimately offered to assist him with his tasks in the defense team. Yet, what Sufong remained oblivious to was whether Suyu's arrival at the defense team was genuinely to alleviate his burdens or merely to impose additional tasks upon him. In that moment, he found himself unable to reach a decision. To his surprise, Tang Ruolin also expressed her desire to join the defense team. Considering Ruolin's formidable healing abilities, he unhesitatingly agreed. The stark contrast in his attitude immediately incited Suyu's discontent. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Suyu's demands. Suddenly, he began to comprehend why the management in his past life favored nepotism. Perhaps their motives mirrored his own at this moment, simply seeking a serene night at home. Sufong arranged for Suyu to train under Li Jun. Although Suyu was already an ability user, her lack of combat experience rendered her ill-equipped to handle unforeseen dangers. Under the weight of Suyu's mournful gaze, Sufong hastily fled. It was said that on that day, Suyu exhibited remarkable prowess during training, particularly in long-range attacks, where her snowflake spirits obliterated the humanoid targets as if avenging a personal foe. Fueled by her fury, within a mere 3 days, Suyu had mastered the control of her snowflake spirits to fulfill her every whim, astonishing Li Jun with her rapid progress. Thanks to Sufong's endeavors, the defense team thrived at an impressive pace. In stark contrast, within the Mu family home in the inner city, the atmosphere between Mu Bing'er and her father was rather awkward. In the Mu family's living room, Mu Bing'er sat in formal attire, her face devoid of the previous ease. Father, must this truly be done? Beside her, a stern middle-aged man sat rigidly, exuding an air of forbidding authority. Undeniably a soldier of rigorous training, this man was Mu Bing'er's father, the current head of the Mu family, Mu Yang. The outer district is not as simple as you envision. The stakes are far greater than you realize. If you truly manage to control the entire outer district, many will rise to oppose you. Then why did you wager with me? Mu Bing'er's words left the hardened man speechless. Was he to admit that he had never anticipated his daughter could manage the outer district, thus agreeing to this seemingly foolproof bet? Although the developments had exceeded the man's expectations, he had no intention of breaking his promise. However, given the intricate web of interests and powers involved, careful deliberation was essential. Soon, the Mu family hall was filled with people, including Mu Bing'er's guardian, the 4th-level ability user, Sister Mu, whose status within the Mu family was evidently far more significant than merely being the young lady's protector. I trust you all understand why you have been summoned here today. Although there has long been an agreement among our esteemed families, should Bing'er truly seize control of the defense team, it is likely they will not remain passive observers. Today, I have summoned everyone to discuss this matter. Please feel free to express your thoughts. Mu Yang's words did not elicit a response from the assembly. Each individual understood the far-reaching implications if mishandled. It could disrupt the delicate balance of power within the inner city. Elder brother, perhaps you might share your insights first. The speaker was Mu Shan, Bing'er's second uncle. who was the only one bold enough to speak up at that moment. Observing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Mu Yang realized that if he remained silent, no one would dare to voice their opinions. Regarding this matter, I hold but one perspective. Since an agreement exists among the families, as long as Binger possesses the capability, let the outer district flourish under his guidance. Chapter 42, The Situation in the Inner City Dominance. Although the members of the Mu family had long anticipated this outcome, they could not help but express their astonishment upon hearing it firsthand. Mu Yang was inherently a person of great assertiveness, and coupled with his role as a devoted father, it was natural for him to support every decision made by Mu Binger. However, many viewed this decision as somewhat impulsive. It is essential to recognize that the interests involved in the outer city are immeasurable, and other families would certainly not remain passive. At this moment, only Mu Shan dared to voice his concerns. Elder brother, have you considered the consequences? Offending the 7 prominent families simultaneously may not be the wisest choice. The 7 prominent families? The agreement was established collectively, and none would dare to openly violate it. As for underhanded tactics, our Mu family has never shied away from them. While a direct assault is easily countered, covert strikes are far more challenging to defend against. Why place ourselves in a position of being besieged from all sides? If Mu Yang epitomized the Mu family's dominance, then Mu Shan represented their last bastion of composure. His words garnered unanimous agreement. Mu Yang, this matter requires careful consideration. A single misstep could plunge the entire Mu family into irreparable ruin. The speaker was the sole elder present at the meeting, Mu Yang's second uncle. Uncle, I have given this considerable thought, Mu Yang replied, displaying a rare humility in the presence of his uncle, who was also the former head of the Mu family. Considerable thought? The phrase sounded exceedingly peculiar when uttered by Mu Yang. Even Mu Binger could not suppress her surprise, and the eyes of the assembly turned towards Mu Yang, awaiting his interpretation of this so-called careful consideration. We are not the only ones coveting the outer city. If the 7 prominent families could unite, it would indeed pose a problem. However, who among them would exert their full strength? At most, they would merely put on a show, waiting for others to take action. Our Mu family can seize this opportunity to capture resources in the outer city. Even if the balance of power returns in the outer city eventually, the Mu family would have already reaped substantial benefits from this conflict. Even in failure, I see no loss for the Mu family. The assembly stared at Mu Yang in disbelief, utterly astonished that such words could originate from him. Only Mu Shan and second uncle displayed a barely perceptible smile, for they understood long ago that Mu Yang was not as reckless as he appeared. Beneath his domineering exterior lay a delicate heart. Indeed, one could argue that his fierce demeanor was merely a perfect facade. After a moment of contemplation, the assembly began to acknowledge Mu Yang's perspective. If Bingo could indeed manage to take control of the outer city, even if only for a brief period, it would yield significant gains for our Mu family. Indeed, moreover, there are numerous privileged youths dispatched to the outer city. Binger's singular success would serve as a testament to our Mu family's influence. Driven by the allure of profit, the assembly swiftly acquiesced to Mu Yang's proposal. Moments later, only 4 individuals remained in the expansive hall, the 3 leaders of the Mu family and Mu Binger's guardian. Mu. As a renowned ability wielder in the inner city, Mu held a position subordinate only to the 3 leaders within the Mu family. Mu, you have always stood by Binger's side. What are your thoughts on this matter? Master, have you not already made a decision? Mu looked at Mu Yang with a hint of confusion. Just moments ago in the meeting, Mu Yang had resolutely decided to allow Mu Bingo to showcase her talents. Why was he now suddenly inquiring about his opinion? That said, everything hinges on whether Bingo possesses the ability to control the outer district. We cannot intervene, otherwise it would provide other families with a pretext to attack them. If Bingo can indeed manage the outer district, while other families may not openly voice their dissent, they will undoubtedly act against her in secret. We must be prepared. Thus, I seek to understand your perspective. Does Binger truly have a chance to govern the outer district? In response to Mu Yang's inquiry, Mu could not help but envision Sufong. Only she, having always guarded Mu Binger, truly understood that the reason Miss Mu could command the defense team was due to Sufong's prowess. The subsequent elimination of the Ma family was almost entirely accomplished by Sufong alone. To ascertain whether Mu Bingo could successfully manage the outer district, one must consider Sufong's abilities. As for how to respond to Mu Yang's question, Mu hesitated. Should she reveal this truth to Mu Yang? Would it betray the expectations of his father? As Mu pondered, she heard the second master, Mu Yi, speak. Mu, there is no need for hesitation. We are somewhat acquainted with matters concerning the outer district. We have watched Binger grow, and we are well aware of her capabilities. If not for the youth named Sufong, she would likely, like others before her, have returned to the inner district in a month's time. Mu looked at Mu in surprise. She had not anticipated his familiarity with the outer district's affairs. Well then, Speak. What do you think of that lad named Sufong? At that moment, Mumu realized that the true intent of the three was to discern Sufong's capabilities. This Sufong is rather extraordinary. Extraordinary? Just half a month ago, Sufong was an ordinary person, yet within such a brief span, he has ascended to the rank of a Tier 3 ability user. According to Binger, Sufong possesses extraordinary luck, having acquired an abundance of spoils after hunting exotic beasts. Extraordinary luck? An abundance of spoils? The three, Mu Yang and his companions, likely never anticipated receiving such an answer. Luck? Such an intangible concept holds little weight among these prominent families. Noticing the disappointment on their faces, Mumu realized she had focused on the wrong aspect and hurriedly continued to explain. Luck is but a part of the equation. It is crucial to understand that the resolution of the Ma family was nearly a feat accomplished solely by him. Just by himself? Although the Ma Wang Yi is hardly a significant figure in the Mu family's eyes, the fact that Sufong alone could obliterate the foremost mercenary group in the outer district was astonishing to the three. Mumu proceeded to recount in detail how Sufong skillfully redirected the hatred for killing towards Ma Wang Yi, instigating a fierce battle between two mercenary groups, ultimately reaping the benefits as an outsider. Indeed, he single-handedly outmaneuvered two mercenary groups. Alas, it nearly cost him his life in the end. At such a tender age, one cannot expect him to have every contingency accounted for. Some oversights are inevitable. Moreover, he had prudently arranged a backup plan for himself, which is commendable. Master Mu seems to hold Sufong in high regard. Certainly, this young man possesses a trace of the demeanor that his elder brother exhibited in his youth. Mu Shan, upon hearing this, could not help but express such sentiments. However, both Mu Yang and Master Mu discerned a hint of jest within the praise, directed subtly at Mu Yang himself. Yet, Mu Yang remained unfazed by it. Chapter 43. Acknowledgement. Sufong possesses a modicum of ability. Yet whether he can be of assistance to Binger remains to be seen. Although Sufong has garnered the approval of Mu Shan and Master Mu Er, Mu Yang appears to hold a contrary opinion. Brother, are you worried that Bingo has taken a liking to this young man? In response to Mu Shan's jest, he refrained from retorting, seemingly acknowledging a hidden concern. The adage a girl should not be kept too long rings true. Matters of the future can be addressed in due time. Presently, it is undeniable that Bingo requires Sufong's assistance. And should he indeed aid her in gaining control over the outer district, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable asset, potentially a worthy son-in-law for the Mu family. With Master Mu Er having spoken, Sufong's abilities have been formally recognized. Binger has promised Sufong that, provided he fulfills his end of the wager, she shall usher him into the inner district. This trivial matter poses no difficulty. It all hinges on his capabilities. In the headquarters of the defense team situated in the outer district, Sufong surveyed the throng before him, feeling overwhelmed. As the defense team gained the trust of the populace, their responsibilities grew increasingly weighty. Sufong was compelled to commence the recruitment of new members, a task that proved somewhat daunting. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary programmer, often lamenting the challenges of job hunting and the fastidiousness of employers. Little did he expect that upon assuming the role of recruiter, he would develop sympathy for his former colleagues in recruitment. A simple advertisement attracted a multitude of applicants, half drawn by Sufong's burgeoning reputation, while the other half were lured by Mu Binger's influence. With the backing of a young lady from the inner district, joining the defense team promised a life free from want, akin to a civil servant in the pre-apocalyptic world, a veritable iron rice bowl. Despite the number of applicants, the majority seemed more inclined to test their luck than to present any promising candidates. Brother, are you aware of the duties of a defense team member? At your age, I fear others might accuse you of seeking a handout. Young man, perhaps it would be prudent to return home and train diligently. You may join the defense team when you are older. After an entire day of fruitless recruitment efforts, Sufong returned home, reclining on Tang Rulin's lap, wearied yet relishing her soothing massage. When will Binger return? I truly wish to avoid these trifling matters any longer. You might wish to savor this moment of leisure, for upon her return, I fear you shall find little time to rest. Rulin teased while continuing her massage. What do you mean? Sufong was startled into an upright position by Rulin's words. Having emerged from the inner district, she possessed a modicum of insight regarding the power struggles within. Sufong's presence had subtly shifted the delicate equilibrium of forces in the outer district. One must not underestimate such seemingly minor alterations. It takes but a grain of sand to tilt the scales, or even cause them to collapse. Sufong is akin to this gravel. Although the prominent families ostensibly have an agreement to send their younger generations for training, attempting to manage the outer districts, none have succeeded thus far. The major families have tacitly accepted this status quo. However, Mu Binger and Sufong have disrupted this equilibrium. The inner city has consistently controlled the quantity of soul crystals in the outer districts through the exchange of goods, and even holds auctions, indicating the vast resources available in the outer regions. Hence, the prominent families will never allow the Mu family to monopolize these resources, while they cannot act openly. They will certainly dispatch individuals to create disturbances behind the scenes. As Mu being her subordinate, Sufong is inevitably embroiled in a multitude of troubles. Upon hearing Tang Rulin's explanation, Sufong's expression gradually turned serious. He never anticipated that his desire to leverage Mu Bing's influence to infiltrate the inner city would entangle him in the conflicts between the prominent families. Once you choose Mu Binger, you are destined to be shackled to this vessel. Thus, you must accept my decision, correct? Although Tang Rulin has never explicitly revealed her identity, her every word and action exudes an aura that sets her apart from ordinary individuals. Sufong hopes to glean some useful information from her. The inner city is rife with powerful factions, among which the most formidable are the 8 prominent families, with the Mu family being one of them. Compared to other families, the Mu family was relatively secretive before the apocalypse, with less apparent internal strife and strong cohesion, making it one of the most potent families among the 8. To gain entry into the inner city, one must secure the support of its factions, and the Mu family presents an excellent option. While Tang Rulin analyzes the distribution of power in the inner city for Sufong, he responds with an increasingly solemn gaze. The Mu family possesses only one level 5 ability user but boasts the highest number of level 4 ability users, making it the most formidable in terms of combat strength among the 8 families. As soon as Tang Rulin notices his gaze, she promptly falls silent. What are you looking at? Sufong inquires, curiosity etched on his face. I am pondering the true identity of the beauty in my arms. Why does she possess such profound knowledge of the inner city's factions? There is no special identity. I am merely an exiled citizen of the inner city. Such matters are common knowledge to those from the inner city. Although he is acutely aware that Tang Rulin is concealing her identity, he chooses not to press further. After all, who does not harbor secrets? As long as Tang Rulin poses no harm to him, who wouldn't wish to keep such a beauty by their side? From Tang Rulin's perspective, the various factions within the inner city are all driven by ulterior motives, with the Mu family being one of the more favorable choices. Having been entirely ignorant of the inner city's dynamics and having collaborated pleasantly with Mu Binger, it seems prudent to place his trust in her. In the days that follow, Sufong continues to engage in the mundane tasks of the defense team. Aside from the occasional need to quell disturbances instigated by mercenary groups, everything remains relatively calm. Yet, his unease grows increasingly palpable. In Sufong's mind, the destruction of the Ma family's stronghold and the elimination of the foremost individual in the outer city have already shattered the balance among the various mercenary groups in the outer districts. Logically, one would expect those mercenary groups to seize the opportunity and strive to usurp the position of the outer district's leader. At that juncture, he could rally the re-established defense team to not only assist Mu Binger in rectifying the outer district, but also to elevate his own reputation, achieving a dual purpose. However, the behavior of the mercenary groups has been rather peculiar. Aside from sporadic skirmishes, their demeanor has been unsettlingly calm. It is as if one is experiencing the eerie tranquility that precedes a tempest, where the clear skies evoke an indescribable sense of foreboding. In truth, Sufong's conjecture is astutely accurate. It is not that these mercenary factions are reluctant to take action. Rather, there are unseen forces actively hindering their endeavors. Chapter 44. The Puppet Master in the once bustling hall of the Luowang Society. Only the brothers Lu Bufan and Lu Buping remained. The emptiness of the hall rendered every sound a hammer striking at Lu Buping's heart. The plan had seemed so flawless. Yet none could have anticipated that Lu Feng's final gambit would be self-detonation. What astonished him even more was Lu Feng's willingness to sacrifice his own life for the sake of avenging his brother, resulting in the loss of the society's only third-tier ability user. In truth, the situation could have been worse. At least they had succeeded in killing King Ma, and Sufong was gravely injured. If Lu Bufan could eliminate Sufong, he would claim the glory of vanquishing the Ma family. Alas, he had underestimated Sufong. From the very beginning, Sufong had been thoroughly prepared. In the conflict between the crane and the clam, he was merely the fisherman. In the predation of the mantis, he was the yellow bird. The thought of his long-conceived plans unraveling left Lu Bufan simmering with resentment towards Sufong. Unconsciously, the spider legs behind him emerged, instantly wreaking havoc within the room. A single failure had plunged him into such despair. No wonder he lost to someone like Sufong. Suddenly, an incongruous noise echoed in the hollow hall. Who could possibly have the audacity to appear at the Luowang Society at this moment? Lu Bufan cared not for the identity of the intruder. He only sought to vent the turmoil within him. The 8 spider legs coalesced into a single pitch-black tail, unleashing a swift strike toward the source of the sound. With a single blow, the thick wall crumbled, yet no figure emerged. Who? The emptiness of his attack only fueled Lu Bufan's fury. Someone here to assist you? Assist me? A bitter and derisive laughter escaped his lips. Are you suggesting help akin to Sufong's? To him, the Luowang society was at a dead end, devoid of any potential aid. Mutual exploitation did not strike him as inappropriate in Sufong's actions. To possess lesser skills yet desire to stab someone in the back, only to seek excuses upon defeat. How utterly disgraceful. He could still sense the presence of the other. Yet each of their words pierced Lu Bufan's remaining pride like a dagger. Come out. Hiding in the shadows hardly makes you a hero. Lu Buping, equally vigilant, scanned the surroundings but discerned no trace of anyone. Hero? I am no hero. I merely come to help you reclaim your dignity. At that moment, a diminutive man appeared behind Lu Bufan. Without hesitation, the dark tail struck toward him. Yet this seemingly frail figure raised his hand and blocked the seemingly forceful attack effortlessly. With your current abilities, you could not harm me in the slightest. As the man spoke, Lu Buping unleashed his own dark particles, hoping to ensnare the man. A third-tier ability user? Clearly, the brothers Lu had underestimated the man before them. Third tier? You both still underestimate me. I am a fourth-tier ability user. Lu Bufan, once brimming with arrogance, now spoke with a noticeable tremor in his voice. It is well known that there are no level 4 abilities in the outer districts. The reason remains a mystery, as no one has ever succeeded in synthesizing a level 4 crystal core in that area. This implies that the man before him hails from the inner district. Are you truly a level 4 ability wielder? Yes. Are you genuinely here to assist me? Yes. Haha. Lu Bufan erupted into a maniacal laughter. Reflecting on the frustrations of recent days, the unmatched prowess of Sufong, and the imminent chance to redeem himself, Lu Bufan succumbed to madness. Brother, hurry and help me kill Sufong. What did you say? Lost in his victorious delusions, Lu Bufan failed to notice the fury simmering in the man's eyes. Go now. No sooner had he spoken than his body was flung across the room like a severed kite, crashing violently against the wall. Who do you think you are to command me? It must be said, at that moment, Lu Bufan was utterly deranged, completely oblivious to the man's identity. This blow finally jolted Lu Bufan back to reality. Crawling out from the rubble, he hastily knelt before the man alongside his brother. My lord, I was momentarily out of my senses. Please forgive us. The man regarded the kneeling duo with a disdainful smile, before effortlessly taking the seat that rightfully belonged to Lu Bufan, as if he were the true master of the place. Indeed, that seat originally belonged to Lu Fang. This time, I shall show mercy, forgive you both. From now on, heed my words, it shall be to your benefit. Yes. Faced with the overwhelming disparity in power, Lu Bufan and his brother could only bow their heads. What is your command, my lord? The first task is to properly manage the Luowang society. Otherwise, how do you intend to seek revenge on Sufong? Confronted with the man's demands, Lu Bufan could only manage a wry smile. He longed to enhance the Luowang society, yet glancing at the hall, now in ruins, and considering that both he and his brother were merely level 2 ability wielders, who would join such a mercenary group? With just the two of them, they would be utterly powerless. My lord, if you truly wish to deal with Sufong, you might as well do it yourself. If the man were capable of taking action himself, he would not need Lu Bufan and his brother. Since I have pledged to assist you, I have my methods. With that, the man produced a dozen level 3 crystal cores from his pocket, tossing them onto the ground carelessly, as if they were mere trinkets. If these are insufficient, I have plenty more. Within 5 days, you must become level 3 ability wielders. You shall shine brilliantly during the next Blood Night. Gazing at the scattered level 3 crystal cores, Lu Bufan found it hard to believe. These cores, once regarded as treasures, were now carelessly thrown aside by the man. Moreover, it seemed he possessed many more, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Is this the chasm that separates the inner and outer districts? Contemplating the level 3 crystal cores strewn across the floor, Lu Bufan, after a moment of reflection, picked one up and swallowed it whole. The surge of energy erupted within him, instantly rendering him unconscious. And what about you? Witnessing his elder brother's resolute demeanor, Lu Buping hesitated no longer. He picked up the crystal core from the ground and swallowed it. As the two brothers writhed in agony upon the floor, enduring torment akin to the depths of hell, the man merely smirked with disdain. Were it not for the family head's orders, he would never deign to associate with such worthless trash. After more than 10 minutes of suffering, Lu Bufan and his brother finally regained consciousness, only to find their bodies utterly paralyzed. Failure. To ascend to a 3rd tier awakened in a single attempt demanded not only formidable willpower but also the rarest stroke of fortune. The man carelessly tossed a few pieces of bread and some water before them. Rest, then continue. The cores are plentiful. Only after the man departed did Lu Buping whisper, Brother, must we truly obey his commands? Do we have any other choice? Came the bitter reply. Chapter 45, the Lu brothers' 5 days swiftly elapsed. Within the falling Phoenix Society, Lu Bufan and his companion had long since forgotten the multitude of failures they had endured. The anguish of their minds far surpassed any physical suffering. Numbly, they consumed their meals, acutely aware that the deadline was approaching. Should they fail to ascend to the third tier of abilities, the man would undoubtedly exact his vengeance upon them. After a brief restoration of strength, Lu Bufan once again ingested a crystal core. Brother, Lu Bufan succumbed to dizziness once more. He had no other choice, nor did his sibling. Lu Buping, with eyes brimming with reluctance, ultimately swallowed the crystal core as well. Perhaps fate was favoring these two individuals of extraordinary perseverance after their final attempt. The brothers remarkably ascended simultaneously to third-tier abilities. Feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through him, Lu Bufan's wrath ignited anew. Armed with this fresh strength, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish Sufong. As for the falling Phoenix Society, with two third-tier ability holders, they were now comparable to the most elite mercenary groups in the Outer District. Such a mercenary group would be a coveted opportunity for any aspiring individual. Furthermore, with the backing of their mysterious benefactor, their financial resources would rival those of any mercenary organization. Lu Bufan was resolute. They would undoubtedly become the strongest mercenary group in the Outer District. It seems you are prepared. The man regarded the two with evident satisfaction. As long as they succeeded in their ascension to third-tier abilities, his task would be concluded, and he could finally leave this wretched place. Yes, my lord. Is there anything else you require? Lu Bufan expressed profound gratitude and humility towards the man who had pulled him from the depths of despair. Quite simple. Develop the Falling Phoenix Society and create trouble for the Defense Corps. They must not be allowed to continue their expansion. My lord, the Defense Corps is developing rapidly with Miss Mu's support. With our current financial resources, halting their progress may prove. Lu Bufan's words trailed off as the man grasped his intent. You may take as many soul crystals and weapons as you wish from here. I will return after the next blood night. Should I see no results, both of you will undoubtedly perish. With that, the man departed, leaving behind a room filled with soul crystals and weapons. Lu Bufan and his companion remained in stunned silence, gazing at the bounty before them. Even if they pooled the entire wealth of the former Falling Phoenix Society, it would scarcely amount to a fraction of what lay here. Was this the true power of the Inner District? The man had not even glanced back as he left. With the acquisition of these soul crystals and weapons, Lu Bufan was confident he could swiftly elevate the Falling Phoenix Society to prominence. The following day, he made a grand entrance at the auction house. That day, the two brothers dramatically altered their approach, as if possessed by the good fortune of the Lu family, purchasing 4 beautiful women at astonishing prices and parading them before others before departing. Indeed, the following day, the entirety of the Outer District buzzed with discussions surrounding Lu Bufan and his companion. Had they not been slain during the battle at the Ma family compound? No. Where did you hear such falsehoods? The Lu family and Sufong collaborated to eliminate the Ma family, and just as they were on the verge of success, Lu Bufan betrayed Sufong and was subsequently driven away by Miss Mu. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. Yet it sounds as if you were present at the scene. Of course, it is true. I was secretly observing from a nearby building in Ma family village. At such a distance, even if you saw me, you wouldn't understand what transpired. Rumors regarding Lu Bufan and Sufong began to circulate within the Outer District. Soon, Sufong caught wind of these rumors. Surprisingly, Lu Bufan not only did not hide, but also seemed to have acquired an unexpected fortune from somewhere. An unexpected fortune? This situation appears more intricate than it seems. You must tread carefully. Tang Ruolin seemed to suspect something and quickly cautioned. Indeed, Lu Bufan is targeting you. A familiar voice echoed at the window. To one's astonishment, the esteemed Miss Mu of the Mu family chose to return to her office via the window. Mu Bingo adeptly settled into her chair, completely ignoring the mountains of documents piled on her desk. This is all you're doing. Turning the defense team into something resembling a fan meeting. Although Mu Bingo supported Sufong's recruitment of new defense team members, she couldn't resist teasing him a little. You just mentioned that Lu Bufan is targeting me. What does that imply? Sufong had grown accustomed to the temperament of this young lady and did not take her words to heart. Those who wish to confront you are not solely Lu Bufan. There are others from various families. Mu Bingo elaborated on her father's analysis. The individuals from the inner city would never permit me to dominate the Outer District, and everyone knows you are my right-hand man. If they dare not confront me, their attention will naturally shift to you. Seeing Mu Bingo so casually consider him a shield, Sufong was left speechless. If Lu Bufan has the backing of people from the inner city, dealing with him could become quite troublesome. Indeed, it is likely that both Lu Bufan and Lu Biping have already become level 3 ability users. Level 3 ability users? Wealth truly allows one to achieve anything. They have forcibly elevated themselves to level 3 ability users using level 3 crystals. There are less than 100 level 3 ability users in this outer district. Yet the involvement of those from the inner city has unexpectedly added 2 more. Given the prevailing currents of interest, the rise of Lu Bufan and his companion is unstoppable. You must contemplate how to counter them. Considering the previous conflicts between you two, Lu Bufan's retaliation is bound to be ferocious. Just him? Sufong had never contemplated taking lethal action against Lu Bufan. It was merely that the latter succumbed to the temptation of desire at the last moment and chose to betray him. Thus, he would show no mercy to Lu Bufan. However, confronting 2 level 3 ability users simultaneously, even with mastery over 6 abilities, offered no guarantee of victory. Miss Mu, since I have become your scapegoat, will you not also lend a hand? What do you mean? Sensing Sufong's ulterior motives, Mu Binger immediately grew anxious. Through my efforts, although our manpower has doubled, the combat strength at the top still remains somewhat insufficient. Mu Binger faintly comprehended Sufong's intention. You wish to recruit 3rd-tier ability users? 3rd-tier ability users are not simply found at will, and outsiders may not be trustworthy. What do you imply then? At that time, it was suggested that our personnel ascend to become 3rd-tier ability users, but I assume the 3rd-tier crystal cores required for this advancement are to be provided by you? Is that all? Can I entrust this to you without concern? Mu Bingo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As for the candidates for advancement, it is undoubtedly you. Just as Mu Bingo settled into her seat, she was startled and fell off her chair. Chapter 46. The progress of the young lady as the esteemed daughter of the Mu family and the leader of our defense team. It would be quite challenging to command respect if she remained merely a secondary ability user. Sufong's words resonated with reason, leaving Mu Binger with no grounds to refute. Yet, she hesitated. After all, she had made countless attempts in the past, all culminating in unsatisfactory outcomes. This very reality compelled her, as the daughter of the Mu family, to venture into the outer district. Since she could not elevate her combat prowess, she must showcase her other talents to qualify as the next head of the Mu family. There was no room for indecision, with Rual Lan by her side. Even the psychological torment would find solace. Observing Sufong's mischievous grin only intensified Mu Binger's trepidation. The agony involved in advancing to a tertiary ability user was excruciating. And after several failures, she had ultimately relinquished her efforts. However, provoked by Sufong's taunts, she resolved to attempt once more. Within the confines of the Mu residence, Sufong, Suyu, and Tang Rual Lan closely monitored the struggling Mu Binger on the bed. Was I similarly tormented when I sought to become a tertiary ability user? Witnessing Mu Binger's contorted visage, Sufong finally comprehended why she had been so eager to expel him earlier. The awakening process was indeed a harrowing ordeal, and failure loomed predictably. Amidst Mu Binger's despondent gaze, Tang Rual Lan promptly employed her abilities, healing both her weary body and wounded spirit. After a brief respite, under Sufong's insistence, Mu Binger endeavored to proceed with her next attempt. All of this unfolded under Mu Mu's watchful eye. Who would have thought that even the young lady had her nemesis? In the past, nearly everyone in the household had exerted effort, employing various incentives to coax Binger into trying again, yet now, a mere provocation from Sufong led her to succeed? If Mu Yang were to witness this scene, he might very well harbor murderous intent towards Sufong. After all, she was his cherished daughter. Fortune finally smiled upon the young lady, as her second attempt astonishingly resulted in her advancement to a tertiary ability user. Successful? Mu Binger tentatively explored her body, feeling an absence of the usual fatigue, as if her sensory perception had sharpened considerably. Attempting to raise her right hand, she astonishingly commanded the great tree outside, transforming it into a spear. Once limited to manipulating the roots beneath the ground, she could now directly alter the form of the towering tree, confirming her success. Mu Binger eagerly experimented with her newfound abilities. Wooden Giant. With a mere wave directed at the trees outside, a resounding roar erupted. Sufong and the others felt the earth tremble beneath their feet, and upon closer inspection, they noticed fissures appearing on the grassy expanse outside. 3 towering trees ascended from the ground, resembling giants, as their robust branches and roots morphed into limbs. One of the wooden giants even uprooted the tree that had just transformed into a spear, becoming a warrior. Although it displayed no actual combat capabilities, its sheer imposing stature was enough to instill fear in all. Indeed, as expected of the young lady, even her abilities summoned forth her minions. In response to Sufong's teasing, Mu Binger refrained from retorting and instead chose to showcase her final ability before him. With a graceful sweep of her left hand, a colossal black energy circle materialized around her, emanating a familiar aura. It was an otherworldly beast. Sufong instinctively drew the bone knife from his back. Assuming a combat stance, a diminutive black cat emerged slowly from the dark energy circle, captivating the attention of all present. Before Mu Bingo could utter a word, Sufong's blade was already in motion. Just as the tip of the knife was about to sever the cat's head, roots burst through the floor, intercepting the blade. Halt. Your reflexes are astonishing. Upon witnessing Mu Binger intervene, Sufong realized that the black cat must indeed be connected to Miss Mu. Is this your pet cat? He had heard whispers of residents in the inner city keeping otherworldly beasts as pets, yet he never imagined one could summon them in such a manner. This black cat is no mere pet. It is an otherworldly beast under my command. You command an otherworldly beast? Indeed. This is my second ability, Beast Control. Beast Control? It was only through Mu Binger's explanation that he learned of such an ability. No wonder she had refrained from using her powers. If an ordinary person were to witness it, chaos would surely ensue, and she might even attract the ire of other ability wielders. Coupled with her recently awakened third ability, Sufong envisioned a future where Mu Bingo commanded countless otherworldly beasts to battle alongside Mu Giants. The black cat bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary pet cat, instantly winning the affection of Suyu. While Suyu was still enamored by the cat's charm, Mu Bingo approached Sufong. Actually, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Oh. The sight of the esteemed Mu family's young lady appearing before him with a look of entreaty was quite astonishing. When you hunted the Crimson Roaring Tiger, did you not acquire an otherworldly beast egg? Might you consider giving it to me? The beast egg? Had Mu Binger not mentioned it, Sufong would have nearly forgotten about this trophy. In truth, he had studied the egg for quite some time. Yet he remained at a loss as to how to incubate it. He had even contemplated whether he should simply consume it. Ultimately, he relegated the egg to a corner. It was only when Mu Binger brought it up again that he painstakingly retrieved it from the clutter. Do you have any idea of the value of this beast egg? If others knew you carelessly discarded it, they would surely wish to take your life. Value? Sufong gazed at the palm-sized egg in his hand, struggling to perceive its worth. However, upon witnessing Mu Binger's anxious expression, he dared not be dismissive and carefully placed it into her hands. You wish to incubate it as a pet? Understanding Mu Binger's ability, he immediately grasped her intentions. Noticing Sufong's bewildered gaze, Mu Binger began to enlighten him about the knowledge of otherworldly beasts. Regarding her beast control ability, it was indeed a rare talent, albeit somewhat impractical. She can only reclaim and command exotic beasts of a lower rank to engage in battle. In other words, Mu Binger, as a second-level ability user, is limited to controlling only first-level exotic beasts for her combat needs, while any second-level ability user can effortlessly handle first-level exotic beasts. Thus, the summoning of beasts does not significantly enhance the combat prowess of ability users. However, there exists an exception, the exotic beast eggs. Any exotic beast that hatches from these eggs can be easily controlled through the summoning ability, regardless of rank limitations. Most importantly, the beasts that emerge from these eggs are random, implying that any single exotic beast egg holds the potential to hatch a formidable creature. Chapter 47. The beast egg in the hands of an ordinary person. A beast egg is merely a commodity to be exchanged for resources. However, in the possession of one who masters the art of beast taming, a beast egg is undoubtedly a singular treasure. Should one inadvertently hatch a fifth-level beast, they could traverse this apocalyptic world with unbridled confidence. Naturally, the creatures that emerge from the egg are but fledglings. Cultivating them into formidable beasts requires resources that are, quite frankly, beyond imagination. As of now, no one has successfully hatched a fifth-level beastling. Upon realizing the value of the beast egg, Sufong felt a twinge of regret. He could have leveraged this egg to secure greater benefits for himself. Just as he was mired in his lamentation, a melodious bird call snapped him back to reality. The beast egg had cracked open, revealing a tiny, blood-red bird that bounced adorably on Mu Binger's shoulder. Is this it? Sufong's momentary regret faded quickly, as he barely had time to witness how Mu Bingo had accomplished the hatching. Only those who wield the power of beast taming can hatch a beast egg. Otherwise, it relies solely on the beast itself. The beast itself? It implies that if one simply leaves it be, it will eventually hatch in due time. In an instant, Sufong felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, drowning in regret. Mu Binger, of course, could perceive his thoughts. Do not be disheartened. Even if the beast egg hatches naturally, without the ability to tame it, you cannot command it to fight for you. At best, you could only slay it for a bit more reward. Despite her reassurances, Sufong still felt he had suffered a significant loss. Rest assured. When have I ever treated you unfairly? Upon hearing Miss Mu's words, Sufong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He watched as she approached him with a mischievous grin, and in a sudden embrace, she planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is this the reward for a beast egg? Coming to his senses, Sufong was suddenly enraged. The esteemed young lady of the Mu family had shamelessly taken advantage of him. Just as he turned to confront Mu Binger, he noticed two familiar figures standing at the door, Suyu and Tang Ruolin. Brother, Suyu was the first to erupt. One Sister Ruolin is enough. You even took advantage of Sister Bingo? Faced with Suyu's accusation, Sufong found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, he was the one being wronged here. When Sufong explained that this was the price Mu Bingo had demanded for the beast egg, he felt the scornful gazes of both women upon him. Suyu and Tang Ruolin regarded him with disdain. You misunderstand. No matter how Sufong attempted to clarify, he could not dispel the derision reflected in their eyes. Ultimately, it was Mu Bingo herself who intervened to exonerate him from this predicament. Such a precious beast egg, and you? Is that truly a reward? Of course not. Did I not just help you out of a tight spot? Had I not intervened, your future would not bode well. What? Sufong could hardly believe that Mu Bingo possessed such a brazen side. Is the reason for my misunderstanding not solely attributed to the woman before me? Observing the persistent dissatisfaction glimmering in Suyu's and Tang Ruolin's eyes, I found myself reluctantly silenced. Upon learning that Mu Bingo had acquired yet another small bird as a pet, Suyu's face was suffused with envy. And she even expressed a desire to ascend to the third tier of ability, solely to gain the power to command beasts. To this, Sufong offered his support. Although he had initially wished to prevent Suyu from becoming an ability wielder, he recognized the necessity of possessing the means to protect oneself in this apocalyptic world. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly boarded Mu Binger's ship and could be confronted by formidable adversaries from the inner city at any moment. Should Suyu's abilities remain stagnant, she would invariably be perceived as his Achilles heel, vulnerable to attacks. He had contemplated encouraging Tang Ruolin to attempt an advancement as well. But realizing that Suyu would need to utilize Ruolin's holy light cross for such a trial, he decided to defer that notion. In the ensuing days, with Mu Bingo as financial backing, Suyu commenced her endeavors to break through to a third-tier ability wielder. Meanwhile, Sufong continued to manage affairs within the defense team as usual. He had anticipated that Lu Bufon's ostentatious appearance at the auction would herald trouble for him. To his surprise, however, Lu Bufon maintained a remarkably low profile, engaging solely in recruitment without any hint of ulterior motives, leaving Sufong without an opportunity to gauge his strength. Nonetheless, the tranquility of those days did little to alleviate Sufong's unease. Ever since he learned that he would become a target in the inner city, his mind has been plagued with unrest, his nerves perpetually on edge, vigilant of every surrounding detail. Were it not for Tang Ruolin's daily ability to heal his spirit, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. As time passed, even Mumu, his guardian, began to notice his unusual state. One day, Sufong unexpectedly encountered Mumu in Mu Binger's office. Had they not previously met, he might have acted defensively. Even so, his hand instinctively rested upon his bone knife. There's no need to be so tense. At this rate, you'll collapse before any other family can strike. Sufong was acutely aware of his condition, yet faced with the prowess of an expert from the inner city, he dared not relax even for a moment. If a fourth-tier ability wielder were to engage, do you truly believe you would still be standing here? Isn't it because of you? Sufong had long believed that his survival was due to the presence of Mumu, a fourth-tier ability wielder, whose existence deterred others from acting against him. In truth, had other families dispatched a fourth-tier ability wielder, even Mumu would struggle to thwart them all. The intricacies of the inner city's rules were far more convoluted than one might assume. Fourth-tier ability wielders were strictly prohibited from engaging outside the inner city. Failure to adhere to this would result in expulsion from the inner city. Expulsion? The image of Tang Ruolin suddenly flashed through Sufong's mind. This exquisite woman had also been expelled from the inner city. Could she have once been a fourth-tier ability wielder? Yet, Ruolin was merely a second-tier ability wielder, evidently not meeting the criteria for such a fate. What secrets regarding her identity was she concealing? Sufong shook his head, redirecting his thoughts back to Mumu. Could it truly be that fourth-tier ability wielders were forbidden from intervening? Mumu revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. Sufong, the power of a level 4 ability user is far more formidable than you might imagine. If they were to act recklessly, the entire outer district could very well be reduced to ruins. The notion of the entire outer district becoming ruins flashed through Sufong's mind, conjuring an image of a mushroom cloud. Could it be that the strength of a level 4 ability user could rival that of a nuclear bomb? If level 4 ability users cannot intervene, then how will you protect Mu Binger? He seized upon a flaw in Mu's words. Rules are merely constraints for ordinary people. Even if I were to act, as long as it is not a level 5 ability user intervening, they would be powerless against me. Moreover, I would only strike when protecting Mu Binger, and at that moment, the Mu family will safeguard me. Chapter 48. The Soul Crystal Gun. Even in a different world, even in an apocalypse, the rules still serve certain individuals. Before Sufong stands Mumu, one of those privileged few. This implies that, barring extraordinary circumstances, a level 4 ability user will not take action. Sufong repeatedly confirms this information. Only by clarifying this can he proceed without trepidation in his subsequent endeavors. As long as one does not touch the opponent's sensitive spot, they will certainly refrain from attacking. With Mu Mu's repeated assurances, Sufong finally feels a sense of relief. However, even if level 4 ability users do not intervene, life will not be easy. To counter the Mu family and Mu Binger, the prominent families will undoubtedly dispatch their most formidable level 3 ability users. Level 3 ability users? Within level 3, I am invincible. Above level 3, I shall lay low. In response to Sufong's nearly shameless confidence, Mu Mu merely smiles faintly. The youth is indeed brash. He must learn a lesson to understand the vastness of the world. Yet, in truth, Sufong's confidence is not baseless. With 6 abilities at his disposal, he possesses a significant advantage against other level 3 ability users. More importantly, his opponents would never anticipate that he possesses 6 abilities, and they may ultimately fall victim to this very surprise. Upon learning that level 4 ability users would not easily intervene, Sufong finally relaxes. Now he can devote himself entirely to dealing with Lu Bufan. Presently, the development of the Defense Corps is remarkably swift, although many within it are admirers of Sufong. It ultimately belongs to the Defense Corps, which means it is under Mu Binger's jurisdiction. There are numerous tasks he cannot assign to the members of the Defense Corps. Thus he must cultivate his own influence. However, Sufong cannot recruit members under the Defense Corps name. Where can he find capable subordinates? After much contemplation, Sufong ultimately sets his sights on the auction house. Prompted by this thought, that very night, he dons a mask and appears at the auction venue. To disguise his identity, he must spend a considerable sum to secure a private box. The thought of having to spend money on slaves thereafter puts him in a tight spot. With funds being limited and expenses mounting, he realizes he must find a way to earn more soul crystals. As for how to earn soul crystals, Sufong's first idea is to engage in business. However, from Mu Binger, he learns that the commercial streets of the outer district have long been monopolized by the inner district, and even mercenary groups cannot penetrate this domain. Although Sufong is nominally Mu Binger's subordinate, infiltrating the commercial streets is no simple task. His second method, of course, is to hunt exotic beasts. With Sufong's extraordinary high drop rate, as long as he hunts a few more exotic beasts, wealth will not be far behind. For the first time, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of a bloody night. While Sufong ponders how to accumulate more soul crystals, the auction has commenced. The first item today is the soul crystal gun. This is a legendary weapon crafted in the inner arena, with this soul crystal gun in hand. Even an ordinary person can effortlessly hunt exotic beasts. Legendary weapons from the inner district? Ordinary people effortlessly hunting exotic beasts? Each phrase ignites the hearts of the crowd. In order to allow the audience to experience the formidable power of the soul crystal gun, the auction house staff even invited an awakened individual with petrification abilities to demonstrate. Before the crowd, the individual transformed their body into an exceedingly hard stone. Despite this, they exhibited palpable anxiety when confronted with the soul crystal gun held by the staff, clearly apprehensive of its might. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the soul crystal gun emitted a dazzling beam that pierced through the body of the petrified individual. Though merely a rank 1 awakened, the defensive capabilities of petrification should not be underestimated. The fact that a single shot could breach such defenses attested to the gun's immense power. Witnessing the might of the soul crystal gun, the crowd descended into a frenzy. Many among them were unable to awaken their own powers and could only cower at home during the blood nights, struggling to survive. If only there existed a weapon capable of granting ordinary individuals the means to combat the beasts, the dynamics of the outer districts would surely shift. Yet, why would the inner city allow such a potent weapon to circulate in the outer districts? Were they not concerned that those in the outer districts might turn the weapons against the inner city? Or did they possess confidence that the soul crystal guns posed no threat to them? Even so, there seemed little justification for auctioning such armaments. Sufong sensed that this was a strategic move by the inner city, aimed perhaps at Mu Bing or even at himself. With that thought, he felt compelled to acquire the soul crystal gun. However, such a divine instrument was coveted by all. As the auction commenced, nearly every attendee participated. Even the staff had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Yet, the fierce bidding quickly escalated the price of the soul crystal gun to an untenable level. 50 soul crystals. 55 soul crystals. 77 soul crystals. This escalation seemed to communicate to the crowd that 77 was the baseline. Yet, too many desired the soul crystal gun, rendering the 77 price inadequate as a deterrent. 100 soul crystals. Mere seconds later, the price soared beyond 100, showing no signs of abating. 150 soul crystals. This figure nearly intimidated all the lone wolves, leaving only the mercenary group in the bidding fray. Unlike the lone wolves, the mercenary group's motives for acquiring the soul crystal gun were somewhat distinct. Each leader of these mercenary bands was a potent awakened individual, so the gun would not significantly enhance their combat prowess. However, should they uncover the method of crafting the soul crystal gun, the implications would be profound. If ordinary individuals could contend with awakened beings, it would immeasurably bolster the combat capabilities of the mercenary groups. With their entry into the auction, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. 200 soul crystals, 250 soul crystals, 300 soul crystals. Within moments, the price of the soul crystal gun surged to 300 soul crystals. At such a price, even the mercenary groups needed to deliberate carefully. 400 soul crystals. Having closely observed the situation, Sufong finally decided to engage in the bidding at the last moment. He raised the bid for the soul crystal gun by a staggering 100 soul crystals. An audacious move that drew the attention of all present to the private box occupied by Sufong. Even the staff momentarily forgot the auction's proceedings. 450 soul crystals. After a brief pause, someone finally resumed the bidding. 451 soul crystals. 500 soul crystals. 501 soul crystals. In response to the price increments from other mercenary groups, Sufong suddenly altered his strategy, raising the bid by a mere 1 soul crystal each time, as if to deliberately humiliate his opponents. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the other mercenary groups found themselves unable to fathom Sufong's true capabilities, causing each of their bids to become increasingly tentative. Chapter 49, The Twins' 600 Soul Crystals. 601 Soul Crystals. At this moment, nearly all the mercenary groups were thoroughly intimidated. Could it be that Miss Mu was hidden away in that private box? Witnessing the opponent's audacious display, yet remaining enigmatic and unidentifiable, many began to speculate about their identity. It seemed implausible. The soul crystal gun had originated from the inner city. Did Miss Mu truly require such items? This conjecture was soon found to be flawed. 650 soul crystals. 651 soul crystals. Once again, with this almost derisive increase in price, it left everyone unable to fathom the depths of the situation, causing nearly all mercenary groups to shy away from bidding. However, the thought of the soul crystal gun falling into the hands of an unknown individual was deeply unsettling. 700 soul crystals. 701 soul crystals. When Sufong once more outbid the opponent with a single soul crystal, it felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back. 701 soul crystals. Going once. 701 soul crystals, going twice. 701 soul crystals, going thrice. Congratulations to this benefactor for acquiring the soul crystal gun. Ultimately, Sufong invested half of his fortune to secure the coveted item. As the staff approached Sufong's private box with the soul crystal gun in hand, he felt the greedy gazes of those around him. It appeared that even after winning the auction for the soul crystal gun, leaving the venue unscathed would not be a simple task. But that was a concern for another time. Tonight's auction had reached its zenith with the soul crystal gun, and no subsequent items could possibly rival its allure. It was only when a pair of twins appeared on the auction stage that the crowd's enthusiasm was reignited. A set of 12 or 13-year-old twins was ushered to the center of the venue by the staff. In that brief distance of merely a few meters, unexpected incidents unfolded. Despite the twins being shackled by iron chains, they resolutely resisted. They had yet to awaken their abilities, relying solely on their fists and a remarkable synergy to overpower their escort. Had it not been for the presence of an ability user guarding the auction, the twins might have truly escaped. Eventually, they were subdued by the ability user's dark energy, rendered immobile, and brought to the center of the venue. It was at this moment that Sufong had the chance to discern the twins' features. Perhaps due to their tender age, they had yet to fully develop. Initially mistaken for brothers, a closer inspection revealed them to be a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. The boy bore no expression, his calm gaze occasionally flickering with despair, devoid of any vitality, resembling a living corpse. In stark contrast, the girl's eyes exuded a fierce intensity. Even seasoned mercenaries felt a chill from the aura of death surrounding her. While this pair of twins displayed remarkable combat prowess, it was evident that they were not easily subdued. Acquiring them would likely necessitate constant vigilance against their potential escape. Despite their evident strength, few participated in the bidding. Sufong regarded the twins, yet his thoughts diverged from the rest. Although it was clear they were formidable adversaries, he found himself contemplating the prospect of subjugation. The combat prowess displayed by the duo far surpassed that of ordinary youths. Especially the girl whose every strike targeted lethal points on the human body, she was undoubtedly prime assassin material. To test his theory, Sufong deliberately fixed his gaze upon the girl, even unleashing a trace of his own killing intent. Unexpectedly, she immediately sensed his scrutiny. Even through the glass, unable to see his figure, she exuded an icy aura of murderous intent. It's her. With just that one glance, Sufong was certain she was exactly the kind of subordinate he sought. 100 soul crystals. After the fierce bidding earlier, everyone present had taken note of Sufong. When he raised his bid again, hesitation rippled through the crowd. This was a man who spent money like water. and no one wanted to waste time competing over two untamed wild horses. Of course, some remained defiant, perhaps out of sheer spite, deliberately driving up the price. In the end, Sufong secured the twins for 150 soul crystals. Watching his dwindling reserves, he sighed inwardly. Earning money was as arduous as scaling the heavens. Yet spending it flowed as swiftly as a river. With the soul crystal gun and the twins in tow, Sufong departed the auction. It was that the event lacked further treasures, but he feared lingering any longer would tempt him into emptying his pockets entirely. What puzzled him was the twins' behavior on the journey home. They neither resisted nor made a sound, silently trailing behind him. He had braced for an escape attempt. But his vigilance proved unnecessary. Just as he toyed with the soul crystal gun in his hands, several figures blocked his path. "You're the one who outbid our boss for this gun. Do you even know who he is? You've got some nerve." A tired, clinched scene. Were it not for the twins behind him, Sufong might have simply melted into the shadows. But seeing that his opponents were mere ordinary men, an idea struck him. Ignoring the interlopers, he calmly approached the twins and, under the girl's startled gaze, unfastened their chains. "If you can kill these men before you, I'll grant you one request, within reason." Sufong's words elicited a faint reaction from the perpetually silent boy, though he quickly lowered his head again. "You mean it?" The girl snarled. "I do. Anything?" A glimmer of hope flickered in her fierce eyes. "Of course, not. Did you think I'd just let you walk away? Liar." The girl's expression twisted with venom, as if she longed to slit his throat then and there. "I paid 150 soul crystals for you both. Did you really expect me to set you free?" His words earned no response. "Though I can't give you freedom, I can offer you dignity." "Dignity? This time?" The boy reacted strangely, disdain laced with reluctant intrigue, as if he couldn't bring himself to believe it. "In my presence, you are no longer shackled slaves. Nor do you need to endure the wrath of others. One day, I could even return to eradicate all those who have tormented you within this auction house." Upon hearing this, the two instinctively turned their gazes towards the auction venue, evidently having suffered greatly within its confines. After a moment's hesitation, the girl finally inquired, "Will you truly keep your word?" To which I replied, "I have no reason to deceive you, for I am unfamiliar with these individuals. It is a promise." With that, Sufong unexpectedly produced a bone dagger and a soul crystal gun, handing them to the pair as he stepped aside, eager to witness their performance. "Have you spoken enough? Surrender the soul crystal gun obediently, and perhaps our elder brother will show you mercy. Otherwise, none of you shall leave alive tonight." The group blocking their path could no longer contain their impatience. Chapter 50, the twins' first battle as several assailants brandished their blades towards Sufong. They were swiftly intercepted by the twins. The girl, wielding a bone knife, struck with remarkable speed, effortlessly driving back three of the attackers with a single, powerful swing. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light erupted beside Sufong, piercing through one assailant's arm. Indeed, the twins exhibited an extraordinary synergy. Sufong had noticed their seamless cooperation during the auction. The girl, with her fiery spirit, launched rapid and fierce attacks, while the boy, calm and composed, adeptly exploited the openings left by their opponents to deliver lethal blows. Had they not been shackled by iron chains at the auction, it would likely have taken many more abilities to subdue them. Now freed from their restraints by Sufong, they finally showcased their full prowess against the three assailants. The girl's ferocity was sharper than that of many mercenaries, her bone knife slicing through the air with an intimidating force. Though her technique was unrefined, lacking any formal style, her sheer strength conveyed the knife's dominance. Nevertheless, it was still a challenge for a small girl to contend with three burly men. At this moment, their mutual understanding shone once more. While the girl engaged in combat, the boy, lurking in the background, unleashed devastating attacks with the soul crystal gun in his grasp. Each shot inflicted severe injuries. First, he pierced one assailant's arm, then shot through another's thigh, rendering both incapable of further resistance. The last remaining attacker, paralyzed by fear at the unfolding scene, hesitated to advance. Pathetic. The girl smirked disdainfully as she observed her opponent's loss of will. With astonishing agility, she leaped onto the man's head, bringing the bone knife down to cleave him in two. Such a gruesome sight, executed by a mere child, was profoundly jarring. Yet, the girl remained unfazed by the sanguine scene, even neglecting to wipe the blood splattered across her face. "Here is your knife," she declared, stepping forward to return the bone knife to Sufong. The boy, following suit, silently handed back the soul crystal gun. "Were you not considering escaping with these weapons?" Sufong remarked, surprised by their calmness in relinquishing their arms. "We cannot defeat you," the girl replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. It was evident that, had she been capable of besting Sufong, she would have opted for slaughter and plunder. However, Sufong remained unconcerned. As long as his strength was sufficient to subdue them, they would not attempt to flee. "You should keep this bone knife and soul crystal gun." The journey home may not be without peril, he advised, refraining from accepting the weapons, leaving behind an enigmatic statement before continuing on their way. The twins, perceptive as they were, quickly grasped Sufong's unspoken implication. They became increasingly vigilant on their return, their gazes instinctively darting to the darker recesses around them. Yet, their overtly anxious demeanor made it evident to all that they were on high alert. In such circumstances, who would dare strike? In truth, this was Sufong's test for the two of them. He was determined to train the two into his personal guards. Thus it was essential to assess their other capabilities. Mere strength was insufficient for survival in this apocalyptic world. Expecting 12 or 13-year-old children to remain inscrutable was evidently unrealistic. However, their ability to notice subtle details in the environment, showcasing an observational acuity far surpassing that of their peers, was already commendable. It was precisely because the two remained vigilant of their surroundings that they encountered no ambushes along the way. Yet, Sufong had long sensed the individuals lurking in various corners. For reasons unknown, they chose not to strike. Perhaps they intended to wait until Sufong handed the soul crystal gun to the boy before making their move. At last, Sufong arrived at the entrance of an abandoned building with the twins. "Is this your home?" the girl questioned in disbelief, astonished that the extravagant benefactor from the auction house resided in such a dilapidated structure. "Certainly not," Sufong replied. "Then why have you brought us here?" The boy spoke for the first time, his eyes brimming with caution, as if fearing Sufong harbored ulterior motives, likening him to a lecherous uncle. "You are overthinking it. This is not my home. It shall be your battleground." The mention of Battleground instantly heightened the twins' alertness. Sufong was pleased to witness their swift transition into a combat-ready state. Though at present, they were not equipped to engage. He retrieved 2 crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to the twins. Taking the bone knife from the girl's grasp, "Step back for now. Focus on becoming supernatural beings first." As they gazed at the crystal cores in their hands, the twins comprehended his intent, yet they hesitated to consume them, casting incredulous glances at Sufong. "Aren't you afraid we might escape after becoming supernatural?" "Escape? Even if that were the case, I would merely incur a loss of some soul crystals." Sufong feigned a generous demeanor. It was crucial to note that the boy still held the soul crystal gun, valued at 701 soul crystals. Coupled with the twins' initial worth of 150 soul crystals, plus the 2 crystal cores. This represented nearly Sufong's entire fortune. Should the twins indeed flee, he would be driven to madness. He was wagering almost 1,000 soul crystals on the belief that these twins would not run away. The twins fixated on him, seemingly deliberating over this very question. To claim they did not wish to escape would be disingenuous. Yet, their hearts brimmed with an inexplicable trust in Sufong, rendering the thought of fleeing somewhat unethical. Noticing the hesitation in their eyes, Sufong discerned that he had indeed made a prudent gamble. Those truly intent on escape would not exhibit the slightest doubt. "You have 20 minutes. Thereafter, this will be your battlefield." With that, Sufong ushered them into the building. His meaning was clear. He would hold off the crowd for 20 minutes, during which the twins were to awaken their powers, after which they would confront their adversaries. "Can you hold them off?" The girl appeared to question Sufong's prowess, yet a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. "Can he withstand it? This is not a matter for you to ponder." Upon realizing that a level 4 ability user cannot act recklessly, Sufong felt confident that no one in the outer district could easily bring him to harm. Moreover, the individuals nearby were merely level 1 ability users. Once the twins had taken refuge within the building, Sufong addressed his surroundings. "Come forth. Do you truly believe you can evade my gaze?" The area fell into a profound silence, as if no one else existed. Yet, how could they possibly conceal themselves from Sufong's perception? With the power of wind control, the currents around him acted as his eyes, relaying the presence of anyone they touched back to his mind. Chapter 51. Encirclement still, no one dared to reveal themselves, which left Sufong feeling increasingly impatient. How could so many individuals lack the courage to show themselves? Worthless wretches. With a swift motion, Sufong raised his hand and clenched his fist towards one direction. A piercing scream echoed from a nearby corner. A man tumbled out from behind the debris, clutching his chest with both hands, writhing on the ground in agony, his contorted expression betraying his immense suffering. His companion looked on in horror, fully aware that the man who now lay on the ground had moments ago been full of vitality, until the masked figure had raised his hand and clenched his fist towards them. Simultaneously, the companion beside him suddenly clutched his chest, displaying an expression of torment, as if the masked man's fist was not merely a hand, but rather a vice around his heart. "Damn, I mistook the target?" Sufong gazed at the fallen man, his face etched with reluctance. To the man's ears, those words sounded like a death knell. In other words, had the opponent not miscalculated, it would have been him lying there instead. The dread of death swiftly consumed the man's reason. Spare me, please, he pleaded. Little did he expect that the moment he knelt, his heart would feel an overwhelming pressure. It was the masked man before him. He had not anticipated such brutal ferocity, depriving him even of the chance to beg for mercy. At that moment, he truly felt his companion suffering. The crushing sensation around his heart felt as though it might shatter at any moment. In mere moments, both men collapsed, their lives extinguished. Was this the power of the fire of the mind? Sufong, attempting to wield the fire of the mind for the first time, was astounded by its bizarre efficacy. If combined with shadow stealth, he could eliminate anyone undetected. Those hidden in the shadows, witnessing the surreal scene, felt a sudden urge to retreat. Yet, in the face of such an uncanny ability, did they still have a chance to flee? Before they could ponder further, someone began to unravel the enigma for them. Overwhelmed by fear, one individual seized the opportunity to escape while Sufong examined the bodies of the two men. However, his every movement was caught by Sufong's keen ears. Raising his right hand once more, a mere grasp was all it took to claim that individual's life. With 3 examples before them, the remaining onlookers dared not act recklessly. Only when Sufong had gathered the spoils from the 3 did he turn his attention towards the others hiding in their respective corners. Are you not willing to emerge? If you attack together, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Sufong's words struck like a bell, awakening the realization that cooperation was their only chance. Although they were unaware of the specific abilities of their adversary, it was evident from recent observations that his peculiar power seemed to target only one individual at a time. If they coordinated their attacks, even if he could use his strange ability to eliminate one of them, the others could overpower Sufong. I will count to 3. On 1, we strike together. Someone suddenly shouted. 3, 2, 1. As the final word left his lips, a dozen figures sprang from the shadows, launching a simultaneous assault on Sufong. As the onslaught from all directions approached, Sufong did not cast even a glance. His gaze was fixed upon a distant shadow. It was this individual who had just called out 3, 2, 1, yet instead of joining the others in their assault on Sufong, he seized the opportunity to rush towards the building while the crowd diverted their attention. From the very beginning, this person had not targeted Sufong. He merely sought to exploit the distraction to procure the soul crystal gun. However, Sufong would not grant him that chance. In the midst of the encircling throng, a flash of purple light illuminated the air, and Sufong's figure vanished before their eyes. The ensuing cacophony of screams led the crowd to discover Sufong once more. The man who had attempted to seize the soul crystal gun lay lifeless at Sufong's feet. I despise those who betray their comrades. This was the reason he had chosen to eliminate this individual first. In truth, he had misjudged the situation. The group before him was not of a single faction, but rather an alliance of convenience in the face of Sufong's overwhelming power. Feeling a twinge of pity for them, Sufong redirected his fury towards the crowd. Do not think to harm my people while you bypass me. Your adversary is I. With that declaration, flames erupted from his palm, incinerating the man's corpse into charred remnants, which he then hurled like a fireball into the midst of the crowd. These individuals had struggled to survive in this apocalyptic world for an entire year, and soon they regained their composure. Attack. Do not grant him a moment's respite, or we are doomed, someone shouted. With that, the entire assembly unleashed their unique abilities upon Sufong. But could such an onslaught truly harm him? As the simultaneous barrage of attacks struck Sufong, a violent explosion reduced surrounding structures to rubble. Had they succeeded? Before they could revel in their fleeting triumph, Sufong's silhouette emerged from the smoke. Is this all? Dusting himself off, he appeared entirely unscathed by their efforts. You are a level 3 ability user? Someone stammered in disbelief. Only a level 3 ability user could possess such formidable strength. A multitude of level 1 users would scarcely inflict any damage. Sufong offered no reply to the inquiry. Did it truly matter? Today, your only chance of survival lies in killing me. Raising his fist, enveloped in flames, he struck the ground with his fiery, crimson hand. The feeble blow landed with no immediate effect. However, beneath the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the ground began to fracture. From those fissures, the unmistakable glow of red flames could be seen. Retreat. The searing flames erupted from the cracks, consuming those unable to evade in an instant, turning them to ash. Faced with such a glaring disparity in power, the will to fight dissipated from the remaining few. In unspoken agreement, they fled in different directions, believing that this would thwart Sufong's pursuit. As for who would suffer the misfortune of being his first target, that was left to fate. Yet, they still underestimated Sufong's prowess. With the enhancement of the purple lightning, Sufong possessed a speed that ordinary individuals could not rival. In less than 2 seconds, he dispatched the first unfortunate soul. As for the remaining 3, Sufong chose not to take their lives. Instead, he rendered them unconscious and brought them back to the front of the building. As time ticked away, the 20 minutes finally elapsed. Moments later, Two figures emerged from the dilapidated building. They were none other than the twins. The pair approached Sufong slowly, their expressions noticeably altered, marked by determination and a hint of trust. Perhaps Sufong's display of sufficient trust towards them had fostered a semblance of trust from the twins in return. Chapter 52. Teleportation and marking this as a gift for you. Sufong cast the three unconscious individuals before the twins. What does this mean? The girl gazed at the three, perplexed. You have just awakened as level 1 ability users. Do you not wish to practice your skills? Before the two could react, Sufong's fingertips flickered with strands of purple electricity. Under his control, the current surged towards the unconscious trio, gradually rousing them from their stupor. What do you want? The three, bewildered, could not comprehend why the man before them chose not to kill them. I offer you a chance to survive. What? Having witnessed Sufong's ruthlessness, the trio was incredulous at the notion of being granted a chance to live. If you wish to kill us, do so. Why toy with us? Clearly, they did not believe Sufong's words. How useless. You are not even willing to fight for the last sliver of survival? What did you say? The three fixed their gaze on Sufong, noting the faint smile upon his face, which seemed devoid of mockery. Are you truly willing to spare us? You have misunderstood. I do not intend to spare you. Rather, I am offering you a chance to live. What do you mean? As long as you can kill those two, I shall let you go. Sufong gestured for them to look at the twins. You want us to kill them? The trio, dispatched by their respective factions, immediately recognized the twins. In the auction house, the twins had attracted considerable attention from affluent patrons due to their remarkable combat skills and rebellious demeanor, yet ultimately, they fell into Sufong's grasp. Although the twins exhibited impressive combat prowess, they remained mere mortals. Pitting them against level 1 ability users was tantamount to a death sentence. Kill them? It depends on your strength. They are now ability users. Ability users? The three turned to the twins, finally grasping Sufong's intention. This was not an opportunity for them to survive. It was, in fact, a means to train his newly acquired slaves. Sufong quickly discerned the trio's apprehension. Fear not. I keep my word. If you possess the capability to eliminate them, I will not only overlook your actions, but will also allow you to depart. He then turned to the twins. This is also your final test. Under Sufong's urging, the combat spirit ignited between the trio and the twins. As Sufong stepped aside, the battle was imminent. Among the trio, one individual raised his hands high, summoning thunder from the heavens, directing it straight at the twins. However, despite the tremendous power of the lightning, its speed was too slow, allowing the twins to evade effortlessly. Undeterred, the individual continued to summon thunderbolts aimed at the twins, ultimately reducing the surrounding structures to rubble, yet failing to strike the twins even once. Stop wasting your energy. We must collaborate. After awakening as ability users, the twins had significantly enhanced their physical capabilities. The trio does not belong to the same faction and lacks mutual understanding. Yet they are compelled to disclose their unique abilities to one another. But will the twins grant them this opportunity? The girl, inherently decisive in her lethal intent, brandishes a bone blade and charges towards the three with astonishing speed. In a single horizontal slash, she forces them back. I will trap him, one of them shouts, as a steel cage rises from the ground, aiming to ensnare the girl. However, with a flash of her blade, she cleaves the cage in two. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the trio seizes the opportunity, and the last member launches an attack on the girl. His right fist, enveloped in a dark energy, descends upon her with an unstoppable force. This punch, even Sufong is taken aback by its sheer might. Should it land, even a level 2 awakened defender might struggle to withstand it. If the girl cannot evade, her demise seems inevitable. Despite this, Sufong has no intention of intervening. Nevertheless, the girl remains unfazed. At the instant the black fist strikes, her figure suddenly vanishes before their eyes, replaced by a shard of stone. Teleportation? Even Sufong is astounded by the girl's awakened ability. Unlike Sufong's purple lightning, which merely enhances one's speed, teleportation leaves no trace. It is characterized by its element of surprise. The trio stares in disbelief at this spectacle and frantically searches for the girl's whereabouts. Losing sight of the enemy on the battlefield is akin to stepping half a foot into hell. A chilling aura of murder suddenly emanates from behind them. Fortunately, their combat experience proves sufficient, and the man summons the steel cage once more. This time, however, it ensnares them instead. The appearance of the cage successfully intercepts the girl's ambush. Yet, they have overlooked one adversary. The boy has been lurking behind the girl, waiting for the opportune moment. And now that the trio is confined within the cage, they are essentially three living targets. The boy's gaze is fixed on them, and suddenly, three bizarre marks appear above their heads. After a brief buildup of energy, the soul crystal gun simultaneously fires three beams, aimed directly at the trio's heads. Do they intend to kill us? The soul crystal gun is something the three believe they can easily evade. But then, a strange occurrence unfolds. The trio, confident they can dodge the ambush, discovers that the bullets suddenly curve, relentlessly pursuing them. Does the soul crystal gun possess homing capabilities? Yet, Sufong knows full well that the soul crystal gun lacks such abilities. This implies that the beams follow the trio due to the boy's power. The boy casually points the soul crystal gun towards the sky and fires several shots, the beams tracing an uncanny path toward the trio, making it impossible for them to escape, no matter how they twist and turn. Your attacks can lock onto enemies and track them automatically. Sufong seems to comprehend the nature of the boy's awakened ability. It is the mark. The boy merely uttered 3 words, devoid of any explanatory intent. Yet, the marks upon the foreheads of the 3 individuals had already revealed the answer to Sufong. As long as the mark on the man's head remained, the boy's pursuit would persist unrelentingly, no matter the distance. The trio seemed to sense this truth, swiftly employing their respective abilities to withstand the onslaught of the soul crystal gunfire. However, as the boy unleashed a barrage of over a dozen shots at each of them, they found themselves unable to fully defend against the assault. The beams of light nearly pierced through their bodies, rendering them bloodied and on the brink of death. Seizing this opportunity, the girl teleported before the 3, swiftly delivering a fatal blow that extinguished their lives. Your trial has been completed. Sufong once again bore witness to the girl's decisiveness, as she brazenly presented the severed heads of the trio before him. Chapter 53, Soul Crystal Weapons. Congratulations. You have passed my test. Congratulations on earning our recognition. The girl was quite sharp-tongued, but fortunately, Sufong was not bothered by it. Rather, he found her character quite admirable. Henceforth, you shall be my subordinates. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sufong. Sufong. Upon hearing his name, the twins displayed expressions of astonishment. You are Sufong? The girl seemed to have heard of Sufong before. Do you know me? The assistant of Miss Mu. It is because of you that the inner city has become rife with undercurrents. Is that so? I didn't realize I held such influence. From Sister Mu's words, Sufong had been aware that he had become a thorn in the side of many factions in the inner city. But he had not anticipated that these twins had also heard of his name. Seemingly intimidated by Sufong's identity, the twins exchanged glances and fell into silence. Do you not wish to introduce yourselves? Sufong inquired, puzzled by their reticence. The twins did not respond to his question. After another silent exchange, they appeared to have made a certain resolution. After hesitating for several seconds, the girl slowly spoke. We have a request, if you agree. We shall devote our lives to you. A request? Noticing the determination in the twins' eyes, it was evident that this matter held great significance for them. Help us take revenge. As long as you can aid us in our vengeance, our lives will henceforth belong to you. Whom do you wish to kill? Sufong did not give a direct affirmation. The girl hesitated noticeably. The Zhu family. The Zhu family? Sufong asked in disbelief. The target of the girl's vengeance was not an individual, but an entire clan. You seek revenge against the Zhu family? Indeed. Sufong reconfirmed with the girl, receiving the same answer once more. Had this been just a few days prior, Sufong would have agreed without hesitation, eager to recruit the two into his ranks. However, now he dared not make any promises. The Zhu family was no ordinary clan. With Mu Bing's insights, Sufong had come to understand the dynamics of power within the inner city. Numerous factions existed, but they were predominantly led by the 8 great families: Zhu, Mu, Chu, Lan, Wu, Su, Ming, and Song. Although referred to as the 8 great families, there were distinctions in their power. The Zhu, Mu, Chu, and Lan families were indeed the most formidable 4. The Zhu family, in particular, was openly recognized as the foremost family in the inner city. Seeking revenge against the Zhu family was tantamount to declaring enmity with the entire inner city. I fear I cannot comply with your request. Sufong could only decline the twins' appeal. Strangely, the twins showed no sign of disappointment. Had you agreed, we would not have believed you anyway. Sufong was taken aback, realizing he had been subjected to a test by these twins. You do not genuinely wish to avenge the Zhu family? No. One day we shall indeed take our revenge on the Zhu family. The girl's statement left Sufong thoroughly perplexed. What grievances do you hold against the Zhu family? He simply could not fathom what deep-seated grievances could exist between the 2 children and the Zhu family. When you are willing to stand against the Zhu family one day, we shall inform you. The girl seemed to have no intention of divulging anything to Sufong. He feared that day would never come. The mere thought of opposing the formidable Zhu family sent shivers down his spine. Since you have become Mu Bing's subordinate, a confrontation with the Zhu family is inevitable. Mu family? Zhu family? A clash is destined. As a resident of the outer district, Sufong found himself unable to untangle the intricate relationships within the inner district. Curiously, The two children appeared to possess profound insights into the dynamics between these families. Sufong wished to extract more information from the girl, yet she remained tight-lipped. You still haven't told me your names. We no longer have names. Perhaps you could bestow one upon us? Sufong gradually sensed that the twins' identities were far from ordinary, yet they refrained from speaking further, leaving him hesitant to pry. Lingyu and Lingyu? It was somewhat burdensome for Sufong to name them, ultimately settling on two names he had encountered in novels. Very well. Henceforth, I shall be Lingyun. And my brother shall be Lingyu. Sufong was left bewildered, as the girl seemed to have misconstrued his intent. Lingyun was traditionally a boy's name, symbolizing a wish for the boy to be as free and cheerful as the clouds, while Lingyu was a girl's name, expressing a hope for her to temper her impulsive nature, akin to the calming essence of rain. However, the outcome was contrary to his expectations. The girl was as unruly as a cloud, while the boy exuded a chilling demeanor reminiscent of rain, accompanied by Lingyun and Lingyu. Sufong did not return home, but instead arranged for them to have a separate residence nearby, wishing to keep their association with him from Mu Bing'er. To this, Lingyun and Lingyu expressed no objections. Perhaps influenced by their connection to the Zhu family, the twins held a rather unfavorable impression of all families. To safeguard their secret, Sufong even refrained from reclaiming the soul crystal gun, leaving it as a temporary means of protection for them. The following day, he enrolled them in the defense team, though their tender age raised considerable doubts. Ultimately, it was Lingyun's astonishing combat abilities that led Sufong to make an exception, arranging for Tiger Brother and Li Jun to train them specifically. Once he had settled their affairs, Sufong proceeded to Mu Bing'er's office. I have some inquiries to make. Upon seeing Sufong's serious demeanor, Mu Bing'er grew tense. What has happened? I received word that a soul crystal weapon was sold at the auction last night, reportedly leaking from the inner district. What? Mu Bing'er nearly leaped from her chair, indicating her grave concern regarding the matter. Who purchased it? I do not know. Only that it was a mysterious person wearing a mask. Mu Bing'er anxiously paced the room. What exactly is a soul crystal weapon? This was Sufong's true objective. After a night of research, he had found no method to create a soul crystal weapon and even speculated that these weapons might be rewards extracted from the bodies of otherworldly beasts. However, Lingyun clearly indicated that the soul crystal weapons were specifically developed within the inner city to combat the aberrant beasts. Yet, if there exists no means to replicate these soul crystal weapons, possessing merely a singular soul crystal gun would hardly justify a value of 701 soul crystals. Thus, he shifted his attention towards Mu Bing. After pondering the matter for a moment, Mu Bing'er responded to him, echoing Lingyun's sentiments. The soul crystal weapons have been the result of meticulous research conducted over the past year in the inner city to counter the aberrant beasts. If such formidable weapons exist, why are they not employed against the aberrant beasts? The reason lies in the exceedingly complex manufacturing process of the soul crystal weapons, rendering them impossible to mass produce. Furthermore, should they become widespread, it is likely that the inner city would lose its grip over the outer districts. Chapter 54. The Secret of Soul Crystals. In response to Sufong's inquiry, Mu Bing'er remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to his assertion. In truth, Sufong did not perceive any significant issue with this situation. However, the thought of this body's parents perishing on that fateful night stirred an irrepressible resentment within him. Yet, directing this fury towards Mu Bing'er seemed somewhat unjustifiable. The creation of soul crystal weapons is not as straightforward as one might imagine. Sensing Sufong's inner turmoil, Mu Bing'er began to elucidate. As it stands, soul crystal weapons have already progressed to their third generation. The mere mention of the third generation ignited an unsettling thought within Sufong. Could the soul crystal firearms he had procured be mere first-generation products? Indeed, the process of crafting soul crystal weapons is deceptively simple. It merely involves embedding the cores of extraordinary beasts into weapons fashioned from specialized materials. However, the price one must pay to wield a soul crystal weapon is often deemed unacceptable. What price? Sufong inquired. Having observed the boy utilize the soul crystal firearm multiple times without noticing any peculiarities, why must such a weapon incur a cost to be employed? The first-generation soul crystal weapons required the very essence of life to operate. Essence of life? This rather fantastical term left Sufong confounded. Upon the initial creation of soul crystal weapons, a fervor swept through the inner city, with many believing humanity would swiftly reclaim dominance in the apocalyptic world. Yet, the drawbacks of soul crystal weapons soon became apparent. The first wave of users perished within a month, leading to the grim realization that wielding such weapons exacted a life for a life. Nevertheless, soul crystal weapons undeniably served as potent armaments against extraordinary beasts. Before long, the second generation of soul crystal weapons was developed. What cost does this entail? Sufong pondered. realizing that the advent of the third generation indicated substantial flaws in the second. Compared to its predecessor, the price of the second generation was comparatively trivial, merely a financial expenditure. As it consumed crystal cores, merely a financial expenditure? Such a statement could only be uttered by someone of Mu Binger's stature. For the average individual, even for most of the inner city's residents, this was akin to a life-threatening gamble. This implies that the second generation of soul crystal weapons remained inaccessible, holding little significance for those with abilities. The current third-generation soul crystal weapons require only the consumption of soul crystals for operation. Although still costly, this level of expenditure is manageable for many affluent families. At this revelation, Sufong was thoroughly alarmed. It seemed that the soul crystal firearm in Ling Yue's possession was indeed a first-generation weapon, with each use siphoning away her very life force. Thus, the widespread adoption of soul crystal weapons remains unattainable. Yet, Sufong's thought shifted away from this concern. Having spent 701 soul crystals only to acquire a first-generation product, a firearm that consumes life, he felt he had suffered a significant loss. Are you suggesting that what is circulated in the inner city is likely a first-generation product? Sufong tentatively inquired. Even the initial generation of soul crystal weapons possesses astonishing power, with prolonged charging and a significant expenditure of life force. These weapons can unleash attacks comparable to those of a level 3 Esper. Mu Binger remained visibly anxious. The existence of a mere soul crystal weapon was not her primary concern. Rather, she worried about who had allowed such weapons to circulate beyond the outer districts and the extent of their distribution. After residing in the outer district for just a month, she keenly perceived the stark differences between its inhabitants and the pampered citizens of the inner district. The notion that soul crystal weapons would consume one's life force was of no concern to them. In contrast, the second and third generation products, which deplete crystal cores, were utterly unacceptable to the populace of the outer district. Should a significant number of first-generation soul crystal weapons flood into the outer district, the entire situation could shift dramatically, potentially inciting many ordinary citizens to rise against the inner district. Sufong was oblivious to Mu Binger's silence. Even if he had noticed, it would not have mattered to him. Despite his yearning for the stability of life in the inner district, he remained, at heart, a resident of the outer district. If the day ever came when the outer district rebelled against the inner district, he would undoubtedly stand resolutely with his own. More importantly, he was immersed in thoughts on how to create a third-generation soul crystal weapon. Thus, the two of them sat in silence, each lost in their own contemplations within the small office. Suddenly, Miss Mu snapped back to reality. Sufong, inform all defense team members that upon discovering any soul crystal weapons, they must be confiscated and destroyed. Additionally, we need to issue a new announcement throughout the outer district. The use of soul crystal weapons will deplete life force, and prolonged usage can lead to death. Anyone found using them will be considered a criminal, and the defense team is authorized to apprehend them. Sufong had no objections. It was an opportune moment to maintain control over the soul crystal weapons. Thus, the defense team issued its inaugural regulation, seemingly heralding a robust resurgence. Simultaneously, it brought the soul crystal weapons into the public consciousness of the outer district. That very day, Mu Bingo entrusted the affairs of the defense team to Sufong and returned to the inner district. Sufong was perplexed by her decision, but Mu Binger explained. The influence of soul crystal weapons is formidable, and they have been stringently regulated within the inner district. If only one weapon were to leak out, it would be manageable, but if many were to enter circulation, I fear that someone is deliberately allowing the soul crystal weapons to flow out, targeting us. Perhaps they are wary of our rise. In that moment, Sufong could distinctly sense Mu Binger's apprehension. Are you more concerned about their attempts to thwart our ascendance? Or is it the potential impact of soul crystal weapons on the status of the inner district, and consequently, your Mu family standing? For reasons unknown, Sufong voiced his inner doubts directly. This question rendered Mu Binger momentarily speechless. Wasn't humanity's true enemy the aberrant beasts? Wouldn't the possession of soul crystal weapons by the outer district citizens enhance their ability to hunt these beasts? Even if the initial generation products consumed their own life force, wouldn't it enable them to eradicate more aberrant beasts? The trio of inquiries left Mu Binger utterly at a loss for words, desiring to voice a counterargument, yet unable to provide any cogent justification. One might ponder that Mu Binger is merely considering the stability of the inner city, yet she undeniably overlooks the plight of those in the outer districts. Silence at this moment is suffocating. After a brief pause, Mu Binger finally speaks. The situation in the inner city may indeed be more intricate than one can fathom. Should any issues arise, it is likely that the entire city could face devastation. This suggests that the inner city has become irreparably corrupt, and the apparent tranquility is merely a facade. Even if no problems manifest in the short term, The truth will eventually be revealed, and the outcome will remain unchanged. Chapter 55, the fourth-generation soul crystal weapon. At this point, Mu Bing'er found herself utterly speechless. For Sufong spoke nothing but the truth. In the brief span of a year since the apocalypse, the inner city had become rife with decay. Yet no one dared to pierce the veil of this false tranquility. For should the Abode be shattered, chaos would ensue throughout the inner city. Perhaps a transformation was indeed overdue. Their dialogue did not alter Mu Bing'er's determination to return to the inner city, however, upon her return to the Mu family home. Her conversation with Mu Yang took on a different tone. Father, the soul crystal weapons have surfaced at the auction houses in the outer city. What? Mu Yang's reaction mirrored her expectations. Even the typically composed father exhibited signs of considerable agitation, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Yet Mu Yang shared her concerns. His primary interest lay in the stability of the inner city. How many? So far, only a soul crystal gun has been identified. Which generation? I do not know. Following this brief exchange, Mu Yang fell silent, contemplating the implications. This matter may be directed at you. Do not worry. I shall uncover the truth. If I discover who is responsible for this foolish act, I assure you they will rue their actions. Observing the fierce expression on her father's face, Mu Bing'er felt no surprise. From her understanding, any head of the 8 prominent families would likely display a similar countenance upon receiving such news. In their eyes, the stability of the inner city was paramount, for it represented the preservation of their power. Even her father, who was known for his unwavering integrity, was not exempt from this belief. Father, does the possession of weapons by the populace of the outer city truly pose such a significant threat? Perhaps they merely wish to survive. Mu Yang was taken aback by Mu Bing'er's sudden shift in perspective. You have matured. You should comprehend the insatiable nature of humanity. Once individuals acquire power, they will never be content with the status quo. Our actions are solely aimed at ensuring the continued advancement of human civilization. Father, you are right. Before Mu Yang could relax, Mu Bing'er continued. I have grown and now recognize the greed inherent in humanity. Thus, I am acutely aware that the true objective of controlling soul crystal weapons is not to uphold the civilization you speak of, but rather to maintain the dominance of our family. Mu Yang regarded his beloved daughter with increasing astonishment, as if struggling to fathom such words emanating from her lips. After a moment of silence, he abandoned formalities. You are correct. To protect the interests of our family, we must regulate the flow of soul crystal weapons. This candid exchange between father and daughter did little to alter the existing reality. However, it marked a subtle shift in Mu Bing'er's mindset. Before departing the inner city, she posed a startling question to her father. Father, if one day the citizens of the outer city rise against the inner city, what should we do? Mu Yang's response took her by surprise. Historically, popular uprisings have never ceased. The transition of power is quite commonplace. I merely hope that the Mu family remains steadfast in the forthcoming shift. Mu Yang perceives everything with remarkable clarity, yet he too has succumbed to the decay of authority. In the outskirts, Sufong arrived at the residence of Ling Yun and Ling Yu, seizing the soul crystal gun from Ling Yu's hands. In the midst of their astonishment, he personally endeavored to wield the weapon. After he charged and fired a shot, although he did not experience any overt physical alterations, a slight dizziness enveloped him, confirming that his suspicions were indeed accurate. This weapon is a primitive soul crystal armament, and each use depletes one's own life force. Upon conveying this revelation to the twins and apologizing to Ling Yu, he received an unexpected response. We have long been aware of this. What? You knew, yet continued to use it? Ling Yun responded with remarkable composure. Do we possess any alternative means besides utilizing the soul crystal weapon? This exemplifies the helplessness of ordinary individuals. Now that you are already capable of extraordinary abilities, this soul crystal gun can no longer be employed. Apart from the profound sorrow that filled Sufong's heart, he found himself devoid of options. Gazing at the soul crystal gun in his grasp, he murmured, perhaps one day, when we can advance it to the 4th generation, humanity may return to its former way of life. Perhaps we might find a way. Ling Yu interjected suddenly, causing Ling Yun to hastily cover his mouth. What? You cannot speak of this. In response to Ling Yun's reprimand, Ling Yu displayed unexpected determination. Sister, I believe he is trustworthy. Ling Yun stared at Ling Yu in disbelief. Although Ling Yu had always been reticent, his keen perception often led him to make the right choices at critical moments. Ling Yun's gaze lingered on Sufong for a considerable time before she finally resolved herself. Upon witnessing Ling Yun's agreement, Ling Yu continued, in fact, my father has already developed the 4th generation soul crystal weapon. Then why is it that even the eldest daughter of the Mu family is unaware? Sufong pondered, surely Mu Bing'er would have some knowledge of such significant matters. That is because the Zhu family seeks to monopolize the soul crystal weapon, even resorting to murder to seize our father's achievements. Fortunately, my father had foreseen this and provided the Zhu family with fabricated research results, while entrusting us with the genuine findings. To safeguard our safety, he sent us out of the inner city, only to tragically be captured by those at the auction house. This marked the first time Ling Yu spoke so extensively. Sufong finally comprehended the twins' desire for vengeance against the Zhu family. Who could have anticipated that the soul crystal gun, purchased for 701 soul crystals, would prove to be worthless? Instead, the two subordinates acquired alongside it turned out to be invaluable. Would you be willing to share your father's research findings with me? Sufong inquired tentatively. Absolutely not. Before Ling Yu could respond, Ling Yun decisively rejected the notion. Although she trusted her brother's instincts, the gravity of this matter was too significant. She could not gamble with Sufong's integrity. Should Sufong attain the research results, might he eliminate them? Sufong discerned Ling Yun's trepidation. I may forego reviewing your father's findings, yet can you assist me in crafting soul crystal weapons? In response to his request, Ling Yun reiterated his own demand. Aid us in exacting vengeance. As long as you can help us achieve retribution, our lives henceforth shall belong to you. Faced with a similar proposition, Sufong exhibited hesitation. Previously, he had unreservedly declined. However, after becoming aware of the corruption within the inner city, an inkling of a desire to overthrow its dominion began to stir within him. To dismantle the inner city's rule, the Zhu family looms as an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 56, The High Wall Plan I Promise You, Sufong declared, resolute in his determination to oppose the Zhu family. Really? Despite Sufong's affirmative response, Ling Yun remained unconvinced. If given the chance to overthrow the Zhu family and ascend as the ruler of the inner city, who would not desire such power? Sufong's sincerity was palpable. Ling Yun glanced at his younger brother. In times like these, any words could easily be empty promises. I assure you, I am currently the only one capable of crafting the fourth-generation soul crystal weapons. Ling Yu expressed an unprecedented firmness. Moreover, the fourth-generation soul crystal weapons were not solely for ordinary individuals. Even those with special abilities could significantly enhance their combat prowess through these weapons. Ling Yu's statement astonished Sufong. If this were indeed the case, the twins' father must have been an extraordinary talent, tragically lost to the Zhu family's selfish desires. If not for the corruption of power and greed, humanity's advancement might have flourished at a much faster and stronger pace. Excellent. Please inform me of any materials you require. I will hasten the preparation of soul crystal weapons for both you and Ling Yun. Both siblings were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that Sufong's first request would be to prepare weapons for them. Ling Yun felt reassured that he had not misjudged Sufong. How long will it take? With only 3 days until the next Blood Night, Sufong hoped to bolster their strength as much as possible. After all, Lu Bufan had already gained support from the inner city and would undoubtedly take action against him. The following day, Mu Binger returned to the defense team. How did it go? Rest assured, my father will investigate thoroughly. Their exchange grew somewhat frosty. After a moment, Miss Mu spoke slowly. Will you still assist me in managing the outer city? Of course. Sufong's response took Miss Mu by surprise. The struggle for power was consistent everywhere. It was merely that the conflicts in the outer city were more overt. Rather than resent the powerful, why not topple them and ascend to their ranks? His ambition startled Mu Binger. Do you intend to overthrow our Mu family? The Mu family? Impossible. My aim is to dismantle the Zhu family. The Zhu family? Now. Mu Binger was utterly speechless. Isn't your ambition a bit excessive? To consider toppling the Zhu family? Even Mu Young wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. The Mu family's current wish is simply to surpass the Zhu family and become the foremost family in the inner city. Ah, what youth lacks ambition. Besides, with your Mu family support, anything is possible. Sufong certainly would not reveal his intentions or the enmity between him and the Ling siblings to Mu Binger. As long as he could genuinely master the fourth-generation soul crystal weapons, the prospect of rebellion was not beyond reach. Who do you think you are? Why would our Mu family support you? It is not about the Mu family supporting me. Rather, I possess the means to help your family topple the Zhu family. Sufong's assertive reply rendered Mu Binger momentarily speechless. Setting aside whether Sufong had the capability, as long as he could confront the Zhu family, her father would undoubtedly offer his backing. Enough. Do not indulge in your grandiose daydreams. Contemplating the improvement of the outer district, Mu Binger felt a sense of relief upon realizing Sufong's unwavering support. Her father had stated that overt financial assistance was not an option. Thus they needed to devise a solution to this predicament. Once again, the issue of money arose. Who would have thought that even in a post-apocalyptic world, he would still be troubled by this bane of existence? Yet, a solution soon came to his mind: protection fees. During the apocalypse, mercenary groups had consistently charged such fees to ensure the safety of defenseless civilians during the perilous blood nights. This practice was hardly objectionable, however. The ordinary people without combat capabilities were unable to procure soul crystals, leaving them without the means to pay for protection. Consequently, the rift between the mercenaries and the civilians widened. Sufong proposed that the defense team should also levy protection fees. But the ordinary citizens should not be obligated to pay in soul crystals. Instead, they could work to offset their debts. Work to offset debts? Indeed. To restore the outer district, a sustainable environment must be established. They could not continue to live in the shadow of the alien beasts. Sufong's idea was audacious. Yet for the civilians to work in exchange for debt relief, there must be tangible job opportunities. Agriculture. From Mubinger, he had learned that the inner district was gradually reviving under a well-established defense system, achieving self-sufficiency in food production, which could then be traded for soul crystals in the outer district. The inner district's self-sufficiency was possible due to its formidable walls and a sufficient number of superhumans for protection. Thus, a high wall must also be erected in the outer district. A second wall? Mubingo could not help but admire Sufong's boldness. However, would the residents of the inner district truly permit Sufong's actions? Upon learning the sentiments of the prominent families in the inner district, she realized that this course of action would not find approval, not even from her father, Muyang. Not permitted? This is a matter concerning the citizens of the outer district. Their consent is unnecessary. Sufong's tone suddenly turned icy. Even if they were vehemently opposed, they would dare not openly resist, lest they provoke the discontent of the outer district populace and jeopardize the stability they had long sought. It was then she understood that Sufong had meticulously planned every step. Miss Mu, do you also wish to thwart my plans? At that moment, her emotions were tumultuous. Although she understood that Sufong's ambitions were at odds with her father's pursuit of stability, she had no grounds to intervene. Perhaps deep within Mubinger, there lay a yearning for someone to alter the inner district's corrupt state. With Mubinger's consent, Sufong promptly posted the second announcement outside the defense team's headquarters. The High Wall Project. The defense team plans to construct a second wall within the outer district and is currently recruiting workers for the construction. Applicants will not only receive a fixed amount of soul crystals as payment, but will also be safeguarded by the defense team during the Blood Nights. Once completed, they will gain the right to reside within the wall. The announcement instantly stirred excitement in the outer district. A wall, yet another wall. Just a year ago, the scoundrels from the inner district had deceived them, and now this young lady, Mu, sought to employ the same deceitful tactics? Indeed, the inhabitants of the inner city merely regard us as fools. Perhaps not entirely. If a high wall could indeed be erected in the outer districts, our lives would be safeguarded. Naive. This is merely their cunning ploy. Regarding the announcement from the defense team, a greater number of people expressed skepticism. Sufong had anticipated this situation long ago. When he appeared at the bulletin board, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. In just a month, he had established a remarkable reputation in the outer districts. I understand that many harbor doubts about the High Wall Initiative. Today, I stand before you to address each of your concerns. Chapter 57. A storm is brewing indeed. The crowd immediately raised doubts about Sufong's proposal. How can you assure us that once the high walls are erected, you will not abandon us? I still require individuals to work for me, and those who once aided in constructing the walls will be my final recourse. His honesty was striking. Sufong did not conceal the true nature of a capitalist. Instead, he unabashedly laid it bare before the assembly, causing the members of the defense team to break into a cold sweat. Faced with Sufong's unrestrained declarations, the crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. However, it did not take long for someone to identify the flaw in his argument. Work? Aside from building the walls, what other work are you referring to? Sufong responded, of course, agriculture, construction, and more. It has been a year since the apocalypse, and we have developed means to combat the beasts. Thus, we must strive to rebuild a civilized society, akin to life in the inner city. Initially, some were poised to question further, but the mention of a life resembling that of the inner city ignited a fervent longing in many hearts. A civilized society? After enduring a full year of apocalyptic existence, who would not yearn for the tranquility of the past? At last, someone could no longer restrain themselves and inquired, "Can anyone join?" Sufong smiled. As long as the first person takes the lead, many more will follow. Certainly, the construction of high walls and the restoration of civilization requires the cooperation of all. Participating in the High Wall Initiative not only grants you the protection of the defense team, but also secures your future livelihood. Like a rallying cry, Sufong's words rekindled hope in many, leading an increasing number to join the High Wall Initiative. Amidst the seemingly vibrant scene, however, a few dissonant figures lurked. Unlike the enthusiastic crowd, they cast somber glances at the proceedings. Only when it became evident that the High Wall plan could not be thwarted did they silently depart. Besides Sufong, Lingyan also took note of these individuals. Follow one of them, but do not be detected or engage in combat. Simply report their movements back to me. The individual was merely a level 1 ability user, and with Ling Yun's teleportation skill. Sufong was confident that this straightforward tracking task would pose no challenge for her. Watching Ling Yun vanish in an instant, he then set off in another direction. In contrast to Ling Yun's stealthy pursuit, Sufong aimed to extract information through interrogation. In a seldom-traveled alley, he intercepted one of the individuals. "It's you." Clearly taken aback, the individual had not anticipated Sufong's pursuit. "What does Captain Su wish? Are you attempting to recruit me for the defense team?" The person maintained a calm demeanor, facing Sufong's sardonic smile with an air of nonchalance, although the gradual retreat of his steps betrayed his true feelings. Yet, how could a mere level 1 ability user hope to evade Sufong's grasp? Lightning strike. Enveloped in violet lightning, his form appeared like a specter behind the man. "Speak. Whose agent are you?" "Captain Su, you misunderstand. I merely passed by and wished to join the High Wall Initiative," although aware that his identity had been compromised. The individual still attempted to feign indifference. "Is that so?" Sufong had little patience for idle chatter at that moment. With his right hand firmly gripping the opponent's arm, flames surged from his palm, instantly charring the flesh. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the alley, yet none dared to approach and witness the horror. Such is the indifference of the apocalypse, a society belonging to beasts. This is precisely why Sufong aspired to establish a civilization. Only within a civilized society can one truly earn the title of human. "Do not squander my time. You still possess 1 arm and 2 legs. No, it should be 3 legs. In that moment, Sufong appeared to the man as a naked demon. Faced with such a demon, he hesitated. However, that fleeting hesitation cost him an arm. "I will speak. It seems you still did not anticipate this. Another leg. I am a member of the Blood Red Society. I was sent by Boss Zhu. This time." The man dared not utter another word. The Blood Red Society? This revelation took Sufong by surprise. He had assumed the subordinates were sent by Lu Bufan. "Blood Red Society? I believe we have no grievances against one another, do we? Why interfere with the High Wall plan?" The man continued to writhe in agony, oblivious to Sufong's inquiries. Little did he know, this led to the loss of his final leg. "Brother, I am merely a lowly pawn, tasked with completing what Boss Zhu instructed. I know nothing of his intentions." "Is that so? Then you possess no value to me." In that instant, the man perceived no emotion in Sufong's gaze. There was not even a hint of murderous intent, and he fell into utter panic. "Brother, all I know is that Boss Zhu claims the High Wall plan will only make life harder for our brothers. It must be stopped." "Is that so?" Sufong understood that the man likely lacked deeper insights. "Relay a message to Boss Zhu for me. If he wishes to survive in the outer districts, he must refrain from provoking me." "Do you think I am in a position to deliver messages in my current state?" The man's words dripped with profound despair. "Is that so? Allow me to escort you." Sufong lifted the man and carelessly discarded him onto the street like refuse. Meanwhile, Ling Yun arrived with the man at the new headquarters of the Falling Phoenix Society. Utilizing his teleportation ability, he effortlessly infiltrated the building's interior. "Brother Bufan, many citizens have expressed their support for Sufong's High Wall plan. I saw numerous individuals preparing to participate." "Is that so?" When the High Wall plan was posted on the bulletin board, Lu Bufan had laughed at Sufong's fanciful notions, yet he never anticipated its smooth progression. "What shall we do next?" "What to do? We must stop him. If everyone enters the High Wall to live, who will pay the protection fees?" The thought of Sufong's gradual rise stoked Lu Bufan's ire, which he could only unleash upon his subordinates. However, given the current momentum of Sufong's plan, halting it would not be an easy feat. At that moment, only Lu Buping dared to voice his skepticism. Yet Lu Bufan held a different perspective. The High Wall plan devised by Sufong jeopardizes not only our interests but also those of nearly all mercenary groups. As long as we unite. Even if Sufong possesses extraordinary abilities, he shall find it impossible to safeguard himself. Indeed, Big Brother Lu is truly wise, possessing profound insight. In the Falling Phoenix Society, a chorus of flattery erupted. However, a sudden, crisp sound heightened everyone's vigilance. "Who is it?" Ling Yun, having trailed to this spot, inadvertently triggered a trap set by Lu Bufan, immediately revealing his presence. While one might call it a trap, it was merely a rope tied to a bell. Yet, such a simple contraption exposed Ling Yun. Faced with a multitude of superpowered individuals, Ling Yun dared not hesitate for a moment and swiftly employed his abilities to flee. Chapter 58, The 5th-generation Soul Crystal Weapons. Even though Ling Yun reacted promptly, the disparity in levels was too glaring, despite her mastery of the teleportation skill. An ability of extraordinary caliber, she found it impossible to evade her pursuers effortlessly. Among the talents recruited by Lu Bufan, there were those who possessed speed-based abilities, enabling them to closely trail her. Escape seemed futile. After several attempts at teleportation, Ling Yun could distinctly feel her stamina waning rapidly. Yet, even under such circumstances, She could not create any significant distance between herself and her relentless pursuers. Desperation compelled her to devise an alternative strategy. The primary distinction between teleportation and ordinary speed-based abilities lay in their flexibility. Speed-based abilities, regardless of how fast one could move, followed a predictable path, whereas teleportation offered the remarkable capability to traverse walls and barriers effortlessly. Quickly, Ling Yun identified a suitable building, and, at the moment she rounded the corner, she utilized her teleportation to conceal herself within its confines. What happened? Where did she go? The two pursuers, having lost sight of Ling Yun, were instantly engulfed in panic. They were acutely aware of Lu Bufan's ruthless nature. With the backing of a mysterious benefactor, Lu Bufan could recruit members without hesitation. The adage that money can move mountains rang true. He would never struggle to find willing recruits. Consequently, should any member fail to complete their assigned task, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. We've chased her for so long without gaining any ground. It's impossible for her to escape by merely turning a corner. Yes, she must be hiding in one of these buildings. Although the two deduced Ling Yun's intentions, they found themselves at a loss among the surrounding structures, lacking any reconnaissance abilities to locate her swiftly. In that fleeting moment, Ling Yun successfully made her escape. Moments later, when Lu Bufan appeared before them, the two could feel their bodies trembling involuntarily. Where is she? Their silence spoke volumes. A mere child managed to elude capture by the two of you? What use are you to me? Inwardly, they cursed themselves. Had it not been for their presence, Lu Bufan and the others would scarcely have caught even a glimpse of the girl's retreating figure. Yet, who dared voice such thoughts in front of Lu Bufan? Without waiting for any explanations from them, a flicker of cold ruthlessness crossed Lu Bufan's eyes. Suddenly, a spider-like appendage shot forth from behind him, tracing a perfect arc in the air before severing the heads of both pursuers. Such was the consequence of failure. In the face of Lu Bufan's indifference, even Lu Buping dared not utter a word. Since Lu Bufan's failed ambush on Sufong, his demeanor had undergone a radical transformation. He became capricious, even bloodthirsty. Only Lu Buping had the audacity to offer any counsel in his presence. Brother Bufan, I recognize that girl. The speaker was none other than the spy dispatched by Lu Bufan to gather intelligence at the bulletin board. Who? She is a member of the defense team. Is she one of Sufong's people? The previously fierce Lu Bufan's voice trembled slightly upon hearing Sufong's name, revealing the undeniable grip that name held over him. Akin to an inescapable nightmare, Lu Bufan sought to eliminate Sufong, desiring to rid himself of the nightmare that haunted his heart. Otherwise, he would be condemned to a life steeped in fear. Brother, what if Sufong discovers our stronghold? Lu Buping was well aware of his brother's vulnerabilities. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Bufan resolved to shift their base of operations. The others seemed to find no fault in Lu Bufan's decision. After all, Sufong had successfully vanquished the former top figure of the outer city, Lord Ma, along with Lu Fong, while some cunning tactics were employed during the process. In the end, it was the victor who would be celebrated, who would truly care for the means. Sufong had effectively supplanted Lord Ma, emerging as the foremost figure in the outer city, at least in terms of reputation, as Lu Buping had surmised. When Ling Yun relayed the news back to the defense team, Sufong wasted no time in mobilizing his forces to encircle the falling Phoenix Society. Sufong did not fear Lu Bufan. Rather, he was preoccupied with numerous matters that required his attention, and he could not afford to let Lu Bufan disrupt his plans. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Upon arriving at the building guided by Ling Yun, they found only emptiness. Captain, we searched the entire building but found no signs of anyone. In truth, with Yufeng's perceptive abilities, Sufong had realized the moment he crossed the threshold that the building was devoid of life. He refrained from revealing his abilities, fearing that the opposition might possess stealth powers. Hence he instructed his team to conduct a thorough search. What a pity. Ling Yun felt a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, this was a silver lining. It indicated that Lu Bufan currently lacked the strength to confront him head-on and could only cower in the shadows. Yet, as long as Lu Bufan remained at large, the potential for trouble loomed. Sufong directed his team to continue the pursuit of the falling Phoenix Society's members while he accompanied Ling Yun back to the twins' residence. Sufong felt a pang of guilt over Ling Yun's near capture by Lu Bufan and his associates. However, the girl harbored no grievances. It was my own carelessness. I cannot blame anyone else. Sensing Ling Yun's dissatisfaction, Sufong hesitated, contemplating whether to assist the siblings in advancing to second-tier abilities. Their acquaintance was still too fresh, and the trust between them was insufficient. Just as he pondered how to establish an effective reward system to cultivate his confidence, Ling Yu's arrival interrupted his thoughts. Ling Yu appeared before them, brandishing an oddly designed firearm. I did it. This is the 4th-generation Soul Crystal weapon. No, this is the modified version 4.5. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with boundless excitement. 4.5? The name left Sufong and Lingyun perplexed. Father's modified soul crystal weapon refines the core energy within the soul crystal, enhancing the energy transmission pathway to reduce energy consumption. Building upon that foundation, I made some adjustments. Through the use of ability markers, the energy that would normally be wasted can now be accurately transmitted to the soul crystal weapon. Moreover, the energy expelled can be gradually reclaimed. This advancement would significantly diminish energy expenditure. A genius. As Sufong and the others listened to Ling Yu's incessant explanations, they could only arrive at a two-word conclusion. At such a tender age, possessing such prodigious ingenuity, and having just awakened his supernatural ability a few days prior, he was already contemplating the application of his powers in the crafting of soul crystal weapons. If applied to your unique ability marker, would it not become your exclusive weapon? Truly, they were remarkable twin siblings. While Sufong marveled at Ling Yu's brilliant thoughts, she had already discerned the weapon's shortcomings. It cannot be deemed entirely exclusive to me. It must be in my proximity to yield its optimal potential. Ling Yu, as the designer, was certainly aware of this. However, since Sufong had initially requested Ling Yu to design a weapon for him, it was only natural that he crafted such a piece. Chapter 59. The Fortress Planet Matters Not. I am confident that Ling Yu will undoubtedly develop a truly authentic 5th-generation soul crystal weapon in the future. Sufong scrutinized the soul crystal gun with great care, yet his ignorance of soul crystal weapons rendered him merely a spectator, enchanted by novelty. I shall first proceed to the training grounds to test its potency. In truth, this was merely a prototype, and Ling Yu had yet to make the necessary adjustments. However, Ling Yun intercepted him. No, we cannot. If our secret is exposed, it may attract the attention of the inner city dwellers. Sufong gazed at the young girl in astonishment. Even he had not considered this possibility in such a short span of time. The emergence of soul crystal weapons would undoubtedly alter the dominance of ability users, which is precisely why the families of the inner city sought to control the distribution of these weapons, even resorting to the assassination of the twins' father to hinder the advancement of soul crystal technology. Sufong looked at Ling Yun with admiration, unlike Ling Yu's brilliant ideas. Ling Yun's meticulous thinking and decisive actions marked her as a true pragmatist. Ling Yun was correct. Until we possess the ability to protect ourselves, we must never reveal the existence of the soul crystal weapons. Upon uttering this, the uncertainty that had previously plagued Sufong vanished in an instant. He retrieved 2 second-level crystal cores from his backpack and handed them to the Ling siblings. The Blood Night is imminent, and before it arrives, you must advance to second-level ability users. Only then can you ensure your safety. The Ling siblings were evidently taken aback by Sufong's generosity. Within just a few days, he had assisted them in evolving from ordinary individuals to second-level ability users. Although they had come from the inner city, where crystal cores were commonplace, the trust Sufong bestowed upon them felt invaluable. Yet, a hint of unease crept into Ling Yun's expression at Sufong's words. Safety? Even if a third-level beast were to appear, wouldn't the outer city possess the capability to handle it? In the current outer city, the most treacherous threat was not the beasts but the treachery of humankind. With the arrival of Sufong and Mu Bing'er, the dynamics of the outer city had undergone a radical transformation. The most alarming aspect was that, in an effort to thwart Mu Bing'er's advancement, the prominent families of the inner city had secretly dispatched operatives. Though they could not act openly, they would support Sufong's adversaries through various means. A moment's carelessness could lead him to a point of no return. Ling Yun cast a glance at the two and swiftly consumed the second-level crystal core. The arduous and excruciating process of advancement commenced. Ling Yu could only watch in silent concern as Ling Yun writhed in pain upon the ground, her expression grave. Do not worry. The transition to a second-level ability user poses no danger. I understand. Once the topic of research was set aside, Ling Yu's social skills diminished to nearly nothing. Without Ling Yun as a conduit for communication, the two soon found themselves ensnared in an uncomfortable silence. Perhaps it was only Sufong who felt the awkwardness. I heard you were preparing to implement the high wall plan? Ling Yu unexpectedly initiated a conversation, catching him off guard, even causing him to forget to respond. Yes, it is imperative to construct a high wall that belongs to the outer city. Only then can its inhabitants live as human beings. To live as human beings? Though a logically flawed statement. It ignited a flicker of something unique in Ling Yu's eyes. May I design this towering wall? The notion of erecting a formidable barrier to deter some of the otherworldly beasts was merely a simplistic aspiration for Sufong. He had never contemplated any intricate designs. However, upon articulating his initial thoughts, he was met with a scornful gaze from Ling Yu. What do you mean, young man? I had presumed your ambitions were grand. Yet it seems you merely wish to confine yourself within a pin. Confine myself within a pin? Sufong retorted. If the intention is solely to construct a high wall that imprisons everyone within, Is that the kind of existence you envision as living like a human? Gazing into Ling Yu's eyes, Sufong realized he had underestimated the young boy. Perhaps Ling Yu harbored grand ideals akin to those of his father. Aspirations to alter the fate of humanity, only to be ultimately devoured by the avarice and desires of certain individuals. Then, according to your vision, how should the high wall be designed? Sufong inquired, curiosity piqued regarding the thoughts concealed within Ling Yu's mind. I have a general concept. Transform the outer districts into a fortress. A fortress? This notion was exceedingly audacious, far beyond Sufong's imaginings. Yet, Ling Yu promptly produced a design blueprint. He had reached a consensus with Mu Binger just the day prior, and had spent the night preparing the design. At that moment, Sufong found himself at a loss for words. However, upon viewing the blueprint, the astonishment within him was ineffable. Is this your father's masterpiece? Indeed, Ling Yu affirmed. This design is not for the outer districts, but rather a renovation plan for the inner city walls prepared by my father. Sufong finally grasped the essence of Ling Yu's fortress concept. Before him lay a blueprint that represented a complete overhaul of the walls, akin to dismantling and reconstructing them into a bastion brimming with soul crystal weaponry. Such an audacious scheme, if realized, would undoubtedly serve as humanity's most formidable shield. Regrettably, this plan, which could benefit all of humanity, had been obliterated by the selfishness of a few. Your father is truly a genius of extraordinary caliber, Sufong exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration, prompting a glimmer of joy to dance upon Ling Yu's lips. Yet, this plan may prove unfeasible in the outer districts. Why? Upon hearing Sufong's commendation of his father's plan, Ling Yu had hoped to realize his father's dreams, only to find it an elusive endeavor. Perceiving Ling Yu's despondency, Sufong hastened to offer consolation. I acknowledge that your father's plan is indeed magnificent, yet it undoubtedly undermines the interests of the prominent families within the inner city. It is likely that no one will consent to it. Even in the outer districts, it may face the same covert opposition as my high wall plan, outwardly accepted, yet secretly thwarted. Shall we abandon it at the first hint of resistance? Though Sufong's words were entirely reasonable, Ling Yu exhibited a fierce unwillingness to relent. This is my father's dying wish. Since the plan is sound, we shall not abandon it. We merely need to exercise greater caution. Greater caution? Sufong mused, gazing at the intricate design before him, feeling a sense of awe. We must simplify this blueprint. My plan revolves around establishing a fortified stronghold centered on the defense team, encircled by towering walls within a 5-kilometer radius. Design your ideal fortress within this scope. A 5-kilometer radius? This clearly diverges significantly from Ling Yu's father's fortress blueprint. Yet, Sufong finds himself in a predicament. While the high wall initiative merely incited discontent among the inner city residents, the fortress plan is certain to provoke their sabotage. Everything must unfold in secrecy, and he even hesitates to broach the subject with Mu Binger. Although Ling Yu lacks exceptional social skills, he comprehends the dominance exerted by the prominent families within the inner city. To fulfill his father's dying wish, he must tread with utmost caution at every step. Chapter 60. Ling Yu's ascension to level 2. Observing the transformation in Ling Yu's gaze, from disappointment to a glimmer of hope, eventually solidifying into unwavering determination, Sufong comprehended that she had resolved to act. Following this blood-soaked night, the high wall project would commence, leaving merely a few days for the design blueprint's completion. Is it feasible? Indeed. Sufong discerned that Ling Yu was devoid of any hesitation, clearly intoxicated by the fervor within her heart, overshadowing her rationality. Yet, he refrained from offering any admonitions. The ambition to realize the fortress plan undoubtedly required the creation of miracles, and without such fervor as sustenance, it would be challenging to persevere. With that, Ling Yu immersed herself in the design. Moments later, Ling Yun awakened from her slumber. How did the design blueprint emerge? Witnessing Ling Yu engrossed in the design, Ling Yun was taken aback. It was evident that this blueprint was a secret shared between the siblings, a cherished wish of their father, and Ling Yu would never easily reveal it. Could it be that something transpired during her brief ascension to a level 2 ability user? Ling Yun's gaze shifted towards Sufong, her bright eyes slowly revealing a hint of murderous intent. Sufong recognized the misunderstanding but offered no clarifications, allowing a slight smirk to play on his lips, seemingly taunting Ling Yun. You scoundrel! Suddenly, Ling Yun vanished from view, her petite fists reappearing before him. Ling Yun's speed had indeed intensified. Unfortunately for her, in the presence of Sufong, who possessed heightened awareness due to his wind manipulation ability, he evaded the attack range the moment Ling Yun materialized. You think you can defeat me? You still need to strive. Just as Sufong intended to impart a lesson to Ling Yun, he was abruptly interrupted by a powerful punch. His body was sent flying several meters, and the already confined space became disarrayed. Nevertheless, Ling Yu remained oblivious to the skirmish, absorbed in her design. Before Sufong could regain his composure, Ling Yun's figure vanished once more. However, this time, she did not approach him. Instead, she retreated a few steps and suddenly swung her fist into the air, still reeling from the impact of the previous blow. Sufong was caught off guard as another heavy punch struck his abdomen. To his surprise, despite her petite stature, Ling Yun's punches were remarkably forceful, having endured 2 consecutive setbacks. Sufong was not incensed. He merely dusted himself off, maintaining a faint smile. Ling Yun's combat prowess had evidently seen significant enhancement, which was undoubtedly a positive development for him. Yet, the appreciative smile on his face was perceived by Ling Yun as a provocation. Take this. Enraged, Ling Yun brandished a long knife, swinging it wildly through the air. This is dire. Having suffered twice, Sufong had begun to grasp the nature of Ling Yun's awakened ability. That new power likely allowed her to strike from a distance. Indeed, despite the several meters separating them, he could feel the air currents generated by the knife swing. And a moment's miscalculation could leave him severely wounded. With the combination of teleportation and long-range attacks, Ling Yun undoubtedly possessed the capability to become a new generation of legendary assassins. Faced with such a rapid onslaught, Sufong remained composed, analyzing Ling Yun's abilities, which starkly highlighted the disparity between a level 3 and a level 2 ability user. Despite numerous attacks failing to harm Sufong, Ling Yun's resolve only hardened, her gaze growing increasingly steely. She understood the vast gap between them. Yet she remained confident that seizing even the slightest opportunity could lead to her opponent's demise. Had Sufong been privy to her thoughts at that moment, he might have reconsidered his underestimation, preoccupied as he was with strategizing how to exploit Ling Yun's powers against the mercenary group, while deftly evading attacks. He also made it a point to steer clear of Ling Yu, so as not to disrupt his work. However, this cautious approach soon revealed vulnerabilities to Ling Yun. In an instant, her eyes radiated a piercing intensity, a fierce blend of rage and indifference, as she wielded her long blade at an unusual angle from below. In that fleeting moment, Sufong felt enveloped by an ominous aura of death. The anticipated long-range attack did not materialize. Instead, Ling Yun's blade carved a pitch-black fissure before her. A powerful suction emanated from the crack, compelling everything nearby, including Ling Yu, to gravitate toward it. Alarmingly, even in such dire circumstances, Ling Yu remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Indeed, the line between genius and madness is perilously thin. Unable to watch as Ling Yu was drawn into the chasm, Sufong was compelled to unleash his violet lightning, ensuring Ling Yu's safety first. Yet, his actions were again misconstrued. Ling Yun presumed he intended to harm Ling Yu, instantly teleporting before him to unleash a full-force strike. In that moment, Sufong dared not hold back. The violet lightning enveloped his entire being, incapacitating both Ling Yun and Ling Yu in a flash, thus bringing an end to the farce. Observing the unconscious siblings, Sufong couldn't help but marvel at how a mere 150 soul crystals had secured the loyalty of 2 prodigies. Yet, he acknowledged that next time he faced Ling Yun, he would exercise utmost caution. Nearly succumbing to a little girl was indeed a source of embarrassment. After a considerable time, Ling Yun and Ling Yu simultaneously regained consciousness. Fortunately, Ling Yu offered a timely explanation. Otherwise, Ling Yun might have resorted to further aggression. Ling Yun did not apologize for misunderstanding Sufong or for her impulsive actions. Instead, she critiqued Sufong for failing to clarify his intentions. Sufong had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill, as he had deliberately tested Ling Yun's capabilities without providing the rationale. However, upon learning of Sufong's willingness to assist her father in fulfilling his final wishes, a hint of warmth softened Ling Yun's frosty demeanor. Are you truly willing to undertake the fortress plan? Ling Yun was not as absorbed in the design as Ling Yu. She was acutely aware of the grandiosity of her father's fortress plan, yet who would dare pursue it under the pressure from various families? This task cannot be accomplished merely by desire. To realize the fortress plan, it must remain undetected by the inner city, and the design must be sufficiently clandestine. The resources required are beyond imagination, and I have yet to devise a solution for that. Initially, Sufong had relied on Mu Bing's sense of morality and the pressure from the citizens of the outer district to tenuously borrow her resources for the High Wall project. However, with the current fortress plan, even if Mu Binger were to agree, it is likely that the Mu family would not lend their support. He must devise a solution to the issue of materials on his own. Is it not possible to salvage materials from abandoned structures? In the outer district, vacant buildings are ubiquitous, and indeed some materials could be procured from within, yet they would only provide a mere drop in the bucket for the fortress plan. It appears he must seek an opportunity to infiltrate the inner district and find a way to smuggle some supplies out. These are considerations for later. Everything hinges on the design blueprint from Ling Yu. When Sufong and his companion turned back, they found Ling Yu engrossed in her designs, completely oblivious to their presence. Chapter 61. the resistance in the Dark Sea after ensuring that Ling Yun would supervise Ling Yu's advancement to a level 2 ability user. Sufong returned to the defense team. At this moment, the weight of responsibilities pressing upon him was indeed overwhelming. Upon his return, Mu Bingo promptly escorted him to the office. Here were the individuals who had signed up for the High Wall project. Gazing at the towering stack of documents on the desk, along with Suyu, who was nearly exhausted beside it. Su was taken aback by the sheer amount of support his initiative had garnered from the citizens of the outer districts. Do not rejoice too soon. Who knows how many spies from the inner districts are concealed within? Mu Binger, noticing Su's prideful demeanor, was quick to temper his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Indeed, Su's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness upon hearing her words. Unbeknownst to Mu Binger, the High Wall project had undergone a subtle transformation due to Ling Yu's design plans. Prominent families from the inner districts would undoubtedly dispatch infiltrators into the construction teams. Should the fortress's secrets be unveiled, he would have to contend with the formidable powers of the entire inner district. Please hand me the profiles of these individuals. I shall make the selections. The manpower required for the High Wall project was immense, and even if there were spies among them, we would not dismiss them. Mu Binger assumed Su intended to expel those suspected of being infiltrators. Such invaluable labor, I would certainly not turn them away. If they are indeed spies from the inner district, I could lower their wages slightly. I believe they would still accept, wouldn't they? Sufong understood the mindset of the working class all too well. In these times, who would work without compensation? Those willing to remain under such conditions were undoubtedly spies. Mu Bingo looked at Su with surprise, not expecting him to employ such a method to identify the infiltrators. The only concern was that utilizing this approach might tarnish the reputation of the defense team, necessitating careful execution. Observing the pampered Mu Miss and the youthful Suyu, it seemed this task would fall solely upon Su's shoulders. Little did he anticipate that this undertaking would nearly drive him to despair. It took a full 2 days to sift through only half of the documents in hand. Fortunately, by employing his previous strategy, he successfully uncovered over a dozen infiltrators from the inner district. Tomorrow marks the arrival of Blood Knight. You should rest well. Tang Rulin gently massaged him. The multitude of tasks was relentless, leaving him no respite. Su finally realized that being a leader was no simple endeavor. Many matters were dictated by circumstances. Why don't you allow me to handle the recruitment of personnel? In an unexpected turn, Tang Rulin, who typically shied away from involvement, offered to assist Sufong, leaving him thoroughly astonished. The proposal of assistance should have been a welcome development. Yet, considering the significance of the fortress plan, he hesitated to delegate such responsibility. The troubled expression on Su's face did not escape Rulin's keen observation. Do you not trust me? No, it's not that. Is there an issue with the High Wall project? The ever-perceptive Tang Rulin immediately discerned the crux of the matter. Sufong never anticipated that the first person to unveil his plans would not be Mu Binger, but rather Tang Rulin. He understood that the fortress plan was excessively grandiose, with many subsequent matters to address, far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. He must seek allies to share the burden. Considering that Rulin had also emerged from the inner city, she might resonate with the fortress plan. Thus, he decided to seize the opportunity to invite her into his scheme. With this resolution, Sufong acquiesced to Tang Rulin's suggestion. After entrusting her with the recruitment task, he finally found the time to prepare for the impending Blood Night. This marked the inaugural Blood Night following the defense team's initiative to enlist the citizens for the High Wall project. He had to ensure the safety of those entering. Otherwise, not only would future participation in the High Wall project dwindle, but the citizens who had already joined might also withdraw. Similarly, to thwart Sufong's plans, or to obstruct Mu Binger's efforts to rectify the outer city, individuals from the inner city would undoubtedly dispatch agents to sabotage their endeavors. To this end, Sufong summoned all defense team members to his side, meticulously assigning each individual their respective tasks, earnestly imploring everyone to remain vigilant and not abandon their posts. Before nightfall, Sufong made a special visit to Ling Yu's home to check on the progress of the design plans. The already cramped room was strewn with discarded papers, the fruits of Ling Yu's brainstorming over the past 2 days. Each proposal caught Sufong's eye as a stroke of genius, albeit Ling Yu remained unsatisfied with her work. Furthermore, Sufong noticed a critical flaw in each design that could not be deemed a mere oversight. Ling Yu, your designs are commendable, but our fortress plan must remain concealed from everyone, including the construction workers. Observing Ling Yu's dark circles, Sufong felt reluctant to see such a young child sacrificing sleep for her task. However, given the gravity of the situation, no missteps could be afforded. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Ling Yu exhibited no sign of discontent. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Rest assured, as long as I am immersed in the design, fatigue will not be an issue. Noticing Sufong's worried expression, Ling Yun took the initiative to reassure him, if necessary. I will simply knock him out to ensure he gets adequate rest. Upon witnessing Sufong's astonished demeanor, Ling Yun elaborated that this was the way the two siblings had interacted since childhood, a dynamic that even their parents mirrored. Tonight during the Blood Night, your task is to ensure Ling Yu's protection, preventing any disturbances. Do I need to be told that? Sufong inquired, turning back just before departing. In the inner city, have you heard of the Tang family? The Tang family? Are you inquiring about Tang Rulan's identity? Ling Yun, with an acumen for observation that rivaled Ling Yu's design talent, quickly discerned his intent. She, like you, was sent from the inner city to the auction house. The fortress plan requires a substantial workforce, and I was contemplating whether Rulan could join us. As Ling Yun pondered, a legend flickered in her mind. She had never heard of a family by the name of Tang in the inner city. However, if she had been exiled from the inner city, it would surely signify a breach of regulations, endangering the stability of the inner city. This brings to mind an organization, the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea? This is an organization dedicated to opposing various prominent families within the inner city, reportedly aimed at overthrowing their dominance. When its members are captured, they are merely expelled from the inner city. Expelled? Sufong's eyes brimmed with confusion. It seemed illogical for an organization committed to dismantling the rule of these families to simply expel its captured members. Ling Yun appeared to share the same perplexity. It is said that the president and vice president of Anhai are both 5th-level ability users, making it one of the factions with the highest number of such individuals. But who is the other? The Zhu family. Anhai has signed an agreement with the prominent families, ensuring that its members will only face expulsion. Chapter 62. The Crimson League. The Abyss? A faction specifically established to combat the prominent families of the inner city? The intricacies of power within the inner city are far more convoluted than he had anticipated. Could it be that Tang Rulan is a member of this abyss? If so, she could undoubtedly be integrated into the fortress plan. However, this notion requires further confirmation. Upon receiving this information, his gaze towards Tang Rulan within the defense team shifted dramatically. Yet, the ever-perceptive Tang Rulan quickly sensed the change. What are you staring at? Nothing at all. It's just that a dedicated woman at work appears particularly enchanting. Sufong hastily deflected, all the while seizing the opportunity to indulge his desires. Tang Rulan felt his deceit but chose not to confront it directly. Instead, leaning into Sufong's embrace with an air of fascination. The two seemed to harbor their own thoughts while maintaining an intimate facade, with Tang Rulan sharing his burdens. Sufong finally found the peace to rest. After a slumber, Sufong awoke to find the outside world shrouded in crimson. The Blood Night was upon them once more. In the span of a mere month, his emotions had undergone a profound transformation in facing the Blood Night again. From initial anxiety, he had now settled into a serene acceptance, awaiting the arrival of the ominous night as if completing a mundane task. A roar echoed from the heavens, heralding the onset of the Blood Night. A massive dragon soared through the sky, circling the blood-red moon before heading directly towards the inner city. Perhaps due to a shift in perspective, Sufong noticed that each Blood Night seemed to be heralded by a dragon's flight, a familiar prelude to the unfolding events. To an observer with the eyes of a game programmer, the scene felt eerily reminiscent, as if playing out a well-rehearsed opening act. The inexplicably recurring Blood Night dragged the entire world into an apocalyptic epic, concealing secrets yet to be unveiled. Yet, at this moment, Sufong had no time to ponder such mysteries. A sudden explosion resonated nearby. The aberrant beast had launched an assault on the outer city, encroaching upon the jurisdiction of the defense team. With his acute perception, Sufong grasped the general situation around him, ready to provide timely support should the need arise. However, this Blood Night unfolded with an unusual tranquility. Apart from the occasional foolish low-level aberrant beast that wandered into his vicinity, easily dispatched, there seemed to be no other disturbances. This was decidedly contrary to his expectations. The inhabitants of the inner city, with their numerous mercenary bands, had they truly refrained from troubling him? Could it be that the aberrant beasts were concentrated within their territory, leaving them preoccupied and unable to bother him? If that were the case, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. Yet, fortune did not smile upon him. A sudden waft of sanguine scent drifted from afar. Human blood. Sufong had unknowingly developed the ability to distinctly discern between human and aberrant beast blood. The scent emanated from the direction of the defense team's jurisdiction, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. That direction pointed to the Crimson League. Beside him, Tang Rulan was acutely aware of the distribution of surrounding forces. The scent of blood wafted from the boundary between the territory of the Blood Color Group and the defense team. Has the time for action finally arrived? Although he was uncertain why the Blood Color Group had set their sights on him, Sufong had been prepared for battle ever since he eliminated the scout sent by the group that fateful day. At the junction of their territories, he had stationed the most defense team members, including Tiger Brother and Li Jun. However, Judging by the intense energy fluctuations just witnessed, it was evident that the opposing force was a level 3 ability user, far beyond what Tiger Brother and Li Jun could handle. I shall return shortly. Although he had no direct ties to the blood color group, he possessed some knowledge of their combat capabilities. The sole level 3 ability user among them was their leader, Zhu Yin. With his extraordinary dual abilities, Sufong was confident he could confront any adversary of equal rank. Under Tang Rulin's penetrating gaze, Sufong transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky, heading directly toward the source of the energy. It seemed that Sufong harbored more secrets than she had initially imagined. After being expelled from the inner city, Tang Rulin had anticipated being sold to the leader of a mercenary group, destined to spend the remainder of her life in hell. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself in the hands of a young man. More importantly, Sufong had ventured into the murky depths of the inner city, presenting her with a potential opportunity to reclaim her place there. Observing the dragon soaring through the air, Tang Rulin harbored her own schemes. At the boundary of their territories, Tiger Brother transformed into a winged tiger, battling fiercely on the battlefield. With every strike of his claw, he claimed a life, be it a beast or a mercenary of the blood color group. Not far away, Li Jun unleashed a volley of bullets from his dual pistols, the flames at the muzzles incessantly igniting, raining down a hail of bullets that shattered a massive beast into gory fragments. Despite their valiant efforts, the most captivating figure on the battlefield was the blood-red silhouette of Zhu Yin, the leader of the blood color group, surrounded by a swirling mass of blood. Zhu Yin seemed to manipulate it, as if it were alive. Each time an attack approached, the blood would morph into various shapes, deflecting the blows effortlessly. More ominously, as the battlefield grew increasingly brutal, the number of casualties, both human and beast, swelled, causing the blood around Zhu Yin to accumulate, ultimately forming a blood-red cloak behind him. He stood at the center of the battlefield with an air of nonchalance, resembling an invincible monarch, dressed in his crimson cloak. He appeared as if he had stepped out of an ancient legend, a vampire count. Witnessing Zhu Yin's audacious demeanor, one reckless individual, unaware of the peril, launched a crystalline ice spear from an unseen corner. However, before the spear could reach Zhu Yin, the blood cloak transformed into a blade, shattering the ice projectile effortlessly. Realizing that his attack had failed to inflict any harm upon Zhu Yin, the assailant swiftly retreated, fearful of exposure. Yet, he had grossly underestimated the capabilities of a level 3 ability user. Zhu Yin, possessing blood manipulation abilities, could easily locate his opponents through the scent of their blood. Zhu Yin did not even cast a glance at the man, instead, under the command of his thoughts. The blood-red cloak enveloping him transformed a droplet of blood into a bullet that hurtled toward the man's position. Fortunately, the man reacted swiftly, conjuring a crystalline shield before him, which successfully deflected the sudden onslaught. Impressive. However, having joined the defense team and aligned with the wrong leader, your fate is destined to culminate today. The blood on the cloak hovered before Zhu Yin, gradually morphing into slender needles. Young one, if you can withstand this technique, I shall personally endorse your induction into our Crimson Brotherhood. Before the man could utter a word, countless fine needles cascaded toward him like raindrops. Chapter 63, Blood-Colored Faction. Zhu Yin faced an onslaught of rapid and intense attacks, finding himself with no means of evasion. Yet, he remained composed, fully aware that he could not withstand this strike, and thus, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, merely a second later, the anticipated barrage of arrows piercing his heart did not materialize. Instead, a somewhat familiar voice roused him. "Ah, is this the one attempting to seize my life? Do you truly underestimate me? Or perhaps even the esteemed young lady of the Mu family?" A familiar figure stood before him, a faint web of intertwined purple lightning lingering in the air. This very web had intercepted the blood needles. "Sufong, you have finally chosen to show yourself?" Zhu Yin noted that his attack had been thwarted, yet he felt no displeasure. His true target was Sufong. Without Sufong's presence, killing numerous henchmen would hold no significance. "Who are you?" Sufong was well aware of his opponent's identity. In the outer city, third-tier ability users were scarce, especially when faced with an individual draped in a blood-red cloak that symbolized status. Yet, confronting the first mercenary group to challenge him, he could not afford to wear a pleasant expression. Observing the disdainful smile upon Sufong's face, Zhu Yin's own countenance twisted into a cruel grin. "It seems the death of King Ma has rendered you arrogant. Were it not for Lu Fang's self-detonation, could you have eliminated those two? You presumptuous brat." Since Lu Bufan had received the backing of a mysterious figure during the reconstruction of the Luoyang society, he had been vocally proclaiming how Sufong had opportunistically claimed credit as a so-called hero during the battle between Lu Fang and King Ma. However, Lu Bufan himself had already been branded a traitor, thus his influence over Sufong was minimal. "How I eliminate those two is of no concern to you. It is foolish for any insignificant creature to dare call out before me. Does your blood-colored faction lack a worthy individual to set you straight? Seeing Sufong completely disregard him, Zhu Yin could no longer maintain his previous composure. Sufong, you shall pay for your arrogance. With that, Zhu Yin tore a corner from his cloak, blood coalescing in his hands into a long spear. In that instant, he resembled a general of the battlefield, exuding an aura of formidable power, palpable to all present. With the adversary fully armed, Sufong shed his restraint, transforming into a dragon that coiled gracefully in the air. The two faced each other, the atmosphere thick with the tension of impending conflict. The defense team and the blood-colored faction tacitly eliminated the surrounding beasts, retreating behind their respective leaders to provide ample space for the duel. Brother Who even seized the initial assailant, retreating as swiftly as possible from the battlefield. Such a caliber of combat was far beyond their capacity to interfere. Their sole task was to intercept any approaching beasts, ensuring the Titans' clash remained undisturbed. Perhaps even the beasts sensed the oppressive aura surrounding this confrontation, for none dared approach. Overwhelmed by the atmosphere, a voice rang out. Are we still fighting? If not, let us just head home for a nap. In an instant, a crimson dot appeared on the man's forehead, and his lifeless body slowly crumpled to the ground. The onlookers gazed at the fallen figure, their faces reflecting sheer terror, silencing any further utterance. No one dared to acknowledge the corpse at their feet. Having already made his move, Zhu Yin promptly redirected his assault towards Sufong. Countless blood needles shot forth. Yet even this torrential downpour of sanguine projectiles could not pierce the formidable physique of Sufong. However, this was merely Zhu Yin's probe, as Sufong evaded the onslaught. He leaped high into the air, utilizing the blood coalescing in the atmosphere to form a makeshift platform, advancing step by step towards Sufong's side. At the moment the blood spear lunged forth, Sufong distinctly sensed his own blood being summoned, gravitating towards Zhu Yin's direction, which rendered his movement sluggish. Although Sufong was aware from the records that Zhu Yin possessed the ability to manipulate blood, he never anticipated that the opponent could exert control over the blood within his own body. Such a power was exceedingly bizarre. Fortunately, Zhu Yin's ability could only slightly alter the flow of his blood. Otherwise, if he could siphon Sufong's blood from a distance, the battle would be utterly futile. Yet, in a clash between masters, even a fleeting hesitation can prove fatal. Fortuitously, Sufong swiftly activated his purple lightning shield, and at the moment the blood spear struck him. The purple lightning surged through the spear, delivering a heavy blow to Zhu Yin, forcing him backward. Young one, you indeed possess some merit. In just one strike. Zhu Yin comprehended the might of the purple lightning. Should he engage in close combat, even if his blood spear were to land a hit, he would not emerge unscathed. Reluctantly, Zhu Yin retreated to the ground once more, relying on blood needles for his assault. Yet such attacks were utterly ineffectual against Sufong. Is this the extent of your abilities? Perhaps it is time for your leader to intervene. Though both parties were acutely aware of the underlying truth, Sufong continued to feign ignorance, further igniting Zhu Yin's simmering fury. I am Zhu Yin, the leader of the blood color group. Sufong pretended to be astonished, even distorting Zhu Yin's name, which instantly incited the latter's wrath to a boiling point. No longer concealing his identity, Zhu Yin shed his blood-colored cloak before the astonished gazes of the crowd, gradually sprouting fur and ultimately transforming into a werewolf. Yet, this was not the end. The blood scattered around began to converge upon the werewolf, swiftly dyeing its gray-black for a vivid scarlet. It was the leader's blood wolf form. It was unexpected for the leader to unleash his blood wolf form so swiftly. Evidently, Sufong had truly provoked him. Sufong was doomed. Now the territory of the defense team would belong to the blood color group. Surrender now, and perhaps the leader will show you mercy. With the emergence of the blood wolf form, nearly all members of the blood color group felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. After all, Zhu Yin had previously battled the king of horses in this form for an entire day and night, nearly clinching victory. Sufong, the usurper of triumph, stood no chance against him. Amidst the clamorous encouragement from the blood color group members, some of the defense team's soldiers began to waver in their resolve. Is Sufong, who allegedly annihilated two mercenary factions in one fell swoop, truly nothing more than a petty thief of victory? To everyone's astonishment, when confronted with the formidable Zhu Yin in his prime, Sufong unexpectedly relinquished his dragon form, gracefully descending to the ground in his human guise. Is this truly your most powerful form? The scornful smile that adorned Sufong's face alleviated the heavy burden in the hearts of the defense team. However, Zhu Yin, now engulfed in a blood wolf state, seemed to have lost a portion of his sanity, rendering normal communication impossible. Sacrificing human essence to acquire strength? What distinguishes such a being from a monstrous entity? Chapter 64. The flame within Sufong's words seemed to have struck a nerve with Zhu Yian's pride. The blood wolf leaped onto the rooftop in an instant, howling at the crimson sky, its scarlet form blending eerily with the blood-red night. Even the members of the blood pack felt an unsettling chill creep down their spines. "Come, up, here." The blood wolf forced out human speech with difficulty. Sufong curled his lips into another contemptuous smirk, wreathed in crackling violet lightning. He vanished and reappeared atop the building in the blink of an eye. The two locked eyes for a fleeting moment before disappearing from view once more. When they materialized again, they were already locked in fierce combat. Transformed into the blood wolf, Zhu Yian no longer feared Sufong's violet electricity. As their fists collided, Sufong channeled his lightning to coil around Zhu Yian's body, yet it only caused the beast to hesitate momentarily before those blood-stained claws came slashing toward him. Fortunately, his mastery over wind allowed him to evade gracefully, though he landed somewhat unsteadily on the ground below. Why doesn't the captain transform into the flood dragon to fight? Many of the defense squad members murmured in confusion. Even Hu Ge and Li Jun had no answer. In truth, it was that Sufong refused to assume his draconic form, rather, against Zhu Yian's relentless barrage of needle-like blood projectiles. The massive flood dragon would have been nothing more than a lumbering target. His human form, enhanced by the violet lightning's speed, allowed him to dodge with far greater ease. Yet another problem arose. His human form lacked sufficient offensive power to match the blood wolf's ferocity. Before he could devise a countermeasure, Zhu Yian's claws were upon him once more. This time, Sufong did not retreat. Blazing flames erupted around him, encasing his body in a mantle of fire. Supreme technique, Flame Emperor, channeling every ounce of his energy into himself. Sufong fortified his defenses while amplifying the destructive force behind each strike. When the blood wolf's claws clashed against his fiery fist, the collision of their energies sent shockwaves rippling outward, forcing even those below to stagger back from the sheer force. After a brief exchange, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. However, the disparity in their physical strength soon became apparent. Within moments, Sufong found himself pushed to the edge of the rooftop, teetering precariously. Just as victory seemed imminent for Zhu Yian, the blood pack's cheers were cut short. Sufong's flaming figure vanished abruptly. Instead, it was Zhu Yian who, carried by his own momentum, plummeted from the rooftop. The blood wolf cratered the ground upon impact, yet emerged unscathed, in a display that left Sufong stunned. It burst through the settling dust and scaled the building once more in a single bound, evidently displeased by what he perceived as underhanded tactics. Zhu Yian's already grotesque wolf-like visage twisted further into a snarl. After a brief pause, his massive form dissolved into a crimson blur, encircling Sufong entirely. Then, a single blood needle shot toward him from behind, faster than any before. "Outspeed me?" Sufong smirked. "I've never lost that game." Sufong deftly evaded the sneak attack of the blood needle with his signature skill, Purple Lightning, yet the blood shadow had completely surrounded him, leaving no opportunity for escape. "Surely, you haven't forgotten my signature move?" In the eyes of the onlookers, the situation appeared dire, yet Sufong bore a faint smile. While many might perceive Zhu Yian in his blood wolf form as overwhelmingly powerful, Sufong felt no imminent threat of death from him. Engaging in brute force combat was, to him, rather tedious. Despite the seemingly inescapable net around him, he effortlessly extricated himself using his shadow stealth, reappearing with remarkable flair before the members of the blood color group. "Is this your leader? Today, the blood color group shall be expelled from the outer city." Just like the Ma family village. Before Sufong could finish his proclamation, Zhu Yian, atop a high building, was already charging towards him, drawn by his presence. The unfortunate onlookers from the blood color group could only watch as Sufong easily dodged the attack with his purple lightning, while they themselves fell prey to their leader's claws before they even realized what was happening. Sufong. As he beheld his subordinates perish at his own hands, Zhu Yian finally grasped Sufong's cunning. "Die." The blood of the fallen coalesced into a blood spear, transforming into Zhu Yian's weapon. Under the influence of his blood manipulation ability, Sufong's movements became sluggish once more, and Zhu Yian charged at him with the blood spear in hand. Many assumed Sufong was doomed this time. Yet, an eerie scene unfolded. The very Zhu Yian, who should have pierced Sufong with the spear, suddenly collapsed before him, writhing in agony. Moments later, Zhu Yian reverted from his blood wolf form back to his human shape, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Had Sufong triumphed? This question flickered through the minds of nearly everyone present, albeit accompanied by varying emotions. The members of the defense team, though perplexed, erupted in exuberant cheers upon witnessing their captain's victory. In contrast, the members of the blood color group were gripped by terror. Their fallen leader signified their defeat. In this apocalyptic world, a loss meant only one path: death. With the poise of a victor, Sufong slowly approached the unconscious Zhu Yian. Flames gradually enveloped his fist, as he prepared to deliver the final blow amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers. The once mighty Zhu Yin, who had dominated the battlefield mere moments ago, was reduced to ashes, his remains utterly obliterated. As Sufong surveyed the audience with the demeanor of a conqueror, none could fathom the turmoil within him. Had he not seized the final opportunity, successfully unleashing his mind fire just before Zhu Yin's blood spear struck, he too might have found himself lying lifeless on the ground. During the recent battle, when Sufong abandoned his dragon form in favor of human combat against Zhu Yin, he had employed his mind fire multiple times. However, he was perplexed to find that against Zhu Yin, whose heart brimmed with murderous intent, the mind fire proved ineffective. It was then that Sufong discerned the flaw of the mind fire. It could inflict no harm upon those with unwavering resolve. In a moment of desperation, Sufong cunningly orchestrated a scenario that compelled Zhu Yin to personally slay one of his own subordinates. Although Zhu Yin remained indifferent to the fate of his underlings, even his cold heart could not escape a fleeting ripple of emotion at that moment. Sufong seized this ephemeral opportunity, successfully employing the fiery essence of his spirit to eliminate his adversary. However, this decisive strike drained a significant portion of his energy. The ease he projected was merely a facade, intended to instill fear in the remaining members of the blood-red faction. Yet, abruptly, a dark spider leg pierced through Sufong's body, as if to declare itself the true victor of this battle. Chapter 65. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind Captain. Li Jun was the first to detect the anomaly. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of bullets from his dual pistols, each projectile guided by his supernatural powers, striking at the spider leg from various bizarre angles. However, it was futile. The spider leg erupted from the ground, revealing a figure that was not entirely unfamiliar to the crowd. The members of the defense team gazed in terror at the scene before them, for it was none other than Lu Bufan. Ever since Ling Yun discovered the headquarters of the Falling Phoenix Society, Lu Bufan had promptly relocated, vanishing from their sight once more. Almost all members of the defense team had received orders to search for Lu Bufan, yet after all these days, no one had achieved any success. Little did they expect that when they finally encountered him, it would be under such circumstances. In contrast, the members of the Blood Red group appeared somewhat bewildered. Sufong had just eliminated his own captain, and before he could process his sorrow and fear, his nemesis was slain and hung up like a mere fish. They were uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. Lu Bufan, you wretched rodent. Have you finally chosen to reveal yourself? The low voice startled everyone. Sufong, suspended from the spider's leg, slowly opened his eyes, a smug expression adorning his face as he gazed at the nearby Lu Bufan. With the last remnants of energy in his body, purple lightning coursed through the spider leg into Lu Bufan, administering a comprehensive electrotherapy. The sudden jolt left Lu Bufan paralyzed, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Furious and humiliated, Lu Bufan angrily flung Sufong away. You deliberately absorbed my strike to lure me out? Regaining clarity, Lu Bufan quickly deduced Sufong's treachery. Yet he shook his head in denial. Impossible. You would risk your life to draw me out? In such a severely wounded state, even if you succeeded. What good would it do? Do you truly believe that with these worthless individuals you could slay me? Observing Sufong struggling to rise, Lu Bufan became even more convinced of his thoughts, a triumphant smile creeping upon his lips. Is that so? Unbeknownst to them, Mu Bing'er, Tang Roland, and Suyu had appeared behind the crowd. Miss Mu. Although the members of the defense team were more inclined to revere Sufong, Mu Bing'er was ostensibly the leader of the defense team, and with her status as the eldest daughter of the Mu family in the inner city, everyone immediately showed deference. Before anyone could ponder why Miss Mu was present, Lu Bufan, disregarding his dignity, chose to flee in full view of the crowd. The onlookers were baffled. Even with Miss Mu's arrival, Lu Bufan, a formidable level 3 supernatural being, should not need to escape. Only Lu Bufan understood that Sufong was a master strategist, often setting traps that were intricately interwoven. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Even Ma Wangye and Lu Fong, the two individuals he feared most, had fallen victim to Sufong's designs. Despite advancing to a level 3 supernatural being, Lu Bufan could not erase the shadow Sufong had cast upon him. Flee. Is it too late to run now? Though Sufong's voice was frail, to Lu Bufan's ears, it resonated like a death knell from the King of Hell. The crowd pondered how a gravely injured Sufong could possess such audacity. Suddenly, a green light illuminated the ground, and several vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the fleeing Lu Bufan. Mu Bing'er? Lu Bufan had contemplated countless possibilities, considering that Sufong might have set numerous traps around, or that there could be assassins lurking elsewhere. However, he never anticipated that Sufong's trump card would be the esteemed Miss Mu, who had emerged from the inner city. In truth, it was not only Lu Bufan who was taken aback. Even Brother Hu and the other defense team members were equally astonished. Miss Mu is a level 3 ability user? Not only was the defense team unaware, but even the entire outer city had no inkling of her abilities. This seemingly bizarre situation was In fact, quite reasonable. Since Sufong joined the defense team, he had taken charge of nearly all matters, particularly in battles and hunts. In a certain sense, Mu Bing'er functioned as the benefactor of the defense team. With no pressing need for her involvement, her true power remained concealed. Of course, this was also Sufong's deliberate intention. After Mu Bing'er advanced to a level 3 ability user, she had repeatedly sought to participate in defense team missions to showcase her abilities. Yet, each time, Sufong had intervened, arguing that allowing her to conceal her strength would lead to a greater surprise when she finally revealed it. Such a childlike rationale could hardly placate Mu Bing'er. Had it not been for Mu Mu's support of Sufong, her identity as a level 3 ability user might have been exposed long ago. Mu Bing'er likely never anticipated that by hiding her power that day, she would receive such a dazzling opportunity to impress others. Lu Bufan, also a level 3 ability user, was momentarily stunned, forgetting to escape the clutches of the vines. Upon regaining his composure, 8 spider legs suddenly extended from behind him, effortlessly slicing through the vines encasing him. Mu Bing'er, you merely carry the title of the Mu family's eldest daughter. In terms of strength, you are utterly incapable of defeating me. A manic laughter escaped Lu Bufan as he regained his calm. In his view, apart from Sufong, no one here posed a challenge to him, especially since he had prepared contingencies. Is that so? Seizing the rare opportunity to display her prowess, Mu Bing'er would not let it slip away easily. With a flourish of her hands, the green light shimmered anew as towering trees rose from the ground, gradually transforming into 3 wooden giants. Is this the extent of Miss Mu's power? The onlookers gazed in awe at Mu Bing'er, clad in defense team attire, seemingly re-evaluating her status. Unlike the privileged offspring of the past, she bore no extravagant garments, no lavish delicacies, and certainly no haughty demeanor. What was even more remarkable was her willingness to empower those capable around her. Many would envy having such an official scion as their superior. Mu Bing'er likely never expected that Sufong's timely intervention would significantly elevate her standing in the eyes of the crowd. Faced with the encirclement of the 3 wooden giants, Lu Bufan's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. The towering wooden giant, despite its seemingly clumsy physique, exhibits a remarkable synchronization in combat, with each attack perfectly timed, compelling Lu Bufan to adopt a defensive stance. The giant's fists, imbued with colossal force, possess the capacity to unleash catastrophic devastation, even with his iron armor shielding him. A single blow leaves Lu Bufan spitting blood. It is evident that Mu Bing'er's formidable strength exceeds his expectations. At this moment, he finds himself in a precarious situation. Not only is the assassination of Sufong in jeopardy, but even his own escape is uncertain. In desperation, he is left with no choice but to reveal his ultimate trump card. Come forth. Lu Bufan's roar echoes through the dilapidated structures as several figures emerge from the shadows. They are none other than the newly established Luo Wang Society. Chapter 66, Demon Assimilation led by Lu Buping. The Luo Wang Society manifested before the crowd, instantly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. Lu Buping gathered dark particles in the palm of his hand and hurled them towards the head of one of the wooden giants. The dark particles transformed in midair into a massive black net, ensnaring the wooden giant within. It appeared that after advancing to the 3rd tier of supernatural abilities, Lu Buping's original powers had also been augmented. However, even with one wooden giant successfully trapped, the remaining 2 still posed a formidable challenge. Lu Bufan's spider-like appendages, though razor-sharp and capable of shredding the wooden giant's body to pieces with each strike, were rendered ineffective as the giant swiftly regenerated under Mu Bing'er's supernatural influence. Damn. Lu Bufan had underestimated this young lady from the Mu family. He had initially intended to reserve his 3rd ability as a trump card against Sufong, but given the current predicament, he feared he might be defeated by Mu Bing'er if he hesitated any longer. After temporarily repelling the 2 wooden giants, Lu Bufan gritted his teeth and, with a mournful howl, plunged his 8 spider legs into his own body. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, an uncanny energy coursed from the spider legs into Lu Bufan. As he struggled to endure the strange energy, his expression twisted grotesquely, and he clawed at the skin of his face, as though this were the only way to alleviate his torment. Even Lu Buping and the others felt a chill at the sight of his monstrous visage. The crowd was bewildered by Lu Bufan's actions. What kind of supernatural ability could transform an ability user into such a ghastly form? Suddenly, Lu Bufan ceased his contorted movements, standing motionless amidst the wooden giants like a statue. Even when faced with the giant's powerful fists, he neither flinched nor dodged. The colossal fist struck his body yet inflicted no damage whatsoever. Disregard any reservations. Unleash your full strength and attack with everything you have. A sharp cry echoed from behind the crowd. Although unsure of the situation, the onlookers were startled by Lu Bufan's human-non-human, ghostly appearance and instinctively complied with the command, unleashing their most potent abilities at Lu Bufan. In an instant, a myriad of supernatural forces surged towards the statue-like Lu Buxuan from all directions. All the energies converged at a single point, resulting in a violent explosion that even affected the three wooden giants, instantly reducing them to dust. Dust and debris erupted, obscuring the vision of the crowd. Faced with such an assault, it was inconceivable that even a fourth-tier ability user could emerge unscathed. Or so they thought, only to be met with a resounding slap of reality. As the smoke cleared, Lu Buxuan stood unyielding amidst the ruins, resembling an invincible war deity. What? He is still alive? Not only alive, but utterly unharmed. I was still a step too slow. Tang Rulin gazed at the motionless Lu Buxuan, a flicker of concern igniting within her. She had not anticipated witnessing such a supernatural ability in the outer city. Mu Binger, noticing Tang Rulin's murmurs, cast a puzzled glance in her direction. It turned out that it was Tang Rulin who had just orchestrated the attack. Rulin, do you know what supernatural ability Lu Buxuan is employing? It is demon assimilation. Demon assimilation? Mu Bingo initially believed it to be a mere transformation. Yet the somber expression on Tang Rulin's face indicated that the situation was far more complex. Demon assimilation is an exceptionally unique supernatural ability that corrupts the human body, bestowing powers derived from hell itself. Those who master this ability are among the elite, often overwhelming their peers with ease. How do you know so much? Mu Bingo inquired, puzzled. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she had never heard of such a phenomenon, while a woman acquired from an auction spoke with such authority. There are likely fewer than 100 individuals in the entire inner city who are aware of demon assimilation. I was fortunate enough to witness it once. Tang Rulin recalled vividly, the harrowing images of that day still fresh in her mind. It was precisely for this reason that she understood the terrifying nature of this ability. Retreat. Everyone, get back. Leave. Although the crowd was startled by Lu Buxuan's bizarre appearance, they did not believe defeat was imminent. Withdraw now, or it will be too late. Without the combined efforts of 5 level 3 supernatural beings, we stand no chance against Lu Buxuan, who has undergone demon assimilation. Follow my command. Everyone retreat. This includes the members of the Blood Red Society. Vacate this battlefield. Sufong's voice resonated once more before Tang Rulin could explain further. Thanks to Tang Rulin's healing, Sufong's injuries had nearly mended, and more importantly, her holy light cross was replenishing his internal energy. Unlike Mu Binger, the members of the defense team regarded Sufong as the true linchpin. Despite their lingering questions, they instinctively obeyed Sufong's orders, including the members of the Blood Red Society. Alongside the defense team, the members of the Falling Phoenix Society also vanished from sight. Lu Buping was acutely aware of his brother's formidable powers. He remembered the first time he witnessed demon assimilation, apart from his own narrow escape. Every member of the Falling Phoenix Society present had perished, their deaths so gruesome they could only be described as tragic. Rulin, take the young lady and wear away. Sufong sensed the energy emanating from Lu Buxuan, which surpassed even that of Ma Wangye and Lu Fong from earlier. He felt uncertain about ensuring the safety of the three in such dire circumstances. Yet, Mu Binger and Suyu insisted on remaining by Sufong's side. And Rulin could not dissuade them. Just when Sufong felt utterly helpless, an unexpected figure appeared before them, Mu Binger's guardian, Mumujie. Mumujie? As a level 4 supernatural being, Sufong had encountered her fewer than 5 times, and their interactions had been brief. According to her, she was prohibited from intervening in battles outside the city. What could possibly bring her here now? Had Lu Buxuan's demon assimilation drawn her attention? If so, Lu Buxuan's power must have approached that of a level 4 supernatural being. Indeed, it was the energy fluctuations generated by the demon assimilation that had attracted Mumujie. She, too, was one of the fewer than 100 individuals aware of demon assimilation, as mentioned by Tang Rulin. The haunting figure of that demon flashed through her mind. But only upon arriving at the battlefield and confirming that the adversary was not that demon did she finally feel at ease. Leave them to me. I assure you, not a hair on their heads will be harmed. Seeing Mu Binger's unwavering determination to stay, Mumu could only offer her assurance. In truth, Mumu was also eager to witness once more the demon's ability to assimilate, an ability that made the demon the envy of all practitioners of extraordinary powers. With Sister Mumu's protection, even Lu Buxuan, no matter how formidable, should be incapable of inflicting harm upon Mu Binger and her companions. Sufong could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as he would now be able to focus on resolving the troubles that lay before him. Chapter 67. The Secret of the Demon. When Sufong gazed upon Lu Buxuan, he was met with a visage that had undergone a profound transformation. His previously distorted form had reverted to a semblance of humanity, yet behind him remained 8 agile spider legs. However, Lu Buxuan's skin now bore a dark hue tinged with a hint of crimson, adorned with eerie runes, and his hair had turned a ghostly white, rendering him unrecognizable as human. Was this the consequence of demonic assimilation? Indeed, he resembled a demon in every sense. In the face of this altered Lu Bufan, Sufong dared not exhibit even a modicum of complacency, unleashing a tentative assault of descending purple lightning. To his astonishment, Lu Bufan did not attempt to evade. Instead, he tilted his head back, mouth agape, awaiting the strike. At the very moment the lightning descended, he astonishingly consumed it whole. What audacity! Regardless of how Lu Bufan resisted the onslaught of celestial thunder, Sufong would have been unfazed. Yet, to swallow it whole was utterly incomprehensible. Is there more? The hoarse voice emanating from Lu Bufan struck Sufong as profoundly alien. This being was not Lu Bufan, although the shell before him retained Lu Bufan's appearance. Sufong was gripped by an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity, not in visage or aura, but a disquieting essence emanating from the depths of the soul. Is there more? Lu Bufan inquired, his impatience palpable as Sufong remained silent. Witnessing his attack treated as sustenance ignited Sufong's ire. Very well, if that is your desire. I shall oblige. With a flash of lightning, he surged toward Lu Bufan, seizing him by the throat. Let us administer an electric bath. Countless bolts of purple lightning erupted from Sufong's form, subjecting Lu Bufan's already darkened body to a searing treatment, crisping him from the outside in. From a distance, Mu Binger and the others could even detect the acrid scent of charred flesh. Have we triumphed? Suyu exclaimed with exhilaration. A victorious smile gracing Mu Bingo's face as well. Yet, Tang Rulin and Mu Mu remained silent, fully aware of the terrifying nature of demonic assimilation. Despite being scorched by the electric onslaught, Lu Bufan emitted no sound of pain. Instead, he regarded Sufong, who had exerted himself to deliver this ineffective strike, with an expression of insatiable hunger. As expected, Lu Bufan opened his mouth once more, consuming the entirety of the purple lightning. His charred form instantaneously reverted to its original state, as if he were an unscathed demon. A sudden aura of death enveloped the air, prompting Sufong to retreat in haste. He witnessed the 8 spider legs behind Lu Bufan simultaneously lunge toward the spot he had just vacated. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have become a mere pincushion. Ah, quite impressive. My prowess, you ought to be well aware of, Lu Bufan remarked, seemingly astonished by Sufong's evasion of his attack. This only solidified Sufong's conviction that the creature before him was no longer Lu Bufan. Yet, despite this understanding, he found himself devoid of a strategy to counter the threat. Reluctantly, he retreated to the side of Mu Binger and the others. Sister Mu Mu, what precisely is this demonic assimilation? Young man, are you exploiting me? Mu Mu did not immediately respond to Sufong's inquiry. Instead, she questioned him in return. It was not a matter of exploitation, but rather an understanding of whether there was a chance of victory against such a formidable opponent. One cannot simply sacrifice oneself in vain. Sufong replied with a playful grin. In truth, his retreat to Mu Binger's side was not solely to gather intelligence regarding the demon assimilation, but more importantly, to gauge Lu Bufan's capabilities. Indeed, when he stepped back, Lu Bufan appeared poised to strike, only to halt abruptly upon noticing Mu Mu beside him. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, a flicker of reluctance danced in his eyes. Clearly, the demon-assimilated Lu Bufan was no match for Mu Mu, which caused his hesitation. If his opponent's strength remained within the realm of a level 3 ability user, then there was still hope. Mu Mu was not perturbed by Sufong's actions. In fact, she found them somewhat admirable. The ability to fully leverage the resources at one's disposal is undoubtedly a rare talent. Regarding demon assimilation, my knowledge is rather scant. This ability has only manifested once in the inner city. The wielder of this ability was a level 4 ability user who, through this very power, managed to achieve parity with a level 5 ability user. To challenge a level 5 user with merely one ability? Is there even a need for a confrontation? Surely, demon assimilation must possess some drawbacks. Such an ability user would undoubtedly become the subject of extensive study. Sufong was skeptical of the existence of insurmountable powers in this world. The sole practitioner of demon assimilation I have encountered underwent notable physical transformations. His skin turned a dark purple, and a cluster of bone spines sprouted from his back, which could be detached and wielded as weapons. We discerned no fatal weaknesses in him. Perhaps the only flaw was a drastic alteration in temperament. A drastic alteration in temperament? What constitutes a weakness? Sufong glanced toward Tang Rulin for assistance, clearly aware that she too possessed knowledge of demon assimilation. The only time I witnessed it was after a demon battle when it stormed into a beast arena, and moments later, the entire establishment was decimated, leaving the perpetrator unconscious in a pool of blood, with the taste of beast blood still lingering. Regrettably, Tang Rulin had only chanced upon it once and had limited understanding. A pool of blood? Sufong vaguely grasped a crucial detail, yet he could not yet connect it to the present Lu Bufan. Kid, don't think that hiding behind that woman will spare you from death. If you're a man, face me in an honorable duel. An honorable duel? The irony of those words coming from Lu Bufan was palpable. Had he forgotten how they first met? Sufong's teasing elicited no rebuttal from Lu Bufan, further solidifying his belief that this individual was not truly Lu Bufan. Demon assimilation. Was there a soul within Lu Bufan that did not belong to him? The image of Sufong's purple lightning being consumed by his adversary flashed through his mind. Furthermore, the mention by Tang Rulan of another level 4 ability user with demon assimilation who had rampaged through the beast arena after a battle and collapsed in a pool of blood, these fragmented pieces of information began to coalesce in Sufong's mind, giving rise to a bold notion. The so-called demon assimilation involves allowing the soul of a demon to inhabit one's body, thereby acquiring the demon's formidable powers. These powers vary significantly, which accounts for the different manifestations of the same supernatural ability between Lu Bufan and the 4th level ability users. Most crucially, to harness the power of a demon, one must replenish a substantial amount of energy. The reason the 4th level ability users in the inner city attacked the beast arena after their battles, ultimately succumbing in a pool of blood, was to extract energy from the Night of Carnage. The demon within Lu Bufan was just then consuming the energy of the purple lightning. In other words, he had inadvertently become a power source for the other party. Chapter 68. The demon's vulnerability. With the limited information at hand, Sufong could only speculate. Despite grasping these details, he still lacked a method to defeat his opponent. How long do you intend to hide, boy? It was evident that Lu Bufan was growing impatient. Although he held an undeniable advantage in combat power, Lu Bufan exhibited signs of agitation. Such behavior suggested that Sufong might have discerned a weakness. Perhaps the demon's soul required a substantial amount of energy to linger within Lu Bufan, implying that the demon's assimilation indeed had a time constraint. Armed with this revelation, Sufong felt an immediate surge of confidence. He was Sufong, the heroic figure of the Outer District, a forceful advocate of the High Wall Project, and a visionary intent on realizing the fortress plan. He would not cower behind Mumu until the battle concluded. Given his current strength, defeating the demon within Lu Bufan seemed implausible. However, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to outlast the demon's assimilation. With a leap from the towering building, Sufong approached Lu Bufan. Lu Bufan, I never imagined you would sell your body to the demon in order to defeat me. Yet, even so, your desires remain unfulfilled. A pair of fists enveloped in flames suddenly struck towards Lu Bufan, only to be effortlessly blocked by a spider leg. You're finished today, boy. Is that so? Sufong had never deluded himself into believing that his ordinary punch could vanquish his opponent. Even landing a hit seemed far-fetched. He merely wished to validate his hypothesis. During his previous 2 strikes of purple lightning, Lu Bufan had neither attempted to block them nor evaded the attacks, absorbing them directly. This was because the purple lightning was the energy the demon craved, whereas the flames were not. Armed with this understanding, Sufong's assaults grew bolder. His fire-encased fists swung repeatedly. Although they were consistently thwarted by the spider legs behind Lu Bufan, he remained undeterred. When Lu Bufan sought to retaliate, Sufong would deftly evade using Shadow Step, swiftly repositioning with purple lightning to continue his onslaught. The sequence of attacks left no tangible harm on Lu Bufan, yet it served to heighten his irritation. I will surely eliminate you, rodent. Is that so? Sufong could distinctly sense the turmoil brewing within his adversary, affirming the correctness of his conjecture. Just as he could not suppress a triumphant smile, a wave of murderous intent surged towards him. The 8 spider legs behind Lu Bufan lunged forth simultaneously, closing the distance with astonishing speed. This is bad. I have let my guard down. Before he could fully repent for his overconfidence, he found himself propelled several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Surprisingly, he had not perished. Lu Bufan's 8 spider legs had simultaneously aimed for various vital points on Sufong's body. Logically, a single successful strike should have been sufficient to claim his life multiple times over. Yet, while Sufong was indeed grievously injured, he faced no immediate threat to his life. This was due to his instinctive transformation into a dragon form at the last moment, allowing him to evade fatal damage. Such a response was commendable, even to Mumu. This lad is truly a genius in battle. Even I had not fathomed that one could withstand such a lethal blow in this manner. Although he evaded Lu Bufan's attack, the opponent's single strike left him severely injured. Sufong had somewhat underestimated the disparity in their strengths. At this rate, can he truly endure until his adversary exhausts his energy? At this moment, he regretted his previous decisions regarding the power bank. Yet, Lu Bufan would not grant him the luxury of lamenting his actions. The 8 spider legs, as if equipped with automatic targeting, relentlessly aimed for his vital points. Were it not for his agile transitions between human and dragon forms, allowing him to narrowly escape fatal injuries, he would have undoubtedly fallen mere moments ago. Kid, I must concede, your strength is formidable. Alas, it was not you who awakened me. You are destined to perish here today. No sooner had he uttered these words than Lu Bufan vanished from Sufong's sight. It was the thunderbolt. Sufong was intimately familiar with this maneuver, enveloping oneself in lightning to activate every cell and achieve remarkable speed. Little did he expect that this technique would one day be employed against him. Being his own technique, Sufong was also acutely aware of its fatal flaw. No matter how swift your speed, the trajectory of your attack remains a mere straight line. Instinctively, Sufong activated Shadow Veil, burrowing underground to evade this assault. Yet, before his body could fully submerge, a heavy fist crashed into his face, launching him several meters away. Before he could catch his breath, Lu Bufan's fists came at him once more. Brother! Suyu, witnessing this, disregarded her status as a mere second-tier ability user and charged at Lu Bufan. Countless snowflake spirits instantly clung to Lu Bufan, forcing his speed to diminish. This afforded Sufong a fleeting opportunity to evade the blow. However, Suyu's actions undoubtedly redirected Lu Bufan's wrath toward herself. This time, even with Mumu standing beside Suyu, he showed no signs of relenting. For he knew from his own memories that fourth-tier ability users could not strike in the outer districts. In the face of Lu Bufan's fury, Mu Bing'er reacted swiftly, summoning a wooden giant to shield the trio, successfully intercepting Lu Bufan's attack. Yet, this defense lasted merely seconds. Before the wooden giant, Lu Bufan's spider legs were as effortless to slice through as chopping vegetables. Lu Bufan, am I not your opponent? I am still alive. Yet you find the time to bully women? A searing fireball descended from above, halting Lu Bufan's advance. Kid, it seems you can hardly wait to report to hell. Seemingly confident of his impending victory, a cruel smile crept across Lu Bufan's face. The spider legs behind him incessantly jabbed at Sufong, all of which he managed to dodge, though he paid little heed to them, until he stood before Sufong. Kid, do you have any final words before your demise? Lu Bufan proclaimed, as if declaring his triumph. Too late. What? He was somewhat perplexed. How could Sufong utter such nonsensical words even in the face of death? Your speed has slowed. My speed has slowed? Impossible. Lu Bufan was reluctant to concede, but Sufong, with his own fist, undoubtedly provided him with an answer. The fist struck Lu Bufan's chin with tremendous force, propelling him several meters into the air. Yen Emperor! Sufong's body was once again engulfed in flames, charging at Lu Bufan like a human bomb. The moment they collided, the flames surrounding Sufong intensified. A colossal fireball enveloped both of them, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within. Chapter 69. The Secret of Sufong. Will this endeavor succeed? Mu Bing'er and the others gazed into the sky, where a fireball, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, grew increasingly luminous, causing their hearts to race. Moments later, a smile of relief graced Mumu's lips. Suddenly, Lu Bufan's agonized screams ceased abruptly. The enormous fireball erupted like fireworks, scattering into countless sparks before gradually fading away. In the aftermath of the dazzling display, Sufong descended into the ruins, clutching the charred figure of Lu Bufan. Gone was the former bravado of Lu Bufan, his 8 spider legs now limply hanging behind him. The once defiant Lu Bufan had transformed into a defeated wretch. Once energy is depleted, one becomes utterly worthless. Everything unfolded as Sufong had surmised. The demon needed to expend a considerable amount of energy to remain within Lu Bufan's body. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Bufan, who should have been unconscious, opened his eyes, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Just as Sufong believed victory was assured, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his palm. A dark spider leg pierced through his hand. It dawned on him that he had fallen into Lu Bufan's trap. This was not entirely his fault. Who could have anticipated that a demon would employ such treacherous tactics? Now, with the two of them in such proximity, Sufong found himself ensnared. Unable to evade Lu Bufan's onslaught, he had no choice but to create some distance. Reluctantly, Sufong wrapped his hand in purple lightning, transforming his left hand into a blade to sever the spider leg that had penetrated his palm. This was the very moment Lu Bufan had been waiting for. In truth, his predicament aligned with Sufong's conjectures. As a demon wielding lightning, Lu Bufan required an immense consumption of electrical energy to sustain his demonic form. To Sufong's astonishment, after 2 exchanges, Lu Bufan had discerned this weakness and refrained from utilizing purple lightning during the battle. Fully aware that the state of demonic assimilation could not be maintained for long, Lu Bufan devised a cunning ruse, feigning weakness and even playing dead to launch a surprise attack, compelling Sufong to use purple lightning to escape, thus allowing him to consume it to replenish his energy. As the handblade wreathed and purple lightning descended, a glimmer of greed shone in Lu Bufan's eyes, akin to a famished child devouring a meal. With energy replenished, Lu Bufan regained his arrogance, and the spider legs behind him launched a ferocious assault once more. Who could have imagined that Lu Bufan was so astute? Even I misjudged him. Mu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was not only Sufong who had been deceived, but she too had been caught off guard. Will Sufong lose? Mu Bing'er asked anxiously. Sufong had become the linchpin of the defense team, and his success or failure directly impacted their reputation. It was still unclear, but it seemed Sufong harbored some secret. A secret? Mu Bing'er scrutinized Sufong amidst the fray, noting nothing unusual. However, the gravity of Mu's expression indicated she was not jesting. In his battle with Lu Bufan, Sufong had employed more than 3 distinct abilities. Under the subtle prompting of Mu, the others began to grasp the situation. They recalled the intense scenes of Sufong battling Lu Bufan, defeating Shuiyan. In every fight they had witnessed previously, it seemed that Mu's assertion was indeed accurate. Sufong possessed not merely one, but multiple extraordinary abilities: flames, purple lightning, shadowy stealth, and the transformation into a dragon. Sufong had mastered 4 distinct powers, in the common understanding of the group. This meant Sufong was one ability beyond the ordinary 3rd-level ability users. The powers of wind manipulation and the fire of the mind were not overtly displayed during combat, and Mu Bing'er and the others remained oblivious to them. Was it so? Mu's keen intuition sensed something amiss, yet she could not articulate what felt different. Could there be other means of acquiring abilities beyond mere advancement? As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Bing'er had never encountered such a scenario and could only seek answers from Mu, who merely shook her head in confusion. Perhaps there truly were alternative methods. Tang Rulin suddenly interjected. What? There are other ways to obtain abilities? If this were the case, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the dynamics of the inner city. I have only heard whispers about it, Rulin admitted. But the rumors suggest that an organization within the inner city has been studying the bodies of extraordinary beasts, even resorting to human experimentation to fuse the genes of these beasts with humans, creating a new breed of humans endowed with abilities. Was Sufong one of those experimental subjects? A new breed, as you referred to it? Mu Bing'er posited Sufong's identity as that of a new breed. Impossible. I have always been with my brother. He has never mentioned undergoing any experiments. Suyu immediately countered. Sister Suyu, has Sufong ever been away for an extended period? Mu asked earnestly. This matter was far-reaching and needed clarity. We were always troubled by food shortages at home. We hardly had enough supplies, so he could have only been gone for 2 days at most. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry. Just 2 days? Surely he couldn't have been captured for experimentation. Wait, so you mentioned that a month ago, you were just ordinary people, and then suddenly one day, Sufong became an ability user. Mu Bing'er suddenly connected the dots. Yes, that was the day. Sufong inadvertently became a subject of that organization's human experimentation, successfully acquiring abilities. The bold inference drawn by Mu Bing'er seemed strikingly plausible. If this were true, Sufong could not perish. Although Mu should not have intervened in the battles of the outer city, if Mu Bing'er's speculation held any truth, then Sufong's identity was far from that of an ordinary ability user from the outer city. They could follow the trail from him to uncover the mysterious organization and learn the methods of creating new humans. Mu Bing'er noticed a shift in Mu's gaze towards Sufong. Mu, you are not contemplating intervening, are you? I will save him if necessary. If you are discovered acting in the outer city, the consequences would be dire. I am aware, however, when juxtaposed with the secrets enveloping Sufong, taking a risk seems worthwhile. Mu Bing'er undoubtedly comprehends the gravity of the situation and chooses to remain silent, tacitly endorsing Mu's decision. Upon learning that Sister Mu would take action, Suyu's anxious heart was finally set at ease. As for whether Sufong was a modified new human, she was utterly indifferent. On the battlefield, the clash between Sufong and Lu Bufan raged on, perhaps due to concerns over insufficient energy within. Lu Bufan's assaults were noticeably less ferocious than before, allowing Sufong to barely hold his ground. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly descended into a protracted struggle. Lu Bufan recognized that if this continued, he would ultimately succumb to fatigue and fall into a slumber, leading to his defeat in battle. This approach was untenable. A swift resolution was imperative. Chapter 70, Tactical Retreat? The demon assimilation had caused Lu Bufan to halt his assault. Young one, today you are fortunate to witness the entirety of my power. Entirety of my power? Sufong's heart stirred. Could it be that the individual who had just forced him into a state of near helplessness had not utilized his full strength? You don't truly believe this is all I am capable of, do you? This body simply cannot withstand my abilities. Sufong began to comprehend why the demon assimilation, which could contend with level 5 ability users, lacked the formidable presence in Lu Bufan's hands as described by Sister Mu. After a demon occupies an ability user's body, the full expression of its power is contingent upon the host's physical constitution. It appeared that at this moment, The demon within Lu Bufan intended to disregard the host's physical limits and unleash its capabilities to eliminate Sufong. In light of Lu Bufan's declaration of attack, Sufong had no choice but to adopt a defensive posture, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Suddenly, violet lightning began to coil around Lu Bufan, moving in a manner akin to limbs under his command, imparting an extraordinary sensation with each motion. The potency of this strike must not be underestimated. Sufong transformed into a dragon, perpetually ready to employ his shadow concealment in anticipation of Lu Bufan's strike. Just as he focused all his attention on how to counter Lu Bufan's attack, the latter's figure abruptly vanished from sight. This is bad. Losing sight of the opponent during battle signifies an inability to discern the origin of their attack. Sufong immediately summoned the wind, hoping to sense Lu Bufan's position. Yet to no avail. Could it be that Lu Bufan's speed was simply too swift? Including Sufong, Mu Binger and the others were also searching for Lu Bufan's whereabouts. This is astonishingly fast. Not only could they not see him, but they were also oblivious to Lu Bufan's presence. Only Mu, observing Sufong scanning the battlefield, suddenly broke into a smile. It is over. Over? Has my brother lost? Suyu stared intently in Sufong's direction, perplexed by the absence of Lu Bufan's ambush. Lu Bufan has fled. Fled? It seemed that no one could believe this revelation. Lu Bufan had maintained the upper hand throughout the skirmish. Why would he retreat? The answer lay with Sufong. He must have discovered some fatal weakness in Lu Bufan, compelling the latter to escape. This realization dawned on Sufong as well. Damn. He had never imagined that a demon of such stature would resort to the humiliating act of fleeing to conclude a battle. It was truly disgraceful for the demon. After confirming that Lu Bufan had indeed departed, Sufong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This was more disheartening than being defeated by his adversary. Yet, the night of bloodshed was far from over, with many matters awaiting his attention. Following such a fierce confrontation, Sufong unleashed all his pent-up fury upon the alien beasts. That night, he transformed into an unstoppable god of war. Everywhere he tread became a slaughterhouse for the beasts, decisively killing with every 10 steps, leaving a corpse in his wake. The following day, after the blood-soaked night had faded, new legends emerged from the outskirts. Sufong had slain the leader of the Blood Color Group, Zhu Iyan, and driven away Lu Bufan, reclaiming the territory of the Blood Color Group for the defense team. With each encounter, Sufong left behind a legacy that commanded admiration in the outer district. Though unspoken, he had unwittingly supplanted the once revered Ma Wangye, becoming the foremost figure in that realm. In a dilapidated building, the new headquarters of the Falling Phoenix Society housed Lu Bufan, who lay exhausted and resentful upon a central stone chair. Days prior, he had repeatedly attempted to confront third-level ability users, all to no avail. Faced with the ominous threats of a mysterious figure and driven by a fervent desire for vengeance against Sufong, he found himself awakening the power of demonic assimilation. The visage of the demon manifested in his mind, yet he felt no trepidation. "Can you help me fulfill my wish?" he inquired. The demon remained silent, merely demonstrating its formidable strength before him. In the expanse of his consciousness, violet lightning crackled in every corner, rendering Lu Bufan utterly immobile. "If you can assist me in eliminating Sufong, I shall grant you anything." The demon's countenance twisted into a sinister grin at Lu Bufan's plea. "Young one, as long as you are willing to surrender your body to me, I shall help you achieve your desire." Body? Lu Bufan had never considered that the price of his wish might be his own corporeal form. Would surrendering his body to the demon render his quest for vengeance meaningless? Perhaps sensing Lu Bufan's inner conflict, the demon continued, "Fear not, young one. I shall only temporarily take control of your body when you wield the power of demonic assimilation." Temporarily? Take control? Anyone hearing such words would recognize them as the quintessential ploys of a deceiver. Anyone versed in anti-fraud measures would not fall prey to such a ruse. Yet, Lu Bufan, blinded by the flames of retribution and the dread of death, nodded in acquiescence. In that instant, the demon seized his body. When Lu Bufan regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by corpses, with only his bewildered brother remaining. Instead of fear, he marveled at the immense power bestowed upon him by the demonic assimilation. Little did he realize that this newfound strength was not his own, nor was the body he inhabited. After fleeing from his confrontation with Sufong, Lu Bufan vanished, eluding even the keen eyes of the Falling Phoenix Society. Upon receiving this news, Sufong felt a wave of concern wash over him. He understood that the vanished Lu Bufan was no longer the same. Perhaps when he re-emerged, he would be irrevocably transformed into a demon. However, now was not the time to ponder Lu Bufan's fate, as Sufong faced an urgent dilemma. "Tell me, have you been captured for experimentation?" "What?" Sufong responded, puzzled by Miss Mu's inquiry. What had transpired to elicit such an absurd notion from her curious mind? Suyu has already informed us that just a month ago, you were merely an ordinary person, and after being away for a day, you returned as an ability user. Swallowing the crystal core would enable one to become an extraordinary being, would it not? Everyone is the same. As an ordinary individual, do not profess to possess the ability to hunt mystical beasts, nor claim such extraordinary fortune that slaying a single creature would yield a crystal core. You are well aware of my luck. Previously, with a high drop rate, Sufong attributed it merely to chance, and this time he resolved to employ the same strategy. However, it appeared that Mu Binger had anticipated his response. No matter how fortunate one might be, it cannot surpass possessing an additional extraordinary ability. An additional ability? Spare me the pretense. We have meticulously analyzed the situation, and you have indeed mastered 4 extraordinary abilities: flame, lightning, shadow, and transformation into a dragon. This cannot be merely explained by luck. Chapter 71. Hidden agendas. Faced with Mu Binger's inquiries, Sufong remained silent for an extended period. Miss Mu assumed that he was contemplating a way to refute her accusations. In truth, Sufong silently rejoiced that Mu Bingo had not discovered his possession of 6 extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to provide an explanation. How about that? We have exposed you, leaving you speechless. Mu Binger smiled triumphantly, akin to a proud rooster basking in the glory of victory. My dear lady, might you be misunderstanding something? The flames and purple lightning are not 2 separate abilities, but rather a singular one, the Thunderfire deity. Thunderfire deity? Although this was merely a name Sufong had concocted. Within just a year, the inner city had yet to compile a comprehensive account of the myriad peculiar abilities, leaving no one to ascertain the authenticity of his claim. In the face of Sufong's unwavering deceit, Mu Binger and Suyu began to harbor doubts regarding their initial conjectures. However, standing nearby were Mu Mu and Tang Rulin, who were far less naive. Although they too could not confirm the existence of the Thunderfire deity, they could certainly perceive that Sufong was lying. Without any discernible reason, this was the intuition of women. Under the penetrating gazes of the two, Sufong found it impossible to maintain the composure he had displayed towards Mu Binger. After a tense and awkward silence lasting several seconds, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He realized that his secret was unlikely to remain concealed from these 2 women. It appears we may have misunderstood. Just as Sufong pondered how to articulate an explanation, Mu Mu unexpectedly came to his rescue. In the wake of his astonishment, Mu Binger and Suyu could only fall silent. Sufong believed the matter had reached a conclusion, but that very night, Mu Mu appeared in his and Tang Rulin's room. Mu Mu. Sufong hurriedly wrapped himself in the blanket, resembling a frightened little girl. Conversely, Tang Rulin remained remarkably composed, unreservedly donning her attire. Clearly, the two had reached a tacit understanding. Mu Mu, you aren't here out of curiosity regarding my nocturnal activities. Are you? Once Sufong regained his composure, he attempted to alleviate his embarrassment with such a jest. I have come here to uncover the secrets surrounding you. Secrets? What secrets could I possibly have? Sufong, do not attempt to feign innocence. This matter is of great importance. Should it come to the attention of others, it would not merely be a matter of me interrogating you. Mu Mu's demeanor shifted from gentle to fierce, her gaze sharp enough that Sufong could even sense a hint of menace within it. When he glanced at Tang Rulin, he found her expression equally stern. Aware that evasion was futile, Sufong proposed his terms. If you wish for me to speak the truth, you must offer corresponding intelligence in exchange. Exchange intelligence? The two were momentarily perplexed regarding what Sufong sought to trade. For instance, your identity. Sufong suddenly turned his gaze towards Tang Rulin, the woman with whom he shared his bed daily. My identity? Am I not simply a woman expelled from the inner city? Of course, I am aware of that. But before your expulsion, who exactly were you? What led to your banishment from the inner city? Regarding this matter, not only Sufong, but even Mu Mu harbors a certain curiosity. Knowing these details will yield no benefit for you. Tang Rulin's expression grew somewhat troubled. One day, I shall enter the inner city. Understanding your identity will enable me to prepare adequately. Do you intend to bring me into the inner city as well? This is likely not as simple as you imagine. Tang Rulin appeared quite taken aback by Sufong's decision. It is well known that for a person from the outer district, gaining entry into the inner city is exceedingly difficult, especially since Sufong would certainly not abandon Suyu. This implies that Sufong must demonstrate the value of two individuals to bring Suyu into the inner city. If one were to consider her as well, it would be an even more daunting task. You need not worry about me. If I truly cannot manage it, then I shall simply forego entering the inner city. Tang Rulin seemed surprised that Sufong would forfeit his opportunity to enter the inner city for her sake, though merely a temporary verbal commitment. It stirred a ripple of emotion within her heart. Yet, she remained unaware that the opportunity, which appeared immensely significant to ordinary individuals, held no weight for Sufong. She also did not realize that he was secretly preparing to overthrow the dominance of the various families in the inner city. Tang Rulin appeared to wish to reveal the truth to Sufong, But upon seeing Mumu beside her, she opted to remain silent. This is a private conversation between the two of us. We shall discuss it when Mumu departs. Observing Sufong's teasing gaze, Mumu, blushing, expressed her displeasure. Since Rulin has already acquiesced to your request, you may now disclose the information, correct? Unexpectedly, Sufong remained reticent. That is a transaction between Rulin and me. If Mumu, you do not have any intelligence to exchange, then this matter cannot be divulged to you. Gazing at Sufong's mischievous expression. Had it not been for the restrictions of the outer district, she would have likely taught him a lesson by now. Speak, what is it that you wish to know? Sufong wore a sly grin, knowing his scheme had succeeded. I wish to know the method to advance to a level 4 ability user. This question had indeed troubled Sufong for quite some time. After successfully advancing to a level 3 ability user, he had been preparing to challenge the level 4 threshold. Yet, throughout the outer district, not only was there a lack of level 4 ability users, but even the methods to aspire to that level remained a mystery. This confounded him greatly. Given that there are numerous level 4 ability users in the inner city, why is there not a single one in the outer district? Even if it were exceedingly difficult, surely, over the span of a year, luck could yield one level 4 ability user? Is there a special method required for this advancement? Even Miss Mu was unaware of the answer to this question. However, from her, he gleaned a hint. The success rate for aspiring to become a level 4 ability user seemed quite high, yet the prerequisites were exceedingly stringent, rendering it unattainable for ordinary ability users. Thus, level 4 ability users had nearly become the exclusive combat force of various factions. Sufong's inquiry left Mumu enveloped in silence. His inquiries pertained to the secrets of the inner city. Should they be divulged, it would not only implicate Sufong, but also draw her into the fray. At that juncture, it is likely that the Mu family would not intervene to safeguard her. It would be prudent for you to refrain from probing into this matter, for doing so may only invite peril upon yourself. Mumu's words left Sufong utterly astonished. He had initially presumed that the inner city's decision to withhold the methods for advancing to a level 4 ability user was merely a strategy to solidify their position. However, it now appears that this situation is entangled with other secrets potent enough to overturn the entire outer city. While I cannot disclose the secrets concerning the advancement to a level 4 ability user, should you gain entry into the inner city, I can assist you in achieving that advancement. Chapter 72, The Experimental Base. Observing the grave expression on Sister Mu's face, Sufong realized that he could not extract any answers from her, since she had assured him of assistance in advancing to a level 4 supernatural being. He deemed this a partial fulfillment of his aspirations. Ultimately, he opted for compromise. Speak, what do you wish to know? Seeing Sufong finally relent, Mu let out a sigh of relief. If he had remained obstinate, she would have found herself at a loss for a solution. Regarding the secrets of your abilities, do not think you can mislead me with the same ruse you used on Binger and the others. Mu glared fiercely at Sufong, warning him not to attempt any further deception. Tang Rulin regarded him with a similar intensity. In truth, I am equally perplexed. After that outing, I fortuitously witnessed a battle between a human and a beast. The shockwaves from the conflict left me unconscious, and when I awakened, I found myself in an unfamiliar alley. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered I possessed the power of flames, and inexplicably, I vanquished a beast and consumed its crystal core, awakening my second ability, Purple Lightning. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Sufong recounted his fabricated tale without betraying any emotion. An alley? Which alley? Mu inquired, her anxiety palpable. I can't recall it too clearly. Not clear? You dare brush off such a significant matter with a vague response? Mu's frustration surged, her desire to strangle him becoming almost tangible. Today, you must recollect every detail, even if it means pulling out all your hair. For the first time, Mu displayed such an irritable demeanor before the group, startling Sufong into a hasty promise to exert his utmost effort. What I demand is certainty. In that moment, Sufong perceived Sister Mu as a formidable demon, rivaling Lu Bufan in her ferocity. Under her relentless pressure, he feigned an earnest attempt to recall the details. Yet, as this was merely a fabrication, he found himself at a loss for any alley. Stealing a glance at Sister Mu, he noted her piercing gaze and immediately felt intimidated. Should this young lady truly unleash her wrath, even without the power of a level 4 supernatural being, he would likely suffer greatly. Have you remembered? I have. A cold voice suddenly resonated behind Sufong, causing him to nod vigorously in response. Mu's excitement was palpable, and even Tang Rulin appeared invigorated. Come, lead me there. Sister Mu's impatience sent a shiver down Sufong's spine. Should she discover the truth of his deceit, she might very well take his life. What to do? At this juncture, Sufong had no choice but to lead the two women to the non-existent alley. A moment later, the trio arrived at a narrow passageway. Is this where you regained consciousness? This was indeed the site where Sufong had slain the spider beast, and awakened as a supernatural being. Though merely a month had elapsed, it felt as if an eternity had passed. The magnitude of change was overwhelming, leaving Sufong himself in disbelief. As he gazed upon this slightly unfamiliar place, he momentarily fell into contemplation, neglecting the inquiries posed by Mu. His dazed expression, however, convinced Mu and Tang Rilin that this was indeed the alley where Sufong had awakened. The two women paid little heed to Sufong, lost in thought, as they meticulously scrutinized the unremarkable alley. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, they still gleaned nothing of significance. Sufong, are you certain this is the right place? Upon hearing Mu's skepticism, Sufong immediately felt a surge of anxiety. A fabricated tale, a fictitious alley, should Mu unravel his deception. This alley might very well become his final resting place. While Sufong pondered how to extricate himself from this lie, Tang Rilin's sudden exclamation captured their attention. What is the matter? There is a hidden passage here. In stark contrast to the excitement of Mu and Tang Rilin, Sufong stood agape in astonishment. He never anticipated that the lie he concocted might indeed conceal a secret within this ordinary alley. It felt as though Lady Luck had truly smiled upon him. Could it be that a clandestine base lay hidden here? Before he could gather his thoughts, Mu and Tang Rilin had already ventured into the passage. He was taken aback by their impulsiveness. What if there were dangers or traps within? Yet, recalling Mu's prowess as a level 4 supernatural being, Sufong realized he was perhaps overthinking. He promptly followed the two, eager to uncover the secrets concealed within this serendipitously discovered passage. Do you recognize this place? At that moment, Mu no longer doubted Sufong's words. No, I was unconscious at the time, so I have no recollection of it. Mu found this explanation reasonable and ceased her inquiries. Thus, the three of them, each harboring distinct emotions, delved deeper into the passage. Before long, they arrived at a stone chamber. Is this where you were captured for experimentation? The sight before them left Mu and Tang Rilin in utter astonishment. Experimental apparatuses were strewn about, disordered data files lay scattered, and several empty chambers, filled with liquid, stood vacant. Everything around them indicated that this was indeed the experimental base they sought. To their surprise, it had been so easily located. In contrast to the astonishment and delight of the two women, Sufong's bewilderment transcended verbal expression. Could it be that what he spoke was not a mere fabrication, but rather a buried memory from the depths of his soul, mistakenly articulated as a lie? Or perhaps he possessed other extraordinary abilities, such as the power of verbal manifestation? Mu and Tang Rilin remained oblivious to Sufong's unusual demeanor, engrossed in examining the experimental data. For a full 30 minutes, the base was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional exclamations of astonishment. To think someone truly succeeded in their research. Although Mu and Tang Rilin had set out to discover the means of creating artificial supernatural beings, witnessing the evidence with their own eyes left them unable to conceal their shock. After gathering all the materials, they finally noticed Sufong, who remained motionless, still unable to awaken from the shock that gripped his heart. Yet, Mu and Tang Rilin merely assumed he was lost in memories of the cruel times he had endured as a subject of experimentation. It's all in the past now. At the very least, these experiences have allowed you to survive in the apocalypse, rendering life more vibrant. However, Mu's reassurances had little effect on Sufong, for their focal points were fundamentally different. In the face of cruel experiments that obliterate humanity, he felt no astonishment. Sufong had long witnessed the grotesque nature of humanity, especially amidst the cataclysm. What tormented him was the transformation of his own lies into reality. Clearly, he did not possess the power to manifest his words. Could it be that someone was surveilling his every move? Were they the ones assisting him in sustaining this falsehood? If so, who could they be? What motives drove them to act in such a manner? How could they orchestrate all of this in such a brief span of time? These questions inundated his mind, refusing to dissipate for an extended period. Chapter 73. The abandoned laboratory. A fleeting disarray of fragmented images suddenly surged through Sufong's mind. Within the disjointed scenes, he recognized this experimental base, where figures clad in white lab coats burst into view, their bodies drenched in blood, their expressions awash with panic. Instinctively, he recoiled, attempting to shield his eyes from the unfolding horror. The imagery shifted once more, revealing a dimly lit alley, the very alley where the secret passage was discovered. Raindrops pattered down, and disbelief gripped him as he found his gaze uncontrollably drawn to his hands, which were stained crimson. The chaotic memories continued to invade his consciousness, revealing a bizarre confrontation. A throng of young assailants launched themselves at him one after another, yet he eluded their attacks through an array of uncanny maneuvers. It was not mere evasion. Rather, it seemed as though their strikes were deliberately circumventing him. With such extraordinary agility, the Sufong of memory triumphed over the group of youths. However, the scene transformed once again, this time to a frigid ground, rain still pouring incessantly. He appeared to have collapsed, barely conscious, as a shadowy figure busied itself with the aftermath, intent on erasing all traces of the encounter. How would this individual dispose of the evidence? Never mind. A corpse left behind would merely be attributed to a beast attack, sparing them the trouble of explanation. As the two figures hurriedly departed, darkness enveloped the scene. After a brief interval, those fragmented memories finally ceased their relentless assault. Through these disjointed recollections, Sufong became increasingly convinced that he had indeed been to this place. More accurately, the original owner of this body had once frequented this laboratory. Everything aligned with Mu Bingo's conjecture. The original Sufong had fallen into the clutches of a clandestine organization, subjected to human experimentation, and had acquired some enigmatic power. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, he had perished in that very alley. Now, Sufong had seized the opportunity to usurp this Sufong's corporeal form, allowing his name to resurface in this world. The prophecy uttered by Mu Bingo was absurdly uncanny. Sufong couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. By the time he regained full awareness, Mumu and Tang Rulin had nearly finished gathering the pertinent information from this location. Both were engrossed in their respective collections, seemingly intent on uncovering clues from the scattered documents. Yet, Sufong knew the futility of their endeavor in his fragmented memories. Those individuals had meticulously cleansed even the traces of battle from the alley. How could there be any leads left at the experimental base? He endeavored to search for something within the laboratory, seemingly aimlessly exploring, yet in truth, he was attempting to rely on his memories to locate specific items. Suddenly, a resounding crash captured the attention of the trio. Sufong had inadvertently triggered a mechanism, revealing a hidden chamber. How did you know there was a secret room here? One inquired. I just had a hunch. It felt oddly familiar. He replied. Considering that Sufong had once been captured by the very individuals who had conducted experiments on him here, perhaps a lingering impression remained. The three individuals cautiously stepped into the secret chamber, and the scene before them rendered them momentarily speechless. A dozen or so vacant-eyed youths lay motionless within, resembling lifeless statues. Were they all deceased? Tang Rulin glanced at Sufong, seemingly seeking answers from him. Sufong, too, could only muster vague memories, unable to provide any definitive response. Yet, the sight of these youths stirred a profound sense of familiarity within him. It was them, those fleeting memories of the boys he once battled against. Do you recognize them? I vaguely recall some. They must be fellow subjects like myself, captured for human experimentation. Sufong's gaze was filled with sorrow as he looked upon the youths. Unlike Sufong, who was fortunate enough to be reborn with another soul, they had not shared such luck. For reasons unknown, Sufong slowly approached one of the boys. Rest in peace. At the moment Sufong's hand brushed against the boy's face, the cold corpse unexpectedly opened its eyes, startling the three. What on earth? Could it be a corpse transformation? Sufong retreated a few steps before regaining his composure. Mu and Tang Rulin instinctively moved toward the other bodies, attempting to sense their life force. No, they are all dead. This cannot be. The boy before them had opened his eyes, fixating his gaze on Sufong. Though he remained motionless, he hardly resembled a corpse. Sufong hurried to another boy's side, and as his hand made contact with the lifeless body once more, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The boy's eyes snapped open again, locking onto him with intensity. Mumu and Tang Rulin exchanged bewildered glances, quickly sensing the boy's essence. He has come back to life? Such an uncanny scene startled even Mumu, a level 4 psychic. In this apocalyptic world, rife with monstrous creatures and abundant psychic beings, these ghastly phenomena still sent shivers down their spines. Do you share a connection with them? Sufong shook his head. Their sole interaction had been during that battle. Why not try again? Tang Rulin suggested, urging Sufong to touch the remaining corpses. With the prior experiences in mind, Sufong maintained a composed demeanor. However, upon touching the third boy's corpse, the same startling event occurred. The boy's eyes flung open, staring intently at him, which still caught Sufong off guard. It seemed that the dread and apprehension of the unknown would forever haunt him. He has come back to life as well. As Sufong considered awakening the others, Mumu intervened. Stop. We still have no grasp of the situation. Do not act impulsively. Although Tang Rulin's words held some merit, Sufong felt an inexplicable bond with the youths, a strange sense of belonging, as if they were kindred spirits from the same origin. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed Tang Rulin's suggestion. I wish to awaken them. Even if they cannot move, it is better than being treated as mere corpses. Realizing they could not dissuade Sufong, Mumu and Tang Rulin could only watch as he proceeded to rouse the boys one by one. They were equally curious about what made these youths so exceptional. When the 17 young men and women were awakened, all eyes fell upon Sufong, creating an undeniably eerie scene. With everyone now conscious, what would he do next? Mumu regarded Sufong with a teasing expression, eager to see how he would manage the situation with these youths. Sensing the gazes from Mu Mu and the others, Sufong momentarily lost his train of thought. He realized he had acted rather impulsively. How should he address the presence of these young individuals now? Surely, he couldn't simply take them all back with him. He murmured to himself, inadvertently stepping out of the secret chamber. Unbeknownst to him, the youths behind him suddenly rose to their feet and began to follow in his wake, leaving the chamber alongside him. Chapter 74. The Puppet Squad. What to do? A dozen individuals moved aimlessly like zombies, unable to be placed within the defense team. And it was uncertain whether they required sustenance. Sufong paced back and forth in the hidden chamber, oblivious to the presence of the several youths behind him. Though immersed in his own thoughts, his failure to notice the group trailing him was indeed perplexing. Mu Mu initially intended to jest with Sufong, but quickly discerned the inappropriateness of the moment. Despite being awakened by Sufong, these youths emitted no trace of human essence. Had her gaze not remained fixed upon them, she might have failed to sense their presence at all. With meticulous cultivation, these youths could undoubtedly evolve into the most formidable assassins. Curiosity piqued, Mu Mu and her companion pondered how long it would take Sufong to realize the presence of the youths behind him. Thus, Sufong traversed the laboratory, followed by the group of youths, akin to a game of eagle-catching chicks, completing no less than 100 laps. Strangely, the youths did not merely trail Sufong like mindless automatons. When confronted with obstacles, they deftly maneuvered around them without making a sound, which contributed to Sufong's prolonged ignorance of their presence. Just as Mu Mu and her companion were once again astonished by the youths, a loud clatter abruptly drew everyone's attention. Had one of the youths collided with an obstacle? They excitedly sought out the source of the noise, only to discover Sufong kneeling on the ground, clutching his injured knee. It was at this moment that Sufong finally noticed the youths behind him. Under Mu Mu's explanations, Sufong's gaze toward the youths took on a peculiar quality. Step back, spin, leap, close your eyes. He repeatedly attempted to command their actions, astonished to find them complying. While it was undeniably remarkable, it appeared to lack substantial utility. However, Tang Rulin reminded him that the youths had followed him for nearly 30 minutes without being detected, which immediately sparked his realization. Sufong's gaze fell upon the hidden chamber. Destroy it, he commanded. To his surprise, the youths exhibited little reaction, save for one who stiffly raised a hand, summoning a compressed air projectile that obliterated the chamber in an instant. Realizing not all the youths adhered strictly to his commands, Sufong felt no anger. Instead, a smile graced his face. Unlike the previous directive tasks, in the face of a targeted mission, the youths did not rush in recklessly but rather allocated themselves to suitable roles with remarkable efficiency. Aside from their inability to speak, they were virtually the perfect subordinates. Mu Mu and her companion also attempted to issue commands, but to no avail. In essence, the youths only responded to Sufong's directives. Little did anyone anticipate that Sufong's self-perceived deception would lead him to discover a compliant squad. As for how to arrange these individuals, Sufong immediately thought of Lingyu. The Fortress project not only demands a considerable workforce but also requires absolute reliability. These youths represent the finest labor available. To achieve this, it remains to be seen whether Sufong can delegate command authority to another. To test the feasibility of his idea, Sufong attempts to transfer command to Tang Rulin. Under her leadership, the youths are indeed capable of completing various tasks. Most remarkably, if Tang Rulin's orders differ from his own, the youths will heed Sufong's commands exclusively. The inexplicable acquisition of such a flawless team has left Mu Mu, a level 4 ability user, feeling somewhat envious. Have you found what you seek? Mu Mu and Tang Rulin are so intensely focused on locating this laboratory, driven by the quest to discover methods for artificially creating ability users. One glance at the expressions of the two reveals the outcome. Any materials that could be retained are undoubtedly devoid of value. It is impossible to replicate the methods merely by copying them. Yet, obtaining these materials is already a significant achievement for Mu Mu. The only perplexity for Sufong lies in why Tang Rulin appears so anxious. Logically, she has been expelled from the inner city. Regardless of her previous affiliations, there is no longer any necessity for her to serve those interests. Could it be that her expulsion to the outer city is part of a larger conspiracy? Unbeknownst to him, Sufong's mind has become a tapestry of schemes, and he views others with a wary eye. This journey has proven fruitful. Mu Mu and Tang Rulin initially assumed they would return together with Sufong to the defense headquarters. However, Sufong, with an air of inscrutability, departs with the group of youths. When faced with Mu Mu's inquiries, he merely smiles enigmatically. As they watch his retreating figure, the smiles on their faces gradually fade, and Mu Mu's gaze toward Tang Rulin takes on a peculiar intensity. Although I am unaware of your affiliations, I advise you not to oppose the Mu family. Despite the frigid stare of a level 4 ability user, Tang Rulin exhibits no signs of trepidation. Whether I stand against the Mu family is not determined by me, but rather by their choices. Observing the audacity of a mere level 2 ability user daring to provoke the entire Mu family, Tang Rulin senses Mu's rising ire and quickly interjects, "At least as of now, I have no intention of opposing the Mu family. Moreover, having chosen to remain by Sufong's side, I will naturally align with this camp." It must be said, Tang Rulin's eloquence is indeed commendable. In response to Mu's scrutiny, she deftly shifts the onus onto the Mu family and Sufong. Should Sufong hear this, he would likely ensure she receives a thorough reprimand upon his return tonight. Meanwhile, when Sufong appears at the home of Ling Yun and Ling Yu with the group of youths, Ling Yun's first reaction upon seeing the listless expressions of the boys is to assume that Sufong has returned from the auction with a new batch of slaves. Their vacant stares and dazed demeanor unmistakably suggest that they have been crushed by the auction's torments, losing all hope in life. As for Ling Yu, she remains absorbed in her designs. The Blood Night has concluded, and the High Wall project is about to commence. Ling Yu must simultaneously create 2 design blueprints. One plan serves as a deceptive facade, designed to obscure the true nature of the fortress project, while the other reveals the genuine initiative, wherein soul crystal weapons are to be installed within the inner sanctum of the imposing walls. As time dwindles, Ling Yu tirelessly toils day and night to meet the impending deadline. Fortuitously, it is his unyielding obsession with design that sustains his efforts. Otherwise, who could withstand such pressure? However, Ling Yun, who tends to him, feels a pang of sympathy and grows increasingly discontent with Sufong. Is it really necessary to bring so many people to supervise? She retorts. Perceiving her dissatisfaction, Sufong quickly reassures her, "These individuals are here to assist you and your brother. As the fortress project progresses, they will help alleviate Ling Yu's burdens." Upon hearing that support will be provided for her brother, Ling Yun's expression softened. "I must admit, you possess a certain tact." Chapter 75. Ling Yun's maternal instinct. Ling Yun had scarcely reveled in her moment of joy when she immediately discerned the underlying issue. The group of youths that had entered remained utterly silent. Who are they? In response to this inquiry, Sufong found himself at a loss for words. Simplifying the fragmented memories he harbored and omitting the parts where he was treated as a mere subject of experimentation, he recounted the tale to Ling Yun, who was soon overwhelmed with tears. In contrast, their own experiences seemed far less tragic. How am I to care for them, despite being younger than these boys? Ling Yun willingly embraced the responsibility of looking after them. Yet, Sufong felt a sense of confusion. The boys exhibited no capacity for independent action. To truly assume the role of caretaker meant that Ling Yun would be responsible for their laundry, meals, and all their basic needs, an overwhelming burden for such a young girl. Faced with this predicament, Ling Yun exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Perhaps due to her unique disposition, she had always taken care of Ling Yu from a tender age, radiating maternal warmth even in her youth. After receiving Ling Yun's assurance, Sufong directed the boys to heed her commands. He had contemplated this aspect prior to his arrival. Although the primary objective of the boys was to assist Ling Yu in executing the fortress plan, he was wary of transferring authority to someone so unpredictable. Once these instructions were conveyed, Sufong intended to check on Ling Yu's progress, only to be met with a scathing rebuke that left him bewildered and expelled from the room. Had this young man forgotten who was truly in charge? Sufong finally grasped the helplessness his former boss must have felt in the presence of a technical prodigy. Upon returning home, Tang Rulin was still engrossed in the materials retrieved from the laboratory. "Have you found what you were seeking?" Sufong's sudden appearance did not catch her off guard. "Not yet, but there is no rush. Do you have any questions?" She set aside her documents, regarding Sufong with a knowing smile. She always managed to maintain control of the situation. "Shouldn't you be the one to divulge your intentions? Who exactly are you?" Sufong settled slowly onto the bed, tossing the question back to her. "Do you not already know? I am but a wretched woman expelled from the inner city." "Is that so?" In the face of his enigmatic smile, Tang Rulin remained composed, her heart unwavering. "Women, it appears, are inherently adept at verbal sparring. If you desire to uncover more secrets about the laboratory from me, then you must offer your own secrets in exchange." Having navigated through numerous challenges, Sufong was well aware of her vulnerabilities and refused to let her dictate the terms. Tang Rulin seemed unprepared for Sufong's tenacity, the playful demeanor on her face gradually fading. "I have previously warned you, knowing my identity will yield you no advantage. It is the unknown that I fear more than any hardship." Seeing Sufong's determination, Tang Rulin fell silent once again. A full 3 minutes passed in complete stillness. Just as Sufong was poised to inquire once more, she finally spoke. "I am a member of the Dark Sea." "The Dark Sea?" "Indeed. It is the Dark Sea of the inner city resistance. But what brings you to the auction?" "The answer is simple. I defied the regulations of the inner city and was consequently banished. Is it really that straightforward? To be sent to an auction, where men commodify your body. Observing Tang Rulin calmly recount her plight, Sufong could sense the profound sorrow she harbored within. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he realized he had once again been deceived by this woman. If it were truly so simple, why would she be so concerned about the laboratory? Sufong had an inkling that Tang Rulin's appearance in the outer city was solely to seek out this laboratory. The darkness of the inner city is far from the simplicity you envision. Watching Tang Rulin maintain her composure, he found himself unable to discern the truth. Why are you so invested in the laboratory's affairs? If I can uncover information regarding the laboratory, there may be a chance for my return to the inner city. Sufong scrutinized her expression, hoping to detect even the slightest inconsistency. Unfortunately, none was found. If you still do not believe me, I can take my leave. With that, Tang Rulin pretended to rise. She expected Sufong to stop her, but to her dismay, he remained seated, leaving her in an exceedingly awkward position. Do not feign ignorance. If you truly wish to discover information about the laboratory, you would never depart from my side, would you not? Faced with Sufong's forthright inquiry, Tang Rulin knew she could no longer conceal the truth. Since you are aware, can I still remain by your side? That depends on what you can offer me. With knowledge of her hand, Sufong felt a surge of confidence. Is my body not sufficient? To this, Sufong responded with a derisive smile. In this apocalyptic world, that is perhaps the least valuable bargaining chip. What is it that you desire? Though Tang Rulin had been by Sufong's side for less than a month, she had witnessed his transformation firsthand. In her mind, Sufong was undeniably a worthy investment. Since you are a member of the Dark Sea, I would like you to assist me in procuring some supplies. Supplies? Considering the relationship between Sufong and Mu Bingers, she could hardly fathom what he might need her to acquire. I require a substantial quantity of construction materials and hope you can assist through the Dark Sea. Construction materials? Wasn't Mu Binger responsible for the materials needed for the High Wall project? Before Sufong could respond, Tang Rulin suddenly had an epiphany. The High Wall project is merely a fade. You have ulterior motives. Observing Sufong's enigmatic smirk, Tang Rulin realized her suspicions were confirmed. What is your true intention? The man before Tang Rulin was becoming increasingly mysterious. That is something I cannot disclose at present. When the day comes that I deem you trustworthy, perhaps you may join my plans. If you wish to remain by my side, please assist me with this small favor. Sufong appeared exceedingly polite. Yet in that fleeting moment, Tang Rulin felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from him. This sensation was reminiscent of only one other individual she had encountered, the leader of the Dark Sea, one of the 10 level 5 abilities users in the inner city. Transporting goods out of the inner city was no trivial matter. Before Tang Rulin could finish her thought, the smile on Sufong's face gradually faded. In that instant, she seemed to glimpse an ethereal figure behind him, a presence that extinguished any notion of resistance within her. Leave this matter to me. As long as you fulfill the task, I assure you that you will not be treated unfairly. With that, Sufong's smile reemerged as he slowly approached Tang Rulin. His demeanor now decidedly sinister. Chapter 76. The High Wall Project. The following day, Sufong appeared at the defense team, accompanied by a visibly fatigued Tang Rulin. His gait was peculiar, drawing the admiring gazes of numerous defense team members. Upon entering Mu Binger's office, he immediately sensed her discontented stare. You knew about it? She accused, you deceiver. Sufong realized that Sister Mu had undoubtedly relayed yesterday's events to her. This matter was of grave importance, and he certainly did not wish for Suyu to find out. Sufong feigned sorrow as he spoke, instantly crafting an image of a caring older brother in her presence. The young lady chose not to dwell on the issue any further. During the Blood Night, you eliminated Zhu Yan, effectively dismantling the Blood Sect, and their territory has now been reclaimed by the defense team. The question remains, how do you intend to deal with the members of the Blood Sect? Despite the apparent benefits, this matter posed a dilemma for the young lady. What is there to deliberate? Let us integrate them into the High Wall Project. Sufong had already devised a plan in his mind. The High Wall Project? The majority of the Blood Sect consists of ability users, a formidable force indeed. These individuals are proud. Would they willingly accept the role of construction workers? Moreover, placing these ability users alongside ordinary people could very well lead to conflict. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Binger was astute in recognizing the flaws in Sufong's proposal. Conflict? Let them amplify their disputes. Sufong's demeanor indicated a troubling certainty, and Mu Bingo could already envision the ensuing chaos. Do not underestimate those first-tier ability users. If they unite, they will present a challenge you cannot surmount. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Sufong understood this principle. However, in his eyes, these first-tier ability users were not the true water. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people had seemingly become akin to livestock, disregarded by all. Even the esteemed Mu Binger was no exception. Yet she failed to grasp the crux of the matter. With the emergence of soul crystal weapons and artificially enhanced ability users, Sufong gradually realized that this world ultimately belonged to ordinary people. The stringent control of soul crystal weapons within the inner city was precisely to prevent ordinary individuals from wielding power comparable to that of ability users. The urgency with which Mu Mu and Tang Rulin pursued the laboratory's secrets was driven by motives similar to those regarding soul crystal weapons. Nevertheless, despite the inner city's resistance, individuals like Ling Yu and her father would continue to emerge undeterred. The wheels of time turn inexorably, and no one, not even those in power, can halt them. When these ordinary people acquire strength, the first to suffer will be those ability users who once oppressed them. What Sufong aimed to do was seize control of this burgeoning power before it could rise. The price for such control would be the lives of the Blood Sect members. Mu Binger's anticipated scenario was one Sufong had already foreseen and planned for. When the time came, he would assertively step in, suppressing the Blood Sect members. Initially, he would cultivate goodwill among the ordinary people devoid of abilities, subsequently proposing a reward mechanism to invigorate their enthusiasm. For the members of the Blood Color Society, they must demonstrate double the worth to become a part of the High Walls. Sufong elaborated on his subsequent plans to Mu Binger, of course omitting his innermost thoughts. Mu Binger was indifferent to the arrangements concerning the Blood Color Society. As long as Sufong could pacify the masses and prevent any unrest, that sufficed. With Mu Binger's approval, the High Wall project officially commenced. In the expansive square, Miss Mu stood upon the platform. From today onwards, our High Wall project is officially launched. We shall construct a protective barrier for our homeland in the Outer District. Starting today, we too shall enjoy a prosperous life within these walls, just as those in the Inner District do. Under the guardianship of the defense team, we shall return to a civilized society. After Mu Binger's impassioned declaration, the transformative High Wall project for the Outer District finally began. With Mu Binger's financial backing, the project progressed remarkably well, but soon the anticipated conflicts began to surface. The members of the Blood Color Society, being superhumans, felt themselves superior to ordinary individuals, yet they found themselves performing menial tasks for the same wages as the common folk. This predicament incited discontent among those accustomed to working just one day every fortnight, during the Blood Night, relying on the plundering of ordinary resources for sustenance. However, under the watchful supervision of the defense team and Sufong's formidable reputation, they dared not stir up trouble. Sufong observed all of this keenly, biding his time for the moment when tensions would reach their zenith and inevitably explode. Contrary to the daytime supervisory duties, nightfall was when Sufong truly became engrossed in his work. He diligently led Ling Yun and Ling Yu, along with a dozen or so youths, in the transformation of the High Wall's foundation. According to Ling Yu's design, the wall would be a formidable 15 meters thick, seemingly to withstand the onslaught of beasts. But in reality, it was intended to accommodate the construction of secret chambers within. These chambers, for the time being, served little purpose, as they were meant to align with Ling Yu's other ambitious design, the Soul Crystal Cannon. During the fortress design process, Ling Yu conceived a daring idea to apply the technology of soul crystal weapons to a larger scale, thus constructing a soul crystal cannon. Wouldn't such a fortress then transform into a bastion of combat? It must be acknowledged that Ling Yu's idea was audacious, the only hindrance being his current inability to construct the cannon. Sufong provided Ling Yu with unwavering support, promptly deciding to proceed with the fortress's construction according to Ling Yu's plans. Even if the soul crystal cannon were to remain unrealized, he could readily arrange for some superhumans to fulfill its intended role. Yet, returning home each day in such a disheveled state soon caught the attention of Tang Rulin. I have begun to wonder, what exactly are you planning within those high walls that necessitates your daily involvement? You shall know once your body and soul belong to me. Their conversation, laden with ulterior motives, abruptly ceased. After so many consecutive days of labor, Sufong found himself utterly exhausted. Tragically, aside from Suyu, there was no one by his side whom he could fully trust. Certainly, he would not allow Suyu to become embroiled in such perilous matters. In this world, absolute trust is a mere illusion. As long as there exists a common purpose, one can traverse the journey together. Tang Rulin suddenly interjected. I understand, but I am uncertain whether our objectives align. Sufong sensed that the other party was attempting to extend an olive branch. As a member of the resistance organization Dark Sea, the objective is, of course, to dismantle the dominion of the prominent families in the inner city. And then you intend to take over? Sufong could not suppress a derisive laugh. Are you truly willing to be controlled by the 8 great families in your life? Tang Rulin abruptly became animated. I am unwilling, yet I am equally discontented to be ruled by Dark Sea. Chapter 77. The identity of Tang Rulin, the establishment of Dark Sea, was intended to overthrow the dominance of the 8 great families and restore life to the common people. Is that not so? Just as you initiated the High Wall Project, was it not for the sake of allowing ordinary individuals to lead secure and tranquil lives? No. I merely wish to take control of my own life, and in the process, improve the lives of those around me. Faced with Sufong's calm demeanor, Tang Rulin found herself at a loss for words. Sufong gazed steadily at her, noting for the first time the intensity of her emotional turmoil. Clearly, there existed adversaries within the 8 families that weighed heavily upon her heart. Perhaps Tang Rulin's motivation for joining Dark Sea mirrored Ling Yun and Ling Yu's decision to assist him, both driven by a desire for vengeance. If your sole aim is revenge, then our objectives diverge. Noticing Tang Rulin's silence, he realized his conjecture was correct. Tang Rulin had once been a member of Dark Sea, expelled from the inner city due to a certain mission. Everything she had done prior was merely an attempt to exchange intelligence for a chance to rejoin the organization, to return to the inner city and exact her revenge. There is nothing inherently wrong with seeking revenge. I simply despise being a tool for others. Hypocritical righteousness. Do you not also regard the young lady of the Mu family as a stepping stone in your ascent? Tang Rulin scoffed at this notion. Yes. That is precisely why I refuse to be used as a weapon by Dark Sea. It is a double standard. While the officials may set fire to the state, the common folk are not permitted to light a candle. Observing Sufong's shameless audacity, she could only offer a mild retort. In Sufong's view, revenge was a rightful pursuit. However, if the outcome merely replaced the ruling elite of the 8 families with those of Dark Sea, he found it utterly devoid of significance. Power inevitably corrupts, and he was no exception. If that is the case, why not seize power for oneself? If you are willing to wholeheartedly assist me, I can help you achieve your revenge, just based on your capabilities. Sufong's attempt at an invitation was met with Tang Rulin's disdain. Sufong, I must concede that you possess exceptional talents, otherwise, I would not have chosen to collaborate with you. However, it is sheer folly to believe one can contend against the entirety of the inner city alone. In response to Tang Rulin's skepticism, Sufong simply smiled lightly. He then produced a peculiar scroll from somewhere. Under Tang Rulin's puzzled gaze, Sufong slowly unfurled the scroll. Blood control technique. Just 3 words plunged her into profound shock. Is this the blood control technique of Zhu Yin? Sufong nodded. As she reached out to touch the scroll, Sufong swiftly intervened. Should you accidentally employ it, you would master the blood control technique, but this ability is ill-suited for you. You can create artificial superhumans? Although she already knew the answer, Tang Rulin could not restrain her curiosity. Are you the master of that laboratory? After using the scroll, will I not end up like those youths? A torrent of frenzied thoughts began to swirl in Tang Rulin's mind. Calm down. Sufong feared she might alert Suyu. Even if I am a member of the laboratory, should not the successful creation be something akin to potions or elixirs? Indeed, Tang Rulin had long studied the materials brought back from the lab, which were all related to human experimentation. As for the ability scrolls, they resemble products of a magical civilization and do not belong to the same system. So, how did your ability scroll come into being? That is not for you to know. What you must consider now is whether to join my ranks. It was only then that Tang Rulin emerged from her shock. Well-versed in human nature, she understood that while Sufong appeared to be inquiring, her refusal could lead to her disappearance. However, reflecting on the surprises Sufong had bestowed upon her in just a month, which surpassed those from many so-called prominent families, she recognized Sufong as a promising prospect. Moreover, the Dark Sea might not reacquaint her. Perhaps the man before her was indeed the best choice. Sufong discerned that this was not an easy decision for Tang Rulin. He slowly stepped outside to grant her time for contemplation. After an indeterminate duration, Sufong suddenly sensed a wave of pressure from behind. Tang Rulin embraced him tightly from behind, her body gently writhing, providing him with a most pleasurable massage. This was the finest response. With a smile gracing his face, Sufong embraced Tang Rulin and returned to the room to indulge in a passionate encounter. The following night, he brought Tang Rulin to the interior of the high walls. Tang Rulin could hardly fathom that within the high walls lay so many secret chambers. What do you intend to accomplish with the high wall plan? She found Sufong increasingly inscrutable, despite their growing familiarity. Sharing the same bed each night only made him feel more enigmatic. I previously mentioned that even if we overthrow the dominance of the 8 great families, it merely changes the owner of the inner city. So, you wish to establish your own territory. At that moment, Sufong's image appeared ever more mysterious in Tang Rulin's eyes. Establish a territory? For some reason, she sensed that Sufong could accomplish this seemingly impossible task. How can I assist you? After Sufong elaborated on the fortress plan, Tang Rulin grew curious about her potential contributions. Surely, He wouldn't expect her to help with manual labor, would he? Fear not. I wouldn't dream of having you lift a finger. Sufong immediately recognized Tang Rulin's concern. I need you to manage the daytime workers and those from the blood color group. Manage them? Tang Rulin had heard of the conflicts between the blood color group and the ordinary workers, so Sufong naturally needed to assign trusted individuals to oversee them. Yet, as a mere second-level ability user, and one whose awakening was not combat-oriented, how could she possibly suppress the madness of the blood color group? Rest assured, Lingyun will assist you. Moreover, you need not concern yourself with the blood color group. Just ensure that the ordinary workers remain unharmed. Observing the confusion in Tang Rulin's eyes, Sufong felt compelled to disclose his plan. You intend to incite discord between the blood color group and the ordinary people, and then win their hearts? With a hint of curiosity, she glanced at Sufong, pondering how this young lad could possess such a plethora of cunning schemes. The Blood Red Society was nothing more than a band of ruffians, having previously thrived on the exploitation of ordinary people's lives, thereby accumulating substantial public ire. However, to eliminate them, it was essential to find a justifiable pretext. Otherwise, who would dare to join our ranks in the future? Rest assured, leave it to me. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Tang Rulin willingly accepted Sufong's arrangements. By the way, I also hope you can assist Ling Yun with his burdens. Assist with what? Sufong gestured towards the group of over a dozen young boys, and she suddenly comprehended the implication. Sufong, do you see me as a babysitter? Chapter 78. The Mercenary Guild in the Outer District, beneath a seemingly abandoned building, lies a starkly contrasting underground realm. Hundreds of individuals congregate in an expansive subterranean plaza, each one a level 2 ability user. It can be said that this place harbors a third of the Outer District's second-tier combat strength. Such a magnificent scene is truly beyond imagination, suggesting that significant events are transpiring within. Within the underground plaza, in a room that appears rather rudimentary, 8 individuals of diverse appearances are seated before a stone table. These 8 are the founders of the Mercenary Guild, serving as the leaders of the 8 most formidable mercenary factions in the Outer District. Their attire and the demeanor of their attendants differ vastly. Yet the singular commonality among them is the distinct character etched upon their brows. Perhaps due to the oppressive atmosphere of the room, some have begun to exhibit signs of restlessness. Suddenly, a soft gasp disrupts the suffocating silence. Phone the madman, if you wish to indulge in women. Take them home instead of causing a ruckus here. A middle-aged man admonished sharply, only to spur the other on further. In an instant, the room echoed with the woman's soft gasps. Yet, rather than igniting the desires of the men present, it incited their irritation. A flash of crimson light darted through the air, revealing a red dot on the woman's forehead, and she promptly collapsed into Feng's embrace. Unfazed, Feng the madman treated the unconscious woman as mere refuse, casting her aside and turning his gaze toward the source of the red light. A stunning woman with flowing golden hair and piercing blue eyes, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her flawless physique, commanded the attention of all present. Amelia, you have slain my people. Do you not owe me an explanation? What explanation do you seek? The woman retorted defiantly, a cold smile gracing her lips as she regarded the brazen lecher before her. I ask for little. Simply accompany me for one night, and we shall consider our debt settled. Feng's lewd grin sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Feng the madman, I fear you may not be worthy of such pleasures. A crimson thread shot from Amelia's eyes, instantaneously obliterating the stone table beside her, silencing the boastful Feng with a single strike. Had there not been others present, Amelia might have unleashed her full fury. Enough of this commotion. At last, someone stepped forward to mediate, as the chaos had reached its peak. We have not gathered here to witness your farce. The speaker, a middle-aged man occupying the second-in-command seat at the round table, bore a scar that traversed his nose, a testament to his battle-hardened past. The central seat remained conspicuously unoccupied, the position once held by the late King of Horses. Chubai, do not presume that following the death of the King of Horses, you are the leader of the Mercenary Guild. This is not solely your domain. Before the middle-aged man could complete his sentence, another voice interrupted, mocking him. A youthful-looking man sprang to his feet, brandishing a uniquely designed handgun aimed at Chubai. A soul crystal weapon? Since Sufong acquired the first soul crystal weapon at the auction, 3 or 4 more such weapons have gradually appeared at the event, with one evidently falling into the hands of this man. However, facing the soul crystal gun aimed at his head, Chubai showed no sign of fear. Instead, he provocatively said, Crow, if it weren't for the fact that the King of Horses perished at Sufong's hands, you wouldn't even merit sitting here. Chubai deftly pierced through Crow's fragile pride, and without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a radiant beam from the soul crystal gun in his grasp. Just as the luminous ray was about to penetrate Chubai's skull, it inexplicably veered off its intended course. Ultimately, you were merely a half-baked fool. Everyone present was acutely aware that Crow's attack could not harm Chu Bai, including Crow himself. The shot seemed to have quelled his agitation, as he begrudgingly took a seat. All right, now that we are warmed up, we can finally discuss business. The onlookers appeared accustomed to the farce of the four individuals, until an elderly figure emerged to take charge. Curiously, this unruly assembly of formidable warriors refrained from challenging him. The old man, known as Gu Haidang, was the leader of the oldest mercenary group within the mercenary guild. His ability to preside over the situation stemmed not from superior strength, but from having absorbed all of the King of Horses' subordinates after the latter's demise. Gu Haidang had thus become the leader of the largest mercenary group in the outer district. Speak up. What brings all of you here? Fong Fong displayed an unmistakable impatience. I trust you are all aware that the defense team has annihilated the Ma family and the Bloodshed Corps. If we do not act soon, we may soon become the next target. Gu Lao, are you truly frightened by a mere young lady from the inner district? Fong Fong dismissed Mu Binger entirely. Although Mu Binger was the captain of the defense team, it was common knowledge that the true mastermind was Sufong. Fong Fong, have you lost your wits among the women? Not to mention that Mu Bingo is already a level 3 ability user. The most formidable challenge within the defense team is undoubtedly Sufong. Emilia scoffed derisively. A mere blonde lad who has only been a level 3 ability user for a month. What could he possibly accomplish? Fong Fong remained unfazed. Fong Fong. This Sufong has successively slain the King of Horses, Lu Fong, and Zhu Yan. Carelessly, you might be next. Humph. If he dares to come, I will ensure he has no way back. Fong Fong continued to scoff at the notion. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Seeing that no one spoke, Fong Fong took it upon himself to leave, clearly dismissing both Sufong and Mu Binger. It seems our mercenary guild is about to lose another member. Upon witnessing Fong Feng's departure, Emilia immediately seized the opportunity to mock him. Despite being well acquainted with the ugliness of human nature, her inherent disdain for Fong Fong as a woman was palpable. Regrettably, while Fong Fong was lecherous, his prowess was commendable, and his fighting style was akin to that of a rabid dog, trading life for injury. His approach of inflicting 800 points of damage upon the enemy while sustaining 1,000 in return meant that no one present could guarantee victory in battle. Should Sufong indeed confront Fong Fong, it might not necessarily bode ill. Sufong's rapid rise alongside the defense team is no mere coincidence. He is certainly not an ordinary individual, so how could he be foolish enough to seek out Fong the madman? Old Gu does not believe that Sufong would act so impulsively. Old Gu, what do you suggest we do? Inquired the man seated at the end of the table, prompting immediate responses from those present. The Luowang Society has previously circulated rumors that Sufong's ability to eliminate Master Ma and Lu Fong was reliant on some despicable tactics, and his true strength may not be as formidable as we have speculated. Over the past month, the multitude of rumors surrounding Sufong has made it impossible to discern the truth. The only viable course of action is to send someone to gauge his true capabilities. Chapter 79. The scheme against Sufong. Testing Sufong's capabilities? Who would dare to oppose Sufong at such a time? Observing the crowd's immediate reluctance, Yu Haitong's gaze settled on Chu Bai. Chu Bai, your prowess is evident to all. Even the esteemed Prince Ma would lack certainty in overcoming you. The most prudent choice is undoubtedly you. Chu Bai suddenly interjected with a note of derision. Gu Lao, your ambitions ring loud. To annihilate 3 mercenary groups in such a short span, Sufong's strength is surely formidable. Enlisting others to probe his capabilities could serve as a warning for Sufong. Should he prove too robust, you might even eliminate another rival. The assembly quickly grasped the underlying motive. Gu Lao appeared to seek an assessment of Sufong's strength. Yet his true intent was to use Sufong as a means to eliminate his adversaries, thereby augmenting his own power. Typically, Chu Bai would refrain from exposing another's ulterior motives, but this time, it was evident that Gu Lao had set his sights on him. How could he acquiesce to being a mere pawn? In response to his accusation, Gu Haidang exhibited no sign of embarrassment at having his intentions laid bare. Chu Bai, I believe you are mistaken. That was not my intent. We must ascertain Sufong's strength and objectives. It is imperative to find someone to investigate. And you are indeed our optimal candidate. Yu Haidang first dismissed his accusation, then elevated herself to a noble stance, leaving Chu Bai no room for further contention. Ultimately, Chu Bai could only convey with a stern demeanor that he would never allow himself to be used as a tool to test Sufong. As the group deliberated over suitable candidates for this probing task, Emilia suddenly spoke up. I cannot believe the men here are so spineless, trembling before a mere young upstart. Pathetic. All present were leaders of mercenary groups. None could tolerate such indignity. Yet, before anyone could voice their objections, Gu Haidang revealed a sly smile. Emilia, if that is your stance, why not assign this probing task to you? Gu Haitong's ability to navigate the situation left the others in stunned silence. relieved that it was not themselves who had spoken. Emilia, caught off guard, found herself thrust into the spotlight by her own jest. Her remarks had inadvertently offended nearly all the men present, and none would come to her defense at such a moment. I shall undertake it. I refuse to believe that a mere Tier 3 ability user, who has yet to reach a month in advancement, poses any real threat. With someone stepping forward to accept the challenge, a triumphant smile spread across Gu Haitong's face, mirrored by others around her. Emilia, here is Sufong's dossier. As she glanced at the materials handed over by Gu Haitong, Emilia immediately realized she had fallen completely into Gu Haitong's trap. Gu Haitong had seemingly gathered extensive information on Sufong, even documenting the confrontation between Sufong and Zhu Yan. Notably, the dossier detailed the bizarre method by which Sufong had swiftly vanquished Bloodwolf, capturing the peculiar fist-clenching gesture and the triumphant smile etched on his face in vivid detail. This left Emilia somewhat skeptical. The individual who compiled this dossier must have been a novelist before the apocalypse, as such bizarre depictions of battle could only stem from a profound mastery of language. After perusing the substantial document in her hands, Emilia surprisingly remained calm, discarding the thick stack as if it were mere refuse. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. You gentlemen can remain here, spectators to the unfolding drama. Not so fast. There's one matter I wish to discuss with everyone. Speak quickly. At this moment, Emilia's patience had worn thin. It pertains to Sufong's High Wall project. Upon hearing this, Emilia halted her departure. The mere mention of the High Wall project compelled even them to concede its audacity. They had initially assumed the inner city would intervene to thwart it. But they were astonished to find that Sufong had successfully incited the emotions of the outer city's populace, leveraging their anger to deter the 8 prominent families of the inner city from taking action. He builds his high wall. What concern is it of mine? The crow toyed with the soul crystal gun in his hand, seemingly indifferent to the high wall's implications. Once the high wall is erected, do you truly believe the citizens of the territory will remain? The crow's nonchalant demeanor drew scorn from Chubai. The high wall project has the support of the Mu family. Do you intend to dismantle it? The Mu family? They merely pay lip service to public sentiment. Should someone take action, they will undoubtedly stand by idly. Gu Haitong, having lived long enough, was acutely aware of the power struggles within the inner city. Old Gu, are you suggesting we should organize an effort against the High Wall project? Yet the citizens of the outer city are so supportive of it. If we intervene, we risk provoking their wrath. Gu Haitong naturally considered this. Open confrontation is out of the question. We merely need to infiltrate the workers and create chaos from within. Within the mercenary guild, where most relied on brute strength, Gu Haitong's plan was met with immediate approval. Only Emilia expressed discontent. Since I have already taken on the task of probing Sufong, do not involve me in any disruptive actions. A group of grown men resorting to conspiracy. She remained deeply perturbed by Gu Haitong's scheming, and thus she offered him no kindness. Once assured that no further matters required her attention, she shattered the table before her in a fit of annoyance and departed with elegance. Observing Emilia's exit, the others soon followed suit, leaving only Chubai and Gu Haitong in the vast chamber. No one knew the details of their discussion, but half an hour later, the two emerged from the underground chamber, their expressions filled with ire. In the defense unit, Sufong remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of others. At that moment, he was still preoccupied with the challenges of the fortress project. Ling Yu's design talent was nothing short of astounding, yet his unwavering dedication was equally perplexing. Under his guidance, the modest outer city had been transformed into a flawless bastion of war. Sufong was certain that should anyone dare to assault such a fortress, even a level 5 aberration would be reduced to mere fragments. There would be no return. Such a design undoubtedly requires an astronomical expenditure of human and material resources. Currently, the supplies for the fortress renovation plan have been covertly acquired through the misrepresentation of resources from the High Wall project. Any further acquisition would become overly conspicuous. After several days of persistent negotiation between him and Ling Yun, they finally managed to persuade Ling Yu to make slight modifications to his design. Yet the materials required represent a figure that is awe-inspiring. It appears imperative to devise a strategy to locate suitable suppliers from the inner city. In this regard, Sufong could only think of one possible avenue, Tang Roland. Before Sufong could reach the construction site, a resounding explosion erupted, emanating from the direction of the site. So soon? Provoking a conflict between the blood color group and ordinary citizens was indeed part of his plan. Yet the timing occurred a full half-month earlier than he had anticipated. Chapter 80. The Uprising. Something unexpected must have transpired here. A flash of violet light illuminated the scene as Sufong's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear on the construction site in an instant. The chaos surrounding him rendered his arrival unnoticed by the bewildered crowd. On the edge of the site, A radiant beam of holy light captured everyone's attention. It was Tang Rilin. She must be dealt with first. Sufong, upon hearing a shout from the battlefield, was instantly consumed by fury. How dare they threaten his woman? A bolt of purple lightning descended from above, executing the one who had shouted as if enacting divine retribution. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, even those who noticed the death of their companion had no time to react. Seizing the moment, Sufong quickly gathered the spoils and made his way towards Tang Rilin. Surrounded by dazzling holy light, several ability users encircled her. The Blood Red group was indeed following the strategy as one had proclaimed, to eliminate the healer first. Moments later, streams of crimson erupted into the air. Ling Yun wielded her dagger like a grim reaper harvesting souls, leaving a river of blood in her wake. Witnessing that several level 1 ability users were unable to breach Ling Yun's defenses, level 2 ability users from the Blood Red group advanced. Although Ling Yun possessed the overwhelming strength to suppress them with her teleportation and black hole abilities, she was still outnumbered, facing 7 level 2 ability users. 2 ensnared her, while the remaining 5 swiftly approached Tang Rilin. As the 5 prepared to unleash their assault upon her, Ling Yun, despite her timely teleportation, could only intercept 2 of them. The remaining 3's attacks were already descending. Die! Die! Their voices echoed simultaneously, yet before the blows could land, a chilling sensation enveloped their bodies, as if their hearts were being gripped tightly. With a sickening sound, the 3 perceived in their minds the crushing of their own hearts. They exerted every ounce of strength to turn and look, but their bodies fell uncontrollably to the ground. In an instant, all 3 level 2 ability users had collapsed, their death shrouded in an eerie mystery. Before the Blood Red group could recover from their shock, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from behind. It was Sufong. The Blood Red group, once confident in their advantage, found their fighting spirit extinguished by his mere presence. The defense team and ordinary citizens immediately rallied to counterattack, swiftly capturing the members of the Blood Red group. In the center of the desolate construction site, Sufong regarded the kneeling crowd with an icy gaze. Zhu Yin has already been slain. I took you in with good intentions, yet you repay kindness with malice. Speak. Who instigated this rebellion? After a moment's contemplation, Sufong's expression twisted with indignation, portraying a blend of sorrow and rage that left those before him feeling deeply ashamed. From within the Blood Red group, a young man stepped forward. Good intentions? You merely saw us as free labor. The young man glared at Sufong with defiance, as if he were the true victor in this scenario. His words drew immediate ridicule from the crowd. If not for the captain's mercy, you would have long since joined Zhu Yin. How dare you speak so brazenly here? Indeed, in the mundane course of daily tasks, there exists a tendency for laziness, rendering their efforts less than that of an ordinary individual, despite their claims of being extraordinary beings. Indeed, you are merely wastrels, devoid of any right to negotiate terms with the captain. In the face of Sufong's vehement rebuke, while the members of the Blood Red Corps may have hesitated to retort, a group of ordinary folk dared to point fingers at them, an affront that the Blood Red Corps could scarcely tolerate. You worthless individuals. What right do you have to compare yourselves with us? Each of us here is an extraordinary being, skilled in the hunt of monstrous creatures. Why should we stoop to perform the same menial tasks as you, while also enduring your disdain? Those present have, to varying degrees, suffered under the oppression of mercenary groups. And the words of the Blood Red Corps ignited their indignation. Out of nowhere, a stone fell from the heavens, striking one of the Blood Red Corps members. Sufong, your defense team has resorted to covert attacks. The sight of this event further incensed the Blood Red Corps, prompting them to break free from their restraints and launch another assault on those around them. However, this time, with Sufong present to assert control, the Blood Red Corps found themselves devoid of any means of resistance. Before engaging, Sufong leaned in to whisper a word in Ling Yun's ear, and then he charged at the members of the Blood Red Corps. As a level 3 extraordinary being, Sufong descended upon them like a wolf among sheep. And in an instant, blood was spilled. Within 3 short minutes, the majority of the Blood Red Corps lay dead, leaving the few survivors bereft of fighting spirit. Within my fortified walls, there exists no distinction between extraordinary beings and ordinary folk. Each individual can earn the respect of others through their contributions. I have granted you opportunities, yet you have squandered them. Sufong's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. In the brief span of a year since the apocalypse, ordinary individuals without extraordinary abilities had sunk to the lowest rungs of society. Most survived merely by instinct, unaware of the day they might perish at the jaws of monstrous creatures or fall victim to those extraordinary beings. They could not have anticipated that someone would rise to champion the interests of ordinary people. Perhaps many had initially joined the High Wall Initiative for a meager wage or merely to secure their place within those walls. Now, they found themselves increasingly convinced of Sufong's leadership, even feeling fortunate to be part of the High Wall Initiative. After quelling this uprising, Sufong emerged as a figure of spiritual leadership among the people. Once the area was restored, Sufong returned to the defense team accompanied by Tang Ruolin. At that moment, Ling Yun had been waiting, flanked by a portly man. Is he the one? Indeed. Sensing the coldness in Sufong's voice, beads of sweat began to trickle down the man's forehead. Speak up. Sufong reclined in his chair, savoring the tea in his hand. His tone casual yet laden with the weight of impending doom to the man's ears. When the man hesitated, Sufong's patience began to wear thin. Do you think silence will grant you safe passage? I merely wish to know who is sowing discord between the Blood-Red Corps and the ordinary folk. If you tell me, I assure you, I shall not act against you. The man gazed up at Sufong, his eyes fixed intently, as if attempting to discern any hint of deception from the depths of his gaze. Observing Sufong's clarity of expression, which bore no resemblance to that of a liar, he finally resolved to speak. It is Brother Crow who sent me. Crow? Sufong pondered deeply, memories of Crow gradually surfacing in his mind. The mercenary group established by Crow, known as the Crow Corps, possessed considerable strength. Yet it fell short of securing a place among the top 10 mercenary factions. Had it not been for the annihilation of the Blood-Red Corps and the Ma family clan, Crow would likely still be languishing in the depths of obscurity. Yet, given that the two had no prior enmity, what motive could Crow possibly have to send someone to create turmoil? Chapter 81. Framing and Deception. Why would the Crow send someone to create chaos? Captain Su. I am but a mere pawn. How could Brother Crow divulge such matters to me? The man lamented, trembling in fear from Su's imposing presence. Is that so? Su chose to believe the man's words, yet that did not preclude him from extracting further intelligence from his adversary. Do you have any other companions? No, none. The brief hesitation did not escape Su's notice, and his gaze towards the man brimmed with mockery. Is that so? Unlike before, the man could distinctly sense the skepticism in Su's tone. Strangely, Su merely regarded him with a malevolent glint in his eyes for a moment. Before dismissing him from the defense team, relay a message to the Crow for me. I shall pay a visit in the future. With a mix of panic and confusion, the man departed from the defense team, opting not to return to the Crow's faction but hastening back to the construction site. In an unnoticed corner, he found his companions. My identity has been exposed. What? The other four immediately grew tense, glancing around to ensure no one could eavesdrop before daring to speak. You didn't reveal your identity, did you? Rest assured. Fortunately, Old Gu was astute enough to anticipate Su's actions. I have already cast the blame onto the Crow. That's good. Su and the Crow are bound for a fierce confrontation. Coupled with Amelia, Su will be besieged from all sides, and he won't fare well. As the five conversed with fervor, they remained oblivious to a graceful figure lurking in a barely perceptible corner. Fatty, since your cover is blown, you cannot remain at the construction site. Hurry back and report to Old Gu. Prepare to reclaim Amelia's and the Crow's territory. After exchanging intelligence, Fatty finally left the construction site, a triumphant smile adorning his face, a stark contrast to his earlier submissiveness before Su. Once the five had departed, Ling Yun emerged from the shadows. As Su had suspected, Fatty's swift confession was nothing but a ruse. With several swift movements, Ling Yun vanished from the construction site, unnoticed by anyone. In the defense team office, when Ling Yun relayed the intelligence to Su and Miss Mu, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Su, how do you intend to handle this? I do not relish being treated as a mere pawn. Are you really going to take direct action against Gu Haidang? Miss Mu inquired excitedly. Ever since Su triumphed over Zhu Yiyan and the demon merge Lu Bufan, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the outer city in her eyes. This young lady had long desired to accompany Su into the territories of those mercenary factions, relishing the thrill of battle. Yet, she had been repeatedly rebuffed by Su, who understood that while his strength might rival that of most faction leaders, confronting an entire mercenary group would entail dire consequences for the defense team, even in victory. This time, Su's rare initiative to target Gu Haidang ignited a sparkle of excitement in Miss Mu's eyes. Sufong immediately discerned Mu Bing'er's intentions, looking at her with a sense of helplessness. Gu Haidang was no ordinary mercenary. He was the most capable leader to ascend after the demise of the Horse King. What was there to fear? The fate of the Horse King would not mirror that of Lu Fong, who fell victim to her cunning schemes. Sensing Mu Bing'er's blind trust in him, Sufong could only express his resignation, assuring her that once preparations were complete, he would undoubtedly take the esteemed Miss Mu along. However, he felt uncertain about confronting Gu Haidang, and this matter required careful deliberation. The High Wall project continued its course. Although the Blood Red Group lost some members due to Sufong's massacre, the reality was quite the opposite. Their ranks swelled. Sufong's speech in the open space was disseminated by those with ulterior motives, attracting numerous ordinary citizens eager to join the High Wall project. With food, shelter, and protection from the threats of beasts and mercenary invasions, who would refuse such an opportunity? As days turned into weeks, the infiltrators sent by Gu Haidang ceased their disturbances, leaving Sufong perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Haidang was equally bewildered. Before him knelt a familiar figure, the previously portly man. Old Gu, I have followed your orders and besmirched the Crow's reputation. I cannot fathom why Sufong has yet to take action. The rotund man trembled before Gu Haidang, his earlier bravado replaced by genuine fear. He understood Gu Haitong's nature all too well. The terms cunning and cold-blooded scarcely captured the essence of his malice. Should Gu Haidang deem him ineffective, he would not hesitate to sever his own head. Fortunately, this time Gu Haidang did not hold him accountable. He had not anticipated that Sufong, despite his youth, could exercise such restraint. Gu Haidang contemplated the fine wine in his hand. In that case, let us stoke the flames further. The workers at the construction site held Sufong in high esteem, making it exceedingly difficult to incite discord. Gu Haidang had not foreseen this outcome. His plan had been to disrupt the High Wall project, yet Sufong had seized the opportunity to bolster his reputation. I have underestimated Sufong. The one who orchestrated the deaths of the Horse King and Lu Feng is indeed no simple adversary. Observing that Gu Haidang did not cast blame upon him, the portly man exhaled in relief. Then we shall target the Crow. Gu Haidang whispered a few words to the man beside him, and they both exchanged knowing smiles. Old Gu was indeed sagacious. Once the portly man departed, Gu Haidang spoke to the shadows. Come forth. From the darkness emerged a slender figure. To his surprise, another wielder of the shadow ability had appeared. Mo Fan, I have a task for you. Mo Fan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Go to Feng Fingzi's territory and create chaos, attempting to reveal both the shadow and crimson flame abilities. After nodding once more, Mo Fan vanished into the shadows. Amelia, the Raven, and the Madman Feng. He must simultaneously contend with these three individuals, testing his mettle in this challenge. Gu Haitong's triumphant laughter reverberated through the hall, as if he had everything under his control. At Sufong's residence, after toiling with Tang Rulin, he returned to the construction site. Originally, Sufong had intended to enjoy a restful evening, but was summoned by Ling Yun instead. What made the situation more intriguing was Ling Yun's air of mystery, coupled with an unmistakable excitement that played at the corners of his mouth. Upon Sufong's arrival within the high walls, he was astonished to find Ling Yu present as well. It was known that Ling Yu had been sequestered in his home, diligently working on design sketches and rarely venturing out. Thus, encountering him here was quite unexpected for Sufong. A bold thought suddenly emerged. Chapter 82. A moonless night of murder and wind could it be? Before Sufong could utter a word, Ling Yun unveiled a cannon that stood half a person tall. Is this the soul crystal cannon? Sufong approached the cannon, caressing its peculiar patterns, as if he could sense the energy pulsating within. Can this soul crystal cannon truly function? Has its power been tested? He hastily inquired of Ling Yu, who merely shook his head in silence, ultimately leaving Ling Yun to provide an explanation. The soul crystal cannon, designed by Ling Yu, possesses immense power. A single shot can rival the full force of a second-tier ability user, and any testing would undoubtedly attract attention. So, you are also uncertain about how much soul crystal is consumed during an attack. This time, Ling Yun awkwardly nodded in affirmation, perhaps noticing the discomfort between the two. Sufong quickly offered reassurance. It is all right. To have developed the soul crystal cannon in such a short time is a remarkable achievement for Ling Yu. Encouraged by Sufong's words, Ling Yu's expression brightened. Big brother Su, I will continue to refine the soul crystal cannon. Do not push yourself too hard. You are still very young and have ample time ahead. One day you will fulfill your father's dream. Sufong regarded this young prodigy as a treasure. He understood that Ling Yu's greatest concern was his father's fortress plan, which is why he offered such encouragement. With Sufong's support, Ling Yu immediately became animated, pulling out design blueprints from behind him and beginning to sketch fervently. Ling Yun could only watch in bemusement. It appears we must find an opportunity to test the power of the soul crystal cannon. As Sufong contemplated the appropriate timing, Ling Yun suddenly recalled something. Did Gu Haidang not send someone to cause trouble before? Moreover, they had tarnished the reputation of the Crow, hoping to incite conflict between us. Why not use Gu Haidang as our testing target? Although Sufong did not fully endorse Ling Yun's suggestion, it did illuminate a potential direction for him. Gu Haidang had gone to great lengths to sow discord between him and the Crow. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to utilize the Crow as a test subject for the soul crystal cannon. Among the various mercenary groups, the Crow was the weakest. Had it not been for a fortunate acquisition of a soul crystal gun, alongside the deaths of Ma Wangye and Zhu Yan, the Crow would still be an ordinary mercenary band. Was this not the perfect target for testing? If it fails, he and the Crow would remain at peace. If it succeeds, even a conflict with the Crow would entail minimal risk. As he plotted the timing of his confrontation with the Crow, several dark figures encroached upon his perception. Through the manipulation of the wind, Sufong expanded his sensory range to nearly 200 meters. Although not as precise as most perception-type abilities, no rustle or movement escaped his notice. Someone is here. It is late, and the workers have all left. Who could possibly be on the construction site? Could our secret have been discovered? Ling Yun cast a worried glance at his brother. Ling Yu was the linchpin of the fortress plan. If anyone uncovered the truth behind the High Wall project and sought to thwart it, their primary target would surely be Ling Yu. Under Sufong's subtle indication, Ling Yun immediately retreated to stand guard beside Ling Yu, even directing several youths to encircle the two, ensuring that no enemy could launch a surprise attack. Strangely, despite the tense situation, Ling Yu remained absorbed in her own designs. Once Sufong was confident in Ling Yu's safety, he proceeded toward the intruders. In the darkness, Sufong dared not employ his lightning abilities and instead relied on the combination of shadow stealth and wind manipulation to stealthily approach the intruders from behind. To his astonishment, the assailants exhibited no unusual behavior. Rather, they rushed towards the workers' quarters. What could be their intent? Just as his confusion deepened, he noticed the blades in their hands aimed at the slumbering workers. Realizing the imminent danger, Sufong abandoned his concealment and transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing before the assailants in an instant. With a swift motion, he struck down one of them, ending a life in a heartbeat. However, he lacked the ability to intercept every aggressor, and tragically, 3 workers fell victim to the assassins. In a fit of rage, Sufong acted without hesitation, his gaze locking onto the fleeing quartet. With a sudden, forceful gesture of his right hand, he unleashed his newly developed ability, the Fire of the Mind. Previously, he had struggled to control this power, often resulting in lethal outcomes for his foes. Now, through rigorous training, he had mastered the intensity, allowing him to inflict a sensation akin to being scorched by searing flames upon his adversaries. The 4 assailants writhed in agony on the ground, their pained cries echoing throughout the construction site, quickly rousing all. The workers, initially believing a beast had invaded, seized their nearby weapons in preparation for resistance. It was only upon emerging outside and witnessing the writhing assailants and Sufong's murderous demeanor that they finally relaxed. The foreman approached Sufong nervously. "Captain Su, what has transpired?" Suddenly, a scream diverted everyone's attention. They turned to the source of the alarm, where a blood-soaked worker appeared, his expression vacant, seemingly in shock. "What happened?" After calming him down, the worker finally regained his composure and stammered, "They are dead." "Who is dead?" "Chenhe, Kankan, and Gu Tian, the 3 who shared a room with me. They are all dead." The sudden loss of 3 individuals sent shockwaves through the crowd, and as they glanced back at the 4 writhing in pain before Sufong, they began to piece together the grim reality. "Captain Su, are they assassins?" Sufong nodded. "Why would they kill Chenhe and the others? They were merely ordinary workers. Even if they had offended someone, it wouldn't warrant the involvement of supernatural beings to eliminate them. That is precisely what we must inquire of them." Observing the 4 in excruciating torment, on the brink of collapse, Sufong finally relented, releasing the Fire of the Mind. "Speak. Why did you attempt to kill those workers?" The 4 men lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, yet none responded to Sufong's inquiry. The workers, witnessing this scene, immediately clamored for bloodshed, demanding a life for a life. However, restrained by Sufong's presence and awaiting his command, the crowd could only vent their fury through empty threats. Sufong slowly approached one of the men, utterly indifferent to the venomous glare directed at him, his mocking gaze shifting to the other 3. His raised right hand gradually clenched into a fist, and the man's face contorted in agony, his twisted mouth unable to utter even a whimper. The remaining 3 had only just endured that torment themselves, but seeing the sheer horror etched upon their companion's face made them realize the true extent of what they had suffered. Noting their lingering hesitation, Sufong suddenly tightened his fist. The man beside him convulsed violently, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed in unbearable anguish. Chapter 83. The A-Side Church Speak. "Why did you kill those workers?" The same words echoed once more in the ears of the 3 men, yet the resonance felt entirely different, devoid of any emotion. "What good is it to speak? Will you spare us?" The trio appeared to comprehend that their fate was immutable, displaying unwavering defiance even in the face of impending death. Sufong uttered not a single superfluous word. His right hand once again formed a fist, causing one of the men to instantly contort in agony. Clutching his chest with both hands, his flushed face was marred by bulging veins, and his already distorted visage became even more grotesque. This time, Sufong refrained from delivering a swift death. His clenched fist tightened at an excruciatingly slow pace. The remaining 2, witnessing the torment inflicted upon their companion, seemed to foresee their own grim fate. Sufong prolonged the suffering for a full 5 minutes before granting the man a merciful end. Once again witnessing the demise of a comrade in such a manner, the psychological strain on the 2 others teetered on the brink of collapse. "Speak. Why did you kill those workers? Upon hearing the same question for the third time, their bodies trembled as if struck by lightning. I did not expect you to be so resolute, your lips so tightly sealed. It appears I shall not extract an answer from you today. As Sufong raised his right hand, the two men hastily began to speak. I will tell you everything. Please, I will reveal all. They clamored to be heard. Fearing Sufong might choose the other over them. Seeing them finally ready to divulge information, Sufong slowly took a seat, a smile gracing his face as he listened intently to their revelations. It was Crow who sent us, he said, since Sufong dared to provoke us. You must not blame me for being ruthless. Tonight, you shall pay the price. Sufong was momentarily taken aback. Hearing the name of Crow surprised him. Previously, the chaos had been orchestrated by Gu Haidang, who sought to implicate Crow. How had this suddenly materialized? More perplexing was the notion that Crow believed Sufong had initiated the provocation. If that were the case, why had Crow not confronted him directly instead of resorting to the murder of ordinary workers? Crow also said that if there were to be any deaths in the High Wall Project, the workers would undoubtedly panic and gradually withdraw, rendering the High Wall Project nothing more than a farce. Upon hearing this, the workers around them erupted with fury. There isn't a single decent person in the mercenary group. Indeed, Captain Su's High Wall Project is meant to ensure our safety and well-being, yet these individuals care nothing for the lives of ordinary people, consumed by their own interests. They are no better than the people of the inner city, a bunch of treacherous scoundrels. The workers' accusations stirred even those who had been peacefully slumbering nearby, drawing an ever-growing crowd. Among them were Mu Bingo, Tang Rulin, and Suyu, who appeared sleepily amongst the gathering. Sufong did not quell the uproar of the workers. Only when the onlookers grasped the full context did he continue his inquiries. Did you just accuse me of ambushing the Crow? When did that happen? The two exchanged glances, evidently perplexed by Sufong's inquiry. The defense team and the mercenary corps were natural adversaries. Even if one were to slay the Crow, it would hardly be surprising. Why the pretense? You infiltrated our Crow society to launch a surprise attack yesterday. Were it not for the Crow's vigilance, you would likely be a victim of your own blade. Initially intimidated by Sufong's peculiar abilities, the two felt a wave of disdain upon witnessing the other's hypocritical demeanor. An ambush? If I were to ambush the Crow, would he have escaped unscathed? Sufong regarded the pair with a cold smirk, his mind forming a preliminary hypothesis. It was likely that Gu Haidang had employed some tactics to shift the blame for the ambush onto him. But why was the Crow so convinced that it was he who had attacked? The two would unravel this mystery, revealing that the ambusher was indeed someone who wielded the shadow cloak, which nearly succeeded. Had it not been for this incident, he would never have fathomed the existence of a third individual adept in the use of shadow cloak. Thank you. Since you have been forthright, I shall grant you a swift end. With a firm grip of his right hand, the two collapsed in terror, lifeless. Sufong displayed his uncanny abilities before the gathered crowd, intending to instill fear among them. Although Sufong's status among the populace was on the rise, truly governing this rabble required a balance of benevolence and intimidation. Simultaneously, he was signaling to the undercover agents from various mercenary corps hidden within the crowd that they must weigh their options before attempting to confront him. Sufong harbored no fear of these mercenary groups. However, if they continued to meddle from the shadows, both the High Wall and Fortress plans would be jeopardized. After attending to the bodies, Sufong instructed everyone to return and rest, yet his gaze lingered on them. Sufong, those individuals seem out of place. Not only he, but even Mu Binger and others noticed certain figures in the crowd that appeared incongruous. They hesitated in their departure, repeatedly glancing back. Follow one of them. I wish to ascertain which mercenary corps they belong to. Upon hearing Sufong's command, Mu Binger did not hesitate, only feeling a twinge of unease once they had left the construction site. Why should I heed Sufong's orders? This brat is becoming increasingly audacious, truly believing himself the boss. Despite her verbal jabs at Sufong, the smile playing at the corners of Mu Binger's mouth betrayed her indifference. Before long, she followed one of the figures to a somewhat dilapidated church. The Isaibayo Church? A brand new church appearing amidst the apocalypse seemed rather peculiar. Mu Binger momentarily lost her focus and lost sight of the individual. What should I do? I can already envision Sufong's mocking expression upon my failure. No, she could not return in such a manner. The young lady of the Mu family steeled her resolve and decided to stealthily infiltrate the Isaibayo Church before her. In stark contrast to the church's exterior, which bore the marks of decay, the interior was adorned with solemn and austere decorations. The white walls were intricately carved with various angelic statues, and the central sculpture of the Virgin Mary imparted a sense of sacredness to the entire space. In an instant, Mu Binger found herself captivated by the scene before her, completely oblivious to her original purpose. Who are you? She inquired, unbeknownst to her. A throng had gathered around her, and only then did the young lady regain her composure. Yet, facing the encirclement, Mu Bing remained unperturbed, approaching the leading woman with a serene smile. Since you have sent individuals to infiltrate and create chaos among the workers, do you not recognize me? Observing Mu Bing Er's composed demeanor, the crowd momentarily paused until one individual finally reacted, "You are Mu Bing Er?" Before the person could finish speaking, a vine pierced through the floor, ensnaring them against the wall. Who dares to call me by name so audaciously? Chapter 84. The young lady captured. Who is the leader here? Mu Bing Er's domineering presence silenced everyone, rendering them momentarily speechless. How audacious to intrude upon my territory, indeed. She is the eldest daughter of the Mu family. A sultry voice wafted from behind the crowd, and a striking blonde with blue eyes slowly emerged among them. This was none other than Emilia. So it appears that you are the one in charge here. The leader? I would prefer you refer to me as the boss. Emilia, with a beguiling smile, regarded the young lady without a trace of fear. Might I inquire, dear boss, if I may take my leave? Lady Mu. The A-side treasure church is not a place one may enter and exit at will. In this mere outer district, is there truly a place I cannot traverse? Confronted by Emilia's obstruction, Mu Bing realized that today, her only means of escape would be through force. Countless vines surged forth from the ground, ensnaring those around her. However, all present were extraordinary individuals, and soon they began to free themselves from the vine's grasp. Seizing the brief moment she had gained, Lady Mu dashed towards the entrance. Yet she woefully underestimated Emilia's prowess. Just as she was about to reach the door, 3 radiant swords of light materialized before her. Lady Mu. To arrive uninvited and leave unceremoniously, wouldn't tea that be rather impolite? Why not stay for a cup of tea? Stay? I fear the offerings here do not suit my palate. With a thunderous roar, 3 wooden giants erupted from the ground, obstructing Mu Bing Er's path, even drawing the swords from their backs as weapons. Whether you stay or go is not for you to decide. Observing how Mu Bing Er's wooden giants nearly demolished the church, Emilia was compelled to intervene personally. The 3 swords of holy light in the giant's hands dissipated into motes, only to coalesce moments later into a singular, even more resplendent holy spear wielded by Emilia. With a swift motion, Emilia hurled the spear like a javelin, which split into 3 midair, obliterating the 3 wooden giants in a single strike. Lady Mu, if this is the extent of your power, I fear you shall have to remain here today. Emilia seemed rather pleased, not anticipating that a single strike would secure her victory. To her astonishment, the shattered wooden giants swiftly restored themselves to their original form. You wish to detain me? Then let us see if you possess the capability to contend with my wooden giants. With a triumphant smile, Mu Bing turned and swaggered away. You intend to leave? Provoked in such a manner, Emilia could not quell the fury ignited within her, despite her opponent being the daughter of the inner district. Emilia's holy spear transformed once more into radiant motes, converging around her to form a suit of armor, and then she burst forth, overcoming the obstruction of the wooden giants. Having successfully escaped from the A-side treasure church, Mu Bing felt a fleeting sense of relief, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure from behind. Before she could turn, her body was struck by an unseen force, propelling her several meters away. As she struggled to regain her composure, another wave of intense energy surged from behind her. Mu Bing did not turn back, nor did she dare to hesitate for even a moment. Countless vines erupted from the ground, enveloping her and forming a protective shield. Under the intense energy impact, the vines disintegrated into powder, and only the final layer managed to withstand the blow. Unfortunately, Emilia's holy spear pierced through her last defense. Miss Mu, if you wish to avoid injury, it would be prudent for you to remain in the A-side church. Rest assured, given your status as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, we shall not trouble you. At that moment, the crowd from A-side church caught up, and seeing herself surrounded, Mu Bing had no choice but to yield. After all, she was the heiress of the inner city, and regardless of their intentions, they would not harm her. Indeed, within the A-side church, as the defeated party, Mu Bing enjoyed the finest services, neat rooms, and exquisite food, with no faults except for her inability to leave. Emilia was well aware of the regulations in the inner city, as long as she did not jeopardize the life of this young lady. The denizens of the inner city would never trouble her. Moreover, having this young lady in her grasp provided an additional advantage in her conflict with Sufong. Mu Bing gazed at Emilia with a hint of confusion and inquired, Sister, you do not appear to be cold-blooded. Why then? Do you wish to eliminate those workers and frame Sufong? Frame Sufong? The disdain that curled at the corner of Emilia's mouth caught Mu Bing by surprise. It was a contempt that emanated from the depths of her being. Only those with insidious intentions would resort to such tactics. If I were to deal with Sufong, I would do so with honor and integrity. Is it truly not you who dispatched individuals to kill those workers? Mu Bing fixed her gaze on Emilia, attempting to discern any signs of deceit in her eyes, but unfortunately found none. If you did not send someone to kill those workers, why did the person just now rush back to report to you? In Sufong's high wall plan, I am not the only one who has sent undercover agents. It is rumored that Crow was assassinated by Sufong last night. Today, as assassins targeting the workers must be Crow's people. Are you unaware of this? Emilia regarded the young lady with some surprise. Noticing Mu Binger's bewildered expression, she realized that the young lady seemed to be oblivious to Sufong's machinations. It is all Sufong's fault, acting on his own whims, without regard for propriety. No wonder everyone claims that if it weren't for Sufong, the defense team would remain unchanged. Who says that? Without my support, would Sufong have reached this point? Would he be able to execute the high wall plan? Perhaps sensing Mu Binger's discontent, she began to sow discord between the two. Yet Emilia underestimated the rapport between them, or perhaps Mu Binger's self-awareness. Mu Binger was acutely aware of her own capabilities and held great admiration for Sufong's skills. She simply disliked how he often concealed matters from her. Seeing Mu Binger remain silent for an extended period, Emilia mistakenly believed her scheme had succeeded and left the room with a satisfied smile. Emilia. Sufong has arrived at the church hall. Before she could return to her quarters, her subordinate brought news of Sufong's swift arrival. So soon? The battle between Emilia and Mu Binger concluded in mere minutes. Even if someone witnessed the confrontation and relayed the news to the defense team, such swiftness seems implausible. Emilia overlooked a crucial figure, Mu Binger's guardian, Mumu. Throughout their conflict, Emilia remained exceedingly cautious, ensuring that Mu Binger was not harmed in the slightest. Bound by the rules, Mumu was unable to intervene for a rescue. In desperation, this level 4 ability user sought assistance from Sufong, channeling her frustration over Mu Binger's capture toward him. Thus, it can be said that Sufong arrived at the A-side treasure church, engulfed in a tumult of fury and resentment. Chapter 85, A Sudden Ambush. Who is the leader here? The same words uttered by Sufong carry an entirely different weight, especially with the bone knife in his hand, which starkly contrasts against the sacred church, combined with the fury and murderous intent etched upon his face. He resembles a demon risen from the depths of hell. Captain Su, is this how you intrude upon others' domains? Such a lack of courtesy. Fortunately, Emilia appeared just in time. Otherwise, had Sufong resorted to violence, this holy sanctuary would surely run red with blood. Do I need to bring you gifts to deal with a kidnapper such as yourself? Were it not for the apprehension regarding Mu Bing or being in the adversary's grasp, Sufong would have already struck. Speak, why have you kidnapped Mu Bing? Are you not afraid of offending the Mu family? Observing Emilia's calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the abduction of Mu Bing, Sufong began to question her true identity. The young lady Mu enjoys a life of comfort under my care. How could I possibly offend the Mu family? Emilia would never dare to provoke the Mu family, had Mu Bing not intruded upon their territory. She would have refrained from taking action. Recalling how Gu Haitang had coerced her into accepting this task by leveraging the mercenary guild, she had not anticipated such a turn of events. With the young lady Mu presenting herself, she would not let the opportunity slip by. Now, tell me, what is your aim in imprisoning Mu Bing? Captain Su, fret not. My intention is not the young lady of the Mu family. I merely wish to ascertain the capabilities of this newly emerged ruler from the outer districts. Sensing Sufong's growing impatience, Emilia decided against further verbosity. To test my strength? Sufong could never have imagined that this was the very reason behind Mu Bing's abduction. Am I truly so captivating to you that you would go so far as to kidnap the Mu family's daughter for a mere assessment of my abilities? He found himself laughing at the absurdity of her rationale. Perceiving Sufong's disdain, Emilia felt a deep sense of helplessness, were it not for Gu Haitang's cunning manipulation. Gu Haitang again. Sufong noted the look of resignation on Emilia's face, and a bold idea took root in his mind. How did you know? Clearly, Emilia was taken aback by his swift deduction. It seems Gu Haitang is truly intent on my demise. Although he was unaware of the motives driving her relentless pursuit, Sufong understood that he had entangled himself in a troublesome predicament. Gu Haitang differed from all the adversaries Sufong had previously encountered. Their conflicts had erupted multiple times. Yet he had never laid eyes on the man. Gu Haitang had remained in the shadows, employing every resource at his disposal to undermine Sufong. A treacherous scoundrel. Were there not numerous matters to attend to, Sufong would have relished the opportunity to confront Gu Haitang at that very moment. What are you pondering? Noticing Sufong's sudden silence, Emilia felt a surge of irritation. With the battle between them on the brink of ignition, Sufong's behavior was undeniably dismissive of her prowess. As the sole female among the 8 mercenary factions, despite Emilia's formidable abilities, she often found herself underestimated by the other 7. Much like this occasion where Gu Haitang devised a scheme to test Sufong, Her singularity as the sole woman left her devoid of support and unable to contend with Gu Haitang in the meeting. Sufong, still lost in his own thoughts, was abruptly roused by an insidious chill. Before him stood Amelia, brandishing a pristine holy spear, as myriad specks of light converged upon her, gradually coalescing into a suit of armor forged from divine radiance. A stealthy ambush, were it not for the heightened sensitivity bestowed upon him by the wind manipulation technique. He might have sustained injury. After deftly evading the spear's assault, Sufong ensnared the spear with purple lightning coiling around his left hand, channeling the electricity through the weapon into Amelia. Realizing that she was merely a pawn of Gu Haitang, Sufong displayed a marked restraint. However, he had grossly underestimated Amelia's prowess. The purple lightning merely caused a fleeting hesitation in her assault, and the holy spear swiftly launched again, compelling Sufong to retreat repeatedly, ultimately resorting to Shadow Veil to create distance. Captain Su, is this truly your strength? As she cornered him, rendering him defenseless, Amelia's excitement began to swell. My dear lady, do you underestimate me too much? Sufong had to concede to her strength. He had indeed been somewhat negligent. Yet being so belittled was intolerable for a man of his stature. I am Amelia. Seemingly irked by Sufong's ignorance of her name, Amelia proclaimed it with indignation. Miss AI, Miss Amelia, since you wish to test my capabilities, allow me to demonstrate. Sufong enveloped himself in purple lightning, which crackled and shimmered, akin to the arrival of a thunder god. Seizing the moment of Amelia's distraction, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, striking towards her spear. To his astonishment, the spear vanished at the instant his blade was unleashed. Captain Su, do not underestimate a mere woman. A mere woman? I find you anything but trivial. Sufong realized he had once again misjudged his opponent. His gaze inadvertently wandered to the impressive attributes of Amelia, seemingly surpassing Tang Ruliness. You scoundrel! Suddenly, Amelia's offensive intensified, as a multitude of slender holy swords arose behind her. Holy rain. At her command, the holy swords unleashed beams of light, resembling a barrage of bullets, as the divine radiance cascaded towards Sufong. Yet, with a sweeping motion of his hand, he conjured a net of purple lightning, effectively intercepting the deluge of holy light. For a moment, neither side appeared capable of gaining the upper hand. A triumphant smile graced Amelia's lips. Captain Su, if this is your full strength, I fear you may meet your demise here today. With that, the stunning woman abruptly altered her demeanor, her previous allure replaced by a solemn focus as she closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Countless specks of light began to coalesce around her, their brilliance intensifying until the surrounding onlookers found it unbearable to gaze upon, Sufong included. After a brief interval, the blinding radiance began to wane. When Sufong opened his eyes, Amelia appeared before him, adorned in radiant armor of holy light. Unlike the shimmering armor he had witnessed on Mu Binger, which was composed of luminous particles, this incarnation of holy armor seemed almost corporeal, and the once enchanting Amelia now exuded an aura of divinity. She resembled a Valkyrie. Captain Su, she declared, this is my ultimate form. Therefore, I shall hold nothing back. Noticing that Amelia did not launch an immediate attack, but instead afforded him time to prepare, Sufong felt a sense of astonishment at the woman's integrity. A dragon's roar resonated throughout the cathedral of Aside. The dragon and the Valkyrie soared into the heavens, circling each other as they faced off. Chapter 86, Fierce Battle. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated by Amelia's holy light. The purple lightning crackled as it coiled around the dragon, occasionally accompanied by thunderous roars. This tranquil night was utterly shattered by the two combatants, awakening countless souls from their slumber, drawn by the celestial radiance and the booming thunder, to witness this earth-shattering clash. Not far away, atop a towering building, Gu Haitang stood on her territory, a smile gracing her features as she gazed towards the source of the holy light. She had not anticipated that the plan would unfold so seamlessly. Amelia's prowess was remarkable. This battle should reveal Sufong's capabilities. Behind Gu Haitang, two shadowy figures loomed in the darkness, their identities obscured, as the holy light surrounding Amelia grew ever brighter in the distance. The silhouettes of the two figures gradually became discernible. One of them was the assassin dispatched by Gu Haitang to eliminate the Raven. It was his assassination that triggered the series of events leading to this night. When the undercover agent mingling among the workers relayed Sufong's situation to Gu Haitang, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Well done. Now Sufong must contend with both Amelia and the Raven. I am eager to see if Sufong possesses such remarkable abilities. Are you satisfied now? Will you agree to join my Blue Sea Mercenary Corps? Gu Haitang turned to the corner where another shadow lingered, and an unexpected figure slowly approached the window. It was the long-missing Lu Bufan. In that moment, Lu Bufan was a stark contrast to his former self. His skin had taken on a slight darkness, and his silver hair glimmered with an eerie hue under the blood-red moonlight. Had Lu Ping been present, he might have noticed that Lu Bufan appeared even stronger and taller than before. Observing Gu Haitong's smug demeanor, Lu Bufan displayed no trace of delight. If you think these two can handle Sufong, you underestimate him gravely. Lu Bufan's voice was hoarse and deep, as though something lodged in his throat. Reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, Lu Bufan did not elevate Sufong too highly merely because you lost to him. After all, you are both newly ascended level 3 ability users, and there remains a significant gap between us. If it is truly so, why do you not take action yourself? Let me witness your strength, and I shall naturally join the Blue Sea. Lu Bufan deftly punctured the artifice of Gu Haitong's words. In truth, he harbored a degree of apprehension towards Sufong, who had cunningly eliminated Marquis Ma and Lu Fong through stratagems, though Gu Haitong was a level 3 ability user. Her combat prowess ranked among the lowest of the 8 mercenary leaders. Her current position was a product of her cunning machinations. Consequently, she was in dire need of reinforcements. And serendipitously, Lu Bufan had sought her out, leading to a swift alliance between them. In response to Lu Bufan's skepticism, Gu Haitong refrained from excessive argument. They were both astute individuals, aware that some matters need not be interrogated too deeply. Their gazes returned in unison to the battle between Sufong and Emilia. Yet, as Lu Bufan observed Emilia enveloped in holy light, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. In the sky, Emilia's sacred spear struck relentlessly towards Sufong. Yet each thrust was deftly evaded by the agile dragon, rendering even her divine reign ineffective against him. You wretched, nimble insect. In desperation, Emilia resorted to her ultimate technique. She raised her spear high, gathering a radiant orb of light at its tip. As energy coalesced, the orb expanded, its brilliance eclipsing even the blood moon above. Captain Su, should you withstand this move, Sunlight's embrace, I shall concede defeat. The orb blazed ever brighter, and with a powerful cry from Emilia, it erupted in a blinding radiance. Its heat palpable even to those hundreds of meters away, let alone to Sufong, who stood nearby. What was more alarming was that, under the orb's dazzling light, Sufong found himself devoid of any shadows to invoke his stealth. He was confronted with an attack that left him nowhere to hide. Emilia seemed to be his nemesis. In a moment of despair, Sufong enveloped himself in crimson flames, hoping to mitigate some of the harm inflicted by the sacred light. Though the flames provided some measure of protection, the shield was insufficient to fully guard him. In a final attempt to lessen the damage, he reverted to his human form. Fortunately, Sunlight's embrace was Emilia's trump card, consuming an immense amount of energy, and in just 2 minutes, it nearly drained her of all strength. Yet, undeterred by exhaustion, Emilia clung to her resolve. Ultimately, she expended every ounce of her energy, collapsing unconscious and plummeting from the air. Her radiant, holy armor disintegrated into luminous particles, resembling an angel descending to the mortal realm. Sufong, relieved to have survived the onslaught, soon noticed Emilia's fall. As she descended, injured, he summoned his purple lightning to catch her just in time. However, the battle had left him severely wounded, and in their descent, they both fell, with Sufong becoming a cushion for Emilia, bearing her weight upon impact. The sole silver lining was that, just before losing consciousness, he savored the softness and grandeur of Emilia. Thus, they lay unconscious before the grand entrance of the A-side church. When Sufong awoke, he found himself imprisoned in a dungeon. A mere scrap of iron dares to restrain me. As he attempted to draw his bone knife to sever the iron door before him, he realized that the weapon was nowhere to be found. Even his attempts to utilize stealth revealed his body to be devoid of energy. Ingrate, had I not caught her at the last moment, Emilia would have met a grim fate. Now, she had imprisoned him instead. Just as Sufong began to voice his grievances, a melodious voice echoed through the dungeon. Who curses me upon awakening? Emilia's figure appeared before the iron door, accompanied by a familiar silhouette. It was Mu Binger. Observing the triumphant expression on Mu Binger's face, it was evident that she had not suffered any mistreatment during her time here. How is it? Are you finding comfort in life within the dungeon? How dare you say such a thing? I came to rescue you, yet it seems my concerns were in vain. Do not speak of yourself with such grandeur. It is undoubtedly Sister Mumu who summoned you here. The playful banter between the two drew forth a raucous laughter from Emilia. Well, it was merely a mistake made by my subordinates that led to your confinement here, and I have come to free you as soon as I awoke. Following our recent skirmish, Emilia appeared to hold a deep respect for Sufong's abilities, leading her to escort him directly to her chamber. Congratulations, you have earned my approval. Chapter 87. Is this considered deception? Sufong gazed at the proudly beaming Emilia, momentarily rendered speechless. He had gradually discerned her character. Should he not acquiesce to her desires at this juncture, a fierce confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. It was indeed surprising to witness a woman commanding a mercenary group with such formidable prowess, a feat many men could only aspire to achieve. Naturally, were it not for the esteem in which I hold you, you would never have had the opportunity to grace this room. Emilia relished Sufong's flattery. Upon receiving such a distinguished honor, Sufong finally noticed that the room he occupied was not merely an office, but Emilia's private chamber. To be escorted by a woman into her boudoir was, in itself, a rare privilege. Yet, Sufong's mind was far from preoccupied with this notion. Given the circumstances, we need not continue this charade. You may release me and Miss Mo. His objective was merely to gauge your strength. I trust that the recent skirmish has made your capabilities abundantly clear. My mission is accomplished, and thus, you are free to let them go. Emilia, shedding her earlier intensity, now presented Sufong with a triumphant smile. I wish to inquire about one matter. Was it Gu Haidang who sent you to test me? Although it was a suggestion, I too am eager to witness the prowess of this newly ascended monarch. Sufong understood that Emilia was seeking a graceful exit from the situation. Despite his prior suspicions, the confirmation from Emilia ignited a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. Emilia, perceptive as ever, caught the fleeting glimmer of hostility. Are you contemplating a move against Gu Haitang? Sufong then recognized that his emotions were too readily betrayed. A precarious predicament indeed. Fortunately, he detected a spark of excitement in Emilia's eyes, suggesting her discontent with Gu Haitang, hinting at a potential alliance. So, Miss Emilia, do you harbor an interest in joining forces against this insidious individual? Absolutely. The type of scheming little man is the bane of my existence. Witnessing Emilia's vehement disdain sent a shiver through Sufong. He was acutely aware that he himself had employed such stratagems against Ma Wangge and Lu Feng, in his view. These machinations were not inherently problematic, he simply despised having them wielded against him. Indeed, Gu Haitang, that duplicitous scoundrel, not only attempted to manipulate you to test me, but also dispatched assassins to eliminate Wu Ying, framing me for the deed. It is utterly shameless. Sufong feigned righteous indignation, earning Emilia's approval. What plans do you have? I am eager to lend my support. Initially, with Emilia's assistance, he had contemplated a coordinated ambush against Gu Haitang. But her disposition rendered such a scheme unlikely to receive her endorsement. After much deliberation, Sufong ultimately decided to turn the tables, feigning a conflict with Wu Ying to lure Gu Haitang out. When the opportunity arose for a surprise attack, he would coordinate with Emilia to ensnare Gu Haitang, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Is this considered deception? Certainly not. If Gu Haitang does not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, then it will be a one-on-one battle between me and the Crow, conducted with honor. Should Gu Haitang seize this chance for an underhanded assault, there is no need to uphold principles when dealing with such a scoundrel. Wouldn't you agree? Emilia's straightforward nature predisposes her to disfavor such battle strategies. Yet under Sufong's persuasion, she ultimately acquiesced to the plan. Witnessing the compromise made by her counterpart, Sufong spoke again. To render this performance even more convincing, I cannot simply swagger away unceremoniously. What do you propose? To prevent Gu Haitang's people from discovering our intentions, it is imperative that I escort Miss Mu out of the A-side cathedral with great difficulty. Is that truly necessary? Faced with Emilia's confusion, Sufong felt compelled to elucidate further. Just as at my construction site, Gu Haitang must have placed infiltrators within the A-side cathedral. Impossible. There can be no infiltrators within the A-side cathedral. Before Sufong could complete his reasoning, Emilia resolutely rejected his notion. Sufong found it perplexing why Emilia possessed such confidence. Her ability to thrive in a post-apocalyptic world seemed almost fortuitous. Even if Gu Haitang's agents cannot penetrate the cathedral's inner sanctum, it is certain that his eyes are watching from the periphery, rendering us unable to act carelessly. Emilia was somewhat able to accept this assertion. Indeed, a scheming individual like Gu Haitang would resort to such tactics. After much persuasion, Sufong finally convinced Emilia to enact this ruse. Outside the A-side cathedral, numerous pairs of eyes remained fixed upon the scene. Yet, 3 hours had elapsed since the battle concluded, and the cathedral remained eerily silent. Even Gu Haitang and Lu Bufan in the distant skyscraper were beginning to lose their patience. Sufong cannot possibly be defeated by Emilia so easily. Gu Haitang's subordinates had already reported the outcome of the conflict, while Emilia eventually succumbed to exhaustion. Sufong foolishly intervened to rescue her, ultimately sustaining grave injuries and being captured by the A-side cathedral's personnel. In Gu Haitang's eyes, Sufong was nothing short of a fool, handing victory to the enemy on a silver platter. It was hardly surprising that such a simpleton would face defeat. Yet, as previously stated, Sufong should never be underestimated. Only Lu Bufan grasped the extent of Sufong's influence. During the skirmish with Emilia, Sufong had not exerted his full strength, even refraining from unleashing that enigmatic fire of the mind. Before the two could even commence a debate regarding Sufong, A tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the A-side cathedral. A dragon-like creature burst through the cathedral's roof, soaring into the sky. Upon this creature was none other than the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Sufong, you are doomed. Emilia's voice, laced with fury, resonated for hundreds of meters, allowing all to perceive the tempest of her wrath. Indeed, Sufong would not succumb so easily. Upon witnessing Sufong's escape, Lu Bufan displayed a peculiar smile. In that moment, Gu Haidang found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether Lu Bufan truly wished to eliminate Sufong. At the very least, the enmity between Sufong and Emilia had been irrevocably established, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Evidently, Sufong and his accomplice successfully deceived Gu Haidang and her companion. In truth, Emilia's fury was not feigned. Although Sufong had spoken of a desire to escape the A-side treasure church, she never anticipated that he would remain utterly silent and directly transform into a dragon to obliterate her cherished sanctuary. In that moment, a murderous intent towards Sufong surged within Emilia. Had it not been for the timely intervention of her subordinates to calm her, a fierce battle might have ensued between them. Observing Emilia's frustration with no outlet for her wrath, her aides could not suppress their laughter. Never had a man managed to render their leaders so utterly discomposed. Sufong had indeed distinguished himself in this regard. Chapter 88. The coming storm. Sufong appeared before Mu Mu, having successfully completed his mission of bringing back Miss Mu. In the presence of Mu Mu, he dared not reveal the truth about Mu Bingur's abduction, for fear that he would not survive the night. Very well. If you manage to enter the inner city, simply mention my name, and you shall remain unharmed. Sufong paid little heed to Mu Mu's assurances. After a brief exchange, Mu Mu departed with Mu Bingur, leaving Sufong to return to the confines of the high-walled chamber. At this moment, Ling Yu was diligently sketching her designs while Ling Yun supervised the group of young men who were working according to her blueprints. With an impending battle against Gu Haidang looming, Sufong retrieved a handful of Tier 3 crystal cores collected during the last Blood Night from his backpack and handed them to Ling Yun. We must expedite your ascension to Tier 3 ability. Soon we shall face a great conflict. Ling Yun gazed at the Tier 3 crystal cores in her hand, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over her. When the siblings were sent to the auction house, they had anticipated their fate. Ling Yun had even contemplated suicide. But upon seeing Ling Yu's unwavering commitment to fulfilling their father's dreams, she ultimately chose to submit, never imagining that Sufong would be the one to purchase them. To her surprise, Sufong was utterly unlike the buyer she had envisioned. He did not coerce them into any actions, or rather, he aided them in becoming ability users and even dared to oppose the inner city to fulfill their father's last wishes. Undeniably, Sufong harbored his own selfish motives. Yet who would be willing to assist them unconditionally without some personal interest? Now, he was helping her strive towards becoming a Tier 3 ability user. Brother, don't overestimate my ability to endure the pain of ascending to Tier 3. Do you really think I can achieve it with just these few crystal cores? Perhaps it was Sufong's unconditional trust that shattered Ling Yun's defenses, drawing them closer together as her tone grew more audacious. Sufong, seemingly oblivious to her transformation, replied naturally, you truly have no grasp of the value of resources. If you possess skill, gather more Tier 3 crystal cores. It appears that during the next Blood Night, I shall focus solely on hunting beasts, or else I shall lack the means to support you. Is that so? Your investment shall undoubtedly yield returns. Once I ascend to Tier 3, I shall bring you rewards far beyond these few crystal cores. Sufong had initially lamented the plentiful expenses of life, but upon turning to Ling Yun, he was taken aback by her earnest expression. Do you truly believe these few cores will elevate you to Tier 3? Ling Yun's resolute demeanor surprised him. Ever since we encountered you, our fortunes seem to have taken a favorable turn. Is that so? Although unaware of the specifics, Sufong sensed Ling Yun's trust in him. After settling matters concerning the siblings, Sufong finally returned home, weary from the day's events. Suyu had already succumbed to slumber, while Tang Rulin awaited his return. With her soothing massage, he was finally able to relax and rest peacefully. When Tang Rulin learned that he had entrusted all 3 crystal cores to Ling Yun, she was evidently perplexed. Do you have such unwavering faith in Ling Yun? The trust between us can only be temporarily sustained by our shared objectives. Yet both siblings possess immense potential. I cannot rely solely on a vested interest to keep them by my side. What about me? Why don't you use the crystal cores to retain my presence? Although Sufong was aware that the other party did not truly mind, Tang Rulin feigned jealousy, causing all the men around to succumb to their softer inclinations. You? What need is there for such things between us? Sufong directly pressed her beneath him, indulging in the primal urges of the night. Only after dawn did Sufong reluctantly extricate himself from Tang Rulin's enchanting embrace. Scoundrel! Tang Rulin gasped, watching Sufong's retreating figure. Who could resist with a temptress like you beside them? You awaken and leave, and yet you are still a scoundrel. Despite her words, Tang Rulin dutifully arranged Sufong's attire, fully embodying the role of a devoted and exquisite wife. The man before her, though not yet possessing formidable strength, brimmed with potential. And most importantly, he seemed destined to be at odds with the prominent families of the inner city. Their interests were now entwined. And Tang Rulan placed her hopes upon Sufong. After the next Blood Night, you and Suyu must also strive to become third-tier ability users. Gu Haitong's relentless targeting made Sufong acutely aware of the mounting dangers surrounding him. He needed to ensure that those close to him possessed adequate self-defense capabilities. After arranging his attire, Sufong proceeded to the headquarters of the Defense Corps. In Mu Bing'er's office, she had eagerly awaited his arrival, and to his surprise, Sister Mu was also present, seemingly shaken by the events of the previous day. If anything were to happen to Mu Bing'er, even she, a fourth-tier ability user, would not escape unscathed. "You're here." It was not Mu Bing'er who spoke first, but rather Sister Mu, glaring at him with unmistakable ire. It appeared she had learned the truth from the Mu family's young lady. Faced with this formidable presence, Sufong could only muster a sycophantic smile, met with her icy gaze. Fortunately, Sister Mu merely exhibited impatience toward him and did not seek retribution. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences today. In contrast to Sister Mu's cold demeanor, Mu Bing'er appeared genuinely excited upon seeing Sufong. "So, when will your plan with Amelia commence?" This young lady, seemingly relishing the prospect of conflict, piqued Sufong's confusion. She had previously shown little interference in his endeavors and had even been willing to heed his directives. "You seem a bit eager. Has something occurred?" The smile that had adorned Mu Bing'er's face faded as she exchanged a solemn glance with Mu, both turning their serious expressions towards Sufong. "Yesterday, news arrived from home. Besides me, the Zhu family has also dispatched young members to the outer city. We must expedite our efforts to gain control over the outer city." "The Zhu family?" Sufong gazed at Mu Bing'er with a hint of surprise. According to the regulations of the inner city, the 8 prominent families were to take turns dispatching representatives. It was perplexing that the Zhu family had chosen to contravene these established rules. How could the other families possibly acquiesce? In truth, the Mu family had vehemently opposed this at the meeting of the 8 families, as the benefits inherent in the outer city were not something any family would relinquish lightly. Who would willingly allow others to partake in their share of the bounty? Yet, under the pressure exerted by the other 7 families, the Mu family ultimately opted for compromise. Reluctantly, Mu Bing'er urged Sufong to expedite their efforts. Should the Zhu family's representatives emerge, their meticulously devised plan would surely be jeopardized. Chapter 89. The use of the ability scroll. Sufong had originally intended to deal with the crow by luring Gu Haitong into a trap. It was not out of the question to advance the plan, especially since Sufong had just engaged in a fierce battle with Amelia the day before. Surely everyone would assume he would take the time to recuperate. If he were to strike against the crow at this moment, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. After a brief discussion, the two decided to launch a night raid on the crow's territory that very evening. To ensure the success of their impending battle, Sufong resolved to employ the ability scroll in his possession. Tang Rulan's Holy Light Cross held significant meaning on the battlefield, yet as a secondary ability user, she lacked any offensive powers and was incapable of self-defense during combat. Presently, the only means of granting her the ability to protect herself in a short span of time was the ability scroll. Upon returning home, Sufong shared his thoughts with Tang Rulan and sought her opinion. However, she hesitated. She was the sole person privy to the secret of the ability scroll, and their reluctance to utilize it stemmed from concerns about potential side effects. After all, it was universally acknowledged that abilities could only be acquired during level-ups, and employing such a method was akin to exploiting a glitch in a game, which could easily attract the ire of the developers. The several youths who had lost their sanity and exhibited vacant stares served as a cautionary example. Sufong understood Tang Rulan's apprehension, but considering that future battles would only grow more arduous, he resolved to be the first to take the plunge. Yet, both were at a loss as to how to activate the ability scroll. They had attempted numerous methods, infusing energy into the scroll, loudly reciting its contents, and even dripping blood onto it, all to no avail. In a moment of desperation, Sufong even contemplated consuming the scroll, believing that perhaps such an absurd action might grant him its power. Clearly, such a ludicrous notion was impossible, just as they were on the verge of giving up. The strange patterns on the scroll began to stir, gradually breaking free from its confines and dancing in midair. What was happening? Why were these patterns suddenly leaping from the scroll? This question left Tang Rulan equally perplexed. At that moment, a voice echoed from the hall. "Brother, really? You assign me the most tedious tasks all day long. Those workers regard you as an idol, and they are building their own homes. Who would slack off? Are you not slacking off yourself?" Suyu had just been idly teasing her snow sprite on the sofa when she was startled by the voice behind her, causing her to tumble from her seat. "Brother." Upon seeing Sufong, her initial surprise quickly morphed into a pitiful demeanor. However, Sufong was already accustomed to Suyu's antics and remained unfazed. You're slacking off even with such a simple task. Brother, you're busy all day, leaving me with these tedious chores. Even Tiger and Li Jun get to go on patrol. I want to fight too. For the first time. Suyu expressed her desire to engage in battle before him. Sufong furrowed his brow immediately upon hearing her words. In his heart, Suyu had always been a little girl whom he protected, never imagining that one day she would voluntarily step onto the battlefield. Under the weighty atmosphere, Sufong gazed at Suyu with a serious expression. I have never wished for you to be involved in this. The battles among those with abilities are far more terrifying than you can conceive. I am not afraid. Suyu's resolute declaration rendered Sufong's carefully prepared words impotent. Do not assume that I can always return safely. Each battle is a matter of life and death. I am not afraid. Sufong found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Suyu could counter any of his counsel with those 3 words. Just as he prepared to employ a more forceful approach to dissuade her, Tang Rulin suddenly interjected. Whether Suyu is willing or not, whether you accept it or not, she is destined to be drawn into the conflicts. If she lacks the ability to protect herself, one day she will become your Achilles heel. Her words momentarily stunned him, conjuring a cruel image in his mind. Seeing the hopeful gleam in Suyu's eyes, Sufong, although acknowledging the truth in Tang Rulin's statement, still found it difficult to reach a resolution. Brother, I beg you. With sister-in-law here, I will not be in danger. To secure Sufong's consent, Suyu addressed Tang Rulin as sister-in-law for the first time, instantly bringing a smile to her face. Very well. After a moment of silence, Sufong finally acquiesced to Suyu's wishes. It seemed that during the next blood moon, he must strive to gather more third-level crystal cores, enabling Rulin, Suyu, and Lingyu to confront third-level ability users. Sufong's agreement for Suyu to participate in the battle was also spurred by another significant reason, the ability scroll. The recent coincidence had birthed a peculiar notion in him. The scroll's patterns danced because Suyu was controlling the snowflake spirit. To utilize the ability scroll, Suyu's power would likely be essential. Since it was inevitable to involve Suyu in this murky affair, he might as well embrace it openly. When Sufong produced the scroll, Suyu, initially taken aback, immediately erupted in fury. Brother, you possess such a thing and have kept it hidden from me. To his surprise, this was what mattered most to Suyu. With Sufong's coaxing and persuasion, Suyu eventually calmed her anger. She attempted to control the patterns on the scroll just as she had with the snowflake spirit and, to her astonishment, succeeded. The designs danced under her influence like ethereal sprites. Brother, what should we do next? This question left Sufong perplexed, as he too was uncertain. Should I place the patterns on my arm? Suyu tried to control the designs to rest upon Sufong's arm. In an instant, he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, as if he could command the very blood within his veins. Who would have thought that the ability scroll would be utilized in such a manner? Sufong clenched his right hand, and a sphere formed from his blood materialized in his palm. As a thought emerged in his mind, the sphere in his hand transformed directly into a long spear. Precisely the blood spear previously wielded by Zhu Yin. To think that one could harness the abilities of others through a supernatural scroll. If I could obtain several such scrolls from various individuals, would I not become invincible? Suyu, why not give it a try? Can this pattern be extracted from me? Sufong suddenly conceived a bold idea. Both Wanlan and Suyu were taken aback upon hearing Sufong's words. His imagination truly knew no bounds. If this were feasible, the strategic significance of the supernatural scrolls would elevate to unprecedented heights. Suyu trembled as she attempted to extract the pattern from Sufong's arm. A powerful sensation of tearing surged through his arm, as if the skin itself were about to be ripped apart. Had it not been for the 2 women standing before him, Sufong might have let out a horrific scream. Fortunately, under Suyu's control, the pattern indeed returned to the supernatural scroll. Chapter 90. Farewell to the demon assimilation. This scroll is nothing short of a divine artifact. With it, anyone can become a powered individual. In the apocalyptic world, the sole means to combat the aberrant beasts is through extraordinary abilities. And the most formidable human combatants today are 5th-level powered individuals. Yet, even a 5th-level powered individual finds themselves at a disadvantage against an equally ranked beast. And the path to ascend to a 5th-level powered individual requires immense resources, manpower, and a stroke of luck. Consequently, despite the hidden powered individuals lurking in the shadows, there are scarcely 25th-level powered individuals throughout the entire inner city. Each one is a rare gem, only willing to engage when faced with a 5th-level beast. Nearly every organization is diligently researching how to enable ordinary people to harness extraordinary abilities. Soul crystal weapons, artificial powered individuals, and the extraordinary ability scroll in Sufong's possession are all manifestations of this endeavor. Gazing at the ability scroll in his hand, Sufong once again instructed Suyu to attach the intricate design to his arm. firmly admonishing her that the existence of the ability scroll must remain a secret from everyone. Understood. Mu Binger and the others must not know, okay? Got it. Suyu. Though slightly miffed by Sufong's lack of trust, appeared adorably huffy. Rest well, there will be a grand battle tonight. Really? You must listen to your sister-in-law and not act impulsively. Understood. Observing Suyu's excitement, Sufong began to doubt whether she would truly heed his words. At this juncture, he could only cast a pleading glance at Tang Rulin for assistance. Leave it to me. Tang Rulin's greatest virtue was her ability to alleviate his concerns. Once the ability scroll was secured, Sufong hastened to the Lingyun household. Before he could approach the siblings' home, a powerful wave of energy radiated from within. Could it be? In just a day, Lingyun has successfully ascended? Remembering his own arduous journey through 7 failures before achieving the 3rd-level power, Sufong found it hard to believe. Could it be the soul crystal cannon crafted by Lingyu? He quickly considered another possibility. If that genius boy Lingyu had concocted something extraordinary, it wouldn't surprise him. Regardless of the circumstances, it was beneficial news for him. Moments later, the potent energy wave subsided, and with a mixture of emotions, Sufong entered the siblings' abode. What greeted him was a striking young woman. Though she bore some resemblance to Lingyun, it was evident that the girl before him was a vibrant maiden of 17 or 18. Possessing a physique and aura entirely distinct from Lingyun. Who is this young lady? Brother, it's me, Lingyun. Lingyun? Despite having harbored such a suspicion, the revelation was still hard for Sufong to accept. How did you transform like this? In response to Sufong's bewilderment, Lingyun herself felt equally perplexed. She shared the joyous news of her successful ascension to a 3rd-level powered individual and the acquisition of a 3rd extraordinary ability. And what is your 3rd ability? Sufong had never heard of an awakened ability prompting physical transformation. It is demon assimilation. What? Demon assimilation? Isn't that just like Lu Bufan? After Lu Bufan used demon assimilation, his body also underwent some changes. However, in that form, he was no longer his original self. His flesh had merely become a vessel for the demon's soul. Could it be that Ling Yun's body has now been overtaken by the succubus? Yet, seeing the confusion in Ling Yun's eyes, it didn't seem as though a demon had seized control of her body, just as Sufong regarded her with wariness. Ling Yu, rarely emerging from his research, finally snapped out of his focus. His gaze toward his sister held no surprise, only the simple complaint of being unbearably hungry. Seriously? Was this kid's nerves made of steel, or was Ling Yu just completely blind? Couldn't he tell the difference? In truth, Ling Yu had indeed noticed the changes in his sister's body, but the psychic connection between twins assured him that the woman before him was undeniably his sister. Unfortunately, Sufong lacked such a bond, and his eyes remained sharp with suspicion. Eventually, even Ling Yun grew exasperated, most crucially. She herself had no idea how to dispel the succubus assimilation. It'll fade once the energy within you is exhausted. Sufong recalled his battle with Lu Bufan and seemed to have an idea. When Sufong suggested testing Ling Yun's strength, she was visibly stunned. But in order to return to her original form as quickly as possible, she had no choice but to agree. On the open ground, Sufong handed her the bone blade. Now that I'm a 3rd-tier ability user, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Bring it on. Let's see what you're truly capable of. Sufong summoned a blood spear in his hand. Isn't that Zhu Yin's blood manipulation technique? Ling Yun's eyes widened in shock. She had been by Sufong's side for so long, how had she never known he possessed such an ability? Moreover, 3rd-tier ability users could only wield up to 3 powers. How could Sufong have mastered blood manipulation? Baffled, her attacks grew hesitant. Distraction is a fatal flaw on the battlefield. How dare you lose focus against me? Do you take me lightly? The blood spear thrust toward her, only to be deflected by the bone blade. Yet the spear dissolved into countless tendrils, ensnaring her. But Ling Yun was far from defeated. With a single teleportation, she effortlessly broke free, then slashed backward, leaving a black hole in front of her that exerted a powerful gravitational pull, restricting Sufong's movements. Yet this once unstoppable technique proved ineffective against him. Sufong was intimately familiar with her combat habits. The moment before the black hole fully formed, he closed the distance with violet lightning. These 2 tricks alone won't bring me down. If you don't unleash your new abilities now, you'll fall right here. With that, he paralyzed her briefly using violet lightning, then summoned a massive fireball that plummeted from the sky toward her. Sensing the killing intent in Sufong's strike, Ling Yun had no choice but to go all out. Fine, if that's how it is, don't blame me for holding nothing back. The previously immobilized Ling Yun teleported again, evading the fireball's blast radius. A sinister, inky energy surged from within her, coiling around the bone blade in her grip. Brother, I can't fully control this power. Forgive me. Only then did Ling Yun raise her bone knife high, delivering a breathtaking blow towards Sufong. The dark energy coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade, striking forth with an unstoppable momentum. Sufong, taken aback, could hardly fathom that forcing Ling Yun to unleash her full might would result in such overwhelming power. The pressure exerted by this strike was akin to that of Lu Bufan after his demonic transformation. What was even more astonishing was that Ling Yun, fearing her full-force attack might be evaded by Sufong, conjured several black holes around him, their formidable gravitational pull rendering him immobile. Confronted with Ling Yun's ultimate strike, Sufong had no choice but to invoke his most powerful dragon form. Chapter 91. The new form, even in the form of a serpentine dragon. Sufong could still sense the overwhelming pressure exerted by the blade. He regretted giving rise to such unnecessary trouble. In his moment of desperation, he recalled the blood wolf form utilized by Zhu Yin previously. Channeling all his energy, the dragon blood surged rapidly through his veins, causing his serpentine body to glow a vivid crimson. The blood dragon form. The dark blade energy collided violently with the body of the blood dragon. The clash of these two potent forces generated immense waves of energy, obliterating everything in their vicinity. Ling Yun was instantly hurled away by the shockwave produced by the collision, and during her flight, her mature form reverted to that of a young girl. The most unfortunate was Sufong, who, despite barely managing to deflect the blade energy with his blood dragon form, bore the brunt of the explosive energy alone. The blast caused chaos within him, and amidst the tumult of various powers clashing, he lost consciousness. During Sufong's unconsciousness, his body underwent transformations beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Following a mesmerizing burst of light, he re-emerged in human form, standing at the center of the explosion. However, his appearance had altered slightly. Beneath his human guise, dark red scales adorned his limbs, and his hands had morphed into dragon claws, while dragon horns sprouted from his head and a tail from his back. He had become a living dragon man. At this moment, Sufong seemed still in a daze, his vacant eyes gazing towards the sky. After a brief pause, clarity returned to his muddled gaze. Astonished, he beheld his transformed body, a surge of formidable power emanating from within. Strangely, the 7 distinct powers that once resided in him had vanished, seemingly merging into an enigmatic singular force. Not that he had lost all his abilities. When he wished to use them, he could still access his previous powers, albeit each had undergone subtle transformations post-fusion. Though perplexed, it was evident that Sufong's strength had significantly increased. A bittersweet smile crept upon his face as he marveled at the unexpected manner of his enhancement. Observing Ling Yun, now exhausted and reverted to her youthful form not far away, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He carried Ling Yun back to their siblings' home, instructing Ling Yu to take good care of her sister. Once he saw Ling Yu set aside her designs to focus on caring for Ling Yun, he finally felt at ease to depart. Originally, Sufong had sought Ling Yun's assistance to convey a message to Amelia, but he never anticipated such an outcome. It now seemed that even in tonight's battle, Ling Yun would be unable to participate. In his resigned state, Sufong resolved to personally visit the Abode church. After a careful disguise, he cautiously approached the church's entrance. However, his overly cautious demeanor soon attracted the attention of the church's personnel. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets rang out, halting his advance. Who are you? What brings you to the Abode church? At the church bell tower, a man gripped a gun tightly, vigilantly observing the stranger who had suddenly appeared before him. Sufong's current appearance made it difficult for him to be recognized. If he were identified by the Abode church, he would likely face more than just these 3 bullets. "I'm here to find Amelia," he declared. "Who do you think you are, attempting to meet our saint?" Saint? Sufong had thought that Amelia occupied a role akin to that of a leader within the Abode church. If Amelia were indeed a saint, then it stood to reason that there might be a figure akin to a leader controlling the masses. If that were the case, any collaboration against Gu Haitang would likely encounter complications. As he pondered this, the man in the bell tower interrupted his thoughts with several gunshots. Having been repeatedly underestimated, Sufong would not relent. With a swift motion of his left hand, he conjured a dozen icy spikes of blood that shot towards the man, knocking him from the tower. Had Sufong not shown mercy, the man would have surely met a grim fate. The commotion outside quickly drew the attention of the crowd. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at the Abode church?" Amelia appeared with her subordinates. Upon seeing the ice spikes formed from blood on the ground, everyone fell into a defensive stance. "Blood control? Could it be that Zhu Yin is not dead?" murmured an unremarkable man among the crowd. Only Amelia sensed a familiar aura emanating from the man before her. "You," or she began, already guessing the identity of the man. But she could hardly believe that such a significant change in his aura had occurred in just one day. "Let us discuss this inside." Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Amelia led Sufong into her office. Within the Abode church, speculation regarding the identity of this mysterious man ran rampant. Could he be the saint's secret boyfriend? What nonsense! The saint is the embodiment of the divine. Have you not seen her transformed as an angel? How could such a pure saint possibly have a man? Who said that? The saint has never claimed that the followers of the Isaibayo Church cannot have romantic partners. As the crowd indulged in their gossip, the unremarkable man had vanished from sight. This man was, in fact, Gu Haideng's infiltrator within the Isaibayo Church, originally sent to gather information regarding Amelia. Now, having discovered that blood control had resurfaced in the outer districts, he suspected that Zhu Ian might still be alive, and thus he hurried to relay this news back to Gu Haideng. In Amelia's office, she regarded the familiar face before her with curiosity. Tell me, how is it that in merely half a day, your aura has changed so dramatically? Had Amelia not brought it up, Sufong himself would have remained oblivious to the alteration in his aura. It was likely connected to the fusion of his abilities within. However, he could not quite comprehend it himself, thus unable to explain it to Amelia. Sensing Sufong's vague response, Amelia tactfully refrained from further inquiries. What is it that prompted your urgent visit? I've decided to launch a surprise attack on the Crow's territory tonight. Such haste? The two reached a consensus only yesterday, yet Amelia could hardly anticipate that Sufong would decide to take action today. What is most perplexing is that if Sufong had indeed resolved to act today, he could have simply stated so yesterday, thereby avoiding the risk of coming here today. Clearly, something significant must have transpired in the intervening hours, compelling him to advance his plans. As Amelia elaborated on her analysis with fervor, Sufong could not help but marvel at her capabilities. To be one of the 8 leaders, Amelia not only possessed formidable strength but also demonstrated remarkable insight. I have received word that the Zhu family from the inner city will soon dispatch someone, and when that occurs, the situation will only grow more chaotic. We must resolve these troubles swiftly. If that is the case, it will indeed be challenging, with Mu Bingo as his ally. Sufong naturally trusted the veracity of this information. Chapter 92. Night Raid on the Raven. Emily remained silent for an extended period, gazing intently at Sufong, as if contemplating whether to involve herself in his scheme. Although she had previously consented to participate, Sufong's abrupt decision to expedite the timeline left them with insufficient preparation. Sufong discerned Emily's apprehension. I understand your concerns. We lack the time to prepare, and Gu Haideng is equally pressed for time, he reassured her. What truly unsettled Emily was Gu Haideng. As for the Raven, she held no regard for him. Sufong's reasoning was sound. Despite the time constraints, Gu Haideng too was unprepared. Most importantly, they possessed the initiative. Very well, Emily conceded, recognizing that relying solely on the strength of the A-side church would not suffice to contend with Gu Haideng. Sufong's offer of collaboration was a rare opportunity. Should she let it slip by, she would likely endure a prolonged period under Gu Haitong's scrutiny. After receiving her affirmative response, Sufong finally felt a sense of relief. In truth, Emily's role was not particularly demanding. She merely needed to remain hidden during the confrontation between Sufong and the Raven, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when Gu Haideng launched her ambush. And if Gu Haideng did not arrive, it would merely be a wasted journey, with no significant loss on her part. From Emily, Sufong gleaned valuable intelligence regarding Gu Haideng and the Raven, and after extensive discussion, they finally devised a suitable strategy. Upon returning to the defense team, Sufong summoned Brother Hu and Li Jun, among others. When he revealed the plan to raid the Raven's territory, the group reacted with unexpected excitement. Does that rascal Raven truly believe our defense team is a soft target? Indeed, he brazenly dares to come to our domain and commit murder. Tonight, we shall catch him off guard. As the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, Sufong noticed that 3 individuals did not share in the jubilation. One, in particular, wore a furrowed brow, leading Sufong to suspect that this person was an informant planted by the Raven within the defense team. Silence. After the initial wave of discontent subsided, Sufong commanded the attention of the group. This matter is of utmost importance. No one is to leave before we embark. As soon as he uttered these words, a chorus of lamentations erupted. What do you mean? Su, do you not trust us? Indeed, we are your brothers. Ironically, the loudest protests came from the very 3 who had previously been silent. The rest of the group appeared to share their dissatisfaction with Sufong's decision. Sufong merely scoffed, now more convinced than ever that the 3 were indeed spies. It is precisely because I regard you all as brothers that I cannot allow this plan to encounter any unforeseen complications. If even a whisper of our intentions is revealed, the Raven will have time to prepare, placing my brothers in jeopardy. Sufong acknowledged that his current standing was insufficient to instill fear in the group, so he focused on calming their tempers. Upon hearing his reasoning, the group seemed to find it justifiable, ultimately agreeing with his directive. This, however, left the 3 spies in a rather precarious situation. Sufong launched a nocturnal assault on the territory of the Crow, a matter of great significance. Regardless of whether those 3 individuals were affiliated with the Crow, it was imperative that this news be relayed. As anticipated, The trio discreetly vanished into the crowd when no one was paying attention. They looked back thrice to ensure they were not being followed before departing from the defense team. "Follow them," commanded Ling Yun. "We must act swiftly. We cannot allow this information to reach the crow." After a restful afternoon, Ling Yun had regained his strength. Sufong considered the three as suitable practice targets for Ling Yun, reminding him not to resort to demonic assimilation unless absolutely necessary. In less than half an hour, Ling Yun silently returned to the headquarters of the defense team. "Have you dealt with them?" he inquired. They were merely 3 lackeys. Ling Yun appeared to have adapted well to his role as an assassin. "For tonight's operation, your duty is to remain hidden and protect Tangrulin and Suyu." "Understood." With the Crimson Moon hanging high, the group, led by Sufong, arrived at the fringes of the crow's territory. "Everyone, heed my command. Our target is the crow. Spare all others." Suddenly, a colossal fireball materialized above them, descending like a meteorite upon the ground. In an instant, the crow's minions suffered countless casualties. At Sufong's command, dozens of individuals descended upon the territory like divine soldiers, with Tiger Brother transforming into a soaring beast, charging into the fray. While Li Jun coordinated a barrage of skills with a cadre of long-range ability users from the rear. Faced with this sudden ambush, the disorganized mass of the crow's followers scattered in panic, some even perishing under the feet of their comrades. Observing the chaos engulfing the crow's territory, Sufong bore no expression of triumph. His true objective was Gu Haitang. The crow? He dismissed him entirely. From Amelia's perspective, the crow was merely a feeble opportunist who had seized the moment following the deaths of Ma Wangge and Lu Fang, the weakest among the 8 mercenary leaders. Within the crow's domain, he was roused from his slumber by the commotion outside, the flickering red light signifying impending doom. "Who goes there? What transpires outside?" he demanded, shoving the woman beside him aside as he adjusted his attire. The continued silence at the door indicated that something grave was afoot. As the crow donned his garments, the red light intensified, a searing heat permeating through the entrance. "Damn it! Who dares to create chaos in my territory?" A massive black bird soared into the sky, appearing particularly ominous under the blood moon. "It's the crow!" exclaimed Miss Mu, recognizing the target of their operation. Having long harbored unbridled fury over the crow's assassination of workers on her domain, she would not hold back upon confronting the culprit. Countless vines surged forth, reaching for the heavens in an attempt to ensnare the airborne crow. However, the crow's ability to fly provided him a natural advantage, allowing him to deftly evade the assault with his agile maneuvers. Even with Mu Binga summoning her 3 wooden giants, she could not inflict even the slightest harm upon her opponent. It was utterly infuriating, watching the crow soar high above, completely disregarding her assaults. How could the proud Miss Mu possibly endure such insolence? With a grand sweep of her hand, she summoned a towering, crimson bird, its body ablaze with flickering flames. Was this extraordinary creature hatched from a beast egg? Sufong gazed at the magnificent bird in disbelief, astonished at such a transformation in a mere fortnight. Naturally, it had taken considerable effort and soul crystals to nurture Chiefing to such formidable strength. The arrival of Chiefing imbued Mu Binger with unwavering confidence, and without waiting for Sufong to inquire further, she soared towards the crow. Chapter 93. Aerial combat. Protect her well. If anything happens to Mu Binger, you are aware of the consequences. Suddenly, Mumu appeared beside Sufong, her sweet voice sending a chill down his spine. "Mumu, are you truly the guardian of Miss Mu, or am I? I am not being compensated for this." "Not compensated? Do not worry, as long as you fulfill your duties. Benefits will surely come your way." At that moment, Mumu appeared languid, her tone reminiscent of Sufong's former employer, who often painted grandiose visions without substance. Yet, due to Mumu's formidable prowess, he found himself compelled to comply. A sigh transformed into a dragon's roar as Sufong ascended, embodying a soaring dragon. Mumu, who had been half asleep, suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing at Sufong in astonishment. "What is it, Mumu?" Though Suyu had been meticulously controlling her snowflake spirit in battle, her thoughts never strayed far. She immediately noticed the shift in Mumu's gaze towards Sufong. "Your brother seems somewhat different." "Different? Is he not the same as usual?" "Mumu, you must be mistaken." Suyu believed Mumu had discovered the existence of the ability scroll and hastened to clarify. "Is that so?" Clearly, Mumu paid little heed to Suyu's words. What truly captivated her was not the blood control scroll, but the apparent transformation within Sufong's dragon form. Mumu shed her earlier lethargy, her eyes fixed intently on Sufong, scrutinizing every movement. This behavior unnerved Suyu and Tangrulin, who struggled to concentrate on the battle, equally fixated on Sufong, wary of any slip on his part. In the skies, Mu Binga rode atop Chiefing, pursuing the fleeing crows. It was not that the crows were no match for this young lady. Rather, they dared not retaliate. In the outer districts, who was unaware of Mu Binger's true identity? Even when cornered, they could not risk striking back. Fortunately, while in the air, Mubingo could only rely on the massive Chiefing for her offensive maneuvers. Despite Chiefing's considerable size, it was ultimately merely a second-tier beast, and its attacks could hardly harm the crows. Faced with the relentless Mubingo, the crows could no longer suppress their rising fury. Suddenly, one of them darted into the clouds at an astonishing speed, vanishing from Mubingo's sight. Just as she intended to command Chiefing to pursue, Sufong's stern rebuke resonated from behind. The dragon swooped past Mubingo, leaving only the words "leave it to me" before disappearing from her view. Gazing at the blood moon in the sky, Mubingo could not help but grumble about Sufong. He only knows how to command me. Who is truly the boss here? Despite her complaints, Mubingo obediently returned to the ground. The first thing she did upon landing was to throw herself into Mu Mu's embrace, venting her frustrations. Mu Mu, can you believe Sufong actually dared to give me orders? You must teach him a lesson when we return. Understanding the temperament of the young lady, Mu Mu chose to soothe her for the time being. Her gaze remained on the sky. Although the clouds had long obscured Sufong's figure, she could still discern the unfolding battle between the two. Sister Mu Mu, how is their battle progressing? Rest assured, with Sufong's strength, the crow is no match for him. But why does your expression seem so grave? Mubingo, somewhat perplexed, wondered why, with Sister Mu Mu's prowess, the battle between Sufong and the crow would warrant her undivided attention. It's nothing. In the sky, Sufong remained oblivious to the fact that every move he made was being closely observed by Sister Mu Mu. At this moment, his sole focus was on defeating the crow before him. Although the crow was not particularly powerful, his evasion skills were exceptional. Deftly dodging both the crimson flame and the purple lightning, this fellow seems to be quite the trickster. A flash of purple light illuminated the sky as Sufong transformed into a dragon-like figure, swiftly positioning himself before the crow. Countless arcs of purple lightning coalesced into a vast net, attempting to ensnare the crow. However, as the leader of his group, the crow possessed a degree of strength. Enveloped within a formidable energy shield, when one strike failed, Sufong resorted to the crimson flame, yet even the spirit fire could not breach the crow's energy barrier. Is this what Amelia referred to as absolute defense? According to Amelia, the crow was deemed worthless. Yet he managed to secure a place among the 8 leaders solely due to his extraordinary defensive ability. In the outer district, no one could penetrate the crow's energy shield. Despite possessing such an invincible ability, Amelia held him in such low regard for one reason: the immense energy consumption required to maintain this shield. Lacking potent offensive capabilities, the crow would ultimately succumb to defeat as his internal energy depleted, were it not for his ascension to a level 3 Esper, which granted him the ability to transform into the crow, and the rare ability to fly that most lacked. He would have likely met his demise long ago. Today, however, the crow has encountered his nemesis. Sufong not only possessed the ability to fly, but could also traverse the skies with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the crow with no avenue for escape. No matter where the crow attempted to flee, Sufong would be upon him in the blink of an eye. Damn it. A relentless pursuer. Realizing there was no escape, the crow ultimately chose to confront Sufong head-on. Sufong, you wretched scoundrel. Not only did you send someone to assassinate me, but now you dare to ruin my territory. In response to the crow's accusations, Sufong could hardly be bothered to explain. Given the crow's arrogant disposition, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was being manipulated by Gu Haitang. With the crow no longer fleeing and opting for a direct confrontation, Sufong naturally accorded him the utmost respect. The dragon-like form of Sufong flickered with purple lightning, even causing the surrounding clouds to erupt with thunder. This is bad. The crow had initially thought the sky was his domain, believing that with his flying ability and energy shield, he could hold his ground against Sufong. Little did he expect that Sufong's purple lightning would summon thunder from above. This was not his territory. It was rapidly becoming his pyre. By the time the crow realized what was happening, the thunder had already descended. Fortunately, he quickly erected his energy shield, successfully blocking the damage from both the thunder and the purple lightning. Observing the crow withstand such a formidable strike unscathed, Sufong gained a newfound respect for this absolute defense. Were it not for the crow's lack of powerful offensive skills, overcoming him would surely prove a formidable challenge. Only the heavens seek your demise. It appears you are destined to become my stepping stone. Sufong murmured to herself, but to the raven, it resonated only as echoes of a dragon's roar. Although the combined force of thunder and violet lightning could not penetrate the energy shield, the raven understood that its opponent was merely exhausting its own energy and would ultimately be vanquished in the same manner. Aware of its predicament, the raven resolved to take a desperate gamble. Within the confines of the energy shield, tendrils of enigmatic energy seeped from the raven's obsidian form, enveloping it like a shroud of mist. Moments later, the entire energy shield was suffused with this black energy, rendering the atmosphere utterly uncanny. Chapter 94. The crow Tengu, a dense cloud of black smoke, enveloped the entire energy shield, threatening to burst at any moment. Although Sufong was unaware of the grand scheme the crow was concocting, he could not idly stand by and allow his opponent to execute it. Even knowing that the energy shield represented an impenetrable defense, Sufong relentlessly launched his assaults. The violet lightning and crimson flames bombarded the shield in a continuous barrage. Yet he could not breach its formidable barrier. However, he noticed a faint crack appearing along the edge of the shield. Is it working? According to Amelia, the crow's energy shield could withstand a full-force strike from the Duke of Ma, yet here he was, seemingly on the verge of shattering it. Before Sufong could savor the thrill of impending victory, the crack on the shield grew more pronounced, with black smoke beginning to seep through. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke, revealing before Sufong a creature with the head of a bird and the body of a man. In stark contrast to its previous massive avian form, the crow now stood at a mere height of about 1.5 meters, adorned with elongated feathers, a sharp beak, and jet black wings. Its hands and feet had transformed into lethal claws, grasping a trident. The crow Tengu? The crow's current appearance bore a striking resemblance to the legendary crow beast from a certain nation's folklore, evidently embodying its ultimate attack. Sufong, I never anticipated you would force me to reveal this move. My secret must remain concealed. You shall perish here today. Transformed, the crow radiated an extraordinary ferocity. Before Sufong could utter a word, the trident in its grasp shot towards him like a spear. Is that all? Sufong had initially felt trepidation towards the crow's Tengu form, yet the promised strike proved disappointingly mundane. As he attempted to evade the trident with the agility of a dragon, he discovered that his body had become utterly immobilized. The trident effortlessly pierced through his dragon form. Even more bizarrely, the trident that had penetrated and dissipated into black smoke, returning to the crow's hand. My attacks are inescapable, the crow declared triumphantly, revealing what appeared to be its third extraordinary ability. What does that mean? Inescapable? Sufong had never encountered such a power before. The crow fell silent, retrieving a soul crystal gun from behind, seemingly prepared to demonstrate its ability through action. After a brief moment of charging, the soul crystal gun fired a beam of blue light. Sufong was well aware of the gun's formidable power. Even his dragon form might not withstand such a strike. Yet, as he attempted to evade once more, he found his body paralyzed again, absorbing the shot directly, leaving him with another wound. What the hell is this perverse ability? Fortunately, the damage from the trident and soul crystal gun was not overly severe. Otherwise, Sufong would have met his demise. I told you, my attacks are utterly inescapable. You are destined to die here today. After landing 2 successful strikes, the crow's demeanor became increasingly arrogant. Is that so? Glancing at the wound on his waist, Sufong understood that he must seize the initiative. Without waiting for the raven to strike, he took the initiative. The colossal body of the dragon vanished into the sky, and Sufong transformed into a streak of violet lightning, charging toward the raven, only for his bone knife to be intercepted by an energy shield at the moment of attack. Although his strike was thwarted, Sufong's assault did not cease. In the raven's astonished gaze, the bone knife was wielded with increasing velocity, creating numerous afterimages that denied the raven even a fleeting opportunity to counterattack. What? Are you still hesitating to act? Are you so confident in your energy shield? Sufong had just observed that when the raven utilized the energy shield, it could not deploy any other offensive skills. Seizing upon this flaw, Sufong was determined to deny the raven any chance to retaliate. Pressured by Sufong's relentless barrage, the raven found himself forced to retreat, his expression growing increasingly grim. Damn it! The raven could hardly believe that even in his most formidable Tengu form, he was unable to subdue Sufong, and instead was being driven back relentlessly. Despite having become one of the 8 leaders within the mercenary guild, he remained the object of scorn from others. Even Amelia, a woman, had not spared him a kind glance. By heavens, I shall surely slay you today. Suddenly, the raven voluntarily dispelled the energy shield, brandishing a trident to meet Sufong's bone knife. The collision of the bone knife and trident generated a tremendous surge of energy, dispersing the clouds in the sky. The onlookers on the ground finally had the opportunity to witness the duel of the 2 combatants. Have you finally decided to emerge from your shell? Seeing the raven unable to contain his fury any longer and willingly dispelling the energy shield, Sufong realized his strategy had succeeded. So what? Can you evade my strikes? This audacity was also the raven's confidence in confronting Sufong head-on. Is that so? A mysterious smile graced Sufong's lips as he suddenly vanished from the raven's sight. I acknowledge that your abilities are formidable, but I have long been aware of your vulnerabilities. His voice drifted like the tempest into the raven's ears. Impossible. The raven was acutely aware of the shortcomings of his powers, yet he could not believe that Sufong had discerned his weakness after just 2 attacks. If that is the case, why do you not restrict my movements now? Sufong's voice continued to echo through the sky. But the raven could not catch sight of him. The raven's expression darkened. With that single statement, he understood that Sufong had uncovered his flaw. As long as your eyes cannot keep pace with my speed, you will be unable to confine my movements. A bolt of violet lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, only to be blocked by the raven's energy shield. However, the raven soon dispelled the shield. Oh, it seems the energy within you is nearly depleted. The raven's actions unmistakably conveyed to Sufong that the opportunity for victory was within reach. Suddenly, a streak of violet lightning sliced through the sky, and Sufong's figure emerged from the blood moon. He had just utilized the crimson light of the blood moon to obscure his presence from the raven's sight. In an instant, the purple light flashed, and the bone knife grazed before the raven's eyes, a sudden searing heat enveloping his chest. Looking down, he was shocked to find a slender, thread-like knife scar etched across his torso. Suddenly, crimson flames erupted from the knife wounds, instantly transforming the crow into a fiery figure. A piercing scream caused everyone on the ground to cease their actions, their gazes fixated on the lamenting crow. Before anyone could react, a violet flash streaked across the sky, abruptly silencing the agonizing cries. The crow, now engulfed in flames, was swiftly bisected, torn asunder, defeated, as the two fiery orbs descended slowly from the heavens. The crow's subordinates understood that their leader had succumbed, rendering their struggle utterly futile. The clattering of weapons fell helplessly to the ground, as all recognized that the crow's territory now belonged to the defense team. Chapter 95, Gu Haitang and Lu Bufan Sufong descended slowly before the crowd, bearing the lifeless body of a crow in his hand. Observing the silence of those around him, he forcefully cast the crow's corpse to the ground. Just as he was about to declare his victory, a fierce wave of blade energy surged toward him. "Be careful!" A cry echoed from the depths of the nearby woods. But Sufong had no time to evade the impending danger. The sharp energy left a deep gash on his already wounded body. "Brother!" Sufong. Blood gushed from his mouth, and before Sufong could collapse, Tang Rulin leaped from the crowd, her hands outstretched, as two sacred light crosses pierced the wounds upon Sufong's body. As Sufong's injuries healed at a visible rate, Suyu finally felt a semblance of relief, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared toward the source of the blade energy. Who dares to show themselves? To her dismay, the crow had proven utterly ineffective, unable to bring down even a single Sufong. From the ruins, several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. Lu Bufan? Mu Bing-er instantly recognized the leader among them, his pale, bearded visage starkly contrasting with the mercenaries. However, what shocked her more was the familiar figure beside Gu Haitang. Even Sufong, half-conscious, woke in an instant, his expression turning wary as he focused on the two figures in the distance. "Sufong, today marks your end." Lu Bufan's mocking laughter echoed ominously as he beheld Sufong's injuries, his voice dry and unsettling. Gu Haitang, once the protagonist, was now cast aside by Sufong's attention. Sufong and his companions fixated on Lu Bufan, sensing the changes within him. It was not merely his skin, body, or voice. The malevolent aura emanating from Lu Bufan suggested he had transformed into something far more sinister. Though Lu Bufan had not yet invoked demonic assimilation, the evil essence surrounding him seemed to declare that he had become a demon. Struggling against his injuries, Sufong rose once more. "Lu Bufan, you narrowly escaped death. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. Is that so?" A cruel smile lingered at the corners of Lu Bufan's mouth. Since his last defeat, he had awaited this opportunity for revenge for far too long. As Sufong gazed upon his slightly monstrous fangs, he momentarily questioned whether this being before him was still Lu Bufan or if he had already fused with the demon within. "Sufong, no need for further words. You know your situation all too well. Today is your final day." Gu Haitang, the cunning fox, immediately discerned Lu Bufan's intentions. With a casual sweep of her blade, a burst of azure energy transformed into the shape of a swallow, soaring towards Sufong. Fortunately, Suyu, quick-witted and agile, commanded the snowflake spirit to intercept the attack just in time. Otherwise, given Sufong's current state, he would suffer grievously. Cowering behind a woman, Sufong truly embodies the heroism. Gu Haitang's scornful taunts fell on deaf ears as Sufong remained focused on regaining his strength. If Lu Bufan chose to strike, it seemed only Mu Bing-er would have a chance of escape. Yet, Gu Haitang was unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. "Everyone, attack. Whoever can slay Sufong shall inherit the second-in-command position of the Blue Sea." Under Gu Haitang's deception, the dozen or so individuals beside him disregarded all the guards and focused their attacks on Sufong. Countless skills rained down upon him from all directions. However, Gu Haitang and his men severely underestimated the current defensive force. Under the training of Sufong and Mu Bing-er, the guards had undergone a tremendous transformation. There were already over 20 second-tier ability users among them. Gu Haitong's mere dozen men stood no chance of breaking through the defensive perimeter. Even as his subordinates were being pushed back one after another, not a trace of worry appeared on Gu Haitong's face. Instead, a cunning smirk curled at the corners of his lips. On the battlefield, Gu Haitong's men fell one by one, and from their corpses, faint, nearly imperceptible black threads emerged. Converging toward Lu Bufan, Gu Haiyang had incited his men to attack Sufong solely to exploit their lives and restoring Lu Bufan's strength. With each fallen subordinate, Lu Bufan's grin grew increasingly maniacal. Meanwhile, Tang Rulin exhausted the last of her energy, finally healing Sufong's injuries. Stop. Sufong, now recovered, seemed to have realized Lu Bufan's intentions. That old fox Gu Haitang must have known that his small group stood no chance against their numbers, so why sacrifice his men? Though Sufong didn't understand the exact scheme between Gu Haitang and Lu Bufan, he knew he had to seize the initiative. Staring at the smug expressions of Gu Haitang and Lu Bufan, Sufong suddenly shouted, "Amelia, aren't you going to show yourself?" As his voice rang out, a dazzling light erupted in the distance. A radiant beam of holy light pierced through the darkness, descending before Lu Bufan. Amelia's sacred spear lunged toward him like a dragon, its pure energy severing the black threads gathering around Lu Bufan in an instant. Damn it! Though Amelia's ambush didn't wound Lu Bufan, it inadvertently disrupted his absorption of the dark energy. The holy light emanating from Amelia seemed to naturally repel Lu Bufan, now corrupted by demonic forces. The moment they clashed, it triggered an eruption of malevolent power within him. A hoarse, guttural roar sent everyone nearby flying back. Even Amelia, clad in her radiant armor, was no exception. Even from 100 meters away, Sufong and the others could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Lu Bufan. The weaker guards were forced back hundreds of meters, leaving only Mu Mu and Sufong unaffected, their gazes locked onto Lu Bufan. Lu Bufan's demonic corruption has grown even stronger, Mu Mu murmured in shock. For the first time, she sensed a trace of fear emanating from him. This meant Lu Bufan now possessed strength comparable to a fourth-tier ability user. The biggest problem was that, technically, Lu Bufan was still a third-tier ability user, unbound by the rules, while she was forbidden from intervening. And apart from her, no one present could stand against Lu Bufan. Mu Mu even contemplated, if necessary, abandoning everyone else and fleeing with Mu Binger. She knew Mu Binger's character all too well. Despite being a noble lady from the inner city, she was straightforward and fiercely loyal, never one to escape alone. As she contemplated how to accompany Mu Binger, she noticed Sufong's unwavering gaze fixed on Lu Bufan, his eyes brimming with astonishment, surprise, and confusion, yet devoid of any fear. Could it be that Sufong possessed the confidence to confront Lu Bufan after his assimilation with the demon? No, that was inconceivable. Even though Sufong had endured the human experiments of a clandestine organization, granting him an additional ability beyond that of an ordinary supernatural being, it could not possibly bridge the chasm created by the demoness assimilation. Did Sufong harbor some hidden secret? Observing Sufong's composed demeanor, Mu Mu suddenly felt that perhaps tonight she would witness the birth of a miracle. Chapter 96, The Six-Armed Azura in Truth. Sufong was not as confident as Mu Mu had imagined. He exhibited no signs of panic, the sole reason being that he could not perceive the formidable aura emanating from Lu Bufan. When the terrifying presence that compelled everyone else to retreat fell upon Sufong, it stirred not the slightest ripple, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. Unbeknownst to Sufong, his body was instinctively resisting the malevolent energy radiating from Lu Bufan, undergoing a subtle transformation in the process. 100 meters apart, Sufong and Lu Bufan stood in a tense standoff, their auras colliding and generating a powerful gust of wind. All present, including Amelia and Gu Haitang, silently withdrew to a distance of several dozen meters, tacitly granting the battlefield to the two adversaries. Amelia, Miss Gu, I entrust Gu Haitang to you. Leave no survivors. Sufong suddenly revealed a confident smile. Perhaps it was due to his prior victory over Lu Bufan that he felt unperturbed by the latter's formidable presence. He had been meticulously assessing their respective strengths, and upon confirming that only Gu Haitang's dozen or so subordinates lay in ambush, he resolved to leave them in the capable hands of Amelia and Mu Binger, choosing instead to confront Lu Bufan himself. Sufong's intentions harmonized with Lu Bufan's. Before others could utter further words, 8 spider legs emerged beside Lu Bufan, becoming even more colossal under the influence of demonic power. As black lightning coiled around Lu Bufan, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A resounding clash of metal drew everyone's attention, revealing Sufong's bone dagger colliding with the obsidian spider legs. Only then did the crowd catch sight of Lu Bufan once more. However, not all eyes were fixed solely on him. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, Gu Haidang and his subordinates launched a surprise assault. Countless skills converged instantaneously upon Amelia. In truth, Gu Haidang had not initially intended for Emilia to be the primary target. He had not anticipated her alliance with Sufong. The previous night's battle had become the talk of the town, and the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by Emilia ignited a fierce resentment within him, prompting a shift in focus towards her. Yet, he had underestimated Emilia's prowess. Although her attention was momentarily captured by Lu Bufan, her keen intuition enabled her to raise the holy shield just in time to deflect all incoming attacks. Dozens of vividly colored skills, in the presence of her radiant shield, were rendered mere background effects. Gu Haidang. Today you shall be stripped of your title among the 8 great leaders. Emilia, already filled with disdain for Gu Haidang, felt her fury ignite further as she was repeatedly ambushed. Enveloped in holy light, she charged into the enemy ranks like a valiant Valkyrie, turning the tide of battle with her fierce onslaught. Witnessing such exhilarating combat, Mu Binger would not miss the opportunity and immediately summoned the wooden giant and Chi Feng to join the fray. Facing 2 level 3 ability users simultaneously posed a considerable challenge, even for the cunning Gu Haidang. Yet, his face betrayed not a hint of panic. Instead, he retreated with a calm demeanor. It was not until the 3 combatants were deliberately led by Gu Haidang into a carefully prepared corner that the command was given, engage. Before the astonished gazes of Emilia and Mu Binger, a somewhat familiar visage emerged. Lu Bufan? Mu Binger was astounded that Lu Buping had managed to evade the perceptions of Sufong and Sister Mumu, concealing himself in this corner. Lu Buping's sudden appearance instantaneously shifted the tide of battle, particularly with his unique ability, the black silk particles, which rendered escape virtually impossible once ensnared. This rendered Emilia and Mu Binger's attacks hesitant and timid. With the addition of the Falling Phoenix Society to the fray, Gu Haitang's side gradually began to reclaim their footing. However, these were mere embellishments. The true determinants of the battle's outcome were Sufong and Lu Bufan, in stark contrast to the fervent skirmishes of Emilia and her companions. The confrontation between Sufong and Lu Bufan had yet to commence. The two stood in a tense standoff for 5 or 6 minutes without making a move. Observing from the sidelines, Suyu and the others shifted from initial anxiety to indifference, and now even felt a twinge of impatience. Lu Bufan, will you fight, or not? If you do not wish to engage, then surrender yourself and do not waste our time here. Suyu, of course, would not cast blame on Sufong, placing all responsibility squarely on Lu Bufan's shoulders. Unexpectedly, it was her words that shattered the prolonged stalemate. A flash of black lightning surged, and Lu Bufan lunged towards Suyu, his metallic spider-like appendage aimed directly at her throat. In a critical moment, a flash of white light appeared as a bone blade cleaved downwards, severing the audacious limb that dared to cross the line. Lu Bufan, even with such formidable power, you only dare to bully women. You are destined to cower behind others, forever branded as a despised wretch. Each of Sufong's words was a provocation to Lu Bufan's dignity. Perhaps truly stung by the remnants of his pride, Lu Bufan's eyes flared crimson, glowering at Sufong as if they could bleed. Sufong, you are doomed. With Lu Bufan's roar, his skin darkened further, and strange tattoos multiplied across his body. The black spider limbs suddenly pierced his own flesh, and dark crimson blood instantly stained the earth beneath him. Moments later, a peculiar blood-painted formation emerged on the ground. Countless black lines erupted from the earth, coalescing into a pitch-black armor upon Lu Bufan, starkly contrasting with Emilia's radiant holy armor. This was a power drawn from the depths of hell. Yet, Lu Bufan's might did not end there. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he abruptly extended his hands toward his back. With a piercing scream, Lu Bufan audaciously wrenched free a pair of spider legs from his back, which transformed into dual blades under an eerie glow. Observing the erratically thrashing limbs behind him, Lu Bufan seemed to find them bothersome, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, a surge of black energy emanated from Lu Bufan once more. The dark energy enveloped 4 of the spider's legs, and as the energy dissipated, it was astonishingly revealed that those 4 legs had transformed into human hands. The remaining 2 spider legs were also extracted, morphing into a black sword and a spear. Thus, Lu Bufan emerged before Sufong in an entirely new and eerie guise. Six-armed Azura? Mu Mu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Lu Bufan's current form, murmuring a name. What? Sufong, for the first time, witnessed such a look of shock on Mu Mu's face, as if Lu Bufan before them was an entity too difficult to comprehend. In truth, even Lu Bufan himself felt a twinge of trepidation at his own uncanny appearance. Chapter 97. Ling Yun's rescue. Mu Mu remained unable to believe her own eyes, her voice laced with skepticism. Azura? Within the recesses of her previous life's memories, Azura was a remarkably unique race in Buddhist mythology, known for their formidable combat prowess and their mastery of diverse fighting techniques, each tailored to their distinctive traits. Among them, the multi-armed Azura stood out as the most exceptional. Perhaps due to possessing a greater number of arms than an ordinary person, the multi-armed Azura adeptly wielded various weapons, their fighting style exceedingly versatile, making them the most combative of their kind. Among the multi-armed Azuras, the 8-armed Azura reigned as the mightiest, a being so rare that even in myth, its existence was scarcely recorded. The 6-armed Azura, on the other hand, was a legendary demon of considerable power in this world, hence Mumu's astonished expression. The appearance of a demon, which was supposed to exist only in legends, left her momentarily unsure of how to confront it. Yet Sufong showed no signs of retreat. Despite the fact that Azuras were formidable beings in the legends of both worlds, Lu Bufan before them evidently had not attained such heights. Otherwise, they would have already met their demise. The delay in Lu Bufan's action stemmed from two possibilities. Firstly, Lu Bufan was merely a Abode, possessing the appearance of a 6-armed Azura without the corresponding strength. Secondly, Lu Bufan's body was incapable of withstanding the overwhelming power of a 6-armed Azura, leading him to don black armor for protection. In other words, the armor was not intended to enhance his defense, but rather to prevent his body from disintegrating. In comparison, Sufong leaned towards the latter hypothesis. To validate his thoughts, he gripped his bone knife and boldly launched an attack. The flame-encased bone knife struck towards Lu Bufan's head, only to be parried by Lu Bufan, who wielded 4 weapons, subsequently counterattacking with dual blades. However, Sufong was well prepared and deftly evaded Lu Bufan's strikes. In that singular exchange, Sufong sensed the chasm between them. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the 6-armed Azura, he found himself somewhat beleaguered. Even his attempts to create distance using the purple lightning were effortlessly thwarted by Lu Bufan's black lightning. Yet, after this brief skirmish, Sufong successfully confirmed his suspicion. The armor adorning Lu Bufan was likely intended to protect his deteriorating body. Each of Sufong's assaults was met with Lu Bufan's 6 arms, which adeptly blocked them, causing Sufong to miss numerous opportunities to inflict serious injury. This seemed utterly illogical to an observer. With the black armor shielding him, Lu Bufan could have easily withstood Sufong's bone knife and retaliated, trading injury for a decisive blow. However, Lu Bufan refrained from such a strategy. Despite possessing immense power, his combat style was remarkably conservative, seemingly reluctant to allow Sufong to harm him in the slightest. During their previous encounter, Sufong had learned that the essence of demon assimilation involved the souls of demons from hell merging with one's body, thereby granting the formidable strength of a demon. However, the cost incurred is equally formidable. The demonic power is beyond what the human body can endure. This is precisely why Lu Bufan faltered in his previous encounter. Now, having acquired even greater strength from the demon, his body is naturally unable to withstand it. If one were to seize upon this vulnerability, victory would be within reach. Yet, he still underestimated the might of the 6-armed Azura. The seemingly cumbersome 6 arms rendered Lu Bufan's defenses impenetrable. Not only could they repel all of Sufong's assaults, but they could also unleash a fierce strike that nearly cleaved Sufong in two. In the face of such an adversary, Sufong had to exert every ounce of his strength just to maintain a semblance of equilibrium in the battle. Sufong, is this truly the extent of your prowess? It appears that your warm-up has been sufficient. It is time to send you on your way. While Sufong was deeply contemplating how to breach his opponent's defenses, Lu Bufan's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. What? Before he could react, an intense pain surged through his chest, and he was propelled several meters away. His body was sent flying like a ball, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation as Lu Bufan's dual blades slashed at him once more, adding 2 more gashes to his back. Lu Bufan had grown swifter. Sufong could distinctly feel that he could no longer match his opponent's speed. Not only was escape impossible, but he lacked even the time to react. Another heavy blow descended, and fortunately, Sufong managed to block it with his bone blade. Otherwise, the battle would likely have reached its conclusion. However, pinned down, Sufong found himself utterly devoid of any capacity to counterattack. As he was crushed beneath the weight of Lu Bufan's onslaught, he realized just how powerless he truly was when his once proud speed was suppressed by the opponent. Although he managed to deflect Lu Bufan's twin blades, the advantage of the 6 arms was manifestly evident at that moment. The black sword and long spear in the other 2 arms lunged toward his head like harbingers of death, just as he felt his demise was imminent. A sudden roar captured everyone's attention. Ling Yun unleashed the allure of the succubus, wielding a surge of black blade energy that sent Lu Bufan sprawling. Instantly, all gazes converged upon Ling Yun, granting Sufong a momentary respite. A succubus? Gazing at the enchanting and graceful Ling Yun before him, Lu Bufan was not only unfazed but also taken aback with profound astonishment. At that moment, Mumu was utterly dumbfounded. She never anticipated encountering two individuals capable of demon assimilation in the outer districts, a phenomenon that had seemed taboo in the inner city. Yet at that moment, no one paid heed to her expression. It was clear that Sufong was at a disadvantage against Lu Bufan. If Ling Yun, who also wielded demon assimilation, could not contend with him, they would all be doomed. Lu Bufan had initially believed he could eliminate Sufong, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, a formidable opponent emerged. One equally adept in demon assimilation. This battle could not be prolonged any further. Although he commanded the battlefield, Sufong had a knack for delivering unforeseen surprises. Now, with the sudden emergence of a woman who also possessed demon assimilation, one could only wonder what other cards Sufong might hold. Confronting Ling Yun, Lu Bufan intended to employ Black Lightning once more, seeking a swift resolution. To his astonishment, a black hole suddenly materialized before him, rendering him utterly motionless under its formidable gravitational pull. He watched as the woman across from him seized the bone knife from Sufong's grasp and, gathering her strength, unleashed a wave of black sword energy towering 4 or 5 men high. For the first time, Lu Bufan exhibited a sense of panic, just as Sufong had surmised. The armor adorning Lu Bufan was designed to prevent the disintegration of his body. Should he endure such a powerful strike head-on, the armor would undoubtedly falter, leading to his inevitable collapse, allowing his opponent to claim victory without a fight. How could Lu Bufan reconcile himself to such a fate? In a moment of desperation, he cast aside his weapon, and with 6 hands pressed together in unison, a magnificent formation resembling a lotus flower emerged before him. This was his ultimate defensive skill, the 6 Heavens Lotus. Chapter 98. Fusion of abilities. The black blade aura collided with the lotus-shaped defensive formation, intertwining two forces that emanated from the depths of hell. A peculiar attraction seemed to exist between them, and suddenly, a pitch-black wormhole materialized between the two. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the wormhole erupted violently, unleashing a formidable destructive force that reduced everything within a 10-meter radius to mere dust. Even Ling Yun and Lu Bufan were caught in the aftermath of the explosion, with the shockwave propelling them away. Ling Yun was thrown several meters back, his alluring form stained crimson with blood, evoking immediate sympathy from those around. In contrast, Lu Bufan remained decidedly more composed, merely kneeling on one knee, supported by his 6 arms as he weathered the force of the explosion. From the state of both individuals, the crowd understood that the outcome was already determined. Sufong and Ling Yun had both fallen short against Lu Bufan, and a profound sense of despair took root in the hearts of the onlookers. Only Sufong noticed a tiny crack emerging on Lu Bufan's black armor. Although Lu Bufan exerted himself to project an aura of assured victory, Sufong discerned that his movements were intentionally concealing the flaw in his armor. This presented their sole opportunity for victory. Ling Yun, dragging his injured body, attempted to rise and continue the fight, but Sufong swiftly wrenched the bone dagger from his grasp. He had never intended for Ling Yun to confront the demon that was Lu Bufan. Not only was the opponent formidable, but he also felt compelled to personally resolve this enmity. Upon witnessing Sufong's actions, Lu Bufan erupted into raucous laughter. He felt a twinge of trepidation when facing Ling Yun, who also wielded the power of demonic assimilation, but before Sufong, whom he had just bested without resistance, his confidence soared. The onlookers were equally perplexed. How could their captain, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the enemy, so willingly step forward to confront him? Even more bewildering was the resolute smile that adorned his lips. Did the captain possess some assurance of victory? Unlike the others, only Mu Mu, a level 4 ability wielder, sensed a subtle shift in the energy emanating from Sufong. Typically, advanced ability wielders, upon mastering multiple powers, maintain a balance of energies within their bodies. However, Sufong exhibited a distinct divergence. Around him, crimson flames and violet lightning entwined, whipping up a tempest, while the shadow of a dragon fused with the ground, manifesting as a spectral figure behind him. It was the fusion of abilities. As the dragon's shadow fully enveloped Sufong, Mu Mu was finally convinced that he had mastered the art of ability fusion. The realization of this fact intensified her astonishment, for it is well known that the fusion of abilities is the essential pathway for a level 4 ability wielder to ascend to level 5. The human body is inherently fragile. Even upon becoming an ability wielder, it cannot withstand the impact of multiple powers. Hence, when a level 4 ability wielder seeks to break through to level 5, they must achieve mastery in ability fusion. Yet, within the entire inner city, fewer than 20 individuals possess this skill, which is why Mu Mu has remained at the pinnacle of level 4. To everyone's astonishment, Sufong, a 3rd-level ability user, had already mastered his powers. The dark red phantom of a dragon enveloped him, resembling armor that adorned his form. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant radiance erupted, obscuring the situation from the onlookers. Once tranquility returned, Sufong had transformed into an entirely different manifestation. His physique seemed to have expanded, clad in dark red scaled armor. His hands morphed into dragon claws, and a dragon tail sprouted from his back, while a pair of crystalline dragon horns, shimmering with a red glow, captivated the attention of all present. This was the most potent form Sufong had attained after merging 7 abilities, the form. Faced with Sufong's, Lu Bufan was equally taken aback, fully aware that his adversary possessed the strength to surpass him, especially now that cracks had begun to appear on his black armor. As Lu Bufan instinctively covered the fractures in his armor with his hand, Sufong's assault surged forward. I have discerned your weakness. The bone blade struck upward with formidable force, enveloped in crimson flames and violet lightning. Although Lu Bufan hastily countered with his sword and blade, his weapons were still sent flying. Is this truly your strength? Sufong experienced the overwhelming power of for the first time. In his previous battle with Ling Yun, he had merely grazed the threshold of ability fusion, unable to genuinely merge the 7 powers. Yet, under the immense pressure of Lu Bufan's prowess, he had compelled himself to fully grasp Despite successfully disarming his opponent through a surprise attack, the 6-armed Azura form of Lu Bufan was not to be underestimated. Utilizing his 6 arms, Lu Bufan's attack frequency far exceeded Sufong's, and combined with the speed of his black lightning, his strikes bewildered the spectators. At this moment, though Sufong had entered without the advantage of 6 arms, he wielded a dragon tail. The agile tail ensnared Lu Bufan's fallen black blade, allowing Sufong to engage him with dual weapons against Lu Bufan's sword and blade. The battlefield became a flurry of flashing blades, as the two engaged in a rapid exchange for a full 3 minutes without a decisive victor. Continuing in this manner, it would be impossible to defeat Lu Bufan. Why does he persist? Suyu fixed her gaze on their duel. Though Sufong held his ground, her concern was palpable. Tang Rulin and Ling Yun shared her bewilderment, while only Mumu seemed to glean Sufong's intentions. Though their battle appeared to be at an impasse, Mumu had noticed Lu Bufan's movements becoming peculiar, seemingly avoiding certain vulnerabilities. It seems Sufong is on the verge of victory, Mumu declared, and the tension among them eased. Suyu, brimming with anticipation, looked toward Lu Bufan, eager to witness his downfall. Indeed, the tide of battle began to shift. Just as the confrontation seemed evenly matched, a subtle imbalance emerged. Sufong deftly utilized his agile tail to deflect Lu Bufan's punch, allowing his dual blades to strike down in succession. Caught off guard, Lu Bufan was forced to endure the 2 blows. Although he managed to shield himself with his black armor, his expression betrayed a sense of alarm. Your armor is indeed formidable. Sufong's seemingly casual remark startled Lu Bufan. It took Ling Yun all his strength to leave a scar on your waist. Truly impressive. As he listened to Sufong's exclamations, the fear within him became increasingly uncontainable. He was certain that Sufong had uncovered his vulnerabilities. The scales of victory had tilted in favor of his opponent, yet Lu Bufan was unwilling to concede defeat to the same adversary for the second time. Just as Sufong, wearing a victorious smile, prepared to deliver the final blow to Lu Bufan, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 99. The 3-headed, 6-armed demon suddenly. The black armor enveloping Lu Bufan erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of dark energy that coalesced back around his form. Upon the infusion of this sinister energy, Lu Bufan's visage contorted in agony as his muscles began to swell in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, rendering him devoid of any human semblance. When the grotesque transformation concluded, he towered over 3 meters tall, his 6 arms spiraling around him like a malevolent whirlwind, while 3 heads sprouted from his shoulders, surveying the surroundings with an unyielding vigilance that left no blind spots. 3-headed, 6-armed? The current Lu Bufan bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Neza. Yet his repugnant countenance and distorted physique made it difficult for Sufong to draw any parallels. Nonetheless, his assumptions were not unfounded. This was indeed the form of the 6-armed Azura. In truth, this was the genuine embodiment of the 6-armed Azura. But Lu Bufan's body could scarcely withstand the overwhelming demonic power, necessitating the manifestation of the black armor for protection. As Lu Bufan beheld the prospect of defeat at Sufong's hands once more, he cast aside his concerns regarding his own physical state. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, revealing the full manifestation of the 6-armed Azura to the onlookers. The sight of the monstrous Lu Bufan elicited a palpable tension among the crowd. Only Sufong and Mumu understood that their adversary was on the brink of collapse. If they could merely bide their time, victory would inevitably be theirs. However, Sufong had no intention of achieving victory through mere delay. He aimed to instill fear in the hearts of all who dwelled in the outer city, lest they be plagued by an unending procession of malevolent entities. Confronted by the towering 6-armed Azura, Sufong's face, adorned with dragon scales, betrayed a hint of a ruthless smile. The normally dark crimson scales began to shimmer with a brilliant luminescence, enhancing his already radiant form. Witnessing the transformation into dragon form, Sufong's shift in mindset catalyzed a further evolution of his latent draconic essence. Sufong had ascended to the realm of a level 4 ability user. Mu Mu's murmured words reached Tang Rulin's ears, and she gazed at Sufong with a growing determination. On the battlefield, Lu Bufon relentlessly wielded his 6 arms, charging at Sufong with the ferocity of a spinning top. Wherever the whirlwind passed, no object could escape unscathed, instantly disintegrating into dust. Most terrifyingly, Sufong's tentative assaults with crimson flames and violet lightning were effortlessly deflected, even rebounding onto the onlookers. As for any attempts with blades or swords, they were rendered utterly impotent, unable to approach even a fraction of the distance. Yet, faced with such insurmountable attacks, Sufong did not retreat even an inch. It appeared that this was your most formidable technique, perhaps the final resort of your current form. As he regarded Sufong as seemingly all-seeing eyes, Lu Bufon felt a twinge of panic arise within. Fear not. I shall not employ such ignoble tactics to defeat you. Observing Sufong's confident demeanor, Lu Bufon's emotions became tumultuous. Could it be that he harbored an even greater power? Confronted with the colossal spinning top, Sufong assumed an offensive stance. The ethereal image of a dragon once again enveloping him. An overwhelming aura emanated from his being, infusing the diminutive human form with the might of a dragon. Sufong summoned all the energy within him, and a dark crimson energy coalesced behind him, forming the silhouette of a magnificent dragon. This was no mere illusion but a true divine dragon, its 5 claws showcasing a complete transformation from a mere serpent into a deity that gazes down upon all beings. As the formidable Lu Bufon charged forth, Sufong unexpectedly leapt high into the air, descending from the heavens enveloped in the dragon's phantom. The dragon's spectral maw opened wide, instantaneously engulfing the 6-armed Azura. In the ruins, Lu Bufon experienced a fleeting moment of despair, recalling his earlier vows to vanquish Sufong in a direct confrontation. Fury surged within him, compelling him to eliminate Sufong before his own body succumbed to destruction. However, to his astonishment, Sufong evaded his advance, and the descending dragon overwhelmed his massive form. As the dust settled, onlookers beheld Sufong's diminutive figure standing triumphantly over the 6-armed Azura. After a brief moment of disbelief, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Our captain is incredible. The captain is invincible. Amidst the cheers, the gigantic Azura gradually disintegrated beneath Sufong's feet, transforming into black powder that danced away on the wind. The uproar on the battlefield soon captured the attention of Mu Binger and her companions. What is happening? The battle between Mu Binger, Emilia, and their adversaries was fiercely contested, leaving them little room to ponder Sufong's situation, even as the crowd's cheers momentarily diverted their focus. Confronted with the relentless assaults from Gu Haidang and Lu Biping, the inexperienced Mu Bingo could only rely on the wooden giant and the crimson phoenix for defense. Fortunately, Emilia possessed significantly greater strength than Gu Haidang, and Lu Biping, having recently ascended to a 3rd-level ability user, lacked the bizarre powers of demon assimilation, which allowed the 4 to continue their standoff without a decisive victor. However, as the skirmish progressed, subtle changes began to unfold. Gu Haidang and his companion finally discerned the jubilant shouts from afar. Lu Bufon had once again suffered defeat at Sufong's hands. Gu Haitang's decision to ally with a vanquished general was predicated on a thorough assessment of Lu Bufon's capabilities. Their prior encounter had seen Lu Bufon emerge victorious, even achieving a swift defeat of Gu Haidang. This prowess had long surpassed that of the former champion, Lord Ma, of the Outer City. Hence, Gu Haidang had unhesitatingly chosen to collaborate with Lu Bufon, harboring the conviction that Sufong, a rising contender, could never eclipse Lord Ma's legacy. Yet, even as their battle raged on, news of Lu Bufon's defeat reached them, an alarming portent that signified Sufong had the leisure to attend to the battlefield. Their struggle was already intensely precarious, and the intervention of another force would surely tip the scales of victory, particularly with a top-tier combatant like Sufong in the fray. Before Gu Haidang could devise a means of escape, a spectral dragon appeared in the sky, swiftly followed by Sufong descending from above. Flee! Before Lu Buping could react, Gu Haidang had already vanished from the battlefield. By the time Lu Buping regained his composure, he found himself ensnared by Sufong and his 2 companions. Yet, despite this dire predicament, Lu Buping never entertained the thought of fleeing. Sufong, has my brother perished? He inquired, his countenance serene as he gazed upon his adversary, devoid of any inclination to resist, seemingly seeking but a singular answer. He is dead, Sufong declared, observing Lu Buping's calm acceptance of his fate. Without further ado, he casually stepped forward, his form materializing before Lu Buping, as the bone dagger in his grasp glided effortlessly, marking the demise of the Liu brothers at last. Chapter 100. Bitter victory. Sufong's gaze fell upon the direction in which Gu Haiding had fled. He made no attempt to pursue, for this old fox was exceedingly cunning, and he could not ascertain what further tricks his adversary had in store. Moreover, he was still at the end of his tether. Although he had triumphed over Liu Buffan's six-armed Azura, the toll on his own vitality had been immense, leaving him devoid of any combat capacity. His presence here had merely been an endeavor to instill psychological pressure upon Gu Haiding and his accomplice, yet the outcome had been far from what he anticipated. Witnessing his leader either dead or fleeing, the remaining subordinates were naturally disheartened and soon chose to surrender under the control of the defense team. Following their hard-earned victory, Sufong directed his subordinates to restore order to the battlefield, reclaiming Crow's territory for the defense team. He then returned home to rest, scarcely exchanging more than a few words with Amelia and Mu Binger before departing. Upon arriving home, Sufong collapsed into slumber. The exertion from the battle had drained him entirely. The final transformation into the dragon form had nearly depleted all the energy within him. Prior to this, he had also engaged in a fierce battle with Amelia and Crow, making rest all the more imperative. He slept soundly for an entire day and night, during which Amelia and Mu Bingo sought him out multiple times. After all, the recent battle had drastically altered the dynamics of the outer district, and there were countless matters requiring his attention. Regrettably, both young ladies returned empty-handed. While Sufong lay in deep slumber, the outer district simmered with unrest. Within the defense team, Mu Bingo sat in her office, fuming. "Sister Mumu, do you think Sufong has evolved into a pig? He has slept for a whole day and night." Mumu found Mu Bingo's complaints entirely reasonable. The ferocity of yesterday's battle had necessitated ample rest for anyone. As for the matter she wished to clarify, she was already nearly certain in her heart, merely seeking confirmation from Sufong himself. Should Sufong truly master the fusion of abilities, he was destined to become a level 5 ability user. If the Mu family could swiftly align themselves with him, it would signify the emergence of yet another level 5 ability user within their ranks. Contemplating this, Mumu suddenly regarded Mu Binger with grave seriousness. "Binger, Sufong's achievements will not cease here. If we can secure his allegiance to the Mu family, it will undoubtedly yield immense benefits for us." Upon hearing this, Mu Binger's expression turned peculiar. Although Sufong's strength was commendable, Mumu had never overtly expressed any recognition of him. After all, Sufong was still merely a level 3 ability user, likely to remain at that level throughout his life, which held little significance in Mumu's eyes. However, her attitude now appeared markedly different, suggesting that she placed considerable importance on Sufong. "Sister Mumu, while Sufong has indeed accomplished great feats, it hardly warrants such admiration from you. You cannot possibly be developing feelings for him. What nonsense are you spouting, you silly girl?" Though aware that Mu Binger was intentionally probing her, Mumu could not help but lightly strike her on the head. Naturally, Mu Bingo was not one to let herself be outdone, and the two soon found themselves engaged in playful banter. After a brief scuffle, Mumu tidied her disheveled clothing and, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, "Binger, Sufong possesses immense potential. It is highly likely that he will one day ascend to the ranks of a level 5 ability user." Level 5 ability user? Mu Bingo could hardly fathom that her sister Mumu would bestow such high praise upon Sufong. It is well known that in the inner city, every level 5 ability user is akin to a sovereign, revered even by the 8 prominent families. Just him. Mu Bingo could scarcely believe that the Sufong, who had always vexed her, could reach such heights. Of course, I am merely suggesting a possibility. But if Sufong truly becomes a level 5 ability user, the influence of the Mu family would elevate significantly, perhaps even surpassing the Zhu family, establishing us as the foremost family in the inner city. Sister Mumu, rest assured, I'm aware of what must be done. When it comes to the interests of the Mu family, Mu Bingo's demeanor grew serious. At the headquarters of Blue Sea, within Gu Haitong's territory, Gu Haitong sat in the hall, utterly dejected. He had never anticipated that Amelia would choose to collaborate with Sufong, nor could he have foreseen the utter failure of his schemes against Sufong. The seemingly demonic Liu Bufan had been bested by Sufong. He could scarcely comprehend the extent of Sufong's power. The thought of the retaliation Sufong might unleash upon him sent tremors of fear through Gu Haitong's heart. What's wrong? Are you truly afraid of Sufong? A ghostly voice suddenly echoed from behind Gu Haitong. Who goes there? He was acutely aware that this was the headquarters of Blue Sea. No one dared to enter without his command. The sudden appearance of someone here could only signify an absolute powerhouse. Gu Haitong's first instinct was that Sufong had come to assassinate him, but when he turned around, the figure he beheld was not the Sufong he had envisioned. A stranger emerged slowly from the shadows. Who are you? Upon realizing it was not Sufong, Gu Haitong immediately exhaled in relief, yet his vigilance soon returned. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is your apparent acceptance of this outcome. The newcomer clearly saw through Gu Haiding's thoughts, and with a single statement, he plunged him into contemplation. After waiting so long, the formidable Wang Yi had finally fallen. After so much scheming, he had finally found an opportunity to deal with Sufong. Did he truly accept such a conclusion? Who among others would find satisfaction in such a fate? Gu Haiding suddenly regained his senses. Realizing how heedlessly he had let his guard down in the presence of someone whose identity he did not even know. When he looked up, the stranger had made themselves comfortable in the principal seat, as if they were the rightful master of this domain. Fortunately, the individual had no intention of attacking, otherwise he might have already met his demise. What do you want? Since the newcomer was not there to kill him and appeared so well informed about the previous day's battle, it was evident they had some ulterior motive. Now cornered, Gu Haiding saw no harm in hearing what the other party had to propose. I wish to assist you in dealing with Sufong. The stranger's disdainful smile seemed to suggest they were offering Gu Haiding a mere favor. This very sentiment reminded Gu Haiding of a recent encounter with Lu Bufan, who had similarly appeared at Blue Sea, proposing a collaboration. The only discernible difference perhaps lies in the smiles adorning their faces. When Lu Bufan mentions Sufong, his expression is evidently marked by caution. It is well known that he was previously defeated by Sufong, making his wariness entirely reasonable. In stark contrast, the man before him exudes a palpable confidence. As he speaks of Sufong, a knowing smile graces his lips, as if he is alluding to a rather amusing anecdote. Clearly, this individual does not regard Sufong with any seriousness. One might wonder, do not overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe you can vanquish Sufong? However, having witnessed Lu Bufan's defeat, he remains reluctant to place his trust in the man before him. Chapter 101. The mysterious man. In the face of Gu Haitong's skepticism, the man appeared utterly unconcerned. Defeating Sufong? You surely overestimate him. I simply cannot act here. You are a level 4 ability user? A succinct statement ignited Gu Haitong's confidence, only for it to wane into doubt moments later. But how can you prove that you are a level 4 ability user? The man offered no explanation, merely conjuring a small energy sphere at his fingertips. Under Gu Haitong's astonished gaze, the diminutive orb struck the wall before them, and in an instant, the massive barrier transformed into countless twinkling stars, vanishing from sight. That singular blow revealed the vast chasm between them. Yet, this was insufficient to sway Gu Haitong's belief. Who do you think enabled Lu Bufan to rise from a subordinate to a formidable opponent capable of contending with Sufong? The man's words seemed to hint at something profound. Did you assist him? Indeed, not only can I aid him, but I can also assist you. And how might you assist me? The man's words were akin to a devil's temptation, gradually loosening Gu Haitong's resolve, leading him to trust the man entirely. You should be well aware that I can eliminate Sufong, but I am unable to act in the outer district. There is but one method to deal with Sufong. What method? Gu Haitong was impatient to resolve the matter with Sufong, for otherwise his meticulously crafted plan would be in vain. Find someone who can defeat Sufong. As the man's words fell, disappointment washed over Gu Haitong's face. Lu Bufan was that individual capable of overcoming Sufong, yet ultimately, he had met with failure. Perhaps, in the outer district, no one remained who could rival Sufong. It was likely that no one anticipated that Gu Haitong's recent defeat would shatter his confidence in conquering Sufong. Yet, the man seemed to have foreseen this. It appears that at this moment, you cannot trust anyone to defeat Sufong. If that is the case, then it falls upon you to take action yourself. I take action myself? Gu Haitong regarded the man with disbelief, clearly struggling to comprehend his words. Do you truly believe I possess the ability to vanquish Sufong? Should you desire it, I can grant you the power to overcome Sufong, just as Lu Bufan did. Like Lu Bufan? Initially, Gu Haitong had presumed that the man's assistance to Lu Bufan involved providing him with numerous crystal cores to elevate him to a level 3 ability user. However, it now seemed that the reality differed from his expectations. What abilities can you bestow upon me? I can grant you a new ability. What? Gu Haitong was rendered speechless with astonishment. It was common knowledge that for humans to acquire abilities, there existed but one method, to consume crystal cores. And not everyone could endure the accompanying agony. Beyond that, no alternative existed. Is that so? Just because you deem it impossible does not mean others cannot achieve it. Observing the man's disdainful smile, Gu Haitong suddenly recalled something. It was said that those in the inner city had been diligently exploring alternative methods to acquire supernatural abilities. Had they succeeded? Before Gu Haitong could articulate her conjecture, the man produced a peculiar vial from his pocket. Drink this, and you shall gain the power to conquer Sufong. Gu Haitong received the strange concoction from the man's hand, her heart brimming with skepticism. Was this truly the substance that could endow humanity with extraordinary powers? Indeed, even possessing an additional ability may not suffice to defeat Sufong. Gu Haitong, ever the cunning fox, despite having her confidence shattered by failure, retained a flicker of rationality. You underestimate our capabilities. This not only grants you an ability, but it is also acknowledged as the most formidable power in the inner city. The most formidable power in the inner city? Although Gu Haitang was a significant figure in the outer district, much remained shrouded in mystery for her. For instance, the classifications of supernatural abilities. In the inner city, most individuals had awakened their powers, leading the 8 prominent families to compile statistics on all awakened abilities and categorize them based on their practical combat effectiveness. The pinnacle of these classifications was the S rank. However, a singular ability shattered this hierarchical limitation, demon assimilation. This power enabled its wielder to challenge opponents beyond their rank. Classified as SS rank by the 8 families, with strict prohibitions against disclosing its existence to others. After the man elucidated the might of demon assimilation, Gu Haidang finally comprehended why Lu Bufan had suddenly become so formidable. Yet, even such a powerful Lu Bufan could not defeat Sufong. Was it possible that Sufong too had mastered demon assimilation? Then, does Sufong also possess demon assimilation? Gu Haitang was acutely aware that even if she acquired the same abilities as Sufong, victory would still elude her. Rest assured, Sufong certainly does not command demon assimilation. Lu Bufan's failure stemmed from his incomplete mastery of its power, though some doubts lingered in Gu Haitang's mind. Having personally engaged Lu Bufan in combat, she realized that such formidable strength was not yet his full potential. Should he fully grasp it, would he not become invincible? Why do you wish to assist me? What benefit do you derive from aiding me? Despite being captivated by the vial in her hand, she remained cautious. You are mistaken. I do not seek to aid you. My only aim is to confront Sufong, yet I am constrained by regulations that prevent me from intervening directly. Thus, I sought Lu Bufan, only to discover his inadequacy. As for you, it is simply a matter of shared objectives. The man's reasoning was compelling, yet Gu Haitang remained skeptical. Aside from assisting you in eliminating Sufong, what other price must I pay? Such a precious item, surely you do not expect to gift it to me merely to deal with Sufong? Do you overestimate your own worth? Can you truly provide what I seek? The man's response took Gu Haitang by surprise, yet it was entirely reasonable. From the recent dialogue, it is evident that the other party is not only a level 4 supernatural being, but also belongs to a formidable force within the inner city, possessing treasures beyond the imagination of an individual like him. The desires he harbors are unattainable for himself. The man's pride fully reveals his immense strength and influential background, leaving Gu Haitang completely convinced of his claims. He gazed at the solution in his hand, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he consumed it in one swift motion. The instant Gu Haitang swallowed it, he felt a surge of powerful and terrifying energy coursing through his body. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy engulfed him entirely, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. The man beside him, witnessing this, revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 102, Public Trial within the Mercenary Guild's council chamber. 7 familiar figures once again took their seats. Emilia, I never imagined you would dare to show your face here. You have betrayed the Mercenary Guild, sold out Gu Haitang, and conspired with Sufong to eliminate Crow. Are you not afraid that we shall take your life? Fong, known as the Madman, was the first to speak, though his intent was evidently not to kill Emilia. Emilia was well aware of this, a hint of disdain playing upon her lips. Fong, if you have something to say, do not beat around the bush. I detest your roundabout manner, so much like that old fox, Gu Haitang. Emilia's words rendered Fong momentarily speechless, sensing it was a warning from her. Yet soon, he regained his confidence. Emilia, you have joined forces with outsiders to slay our guild's 2 leaders. Do you truly believe this matter will simply be forgotten? Today, you must provide us with an explanation. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Gu Haitang instructed me to assess Sufong's strength. And that battle was witnessed by all. It was a chaotic clash. As for your claim that I collaborated with Sufong to eliminate Crow and Gu Haitang, utter nonsense. Do you possess any evidence? In the face of Feng's inquiries, Emilia appeared well prepared. This was a strategy long devised in conjunction with Mu Binger and others. Although many were aware of the previous day's fierce battle, Sufong's nocturnal assault was executed with such swiftness that even the undercover agents placed within the defense team by various mercenary groups could not relay their messages in time. The battle had concluded before they could act. Moreover, Emilia's entrance into the fray occurred only in the later stages of combat, and her involvement with Gu Haitang and Lu Bufan took place far from the main battlefield, leaving no one privy to the circumstances. In truth, most only caught a glimpse of Emilia amidst the chaos, oblivious to the particulars of the conflict. Mu Binger astutely seized upon this, urging Emilia to present herself as innocent within the Mercenary Guild. However, Emilia was reluctant to comply with Mu Binger's demands, her forthright nature rebelling against such schemes. Yet Mu Binger's next words cast doubt upon her resolve. I understand your character and your capabilities, but even if you are confident in facing multiple leaders simultaneously, What about your A-side temple? Do your people possess such strength? Indeed, Mu Binger's remark caused Amelia's determination to waver. True to her nature, she might have chosen to confront the other leaders head-on, confident in her ability to escape unscathed. But what of the others within the temple? If all factions decided to besiege A-side temple, the outcome was all too predictable. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the plan. As anticipated by Mu Binger, Fong was the first to escalate the issue. Amelia, do you truly believe a mere fabrication will suffice to brush this matter aside? Following Fong, Chu Bai also began to hold her accountable. Is that not the case? Surely, you cannot condemn me based solely on your words. Amelia, do you think we lack evidence? Someone has been watching you on the territory of the crows. Fong, the madman, exclaimed with palpable excitement, as if he had been eagerly awaiting Amelia to utter those words. What? Amelia displayed a look of incredulity, yet Fong was oblivious to the fact that she, too, had been anticipating his slip of the tongue. Observing the panic etched on Amelia's face, Fong brazenly approached her, his hand caressing her shoulder in a bold manner. What are you thinking? Anyone could sense the murderous intent in Amelia's eyes, but Fong, true to his moniker, believed he had discerned her vulnerability, thus becoming even more audacious. Suddenly, Amelia turned around, her eyes glowing a fierce crimson, akin to lasers that turned everything in their path to ash. Had Fong not reacted in time, he would have surely met a grim fate. Amelia, do not refuse the toast, and instead drink the punishment. If you wish to leave the mercenary guild alive, you would do well to obey. Fong, nearly slain, was instantly consumed by rage and humiliation. Obey? Whose orders should I heed? Should I be listening to you? Amelia retorted with a derisive smile. Fong, who do you think you are? Even if I were to betray the mercenary guild, it is not your place to speak. Amelia's disdainful gaze pierced Feng's fragile ego like an icicle. The other leaders shared similar expressions of contempt, despite the meeting's purpose being to interrogate Amelia. Feng's clownish antics were utterly repugnant. Recognizing that he might not be Amelia's match, Feng begrudgingly returned to his seat, not forgetting to utter, "Just wait and see how you wriggle out of this." After this farcical display, the others finally redirected their attention to the matter at hand. Amelia, someone has seen you on the crow's territory. The evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say? Someone saw? Who? Even if someone did see, it should have been the defense team. How would you know? Are you suggesting there are spies among the defense team? Amelia's words left the 5 leaders momentarily speechless. The source of this information was undoubtedly their own informant embedded within the defense team. It was an open secret that they had infiltrated nearly every notable organization. Yet, faced with Amelia's brazen inquiry, they could not openly admit it, lest it serve as an excuse for others to turn against them. No one expected Amelia to seize the initiative so deftly. Are you merely relying on hearsay? Amelia did not press her advantage relentlessly. Rather, she offered a way out for the leaders. Yes, I too have only heard whispers. One of the leaders, seizing the opportunity, quickly distanced himself from the matter. And the other leaders? Realizing her strategy had borne fruit, Amelia turned her gaze toward the remaining leaders. Each leader harbored their own ulterior motives and thus refused to acknowledge the claims, insisting they were merely rumors. In an instant, the dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. Although everyone is aware of the circumstances, none dare to investigate the collaboration between Amelia and Sufong. Are you all fools? Merely because of her words, you choose to overlook Amelia's betrayal of the mercenary guild? As each commander turns against her, the madman Fong is immediately driven to madness. Upon receiving this news, he was elated, having plotted yesterday on how to pin Amelia to the pillar of treachery, ultimately intending to claim this beauty for himself. Who could have anticipated such a sudden and complete reversal of events, shattering his carefully laid plans in an instant? Chapter 103. The man like a rabid dog in the face of the irate and humiliated Fong. The onlookers regarded him with the bemusement reserved for a clown. Had it not been for their wariness of his erratic demeanor and formidable prowess, he would have been expelled from the mercenary guild long ago. Amelia was acutely aware that others would not dare to act against her, and thus she dismissed Fong with disdain. If there is nothing more to discuss, let this farcical assembly end. With that, she turned to leave, only to be obstructed once more by Fong. Fong, if it weren't for the mercenary guild, you would have faced death multiple times by now. As Fong persisted in his harassment, Amelia's patience ebbed away completely. Do not presume you can evade this, once Gu Haideng arrives. His words will serve as irrefutable evidence. Let us see how you will wriggle out of this. If Gu Haideng were to assert that Amelia conspired with Sufong, it would indeed solidify the accusation of betrayal against the mercenary guild. Yet, regrettably, Gu Haideng had not made an appearance. Amelia disdainfully surveyed every corner of the room. If that is the case, you might as well summon Gu Haideng. Her conviction stemmed from the fact that Mu Bingo had long since dispatched someone to monitor every move within Blue Sea, and Gu Haideng had not resurfaced since returning to the headquarters. What now? If there are no further pieces of evidence, I shall take my leave. This time, no one stood in Amelia's way as she exited the mercenary guild. Within the ecclesiastical hall of the Icid Church, Amelia reclined in a chair, utterly drained from the recent commotion. Performing in this charade had proven more taxing than battling a ferocious beast for an entire day and night. Is it really so exaggerated? You're not the one facing this motley crew of grotesque figures, so it's easy for you to say, Amelia retorted. Across from her, Mu Bingo observed her with a mocking expression, as if entertained by a spectacle. Do you think my performance was any less strenuous? In response to Amelia's lament, the smile faded from Mu Binger's face. As the young lady of one of the 8 prominent families in the inner city, she wielded unimaginable wealth and power. Yet she also bore pressures that were incomprehensible to ordinary folk. As the primary heir of the Mu family, countless eyes were fixated on her coveted position. Her previous inability to ascend to the 3rd tier of abilities had rendered her standing within the family precarious. Each day, surrounded by the grotesqueries of her household, she, too, needed to employ her exceptional acting skills to safeguard her own interests. Unfortunately, such burdens were not something she could share with others. Having once expressed her grievances to Sufong only to receive a disdainful glance in return. I can empathize with your plight, but in comparison, the suffering of ordinary people is far more humble. How do they manage to survive each day? Survive. Is this not the most fundamental baseline of all living beings? Have you ever struggled for such a modest aspiration? Sufong's words left the young lady of the Mu family in profound shock, stirring a tempest within her soul. From that moment onward, she refrained from voicing her pressures in the presence of others. Amelia gazed at the Mu family heiress, astonished to witness such sorrow etched upon the countenance of one who hailed from the inner city's elite. However, Mu Binger quickly resumed her playful demeanor. The performance for today had concluded, and the matter at hand was whether she would continue her association with the Mercenary Guild. To remain with the Mercenary Guild? Was she to join the Defense Corps instead? Amelia certainly comprehended Mu Binger's implication, yet she had never contemplated such a question. Joining the Defense Corps would only solidify the accusation of treachery against her. Before Amelia could shake her head, Mu Binger inquired, "Do you truly care so much about the label of a traitor? Do you genuinely wish to remain within an organization like the Mercenary Guild?" Mu Binger's questions plunged Amelia into deep reflection. When she initially joined the Mercenary Guild, it was solely to ensure the protection of the Acide Treasure Church. After all, there were few individuals with extraordinary abilities at that time, and only by banding together could they survive the apocalypse. However, as time passed, the number of those possessing such powers increased, and mercenary groups no longer needed to collaborate for survival. The Mercenary Guild gradually transformed into a battleground for ambitious leaders vying for power and profit. The atmosphere had become thoroughly corrupt. Did she truly have a reason to stay? If not, why did she care about the title of a traitor? Would it not be more beneficial for the Acide Treasure Church to be associated with the prominent Mu family? 3 soul-searching questions assailed Amelia's heart. Just as she wrestled with her decision, a commotion erupted outside the church. Who? Amelia's furious shout was interrupted as a subordinate rushed in. "Your Holiness, Fong the madman is causing a ruckus outside. This mad dog was relentless. This trouble must be resolved today." Anger flared within Amelia, and without taking the usual route, she leaped directly out of the window. The radiant holy lance descended from the heavens, aimed at the deranged Fong. "Fong the madman, you dared to lay hands on me within the Mercenary Guild today, and now you dare to disturb my territory? I shall ensure you return empty-handed." Upon seeing the furious Amelia, Fong the madman exhibited no fear whatsoever, instead wearing a lewd grin. "Amelia, don't think you've escaped the Mercenary Guild's retribution. I am here to exact punishment on you, the traitor, on behalf of Crow and Gu Haidang." Seizing this rare opportunity, Fong the madman was determined to capture this beauty, regardless of others' lack of accountability. He crouched low, adopting a stance akin to a wolf dog, as torrents of energy surged from within him, forming a wolf dog shape of blue and white energy around his body. This was Fong the madman's extraordinary ability, Dog Demon. It was also the origin of his moniker. Resembling a rabid dog, with a swift and vicious lunge, his speed was such that Amelia barely had time to evade, managing only to awkwardly block with her holy lance. The disparity in their powers soon placed her at a disadvantage, with Fong the madman pinning her beneath him. Sensing his imminent victory, Fong the madman even licked the tip of the holy lance, the lasciviousness in his gaze repugnant. Without a moment's hesitation, Amelia's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, and a red line pierced through Fong the madman's shoulder. In a moment of pain, Fong, the madman, abruptly lost his restraint and was sent flying by a single kick. Yet, akin to a small dog, he merely licked the wound on his shoulder before charging forward once more. Even Mu Binger, who was observing from above, couldn't help but exclaim that he was nothing short of a rabid dog. This epitomizes Feng's combat style, exchanging injury for injury, life for life. Though he may not be the most formidable in the guild, everyone harbors a deep-seated apprehension of his prowess, primarily due to his frenzied approach to battle. No one wishes to engage in a mutual destruction with him. In the face of such a mad dog, Emilia could only summon her holy light armor once again. Chapter 104. My rules are the rules. A man as rabid as a mad dog. A goddess clad in radiant armor exuding an aura of sanctity, their battle instantly drew a crowd of onlookers. There was no mercy in their clash. Emilia's holy spear transformed into a weapon of slaughter, each strike brimming with boundless killing intent. Yet against the frenzied Fong the madman, she found herself struggling to gain the upper hand. His reckless, injury-for-injury fighting style gradually pushed her into a disadvantage. Never had Emilia imagined she would fall to Fong the madman. She could foresee the dire consequences if she were to be captured by him. Burning with humiliation, her attacks grew increasingly frenzied, but Fong was even more unhinged. Under the torrential rain of holy light, he neither dodged nor blocked, retaliating with even wilder assaults. Wounds accumulated on both combatants, but unlike Emilia, each injury only fueled Feng's madness further. With a deafening crash, he pinned her beneath him once more. Emilia, today you shall submit to me, Feng roared, his voice dripping with triumph. If you yield willingly and become the Mad Dogs Guild's matriarch, merging our forces with the Abode Church, we will dominate the outer districts as the mightiest mercenary band, now in control of the battle. Feng indulged in grandiose visions of the future, though his deepest desire remained the beauty beneath him. Despite her defiance, Emilia found herself powerless to break free, barely managing to resist. Outside the Abode Church, Chubai and his companions observed the duel from a distance. To think Feng the madman possesses such strength, murmured Chubai, now arguably the most formidable leader within the mercenary guild. Even he doubted he could push Emilia to such extremes. Yet Feng had done it. Previously, they had assumed Feng's position as one of the 8 great captains stemmed solely from his suicidal combat style, that in a life-or-death struggle, he would inevitably fall. But against Emilia, her killing intent at its peak, Feng had seized the advantage. Thank the heavens Emilia tested his limits for us. Otherwise, the stalemate continued before the church. Seeing Emilia's unyielding resistance, Feng resolved to hold nothing back. The blue-white energy enveloping his body began to shift, absorbed into his flesh. His wiry frame expanded grotesquely, and within moments, a monstrous, hound-like behemoth towered before the church. Feng, the madman? This form was unknown not only to Emilia but to every captain of the mercenary guild. Clearly, to claim this beauty, Feng had unveiled his ultimate technique. The colossal beast bared fangs like daggers, its maw a gaping abyss of bloodlust. Its grotesque visage filled Emilia with revulsion, yet she remained trapped beneath its crushing weight. Was she truly destined to fall to Feng the madman? To become his so-called matriarch? The hellish imagery had already surfaced in her mind, even in death. She could not accept such a conclusion. Just as Emilia was engulfed in terror, the weight upon her suddenly vanished, and a blinding light illuminated her face, dispelling the nightmare that had just haunted her. Upon reopening her eyes, she found the colossal figure of Mad Feng collapsed beside her. A familiar silhouette stood before her, Su Team. In merely a day, the dragon-like appearance of Sufong had been widely publicized, making it common knowledge throughout the outer district. Many claimed to have witnessed the battle between Sufong in his dragon form and the Raven the previous night, though these blatant lies were met with fervent enthusiasm. The tale of the dragon versus the Raven spread like wildfire. Despite its inaccuracy, it elevated Sufong's popularity in the outer district to unprecedented heights, doubling the number of applicants for the High Wall project in just one day. Sufong's emergence had altered the tide of battle instantaneously, transforming the once formidable Mad Feng into a wretched stray dog. Emilia, will you not admit your betrayal of the mercenary guild? Sufong declared. Your arrival cannot save Emilia. It will only plunge her deeper into an abyss from which there is no return. Chubai, how long do you intend to watch this spectacle? If you do not reveal yourselves, the mercenary guild will lose all standing in the outer district. Mad Feng, aware of his disadvantage against Sufong, sought to drag Chubai and others, who had been lurking in the shadows, into the fray, with Mad Feng calling them out in front of the crowd. Chubai and his companions had no choice but to appear, and his words held a certain validity. Truly, one cannot expect wisdom from a dog. Your words reek of arrogance, and you should refrain from speaking in the future. Sufong, undeterred by the mercenary guild, had slain the Raven and repelled Gu Haitang, severing ties with the so-called guild, and he did not mind taking this dog's life in the process. Just as his bone blade was about to cleave through the dog's head, a crimson light arrow intercepted him. So, you truly have come out. Do you take this dog's words to heart? Are you all merely his pups? Sufong's taunt ignited the fury of Chubai and the others. Had they not feared Sufong's power, they might have already attacked. Su Team, your words are rather harsh. Chubai retorted. Both Mad Fong and Amelia are members of our mercenary guild. They are not yours to kill at will. You should understand this basic decorum. Even in the face of the illustrious Sufong, Chubai felt compelled to stand firm for the guild's honor. Decorum? Sufong seized Mad Fong's massive form, and without hesitation, he wielded his bone blade to sever a leg, denying Chubai and the others any opportunity to intervene. A horrified scream escaped, shocking the gathered crowd. "Su team, you truly disregard us," Chubai exclaimed. "You speak of rules? When you sent Amelia to test me, where were your rules? When the Raven sent assassins to the construction site, were there rules? When Gu Haiteng conspired with Lu Bufan to kill me, did you speak of rules then? And now that I have taken action, you dare to lecture me on decorum? I shall now declare that my rules are the only rules that matter here. The audacity of that dog to cause a ruckus at the Isaidbeo Church is punishable by death, as per the rules." No sooner had the words left his lips than a blood-curdling scream followed. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the massive head of Fong the Mad was severed by Sufong and tossed before Chubai and his companions. This was clearly a provocation towards the mercenary guild, an affront that the leaders could hardly tolerate. Beside Chubai, a towering figure suddenly lunged forward, his colossal fist transforming into iron as they struck fiercely towards Sufong. Chubai was unable to intervene in time, and once again, the iron fists were deflected. If your mercenary guild operates without rules, then your existence is utterly unnecessary. Chapter 105. Establishing authority. The robust man collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. In this apocalyptic world, losing one's hands signified an inability to hunt the monstrous beasts, indicating that he had forfeited his qualification to lead the mercenary group. Chubai and his companions were taken aback by Sufong's decisiveness. For a moment, no one dared to approach him. "Where has the bravado you exhibited moments ago vanished to?" Sufong remarked with a disdainful smile, observing the cowering Chubai and his cohort. Their demeanor invited mockery from the onlookers, yet more importantly, it sparked astonishment at Sufong's prowess. It is worth noting that just 2 months prior, Sufong was an unknown figure in the outer district. But he had now solidified his status as the foremost individual in that area. "Sufong, do not become too arrogant." Chubai clenched his fists, suppressing the rage within him. As one of the 8 prominent leaders of the outer district, he had never envisioned such a humiliating day for himself. However, faced with Sufong, he found himself unable to strike. "Arrogant? I was not the one who was arrogant before. It was your mercenary guild that consistently sought trouble with me. Now you accuse me of arrogance? For leaders from your guild have perished at my hands. It seems there is little reason for its continued existence." Of course, the mercenary guild was a collective formed by these mercenary groups, not something Sufong could simply abolish with a word. Yet, uttering such a statement in full view of the crowd meant that if Chubai and his companions failed to respond, the mercenary guild would effectively be erased, losing all semblance of authority in the outer district. Thus, even while wary of Sufong's strength, Chubai and his companions had no choice but to act. This was precisely Sufong's intent. After several days of conflict, he had come to realize that the mercenary groups did not endorse his grand plan. Their relentless targeting of him stemmed from the fact that his initiative threatened their interests. Consequently, he resolved to eliminate these troubles in one fell swoop. Chubai raised a hand skyward, summoning a meteor from beyond to strike Sufong. The colossal meteor descended, instilling a profound sense of dread among the spectators, who scattered in terror. Only a few audacious souls remained, seemingly convinced of Sufong's ability to withstand such an attack. In fact, it appeared that Chubai and his companions shared this belief, viewing the meteor as merely the beginning, as the onlookers envisioned Sufong transforming into the legendary Dragon Man. Shattering the meteor with a single blow, they were startled to see him remain motionless, encircled by 3 leaders. "This is bad. Sufong can't possibly lose like this." While the crowd panicked, Sufong remained composed within the encirclement. "Surely, you do not believe this will restrain me? Have you forgotten my shadow veil?" In response to his derision, Chubai displayed a confident smile. "Since you chose to intervene and save Amelia, you must have a close relationship with her. You may evade this strike, but what of Amelia? What about the ecclesia of Esadebo behind you? Even if you manage to flee with Amelia, the destruction of the ecclesia will undoubtedly fracture your alliance." Sufong gazed at the man before him with a sense of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the profound thoughts that lay beneath his exterior. It was astonishing that even at the moment of launching an attack, this man had already calculated his next move. Clearly, the leader of a mercenary group was not merely a fool boasting immense combat prowess. However, Chubai had still underestimated Sufong's strength. Today, he was determined to establish his dominance before everyone in the outer district. Thus, the option of retreat was never on the table. If that was the case, let him witness why the likes of Wuya and Lu Bufan had met their demise at his hands. A resonant dragon's roar erupted from behind Sufong, and a phantom dragon surged forth from within him, piercing the heavens. Suddenly, the previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and a bolt of divine lightning descended. Merging seamlessly with Sufong's form, he unveiled his most formidable transformation before all, his dark red dragon form. At that moment, Sufong was adorned in dark crimson scales. His hands transformed into indomitable dragon claws, and atop his head, glimmered dragon horns akin to precious gems, embodying the very essence of a humanoid dragon. Is this truly Su Team's dragon form? It is undeniably magnificent. Just standing at a distance, I felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Look at you, trembling in fear. Even if Su Team is powerful, he is still merely a third-level ability user, right? If you're so brave, why not confront Su Team directly? Nonsense. As a first-level ability user, how could I dare to involve myself in such a celestial clash? The onlookers could sense Sufong's might solely from his regal demeanor and formidable aura. Yet, only Chu Bai and his companions, who stood face-to-face with Sufong, truly understood the suffocating pressure that emanated from him. He was overwhelmingly powerful. A singular thought flashed through the minds of Chu Bai and his companions. Escape. In fact, they acted upon that instinct, scattering in different directions at their utmost speed. They were acutely aware that this was their sole opportunity. With the meteorite summoned by Chu Bai serving as a distraction, Sufong would surely be unable to attend to them immediately. Observing the fleeing figures of the trio, Sufong paid them no further heed. He was no bloodthirsty maniac. His primary aim today was to assert his dominance, thereby significantly mitigating future troubles and ensuring that these individuals would not interfere with his grand plans. The mere act of intimidating 3 mercenary leaders without lifting a finger was far more effective in establishing his reputation. As for the descending meteorite, Sufong cast a dismissive glance. He leaped forward, his dragon claws effortlessly shattering the meteorite, and to prevent the debris from damaging the surrounding structures, he unleashed crimson flames to incinerate the falling fragments into mere ashes. In that moment, the sky ignited with crimson flames, resembling countless shooting stars, as if a magnificent meteor shower were gracing the serene heavens. This battle was the easiest Sufong had ever fought, yet it catapulted him into renown. Whispers of Sufong's dragon form began to circulate among the populace of the inner district, capturing the attention of the prominent families. Undoubtedly, what piqued the interest of the 8 great families was the notion that Mu Binger, with Sufong's assistance, could genuinely seize control of the entire outer district, a prospect they could never tolerate. The Mu family, however, received an even more significant revelation from Mu Mu. Are you suggesting that Sufong has mastered the fusion of abilities? At this moment, within the chambers of the head of the Mu family, Mu Yang, the 3 titans of the Mu family had gathered, alongside 2 others, Mu Mu and an unremarkable young man. This individual was none other than Mu Chi-feng, the family's mightiest warrior, a level 5 ability user consumed by his obsession for battle, as the sole level 5 ability wielder within the clan. His insights regarding the fusion of abilities were indispensable. Mu Mu recounted in detail the scenes she had witnessed, including the fact that Sufong had once been captured by a mysterious organization for inhumane experiments. Chapter 106. The potential of Sufong. As you mentioned, Sufong has indeed mastered the fusion of abilities. After listening to Mu Mu's account, Mu Chi-feng presented an answer that left everyone astounded. Even Mu Mu herself was taken aback. This chasm, which countless level 4 ability users could not bridge, had been crossed by someone who was merely a level 3. Could it be that Sufong possesses immense potential to become a level 5 ability user? Mu Yang's gaze was exceedingly grave. If that were the case, he must ensure that the yet-to-emerge Sufong was firmly tied to the Mu family's great vessel. The Zhu family had ascended to the pinnacle of the 8 great families primarily because they boasted 2 level 5 ability users. Should Sufong also advance to level 5, everything would change. Even if he could not become a level 5, he would surely emerge as the foremost among those below that rank. Cautious, Mu Chi-feng refrained from making any guarantees, yet he instilled a sense of reassurance in everyone. Sufong was undoubtedly a rare talent, both in terms of combat prowess and strategic acumen. It was a pity he was not a member of the Mu family. Elder Mu, while acknowledging Sufong's capabilities, lamented the inability to fully regard him as one of their own. Such is the sorrow of a great family. Yet, it may not be impossible. Mu Shan suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention to him. I see that Sufong and Binger are of similar ages. Perhaps it could be impossible. Before he could finish, Mu Yang promptly rose to object. Brother, I have not even completed my thought. No need to elaborate. How could a mere Sufong be worthy of my daughter? A mere Sufong. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Mu Yang had transformed into a protective father, finding fault with any man who dared approach his daughter. The jealous father-in-law was devoid of any reasonable argument. However, Mu Mu's next words sent Mu Yang into a frenzy. I believe the young lady Bingo harbors some fondness for Sufong. What? As soon as the words left her mouth, Mu Yang instantly sprang from his chair. And for the first time, those present witnessed the meaning of rage in this domineering man. This scoundrel, already accompanied by a woman, dares to pursue my daughter? I care not whether you are a promising talent. Even if you are a level 5 ability user, I shall break your leg. With that, Mu Yang actually pulled out a strangely shaped knife from the room, clearly intent on finding Sufong to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, he was timely restrained by Mu Shan. Sit down. At Elder Mu's stern reprimand, Mu Yang returned to his seat like a chastised child. It was then that Mu spoke, reassuring, Do not worry, Elder Mu. This is merely my speculation. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Yang shot a fierce glare at Mu, only to be met with the laughter of those around him. Enough of this farce. Regardless of whether Sufong can ascend to level 5, he is evidently a rare talent, worthy of our Mu family's alliance. Elder Mu declared, and even Mu Yang dared not utter another word. Even though he had already become the head of the Mu family, Mu Area's prestige within the Mu household and the entire inner city was not something Mu Yang could rival in such a short span of time. As for whether Bingo would take a liking to Sufong, that was contingent upon fate's design, a matter beyond a father's influence. Before departing, Mu Area could not resist teasing Mu Yang about how one could still fall ill while being an ability user. At the A-side church, Sufong's incessant sneezing led him to believe he might be coming down with a cold. Observing Sufong's carefree demeanor, Emilia was incensed. How could you unilaterally decide to incorporate my A-side church into your defense team? Although Mu Bingo had previously extended an invitation, Emilia had been hesitant. Knowing that Sufong had saved her in front of everyone, which would inevitably link their fates together, leaving her with no choice but to join the defense team. Emilia, how could you turn against me? I was the one who saved you. Sufong's expression of grievance did not earn him Emilia's approval. She was acutely aware that with Sufong's prowess, he could have discreetly rescued her without creating a scene. Sufong's actions were deliberate, compelling her A-side church to align with the defense team. He understood that his deceit would not fool her, and Emilia, while not truly averse to joining the defense team, was infuriated by Sufong's presumptuousness. In response, Sufong could only bow his head submissively, allowing Emilia to vent her frustrations. Once the wrath of the esteemed lady subsided, the A-side church formally allied with the defense team. Following this battle, the ensuing days indeed brought a notable reduction in troubles. Those contemplating trouble for Sufong had to weigh their own strengths, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. During this period, Sufong's greatest concern was Gu Haidang. Since his return to the Blue Sea base, Sufong had not seen him again. According to Emilia, Gu Haidang, that crafty fox, would not easily accept defeat and was bound to seek revenge. Yet, 2 full days had passed, and Gu Haidang remained hidden within the Blue Sea base. Conversely, some members had been expelled by him. From their accounts, Sufong learned that Gu Haidang had secluded himself in his private chamber since returning, and those who left had done so out of hopelessness. Nevertheless, Gu Haidang still did not emerge. Was it possible that he had truly lost heart? After a tranquil 10 days, the time for the blood moon had arrived once more. Gazing at the crimson moon in the sky, Sufong sensed something different about this night. Perhaps it was due to the formidable power he had acquired, rendering the blood moon incapable of threatening his existence. At times, Sufong pondered how humanity had managed to resist the invasion of the aberrant beasts in just over a year. Perhaps it would not be long before they could re-establish cities and return to an era of civilization. Standing atop a high-rise, he beheld the towering walls taking shape, as if witnessing the birth of a city that belonged to him amidst this apocalyptic world. As Sufong was lost in the reverie of his beautiful dreams, a sudden, thunderous noise jolted him from his fantasy. In the distance, a towering wall, standing 20 meters high, was engulfed in thick smoke, and a gaping hole marred its surface. How dare they? Who has dared to assault my wall? Just a moment ago, Sufong was envisioning the establishment of his own city in this apocalyptic world, and now, in the blink of an eye, his newly erected wall lay in ruins. How could he possibly endure such an affront? The ethereal form of the divine dragon enveloped Sufong, transforming him into his dragon form as he soared through the night sky towards the wall. However, during his flight, he sensed something sinister in the air. The streets were teeming with an overwhelming number of invading beasts, seemingly more than ever before during the Blood Nights. Confronted with this sudden surge of aberrant creatures, both the defense team and the mercenary corps felt unprecedented pressure. Chapter 107. Breaching the high wall. As Sufong swiftly eliminated a multitude of aberrant beasts with his formidable prowess, he finally arrived at the high wall. The scene before him filled him with profound astonishment. Prior to his arrival, he had envisioned numerous scenarios, such as Chubai and his compatriot seeking vengeance under the blood moon, deliberately aiming to dismantle the wall, or perhaps Gu Haidang orchestrating yet another devious scheme. Regardless of who it might be, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to confront them. However, The reality before him starkly contrasted with his imaginings. Adjacent to the high wall, for colossal, never-before-seen third-tier aberrant beasts relentlessly battered the structure, devoid of any human presence. It was evident that they were intent on besieging the wall. Were not these aberrant beasts solely hunters of humanity? The destruction of urban landscapes had merely been an incidental consequence of their overwhelming strength during conflict. Yet here were 4 third-tier beasts, seemingly indifferent to Sufong's proximity. Fixated solely on their assault against the high wall, clearly not hunting for human prey. This behavior was a blatant violation of the beast's inherent nature, as if they were being manipulated by unseen forces to deliberately damage the wall. Could it be that someone was controlling these aberrant beasts to thwart his plans for the wall? This fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed. Only a 4th-tier psychic could command such a multitude of 3rd-tier beasts. In the outer districts, all 4th-tier psychics were prohibited from employing powers surpassing Tier 3, lest they incur the penalties of the established regulations, even if someone attempted to surreptitiously wield such abilities. The immense energy fluctuations of 4th-tier psychics would be immediately detected by others, yet dismissing the possibility of external manipulation. Could these aberrant beasts be under the influence of an even more formidable beast, compelling them to attack the wall? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. In a moment of confusion, Sufong realized he could not afford to ponder the reasons behind this predicament. Delaying further would result in the destruction of the high wall. Painstakingly erected by the collective efforts of many, transforming into his dragon form, Sufong faced the 4 third-tier beasts without a hint of trepidation. Gripping his bone knife, he charged at one of the serpent-like creatures first. Following the fusion of his abilities, the hue of the violet lightning enveloping him shifted, revealing a dark crimson glow that encased his form. Sufong's speed had evidently increased, as the bone knife, enveloped in blazing flames, effortlessly penetrated the defenses of the serpent beast, cleaving it in two with a single strike. However, what astonished him next was beyond comprehension. The bisected serpent beast transformed into 2 slender snakes, continuing their assault on the high wall. Damn, how am I supposed to fight this? Sufong exclaimed. Confronting such an extraordinary ability, utterly baffled as to how he might eradicate this serpent beast. Fortunately, the aberrant creatures seemed singularly focused on demolishing the wall, paying no heed to Sufong's presence. With no immediate solution for the serpent beast, he redirected his attention to another creature resembling a rhinoceros. The rhinoceros beast, immense in size, shook the high wall with every impact it made. Determined to protect the structure, Sufong set his sights on the rhinoceros beast. As he unleashed his myriad skills, leaving countless wounds upon the rhinoceros beast, it showed no signs of faltering. Despite its grievous injuries, it relentlessly pursued its mission. Who, after all, was so intent on demolishing these high walls? Could it truly be the inhabitants of the inner city, unwilling to grant even a sliver of refuge to the common folk of the outer city? With such perplexities weighing on his mind, Sufong exerted all his strength to slay the rhinoceros beast. However, the remaining 3 beasts, including the serpent-like creature, continued their relentless assault on the high walls. Most vexingly, the remaining trio proved formidable. Besides the serpent beast's ability to split, there was an extraordinarily resilient tortoise beast and an exceptionally agile monkey beast. Though their destructive capabilities paled in comparison to that of the rhinoceros beast, Sufong found himself at a loss against them. He had once contemplated using the immensely powerful Flame Emperor to vanquish them all, but the proximity of the high walls posed a significant risk, as the Flame Emperor's might could easily obliterate them. In the midst of his dilemma, a wave of black blade energy sliced through the air, forcing the tortoise beast back a step. Ling Yun? Once again, Ling Yun employed her demon assimilation to join the fray. Despite Sufong's repeated prohibitions against her using this ability, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Sufong conveyed his predicament to Ling Yun, who promptly devised a solution. She could use the power of black holes to restrict the agile monkey beast's movements, granting Sufong an opportunity to strike it down. As for the tortoise beast, Ling Yun brought forth even better news. Ling Yu's soul crystal cannon had been successfully upgraded. Ling Yu confidently asserted that his cannon could surely penetrate the tortoise beast's defenses. Sufong gazed at the siblings with immense gratitude, marveling at the unexpected fortune they had stumbled upon at the auction that very day. Once the plan was established, without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yun conjured several black holes along the monkey beast's escape route, utilizing the gravitational pull between them to hinder its agility. Seizing this opportunity, Sufong descended with the crimson flame bone blade, cleaving the monkey beast in 2. Regarding the tortoise beast, Sufong unleashed the full force of his black lightning to incapacitate it. Then, leveraging his robust dragon form, he shoved it towards the center of the construction site. With Ling Yun's black holes restraining its movements, Sufong swung his blade, unleashing a cerulean energy beam from the opposite high wall. The strike pierced the tortoise beast's shell, a display of power that left Sufong somewhat awestruck. He couldn't help but ponder the odds of survival had he been on the receiving end of such a cannonade. Yet, the tortoise beast, having its shell breached, astonished Sufong yet again. From the shattered shell, a dark shadow erupted, racing toward the high wall. In its final throes, the tortoise beast sought to deliver a crushing blow to the wall. Had Sufong not intervened in time, the high wall would have surely sustained another grievous hit. As for the last serpent-like beast, its ability to split rendered it nearly impossible to kill, leaving the trio in a state of considerable distress. If only it could be smaller, they could incinerate the lot in a single blaze. Ling Yun's words served as a reminder, igniting a plan within Sufong. As long as he continued to strike relentlessly, the serpentine beasts would diminish in size, allowing him to set them ablaze as Ling Yun had suggested. Indeed, events unfolded in accordance with Sufong's strategy. After numerous strikes, the area surrounding the high wall was densely populated with diminutive serpents, nearly inducing a sense of claustrophobia. Ultimately, beneath Sufong's crimson flames, one could even catch a whiff of a delightful, barbecued aroma. Although he had vanquished 4 of the bizarre beasts and halted further deterioration of the high wall, the sight of the disarray weighed heavily on Sufong's heart. Most importantly, it was evident that someone was deliberately targeting the high wall initiative, possessing the capability to command the third-tier beasts to recklessly ravage its structure. Chapter 108. The Beast Onslaught. The sole piece of good news was the successful trial of the Soul Crystal Cannon, whose power could even surpass Sufong's most formidable strike. Only with the Soul Crystal Cannon equipped could the high wall plan truly be regarded as a fortress. However, this was not the time for celebration. In the outer districts, a cloud of dust erupted from all directions, and through Sufong's formidable perception, he detected dozens of beasts charging toward the high wall. He did not fear these creatures. Even if surrounded, Sufong had confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. Yet the high wall beneath his feet, under such an onslaught, faced only the possibility of being reduced to rubble. Who could be targeting the wall they had laboriously constructed? In the throes of fury, Sufong, in his dragon form, unleashed a resounding roar that captured everyone's attention toward the high wall. Defenders, hold the wall. Sufong's voice echoed through half the outer district, igniting countless lights that surged toward the high wall, including Emilia. Under the radiant holy light, more than 100 individuals swiftly gathered beneath the wall. All eyes were fixed on Sufong as he leapt down, his grave expression signaling that the situation was dire. Do you see the high wall behind me? The barrier we toiled to erect now bears a breach. These beasts not only hunt humanity, but as we strive to build our soul sanctuary, they relentlessly seek to destroy it. Brothers, are you content to witness the fruits of our labor, our soon-to-be home, trampled under the feet of these beasts? Sufong gestured toward the wall, his voice a passionate outpouring of his rage. He must instill in everyone the fury of seeing their home laid waste, so they would find the courage to confront the approaching horde. Unwilling, will you watch idly as the beasts trample our achievements? No. Now, dozens of beasts charge toward our wall. Brothers, do you have the confidence to hold them back? Yes. Seeing the fervor in the crowd, Sufong propelled their spirits to a new zenith. Tonight, we shall slay the beasts and defend the wall. Slay the beasts. Defend the wall. Slay the beasts. Defend the wall. In an instant, a chorus of battle cries resonated around the high wall, the crowd surging with fervor. It was not until a distant roar broke through the clamor that they regained their focus. With a swift motion, Sufong brandished the bone knife, conjuring a wall of flames before the high wall. Tonight, no beast shall cross this fire barrier. With that declaration, Sufong was the first to vault over the flames, charging headlong into the oncoming throng of beasts. In his dragon form, Sufong wreaked havoc among the creatures, igniting the bloodlust of those behind him. Charge! Someone shouted, and the 100-strong rallied against the horde. In that moment, at the fire barrier's threshold, humanity and beasts clashed in a fierce battle. Among the numerous exotic beasts, there are a total of 12 third-tier creatures. Although Sufong manages to restrain 3 of these beasts with his formidable combat prowess, Ling Yun and Emilia each hold back 1 third-tier beast. The remaining 6 third-tier beasts, facing a throng of first- and second-tier ability users, are virtually invincible. Despite the overwhelming skills of over 100 ability users illuminating the outer district with an unnatural brilliance, they inflict not a single wound upon the third-tier beasts. Conversely, a mere strike from these beasts results in significant casualties among the ability users. Witnessing this scene, Sufong desires to lend his support. Yet he is unable to extricate himself due to the 3 beasts that are keeping him occupied. He understands that casualties are inevitable in this battle, but he is taken aback by the number of fallen comrades so early in the fray. Watching his brothers charge fearlessly into the throng of beasts for the sake of his recent declaration fills him with a heavy heart. Just as Sufong finds himself at a loss, a sacred light suddenly illuminates the battlefield. A radiant beam of white light ascends into the sky, revealing Tang Ruolin's holy light cross. Sufong is all too familiar with this ability. Although the Holy Light Cross can heal only one individual, it is better than nothing, and Tang Rulin's presence will surely mitigate the casualties among the ability users. As he revels in this thought, the pristine beam of light unexpectedly undergoes a transformation. What was originally a beam wide enough for only one person begins to expand, enveloping the entire battlefield like a colossal curtain of light. Everyone, including Sufong, finds themselves shrouded in this luminous veil. A warm current surges through their bodies, healing their injuries to varying degrees, perhaps sensing the resurgence of power within them. The fighting spirit of the crowd noticeably intensifies. Tang Rulin is not alone on the battlefield. Suyu and Mu Bing'er are also present. Particularly, Mu Bing'er's arrival significantly boosts the morale of the fighters. Although the three wooden giants cannot topple the third-tier beasts, they manage to restrain three of them with the support of the crowd's attacks. Even more astonishing is the performance of Chiefing, who, under Mu Bing'er's ample resources, manages to contend with a third-tier beast on his own. As a result, the tide of battle finally begins to ease. Nevertheless, the remaining two third-tier beasts continue their rampage among the crowd. Were it not for Tang Rulin's healing abilities, the defense team would have sustained devastating losses by now. This situation cannot persist. Sufong's focus remains on the battle, and he finds himself unable to resolve the three beasts in the immediate vicinity. As he contemplates how to break the deadlock, the battlefield experiences a sudden shift. One beast charges towards the center of the holy light, forsaking its attack on the high wall and redirecting its focus onto Tang Rulin. The beast, lacking such intelligence, is evidently responding to a change in strategy from its controller lurking behind. It is a common understanding among humans to eliminate the healer first, and it is clear that the entity orchestrating the beast is human as well. The ability to promptly adjust strategic targets indicates that the mastermind must be nearby. As Sufong utilizes his wind control to perceive everything around him, he wields his blade to fend off the three beasts that are surrounding him, transforming into a dark crimson flash as he rushes to intercept the beast that is launching a surprise attack on Tang Rulin. Die, he exclaims. Fueled by a seething fury towards the puppeteers behind the scenes, Sufong unleashed his most formidable strike. The crimson flames blazed radiantly, enveloping the bone blade, which glowed a fiery red under the intense heat. As the bone blade descended upon the monstrous creature, a vivid scarlet flame erupted from its wound. The struck beast belched forth fierce flames from its injury, emitting a harrowing roar that reverberated across the sky, drawing the gaze of the entire outer district towards the high walls. In the heavens, the beast's lifeless form plummeted like a colossal fireball, while Sufong floated with a stoic demeanor, his dark red figure shimmering with the glow of flames. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death in the obsidian night, emanating an aura of wrath that instilled terror in all the creatures of the outer district. Chapter 109. The hidden manipulator. From a distant skyscraper, three silhouettes stood atop, observing the fierce battle unfolding below. They were taken aback by Sufong's formidable prowess. Even a staggering 15 third-tier aberrations could not breach the formidable wall. One of the youths appeared to commend Sufong, yet the disdain curling at the corner of his lips betrayed a profound contempt that was unmistakable to all. Third young master, how could a mere third-tier ability user from the outer district ever compare to you? Beside the youth, a middle-aged man flattered him, his obsequious demeanor repulsing the elderly man with white hair standing nearby. Of course, his achievement stems solely from Mu Bing'er. Were it not for the uproar, my father would have sent me to this wretched outer district to resolve such trivial matters. The youth seethed internally, placing all his dissatisfaction squarely upon Sufong. Young master, what are your intentions? The elder, clearly of a higher status than the middle-aged man, spoke without even glancing at the youth. Rest assured, Fu Yi, I have devised a comprehensive plan. Tonight's confrontation is merely an overture, the youth replied, a cruel smile flickering across his face. Currently, the defense brigade was the most formidable force in the outer district. Confronting Sufong and Mu Bing'er would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Yet, the elder appeared unfazed, as if the challenge was trivial. In truth, the elder, much like Mu, was a fourth-tier ability user guarding the youth. Had it not been for the constraints of regulations, dealing with Sufong would be a mere trifle. Indeed, with Mu Bing'er's backing, the defense brigade's standing in the outer district was unparalleled, primarily due to the disarray of various mercenary factions. Once I consolidate these factions under my command, Mu Bing'er's brigade will pose no threat whatsoever. Consolidating so many mercenary groups? That seems rather complex. The elder, akin to a tutor, guided the youth step by step. Money can indeed move mountains. My true aim is not to cultivate them into my own combatants. As long as they can incite chaos in the outer district, that will suffice. The youth declared with pride, evidently pleased with his scheme. The elder beamed with satisfaction, recognizing that the youth had grasped the crux of this mission, making success seem within reach. anticipating the accolades from his father upon returning to the family, along with delivering a resounding slap to the faces of those who underestimated him. The youth's expression radiated excitement. At the wall, Sufong's decisive strike invigorated the spirits of the onlookers, particularly for Tang Rulin, who gazed at the man who had descended like a celestial being to save her. A ripple of emotion surged within her. Yet, this was not the moment for such sentiments. Sufong's seemingly ultimate intervention inadvertently freed the aberrations he was meant to restrain. With a thunderous crash, the painstakingly constructed wall crumbled, igniting the fury of the onlookers who channeled their wrath into an assault against the three third-tier aberrations. However, in the face of the attacks from these lowly aberrants, the three monstrous beasts remained entirely indifferent, gathering strength for their next onslaught. If this continued, the fruits of the collective effort of the crowd over the past month would ultimately be for naught. The disparity in strength was painfully evident, leaving the onlookers powerless to do anything but watch as the three beasts prepared for yet another collision. Just as despair settled over the crowd, a dazzling light erupted from atop a distant high wall. A colossal sphere of energy materialized before their eyes. At the very moment the three aberrant beasts launched their assault, the luminous sphere transformed into a beam of light, its formidable energy piercing through the bodies of the three beasts, including Sufong. The crowd was left utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Who could have emerged as their savior at such a critical moment? Sufong's astonishment was particularly pronounced. He recognized that the one who had intervened was Lingyu. However, what left him astounded was the sheer power of the Soul Crystal Cannon. With just a single strike, it had dispatched three Tier 3 aberrants, a level of destructive capability that far surpassed the limits of a Tier 3 aberrant. While acquiring such a powerful weapon was undoubtedly a boon, its exposure in front of so many eyes would likely attract unwanted attention. After the three aberrants were vanquished, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Under the protection of the Soul Crystal Cannon, the crowd needed only to restrain the aberrants, allowing the cannon to finish them off. Thus, dozens of aberrants fell, one after another, under the combined efforts of the group. Once Su Fan had organized his battle supplies, his first directive was to instruct Ling Yun to escort Ling Yu and the Soul Crystal Cannon to safety, ensuring that the secret of the cannon remained concealed. Ling Yun understood the stakes involved. If Ling Yu's Soul Crystal Cannon were discovered, their fate could mirror that of their father. Indeed, no sooner had Ling Yun and Ling Yu departed than three familiar figures appeared around the high wall. It was the young master, the elder, and the middle-aged man from earlier. They were slightly too late. Had they not sought to evade Sufong's perception, they would not have missed their quarry. The young man wore an expression of frustration. Fu Yi, do you truly believe that the recent attack was the result of a soul crystal weapon? The trio had ventured to the high wall, risking exposure, because the elder suspected that the intervention had come from a soul crystal weapon. If Sufong possessed such a powerful weapon, the situation would become decidedly more complex. The previous strike had eliminated three Tier 3 aberrants in a single blow, undoubtedly surpassing most Tier 3 aberrants while not emitting the energy fluctuations typical of a Tier 4 aberrant. If Sufong truly had such a formidable ally at his side, they would have intervened long ago. Yet, the ally remained hidden, their attacks singularly focused. Sufong could hardly have anticipated that the secret of the Soul Crystal Cannon would be uncovered through a few simple strikes. Fortunately, his cautious nature ensured the secret remained safeguarded. The elder, sensing the residual energy in the air, managed to locate the hidden chamber where Ling Yu and the others had concealed themselves. The middle-aged man voiced his astonishment, pondering why Sufong would go to such lengths to construct numerous secret chambers to fortify his high wall. His words momentarily stunned the elder, who then noticed several dark marks on the ground. Old Master Fu, why are you staring blankly at the ground? There must have been some heavy objects placed here before. Heavy objects? Perhaps a cannon. A cannon? What kind of cannon? A potential answer flashed through the young man's mind, yet he dared not believe it. The Soul Crystal Cannon. Old Master Fu also struggled to accept this possibility, yet it was the only explanation he could fathom. If that were indeed the case, Sufong's plans would need to be altered. We have exhausted countless resources and manpower in the inner city, and yet we have been unable to produce a soul crystal weapon of such formidable power. Are you perhaps overestimating Sufong? Let us hope so. Chapter 110, Secrets Unveiled Within the Defense Corps. Sufong meticulously organized the abundant spoils of the night, observing the warehouse nearly overflowing with their bounty. Tang Rulin and the others appeared to have grown accustomed to such victories. Although the battle had been intensely brutal, the sight of their ample rewards brought them considerable exhilaration. Yet, Sufong's thoughts lingered not on these treasures. Leaning against the window, his gaze remained fixated on the damaged high wall. Mu Bing initially assumed that he lamented the state of the wall. Fear not, as more and more individuals are joining our high wall initiative. Tonight's minor damage will soon be repaired. I am not concerned with whether the wall can be mended, even if it were to fall. We possess the capability to rebuild it. Then what is it that troubles you? I fear that someone is orchestrating these aberrant beasts to deliberately vandalize the wall. Orchestrating the beasts? Impossible. Mu Bing immediately refuted Sufong's assertion. While awakened beast masters can command the beast in battle, the beast's level must never surpass that of the wielder. Moreover, a beast master can control only a single beast at a time without exception. Despite Mu Bing's fervent declaration, Sufong remained skeptical. The beasts had evidently targeted the wall, recklessly seeking to topple it, if not for some hidden manipulation. How could they act against their intrinsic hunting instincts? His words rendered Mu Bing momentarily speechless. Yet, to control such a multitude of beasts, even if feasible, the instigator must undoubtedly be a level 4 ability user. Would they dare to openly defy the rules and strike in the outer districts? In response to Mu Bing's inquiries, Sufong turned his attention to Sister Mumu, who could only shake her head. During the recent skirmish, she had sensed no energy fluctuations indicative of a level 4 ability user, clearly suggesting that the one controlling the beast was not a so-called level 4 ability user. As Sufong fell into contemplation, Tang Rulin suddenly spoke. There are rumors that the Zhu family has long been researching methods to control aberrant beasts. Could this matter be connected to them? The Zhu family? Again with the Zhu family? Sufong had never anticipated that this situation would once more involve them. With their soul crystal weapons and ability to control beasts, it appeared the Zhu family was unwilling to remain merely the foremost family within the inner city. They sought to dominate the entirety of the inner district. Indeed, it was previously rumored that the Zhu family would send representatives to the outer districts. But after so long without sight of them, I assumed they had abandoned this plan. It seems they have been concealing their identities, lurking in the outer district all along. Connecting Mu Bing's words, Sufong was nearly certain that those controlling the beast were agents of the Zhu family. Do these petty individuals truly harbor such disdain for a mere wall? Sufong's expression turned grim, due to the actions of the Lingyun siblings. He had already harbored an aversion towards the Zhu family, and now it seemed they harbored intentions to obliterate his hard work. Sufong, you must understand that you are not merely erecting a wall. You are dismantling the sense of superiority held by the people of the inner city. Sister Mumu interjected suddenly. You are challenging the dominion of the inner city. Were it not for the support of the Mu family, you would not even be able to lay a single brick. At this moment, Sufong truly comprehended that he was confronting the entirety of the inner city. Are you afraid? Mu Binger suddenly interjected, seemingly provoking him. Yet Sufong understood that this young lady was inquiring about his future direction. Given Sufong's capabilities, if he were to abandon the High Wall project and willingly become the family's combat force, any faction would extend an olive branch to him. However, Sufong opted for the most arduous path. Perhaps for this reason, the Mu family chose to support him. Although the inner city is dominated by 8 prominent families, the Zhu family, as the foremost family, holds an almost unassailable position. They currently possess control over technologies such as the manipulation of aberrant beasts and soul crystal weaponry, rendering the Zhu family's status in the inner city unparalleled. If the Mu family wishes to surpass the Zhu family and ascend to the apex of the inner city, they must forge a novel path. Supporting Sufong's High Wall project is the most effective means of overtaking their rival. What the Mu family values most is not Sufong himself, but rather the interests of the outer city and the support of its populace. However, they seem to have underestimated Sufong. Although the nominal commander of the defense team is the Mu family's young lady, it is Sufong who has emerged as the true spiritual leader in the hearts of the outer city's residents. The same applies to the High Wall project. Although it relies on the Mu family's resources, the masses are far more grateful to Sufong, the architect of the plan. At present, Sufong has become the undisputed spiritual leader of the outer city. Afraid? I once faced aberrant beasts with the body of an ordinary person and did not flinch. Could the Zhu family be more fearsome than those beasts? In response to Mu Binger's inquiry, he hesitated not in the slightest. Even though he was acutely aware that the Zhu family before him was an insurmountable mountain, thoughts of his comrades behind him left Sufong with no room for retreat. Moreover, he had just acquired a formidable weapon, the Soul Crystal Cannon. With this in mind, Sufong disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him. Hastening away from the defense team to the High Wall's secret chamber, upon seeing the disordered footprints on the ground, Sufong realized that outsiders had indeed visited. His decision to have Lingyun and others evacuate with the Soul Crystal Cannon was thus validated. Sensing the residual energy fluctuations within the chamber, Sufong deduced that 3 individuals had entered, one of whom possessed strength far surpassing his own, evidently a level 4 ability user. Sufong had gleaned some understanding of the Zhu family's level 4 ability user from Sister Mumu. Yet he could not ascertain their identity based solely on the lingering energy fluctuations, regardless of who it was. They likely could not have deduced the existence of the Soul Crystal Cannon from the emptiness surrounding them. Little did Sufong expect that Master Fu had inferred the presence of the Soul Crystal Cannon from its assault and the black marks on the ground. Once he was certain that the secret of the Soul Crystal Cannon had not been uncovered, Sufong cautiously made his way to the Ling siblings' residence. Upon arriving at Ling Yun's home, his first action was to embrace the gifted youth. It was due to his presence that the defense team achieved victory in tonight's battle against the aberrant beasts. However, Sufong found himself in an awkward position, as Ling Yu's thoughts were elsewhere. Instead, the order Sufong issued for him to vacate the secret chamber left this talented boy thoroughly perplexed, even somewhat displeased. Upon successfully crafting the Soul Crystal Cannon, he envisioned placing it within every hidden chamber of the towering walls, transforming this barrier into a bastion to protect the outer districts. To his dismay, instead of accolades, he received orders for withdrawal. This left the genius, who was solely absorbed in his designs, profoundly dissatisfied. In response, Sufong could only voice his conjecture. "Are you suggesting that it is the Zhu family orchestrating the beast assault on the walls?" Ling Yun inquired incredulously. The Zhu family had already established itself as the foremost clan in the inner city, and now possessing the ability to control the beasts made their quest for vengeance against their father all the more formidable. Chapter 111. Incomplete design. What relevance does this have to my Soul Crystal Cannon? Ling Yu remained preoccupied with his own designs and the aspirations for the fortress. Am I not concerned that your designs might be discovered by the Zhu family? In truth, someone has already infiltrated your secret chamber. What? Ling Yun was taken aback by the Zhu family's swift actions. Had they arrived even a moment later, they would have been exposed. The only outcome then would be dire, his demise and his brother's capture. The most favorable scenario might entail their simultaneous deaths, while the worst would see the Zhu family uncovering the secret of the Soul Crystal Cannon and wielding this technology unchallenged in the inner city. Ling Yu, the Zhu family's agents have now arrived in the inner city. We must proceed with utmost caution. This time, Ling Yu finally relented, muttering to himself. The design of the Soul Crystal Cannon is still imperfect. Perhaps I can refine it during this period. After soothing this prodigious youth, Sufong began inquiring about the materials required to construct the Soul Crystal Cannon. This was the very reason for his urgent appearance here. To genuinely transform the high walls into a fortress, it would require far more than a mere couple of Soul Crystal Cannons. Within the high walls, Sufong had constructed thousands of secret chambers, and there remained potential for future expansion, necessitating an astronomical quantity of materials. Indeed, as he suspected, a single Soul Crystal Cannon demanded materials worth tens of thousands of Soul Crystals, many of which could not even be procured from the outer districts. In other words, to realize their dream of the fortress plan, they would need to leverage the power of the Mu family. Yet, as a mere third-tier ability user, what leverage did he possess to negotiate with the Mu family? Ultimately, Sufong had no choice but to focus on Ling Yu's design blueprints. The reason the prominent families in the inner city feared the emergence of Soul Crystal weaponry was that if ordinary people acquired such weapons, it would equate to wielding the power of resistance, potentially dismantling their rule. However, with the Mu family intent on toppling the Zhu family, the Soul Crystal weaponry in their hands would become their greatest bargaining chip. As soon as Sufong articulated his thoughts, he was immediately rebuffed by Ling Yun. These families are all cut from the same cloth. Entrusting the design blueprints of the Soul Crystal Cannon to the Mu family would be tantamount to erasing the survival chances of the people beyond the city, which contradicts our father's aspirations. Ling Yun, you must understand that with our limited strength, accomplishing the fortress plan is already exceedingly challenging, and now the Zhu family has interjected, rendering this task seemingly impossible. To combat the Zhu family, we must utilize the Mu family's influence. They are currently the only ones willing to support our high wall initiative. Yet, upon obtaining the design blueprints for the Soul Crystal Cannon, the Mu family could very well eliminate us and monopolize this weapon of destruction. After much earnest persuasion from Sufong, Ling Yun finally relented. Sufong certainly had no intention of becoming a pawn for others. I would never hand over the complete design blueprints to the Mu family. The purpose of the blueprints is to convince them of our capability to produce the Soul Crystal Cannon, while the crucial components can simply be omitted by Ling Yu. Do you think the other party is a fool? The Mu family is vast, boasting an abundance of talented individuals skilled in the creation of Soul Crystal weaponry. Even if your design blueprint were incomplete, they would possess the capability to replicate an identical Soul Crystal Cannon. This notion had indeed eluded Sufong, leaving him momentarily abashed as he lowered his gaze. I am confident that the designs I provide cannot be replicated. I shall deliver to them an authentic Soul Crystal Cannon, one that they will be unable to duplicate. Suddenly interjecting, Ling Yu's voice broke through the contemplative silence. Can you truly achieve that, Ling Yu? Sufong queried. Indeed, brother. Should the Mu family gain access to the design of the Soul Crystal Cannon, our aspirations to fulfill our father's dream would become exceedingly challenging. The skepticism reflected in their expressions did little to diminish Ling Yu's unwavering conviction. The Soul Crystal Cannon is my creation. I am well aware of its intricacies. As long as we retain control over these pivotal technologies, the Mu family will undoubtedly be incapable of replicating the Soul Crystal Cannon in the near future. Is that so? Ling Yun placed immense trust in her prodigious brother, nearly to the point of blind faith. Sufong, however, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. In the short term, replication is impossible? Correct. As my sister has articulated, the wealth of talent within the Mu family means that duplicating the Soul Crystal Cannon is merely a matter of time. My aim is to delay the timeline. Sufong's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Ling Yu's response. Yet the subsequent declaration from Ling Yu instilled a renewed sense of confidence within him. By the time they have succeeded in replicating the Soul Crystal Cannon, I shall have designed an even more formidable Soul Crystal weapon. It was only when discussing the design of Soul Crystal weaponry that Ling Yu exhibited such resolute self-assurance. Faced with the brilliance of this young genius, Sufong could do naught but place his trust in him, especially considering Ling Yu had completed the Soul Crystal Cannon in a mere 2 months. Furthermore, Sufong lacked any expertise in the design of Soul Crystal weaponry. With Ling Yu's assurance in hand, Ling Yun acquiesced to Sufong's plan. Throughout the night, Ling Yu toiled over his design blueprints, striving to convince the Mu family that these were the designs for the Soul Crystal Cannon, while simultaneously concealing critical information. After an entire night of meticulous effort, this foolproof design was finally entrusted to Sufong. Armed with this blueprint, Sufong promptly made his way to Mu Binger's office. Oh, why are you here so early? Do you need something? Mu Bingo observed Sufong's serious demeanor with evident surprise. I did not come to see you. I am here to speak with Sister Mumu. Although Mu Bingo was the sole occupant of the office at that moment, Sufong was certain that Sister Mumu was discreetly watching over the Mu family's young lady from a hidden corner. As he gazed out the window in anticipation of Sister Mumu's arrival, a languid voice emerged from the shadows. From the corner sofa, Mumu rubbed her sleepy eyes. Clearly just roused from slumber, Sufong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been so engrossed in matters concerning the blueprint that he had failed to notice the unmistakable presence of Sister Mumu. Do you need something from me? Sister Mumu, I wish for you to convey a message to the head of the Mu family. I would like to meet him to discuss an important matter. What? You wish to see my father? Both Mu Binger and Mumu regarded Sufong's request with astonishment. By your mere presence, you have yet to earn the privilege of meeting my father. Moreover, if you wish to see him, should it not be through my request, rather than seeking out Sister Mumu? In response to Mu Binger's perplexity, Sufong merely replied with a hint of indifference. This matter bears significant weight. It would be prudent to trouble Sister Mumu to convey the message. Binger had just stated that, as it stands, you lack even the qualifications to enter the inner city, let alone to meet the head of the Mu family. Sufong was fully aware of the improbability of gaining an audience with the head of the Mu family. I possess the design blueprints for the Soul Crystal Cannon and wish to propose a transaction with the head of the Mu family. He produced the blueprints from his pocket, confidence radiating from his demeanor as he regarded the two. Sufong understood that the Mu family would find it difficult to resist such temptation. Chapter 112. The transaction, what? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sister Mu's face was filled with astonishment. The Soul Crystal Cannon? Was it not those few attacks from yesterday that saved us? Mu Binger quickly connected the events of last night. Yes. Sufong replied with utmost seriousness. He understood that this was his sole leverage in negotiations with the Mu family. Sufong, this matter is of profound significance. It is not as simple as you assert. Sister Mu's expression turned grave, and she even suspected Sufong of fabricating this excuse for some ulterior motive. After all, how could a mere boy accomplish what countless resources and efforts within the inner district had failed to achieve? Who would believe such a tale? Mu Binger regarded Sufong with a look of skepticism as well. It was only when Sufong presented the design blueprints meticulously prepared by Ling Yu that their gazes shifted from doubt to shock. Is this the design blueprint for the Soul Crystal Cannon? Both sisters eagerly took the blueprints and examined them closely. Although neither was an expert in the design of Soul Crystal weaponry, they quickly discerned the underlying issues. The blueprint was incomplete, based on the contents. One could only construct the shell of the Soul Crystal Cannon, lacking the essential technologies. After studying it for a considerable time, Sister Mu, disheartened, returned the blueprints to Sufong. You don't truly believe that such an incomplete design can deceive me, do you? If so, you will experience the consequences of offending the Mu family. Mu Binger displayed signs of anger. She had always placed her trust in Sufong, and the thought of losing that trust for any reason was something she deeply wished to avoid. I'm not foolish. A mere incomplete design cannot yield me any benefits. As Sister Mu said, this blueprint lacks core technology. Do you think I would simply hand over the core technology to the Mu family? Sufong replied calmly. The two women regarded him with caution, as if trying to discern any hint of deceit in his demeanor. After half a minute, they finally conceded. Sufong's composure revealed no cracks. I cannot make a decision. I will take your design back to present it to the head of the Mu family. It is best to act swiftly. You understand the precious nature of this blueprint. Sufong recognized that his plan had succeeded. Sister Mu was fully aware of the blueprint's value, and after exchanging a glance with Mu Binger, she vanished from the office in an instant. Once she had gone, Mu Binger slowly spoke. Sufong, what exactly are you plotting? I merely wish to complete the High Wall project. Sufong asserted. The Mu family has already pledged support for your High Wall project. Observing Mu Binger's indignation, Sufong appeared somewhat helpless. Is that so? Mu Binger, does the Mu family genuinely support the establishment of the High Wall? A simple question rendered Mu Binger speechless. Deep down, she was acutely aware that the family did not wholeheartedly endorse the High Wall project. They merely continued to support Sufong because, at present, the defense team operated under her name, yielding substantial profits in the process. One day, if the high walls are truly erected, the populace of the outer district will pose a threat to those residing in the inner district. At that time, even the Mu family may intervene to suppress the unrest. Therefore, I must present a more substantial capital. Only then will the Mu family be inclined to genuinely support the High Wall initiative. Mu Binga found herself unable to counter this assertion. That day, the two remained quietly in the office, awaiting the return of Sister Mu Mu. It was not until midnight that Sister Mu Mu reappeared in the office. I didn't expect to find you two still here. It seems the pressure from the Zhu family is quite significant. In fact, Mu Mu had returned home once but, upon discovering that neither Mu Binger nor Sufong were present, decided to check the office, only to find them both still there. Sister Mu Mu, if you hadn't returned, I fear I would have exhausted myself here. Mu Binger couldn't help but complain about Sufong's stubbornness. Were it not for his insistence to stay, she would now be nestled in her soft bed, drifting into slumber. Sister Mu Mu, what did the head of the Mu family say? Sufong paid no heed to the complaints of the Mu family's eldest daughter. His thoughts were solely focused on the success of his own plan. Sufong, I must say, you are remarkably audacious. Do you truly intend to negotiate with the Mu family merely based on this design blueprint? Are you not afraid of being seized and coerced for information? I am confident in my approach and possess methods of counteraction. There is no need for you to worry, Sister Mu Mu. If that is the case, I shall take you to meet the head of the Mu family now. No? Sufong was taken aback by the swiftness of this opportunity to meet the Mu family's patriarch, suggesting their eagerness. He straightened his attire, attempting to quell his rising excitement. Are you nervous? Mu Binger could not suppress her amusement. I am merely curious about the distinctive scenery of the inner district. In truth, Sufong had long harbored curiosity regarding the legendary inner district and had not anticipated such a swift opportunity to explore it. What inner district? Who said anything about taking you there? Sister Mu Mu turned back, a playful smile gracing her face as she observed his bewildered expression. Not to the inner district? Then why did you mention introducing me to the head of the Mu family? Did you truly think entry into the inner district is as simple as you desire? Mu Mu teased. Could it be that the head of the Mu family intends to personally meet me outside the city? Sufong could conceive of no other possibility. Upon seeing the certainty in Sister Mu Mu's gaze, he found it somewhat incredulous. The esteemed head of the Mu family, coming forth to meet someone of his modest stature, underscored the significance placed on the soul crystal cannon. A sly smile crept across Sufong's lips. It appeared he could leverage this negotiation to his advantage. What are you smiling about? Mu Binger inquired, puzzled, unaware that Sufong was contemplating how to extract a substantial sum from her father. Under Sister Mu Mu's guidance, the trio arrived at an abandoned skyscraper. In the desolate building, every step they took echoed distinctly in the silence. Sufong suddenly felt as though he were an undercover agent in a clandestine operation, venturing to a deserted locale for a covert meeting. Mu Mu led the two into an empty room. Where's the head of the Mu family? Sufong questioned, gazing perplexedly at Sister Mu Mu as the desolate space surrounded them. Wait a moment. With that, Sister Mu Mu vanished from their sight once more. Sufong attempted to use his wind manipulation to sense the conditions of the building, only to discover that his abilities were completely ineffective, rendering him incapable of perceiving anything about the edifice. Surely the Mu family does not intend to resort to coercion and torture? Sufong murmured, his words reaching Mu Binger's ears, provoking an immediate and mocking response from the young lady. Do you truly believe you can intimidate us? Given that you are merely a level 3 Esper? What a grand performance for such a trivial matter. Chapter 113. Level 5 Ability User. Upon hearing Mu Binger's words, Sufong found himself at a loss whether to laugh or not. Indeed, the Mu family need not go to such lengths to deal with him. With this thought in mind, he decided to suppress his confusion and patiently await further developments. After a lengthy half hour, as Sufong's patience was nearly exhausted, Sister Mu Mu finally returned, accompanied by two gentlemen. One was a stern middle-aged man, and the other, a curious young man. Before Sufong could speculate whether the man before him was the legendary head of the Mu family, Mu Binger provided him with the answer. Dad. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Mu Binger rushed towards him. The man immediately displayed a remarkable transformation. His previously serious demeanor shifted to one of joy. Even the scar on his face seemed to soften. The young man and Sister Mumu exchanged resigned glances, as if they were accustomed to this spectacle. Let me see, my precious daughter. Has anyone dared to bully you in the outer district? With Sister Mumu protecting me, who would dare? For reasons unknown. Although the middle-aged man was clearly expressing concern for Mu Binger, Sufong felt an unsettling implication directed at himself, especially with the sudden piercing gaze that fell upon him. He sensed a hint of murderous intent. Alas, just a fleeting glance was enough for Sufong to discern the man's status as a level 4 ability user. And coupled with the underlying hostility in his eyes, he felt as though he had already been sentenced to death. Uncle. Fortunately, at the young man's prompt. The murderous glare in the middle-aged man's eyes finally dissipated, although his look towards Sufong remained laden with animosity. Even Mu Binger could sense this hostility. But why? Despite it being their first encounter, did her father harbor such enmity towards Sufong? During the last family meeting, her father had spoken highly of him. Could it be because of that design blueprint? Had Sufong unwittingly invited trouble upon himself? Unaware of the reasons, Mu Bingo continued to worry for Sufong's safety. Only the instigator, Sister Mumu, understood that this was a typical reaction from a doting father. At that moment, Mu Yang's role was not merely as the head of the Mu family, but as Mu Binger's father, a father protective against any man who appeared near his daughter. Uncle. We did not come here merely to reminisce with Binger. We have important matters to attend to. At the young man's reminder, Mu Yang gradually resumed his serious demeanor. Qingfeng, what brings you to the outer district? Of course, to meet the legendary Sufong. As the young man's gaze fell upon Sufong, he instinctively took several steps back. Though the young man did not exude the formidable aura characteristic of a level 4 ability user, the moment their eyes met, Sufong felt a palpable threat of death. This was an instinctive reaction, a fear of the powerful. The young man before him appeared significantly stronger than Sister Mumu. She had once mentioned that she was among the elite within the ranks of level 4 ability users. The young man before me is remarkably stronger than Sister Mumu. Could he be the legendary level 5 ability user? Indeed, it is no surprise that even Mumu holds you in such high regard. A mere level 3 ability user with such formidable perception is truly a rare talent. Who are you? Observing the other party's lack of intent to attack, Sufong suppressed his instinct to flee. Gu Qifeng, level 5 ability user. The young man calmly introduced himself, although Sufong had already formed a conjecture in his mind. Hearing the confirmation from the other's lips rendered him unable to conceal his astonishment. Is this a level 5 ability user? What else could it be? Do you think level 5 ability users transform into monstrous beasts? Mu Binger, noticing Sufong's dazed expression, couldn't help but mock him. I merely did not anticipate having the opportunity to encounter a level 5 ability user tonight. Sufong endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. With the head of the Mu family and a level 5 ability user present, it was evident that the Mu family regarded the Soul Crystal Cannon with far greater importance than he had imagined. Should I seize this opportunity to inflate my demands? No. The Mu family has dispatched even a level 5 ability user. If I were to make excessive demands, I might very well meet a gruesome end. No. They need not send a level 5 ability user to deal with me. Sister Mumu could eliminate me in an instant. Why then? Has a level 5 ability user been sent? Just as Sufong was lost in thought, Mu Yang's voice suddenly broke through. Kid. I hear you wish to negotiate a deal with our Mu family. Why yes. Sufong's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, his voice trembling slightly. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with our Mu family? Gradually regaining his composure in the face of Mu Yang's inquiry, he replied, head of the Mu family. Your presence here in the outer district to meet me speaks volumes about the value of the design I possess. This scrap of paper? Mu Yang casually tossed the design for the Soul Crystal Cannon, as if it were indeed the worthless paper he described. Sufong chose to ignore the design. You were correct, head of the Mu family, it is indeed a scrap of paper. Its sole purpose was to demonstrate my capability to create the Soul Crystal Cannon. Its task is now complete, rendering it without value. With that, Sufong raised his right hand, and the fiery flames instantly reduced the design to ashes. You possess audacity. Mu Yang appeared quite pleased with Sufong's display. Sufong, this design alone does not prove your ability to create the Soul Crystal Cannon, unless you can show me your finished product in person. Head of the Mu family, I'm afraid I cannot comply. What did you say? Mu Yang seemed taken aback by Sufong's audacity to refuse his request. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Sufong reiterated his rejection. Before Mu Bingo could interject to ease the tension, he continued, "Head of the Mu family, we have yet to negotiate terms. And you wish to inspect the goods so soon? Surely, you do not intend to seize them outright? Nonsense. Does the esteemed Mu family need to resort to theft? Then that is agreeable. If I dared to deceive you, you could very well take my life. Treating it merely as an opportunity to meet your daughter in the outer district this evening, with no real loss incurred." From the recent scene, Sufong has already discerned the character of his opponent. Mu Binger is undeniably his greatest vulnerability. "My young friend, I must once again commend your audacity. Speak. What demands must be met for you to relinquish the design blueprints?" "Master Mu, I fear there has been a misunderstanding. I am not here to sell my blueprints, but rather to propose an entirely different transaction." Upon hearing Sufong's refusal to sell the design for the Soul Crystal Cannon, Mu Yang was instantly consumed by fury. A formidable aura emanated from him, forcing Sufong to stagger backward repeatedly. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the outer district's regulations, he would likely have already taken action against Sufong. "Young man, do you dare to play tricks on me?" Chapter 114, Successful Transaction. Master Mu, please do not rush. Faced with the furious Mu Yang, Sufong endeavored to calm his trembling heart. "If I hand over the blueprints to you, I fear I may not leave this place unscathed tonight." "What?" Mu Bingo looked incredulously at her father, seemingly hoping to find a denial etched upon Mu Yang's face. Yet, reality dealt her a heavy blow. "Sufong, you truly see through the matter. No wonder you have managed to control half of the outer city for Binger in such a short time." Mu Yang swiftly reined in his previous anger. As if the entire episode had merely been a test, Sufong's anxiety finally subsided. He was also gambling, wagering that the Mu family's regard for the Soul Crystal Cannon outweighed their so-called familial pride. "You flatter me too much, Master Mu. I am but a worthless life, unafraid of anything. Speak then, what kind of business do you wish to conduct? Should your proposal fail to entice us, I fear your day will not end favorably." In the face of Mu Yang's threat, Sufong donned a confident smile. "Rest assured, Master Mu, you shall receive what you desire." From seemingly nowhere, Sufong produced a list and handed it to Mu Yang. The latter scrutinized the document, his brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. After a brief silence, Mu Yang finally spoke. "What is this?" "This details the price of a Soul Crystal Cannon. You are not merely selling the blueprints, but the cannon itself?" "I am not foolish. I would naturally choose the latter for a single transaction over a long-term collaboration." Sufong revealed a sly smile. Mu Yang's lack of fury signaled the commencement of success. "Sufong, are you not concerned that once the Mu family acquires the Soul Crystal Cannon, they could swiftly replicate it?" he questioned. "That would yield only fleeting benefits. Why not secure a substantial sum at once? It would be entirely beneficial to you." "If that were indeed the case, Master Mu, why then would you engage in this discussion with me?" Sufong's smug expression did not incite Mu Yang's anger, but rather deepened his amusement. "Young man, I must admit I have somewhat underestimated you. You overpraise me, Master Mu. I perceive from your list that you intend to leverage the Mu family's financial power to craft your own Soul Crystal Cannon." Mu Yang's expression grew increasingly serious, for he found the youth's intentions rather inscrutable. Given the Mu family's wealth and the cannon's worth, procuring the necessary materials should pose no challenge. Yet, Sufong's cunning demeanor rendered him enigmatic. "You are correct, Master Mu. I also need to prepare for myself. Otherwise, my lofty wall plan may not withstand your family's onslaught." As Sufong spoke, a hint of sardonic amusement graced his lips, as if to mock the inability of the 8 great families within the inner city to tolerate the presence of a high wall. "Sufong, you must understand what your plan entails. It is a provocation to the entire inner city. Do you truly believe you can erect a high wall on your own? Thus, I require the support of the Mu family, with merely your Soul Crystal Cannon? Indeed, you should have learned from Sister Mu that the Zhu family has already mastered the technology to control otherworldly beasts. If the Mu family wishes to avoid being perpetually overshadowed by the Zhu family, you will require my design blueprints." Mu Bingo observed the conversation between the two, her astonishment becoming increasingly evident. She never anticipated that Sufong would stand on equal footing with her father at the negotiation table. Despite the fact that any individual present could easily overpower Sufong, he maintained an unwavering grip on the initiative of the negotiations. Mu Qingfeng and Mu Mu also expressed their surprise at the unfolding scenario. "Sufong, could it be that you are being overly greedy? The items listed here could suffice for the creation of 3 Soul Crystal Cannons." Upon hearing Mu Yang's words, Sufong felt a surge of delight within. He recognized that Mu Yang had already conceded. The next matter at hand was the pricing, and this carefully crafted list was designed to afford him room for bargaining. Part of the materials was intended to assist the Mu family in constructing the Soul Crystal Cannons. Sufong was acutely aware of the value of this list. Yet he shifted all responsibility onto the Mu family. However, the remaining materials are more than sufficient for you to manufacture 2 soul crystal cannons. Your processing fee is rather exorbitant. Knowledge and talent are priceless. In response to Mu Yang's skepticism, he remained unperturbed, embodying the very essence of a rogue. Sufong, you are indeed a clever individual. Such haggling lacks merit. State your bottom line. If it is acceptable, we shall collaborate. If not. Mu Yang was well aware of Sufong's intentions but preferred not to engage in a protracted dispute over pricing. If not, would they resort to direct confrontation? Sufong had already discerned Mu Yang's thoughts. Being so transparently exposed by Sufong left Mu Yang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Rest assured, even if you capture me, you will not obtain the complete design blueprints. What? The 4 of them, including Mu Qingfeng, exclaimed in unison. Everyone had presumed that the design blueprints for the soul crystal cannons originated from Sufong's hand, only to discover he was merely an intermediary. This revelation shattered Mu Yang's comprehensive plan. After a brief moment, Mu Yang fully processed this information. Sufong, I must admit I have a newfound respect for you. I never anticipated being outmaneuvered by such a young rascal. Mu family head, I merely employed a bit of cleverness. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang tore off a portion of the list in his hand. Sufong, this represents my bottom line. Upon examining it, Sufong found that the remaining items were precisely those required for 2 soul crystal cannons. Clearly, Mu Yang had been acutely aware of his intentions from the outset. It's a deal. Given the other party's straightforwardness, he saw no reason to tarnish his reputation before the Mu family over trivial gains. I require 10 soul crystal cannons within a month. A month? Is there an issue? No issue at all. Observing the slight dissatisfaction etched on Mu Yang's face, Sufong understood that there was no room for negotiation on this matter, though it would certainly burden Ling Yu with an all-night workload. With a consensus reached, Sufong finally exhaled in relief. After all, this endeavor was a gamble where his very life was at stake. Thank you for your support, Uncle Mo. Young man, you certainly know how to seize the moment. What gives you the right to address me as Uncle Mo, given that I appear younger than you? It is quite reasonable for me to call you uncle. To everyone's surprise, Mu Yang merely smiled faintly and accepted the title. Now that the matter of the soul crystal cannon has been resolved, let us discuss another issue. Mu Yang suddenly cast a mischievous glance at Sufong, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine, as if confronted by a ravenous ghost of desire. Uncle Mu, are you referring to another matter? Qingfeng, it's your turn. Before Sufong could react, the young man's figure had already appeared before him. Brother Qingfeng? Rest assured, it will all be over soon. Chapter 115. The power of a level 5 ability user. Though Sufong was aware that the other party would not harm him, his heart trembled in the presence of a suspected level 5 ability user. Mu Qingfeng merely executed a seemingly ordinary palm strike, yet it bore an unprecedented weight upon him. In that fleeting moment, he felt a pressure akin to that which Sun Wukong experienced when trapped beneath the 5-finger mountain by Buddha. Instinctively, black electricity coiled around him as Sufong sought to evade the impending attack with utmost speed. However, that seemingly mundane palm was far swifter than he had anticipated. Even as the black electricity enveloped him, he had not yet taken a step when Mu Qingfeng's hand descended upon him. Sufong was thrust back several paces. Yet the pain he expected did not materialize. Instead, an extraordinarily potent energy surged into his body. Moments later, this formidable energy began to circulate within him, seemingly intent on dismantling him from the inside out. Damn, is this an attempt on my life? Sufong dared not dwell on such thoughts. He immediately summoned all the energy within him, transforming into his dragon form, which allowed him to expel the invasive energy. Indeed, it was the fusion of abilities. Upon hearing Mu Qingfeng's words, the astonishment in the eyes of the three was impossible to conceal. Mu Yang and his daughter merely marveled at Sufong's genius, while Mu Mu's feelings were far more complex. Although she had been the first to suspect Sufong had mastered ability fusion, it had merely been a conjecture, one she was reluctant to accept deep down. But now, with Mu Qingfeng's acknowledgement, it became evident that while she had toiled for over half a year to grasp the fusion of abilities, this young man, who had only been an ability user for less than 3 months and was merely a level 3, had achieved it. Not just Mu Mu, but any ability user who had been thwarted at the threshold of level 5 due to their inability to master fusion would find it hard to reconcile. The complexity of Mu Mu's gaze towards Sufong was palpable. At that moment, Sufong had no mind to consider the 3 stairs. His thoughts were solely focused on Mu Qingfeng. Although uncertain of the reason behind the attack, he understood all too well that surrendering would likely lead to his demise. The notion that his secret regarding the soul crystal cannon would ensure his safety was utterly ludicrous. Yet, facing a level 5 ability user, a confrontation seemed as futile as striking a rock with an egg. Flee. The first thought that flashed through Sufong's mind was to escape. However, The prior assault had already demonstrated that even with his black electricity pushing his body to the limit, he could not match Mu Qingfeng's speed. Fighting? That was even more out of the question. It was not a lack of courage to challenge formidable opponents, but rather the reality that such a reckless endeavor would equate to self-destruction. To fight was to court death. To flee was also to meet the same fate. In despair, Sufong's gaze fell upon Mu Bing'er. It seemed that this young lady from the Mu family was his only hope for survival. Regardless of her sentiments of gratitude towards him, would it be too despicable to use her as a hostage? He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. With a firm clench of his fist, Sufong's gaze towards Mu Bing'er gradually solidified with determination. The dark energy once more enveloped his draconian form, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Seeking death. Before Mu Yang and the others could react, they distinctly heard Mu Qingfeng's voice, laced with frustration. Suddenly, Mu Qifeng positioned himself before Mu Bing'er, seemingly intent on shielding her, yet Sufong's figure remained conspicuously absent. Even Mu Qingfeng felt a tinge of surprise as the fury etched on his face morphed into resignation. This lad is indeed cunning. But do you think you can evade my grasp? From within the shadows, Sufong's fleeing form suddenly found itself immobile, as if ensnared by an unseen, formidable force. Unable to advance a single step. Before he could comprehend the situation, his body was inexorably yanked from the darkness, as if drawn from the depths of a murky abyss. Once extracted, Sufong finally discerned that the force binding him emanated from a colossal hand, dark and viscous like sludge. Upon seeing the triumphant smile on Mu Qifeng's face, he realized there had never been a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, observing the lack of malice in his adversary's expression left him momentarily bewildered. You little rascal, you pretended to assault Bingo to create an opportunity for your escape. Are you truly fearless? Faced with a 5th-level ability user and 2 4th-level ones, this was the only semblance of survival I could conjure. Sufong explained with a sense of helplessness, fully aware that this was akin to disturbing the tranquility of the sovereign, yet it was a desperate measure. A chance for survival? Who said I intended to kill you? Mu Qifeng responded with evident confusion, glancing back at Mu Yang and the others, who mirrored his bewilderment. That blow you just delivered nearly shattered my form. Had I not transformed into my dragon form in time, I would have long been reporting to the King of Hell. Was that not a death wish? Simultaneously, Mu Yang and the others turned their gazes towards Mu Qifeng, particularly Mu Yang, who voiced his dissatisfaction. Qifeng, after all my efforts to negotiate terms with this lad, if you wish to slay him, at least secure the complete blueprints first. How should I even address your recklessness? Uncle, I never intended to kill him. I merely sought to provoke his utmost potential to ascertain whether he has fully mastered the fusion of abilities. Upon hearing Mu Qingfeng's explanation, Sufong visibly exhaled in relief, though Mu Yang appeared somewhat disheartened. Is that so? You ought to be more vigilant next time. If anyone dares to lay a hand on your sister, you should promptly break all 3 of their legs. The sheer weight of those words caused Sufong to instinctively retreat a few paces, setting aside Mu Yang's status as the head of the Mu family. He was notorious in the inner city for his doting on his daughter, even knowing Sufong was merely feigning an attack. Targeting his cherished daughter was a transgression deserving of dire consequences. Indeed, Uncle, realizing that his opponent harbored no intention to take his life, Sufong recalled Mu Qifeng's earlier remarks. What exactly is this ability fusion you mentioned? Observing Sufong's perplexed expression, Mu finally stepped forward to elucidate. The so-called ability fusion refers to an ability user merging multiple ability energies within their body, thus enhancing each ability's potency. The fusion of various extraordinary abilities? Sufong was instantly reminded of the first time he utilized the Dragon Ant form, when the energies within him intertwined and ultimately coalesced into a single mass. It was from that moment that he was able to evolve from his original dragon form to the Dragon Man form, resulting in a remarkable increase in his strength. Indeed, the amalgamation of abilities could propel one's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Yet, why would a level 5 ability wielder need to probe my capabilities? Even if such fusion significantly enhances my strength? In Sufong's view, despite the evident augmentation of his power through ability fusion, it seemed unnecessary to employ a level 5 ability user for the purpose of testing him. Could it be that there were deeper secrets hidden within this fusion of abilities? Chapter 116, The Mysterious World. Sufong, do you believe that humanity becomes formidable after acquiring supernatural abilities? Mu Qifeng did not respond directly to Sufong, but rather posed a seemingly nonsensical question. In the consensus of the majority, the most powerful beings in the apocalypse are the aberrant beasts and those endowed with supernatural powers. Capable of contending with or even hunting these creatures are undoubtedly synonymous with strength. Yet, it was Mu Qifeng, one of the 25th level superhumans in the inner city, who raised this inquiry. Such a figure, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, was questioning his own might. This paradox plunged Sufong into profound contemplation. As he felt the unprecedented strength coursing through his body, he reflected on his former life as a programmer with a subpar constitution and his current frail physique, both of which paled in comparison to his present form. Could such a body not be deemed powerful? Sufong turned his gaze towards Mu Qifeng, ready to provide his answer. Is it powerful? Upon receiving the anticipated response, Mu Qifeng merely displayed a resigned smile. Sufong, how vast is the world in your eyes? Confronted with yet another question from Mu Qifeng, Sufong's mind wandered beyond the outer city, seemingly fixated solely on the enigmatic inner city. As for the expansive world beyond the outer city, he found himself devoid of any recollection. What was amiss? Was this so-called apocalyptic world merely confined to this city? Despite his efforts to recall, he could not conjure any images of what lay outside this city, even in a barren landscape. The profound emptiness that surged from within him was agonizing. In that moment, Sufong fell to his knees before the onlookers, overwhelmed by despair. What had transpired? Mu Yang and the others looked on in confusion at Sufong and Mu Qifeng. To them, Mu Qingfeng's inquiries seemed entirely ordinary, with answers that were self-evident. Was humanity powerful after becoming superhumans? Incredibly so. How vast was the world? Naturally, it was the endless expanse of desert before them. But what lay within that desert? They appeared not to have pondered deeply. It was not that they were oblivious to the oddities within. Rather, a mysterious force seemed to inhibit their ability to question such matters. Mu Qingfeng had only begun to entertain such doubts after mastering the fusion of supernatural abilities and advancing to a 5th-level superhuman. He had consulted many regarding his inner turmoil. Yet regardless of how he guided the discussion, those below the 5th level responded with remarkable calmness, never once questioning the underlying strangeness. Ultimately, he discovered that only upon reaching the 5th level could one grasp the truth of the world. Upon learning that Sufong had mastered the fusion of supernatural abilities, Mu Qifeng felt an intense curiosity. Could this exceptional youth also uncover the truth of the world? The answer delighted him immensely. At this moment, Sufong's state undoubtedly conveyed to him that the key to touching the truth of the world lies not in being a level 5 ability user, but in the fusion of abilities. In the eyes of these level 5 ability users, only by mastering ability fusion can one be considered to have truly harnessed the energy within. Only by controlling this energy can one possess the capacity to transcend the constraints of worldly rules and explore the secrets of existence. After a moment, shaking his still somewhat dazed head, Sufong finally emerged from his torment. His gaze towards Mu Qifeng took on a peculiar quality. Do you have answers to these questions? No, I am still in search. One day, I shall find the answer before you do. Wait until your strength can break free from this cage to speak of it. Does that render everything I am currently doing meaningless? Sufong suddenly felt a sense of confusion. It seemed he had been laboring to construct a sanctuary for the people of the outer district, striving for his own power. Yet now, it appeared utterly futile. For the true puppeteers were not the so-called 8 great families of the inner district, but rather some exceedingly mysterious and enigmatic forces. They granted humanity power while simultaneously shackling human thought. Although unaware of their ultimate purpose, it was evident that Sufong's efforts could not unravel these enigmas. Do you believe the existence of Binger and the others holds significance? Mu Qingfeng responded to Sufong's query with another question, observing the 3 individuals beside him. Their expressions vacant, it seemed that upon touching upon certain secrets, they had entered a state of paralysis. After a moment of contemplation, Sufong nodded. If that is the case, then your endeavors hold significance. The adversaries we face are far more terrifying than the aberrant beasts. We require your strength. Though Sufong was puzzled as to why a formidable being like Mu Qifeng would need his power, he nonetheless acquiesced. In truth, regardless of whether he could grasp the ultimate truth, he would continue to protect Suyu, assist the Lingyun siblings, and avenge Tang Ruolin. Their conversation, though undeniably peculiar, elicited no sense of disquiet from Mu Qingfeng and the others. In fact, during their discourse on sensitive topics, Mu Binger and the others exhibited a fleeting stupor. Thus, their dialogue concluded in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Indeed, once the two ceased discussing these delicate matters, Mu Binger and her companions instantly regained their clarity, not even perceiving any impropriety in their prior days. Qingfeng, you have already tested Sufong's strength. Does he possess the potential to become a level 5 ability user? This was the question of utmost concern to Mu Yang. In the near future, this lad will undoubtedly become a level 5 ability user. With Mu Qingfeng's affirmative response, Mu Yang's gaze towards Sufong gradually transformed. Boy, though I find you disagreeable, as long as you can step into the realm of level 5, I shall consent to your union with Binger. What? Both Sufong and Mu Bingo exclaimed in unison. Yet before they could voice their bewilderment, Mu Yang spoke again. Well, I have been out for quite some time. If we do not return to the inner city soon, we may risk being discovered by members of other families. Sufong, within a month, I expect to see 10 soul crystal cannons. With that said, without allowing Sufong a response, Mu Yang departed with Mu Qingfeng, vanishing into the night. Sufong, I must caution you. You already have a wife. Do not presume that your flirtations will be met with my approval. Like Mu Yang, Mu Binger offered Sufong no opportunity for explanation before she too left, leaving him with a face full of helplessness. Indeed, they are father and daughter. Their temperaments strikingly similar. Only Mumu understood that all of this stemmed from her light-hearted jest, yet she had no intention of clarifying. Chapter 117. Starting anew upon returning to the defense team, Mu Bingo continued to regard Sufong with palpable suspicion, as though he were a faithless libertine. Indulging in the whims of multiple romantic entanglements. This left Sufong feeling quite helpless. Miss, perhaps we should discuss matters of significance, he suggested. You, the debauched rake. What serious matters could possibly occupy your mind? Mu Binger retorted, her dissatisfaction evident, forcing Sufong to swiftly divert the conversation yet again. Though he could not evade the scorn of the Mu family's eldest daughter. Miss Mu, the walls have been largely dismantled. Shall we pursue repairs? Or consider a complete reconstruction? He inquired. Reconstruction? Mu Bingo appeared incredulous at Sufong's proposition. After all the effort we expended to fortify the walls. You now suggest we dismantle them entirely? Faced with her bewilderment, Sufong felt compelled to elucidate. With your father's support. I have been contemplating that our previous plan for the walls was merely a self-serving endeavor. The true vision for the walls is to envelop the entire outer district, safeguarding all its inhabitants. This embodies the genuine essence of the wall project. Mu Bingo found herself momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal to Sufong's impassioned declaration. However, after a moment of reflection, the astute young lady grasped the underlying intent. You speak so eloquently. Yet, it is clear that your initial capabilities were limited, leading to a mere fragment of the plan. Now that your strength and influence have markedly increased, you seize this opportunity presented by the destruction of the walls to overhaul the original design and ambitiously encompass the entire outer district. Indeed, Mu Binger was as perceptive as her lineage suggested. Since you have discerned my intentions, what is your assessment of my plan? Sufong asked, no longer concealing his motives. The plan is commendable, but the Zhu family has already dispatched individuals. They will not permit your scheme to succeed easily. She cautioned. Rest assured, even though the Zhu family is the foremost clan within the inner district, they will only be able to act covertly in this matter. Should their involvement be revealed, they would suffer the consequences. Besides, I am invincible among the third tier. Seeing Sufong's smug demeanor, Mu Bingo felt an urge to slap him. Very well. Ultimately, a confrontation with the Zhu family is inevitable. Do you think I fear them? With Mu Binger's consent, Sufong promptly initiated arrangements. The first step was to locate Lingyu, instructing him to draft a new design plan. However, this new blueprint was considerably more extensive than its predecessor, even surpassing the previous wall that had shielded the inner district by 7 or 8 times. The enormity of the task left Sufong feeling rather awkward when broaching the subject with Lingyu. As anticipated, before Sufong could finish articulating his request, Lingyun rejected it outright. Sufong merely outlined the task, yet only Lingyun understood the immense effort Lingyu had invested in completing the former wall design. Having toiled through countless sleepless nights, the current workload was at least 20 to 30 times greater than before. Even if Lingyu worked tirelessly, it would take at least a month to finish, an insurmountable burden for anyone. Sufong was aware that his demands were excessive, yet he was compelled to deliver another piece of unwelcome news. Lingyu was also tasked with producing 10 soul crystal cannons within the month. Sufong, you are utterly playing with lives. Do not think that by showing us kindness and aiding in our vengeance, you can issue such an impudent demand. Please leave. In the face of Ling Yun's expulsion, Sufong did not react with anger. He understood that Ling Yun was merely acting out of concern for his brother. Although his request was somewhat unreasonable, the urgency of their situation compelled him to seek Ling Yu's assistance. To their surprise, Ling Yu did not outright reject this unreasonable request. Are you suggesting that our fortress plan should expand to encompass the entire outer district? Sufong could clearly perceive the excitement flickering in Ling Yu's eyes and nodded eagerly. Just as Ling Yun was about to intervene, Ling Yu spoke again. Given the magnitude of this project, it would be nearly impossible to complete the design blueprint in such a short time, but I have a compromise. He initially expected Ling Yu to decline, yet instead received a practical solution. In fact, the preliminary stage of the project only requires foundational work, which does not necessitate intricate design plans. I can draft a basic framework and later refine the complete blueprint bit by bit. Although Sufong was not well versed in design matters, he placed immense trust in the brilliant young man before him. Since a solution had been proposed, it was undoubtedly feasible. Ling Yu, Will you be able to complete 10 soul crystal cannons within a month? To this, Ling Yu confidently thumped his chest, assuring that he would fulfill the task. Seeing his brother's agreement, Ling Yun could only cast a dissatisfied glance at Sufong and reluctantly acquiesce. With these two critical issues resolved, Sufong felt a considerable lift in his spirits. At that moment, a cup of hot tea was placed in his hands. It was only then that he noticed a dazed young girl in the room. She was one of the youth he had rescued from the laboratory, previously treated as a mere experiment. To Sufong's astonishment, the girl appeared somewhat changed. Her gaze no longer held the same vacant expression. She even served the hot tea without needing commands from him or Ling Yun, suggesting a partial restoration of her faculties, although she still could not speak. What is this? In response to Sufong's inquiry, Ling Yun merely shook his head, as he too was uncertain about what had transpired. Over the past few days, these youths had gradually become less dependent on her care, taking the initiative to perform certain tasks and even assisting her with mundane matters. During this time, Sufong was preoccupied with numerous issues and had not given much thought to these youths or delved deeper into the enigmatic laboratory. Now, observing these puppets, a sense of melancholy washed over Sufong. Had it not been for the possession of Sufong's body, he might have found himself among those youths, trapped in that mysterious laboratory, treated as a lifeless being, with no hope of seeing the light of day. Reflecting on this, Sufong could not help but gently stroke the girl's head. In that instant of contact, a glimmer of light flickered in her once dull eyes. Through their connection, Sufong could sense an energy within her, a phenomenon that had never manifested before. The energy within the girl is remarkably unique, unlike that of ordinary superhumans. It resembles a dark force capable of consuming everything in its path. It seems that any other abilities would be absorbed and merged into it, creating an eerie and unsettling phenomenon. Merging into one? Is it akin to the fusion of powers? Following the revelations he gleaned from Mu Qingfeng regarding the fusion of abilities and the secrets of the world, an absurd notion emerged in his mind. According to Mu Qingfeng, all who possess the knowledge of ability fusion can sense the world's peculiarities. Could it be that the true purpose of this laboratory is not to study artificial abilities, but rather to investigate the fusion of powers? Chapter 118. A further exploration of the laboratory. This notion appeared utterly absurd. However, Sufong felt an inexplicable yet profound connection to the truth. The young girl had currently only grasped a singular supernatural ability, rendering her incapable of achieving ability fusion, and thus unable to substantiate his hypothesis. If only she could acquire an additional ability, perhaps all uncertainties would be resolved. But how could one enable her to master another supernatural skill? Could it be as simple as an ordinary person merely swallowing a primary crystal core? Given Sufong's current resources, a mere primary crystal core was hardly a challenge. With a spirit of gamble, Sufong produced a primary crystal core and, under Ling Yun's puzzled gaze, placed it into the girl's mouth. Sufong watched the girl with eager anticipation, yet she remained expressionless, standing there in utter stillness, devoid of any transformation. What are you doing? Ling Yun inquired, her confusion evident. Sufong found himself at a loss for words to explain to Ling Yun. For once the secrets of the world were involved, she too could fall into a state of bewilderment. I am merely attempting to see if they can become supernatural beings. Aren't they already supernatural beings? Ling Yun retorted. If you wish to waste a crystal core, it should at least be on a secondary supernatural being. Ling Yun's words jolted Sufong into realization. Although she was unaware that the abilities of these youths were the results of experimentation, according to the classification of supernatural beings, they indeed ought to be categorized as primary supernatural beings. To acquire a new supernatural ability, one must consume a secondary crystal core. Without hesitation, Sufong produced a secondary crystal core and fed it to the girl. Indeed, this time, the girl's expression shifted. Her formerly blank visage twisted in evident agony, clearly enduring an unbearable torment. Perhaps due to damage to her soul, she did not collapse as most would. After a fleeting moment of contorted expression, she reverted to her previous state of numbness. Did it succeed? Sufong found it hard to believe. In stark contrast to his own excruciating ascent to becoming a secondary supernatural being, the girl seemed to have merely enjoyed a soothing foot massage. Although her expression bore traces of pain, it was far less than even 1% of the typical experience. Under Sufong's guidance, the girl attempted to wield her supernatural ability. As anticipated, in addition to the protective shield she had previously mastered, she conjured a creation from thin air. Before her, a steel pipe was enveloped in a surge of black energy and transformed into a black cleaver, so sharp it could effortlessly cleave through a wall. In the hands of an ordinary individual, such a weapon would rival even a primary extraordinary beast. Regrettably, the weapon conjured through her supernatural ability could only be wielded by her. If entrusted to another, it would revert to a mere steel pipe after a minute, just like the black knife currently in Sufong's possession. What intrigued Sufong further was that the girl's previous ability, the protective shield, seemed to have undergone some alteration. The previously circular shield had experienced subtle changes in form, seemingly integrating attributes of a new ability. Indeed, at Sufong's command, the girl could directly alter the shape of the protective shield, even manifesting spikes on its surface for offensive purposes. Everything resembled an extraordinary fusion of abilities. Sufong once again reached out to touch the girl's head. Indeed, the energy within her body did not resemble that of an ordinary second-tier ability user, characterized by two forces counterbalancing each other in a state of equilibrium. Instead, akin to Sufong himself, she possessed a singular stream of black energy coursing through her being. This confirmed that the enigmatic laboratory was not engaged in the creation of artificial abilities but rather in the fusion of powers. It appeared that someone sought to artificially generate a multitude of ability users adept in this fusion to unravel the secrets of the world. It seemed necessary to revisit that laboratory for further exploration, as Sufong's expression fluctuated, at times astonished, at others silent, and occasionally furrowed in deep thought. Ling Yun began to worry whether he had lost his senses. Ignoring Ling Yun's peculiar gaze, Sufong turned and departed from her home. A month later, Sufong reappeared in the laboratory, which remained as chaotic as it had been after the earlier raid by Tang Rulin and Mu Mu. Observing the discarded experimental documents, it became evident that finding useful intelligence among them was a futile endeavor. His true purpose for returning was to attempt to awaken certain forgotten memories. However, after sitting cross-legged in the laboratory for a full hour, he had yet to recall anything. Just as he contemplated giving up, a noise emanated from the secret chamber that had once confined the youths. Did it mean someone else was still trapped here? An awkward thought flickered through Sufong's mind, but before he could confirm it, a wave of immense energy surged toward him. Fortunately, having maintained vigilance in the laboratory, he evaded the powerful force just in time. Otherwise, this night could have ended fatally for him. Who goes there? Sufong transformed into his dragon form, brandishing his bone blade towards the entrance of the chamber. Before him, a peculiar silhouette gradually materialized. Demon assimilation? The figure bore dark skin, strange patterns, and a face that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. Sufong immediately recognized that the entity before him had undergone demon assimilation. According to Mu Mu, this ability was exceedingly rare, capable of challenging opponents of higher tiers. So why had he encountered it repeatedly? Before Sufong could utter a word, the demon launched a ferocious assault upon him. Its arms sprouted bone spikes that slashed out like daggers, forcing Sufong to retreat rapidly. What the hell? This foe was even stronger than Lu Bufan. Among his peers, Lu Bufan had been the most formidable opponent Sufong had faced, yet this demon surpassed him. However, Sufong was no longer the same as before. Now adept in his dragon form, he quickly discerned the demon's attack patterns, gradually seizing control of the battle. The clash of bone against bone echoed through the laboratory, resonating like the sound of metal colliding. Although Sufong had gained the upper hand in combat, he found it challenging to overpower the demon before him. What puzzled him was that, despite the demon's superior physical prowess compared to Lu Bufan, it exhibited no other remarkable attributes. Its fighting style was primal, each strike executed with ferocity, while evasion seemed reliant solely on instinct honed like that of a wild beast. In summary, the demon before him appears to possess little intelligence, merely a beast that fights driven by instinct. It seems to be yet another failed experiment. Such an adversary, despite its formidable power, would never stand a chance against Sufong. After once again forcing the demon back, Sufong swiftly unleashed the black electricity to confine it. The demon, trapped within the black electric cage, displayed a profound agitation, attempting to break free with the sheer strength of its body. Unfortunately, it gravely underestimated the potency of the black electricity, leaving countless wounds upon its form in an instant. Chapter 119. The final opportunity within the laboratory. The air was filled with incessant roars. The demon struggled relentlessly within its dark prison, its body marred with wounds, yet seemingly impervious to pain. Its cries were not born of suffering, but rather of indignation, as if to proclaim that it, a formidable demon, had been ensnared within a cage by mere mortals, a profound disgrace. However, just as Sufong resolved to confront the demon before him, a familiar voice halted the bone knife poised in his hand. Sufong, I will undoubtedly kill you. The voice was strikingly recognizable. Yet Sufong found himself momentarily unable to recall its owner. Could it be yet another figure from his vanished memories? As Sufong delved into the recesses of his mind, the demon's dark claws swept dangerously close. In a split second, the tail of the dragon behind him ensnared the demon's claw with remarkable precision. I finally remember. Guhaidang, I never anticipated you would transform into this state. It was not entirely Sufong's fault. Although they were adversaries, their interactions had been limited, making it understandable that he could not immediately recognize the voice. Yet, upon realizing it belonged to Gu Haitang, Sufong gazed at the demon before him with astonishment. How had the once cunning old fox devolved into such a wretched form? But the grotesque visage of the demon offered no answers. Gu Haitang had seemingly succumbed to madness, with the singular thought of vanquishing Sufong dominating whatever remained of his mind. Sufong sensed the formidable power of the demon within Gu Haitang, regrettably confined within a body well beyond its prime. Rest in peace. In the face of Gu Haitang's demonic claws, Sufong did not even spare a glance, relying solely on his wind perception to effortlessly evade the attacks. Just as he contemplated ending Gu Haitang's life, another figure materialized within the secret chamber, causing Sufong to remain in stunned silence for an extended moment. The instant Gu Haitang manifested in his demonic form, Sufong had surveyed every corner of the laboratory with his wind perception and was taken aback to discover a lingering presence. Clearly, this interloper was no ordinary individual. Gazing at the figure, Sufong was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet he could not place the individual. Sufong, I never expected to encounter you here. The voice, tinged with familiarity, ignited a fragment of an unfamiliar memory in his mind. In a pristine, white space, Sufong found himself bound to a chair, struggling desperately. Yet all his efforts were in vain. At that time, he was merely a famished ordinary person. He roared, questioned, and raged. Perhaps the torment was unbearable for those around him, for a figure intruded upon his recollection, the man who had just emerged from the secret chamber. In his memory, the man's eyes were almost pleading as he trembled, grasping a vial of peculiar potion, murmuring to himself, this is the final opportunity. If I fail this time, Boss Missouri will surely not let me off the hook. As he spoke, the man poured the potion down Sufong's throat, and at that moment, the memory abruptly concluded. Sufong finally recalled that the man before him had seized him for inhumane experiments. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hostility. Reminded of everything, Sufong cast aside Gu Haitang and launched a fierce attack on the man. The man, however, remained unperturbed, conjuring a wall to intercept Sufong's bone knife. Yet, confronting the man who had treated him as a mere lab rat, Sufong was not one to relent easily. Cloaked in dark electricity, he teleported behind the man, flames erupting from his dragon claws, piercing directly through the man's heart. Sufong's hand fully penetrated the man's chest. The exhilaration of avenging his grievances finally brought Sufong to a state of calm. As he watched the man slowly collapse before him, he realized that this individual was the sole lead to uncovering the truth behind the laboratory, now severed by his own hand. Just as he lamented his impulsiveness, the man's corpse transformed into black smoke, vanishing from sight. With his guard momentarily lowered, Sufong became instantly alert, scanning every corner of the laboratory in search of the man's presence, but found nothing. Looking for me? With merely a turn of his head, the man suddenly appeared beside Gu Haitang. The once fierce Gu Haitang fell silent in the man's imposing aura, as if the murderous intent that had clouded her mind dissipated before his overwhelming presence. A level 4 Esper? In Sufong's memory, the man might have been a genius researcher, always on the verge of being discarded by the organization. He never expected him to be a level 4 Esper. Yet, it was fortunate that the man could not act against Sufong in the outer city. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would likely be dead by now. The man's gaze towards Sufong was peculiar, a blend of excitement and regret. You are my first successful creation. It is unfortunate that you are also an incomplete one. I must eliminate you, or else I will be doomed if the organization discovers my failure. Sufong could not comprehend the man's words. Yet he needed to unravel the secrets of the laboratory swiftly. After all, the fusion of abilities was the key to unlocking the mysteries of this world. Did you transform Gu Haitang into this? I merely granted him immense power. It was his own folly to choose the most terrifying demon, ultimately becoming a puppet of darkness. Alas, this flawed body cannot manifest even an ounce of strength. The man glanced at Gu Haitang with disdain. He had initially hoped to use Lu Bufan and Gu Haitang to eliminate Sufong, but unexpectedly, Lu Bufan had fallen to Sufong, and Gu Haitang had become a mere shell of her former self. Why do you want to kill me? In response to Sufong's furious glare, the man replied nonchalantly, You were always meant to die. The man offered no further explanation, but the murderous intent in his eyes was enough to instill a tremor of fear. Unfortunately, you cannot act. Otherwise, the rules of the inner city would lead to our mutual demise. Sufong seized upon the man's vulnerability, wearing a smug expression. Observing Sufong's triumphant smile, the man indeed became agitated. Sufong, do you even realize whom you have offended? Even the 8 prominent families may not necessarily be our adversaries. Perhaps, but can you truly harness such power? From the recent conversation, Sufong has already discerned some critical details. The reason the man wishes to end his own life is that he is the sole survivor of the underground laboratory's experiments. He fears that this secret will be uncovered by the organization, which drives him to the desperate measure of wanting to take his own life. Aware that Sufong has identified his vulnerable point, the man casts his gaze towards Gu Haitang, seemingly placing all his hopes upon him. But can he truly rely on him? The recent battle clearly demonstrated that, despite Gu Haitang's formidable physique, in a state of madness, he is no match for Sufong. Chapter 120. The death of Gu Haitang. In the face of Sufong's skepticism, the man remained silent, merely extracting a peculiar vial from within his garments. This was troubling. Although Sufong was unaware of the potion's properties, he instinctively recognized it to be nefarious. Recalling that he had previously been treated as a mere test subject by the man, and that it was highly probable this had led to his mastery of the ability fusion, he felt a palpable wariness towards the man's concoction. Yet, his attempts to retaliate were utterly futile against the man's prowess as a level 4 ability user. With a mere flick, the man conjured 4 walls, ensnaring Sufong within, ultimately sealing off the last exit above him. Regardless of whether Sufong wielded his bone knife to slash, summoned crimson flames to incinerate, unleashed black lightning to strike, or even fashioned blood spears through blood manipulation to pierce, he could not leave so much as a mark upon the walls. Was this the chasm that separated a level 4 ability user from himself? The man before him, ostensibly just a lab technician, despite his ascension to level 4, was merely a low-tier combatant. Yet, this bookish individual had ensnared him with an unadorned and skill-less cage. At this rate, the man need not lift a finger. Sufong would suffocate within. Should he indeed perish in this confinement? Could the regulations of the inner city hold the man accountable? While Sufong pondered if anyone might seek vengeance on his behalf, the walls suddenly fissured, and his prison crumbled into oblivion. Had the man simply released him? Or was it that the inner city's laws would intervene should he die due to the man's abilities? Before Sufong could voice his inquiries, a pair of familiar demonic claws carved a crimson line upon his scaled armor. How swift! He had not anticipated such a marked enhancement in Gu Haitang's speed within such a brief span of time. Clearly, it was a result of the man's potion. Sufong, let us see if your fate is truly so resilient. With that, the man retreated, once more conjuring a cage to ensnare both combatants within. A battle of caged beasts. Sufong was astonished by the man's treachery. Within the stone confines, his once proud black lightning found no outlet, rendering one of his most formidable abilities utterly ineffective. Before Sufong could devise a countermeasure, Gu Haitang's demonic claws lunged at him once again. The clash between the bone knife and the demonic claws unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, reverberating throughout the confined space and forcing both combatants backward. As Sufong's body collided with the wall, Gu Haitang surged forward once more, but was halted by the black lightning just in the nick of time. Though he could not utilize the black lightning to enhance his own speed, he could still impede his opponent's movements. Previously, Gu Haitang had been ensnared by the black lightning and, despite sustaining numerous injuries, could not break free. Just when Sufong believed he had carved out a moment to breathe and strategize against the demon before him, Gu Haitang astonishingly broke through the constraints of the black lightning. The man's potion had not only augmented Gu Haitang's speed, but had also significantly enhanced her physical strength. The obsidian demonic claws even etched a faint scratch upon the wall, a feat Sufong had failed to achieve despite countless efforts. Could a single potion wield such formidable effects? In a bid to validate Sufong's conjecture, Gu Haitang once again exhibited astonishing speed, delivering a heavy punch that struck Sufong in the abdomen, causing him to crash painfully against the wall. Good heavens! Surely I shan't be slain by this thoughtless puppet. Struggling to rise from the ground, Sufong felt an excruciating pain as if his internal organs were being torn apart. He had not anticipated that, despite possessing such formidable physicality in his dragon form, he would be unable to withstand Gu Haitang's strike. The flames of crimson and the shadows of black electricity were utterly ineffective against Gu Haitang. Moreover, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed. To vanquish the formidable adversary before him, Sufong had no choice but to rely on his final trump card. Blood control technique. Ever since he had mastered this art, Sufong had made numerous attempts to develop it further. Yet, apart from the rudimentary blood gun and blood needle, there seemed to be little of remarkable utility. It was only after being bested by Gu Haitang's demonic physique in their recent clash that he suddenly recalled Zhu Ian's blood wolf state. That potent condition appeared to harness the flow of blood within one's body, thereby unlocking immense physical potential. Confronted with such a powerful opponent, Sufong resolved to refine his technique on the battlefield, endeavoring to bring his hypothesis to fruition. While evading Gu Haitang's relentless onslaught, he focused on accelerating the flow of blood within his own body. This seemingly straightforward task proved far more challenging in practice than he had anticipated. Although his dragon form bestowed upon him a robust physique, it was limited to his skin and muscles. The sinews and vessels within him had only marginally improved from his previous human state. The rapid circulation of blood induced a wave of dizziness, causing him to suffer another punishing blow from Gu Haitang. Yet, one setback would not dissuade Sufong from his determination. With the blood flowing once more, he gradually acclimated to the sensations of vertigo. His once dark red dragon form transformed into a vivid crimson, as if the vibrant blood within might burst forth from his skin at any moment. Just then, Gu Haitang launched another attack. However, this strike missed its mark. Sufong's form became a fleeting red shadow, vanishing before Gu Haitang's eyes. Before Gu Haitang could react, a sharp pain surged through his arm. Sufong had somehow appeared behind him, wielding a bone blade that sliced upward towards the demon's arm. Sufong had hoped to sever his opponent's limb with a single strike, but he had underestimated Gu Haitang's strength. The bone blade merely left a trail of blood upon the adversary's arm. Nonetheless, Sufong was satisfied with the outcome. He had not anticipated that the blood control technique would yield such remarkable effects, elevating his prowess to a new echelon. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. It could only be sustained for a mere 5 minutes. Given his current physical stamina, he could manage this enhancement for no more than 5 minutes, after which he would succumb to a state of weakness due to prolonged congestion. In essence, if he could not subdue Gu Haitang within this time frame, it would be his own demise. With the bone blade in hand, Sufong swung faster and faster, leaving countless wounds upon Gu Haitang's demonic form. Although Gu Haitang was now battered and bruised, he continued to exude a chilling aura of murderous intent. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Sufong could only muster the determination to fight to the death. He wielded his bone knife, unleashing a blade of inky energy that instantly severed his adversary's left arm. Dark crimson blood gushed forth from the severed limb, and Gu Haitang finally halted his relentless assault, emitting a tortured howl from his contorted mouth. For the first time, a flicker of fear flashed in Gu Haitang's eyes, which were otherwise filled with murderous intent. As he watched Sufong approach him slowly, it appeared he sought mercy, yet only a feeble, rasping cry escaped his lips. Gu Haitang, despite being a leader of a mercenary group, had fallen to such a pitiful state. Perhaps death would be a form of liberation for you. Chapter 121. The Demon Assimilation Scroll. Gazing upon the grotesque figure of Gu Haitang, a flicker of pity crossed Sufong's eyes. He raised his bone knife high and brought it down decisively. Within the mercenary guild, yet another leader fell beneath Sufong's blade. With Gu Haitang's demise, Sufong exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground as he released his berserk state. Although the berserk state augmented his strength dramatically, it exacted a heavy toll on his body. There remained another adversary beyond the confines, and he needed to regain his composure swiftly. After resting for a brief moment, Sufong approached Gu Haitang's lifeless form. Previously, upon vanquishing Zhu Yan, he had acquired the blood control scroll. However, after defeating Lu Bufon's brother, aside from a wealth of resources and soul crystals, he had received no unexpected rewards. This time, as he meticulously searched Gu Haitang's corpse, he stumbled upon a remarkably familiar item, a supernatural scroll. Eagerly, Sufong unfurled the scroll, revealing it contained the incantation for demon assimilation. Demon assimilation: summon powerful demons from the abyss, and upon signing a contract, gain their formidable strength. Had he not been previously enlightened about the true nature of demon assimilation, he might have been lured by the text. His earlier suspicions now crystallized into certainty. The so-called power gained through demon assimilation was, in truth, a means for demons to usurp one's body. Gradually, the demon would entirely seize control of the host's physique, ultimately devouring their soul. Faced with such a perilous ability, Sufong found himself at a loss regarding its handling. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the cage behind him suddenly collapsed, prompting him to hastily conceal the scroll within his garments. The man outside had been listening intently to the sounds emanating from the cage. Unfortunately, the thick walls not only proved indestructible but also effectively muffled any noise, leaving him in silence. Ultimately, his patience waned, leading to the cage's disintegration. The sight before him was almost unfathomable. Gu Haitang's body lay motionless on the ground, even eviscerated by Sufong's hand. The man was oblivious to Sufong's intent merely to collect his spoils. In his eyes, Sufong was simply venting his pent-up fury through this brutal act. Only a few meters separated the two men, their gazes locked in a fragile tension. Both harbored the desire to eliminate the other, yet neither could act. Although the man was a level 4 supernatural being, he was constrained by the rules preventing him from intervening directly. Sufong, well aware of his own inadequacies, refrained from making any rash movements. In that moment, the cramped laboratory fell into an oppressive silence. If you do not act soon, I shall take my leave. Sufong realized he would glean no information from his adversary and had no desire to waste more time. Sufong, do you truly believe I would let you depart so easily? The man's ire surged inexplicably at Sufong's calm demeanor. You will not let me go, but today, you are evidently powerless against me. Sufong audaciously began to stride toward the exit, seemingly unperturbed by the man's inability to confront him. The man acknowledged the truth in Sufong's words, yet he was determined not to allow his opponent this victory. Although I cannot physically harm you, I can confine you here indefinitely. With your abilities as a level 4 supernatural being, you surely possess the means to do so. Believe me, I shall never escape. But do you truly have such an abundance of time? Witnessing the man's exasperation, Sufong shattered the last moment of their stalemate. Realizing he had little recourse against Sufong, the man could only roar in frustration. Sufong paid him no heed, striding directly towards the exit. Just as he thought the events of the night would conclude, yet another stone wall obstructed his path. Despite the man's evident inability to contend with him, he persisted in his obstinacy, leaving Sufong somewhat exasperated. Sufong, though I may not be able to kill you today, I shall not permit you to have it easy. Upon uttering these words, the man summoned a cage once more, ensnaring Sufong within it. Sufong immediately comprehended the man's intentions. He knew that while he could not imprison him permanently, he aimed to vex him nonetheless. Such is the nature of a petty individual. Separated by the cage, Sufong could not perceive the outside world and was left to patiently await its dissolution. The man's words echoed incessantly in his mind, revealing that he was indeed working for a clandestine organization. Mumu and her companions had initially thought this organization was focused on creating artificial supernatural beings, yet it now appeared that this notion was misguided. The true objective of the mysterious organization was to study the fusion of supernatural powers. To understand this fusion, one would need to be a level 5 supernatural being. A secret organization controlled by level 5 beings could develop potent elixirs to rapidly enhance strength, grant others the ability to assimilate demonic powers, and even create a new breed of humanity adept in the art of supernatural fusion. A torrent of information flooded Sufong's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It seems imperative to meet with Sufong. Time passed, and at last, the cage collapsed, granting Sufong his freedom once more. Yet, the laboratory stood utterly destroyed. Likely a measure taken by the man to eradicate any evidence. Burdened with confusion, Sufong hastened back to the defense team and immediately made his way to Mu Bing's office, eager to find Sister Mumu. Sister Mumu? She has urgent matters to attend to in the inner city. What? When will she return? The fact that Sister Mumu was in the inner city at this time caught Sufong off guard. I am unsure. Why are you so desperate to find Sister Mumu? You lecherous wolf, do not lay your eyes on her. Since last night, when Mu Yang promised Sufong that upon advancing to level 5, he would marry Mu Bing, she had remained ever watchful of his every move. As though he were some kind of predator. I asked Sister Mumu to convey a message. I urgently need to speak with Mu Qifeng. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was met with a sharp retort from the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Do you have any manners? Brother Qingfeng has just become a level 5 supernatural being. How dare you address him so casually? Mu Bing now found fault with Sufong at every turn, seizing any opportunity to berate him. How should I address him then? Sufong questioned, his displeasure evident. How would I know? You figure it out yourself. Mu Bing, however, could not provide an answer. Mugu? Are we that familiar? Mu Xia. Sounds rather antiquated. Qifeng Gu is merely a few years older than you. Just look at Qifeng Gu, who became a level 5 ability user at the tender age of 28, and then glance at yourself. Qifeng Gu? That feels too intimate. Under Mu Bing's relentless banter, they ultimately settled on a title, Teacher Mu. This was not due to the melodiousness of the name, but rather Mu Bing sought to exploit the situation to her advantage. Sufong addressing his older brother as teacher made the young lady feel as though she had gained a significant advantage. Remarkably, Mu Bing began to proudly refer to herself as Sufong's esteemed senior apprentice. Chapter 122, The High Wall Plan 2. 0 After much effort, Sufong finally managed to appease the young lady. If you have any messages for Qifeng, I can convey them. Miss Mu, then you can tell Brother Qifeng. Teacher Mu. Noticing the displeased expression on Mu Bing's face, Sufong hastily corrected himself, which elicited a satisfied smile from her. I have discovered some clues regarding the fusion of abilities. Could you please ask Brother Qifeng to meet with me? Upon hearing that it concerned the fusion of abilities, Mu Bing became serious. Do you know the method of ability fusion? Sufong shook his head. That makes sense. After all, even Sister Mu has been exploring for so long without mastering the method. It's unlikely that you could stumble upon it randomly. Despite her understanding, Mu Bing couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment at not having grasped the method of ability fusion. I know of someone in a mysterious organization researching the method of ability fusion, so I would like to ask Brother Qingfeng to help investigate. What? Mu Bing was acutely aware of the significance of this matter. If an organization truly mastered the method of ability fusion, it would mean that a considerable number of level 4 ability users could potentially break through to level 5. drastically altering the dynamics of the inner city. Leave it to me. I will head to the inner city right now. Please take care of the defense team matters first. The items are on the table. After saying this, Mubinger hurriedly departed. Seeing her so anxious was a rare occurrence, and Sufong breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon glancing at the mountain of documents piled high on the table, he realized he had been played by the young lady. Mubinger was not anxious at all. She had simply seized the opportunity to offload all her work onto him. Sufong looked at the towering stack of papers, and then at Mubinger's retreating figure, who turned back to make a silly face at him. It seemed that he could forget about her returning to complete her own tasks today. Reluctantly, Sufong accepted the work that originally belonged to Mubinger. For an entire afternoon, he immersed himself in processing these documents. It was through this experience that he came to understand that, although Mubinger did not rush around like he did, her workload was certainly not any lighter. Especially after Sufong had eliminated Zhu Ian and Crow and taken over their territories, more and more people chose to join them. Under Mubinger's organization, centered around the defense team, small communities gradually formed in the surrounding areas, complete with shops, combat training centers, and even designated shelters for the elderly, women, and children to evade the beasts. Sufong had been so preoccupied with entanglements with various enemies that he had scarcely noticed the changes occurring around him. It seemed that this young lady from the Mu family possessed considerable capability. Observing Mubinger's achievements, he couldn't help but praise her. What else would you expect? You only know how to fight. Without our assistance in managing these affairs, this place would have long descended into chaos. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Rulin appeared beside Sufong, holding dinner. Oh, do you also have a hand in this? Of course, Tang Rulin replied proudly, seemingly awaiting his commendation. Truly, you are my beloved wife. After receiving the desired accolades, Tang Rulin finally set down her dinner with a sense of satisfaction. It seems you are destined to work through the night. I shall take my leave. Aren't you planning to stay and assist me? Women cannot work overnight. Staying up late is detrimental to the skin. Observing Tang Rulin sway away with her slender waist, Sufong could not help but lament the ability of these women to shift responsibility. The entire night was spent in Mubinger's office, where Sufong diligently tackled the mountain of documents on his desk. However, there was still a matter of utmost importance that required his attention, the High Wall project. Although the decision to start anew had been made, articulating this to the others posed a significant challenge. After all, the current wall was a product of their collective toil, preserved through fierce battles against numerous beasts. Despite its dilapidated state, it represented their hard work. Not only did they feel a sense of attachment, but Sufong himself found it hard to let go. With a heart full of conflicting emotions and a weary body, Sufong arrived at the construction site. Captain Su, good morning. As he witnessed the cheerful greetings from the crowd, his feelings grew even more tangled. In the center of the square, Sufong once again stood in that familiar position. It was here that he had previously announced the initiation of the High Wall project. Now, nearly 2 months later, he was to declare its dismantling from the same spot. Gazing at the platform, Sufong fell into a prolonged silence, causing the smiles on the faces of the crowd to gradually fade. And murmurs began to ripple through the audience. Please quiet down. I have an announcement to make. Sufong finally gathered his resolve. Only by relinquishing the existing wall could they aspire to construct a more splendid home. Below the platform, 1,000 people fell into hushed silence, awaiting Sufong's words. Brothers, today, I bring you good news. We are about to launch the High Wall Project 2.0. His declaration ignited a wave of excitement. What is this High Wall Project 2.0? Could it involve renovating the wall, considering the previous one suffered damage from beast assaults? Renovation? No matter how it is altered. Can it truly withstand the beast's attacks? Will we need to build another wall? The crowd erupted in speculation about the nature of this so-called High Wall Project 2.0. Yet, such conjectures yielded no answers, and ultimately, all eyes turned back to Sufong. Captain Su, what does your High Wall Project 2.0 truly entail? Brothers, do you believe our current wall is sufficient? Sufong refrained from responding directly to their inquiry. The crowd gazed at the towering wall behind them, confusion etched on their faces. Was this wall not tall enough? This structure merely enclosed a 1-kilometer radius around them, akin to confining them within a prison. Could such a small area truly suffice for their lives? Upon hearing Sufong's words, the crowd began to grasp his implications. Captain Su, are you suggesting that you wish to expand the wall, encompassing a larger territory? Precisely. Our home cannot be confined to just a few square kilometers. The entire outer district belongs to us. The entire outer district? Those individuals had just assumed they comprehended Sufong's intentions, yet little did they realize that Sufong's ambitions extended far beyond mere territorial expansion. His aim was to encircle the entire outer city region. Su, are you serious? In the eyes of the crowd, Sufong's vision appeared utterly insane. Setting aside the monumental task of constructing high walls to enclose the entire outer city, other mercenary groups, not to mention the inhabitants of the inner city, would never permit such an endeavor to transpire. Sufong was undoubtedly aware of the challenges ahead, but only he understood that the purpose of these towering walls was to shield against the perils lurking beyond the city, concealed within the vast, desolate expanse of the desert. One day, humanity would be confronted not only by the alien beast but also by other unknown threats. Chapter 123. The Mu family conference. Confronted with the skepticism of the crowd, Sufong could only once again weave grandiose visions. As he eloquently painted elaborate dreams in their minds, an idyllic paradise, fortified by towering walls, materialized in their collective imagination. To his sweet words, a blend of persuasion and deception, the assembly ultimately acquiesced to the High Wall Project 2.0. Fueled by hopeful illusions, they embarked with fervor upon this new venture. Only Sufong comprehended that these formidable walls merely constituted a cage, imprisoning them all. To attain true freedom, humanity must unravel the truths hidden behind the desolate expanse and lead the people away from this solitary city. Observing the present assembly, Sufong noted that not only were their bodies confined within the city's bounds, but their thoughts, too, were shackled by some unseen force, rendering them oblivious to the manifestly peculiar circumstances surrounding them. Contemplating that the sole means to transcend such cognitive constraints lay in mastering the fusion of extraordinary abilities, Sufong once more cast his gaze towards the enigmatic laboratory. Although the intentions of those within remained shrouded in mystery, their research would undoubtedly serve as humanity's greatest ally in shattering this prison. When would Mu Bing'er return? The thought of this young lady from the Mu family, who had cast all responsibilities upon him while enjoying her freedom in the inner city, ignited a tempest of anger within Sufong. Though he could only vent his frustration on the scattered stones nearby. In truth, Sufong had misjudged Mu Bing'er. At that moment, she sat anxiously in the conference hall, surrounded by 7 individuals, including her father, all of whom possessed the authority to determine the future of the Mu family. The news she brought was of paramount importance. Head of the family, why have you summoned us all? What significant matter is at hand? Bingo had returned with a piece of crucial intelligence that not only concerned the Mu family, but also the entire situation in the inner city. Noticing the gravity etched upon Mu Yong's face, and even Mu Qifeng seated nearby, the others gradually began to grasp the seriousness of the matter. Bing'er, please share. Encouraged by her father's support, Mu Bing'er divulged Sufong's discoveries one by one. Are you suggesting that a mysterious organization is researching how to enable extraordinary individuals to master ability fusion through pharmaceuticals? Upon hearing this, the crowd's brows furrowed in unison. As Mu Yong had indicated, the implications of this development could profoundly alter the dynamics of the entire inner city. Should this organization succeed in their research, a significant surge of level 5 extraordinary individuals could emerge in a remarkably short span. It was worth noting that among the so-called 8 great families, aside from the Zhu family, which was favored and boasted 2 level 5 extraordinary individuals, the Mu family was akin to the rest, having only 1. In addition to the 8 great families, the remaining 11 level 5 extraordinary individuals were affiliated with various factions. If that enigmatic organization were indeed to create a potion enabling the mastery of ability fusion, it would likely herald a seismic shift in the inner city. This matter concerns not only our Mu family. Should we disseminate this information, enlisting the aid of other families? Are you foolish? Knowing such an organization exists, if we, the Mu family, could seize control, wouldn't the inner city become our domain? Before Mu Yong could respond, voices of dissent emerged, articulating the sentiments of Mu Yong and his associates. Who would not wish to master such a technique? Yet, this is merely Sufong's conjecture. Is there truly an organization capable of researching the fusion of extraordinary abilities? It is perplexing that we have received no whispers of such a group, only to have it discovered by a mere youth from the outskirts. Faced with skepticism from certain individuals, Mu Bing'er found herself unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, fortunately. Mumu intervened just in time to defuse the situation. I have visited the laboratory Sufong mentioned. His ability to uncover its secrets stems from the fact that he was once one of the laboratory's test subjects. Thus, he must possess intimate knowledge of that enigmatic organization, and capturing him for interrogation would reveal all. To Mu Bing'er's astonishment, the first thought of her kin was to seize Sufong for questioning. How could you consider such an action? Sufong has been aiding me from the outskirts. He is the one delivering news to us. And yet you wish to apprehend him? The others merely cast her a glance tinged with disdain, offering no response. At that moment, Mumu stepped forward once more. Would you reveal your secrets to a mere laboratory test subject? Her slightly mocking tone caused the man's expression to darken, yet his status rendered him incapable of retorting. Although her words seemed to belittle Sufong as merely a lab rat, they were, in fact, a means to save his life. in the face of immense profit. Even if Sufong provided numerous benefits to the Mu family, he could still be abandoned. Of course, even without Mu's intercession. Mu Yang would not take action against Sufong, for he still held other value, the Soul Crystal Cannon. At this juncture, the head of the Mu family finally spoke. Very well, it is unlikely we will find clues about the mysterious organization from Sufong. I have summoned you to uncover this enigmatic group. With Mu Yang's declaration, the others had no choice but to relinquish their thoughts of interrogating Sufong. This matter concerns our Mu family and the future dynamics of the inner city. Aside from those present, no one else must be privy to this information. Thus, this task cannot be entrusted to others. Having clarified their mission, the group slowly exited the conference hall, leaving Mu Yang and his daughter behind. Father, if we cannot find leads on the mysterious organization, will you truly interrogate Sufong? Observing the previous demeanor of the crowd, Mu Binger felt a chill in her heart, her gaze towards her father filled with doubt. Yes, this matter pertains to the future of the entire Mu family. I cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Even fully aware of his daughter's discontent, Mu Yang chose not to deceive her. Is this not too shameless? Mu Binger did not wish to label her father with such a term. Shameless? This is the responsibility of a family head. Many decisions are beyond my control. Binger, do you truly believe that my intervention could halt their actions? For the first time, Mu Yang revealed his helplessness before his daughter. Once, he had been an outspoken youth, but as the head of the Mu family, many matters were now out of his hands. Perhaps sensing her father's plight, Mu Binger chose not to press the issue further. Return and inform Sufong that he should refrain from further involvement in this matter. Otherwise, not only will that mysterious organization pursue him, but certain individuals from the Mu family will also not spare him. Understood. This young lady from the Mu family is experiencing, for the first time, the indifference that often pervades large families. Accompanied by Mu Binger finally arrived at the office of the Defense Corps. It is only within these walls that she feels a sense of relief, liberated from the burdens of the various menacing figures within her family. Perhaps this young lady never anticipated that this outer district, often scorned by the inhabitants of the inner city, would become her sanctuary of solace. Chapter 124, The Secret of Level 4, Part 1. At long last, you have returned. Before Mu Bingo could grant her heart a moment of respite, Sufong's voice resonated from outside the door. You leave me to shoulder so much work while you frolic without a care in the inner city. As Sufong pushed the door open, eager to lament the burdens of his responsibilities while also commending himself for completing all tasks in a mere day, he was unexpectedly greeted by Mu Binger's water cup. Fortunately, Sufong's agility allowed him to evade this sudden assault. Otherwise, he would have been struck squarely. Alas, the poor cup had become the outlet for the young lady of the Mu family's frustrations. My lady, I toiled ceaselessly to complete all your work. And this is how you repay me? Though unaware of the reason behind Mu Binger's ire, Sufong was resolute in not indulging her temperamental whims. Sufong, you assisted me with these tasks? Do you have any idea how much peril I shielded you from? Faced with Sufong's lack of understanding, Mu Bingo promptly recounted everything that had transpired during the family meeting. To her astonishment, Sufong exhibited no discernible reaction to her revelations. This was hardly surprising. The interests at stake were enough to tempt anyone. A sardonic smile graced his features. Perhaps one day, I too shall betray the Mu family for immense gain. Sufong's words caught Mu Binger off guard, and what surprised her further was his reference to the Mu family rather than to her personally. In an instant, that singular statement cleared the shadows clouding her heart. Fear not. My father has already thwarted their plans. As long as you refrain from involving yourself in the affairs of the mysterious organization, they will not trouble you. I fear I cannot acquiesce to that. Sufong declined with a sense of resignation. Regardless of my desires, trouble will find its way to me. Moreover, that man will undoubtedly continue his pursuit. As he spoke, the reality he described echoed true. The man from the laboratory would not relent easily, and he sought to uncover the secrets of this world through the mysterious organization. My greatest concern now is whether that man, in a fit of rage, might disregard all rules and attempt to kill me. With these words, Sufong glanced nervously at Sister Mumu. Sister Mumu, is there any method by which a level 4 ability user could act in the outer city? This organization is shrouded in mystery. I cannot guarantee anything. Sister Mumu sensed Sufong's apprehension. Rest assured, my current mission encompasses not only the protection of Binger but also your safety. Protect me? Protect him? I was unaware of such a duty. This revelation astonished both Sufong and Mu Binger. This task was entrusted by Mu Qingfeng. Mu Binger was taken aback, never having imagined that a formidable level 5 ability user would concern himself with Sufong's safety. Only Sufong understood that the individual also sought to explore the world's mysteries through him. With Sister Mumu's assurance, Sufong felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders, yet his worries had not entirely dissipated. Ultimately, the most effective means of self-protection lies in possessing sufficient strength. Thus, he once again inquired of the two individuals regarding the method to advance to a level 4 ability user. Each time Sufong posed this question, Mu Binger and her companion exhibited expressions of profound discomfort, as if harboring an unspeakable secret. This peculiar reaction puzzled Sufong, especially since he had already mastered the means to ascend to a level 5 ability user. Why then was the topic of advancing to level 4 met with such oddity? What conditions were requisite for such an advancement? Observing Sufong's earnest demeanor, Mu Binger recognized that this secret could no longer remain concealed. Sufong, do you know why there are no level 4 crystals in the outer districts? Instead of providing a direct answer, she posed a peculiar question. Sufong found this inquiry equally perplexing. He had attempted countless times to synthesize a level 4 crystal from level 3 crystals, yet his efforts had consistently proven futile. It was evident that the synthesis of a level 4 crystal necessitated some special materials. However, despite his extensive inquiries, he could glean no information, ultimately leading him to abandon the pursuit. Sufong surmised that the secret of the level 4 crystals was closely guarded by the inner districts, likely to prevent the outer districts from acquiring the power capable of dismantling their dominion. It now appeared that there was indeed a deeper secret concealed within this enigma. After a prolonged silence from Sufong, Mu Binger spoke again. It is because there are simply no level 4 crystals. No level 4 crystals? Then how did Sister Mu advance to become a level 4 ability user? This revelation astonished Sufong. In his understanding, crystals were an essential prerequisite for any ability user's advancement, and Mu Binger's assertion completely upended his previous notions. In response to Sufong's bewilderment, Sister Mu recounted a tale. In the face of the monstrous beasts, humanity did not witness its first level 3 ability user until 3 months into the apocalypse. Although they possessed the strength to contend against the beasts, it was still woefully insufficient. Despite humanity's relentless efforts, it seemed impossible to transcend the limitations of level 3 ability users. Just as humanity found itself on the brink of despair, a miracle occurred. During a night of bloodshed, a level 4 beast descended upon the headquarters of a certain organization, launching a massacre. Even with 4 level 3 ability users present, they could not thwart the onslaught of the level 4 beast, resulting in the annihilation of the entire organization. The sole survivor was a cowardly individual who had hidden amidst the ruins, yet he became the first level 4 ability user in this desolate world. Upon hearing Sister Mumu's account, Sufong's expression was rife with questions. The story contained no information regarding the advancement to a level 4 ability user. Even more perplexing was the sudden transformation of the cowardly survivor into a level 4 ability user. What secrets lay hidden within this narrative? Sufong, how do you think that coward became the first level 4 ability user? Sufong could not provide an answer. It was through bloodshed. He absorbed the power of the hundreds of individuals from that organization to successfully advance to a level 4 ability user. Are you implying that the condition for advancing to a level 4 ability user is to devour the powers of others? Sufong could hardly believe that the path to advancing to a level 4 ability user was so bizarre. It was not about strength. It was about devouring the lives of others. Sister Mu's words once again shattered Sufong's understanding. What does it mean to devour lives? Are you suggesting that I take a life? Observing the confusion etched on Sufong's face, Mumu felt compelled to clarify once more. You did not fully grasp the story. The protagonist did not resort to murder. As long as enough people perish in your vicinity within a short span of time, and you absorb a sufficient amount of life force, you can ascend to a level 4 ability user. After hearing Sister Mu's explanation, Sufong's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he had never imagined that the method for advancing to a level 4 ability user could be so eerie and unsettling. Chapter 125, The Secret of Level 4, Part 2, according to Sister Mumu's narrative. The emergence of each level 4 ability user is invariably accompanied by the sacrifice of hundreds of lives. Truly, it is a case of one general achieving success at the cost of countless bones. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, attaining such an accomplishment appears less daunting than one might presume. In response to Sufong's inquiry, Sister Mumu merely smiled faintly. As you have articulated, within this desolation, absorbing the life force of hundreds within a short span is not a formidable challenge. However, what if the path to this advancement were widely known? Sufong could already envision the grim imagery of humanity turning against itself. Should this information circulate, the leaders of mercenary groups in the outer districts would undoubtedly have targeted the ordinary inhabitants long ago. Yet, Sister Mumu imparted a chilling revelation. It is not merely a matter of casually absorbing the life force of 100 individuals. The vitality of ability users surpasses that of ordinary humans. If one were to absorb the essence of common folk, it would likely require the life force of at least 1,000. A melancholic smile crept across Sufong's face. In this apocalypse, for ordinary people to survive, they must not only evade the predation of monstrous beasts, but also remain vigilant against their fellow humans who possess powers. The thought alone is profoundly tragic. Sufong, this is merely the beginning. After advancing to a level 4 ability user, far graver matters await. What? He inquired. What transformations do you anticipate after consuming such a vast amount of life force? A flicker of dread crossed Sister Mumu's eyes, as though recalling the terrors of the past. It is as if countless souls inhabit your body. An array of memories not your own invades your mind, while unfamiliar voices echo in your ears. Yet, your physical prowess becomes immensely formidable. Your spirit cannot withstand such mental torment. The burgeoning strength lures you into an obsession with this rapid enhancement, ultimately leading you to lose your very essence, descending into a bloodthirsty fiend. This encapsulates the entire secret of level 4 ability users. Sufong now comprehended why Sister Mumu and her companion had remained reticent about the methods to ascend to level 4. He understood why the prominent families in the inner district had been relentlessly searching for various means to augment their combat capabilities rather than simply converting more individuals into level 4 users. He also grasped the rationale behind the restrictions imposed on level 4 ability users in the outer districts. A level 4 user in the outer districts is akin to an unstoppable force, should they resort to slaughter to absorb the life forces of the populace. No one would escape unscathed. In essence, a level 4 ability user is an uncontrollable entity, yet indispensable in the fight against the monstrous beasts. Which is why the 8 great families enforced such stringent controls. So, do you still aspire to ascend to a level 4 ability user? Sufong fell into contemplation. His desire to reach level 4 stemmed from a need to confront impending troubles. However, it now appeared that advancing to level 4 would only compound his difficulties, prompting him to momentarily abandon this ambition. Since ascending to level 4 was not a feasible option, Sufong resolved to focus on increasing the number of level 3 ability users. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Tang Rulin and Suyu. In the days to come, he would undoubtedly encounter further troubles, and the presence of the 2 individuals by his side would certainly expose them to peril. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly enhance their combat abilities. Having made this decision, Sufong wasted no time in seeking out Tang Rulin and her companion, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Although both women had little ambition to ascend to the status of third-level supernatural beings, having witnessed firsthand the agonizing ordeal Sufong and Mu Binger endured during their own ascension, there remained an undeniable resolve within them. For they could not refuse Sufong's earnest request, especially in light of the dangers he foresaw ahead. With Mu Binger's unwavering support, the acquisition of third-level crystal cores was hardly a concern. The young lady would undoubtedly provide them in abundance. Thus, the 2 found themselves ensnared in a cycle of setbacks as they ventured into the future. The ensuing days unfolded with relative tranquility, as the Grand Wall project was revived amidst the optimistic aspirations of the people. Laborers, brimming with enthusiasm, swung their pickaxes and hammered away at stones, seemingly oblivious to the obstacles that lay ahead. Yet, Sufong stood atop the high wall, gazing deeply into the vast, desolate expanse beyond the city. What appeared boundless was, in reality, a prison confining them all. His curiosity piqued. He pondered the nature of the hidden dangers lurking within the endless desert. Why had these questions never crossed his mind before? What kind of force could so profoundly restrict the thoughts of all? As Sufong contemplated the truth of the world, a cloud of dust suddenly billowed from the desert. However, no one noticed this occurrence until the sound of thundering hooves reached Sufong's ears, jolting him from his reverie. Upon witnessing the dust rising from the desert, his astonishment was palpable. For the first time, the enigmatic desert revealed a fragment of its hidden menace, yet now was not the time for shock. Everyone, retreat immediately. Sufong's voice pierced through the haze of labor, awakening those absorbed in their tasks. The workers gazed in disbelief at the rolling dust in the distance, momentarily paralyzed by fear. In the face of such a scene, Sufong recognized that a mysterious force had clouded their judgment. He called out once more, "Flee." His roar finally roused everyone from their stupor upon seeing the swirling dust. Their instincts screamed of countless beasts charging towards their city. Yet, this was not a night of bloodshed. It was broad daylight, and there was no reason for the beasts to appear. The crowd was incapable of grasping the strangeness of the situation. Their survival instincts took over, compelling them to flee. Only Sufong understood that they had long been trapped within this city, with no escape route available. To survive, they had to confront the immediate crisis. Relay the message. All defense teams, concentrate and hold the outer city. In response to Sufong's command, the defense team hesitated. The swirling dust alone suggested that hundreds of beasts were concealed within. and merely holding the outer city under such circumstances would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Who among them would heed such a death sentence? Fleeing may indeed be the most prudent course of action. If we can evade this onslaught, we may have the opportunity to start anew. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Sufong discerned their thoughts. Do you truly believe we can escape? Combat is our sole option. His words compelled the gathered individuals to cast their gazes once more toward the billowing clouds of dust, heralding the charge of countless beasts. The mere act of trampling could lay waste to the entire city. Where could they possibly find refuge? Just as Captain Su articulated, fighting remains their only recourse. It is through battle that they might grasp a chance at survival. Chapter 126, The Tide of Beasts. Not everyone succumbed to Sufong's indoctrination. The terror of death incessantly urged many to flee. In a short span, only 30 individuals remained before the towering walls, including the ever-loyal Tiger Brother and Li Jun, who had steadfastly stood by Sufong's side. Their fear was not absent. Rather, their admiration and trust in Sufong transcended the trepidation within their hearts. Brothers, thank you. If we survive today, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Sufong expressed with fervor, gratified by the 30 who chose to stay, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, it was evident that such a meager number could not hope to fend off the multitude of beasts threatening them. Captain Su, what shall we do? Despite overcoming their fear, the remaining individuals were at a loss regarding how to confront the imminent crisis. Even Sufong found himself momentarily bereft of a sound strategy. However, he understood that this battle would inevitably involve the entirety of the outer district. They need not sacrifice their lives for the greater good. Since this was a fight to protect the outer district, it was only fitting that the rest of the populace join in the fray. Before the crowd could fully grasp Sufong's intentions, he articulated his plan to divide the 30 into 8 groups, thereby dispersing the horde of beasts and luring them into the territories of various mercenary bands, where they could collectively confront this peril. Upon hearing Sufong's proposal, the group felt a sense of relief at avoiding direct confrontation with the beasts, yet anxiety lingered regarding their capability to fulfill the task. Although Sufong spoke with seeming ease, the reality was fraught with danger. They not only had to contend with the pursuit of the beasts but also the potential aggression from mercenary factions. A single misstep could cost them their lives at the hands of fellow humans. Nevertheless, compared to facing the horde directly, this plan offered a measure of safety. Once the groups were established, Sufong, under the weight of the crowd's intense gaze, slowly approached the base of the wall. As he beheld the billowing clouds of dust, he summoned his most formidable form, the blood-frenzied dragon transformation. The already dark crimson scales glistened with a vivid red hue, transforming him into a warrior seemingly risen from the depths of hell. Yet, in the face of the beastly horde, he appeared diminutive. As the beast surged forward, Sufong raised his bone blade high, channeling all his inner energy into the weapon. The grayish-white blade ignited into a brilliant red, unleashing a force that stirred a tempest, sending Tiger Brother and the others reeling. When the horde was a mere 100 meters away, Sufong finally swung his bone blade. The dark crimson energy blade cleaved through the air, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that resonated throughout the outer district, awakening all from their stupor. What transpired? As confusion reigned, the fleeing individuals from the wall drew the crowd's attention. It was through their accounts that the populace learned of the beastly horde emerging from the desert and advancing toward the outer district. In mere moments, chaos engulfed the entire area. Upon hearing that Sufong remained atop the wall to impede the advance of the beasts, Suyu and her companions were so overwhelmed with anxiety that they were brought to tears. She wished to assist Sufong but was halted by Sister Mumu. After all, given her status as a secondary ability user, her presence would yield no benefit. For the first time, Suyu felt a pang of regret regarding her inadequate strength, despite Mu Bingo providing an unlimited supply of third-level crystal cores. She still could not advance to a third-level ability user. Yet, this could hardly be attributed solely to Suyu, as she had only faced failure twice. Fortunately, Sister Mumu spoke up just in time. Rest assured, I will protect Sufong. Little did Mumu anticipate that mere days after agreeing to Mu Qingfeng's request, Sufong would find himself ensnared in such peril. The challenge of safeguarding Sufong was exponentially greater than that of protecting Mu Bingo. Danger seemed to perpetually shadow the youth. Tang Rulin and her companion were unaware that Sister Mumu's intervention was merely in response to Mu Qingfeng's plea, and they promptly expressed their gratitude. However, before Mumu set off, she needed to ensure Mu Bingo's safety, as she was her primary charge. After instructing Mu Bingo and the others to remain within the defense team, and to seek refuge in the underground chamber if necessary, Sister Mumu finally felt at ease to depart. On the high wall, Sufong exerted every ounce of his strength, landing a decisive blow on an entity concealed in the dust, the explosive aftermath dispersing the fog and revealing the aberrations lurking within. As anticipated, there were hundreds of otherworldly creatures of various forms. Such an overwhelming horde had never been witnessed in the year since the apocalypse began, especially not during the Blood Night. Sufong's full force strike not only illuminated the imminent threat but also successfully felled several of the creatures. However, these few beasts were but a drop in the ocean compared to the multitude before them. Observing the sheer number of aberrations, doubts began to arise regarding Sufong's plan. Could he truly lead such a vast number of beasts to the mercenary group's territory? Sufong seemed to overestimate their capabilities. Nonetheless, even with their misgivings, they had no thought of fleeing. Instead, their minds raced with strategies for accomplishing this seemingly impossible task. Just as they found themselves doubting their own strategy, Sufong's voice resonated from below the high wall. Flee. Forget the mission. Escape towards the inner city's walls with all your might. Glimpsing the horde of aberrations, Sufong realized how naive his earlier plan had been. Among the hundreds of creatures, over 100 were third-level aberrations. It is crucial to understand that third-level aberrations corresponded to third-level ability users, many of which surpassed the average third-level ability user in strength. In the outer city alone, there were barely 100 third-level ability users, indicating a profoundly unequal battle. Defeating such a multitude of aberrations was utterly impossible with the forces of the outer city alone. The only strategy Sufong could conceive was to shift the battleground. They needed to harness the power of the inner city to have any hope of vanquishing these aberrations. However, whether the denizens of the inner city would come to their aid was uncertain. He could not afford to place his hopes on their compassion. The final recourse was to draw the battlefield to the walls of the inner city, compelling them to join the fray. How could anyone have anticipated that Sufong would devise a solution in such a brief span of time? To them, it seemed that upon witnessing the multitude of aberrant beasts, Captain Su had resolutely chosen to abandon hope, believing that flight was the sole recourse. Consequently, it was only natural for the others to follow suit and flee. Everyone exerted themselves to the utmost, racing away, and when Sister Mu arrived, she could only behold Sufong's desperate escape. Mere moments later, the newly erected wall, barely 5 meters high, crumbled beneath the iron hooves, and countless aberrant beasts surged through the breach. Even she, a seasoned warrior, had never encountered such a scene. Chapter 127. Retreat Mumu, hurry and run. Sufong urged as he fled, ensuring that Mumu was with him. Although Mumu possessed the strength of a level 4 ability user, she was constrained by the rules that prevented her from using her powers freely. Faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts, he was uncertain if she had any means of countering the threat. There was no time for hesitation. He grasped the stunned Mumu and dashed towards the direction of the defense team. After a brief moment, Mumu regained her senses. What had transpired? Uncertainty clouded her mind. Sufong too was desperate for answers. Until now, no mutant beast had ever emerged from the desert. It was shocking that such a catastrophe occurred just as the High Wall Project 2.0 was initiated. The project had only just begun? Suddenly, a bold conjecture flickered in Sufong's mind. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a fierce murderous intent surged from behind. A colossal arrow formed from dark energy shot towards them. Fortunately, they had remained vigilant and easily evaded this sudden assault. However, while they managed to dodge the attack, the nearby building was not as fortunate. The massive black arrow pierced through the entire structure, causing the 5-story edifice to collapse in an instant. Sufong could faintly hear muffled cries for help from within, but he had no time to spare on those sounds. He was capable of confronting the beast behind them. Yet engaging in a struggle would complicate matters. It would not only hinder him, but also make it exceedingly difficult for Mumu to escape. With little choice left, Sufong could at most strike a few blows behind him without turning back, but whether he could vanquish any beasts was beyond his current concerns. Thanks to their speed, Sufong and Mumu swiftly returned to the defense team. At that moment, chaos reigned among the defense team. Had it not been for Mu Binger directing everyone to evacuate in an orderly fashion and coordinating rescue efforts for nearby residents, the situation would have been even more dire. Sufong's appearance instilled a sense of leadership among the panicked crowd. Captain Su, what has happened? What should we do next? Amidst the flurry of questions, Sufong paid them no heed. Everyone, protect the surrounding residents and retreat towards the inner city walls. The inner city? Captain Su, why are we going to the inner city? The crowd was baffled by Sufong's decision, with only a few beginning to grasp his intentions. Most residents from the outer city harbored disdain for those in the inner city, which was why Sufong had emerged as the spiritual leader of the defense team, rather than Mu Binger, who merely contributed financially and physically. Even though this young lady was remarkably approachable and vastly different from their preconceived notions of inner city dwellers, complete trust remained elusive. Such was the power of labels. After all, Mu Bingo had never belonged to their world from the outset. Captain Su, can't we win? Some had already inferred the implications of Sufong's retreat order. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Sufong finally resolved to clarify the situation. From the arid desert emerged hundreds of bizarre creatures, among which were numerous third-tier beasts. With our current capabilities, we are utterly incapable of confronting such a multitude. Even if we manage to survive, what about the ordinary people around us? Under the iron hooves of these beasts, they stand no chance of survival. Retreating behind the high walls of the inner city is their only hope. Sufong did not claim that the defense team was incapable of handling the situation. Rather, he used the plight of the ordinary citizens as a pretext. He understood that many present were fiery youths, willing to sacrifice their lives for so-called dignity and principles. Thus, he crafted this perfect excuse to persuade everyone to willingly retreat to the safety of the walls. Yet, despite Sufong's grave depiction of the impending disaster and the lives of the surrounding populace resting in their hands, some individuals remained reluctant to leave. Team Su, you take them away. We will stay behind to buy you time. Most of these individuals were solitary, indifferent to their own fate. Watching them, Sufong frowned, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. He comprehended their sentiments well. Many had lost their families in this apocalypse, and they too were unwilling to cling to life alone. However, the thought of self-destruction left him discontented, as they chose to evade the apocalypse in this manner, seeking to feel a semblance of purpose at life's end. But was such sacrifice truly valuable? Sufong did not concur. By time, you overestimate yourselves. With your strength, you would not suffice to stop even a single beast. His words pierced their meager pride like a cold dagger. Even Mu Binger, standing nearby, could not bear to witness this and discreetly pinched Sufong's arm, hoping to halt his tirade. Yet, Sufong, seemingly oblivious to Miss Mu's good intentions, continued, "If you do not cherish your own lives, I cannot stand by and watch my brothers perish in vain. Rather than squander your lives here, why not dedicate yourselves to me, completing the tasks I assign? Such lives hold value." The crowd gazed at Sufong in shock, as if drawing a sliver of strength from his words. Sufong no longer afforded them the chance to refuse, promptly assigning them tasks. Those who had earlier clamored to buy time were now pulled away by their companions, leading the surrounding residents to safety. "I didn't expect your eloquence to be quite remarkable. A man's words are but deceitful phantoms." Sister Ruolan, to be cautious of his tricks? Upon hearing Mu praise Sufong, Mu Binger immediately interjected. Tang Ruolan noticed that the two had frequently engaged in banter of late, oblivious to Mu Yang's promise. However, neither Sufong nor Mu Binger regarded that promise with any seriousness. After arranging tasks for everyone, Sufong turned his gaze back to the billowing dust in the streets, where the power capable of obliterating the entire outer city lay concealed. Hundreds of beasts would soon devastate the periphery of the outer city, as the abandoned structures could not impede their advance. Just as some had said, it was necessary for someone to remain behind to buy time. And that individual was Sufong himself. When Suyu heard Sufong's decision, she was the first to stand in opposition. "Brother, that's far too dangerous. Come with us." Observing the redness in Suyu's eyes, Sufong, though reluctant in his heart, remained resolute in his decision. If no one were to delay time, many lives would undoubtedly be lost beneath the iron hooves of the otherworldly beasts. Gently, Sufong patted Suyu's little head. "Annie, unless it is a level 4 beast, no one can hinder my escape." After speaking, he glanced at Tang Ruolan, hoping she would intercede on his behalf to persuade Suyu. Throughout Sufong's flurry of activity, it was Tang Ruolan who had been caring for Suyu, and their bond had rapidly deepened. Indeed, with Tang Ruolan's encouragement, Suyu eventually acquiesced to Sufong's plan. Chapter 128. The twin daggers. Upon witnessing Sufong's unwavering determination to impede the advance of the horde of aberrant beasts, Mumu initially intended to accompany him. However, Sufong restrained her. "Sister Mu Binger needs your protection. This tide of aberrant beasts is rather peculiar. It is prudent to exercise caution." Realizing that Mu Binger was her foremost responsibility, Mu acquiesced after a brief hesitation, retrieving from her bosom a pair of daggers, one long and one short. "This is a weapon I am lending you." Sufong took the daggers with a puzzled expression, noticing the pale purple crystal core embedded within. It dawned on him that he was now in possession of a soul crystal weapon, a revelation that enlightened him to the existence of cold weapons within this category. "Sister Mu, how do I wield this dagger?" Under ordinary circumstances, Sufong would have explored the weapon's capabilities on his own. However, the urgency of the moment left him no time for such inquiries. "With these twin daggers, you have effectively acquired a life-saving skill." With that, Mu hurled the shorter dagger towards the ground 10 meters away, and the longer dagger in her hand suddenly radiated a brilliant purple light. In the blink of an eye, Mu found herself at the location of the shorter dagger. This was the essence of the twin dagger's ability, allowing its wielder to teleport to the position of the shorter dagger. With this weapon in hand, Sufong had essentially gained a rudimentary version of teleportation, alleviating his fears of being besieged by the aberrant beasts. "Thank you, Sister Mu." When I return alive, I shall treat you to a grand feast." After expressing his gratitude, Sufong turned his gaze toward the approaching cloud of dust, a clear indication that the horde of aberrant beasts was charging toward them. More alarmingly, the dust was drawing nearer while the ordinary people behind him had not yet fully gathered, rendering escape impossible for the time being. Sufong understood that if this continued, they would be overwhelmed by the horde. Without further deliberation, he plunged into the fray of the aberrant beasts, propelled by the power of black lightning, swiftly penetrating their ranks. Although Sufong had previously hunted numerous aberrant beasts, standing amidst them rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance. The aberrant beast completely disregarded his presence, perhaps perceiving this diminutive human as one destined to fall beneath their iron hooves. Suddenly, an intense heat emanated from within the throng of beasts. Crimson flames enveloped Sufong's slight form, transforming him instantaneously into a colossal fireball. This was his most formidable area of effect attack, Emperor of Flames. At that moment, Sufong radiated a heat akin to the sun, incinerating all nearby aberrant beasts. Even those who dared approach were repelled by the scorching waves. With a single strike, he felled over a dozen aberrant beasts, a testament to his prowess that far exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 3 ability user. This was the result of ability fusion. Once mastered, it heralded a qualitative transformation in power. However, the mere dozen beasts he had vanquished were insignificant in the grand scheme of the horde. Conversely, that singular attack had consumed a substantial portion of Sufong's energy. Fortunately, his display of power instilled sufficient intimidation among the surrounding aberrant beasts, and for a fleeting moment, none dared to advance any closer. Excellent. This encapsulated Sufong's rationale for expending half of his energy to unleash the Emperor of Flames. Despite his strength, he lacked the capability to eradicate the entire horde before him. If he were to hunt them one by one, it would be utterly futile to impede the advance of the monstrous horde. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full strength from the very outset. This would at least serve to intimidate the beast momentarily, allowing him a brief respite. However, the creatures would not afford him ample opportunity to recover after a fleeting hesitation. Several of them launched an assault, hurling energy orbs towards Sufong. Still weakened from his prior exertions, Sufong appeared decidedly feeble, showing no inclination to evade. As the diminutive human seemed on the verge of being engulfed by the barrage of energy, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement flickered in the eyes of the beasts. Yet, following a violent explosion, they discovered that the human had vanished without a trace. As the monstrous entities scoured the smoke for Sufong as silhouette, a searing aura surged once more into the sky, drawing the attention of all the beasts with its dazzling brilliance. Having felt the might of the Flame Emperor's previous strike, most of the creatures instinctively sought to withdraw, save for a few third-tier beasts, which concentrated their skills upon Sufong. Enormous fireballs collided with various abilities in the air, generating a powerful shockwave that sent several smaller beasts tumbling, thereby obstructing the entire horde's advance. Perhaps sensing Sufong's formidable prowess, the beasts, realizing they could not easily vanquish this human, instinctively scattered in unison. Observing the coordinated retreat of the monsters, Sufong allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. This was the second phase of his plan. At this moment, he had nearly exhausted all the energy within him, and even a mere second-tier beast could deliver a fatal blow. Yet, now all the creatures were deterred by his strength, circumventing him and rushing towards the territories of others. Sufong had indeed succeeded in delaying the progress of the monstrous horde. However, the brunt of the assault fell upon the other mercenary groups, whose territories were already in disarray from the initial onslaught of the beasts. They were struggling to hold their ground when suddenly faced with another wave of monsters, a catastrophic blow to their efforts. As the billowing smoke rapidly enveloped the adjacent mercenary territory, faint cries of despair could be discerned. Sufong knew that within the outer district, no individual or faction could possibly contend with such a multitude of beasts simultaneously. This day was destined to herald yet another apocalypse for the outer district. Just as he was lamenting the apocalyptic scene before him, a massive black arrow shot towards him. It was the very beast that had obliterated high walls and first targeted Sufong and his companion, effortlessly demolishing a building with a single shot. Although the black energy arrow was immensely powerful, it traveled slowly, allowing him to evade it with ease. Turning to look back, Sufong finally discerned the true nature of his adversary. Yet, this revelation left him utterly stunned, rendering him momentarily speechless. Before him stood a creature strikingly reminiscent of a human, upright in posture, wielding a longbow, an uncanny embodiment of a human warrior. The singular distinction was its towering height of over 2 meters, and its mane, reminiscent of a lioness head. Could this truly be a beast? Sufong was compelled to question whether the creature before him was, in fact, an empowered being. The convergence of supernatural beings and exotic beasts is an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, The emergence of the beast horde from the desert implies that this lion-headed entity also hails from that arid expanse. Sufong cast a grave glance at the lion head. An expression of unprecedented seriousness etched upon his features. On one hand, he yearned to extract information about the desert from this being. On the other, his current state rendered him incapable of engaging in combat. Though reluctant, he instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger set, ever prepared to flee. "Brat, I shall end your life." Just as Sufong contemplated using the dagger set to make his escape, the clumsily uttered words halted him in his tracks. Chapter 129, The Lion's Head. The strange beast can speak? Sufong gazed incredulously at the lion's head, nearly dropping the dagger in his hand. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, the lion's head launched another black arrow in a surprise attack. This time, caught in shock. Sufong failed to evade the dark feather in time, which pierced directly through his arm. The pain jolted him from his reverie. He realized that in his current state, he was no match for the lion's head. Without hesitation, he hurled the short dagger towards a distant building and, using the long dagger, teleported himself into the structure, hoping to evade the lion's head's pursuit. However, he had underestimated the creature's prowess. Amidst the ruins, the lion's head merely twitched its nose, its gaze fixating on the building where Sufong had taken refuge. "You cannot escape." The lion's head seemed yet to master the nuances of human speech. It crouched slightly, then with a powerful leap, bounded into the building. The tremendous noise immediately alerted Sufong to its presence. Relentless. Sufong couldn't help but curse under his breath, yet his feet never ceased their frantic pace. Utilizing the dual daggers, he traversed the skyline with remarkable speed. If he were facing an ordinary ability user or beast, he would have surely outpaced them by now. To his astonishment, the lion's head's strength surpassed his expectations. Each time he barely evaded, it would appear at the very spot he had just vacated. Sufong could only continue his flight. And the most unfortunate aspect was that he could not flee towards the direction where Mumu and the others had departed. If such a bizarre beast were to infiltrate the crowd, aside from Mumu, it was doubtful anyone would survive its onslaught. As he fled, Sufong observed the lion's head more closely. The longer he watched, the more difficult it became to suppress his astonishment. He had initially believed the lion's head merely resembled a human in appearance, yet its behavioral patterns were remarkably akin to those of humans, particularly during the chase. It continuously adjusted its movements, seemingly refining its actions to discover the most suitable combat style for itself. Learning. Every creature possesses an instinct for imitation and learning. Yet Sufong had never witnessed a beast with such a profound capacity for adaptation. Vaguely, he felt a connection between this creature and his own dragon form. Humans acquire the formidable bodies and abilities of beasts through crystal cores, while this creature appeared to be acquiring human combat techniques through mimicry. Faced with such an opponent, Sufong found himself yearning for an encounter, eager to discern the creature's true nature. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to withstand its assault. As Sufong let out a sigh, a black arrow suddenly shot towards him from behind. Though he deftly dodged it, the near miss was startling enough. The arrow had nearly struck him because the lion's head had already discerned his movement pattern, allowing it to launch a timely attack. Indeed, when he once again used the dual daggers to leap to another building, the arrow followed closely in pursuit. Had it not been for his acute perception aided by the wind, he might have been hit once more. This cannot continue. He must swiftly distance himself from this enigmatic beast. As Sufong contemplated, arrows once again shot towards him from behind. This time, the moment he touched the ground, the arrows were already upon him. It was not that the arrows had accelerated, but rather that the lion's head had perfectly anticipated his escape route and fired the arrows in advance. It was evident that evasion was no longer an option. With no alternatives, Sufong was compelled to muster the scant energy he had left, enveloping himself in crimson flames to ward off the lion's head's ambush. Having narrowly escaped that strike, Sufong realized that continuing in this manner was futile. He needed to restore his energy swiftly. That said, the only solution he could conceive was to seek out Tang Rulin and her holy light cross. However, approaching her would undoubtedly draw the Reaper into the fray. Before he could dwell on this dilemma, the lion's head had already made the decision for him. Arrows once again hurtled towards Sufong. Even with his wind manipulation allowing for a timely reaction, the arrows nearly pierced his body. At this rate, his demise was inevitable. Reluctantly, Sufong had no choice but to place his hopes on Tang Rulin. With that thought, he ceased his evasion and, expending all his strength, hurled his short dagger and teleported at the swiftest pace possible, intent on catching up with Tang Rulin and the others. While this strategy would allow him to reach her quickly, it also fully exposed his position, permitting the lion's head to unleash a barrage of shots behind him. The sole advantage was that his exposure would enable him to better predict his opponent's attacks. If he could time his movements accurately, he might still evade the lion's head strikes. To his surprise, as he relinquished his caution and faced the situation head-on, he found it easier to manage. With all his might, he He quickly caught up to the defense squad. Everyone, scatter. Mu Bing'er, cover me. Sufong's sudden appearance bewildered the defense team, especially given his visibly tense demeanor. In everyone's minds, Sufong had undoubtedly become the foremost figure of the Outer District. Even when he had previously claimed he would single-handedly delay the advance of the beast horde, he had shown not a hint of panic. Yet now, a level of anxiety graced his expression that none had ever witnessed before. Upon hearing his command, Mu Bing'er instinctively summoned 3 wooden giants to shield the rear of the squad. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a black arrow penetrated one of the wooden giants completely. The eerie figure of the lion's head finally revealed itself to the group. What is that thing? A beast? Or a human wielding supernatural powers? Though some ability users could transform into such beast-like forms as Sufong did, they still retained a distinctly human essence. In stark contrast, the lion's head exuded a savage aura unmistakably belonging to a monstrous creature. The presence of such a grotesque being sent a chill through everyone's hearts. What are you waiting for? Run. Mu Bing'er, stall for a minute. Rulin, provide me with healing. At Sufong's furious shout, the group snapped back to reality and hastily quickened their pace towards the high walls of the inner district. Mu Bing'er, having no time to assess the situation, promptly summoned the Crimson Peak and the wooden giants to stand before the lion's head. Countless vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare the lion's head and restrict its movements. However, the lion paid no heed to the vines clinging to its form with a powerful tremor. It shattered them all. As it gazed at the descending Sufong, black arrow feathers were once again released, perhaps fueled by indignation at witnessing its kin enslaved by humans. The black arrow feathers bore an even more intense murderous intent. Sufong sought to evade, only to find the space around him distorting under the overwhelming malice of the arrows, rendering escape impossible. Mu Bing'er, witnessing her beloved beast on the verge of being pierced by the arrow feathers, commanded 3 wooden giants to shield Sufong. After piercing through the bodies of the 3 wooden giants, the arrow's power diminished significantly, allowing Sufong to finally block the attack. Chapter 130. Luo Yu with a single arrow. Mu Bing'er was made acutely aware of the disparity between them. The crowd soon comprehended why Sufong appeared so anxious. The only one in their ranks who could potentially defeat the Lionhead was perhaps Sister Mu. Yet she was constrained by the rules from intervening. It seemed that only when Mu Bing'er found herself in peril could Sister Mu take action. However, Sufong had no intention of granting her that opportunity. Just hold on for another 40 seconds. Under Tang Rulin's healing, Sufong's energy had begun to replenish. As long as he could fully restore his energy, he harbored confidence in his ability to vanquish his opponent. 40 seconds? Are you perhaps overestimating me? Of course. Mu Bing'er merely grumbled to herself. She would never voice such dispiriting thoughts in front of Sufong, lest she bring shame upon herself. Once more, she summoned the 3 wooden giants, which had been destroyed, to shield her from the Lionhead, hoping to stall his advance. Yet the Lionhead seemed weary of such entanglements. Gripping a longbow, he conjured 5 arrowheads of black energy. The arrowheads shot into the sky, transforming into countless projectiles that descended like a dark rain upon the crowd behind the wooden giants. Faced with such a technique, Mu Bing'er hurriedly directed the giants to swing their arms in an attempt to deflect the oncoming barrage. However, the arrowheads fell like raindrops, and some would inevitably slip through. While the empowered could employ their abilities to evade or block the arrows, what of the ordinary individuals? They could only watch helplessly as the arrows threatened to pierce through them. Just as the arrowheads were about to breach the skulls of the crowd, a sudden chill enveloped the surroundings. Not far off, Suyu raised her hands, emitting a white mist from her palms, enveloping the area in an extreme cold domain. Within this frigid realm, not only were the creature's movements hindered, but the black arrowheads were also affected. Run! The crowd finally snapped back to reality, enduring the biting cold as they swiftly fled the range of the impending attack. 10 seconds. Through the collaboration of Suyu and Mu Bing'er, they successfully evaded the Lionhead's assault, buying themselves another 10 seconds. Yet the Lionhead's onslaught did not cease, perhaps weary of this interminable exchange. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes for the first time. The longbow dissolved into a flurry of black energy particles, only to be replaced by a long knife in his hand. The Lionhead merely crouched slightly, applying a bit of force before vanishing from sight. In a moment of distraction, the Lionhead's eerie visage appeared before Mu Bing'er, the long knife nearly leaving a deep gash across her chest. Bing'er, witnessing Mu Bing'er nearly teeter on the brink of death, Sister Mu finally sprang into action, positioning herself protectively in front of the young lady. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Sister Mu, a profound killing intent that seemed poised to devour everything in its path. At that moment, even the Lionhead could not help but take a half step back. Was this the imposing presence of a level 4 ability user? Even Sufong, who was still recovering, felt a tremor within his heart. The might of a formidable individual had effectively halted the Lionhead's advance. You are the guardian of this girl? The Lionhead appeared to possess a profound understanding of the inner city's rules. Who exactly are you? Suppressing the murderous intent within her heart, Mumu gazed at Lionhead with astonishment. You need not concern yourself. My objectives do not involve you or this little girl. It would be advantageous for both of us if you stepped aside. The words of Lionhead left the crowd utterly astounded, particularly Sufong. Just moments prior, Lionhead had struggled to articulate human language, yet now he communicated with remarkable fluency. It was ironic that, despite nearly slaying Mu Binger, they were now engaged in negotiation. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the inner city's regulations, Mumu would have preferred to say not a single word to this creature. Before she could respond, Sufong had already lunged towards Lionhead. Lionhead, your arrogance is astounding. Since you are so audacious, why don't you remain and answer a pressing question of mine? With Mumu's formidable aura, she managed to secure Sufong a fleeting moment of respite. Restored to energy, Sufong stood before Lionhead, radiating intense confidence. Lionhead? Lionhead touched his own head, seemingly taken aback by the appellation. It was only when he felt the mane covering his face that the image of a lion emerged in his mind. You bastard, remember my name. Luoyu. Monsters have names too? Enraged, Luoyu swung his blade at Sufong. In his view, this individual was merely one who fled. Despite having once annihilated a dozen monstrous beasts with an enormous fireball like the sun, in his eyes, it was inconsequential. Yet, he vastly underestimated Sufong's prowess. The clash of bone and black blades generated a tremendous shockwave as the energies intertwined. The force of this wave sent those nearby reeling several meters back. Quickly retreat. Sufong hastily urged the others to continue their withdrawal into the inner city. Though Suyu was filled with concern, she ultimately left upon Tang Rulin's persuasion. Luoyu, whose aim was Sufong, made no effort to impede their escape. Once everyone had departed, Sufong slowly inquired. Was it you who commanded these beasts to destroy our territory? In Sufong's estimation, these beasts should adhere to instinct, devoid of intellect. The fact that they had attacked the outer city on 2 occasions was decidedly peculiar. It is not I who has destroyed your territory, but rather your constructions that contravene the laws of the city. The laws of the city? Are you one of the 8 great families? Sufong's immediate reaction was to perceive Luoyu as a member of one of the illustrious clans. But why had someone from the 8 great families emerged from the desert? Luoyu's subsequent remarks not only failed to clarify his inquiries, but deepened the enigma. What 8 great families? Is your perspective limited to this city alone? Oh, I could tell you, but you would not comprehend. Just know that someone among you has transgressed the city's laws and must be punished. Without allowing Sufong further queries, Luoyu once again brandished his blade in attack. Following their previous confrontation, both had gained a rough understanding of each other's abilities. This time, Luoyu's speed was markedly accelerated. Sufong had to rely on the enhancement of black lightning to keep pace with his opponent's velocity. The most terrifying aspect is that Luoyu's speed does not rely on the enhancement of supernatural abilities, but is purely a manifestation of his physical prowess. In this regard, Luoyu is no different from the monstrous beasts. When the bone knife clashed with the black blade once more, Sufong immediately felt a sharp pain radiating from his tiger's mouth. Luoyu's strike was evidently heavier than before. In such close combat, Sufong was clearly at a disadvantage. No matter how he attempted to widen the distance, Luoyu could close the gap in the shortest possible time. To triumph over his opponent, he must at least match him in physical confrontation. Left with no choice, Sufong transformed once again into his dragon form, forcing the lion-like Luoyu to retreat with a single, powerful strike. Chapter 131, Narrow Victory. Faced with Sufong, who had transformed into the form of a dragon, Luoyu exhibited no signs of panic, even as he was forced back by Sufong's blade. What difference is there between us now? Sufong pondered briefly, observing the dragon scales adorning his body, before once again launching his attack upon Luoyu. This world is rife with peculiarities, and the only means to extract information about the wasteland from Luoyu is through the application of force. Confronted with Sufong's relentless onslaught, Luoyu lacked the confidence to confront him head-on. Drawing upon his formidable physique, he retreated swiftly, conjuring a black longbow in his hands, and engaged Sufong with his expertise in archery to create a diversion. However, he underestimated Sufong's strength. At present, Sufong was brimming with energy. Each strike he delivered was imbued with tremendous destructive power. After a brief exchange of blows, it appeared that the two were evenly matched. Yet Luoyu soon sensed a subtle disparity in their strengths. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he faced defeat. Defeat? The mere thought of this word ignited a tempest of agitation within Luoyu. He had never contemplated such a notion in his world. He was undoubtedly a paragon among his peers, a notable entity even among third-level mutated beings. With his capabilities, he should have been a tyrant in any city. Yet here he was, gradually being subdued by a mere human, edging ever closer to an inevitable downfall. Boy, you are destined to die today. Sufong, still grappling with the unfolding situation, sensed an even more palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Luoyu. Was this a desperate struggle for survival before death? Sufong's mutterings, clear and distinct, reached Luoyu's ears, further agitating his already frayed nerves. In a flurry, Luoyu released 5 arrows, each aimed at Sufong from different angles. Yet such an assault posed no genuine threat to Sufong, enveloped in crimson flames. He repelled the arrows merely with the heat radiating from his body, just as Sufong wore a scornful smile. An intense wave of murderous intent suddenly surged from behind him. It was Luoyu. The familiar presence instantly unveiled the identity of the ambusher. But how could Luoyu, who had been right in front of him moments ago, now appear behind him? Luoyu had no intention of granting Sufong the luxury of time to unravel the truth. The black energy in his hands morphed into a long sword, thrusting directly towards Sufong's heart. The sword was less than a foot from Sufong's chest, and Luoyu believed this ambush would surely incapacitate the youth before him. To his astonishment, Sufong's figure vanished from his eager gaze. Before the smile could fully dissipate from Luoyu's face, a searing pain erupted from his waist. Sufong's bone knife had carved a deep gash into his side. This strike nearly cleaved Luoyu in two. Had it not been for his physique rivaling that of a beast, he might have already met his end. The agonizing sting rendered him momentarily unable to stand. Head of the lion, if you wish to avoid death at my hands, you would do well to answer my questions truthfully. Sufong approached Luoyu slowly. A mocking smile etched upon his face, his eyes glinting with derision. Yet, despite the circumstances, Luoyu exhibited not a trace of fear. Young man, you have indeed underestimated the situation. Had you unleashed your full strength earlier, you might have already secured victory in this confrontation. Observing Luoyu, who resembled a defeated hound, injured yet defiant, Sufong found it incomprehensible. Enough of this. Answer my questions honestly, and you may yet find a glimmer of hope. How did you emerge from the desert? You know the desert? Luoyu, pressed beneath Sufong's foot, visibly trembled, seemingly taken aback by the inquiry. It was evident that he possessed some insider knowledge. Only those who had mastered the fusion of extraordinary abilities could discern the peculiarities of this world. And it was clear that Luoyu was among them. You are well aware of the secrets of this world. Noticing Luoyu's prolonged silence, Sufong swiftly brandished his blade towards his right arm, intent on severing his hand. This served to instill a sense of dread in Luoyu while simultaneously diminishing his combat prowess. However, in the blink of an eye, the previously subdued Luoyu exuded an overwhelming aura, compelling Sufong to retreat. In terms of presence, Luoyu now nearly rivaled Sister Mumu. Sufong finally comprehended why his opponent displayed such arrogance, showing no fear even while underfoot. An unfathomably potent aura enveloped Luoyu's form, healing even the wounds inflicted upon him. Sufong recognized that continuing in this manner might lead to his own defeat. The optimal strategy was to act swiftly. Now was not the time to seek intelligence from his adversary. He hurled a short dagger like a concealed weapon, but as Luoyu effortlessly evaded, Sufong closed the distance, his bone blade crackling with immense energy. This strike represented the culmination of all Sufong's power, aimed at a decisive kill. Yet, even so, his attack arrived a moment too late. Under the influence of the overwhelming aura, Luoyu's physique underwent a bizarre transformation. What had once been a vaguely human form sprouted a pair of wings, and a pair of horns emerged from his mane-covered head, his limbs morphing into talon-like claws. His already peculiar appearance became even more unsettling, leaving even Sufong, who had encountered numerous extraordinary beasts, feeling unnerved. Now, Luoyu seemed to have completely regressed into a beast. His claw-like hands effortlessly deflected the assault of the bone blade. However, Sufong appeared to have anticipated this very scenario. His figure vanished from Luoyu's sight. He utilized the mother-daughter dagger technique for instantaneous movement. The dark electric energy-imbued long dagger once again aimed at the previous wound on Luoyu's waist. Although the injury appeared to have healed, Sufong noticed the peculiarities in Luoyu's movements, indicating he had not fully recovered. Encased in dark electricity, the long dagger possessed the power to pierce through anything. The dagger tore through the formidable aura, effortlessly penetrating Luoyu's body. In disbelief, Luoyu looked down at the dagger embedded in his waist, seemingly in shock that such a blade could pierce him. You are right. This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity. As the dark crimson blood flowed from Luoyu's waist, Sufong once again concentrated all his energy upon the dagger, intending to rely on the black lightning to utterly devastate Luoyu's internal being and subsequently eliminate him. In that moment, Luoyu felt his very organs being ravaged by the black lightning. Despite possessing an immensely formidable physique, it was impossible for him to render his internal organs impervious to harm. Luoyu never anticipated that he would be vanquished in such a manner by this human. Just as he had unveiled his most powerful form, With eyes full of resentment, Luo Yu slowly collapsed, his body still emanating a faint scent of charred flesh. Chapter 132. The Dragon's Vigilance. Luo Yu collapsed once more, this time devoid of the arrogance that had previously adorned his countenance. For the first time, he was engulfed by the paralyzing dread of death, an anguish exacerbated by the realization that this terror was instigated by a lowly human trapped within the confines of the city. "Please, don't kill me," Luo Yu pleaded, his voice quavering with fear. Clearly, he could not bear the weight of his own defeat. Had it not been for the all-consuming fear of death, he would never have uttered such a humble entreaty. "I will grant you anything you desire." This was a quintessential display of a privileged youth, once haughty and now reduced to begging for mercy after provoking danger. Sufong had initially intended to extract information from him, and now the moment was ripe. "How foolish you are. Had you answered my questions willingly before, you wouldn't be suffering like this now." In response to Sufong's derision, Luo Yu could only cloak his indignation in silence. The first question, what lies beyond this city, in the desert? Upon hearing this inquiry, Luo Yu cast a peculiar glance at Sufong, remaining silent for an extended moment. Just as Sufong was about to lose his patience, Luo Yu spoke. "Why can you contemplate what exists beyond this city?" This question might seem bizarre to an ordinary person, yet Sufong understood precisely what was being asked. "I have mastered the fusion of abilities, granting me the privilege to explore the secrets of this world." Fusion of abilities? Noticing the confusion in Luo Yu's eyes, Sufong was taken aback. It appeared that Luo Yu was unfamiliar with this concept. "No, the inhabitants of this city should not possess any awareness of the desert." Observing Luo Yu's resolute expression, Sufong became certain that all the denizens of the city were constrained by some force or superior being that limited their thoughts. This vibrant city was, in reality, merely a colossal prison. Before Sufong could untangle the intricacies of this revelation, Luo Yu spoke again. "Did you construct that towering wall? And if so, what of it?" Suddenly, Sufong grasped the implication. The recent wave of aberrant beasts was directed at the ambitious wall project 2.0. That wall symbolized the inhabitants' trepidation towards the perils of the desert, indicating that someone had transcended the confines of their thoughts and cast their gaze upon the desert. This was something that certain entities would never permit, and Luo Yu was a member of such an entity. Yet, Luo Yu's strength was comparable to Sufong's. Did these enigmatic beings truly possess the power to restrict their thoughts? Have you ever inquired? If you do not release me, you will surely regret it. Luo Yu's frantic shout once again shattered Sufong's train of thought. "You have not answered any of my questions. Do you truly believe you can leave under such circumstances? I shall ask you once more, what exists in the desert?" Sufong reiterated his question, for he needed to comprehend his adversary in order to devise a subsequent strategy. This time, Luo Yu did not evade the question, though he offered no definitive answer. "The desert? What of it? Do you believe that a mere lab rat can comprehend the existence of humanity and thus understand everything that transpires?" Lab rat. The mere mention of that term overwhelmed Sufong with a profound sense of agitation. Previously, he had been subjected to inhumane experimentation by a mysterious organization, and had it not been for the possession of this body by his soul, he would have long since perished. To his dismay, he encountered that same term once more, uttered from the lips of Luo Yu. Sufong began to grasp the implications of Luo Yu's words. This city served as their cage, a veritable laboratory for their experimentation. The so-called Blood Knights and strange beasts were likely mere facets of their trials. As for the entity responsible for confining them within this city, it was evident, as Luo Yu articulated, that even when confronted with humanity, they could not comprehend its existence or intentions. This suggested the presence of a life form more advanced than humans, utilizing them as subjects for experimentation. The nature of these experiments, however, eluded Sufong's understanding. As Sufong fell into contemplation, Luo Yu seized the opportunity. Enduring the excruciating pain of a dagger piercing his body, he forcibly extracted it and fled at breakneck speed toward the outskirts. Coming to his senses, Sufong observed the retreating figure of Luo Yu, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He yearned to extract further intelligence from his adversary. Yet it was clear that Luo Yu would not simply capitulate. With Luo Yu possessing abilities nearing the 4th tier, should he regain his strength, it would likely spell disaster for Sufong. Weighing intelligence against his own life, the choice was rather straightforward. Sufong transformed into a shadowy bolt of black electricity, swiftly catching up with Luo Yu. Did he truly believe he could escape my grasp? Witnessing the terror etched on Luo Yu's face only solidified Sufong's resolve to eliminate him. "You are correct. I should not afford you any further opportunities." As he spoke, the tail of a dragon ensnared Luo Yu, while the dagger plunged once more into the wound at his waist. Black electricity and crimson flames ravaged Luo Yu from within. Under such relentless assault, even Luo Yu's beast-like physique struggled to endure. "You will regret this. My kin shall exact vengeance." Your city will be besieged by unending torment until every last specimen perishes, until it is reduced to ruins. In the final moments of his life, fueled by resentment and hatred, Luo Yu uttered his last curse to Sufong. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Sufong would glean vital information from that final malediction. Unending torment, creatures akin to Luo Yu lurking in the wasteland. Such tides of strange beasts would surely emerge again. Rather than instilling fear in Sufong, Luo Yu's words invigorated his determination to expedite the progress of the High Wall Project 2.0. Gazing upon Luo Yu's lifeless form, curiosity sparked within Sufong. What spoils might one acquire from slaying such a novel species? However, after incinerating Luo Yu's remains, he was met with but a long spear and a scroll upon the ground. The moment he grasped the spear, a surge of formidable power coursed through it, and the crystal embedded within began to radiate a blinding brilliance. It was a soul crystal weapon, a familiar sensation, reminiscent of the mother-daughter daggers gifted to him by Sister Mu. Yet, the energy emanating from the spear was palpably more potent than that of the daggers. As Sufong infused his energy into the long spear, the brilliance of the crystal dimmed instantaneously. Waves of dark energy surged forth from the crystal, gradually entwining around him. In that moment, Sufong felt these energies flowing into his body, fortifying his physique. The previously dark red dragon scales began to turn pitch black. Gradually, the form of the scales underwent a transformation, evolving from their original scaly appearance into a sleek, obsidian armor. In a brief span of time, Sufong was no longer the dragon man he once was. Instead, he resembled a general clad in dragon-shaped armor. The tidal dragon form. Empowered by the might of the long spear, Sufong's strength surged once more, advancing into the current tidal dragon form. Chapter 133. The collapse of A-side treasure. Sufong distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in the power coursing through his body. This remarkable transformation stemmed from the soul crystal weapon in his grasp. He was astonished to discover such formidable spoils emerging from the corpse of Luo Yu. Without hesitation, Sufong's gaze shifted to another prize, an ancient scroll, strikingly reminiscent of the blood control scroll he had previously acquired. If Zhu Yian could yield the blood control ability, then the scroll in his possession was likely linked to Luo Yu's powers. With palpable excitement, he unfurled the scroll, revealing the phrase physical rebirth in bold letters. Sufong was instantly reminded of the recent event where Luo Yu had been bisected, yet miraculously recovered almost instantaneously. It was evidently due to this very ability. Such a power was akin to divine prowess in the apocalyptic world. Regrettably, using the scroll required Suyu to manipulate the intricate patterns inscribed upon it and affix them to his arm. Otherwise, Sufong would have employed it immediately. Just as despair began to creep in, the scroll in his hand suddenly radiated a luminous white glow, and the enigmatic patterns gradually transformed into shimmering orbs that adhered to his arm. Although Sufong was not severely injured at that moment, he could still feel his minor wounds mending at an astonishing rate. Indeed, it was an extraordinary boon. Had he not relentlessly attacked Luo Yu with black lightning and crimson flames after penetrating his body, Luo Yu would have likely exploited this ability to recover and retaliate. Reflecting on the overwhelming aura Luo Yu had exuded at the end, comparable to that of Sister Mu, Sufong couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. His victory over Luo Yu was largely attributed to luck and the latter's carelessness, while Sufong reveled in the triumph. A thunderous roar from a distance abruptly interrupted his reverie. Thick plumes of smoke billowed towards him, tinged with an acrid scent. It was destined to be yet another doomsday for the outer city. Sufong acknowledged that he lacked the capacity to monitor every territory in the outer city. But upon noticing the smoke emanating from the direction of the A-side treasure church, an ominous feeling washed over him. He had been preoccupied with organizing the evacuation of the defense team and had overlooked the church. It seemed evident now that the conflict there was dire. Given his understanding of Amelia, she would not opt for retreat. Steadfastly defending the A-side treasure church was undoubtedly her choice. That madwoman, Sufong lamented as he hastened towards the church. Indeed, upon arriving at the A-side treasure church, he was met with a harrowing sight. Beneath the massive form of a monstrous beast lay several bloodied corpses, while the creature's fangs bore the remnants of several barely surviving ability users. This scene was merely the tip of the iceberg. Every corner of the outer city was rife with similar tragedies. Sufong paid little heed to those still struggling against the fangs. Their bodies were nearly impaled beyond hope. Even if he rescued them now, it would only prolong their suffering and delay their inevitable demise. He intended to press on, yet the lamentations of the few compelled him to halt. As Sufong gazed upon the wanton destruction wrought upon the surrounding edifices by the monstrous beasts trampling lives, a frown creased his brow. If that is the case, let me test the might of the spear with you. Sufong sheathed his bone knife and dagger, retrieving a long spear from his back. Enveloped in crimson flames, the spear transformed into a dragon, swiftly piercing through the beast's skull. In mere strike, he felled a third-tier monstrosity, an outcome that even Sufong had not anticipated. While he had previously achieved a similar effect in his dragon form, it had required immense energy. Now, with effortless grace, he replicated the feat, showcasing power that transcended that of a third-tier esper. The few individuals rescued by Sufong were too wounded to utter a word of gratitude, their bodies incapable of producing sound. My apologies. A flicker of compassion flashed in Sufong's eyes, yet the spear in his hand showed no hesitation. The crimson flames not only claimed several lives but also incinerated their bodies completely, ensuring they would not be trampled by other beasts. From the carcasses of the beasts, Sufong amassed a considerable collection of soul crystals and cores. However, these items brought him no joy, as they held little significance for him now. The remains of the others yielded no precious spoils either. After organizing his loot, Sufong hastened toward the A-side cathedral. Before he could reach the cathedral, the sounds of explosions echoed in his ears. To his dismay, he beheld Emilia surrounded by 3 third-tier beasts. Despite her transformation into a Valkyrie, she could only barely fend them off. The remaining dozen second-tier beasts were on the verge of completely annihilating the cathedral. In the midst of her wrath, determined to eliminate the creatures that had destroyed her home, a familiar figure stood before her. What are you still doing here? Hurry. Retreat with your people to the inner city walls. Sufong's voice failed to bring calm to Emilia. She gazed at the ruins of the cathedral she had vowed to protect, her fury uncontainable, as she prepared to unleash her final strike. Hoping to vanquish the perpetrators of her devastation, a spear sliced through the air, instantly slaying one of the beasts. When did you become so powerful? Emilia was taken aback by Sufong's formidable display. Without waiting for an explanation, she grasped his arm. If you eradicate these beasts, everyone within the A-side cathedral will revere you. Witnessing the total destruction of the cathedral she had painstakingly built over the course of a year, Emilia was willing to relinquish her pride. Seeing her gaze, tinged with desperation, Sufong felt the weight of her despair. Yet, he chose to decline her plea. Emilia, abandon this place. No matter how powerful I am, I cannot contend with so many beasts simultaneously. Abandon? This is the home I have toiled for a year to establish. Shall I simply watch as it is destroyed by these beasts? What you must protect is not the cathedral, but the people behind you. Observing Emilia's pleading gaze, Sufong could only offer such words of solace. Yet, his efforts bore some fruit. Emilia turned her eyes towards her comrades, who were valiantly holding on. Their sole reason for enduring was her. Had she not steadfastly defended the church, her companions would not have been forced to engage in such a fierce struggle against the otherworldly beasts, nor would they have suffered so greatly. At last, Emilia consented to retreat. Everyone followed orders and withdrew towards the high walls of the inner city. Upon receiving Emilia's command, the members of the A-side church felt an immense relief and promptly organized the retreat for all. Chapter 134, The Serenity of the Inner City with Sufong's Intervention. The retreat of the congregation from the A-side church proceeded with remarkable ease. Guided by Emilia, Sufong took on the rear guard, and soon they arrived at the towering walls of the inner city. The defense team, led by Mu Binger, also appeared at this location. Brother, are you all right? Upon seeing Sufong, Suyu immediately threw herself into his embrace. Rest assured. Who do you think your brother is? I am invincible against foes below level 3, and shall merely lie down against those above. A mere lion's head is no match for me. Once it was confirmed that Sufong was unharmed, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, another pressing issue arose. What would they do now that they had reached the walls? While Mu Binger and Sister Mu might still return to the inner city to evade the beast tide, what about the rest of them? Even if they retreated to the walls, the inhabitants of the inner city would not come to their aid. The group cast puzzled glances at Sufong, seemingly awaiting an answer from him. Do not worry, the time for their inaction has not yet come. After extracting information from Luo Yu, Sufong's mind began to formulate a rather audacious plan. Since the emergence of the beasts aimed to dismantle their high wall strategy, why not leverage the beast horde to obliterate the very wall that segregated the inner and outer cities? Though this plan might seem a fanciful delusion, the thought of Luo Yu's final curse brought a sly smile to his face. In the face of an unending tide of beasts, even the inner city would find it arduous to cope. In tumultuous times, heroes arise. And he not only intended to be that hero, but also to become the architect of this chaos. Under Sufong's deliberate guidance, the horde of beasts surged towards them. The guards stationed at the high wall, witnessing the unfolding scene, were rendered speechless by their astonishment. They had tended this wall for so long and had never encountered such a sight. Surely, even the Blood Knight could not gather so many beasts in one place. As they stood in a daze, a sharp voice broke through the silence. What are you still doing? Sound the alarm. Turning around, they were met by none other than Mu Binger, the eldest daughter of the Mu family. It dawned on them that she had been trapped in the outer city. now compelled to retreat to the inner city by the advancing beast tide. Sound the alarm? The guards hesitated. The wall was indeed equipped with an alarm system. Yet in the years since the apocalypse began, it had never been activated. If they triggered it now, they could only speculate on the repercussions they might face afterward. Just as they debated, the ground beneath the high wall began to tremble. Looking down, they saw a mere dozen enormous beasts relentlessly battering against the wall. The reckless ferocity of the assault startled even Sufong. As the beasts crashed against the wall again and again, the guards finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. They could no longer concern themselves with potential punishments. They rushed to the nearby lookout and activated the alarm. Woo, woo, woo. The alarm echoed throughout the entire inner city, drawing the attention of all to the high wall. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? What is that sound? The inhabitants of the inner city have grown exceedingly complacent. Within a mere year, they seem to have forgotten that they dwell in a world on the brink of collapse. Many have even disregarded the ominous sound of alarms that herald disaster. It was not until a tremendous roar echoed from the towering walls that the populace became aware of the impending peril. An assault by monstrous beasts. Finally, someone recalled the significance of the alarm. It is impossible. The night of bloodshed is still 7 days away, and the sun is still shining brightly. Instantly, dissenters emerged, disputing the notion, even as the walls reverberated under the impact of colossal creatures. These individuals, long ensconced in their comfortable existence, were unwilling to believe that their idyllic sanctuary could one day be besieged by such horrors. Then, from the heights of the walls, a blazing crimson flame shot into the sky, its fervent heat palpable even a kilometer away. The crowd finally awakened from their stupor, and chaos erupted in the inner city. On the wall, Mubinga surveyed the turmoil below, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She could vaguely surmise that all of this was part of Sufong's grand design. Yet she felt powerless to voice any reproach. She understood all too well that the outer city was destined to fall today. This was the only method by which the outer city's inhabitants might grasp at a thread of survival. Beneath the walls, under Sufong's guidance, the beasts indeed focused their assault on the fortifications, each strike delivering catastrophic blows. Meanwhile, the remaining defenders seized the opportunity to retaliate against the creatures. Although their efforts could eliminate some of the beasts, the sheer number of over 100 made total annihilation an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Sufong appeared to deliberately employ the beasts to demolish the walls, seemingly contributing little to the effort. Yet, in the face of such wanton destruction of the inner city's proud defenses, the combatants were conspicuously absent. This lack of preparedness revealed the inner city's prolonged state of indulgence, having never contemplated strategies to counter an assault. As the relentless onslaught of the beasts threatened to breach the walls, a smug smile crept onto Sufong's lips. With a resounding crash, a gap finally appeared in the wall that had stood guard over the inner city for an entire year. A barrier that had stratified its inhabitants into hierarchies. Although the breach was a mere 10 meters high, it marked the first step in bringing down the self-righteous denizens of the inner city. The inhabitants of the outer city were indeed inept, driven to desperation by just a handful of beasts. This is where you ought to find refuge. A cacophony of arrogant voices shattered Sufong's reverie. A 10-member squad emerged atop the walls, each member a Tier 3 ability user. Clearly, this was a team dispatched from the inner city to eradicate the horde of beasts. With these 10 Tier 3 ability users, they could easily dominate the outer city. It might take a coalition of the entire mercenary guild to contend with them. Strikingly, the squad's first action was not to confront the beasts, but to mock the populace of the outer city, revealing their haughty disposition. Sufong regarded this 10-member squad with an impassive expression, calculating in his mind the odds of victory should he face them in conflict. On the other hand, there was contemplation regarding the allocation of combat power within the inner city. A team of 10, all of whom were level 3 psychics, could dominate the outer districts without restraint. However, the absence of a level 4 psychic to lead them appeared rather peculiar. Perhaps the strength of the inner city's forces was not as formidable as they had presumed. After mocking the crowd, the 10-member team finally launched their assault. Their coordination was far from seamless, resembling a makeshift group cobbled together. Under Sufong's command, the members quietly withdrew from the fray. Everyone was more than willing to observe the downfall of such an arrogant team as they found themselves in a fierce battle. Chapter 135. The 10-person squad. Though the 10-person squad exhibited a lack of cohesion, their individual prowess was indeed worthy of the title of third-level ability users. Their dazzling skills wreaked havoc among the horde of aberrant creatures, dispatching several of them in mere moments. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the monstrous throng. And among the fallen beasts, only 2 were of the 3rd level. After 10 minutes, confronted by the relentless tide of aberrant creatures, the squad began to show signs of fatigue. Damn it, there are more and more of them. At this rate, we'll tire ourselves to death. One of the young women finally voiced her complaint. The others shared her sentiments, but refrained from expressing any grievances, acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could lead to their own demise. Before long, the squad noticed Sufong and his companions observing them from a distance with cold indifference. "What are you doing? Just standing by? Is this how you treat your saviors from the outer districts?" They scorned. "Indeed, the impoverished mountains and rivers breed cunning folk. If we are defeated, you shall not fare well either." In the face of the squad's accusations, Sufong and his companions remained unmoved. The outer and inner districts had never been on amicable terms, and Sufong felt justified in watching their misfortune unfold. Only Mu Binger, perched atop the high wall, felt a pang of concern as she witnessed the inner district S squad falling into peril. She had intended to lend her aid but was halted by her sister. Mu. Sister Mu? Mu Bingo clearly struggled to comprehend why Mu would prevent her from intervening. "You must think this through. Sufong is destined to upheave the inner district. Your father recognized his potential and chose to support him. Now that he has opted to remain aloof, should you intervene, it would signify your divergence in stance. Even if you were to collaborate with Sufong in the future, there would inevitably be a rift." Mu dismissed the horde of aberrant creatures below, for she had already ascended the high wall, placing herself effectively within the inner district. She could deploy her abilities at will. Even 100 third-level aberrant creatures posed no challenge to her. Yet, she seemed to sense Sufong's intentions, which is why she refrained from acting. Mu Bingo cast a puzzled glance at Sufong, attempting to discern his thoughts. Countless conspiracies flickered through her mind. Was Sufong's aim to incite chaos in the inner district, thus granting him the opportunity to rise? Perhaps. In truth, Mu was merely speculating. But Sufong's value was evidently superior to that of the 10 individuals before her, which led her to decide in favor of the latter. Upon realizing Sufong's intent, Mu Bingo resolved not to intervene further. However, witnessing her fellow inter-district squad embroiled in a fierce struggle stirred her compassion. Below the high wall, Sufong appeared to sense the sorrow emanating from Mu Bingo. To his astonishment, his heightened abilities allowed him to perceive the emotions of others. As he marveled at this newfound capacity, he turned his attention back to the battle of the 10-person squad. Sufong had no intention of watching them perish at the hands of the aberrant creatures. His ultimate goal was to wait until they found themselves in dire straits before offering his assistance. After all, he did not wish to irreparably offend the denizens of the inner district. Under the relentless assault of the monstrous beasts, the 10 individuals gradually found themselves in a dire predicament, being cornered step by step. "Chihong, what shall we do? If this continues, we will surely face total annihilation. It is my fault. I completely underestimated the number of these beasts. Our only option now is to endure, hoping that others from the inner city will arrive in time." The leader, a young man, wore a countenance full of remorse. As the captain of the group, he felt immense guilt for being unable to offer any solutions while his comrades succumbed to despair. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lunged toward a woman in the team. The unexpected attack left the weary members unable to react in time, helplessly watching as the woman was ensnared. The tentacle wrapped around her tightly, its immense strength rendering her powerless to escape. Chiang and the others attempted to rush to her aid, but were thwarted by other beasts. As the tentacle's grip tightened, it seemed intent on squeezing the life out of her. In her moment of despair, a shadow struck the tentacle, inflicting severe pain and forcing it to release the woman. Grateful yet exhausted, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with gratitude towards the source of the attack. It was Sufong, who had previously observed the scene with indifference. Although the woman did not recognize Sufong, it was evident from the positioning of the group that he was their leader, implying that his earlier inaction was also by his design. But why did he suddenly intervene now? Chiang and the others shared the same confusion. Yet the current situation did not allow them to question Sufong. The tentacled beast, enraged by Sufong's attack, shifted its focus to the audacious human who dared to harm it, launching a simultaneous assault with 3 tentacles. The woman watched in concern for Sufong. She understood the tentacle's power and knew that once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. Yet, Sufong's behavior left her perplexed. With an air of calm, he regarded the 3 tentacles, allowing them to bind him. The tentacled beast, pleased with its easy capture of the human who had injured it, drew Sufong closer. Its gaze filled with a mocking challenge, as if to convey that any human who defied it was destined for demise. However, the expected terror and despair did not manifest on Sufong's face. Instead, he regarded the beast with a mocking expression. This infuriated the tentacled creature, tightening its grip on Sufong. Yet, contrary to the expectations of both the woman and the beast, a grimace of agony did not appear on Sufong's face. "Is this all the strength you possess?" he remarked, a hint of disappointment crossing his features, not directed at the beast, but rather at the woman on the ground. His intention was not born of arrogance, but rather to gauge the woman's strength through the tentacle's grasp. The reality was disheartening. The tentacle that had nearly reduced the woman to pulp exerted no pressure against Sufong. Perceiving the disappointment in his gaze, the woman's emotions became exceedingly complex. Just moments ago, she had been worried for Sufong's safety. Now, she found herself wishing for the tentacled beast to eliminate this overconfident man. Regrettably, the reality stands in stark contrast to her expectations. After roughly assessing the woman's capabilities, Sufong realized that the presence of the tentacled beast was largely inconsequential. Escaping the clutches of the tentacles was a trivial endeavor for him. Dark energy surged from the spear in his hand, enveloping Sufong's form and transforming into a dragon-shaped armor. The formidable energy erupted forth, shattering the tentacles in an instant. Before the tentacled beast could recover from its astonishment, the ebony spear pierced through its colossal head. A single strike, and it was vanquished. Sufong then raised his hand, the crimson flames morphing into a black hue, incinerating the beast's remains to ashes. Chapter 136. The overbearing woman. The woman gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. The beast that had nearly strangled her lay defeated in the hands of a man who appeared to be its match. When did such formidable abilities emerge from the outer district? Such power must rival that of certain level 4 abilities. The 9 individuals encircled by the beast were equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Who could have foreseen that a previously scorned outer district ability user would possess such strength? If only he would lend a hand. The thought flitted through their minds, but was swiftly dismissed by their overwhelming pride. They were proud ability users from the inner district. To seek help from one of the outer district would surely strip them of their dignity henceforth. Thus, even in their dire state, they remained reluctant to plead for Sufong's assistance. Sufong observed them, seemingly taken aback by their obstinacy. Did they truly believe that their pride outweighed their very lives? He could not comprehend this notion. If so, he would be left to watch them perish without intervention. As the beast prepared to trample them all, the woman finally cried out, "Please, help us, save my teammates." Seeing the defiance and helplessness in her eyes, Sufong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Once they had spoken, they were destined to owe him a debt of gratitude. Clad in dragon-shaped armor, Sufong appeared as a war god descended from the depths of hell. He hurled his spear, which transformed into a black dragon as it soared through the air. The dark energy coalesced into a lifelike creature, resembling a true beast. A thunderous roar reverberated, momentarily stunning the horde of beasts, who forgot their prey beneath them. Seizing the opportunity, the 9 individuals fled from the encirclement of the beasts. They rushed to the woman's side, expecting that, at the very least, they would express gratitude for her plea on their behalf, especially considering she had just narrowly escaped death at the hands of a tentacled beast. However, the next moment took everyone by surprise. The captain, Chi Hong, offered no words of comfort. Instead, he struck the woman with a slap. She seemed to understand the reason for his aggression, silently bowing her head without a retort. Yet, Amelia could no longer bear the sight. It was precisely because the woman had called for Sufong's help that they had been saved. Now they treated their savior with such disdain. Amelia's fury manifested as a holy spear, launching itself between the woman and Chi Hong. Are you even a man? Unable to win on your own. You force a woman to plead for help just to survive. The first act of survival is to strike a woman? I have never encountered such shamelessness. Amelia's intervention instantly redirected the ire of the 9 individuals, already frustrated by being rescued by someone from the outer district. They now found their anger exacerbated by a rebuke from an outer district woman. With their grievances nowhere else to go, they unleashed their fury upon Amelia, unleashing countless skills toward her. Amelia was evidently unprepared for the sudden aggression from her adversaries, unable to fend off the barrage of skills unleashed upon her. Moreover, these individuals exhibited no mercy, with each strike delivered with utmost force. As Amelia found herself on the brink of being overwhelmed by their onslaught, 3 colossal figures emerged like an impenetrable fortress before her. Mu Bingo? Amelia instantly recognized the 3 wooden giants. She beheld Mu Binger and sister Mu riding on the Crimson Phoenix, gracefully descending from the high wall to join the fray. Miss Mu? The small squad of 10 equally recognized the esteemed heiress of the Mu family. Everyone in the inner city was aware that Mu Bingo had taken command of the defense team in the outer district, which had only grown stronger under her leadership. It was unexpected to discover that the very individuals before them belonged to her defense team. They had clearly encountered a formidable opponent. Miss Mu, we apologize for our ignorance. We were unaware these were your people. Chi Hong hastily stepped forward to express his contrition. Yet, given Mu Binger's stature, she hardly regarded these individuals with any significance, especially after witnessing their despicable conduct. As a fellow woman, Mu Binger approached the injured woman with a look of compassion. Are you all right? Miss Mu, I'm fine. The woman, taken aback by the concern of a prominent figure like Mu Binger, felt both astonished and honored. I'm relieved to hear that. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. Although Mu Binger was the heiress of the Mu family, her brazen act of taking another S-team member in front of Chi Hong was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Miss Mu, Might this be considered overly domineering? To snatch someone before my very eyes? Chi Hong harbored deep dissatisfaction, yet he dared not display overt hostility given Mu Bing'er's status. In response to his inquiry, Mu Bing'er did not even spare him a glance. While instructing Tang Rulan to tend to the woman's injuries, she simultaneously commanded the wooden giants to encircle the 9 individuals. Snatch someone. Do you even regard her as a person? If you cannot show her respect, then perhaps it is better to abandon the shadows for the light. This woman is now under my protection. Will you attempt to take her from me? As soon as Mu Bing'er finished speaking, everyone around her promptly rose to their feet, instinctively surrounding Chi Hong and his associates. They had long held disdain for the inner-city residents, especially given the despicable behavior exhibited by Chi Hong and his companions. Now that an opportunity presented itself, they were eager to teach these individuals a lesson. Faced with Mu Bing'er's formidable presence, Chi Hong reluctantly conceded. Miss Mu, if you desire this useless individual, I shall grant her to you. Let today's events conclude here. Chi Hong seemed to understand Mu Bing'er's inherently kind nature, knowing she would not truly resort to lethal force as long as he complied. Indeed, upon witnessing his capitulation, Mu Bing'er waved her hand, allowing them to leave. Chi Hong and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief as they swiftly vanished from the inner city. Meanwhile, Sufong had successfully dealt with a considerable number of the aberrant beasts, and the remaining creatures, terrified by his formidable prowess, began to flee towards other territories. Yet, before long, the sound of beasts crashing against the high walls echoed once more. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the thunderous noise, noting that Sufong displayed no intention of intervening. Sufong, do you truly wish to wield the power of the beast to obliterate the towering wall? This structure represents humanity's final bastion. Mu Bing'er could vividly envision the chaos that would ensue once the wall crumbled, with countless creatures surging into the inner city. In that moment, the streets would run red with blood. The last bastion? Upon hearing Mu Bing'er's inquiry, Sufong let out a derisive laugh. Has this wall, since its inception, genuinely safeguarded human safety? In my recollection, it merely serves as a demarcation between the inner and outer districts. A barrier that confines the denizens of the outer zone away from the sanctuary, a complicit structure that enforces a hierarchy among humanity. Mu Bing'er, do you truly believe that the existence of this wall embodies humanity's ultimate line of defense? Chapter 137, The New Type of Soul Crystal Weapon. Sufong's words left Mu Bing'er momentarily speechless. Deep down, she was acutely aware that the so-called high wall, humanity's last line of defense, was merely a clumsy fabrication, a deceit woven by the residents of the inner city to fortify their own interests. When Sufong brazenly posed this query, Mu Bing'er found herself devoid of any excuses. In that instant, she gazed at the imposing high wall behind her, which, despite its towering presence, seemed on the verge of crumbling. Yet, should this wall collapse, countless souls would plunge into the abyss. Mu Bing'er recognized her own shortcomings. Although she struggled to defend her stance, her voice was undeniably laced with hesitation. Since we inhabit the same city, we ought to share the same hell. Each of us grapples for survival in this inferno. Why should the inner city dwellers be any different? Sufong's words severed the last thread of her delusions. In truth, if the residents of the inner city were willing to share their resources, we could undoubtedly withstand each night of bloodshed. Perhaps no one need suffer in this hell. Sufong's assertions rendered Mu Bing'er utterly speechless, and even Sister Mumu found herself bereft of counterarguments. His words articulated the sentiments of those in the outer city. And at that moment, the gazes of all outer city inhabitants shifted towards Sufong, imbued with newfound respect. Even the congregation of the A-side Treasure Church regarded Sufong with admiration. Mu Bing'er, already on shaky ground, had no retort. What are your plans moving forward? She inquired. Plans? None. This wave of beastly incursions has never occurred before, but as it stands, the number of beasts has not increased. Once the inner city addresses this threat, everything will revert to its former state, Sufong replied, his tone laced with sarcasm, which did not incite her anger. Instead, she began to feel a sense of shame for her affiliation with the inner city. The balance within her heart gradually inclined toward the outer city. Sister Mumu observed the unfolding scene in silence. To her, the potential fall of the high wall held no significance. Her sole support for Sufong stemmed from her desire to glean the secrets of mastering the fusion of abilities from him. Thus, the defense team and the members of A-side Treasure rested beneath the high wall, occasionally fending off beastly assaults. However, with Sufong present, these creatures posed little threat. Soon, everyone began to notice the changes in Sufong. Sister Mumu was the first to approach him. How have you experienced such a remarkable enhancement in strength in such a short time? She inquired. Sufong did not conceal the truth. He presented the spear he had taken from Luoyu. This was seized from Luoyu. Luoyu? The crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss regarding his identity. That lion head, Sufong clarified. If Luo Yu were to hear himself introduced in such a manner, he might very well rise from the depths of hell to duel Sufong for another 300 rounds. Even more infuriating was the fact that upon hearing this moniker, everyone immediately conjured an image of Luo Yu in their minds. That lion head? He possesses such a formidable weapon? Just as Mu Bingo was about to seize the spear for a closer examination, a small hand swiftly intervened. Ling Yu grasped the spear first, casting a few cursory glances before becoming entirely absorbed in his own contemplative realm. Mu Bingo could hardly fathom that someone would dare to snatch something from her possession. As she intended to reclaim the spear from Ling Yu, Sufong stepped in to halt her. He merely wishes to study this weapon. There was no intention to offend you. For your sake, I shall let him off this time. Only Sufong could persuade Mu Bingo to relent. Observing her begrudging expression, Sister Mumu timely interjected, "There is not much to analyze. It is merely a rather formidable soul crystal weapon." With a keen eye, Mumu recognized it as a soul crystal weapon, albeit one with capabilities far exceeding the ordinary. A formidable soul crystal weapon? This was an artifact, distinctly different in design from other soul crystal weapons. Once the topic of design arose, Ling Yu transformed entirely, showing no hint of trepidation even in the presence of a level 4 ability user. Perhaps in his eyes, Mumu was but an inexperienced novice in design. What could a mere child like you possibly understand? Seeing Ling Yu's blatant disrespect towards Sister Mumu, Mu Bingo promptly advanced to reclaim the spear, eager to teach him a lesson. Yet, Ling Yu was utterly captivated by the spear, rendering him impervious to any attempts at retrieval, even from Mu Bingo. Fortunately, Sufong intervened once more. Do not underestimate him. Ling Yu is a design prodigy and might indeed uncover something from the spear. This kid is a genius. I have seen countless design prodigies in the Mu family, yet none like this. Though Mu Bingo spoke harshly, her body obediently settled down. Her eyes cast a dissatisfied glance at Sufong, seemingly conveying, "Were it not for your influence, this brat would be doomed. You owe me a favor." Sufong deciphered the unspoken message in her gaze and could only respond with a resigned smile. As the atmosphere calmed, everyone was taken aback. Sufong seemed genuinely invested in this young lad. Linking this to his earlier mention of a design genius, Sister Mumu suddenly entertained a bold conjecture. "Sufong, could it be that your soul crystal cannon was designed by him?" Her words jolted Sufong, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. "Mumu, are you perhaps overthinking? While Ling Yu is indeed talented, it is improbable that he could single-handedly design a soul crystal cannon. If that were the case, he would be no mere genius, but a deity." Although he endeavored to maintain an air of calm, hoping to divert Mumu's attention with jest, she astutely sensed his fleeting hesitation, realizing her hypothesis was accurate. Yet, Mumu chose not to expose his deception outright, merely casting him a knowing glance. Sufong had not anticipated that the secret he strived to conceal would be revealed due to this spear. However, he was perplexed as to why Sister Mumu did not voice it directly. As time gradually passed, the sounds of battle beyond the towering walls grew ever fainter. The horde of monstrous beasts had been largely vanquished. During this period, Sufong had contemplated several times entering through a breach in the wall to survey the situation in the inner city, but was repeatedly deterred by Sister Mumu. The inner city was not as extraordinary as one might envision. He was already a thorn in the side of the prominent families within. Should he be discovered attempting to infiltrate the inner city in such a manner, it would merely provide them with another pretext to deal with him. Upon hearing Sister Mumu's admonition, he abandoned the notion. With the monstrous beasts now predominantly eradicated, he found himself with even fewer opportunities. To preclude the inhabitants of the inner city from finding grounds to act against them, Sufong promptly led the group away. Chapter 138. First destroy, then establish. Upon returning to the defense team, the crowd could scarcely believe that the ruins before them were once the proud headquarters of their organization. Were it not for the remnants of familiar structures scattered amidst the debris, it is likely that none would have been able to recognize this as their cherished homeland. What shall we do now, Sufong? Mu Bingo, the young lady of the house, had never witnessed such devastation. The thought that the defense team she had painstakingly built was now reduced to ashes brought her to the brink of tears. What now? Sufong gazed at the ruins, a faint smile gracing his lips. The adage "first destroy, then establish" resonated within him, although the monstrous beasts had laid waste to the outer city. They had inadvertently presented him with an invaluable opportunity. He intended to seize this moment to assert control over the entire outer city. The foundation of the defense team lay before them. Even if these structures were obliterated, they could rise anew. Following Sufong's gesture, Mu Bingo turned to the members of the defense team, each of whom bore an expression of unwavering resolve. Their immediate objective was to swiftly reconstruct the outer city, not only for the defense team, but also for the A-side church and other locales. Upon hearing Sufong mention the A-side church, Emilia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she had reluctantly relinquished the church for the sake of protecting others, the thought lingered in her heart. Now, with the prospect of rebuilding the A-side church, the group grew increasingly enthusiastic. However, the task of reconstructing the outer city was far from simplistic. The first step involved crafting a comprehensive design blueprint. Sufong was not merely intent on erecting a few habitable buildings. He was acutely aware that they would face further waves of monstrous assaults in the future, necessitating the construction of a city resilient enough to withstand such onslaughts. Otherwise, the outer city would be trapped in a relentless cycle of destruction and reconstruction. With this realization, he swiftly turned his attention to Lingyu, who was still engrossed in examining the spear in his hands. Before long, Lingyan interposed himself between them, fixing a piercing gaze upon Sufong, as if to convey, "I know what you're contemplating. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding my brother." Yet, despite Lingyan's fierce demeanor, Sufong remained undeterred. The simple truth was that he had no other designer at his disposal. However, to protect Lingyu's secret, Sufong refrained from approaching him directly. Instead, he faced the crowd, his voice rising with fervor. "Brothers, we are on the verge of rebuilding our homeland, and thus require an abundance of resources. Our foremost task now is to gather sufficient building materials." Though the outer city lay in tatters, Sufong firmly believed that many materials could still be salvaged, urging his comrades to collect whatever they could find. At first glance, Sufong's words appeared reasonable. But soon someone voiced a lingering concern. "Captain Su, even if we gather all usable materials, it may still fall short for the reconstruction of the outer city." In response to this skepticism, Sufong displayed no trace of irritation. Instead, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his features. For this was precisely the affirmation he had been awaiting. "You are indeed correct. Thus, the pivotal factor in reconstructing our homeland lies with our esteemed Captain Mu Bing." As Sufong uttered these words, he refrained from addressing her as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, opting instead for the title of captain. This strategic choice aimed to intertwine Mu Binger with the outer district. The tactic proved effective. When Mu Bingo noticed the eager gazes directed at her, a profound sense of belonging surged within her. After all, the defense team was her painstakingly nurtured endeavor. Although many regarded Sufong as the soul of the defense team, the members were gradually beginning to acknowledge her as their captain. "Rest assured, I shall take charge. Brothers, we shall rebuild the defense team and restore our homeland. Rebuild our homeland. Rebuild our homeland." The resounding rallying cry echoed through the desolate ruins. In a corner unnoticed by others, Sufong stood in confrontation with Lingyun, while Lingyu remained engrossed in examining the peculiar long spear, utterly captivated by it. "Do not harbor intentions against Lingyu." Lingyun glared at Sufong, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was Sufong who had purchased them from the auction, granting them a dignified life. Fortunately, Sufong was indifferent to such matters, having even forgotten that, in a strict sense, he still held the role of their master. "My dear lady, I am not suggesting that Lingyu charge into battle. It is merely a design blueprint." "Merely a design blueprint?" Lingyun's already simmering frustration erupted in fury. "What you refer to as a mere design blueprint is, in fact, the blueprint for the entire outer district. The initial draft for the high wall plan too. Zero consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Now, asking him to create the blueprint for the entire outer district is tantamount to demanding his life." Sufong was acutely aware of his untenable position, but found himself at a loss. To persuade Lingyun, he needed to present her with an irrefutable reason, which was none other than Lingyu himself. Sufong pointed to Lingyu, who was absorbed in his study of the long spear, and spoke slowly. "Look at Lingyu now. Do you truly believe that creating the blueprint for the outer district is a torment for him?" Upon glancing at her brother, Lingyun was left speechless. She understood well that her brother would never decline Sufong's request. In fact, he would likely revel in it. Sufong continued to persuade her. "In this apocalyptic world, each individual must demonstrate their worth to survive. Compared to battling among monstrous beasts, Lingyu's ability to showcase his value through his passion is a form of happiness that surpasses that of many others." Lingyun regarded the man who had consistently cared for her and her brother, and she could not help but concede to his words. He had purchased them at the auction, not only granting them freedom but also refraining from coercing them into any obligations, even expressing a willingness to avenge them. Is such a person not deserving of one's loyalty? After a brief internal struggle, Lingyun ultimately consented to Sufong's request. With Lingyun's approval secured, the next step was to persuade Lingyu. Convincing Lingyu to create the design blueprint posed little difficulty. The only challenge lay in the fact that he was presently entirely absorbed in his study of the long spear, rendering him impervious to Sufong's words. Despite Sufong's heartfelt appeals and rational arguments, he remained unmoved. Fortunately, it was Lingyun who eventually intervened. Under her persuasion, he was willing to set aside his long spear and focus on drafting the reconstruction blueprint for the outer district. While the issues regarding the design and materials were somewhat resolved, the most formidable challenge still lay ahead. Sufong's aspiration to rebuild, or rather, to assert control over the entire outer district, faced a significant obstacle in the form of the mercenary guild. The inherent conflict of interest was already pronounced, exacerbated by Sufong's elimination of 4 of the guild's leaders. Regaining their allegiance would typically prove exceedingly difficult. However, the impending catastrophe of the Beast Tide presented an unexpected opportunity. Faced with the looming disaster threatening the outer district, even those leaders, albeit reluctantly, had to contemplate the possibility of collaboration. Chapter 139, Collaborative Plans. After assigning tasks to everyone, Sufong made his way towards what was once the Mercenary Guild. The term once was appropriate, for the Mercenary Guild had long since ceased to exist. Despite the guild's headquarters being established on solid ground, it was unable to escape the devastation wrought by the tide of monstrous beasts. The moment Sufong stepped onto this desolate land, he was immediately met with a barrage of hostile gazes, including that of Chubai. Scattered among the ruins were mercenaries, each bearing the scars of battle. Sitting in a daze, their eyes devoid of life as they gazed at the remnants of their surroundings. Seemingly unable to accept the transformation of their homeland into its current state, Sufong's arrival provided them with an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, prompting some to raise their weapons in aggression against him. Faced with the Azure Blade energy, Sufong remained unperturbed. The assailant was merely a secondary ability user. Such an attack posed no threat to him in his current state, just as the blade energy was about to strike. A pair of arms intercepted the attack, those of Chubai. "Su, what brings you here?" Chubai questioned, blocking the bewildered actions of his subordinates, his eyes brimming with caution. "Captain Chu, there is no need for such a demeanor. If I had intended to deal with you, it would be a matter of utter ease. I have come merely to discuss a collaboration." "Is that so?" Chubai was acutely aware of the truth in Sufong's words, yet, in order to preserve the dignity of his position, he could only respond with a feeble rebuff. "What kind of collaboration do you speak of? I have little faith in your intentions," his tone laced with sarcasm. Sufong, fully aware of the scorn embedded in his words, remained unfazed. "Captain Chu, take a look around." As Sufong gestured towards their surroundings, the sight of the shattered city met their gaze, leaving the others perplexed as to what Sufong wished for them to perceive. "Isn't it just a heap of ruins?" Chubai retorted. "Indeed. It is this very ruin. It was once our home. Are you truly content to watch it decay into this state? Content? Who would be content?" Chubai had endured countless hardships to reach his current position. Witnessing the fruits of his labor obliterated was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, what could they do? They had fought valiantly against the onslaught of monstrous beasts, exhausting every ounce of strength, but the outcome remained unchanged. This profound sense of helplessness weighed heavily on each individual's heart. Chubai's silence spoke volumes. "From decay, we shall be reborn. We shall reconstruct our homeland amidst these ruins. Here, we will erect a towering edifice, a brand new mercenary guild. The new guild shall no longer cower underground. It will stand as the strongest bastion in the outer city." Sufong spoke passionately, leading everyone into a reverie of the future, leaving all present momentarily stunned, lost in the allure of his vision. Even Chubai found himself momentarily swept away by Sufong's words, envisioning a brighter future. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "Rebuild the outer city? Do you think you can achieve that with mere words?" "Certainly not, which is precisely why I sought your collaboration." In response to Chubai's mockery, Sufong merely smiled faintly, immediately seizing the opportunity to propose cooperation once more. "Cooperation?" Chubai fixed his gaze intently on Sufong, seemingly attempting to discern any trace of deceit from his expression. For a full minute, he found no hint of a flaw upon Sufong's countenance. "What manner of cooperation do you envision?" Ultimately, he found himself swayed by the future Sufong had woven. The two harbored little animosity, and given the calamity that had befallen the outer district, only collaboration could see them through this crisis. As previously stated, I intend to reconstruct the outer district. The endeavor of rebuilding the outer district demands a substantial allocation of resources and manpower. Thus, I require your assistance. As Sufong articulated this, his gaze encompassed not only Chubai but also the surrounding individuals. He sought to kindle within them a vision of hope, ensuring that even if Chubai declined, he would have the chance to persuade others. Chubai glanced at his subordinates, perceiving the glimmer of hope in their eyes. In that moment, he found his answer. A delightful collaboration. A delightful collaboration. Sufong was pleasantly surprised by the ease of their negotiation. Upon sharing his general plan with Chubai, the latter promptly replied, "Rest assured, we shall handle the logistics of supplies. Do you possess the means to procure building materials?" It is worth noting that Sufong's ambition was to rebuild the outer district, even constructing a high wall around it, necessitating an astronomical quantity of materials. Even the eldest daughter of the Mu family would hesitate to guarantee such a feat, yet Chubai boldly proclaimed his confidence. Procure? I lack such capability, and furthermore, the Outer District does not possess an abundance of readily available resources. Then since collection is not feasible, we shall resort to direct production. Production? You can manufacture stone bricks? Sufong was taken aback by this revelation. In fact, prior to initiating the wall project, he had contemplated the possibility of producing building materials himself. Yet he had little knowledge in this domain and had been unable to find a single individual in the Outer District skilled in brick production. To his astonishment, such a talent appeared before him. Of course, finally uncovering an avenue to impress Sufong, Chu Bai allowed a proud expression to surface. It is important to note that since Sufong emerged in the Outer District, nearly all eyes had focused on him, and the title of the foremost individual in the Outer District quickly fell upon his shoulders. Such a rapid ascent would naturally incite discontent among certain individuals. Chu Bai was among them, as the mercenary guild sought to trouble Sufong for this very reason. They aimed to proclaim their dominance over the Outer District by vanquishing Sufong. Alas, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Sufong's growth and strength was nothing short of monstrous, achieving heights that many could only dream of in a mere 2 months. The members of the mercenary guild subsequently abandoned their pursuit of trouble with Sufong. Now, Chu Bai discovered that he possessed a skill that Sufong envied, and naturally felt compelled to showcase it before him. Commander Chu, I didn't expect you to harbor such talent. It seems that the future reconstruction plans rely entirely on you. Listening to Sufong's flattery, Chu Bai's heart brimmed with joy, and he promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare for the production of stone bricks. Meanwhile, he and Sufong surveyed the desolate ruins, elaborating on his vision for rebuilding the mercenary guild. Sufong, in turn, readily agreed to each of Chu Bai's proposals. Once Chu Bai had articulated his plans, Sufong slowly responded, "Such an ambitious undertaking cannot possibly be accomplished by the two of us alone." "What do you mean?" "We will require the assistance of other mercenary groups." Chapter 140, a deadly move this. It is likely that Li Mo would be the first to disagree. Chu Bai recognized the truth in Sufong's words. However, persuading the leaders of the entire mercenary guild to partake in the collaboration would be an insurmountable challenge. Among them, Li Mo would certainly not acquiesce. Li Mo, the man whose arm Sufong severed before the A-side church. Li Mo? Such an elegant name wasted. Chu Bai never expected that when he mentioned Li Mo, Sufong would completely fail to recall this individual. After a full 3 minutes of reflection, Sufong finally unearthed a memory of Li Mo from the myriad of defeated subordinates he had encountered. The juxtaposition of such a cultured name with a brutish figure was indeed perplexing. The first thing Sufong did upon realizing this was to mock the name, leaving Chu Bai utterly speechless. If Li Mo were to hear this, he would likely go to great lengths, even sacrificing another arm, to teach Sufong a lesson. Let alone consider collaboration. As for whether Li Mo's current influence could inflict any harm upon Sufong, that remained uncertain. Rest assured, I shall handle Li Mo. Do you have a way to persuade him? Upon seeing Sufong's confident demeanor, Chu Bai assumed he possessed some strategy. To his surprise, Sufong merely revealed a sinister smile. Appeal to emotion, persuade with reason. If mere words cannot sway him, then we shall resort to action. When Sufong uttered the word action, Chu Bai noticed the smile at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit eyeing its prey in the depths of hell. Chu Bai couldn't help but silently mourn for Li Mo. He earnestly hoped that Li Mo would readily agree to Sufong's collaborative proposal. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer a painful ordeal. Reflecting on Sufong's formidable prowess, he felt a surge of relief for his own decision, mentally commending his own cleverness. "Leave Li Mo to me. I shall trouble you with the others." After concealing his smile, Sufong immediately donned a humble demeanor before Chu Bai, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to whether this was the true nature of the seemingly modest youth or the cunning rogue he had just witnessed. Faced with such a Sufong, Chu Bai naturally could not decline his request. Time was of the essence. Under Sufong's urging, Chu Bai hastily set off towards the territories of other mercenary factions, aiming to persuade them to join the reconstruction plan for the Outer District. As for Li Mo, he would naturally be convinced by Sufong himself, armed with the token of the mercenary guild's leader that Chu Bai had entrusted to him. Sufong arrived in Li Mo's domain. With Sufong's strength, he could easily navigate Li Mo's territory at will. Chu Bai had provided the token to prevent any impulsive actions from Li Mo that might escalate into a confrontation between the two. The outcome could very well lead to Li Mo becoming yet another lost soul under Sufong's command. As anticipated by Chu Bai, the moment Sufong appeared in Li Mo's domain, a torrent of skills was unleashed upon him, commanded by Li Mo's subordinates. Li Mo understood all too well that he was no match for Sufong's prowess. Yet, the audacity with which Sufong had entered his territory was tantamount to courting death. "Sufong, you shall pay dearly for severing my arm." In a barely perceptible corner, Li Mo glared menacingly at his adversary. Witnessing an array of extraordinary abilities unleashed upon Sufong felt to Li Mo like a dazzling display of fireworks. Following the violent explosions, a cloud of dust obscured his vision. Although he could not see Sufong fall before him, Li Mo could not suppress a triumphant smile. However, the subsequent scene shattered his confidence entirely. As the smoke dissipated, Sufong stood nonchalantly amid the ruins, even brushing off the dust from his clothes with evident displeasure, as if perturbed by the dirt others had sullied him with. All present bore witness to this spectacle and instantly comprehended that, against Sufong, they stood no chance. Only Li Mo, seemingly oblivious to the chasm between them, commanded his subordinates to continue their assault. Yet, as they observed Sufong's increasingly frigid demeanor, none dared to act. Frustrated by his subordinates' hesitance, Li Mo's remaining left hand transformed into steel, and with a single punch, he sent one of his men flying several meters. The unfortunate soul immediately coughed up blood, his eyes glazing over, and within moments, he succumbed to death. Those who disobey shall meet this fate. Faced with Li Mo's fury, the crowd found themselves in a dire predicament. To refrain from action meant incurring Li Mo's wrath. To engage meant facing Sufong, whose lethal intent was as effortless as squashing an ant. Just then, Sufong vanished from sight among the debris. Suddenly, Li Mo grasped the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee, but Sufong would not let him escape so easily. A pitch-black spear descended from above, blocking Li Mo's path of retreat. I merely sought to discuss our collaboration amicably. I did not expect such hospitality. Collaboration? Hospitality? Sufong, have you lost your mind or succumbed to senility? Have you forgotten whose hand was severed? There is no possibility of partnership between us. Li Mo, sensing the specter of his own demise, became increasingly frantic in Sufong's presence. I also understand that Chubai is somewhat naive, believing that upon seeing his token, we could communicate effectively. Sufong produced the token from his pocket, manipulating it before Li Mo as if to convey that he had been forsaken by the mercenary guild. Indeed, upon sighting Chubai's token, Li Mo descended further into madness. These wretched rodents, each a self-serving scoundrel. A good bird settles where the wood is sound. We harbor no profound enmity. Now that the outer city lies in ruins, only collaboration can restore our home. Chubai is the one with vision, while you are consumed by vengeance, disregarding even the lives of your brothers. Who, then, is the true scoundrel? You once had a glimmer of hope, yet you have snuffed it out with your own hands. Alas, the outer city no longer has need of you. Go quietly to your demise. As Li Mo faced his end, he was subjected to Sufong's scorn, leaving this world with a visage etched in bitterness and rage. As they witnessed their leader perish at the hands of Sufong, not a single individual among them exhibited any signs of anger or a desire for vengeance, revealing that Li Mo, their captain, was not held in high regard. Your leader has fallen. What are your plans for the future? Sufong's inquiry was met with a profound sense of bewilderment. With their leader gone and their former sanctuary in ruins, they were at a loss as to where to turn next. Since you have no direction, why not join the defense team? The proposal took them by surprise. They had just ambushed Sufong, yet he extended an olive branch, inviting them to collaborate. By joining the defense team, we aim to rebuild the outer district, a task we cannot accomplish alone. I require your assistance. Chapter 141. The traitor Chu, by a single plea for assistance from Sufong, instantaneously highlighted the disparity between him and Li Mo. Sufong, though formidable, bore no arrogance. He exhibited humility towards anyone who was not his adversary. This may be seen as disingenuous, yet it undeniably serves well in the realm of social interaction. The individuals before him, once loyal to Li Mo, now found themselves effortlessly swayed by Sufong's words. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Sufong began to weave for them a splendid vision of the future. In his vivid portrayal, the outer district underwent a breathtaking transformation, becoming akin to a paradise. More significantly, within Sufong's envisioned future, the inner district would no longer loom over them. The towering walls that barred them from paradise would be dismantled. This notion resonated deeply with the residents of the outer district, who had long harbored this as a major concern. Indeed, upon hearing Sufong's plan to demolish the walls of the inner district, they erupted with excitement, eagerly expressing their desire to join the initiative. Thus, Sufong succeeded once again in rallying a group of followers under his banner. Meanwhile, Chu Bai summoned the remaining leaders of the mercenary groups. The pride that once adorned their faces had vanished. The recent beast tide had spared no one in the outer district, not even those mercenary leaders who once commanded great influence. Some leaders were notably absent, perhaps having succumbed to the iron hooves of the beasts during the chaos. Chu Bai, why have you gathered us? Finally, someone could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and inquired of Chu Bai. As they surveyed the desolate landscape of the outer district, confusion enveloped them. Chu Bai had called them together to deliberate on their next steps. The purpose of gathering you all is to discuss the reconstruction of the outer district. Reconstruction of the Outer District? Upon hearing Chu Bai's declaration, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. Chu Bai, you truly intend to rebuild the Outer District? Should I deem you a dreamer or a person of grand ambition? A man with a somewhat delicate appearance was the first to step forward and mock him. This individual was Chao Yin, one of the 8 leaders who had roared his way into the mercenary guild alongside figures like Crow and Crazy Phone. Since joining the guild, Chao Yin had yearned to usurp Chu Bai's position as the leader of the 8. However, before he could achieve this power grab, the Outer District was beset by the beast tide. The mercenary guild had become a mere shadow of its former self, rendering any claim to leadership seemingly insignificant. Nevertheless, Chao Yin harbored great animosity towards Chu Bai, especially given the outlandishness of Chu Bai's proposal. As Chao Yin spoke, another voice chimed in from the side. Indeed, such a monumental task as rebuilding the Outer District is beyond our capabilities. Chu Bai, have you perhaps secured the support of certain families from the Inner District? The only rationale the others could conceive for Chu Bai's audacious suggestion was that he had garnered backing from those within the Inner District. In response to their skepticism, Chu Bai calmly shook his head, only to nod shortly thereafter. Chu Bai, what do you mean by that? If you were willing to act as a lackey for the inner city, it would be far more honorable to admit it outright rather than feign pretense. The hesitation of Chu Bai immediately drew mockery from Chao Yin, yet his expression betrayed no trace of anger. My partner is Sufong. Sufong? In contrast to the inner city, this revelation seemed to astonish the crowd even more. It is well known that the conflict between the Defense Corps and the Mercenary Guild has long been public knowledge. Thus, the sudden announcement of a collaboration with Sufong was difficult for everyone to accept. Seizing this opportunity, Chao Yin once again launched a verbal assault on Chu Bai. Chu Bai, I never expected you to be so spineless as to cooperate with Sufong. I am ashamed to call you my peer. In the face of Chao Yin's accusations, Sufong had anticipated this. Spineless? Sufong and I have no deep-seated hatred. Why should we not cooperate? Sufong has slain many of our leaders. Is that not a profound grudge? Slain leaders? It was Gu Haidang and Feng Fingzi who overstepped their bounds. Provoking the other side, is it not natural for the weaker to perish? Had they not died, you would likely not have the chance to sit here. In this light, Chao Yin, you should be thanking Sufong. Chu Bai's words left the crowd utterly speechless. In truth, there was no animosity between them and Sufong. Their only conflict stemmed from territorial and interest disputes, which were common occurrences among mercenary groups and hardly significant. With this perspective, Sufong indeed appeared to be a commendable partner. Moreover, with the backing of the young lady from the Mu family, the proverbial shade of a large tree offers comfort, suggesting that collaboration with Sufong harbors no drawbacks. Observing the shifting attitudes among the crowd, Chao Yin grew increasingly anxious. Especially upon seeing the triumphant smile on Chu Bai's face, he could not allow the other's scheme to come to fruition. Cooperation? It cannot be that simple. Do Sufong and Mu Binga truly seek mere collaboration? Surely, their ambition extends to controlling the entire mercenary guild. The notion of seizing control of the mercenary guild was akin to tossing a spark into a barrel of gunpowder, instantly igniting the emotions of those present. Each individual in attendance was defiant. Who among them had not contemplated the idea of dominating the mercenary guild? Now, upon hearing that Sufong's true aim was the entire guild, they could hardly contain themselves. Regardless of Chu Bai's attempts at explanation, the agitated crowd seemed unwilling to listen. Some even regarded Chu Bai as a traitor, contemplating direct confrontation. Had it not been for Chu Bai's formidable standing within the mercenary guild, this place would likely have devolved into a battlefield. Chu Bai, what sort of agreement have you reached with Sufong that you would betray us in such a manner? Under Chao Yin's incitement, the crowd was on the verge of unrest. Even he could not simultaneously manage so many leaders. Just as tensions escalated, an unfamiliar voice rang out in the room. Why is there such a commotion? Chu Bai, have you not yet resolved this matter? To everyone's astonishment, Sufong had appeared in the room. How did you come to be here? Not only Chu Bai, but also Chao Yin and others gazed at him in astonishment. Sufong had unexpectedly appeared here, unnoticed by anyone. If he truly intended to take their lives, then the mere thought of such a possibility sent shivers down their spines, as if they had just returned from the brink of death. Gentlemen, perhaps Chu Bai did not convey the details of our collaboration clearly to you. Fear not, for I shall clarify everything personally, Sufong declared, boldly taking a seat at the head of the table. His demeanor was so casual, it was as if he were the rightful master of this domain. Chapter 142. Achieving cooperation. The assembly of leaders observed Sufong's brazen demeanor with a sense of discontent. However, each individual was wary of Sufong's prowess, reluctant to be the first to speak out against him. At that moment, Emilia entered the room, seamlessly taking a seat beside Sufong. With Chu Bai present, two leaders were already backing Sufong's proposal for collaboration. Isn't the Su's cherished one, Captain Amelia? What brings you here? The mercenary guild has long since ceased to have a place for you. The first to break the silence was a female leader, Duan Yi, who had joined the guild after the demise of Feng Fengzi and Gu Haitang. She and Chao Yin, both newcomers, naturally formed an alliance. As one of the only two female leaders, she harbored an innate hostility towards Amelia, prompting her to strike first. In the face of such a disparaging insult, Amelia's countenance darkened, but before she could retaliate, she glanced at Sufong, concerned that her impulsiveness might jeopardize his reconstruction plan. Sufong met her gaze, offering a reassuring smile and a nod. With Sufong's silent endorsement, Amelia shed her reservations and unleashed her full might. Cloaked in radiant holy light, she transformed into a Valkyrie. Unwilling to be overshadowed, Duan Yi retaliated with equal fervor. Crack! A jet-black whip engulfed in flames danced through the air, deftly wielded by Duan Yi like a fiery serpent. The two locked eyes and, with an unspoken understanding, launched their respective assaults. The whip entwined itself around Amelia's sacred spear, rendering her momentarily unable to break free. Amelia, you seem rather underwhelming. Perhaps you've exhausted all your strength in Su's bed and are unable to escape my whip. Would you like me to lend you a hand tonight with Su? During the fray, Duan Yi continued her taunts, her lewd remarks striking Amelia, a devout believer, as a direct psychological assault. As anger began to cloud Amelia's exquisite features, Duan Yi remained oblivious to the formidable adversary she had provoked. It was worth noting that Sufong's previous draconic form had nearly succumbed to her. Suddenly, the holy armor enveloping Amelia blazed with intensified brilliance, as the overwhelming sacred light extinguished the flames engulfing the whip. Duan Yi felt the radiance upon her turn searing, as if it sought to incinerate her beneath its glare. Sunshine, a group skill, inflicted harm not only upon Duan Yi but also affected Xiaoyin and others caught in its wake. None anticipated Amelia would wield such a potent ability here, clearly harboring lethal intent towards Duan Yi. Others, caught off guard, faced the repercussions, including Chu Bai. In haste, the leaders of the mercenary factions hastily summoned their protective techniques to shield against the onslaught of the radiant attack. Amelia's impulsiveness was indeed alarming. Did she not consider the collateral damage of invoking such a skill within these confines? Yet, despite such thoughts, Sufong maintained an air of nonchalance. Like others, the holy light left searing scars upon him, yet thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of his flesh, these wounds healed almost instantaneously. In contrast to some individuals' disarray, Sufong remained composed, facing Amelia with an unexpected calmness that did not betray any signs of distress. Duan Yi enveloped herself in crimson flames, using their radiant glow to shield herself from the harm of the holy light. Even Amelia did not anticipate that such a method could counter her ultimate technique. It seemed Duan Yi had been well prepared. Sufong initially assumed that Duan Yi's hostility towards Amelia stemmed from jealousy, leading her to agree to Amelia's strike, merely to establish her dominance before the typically haughty leader. Little did he know that she had long been ready. Now, it appeared that for her to assert her authority, Amelia would need to muster even more effort. As Amelia realized her ultimate move was failing to subdue her opponent, she ceased to exhaust her strength. The moment the holy light vanished, the onlookers found their eyes struggling to adjust, and Amelia seized this opportunity to launch an assault on Duan Yi. Countless holy spears simultaneously pierced towards Duan Yi, propelling her several meters away. As Duan Yi landed, the holy spear followed closely, poised at her throat. At last, a victor emerged from their confrontation. Duan Yi likely did not foresee that her meticulous strategies to counter Amelia's various techniques would ultimately culminate in defeat due to such a minor stratagem. Yet, the spear at her throat left her no choice but to concede. Splendid! Before the audience could fully recover from the recent battle, Sufong expressed his admiration. Whether it was Duan Yi utilizing flames to withstand the holy light or Amelia capitalizing on the brief moment of disorientation to secure victory, both displayed remarkable combat prowess. It was unexpected to encounter a female hero in the outer city who could rival Amelia. Indeed, Miss Duan Yi was worthy of her title as a leader. Now, may we discuss matters of collaboration? The resolution of their battle not only determined the victor but also signified that in the initial skirmish of negotiations, Sufong and his companions had already gained the upper hand in momentum. However, some did not share this sentiment. Collaboration? Sufong, we have never considered partnering with you, nor will we ever become your subordinates. Xiaoyin was unwilling to tolerate Sufong's self-assertive demeanor and was determined to contest his claim to authority once more. Is the decision of collaboration solely yours to dictate? Is this mercenary guild a dictatorship? I respect others when they respect me. In return, I expect the same. Given Sufong's character, he was not one to endure such affronts repeatedly. In a flash, he appeared before Xiaoyin, gripping the latter's throat with his right hand. I do not appreciate interruptions during my discourse. If you do not wish to listen, you may leave now. There will be no place for you in the mercenary guild henceforth. With that, Sufong unceremoniously hurled Xiaoyan out of the room. It seemed he regarded himself as the unequivocal leader of the mercenary guild, wielding absolute authority over the dialogue. Yet, none among the gathered dared to confront him. They were acutely aware of Chao Yin's influence. While not necessarily the most powerful, every leader present was well aware that they could not guarantee victory over him. Falling into Sufong's grasp, there was not even a shred of resistance possible, merely a single move, and he was flung out of the room like a dog, utterly humiliating. In truth, Sufong's intention was to establish dominance. Though Emilia had defeated Duan Yi, the underhanded tactics employed during the process failed to achieve the authoritative effect he desired. Thus, he resorted to this most tyrannical method, flaunting his power before the crowd. Indeed, sensing the vast disparity in strength, one by one they lowered their heads, no longer daring to voice dissent against Sufong's words. What followed was the most familiar routine. Sufong spun his most splendid fantasies, weaving dreams for each of the captains. Under the dual threats of brute force and empty promises, the leaders finally yielded, agreeing to the reconstruction plan. Chapter 143. The 8 prominent families in the heart of the inner city. Mu Bing'er gazed anxiously at her father. When she requested such an immense quantity of building materials, even Mu Yang exhibited an expression of astonishment. Bing'er, do you truly understand what you are proposing? Reconstructing the outer district? Such a notion is utterly absurd. Mu Bing'er was fully aware of the formidable challenges involved in rebuilding the outer district. She had merely been swept away by Sufong's fervent persuasion, becoming ensnared in a vision of hope that she could not extricate herself from. Observing the embarrassment etched on his daughter's face, Mu Yang seemed to grasp the situation. Is it that rascal Sufong again? He is indeed audacious. Not only would the reconstruction of the outer district require an incredible amount of resources, but even with our support, other families would not allow him to act recklessly. Are we to simply watch the outer district descend into desolation? Mu Bing'er was gradually coming to understand the power struggles between families. Yet she could not bear to witness the outer district in its current state, having invested much effort and passion into its well-being. Mu Yang, too, appeared quite troubled by the matter. After all, the situation had unfolded with alarming suddenness. The unprecedented surge of aberrant beasts had even compromised the inner city's fortified walls, creating several breaches. Yesterday, the families had been preoccupied with managing the aberrant beasts within their respective territories and attending to various aftermath tasks, leaving no time for a collective discussion. Coincidentally, the 8 prominent families were scheduled to convene that afternoon to deliberate on how to address the recent surge of aberrant beasts. You should attend as well. Mu Bing'er was taken aback by the opportunity to participate in such a meeting. It was evident that her father was quite pleased with her recent performance and was grooming her as a potential successor to the Mu family leadership. With her heart racing, Mu Bing'er arrived at the central tower of the inner city. This tower, established collaboratively by the 8 prominent families, served as the abode and collective stronghold of 9 5th-level ability users, representing the pinnacle of the inner city's architecture. Aside from the 9 5th-level ability users, only the families of the 8 prominent clans and their heirs were permitted entry. Even Mu Bing'er was stepping into this enigmatic tower for the first time. Under the expectant gaze of Miss Mu, she finally beheld the entirety of the tower. However, upon witnessing its interior, she was instantaneously engulfed in profound disappointment. The renowned tower, regarded as a landmark of the inner city, was surprisingly austere within. Apart from a staircase that spiraled around the walls, leading directly to the summit, there were merely a handful of exceedingly modest rooms. It appeared that the legendary 5th-level ability users resided in these unassuming quarters. As she contemplated the lengthy staircase, Mu Bing'er had initially intended to utilize her abilities to ascend directly to the top, only to find her powers seemingly sealed within her, rendering her incapable of using them. Do not exert yourself. The materials used to construct these high walls are exceptionally unique, rendering any abilities unusable within the tower. Unable to use my abilities? Mu Bing'er was taken aback. Such a phenomenon was utterly foreign to her understanding. Why construct the tower with such materials? Mu Yang offered no answers to her inquiries. Yet Mu Bing'er began to discern some of the underlying reasons. Why, indeed, were the most formidable forces of each family congregated in a single location? In truth, this tower is not a dwelling but a prison designed to confine 5th-level supernatural beings. Each 5th-level ability wielder possesses the power to wreak havoc on a grand scale, instilling both fear and reliance among the populace. The towering structure before us serves as a means to control these formidable forces. Mu Bing'er had not anticipated that these seemingly illustrious 5th-level beings would find themselves devoid of complete freedom in the face of absolute authority. In contrast, she found herself yearning for the outer districts as depicted by Sufong. At the pinnacle of the tower, Mu Bing'er observed a colossal round table adorned with 9 seats. Curiously, there were 9 seats for the 8 prominent families. To whom did the extra seat belong? Unfortunately, this was not an opportune moment for inquiries, as the table was already occupied by the heads of the remaining 7 families. Strangely, no one occupied the principal seat. Mu Yang, your Mu family certainly carries a grand air. Arriving last, as Mu Yang settled into his chair, he was met with scornful derision. Song Yan, if you are in such a hurry, you may leave, after all. Your words hold little weight here. Mu Yang, known for his domineering nature, could hardly tolerate the jabs directed at him. The one challenging him was none other than Song Yan, the head of the Song family. As the last among the 8 illustrious families, the Song clan wielded minimal influence, a source of deep frustration for Song Yan. Only Mu Yang dared to so boldly strike at his vulnerabilities. What are you implying, Mu Yang? Do you think you hold sway here? If I had to say, someone of your caliber would never have the chance to sit at this table. Mu Binger was taken aback by the crude nature of the exchange between the family heads. Their quarrel resembled that of bickering street vendors. Strangely, no one intervened. It appeared that such scenes were commonplace. Have you had enough of your ruckus? Finally, Zhu Chanfeng, the head of the Zhu family, stepped in to quell the dispute. At his words, Song Yin visibly flinched before returning to his seat. Mu Yang seemed unfazed by the commotion, casting a mysterious glance at Zhu Changfeng before slowly resuming his place. It was then that Mu Binger realized the vacant 9th seat was, in fact, the principal seat at the round table. The 8 individuals wielding the highest authority within the inner city were eclipsed by the presence of the unseen mysterious figure. Curiosity piqued. Mu Binger turned her gaze towards the entrance, eager to discover the identity of this individual who surpassed the 8 family heads in status. However, without waiting for the owner of the empty seat to arrive, the meeting commenced. The topic of discussion was, as one might surmise, the recent emergence of a beast tied in the outer districts, with plans to annihilate the entire area. Even more bizarre was the timing of the beast's appearance. It was not during the blood moon. It seemed to appear out of thin air, without any forewarning, just as Sufong had conjectured. None of those present were 5th-level ability wielders. Without the ability to perceive the fusion of powers, they were wholly unaware of the desolation that enveloped the city. Thus, to their eyes, the beast tide manifested without any sign in the outer districts. The outer districts have now been reduced to ruins, with even the towering walls that safeguard the inner city bearing several breaches. How shall we address this predicament? Naturally, we must repair the gaps in the walls. But what are the outer districts? Upon hearing the suggestion to mend the walls, Mu Bingo seized the opportunity to propose a reconstruction plan for the outer districts. The once vibrant area now lies in desolation. Without efforts to rebuild, there will be no place for habitation. Yet, as she articulated the current state of the outer districts, she was met with bewildered gazes from the crowd. It appears that the notion of reconstructing the outer districts is deemed utterly implausible. Everything aligns with what my father has said. Chapter 144. Zhu Modding Mu Bingo observed with discontent as her proposal was overlooked by everyone present. However, she held little sway in this gathering. If the outer district were to be lost, the inner district would likely bear the brunt of the next tide of beasts. A voice, tinged with youthfulness, emerged from a secluded corner. The assembly turned in surprise toward the shadowy figure of a boy, no older than a teenager, who sat ensconced in the most discreet nook. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the tome in his hands, as if his utterance were but a trivial remark. At last, Mubingo found a supporter, her expression radiating gratitude toward him. From his position, it was evident that the boy was recognized as Zhu Chongfeng's heir. His words instantly commanded the attention of the assembled heads of families. It was indeed true that the timely eradication of the beasts had been facilitated by the existence of the outer district as a buffer zone. Should the next wave of beasts strike suddenly against the high walls, the consequences would likely exceed mere breaches. Zhu Chongfeng was the first to endorse the boy's assertion. Yet, despite the support, the resources required to reconstruct the outer district were monumental. Was it truly worth it solely for the sake of a buffer? Indeed, we could simply reinforce the high walls and deploy more personnel to guard them, thus enabling a prompt response to the beast tide. For the first time, Mu Binga felt acutely aware that, in the eyes of these individuals, the lives of the outer district's residents were of no consequence. Everything was merely a means to protect their own power and interests. Perhaps even her father was no exception. But Mu Bingo could not conjure any arguments to sway them. We cannot allocate all Tier 3 ability users to defend the city walls. This time, Tier 3 beasts emerged. Who could guarantee that Tier 4 would not appear next? Reinforcing the walls would serve little purpose. The boy spoke once more, his focus still unwavering from his book. To him, the discussions of those around him seemed trivial, with only the volume in his hands holding true value. Zhu, your entourage displays a lack of decorum. Is this an appropriate setting for such casual remarks? The boy's indifferent demeanor finally provoked ire among some attendees, prompting the head of the Wu family to express discontent, with his young associate Wu Ta being the first to rise in protest. "And what of you? What right have you to criticize my people?" The assembly was taken aback by Zhu Chongfeng's unexpected defense of the boy against the younger generation, hinting at the boy's significant standing. "Zhu Chongfeng, it appears this boy is no ordinary youth. He cannot possibly be the son you have kept hidden within your household, can he?" Everyone was aware that Zhu Chongfeng had a son, yet none had ever laid eyes upon him. Now, it seemed, that boy was before them. "Allow me to introduce him. This is Zhu Modong, the next head of the Zhu family. His words will delineate the future direction of our clan." Clearly, Zhu Chongfeng had brought the boy to the meeting primarily to introduce him, facilitating their upcoming plans. Zhu Chongfeng even declared that the boy's words represented the Zhu family's decisions, leading the assembly to refrain from further discussion. "In that case, what do you believe should be done?" Upon hearing this, the boy finally set his book aside. "Transforming the outer city into a formidable fortress shall serve as our foremost line of defense, followed closely by the reinforcement of the existing high walls and the enhancement of our guards." In response to Zhu Modong's proposal, the heads of the prominent families appeared distinctly unconvinced. The perennial issue remains. The manpower and resources required for the reconstruction of the outer city are exorbitant and simply not worth the investment. Indeed, even if we are willing to finance such an endeavor, who among us would be inclined to contribute labor? Undeterred by the skepticism of the other family heads, Zhu Modong remained resolute. "I am not here to persuade you. Regardless of your decisions, the Zhu family has reached a consensus. Should you choose not to partake, we shall focus solely on fortifying our own territory, and when the tide of monstrous beasts descends upon us, we shall leave our fates to chance." Following his declaration, Zhu Modong returned to his previous state of engrossment in his books, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of others. Mu Bing'er gazed at this arrogant and reclusive youth, struggling to fathom that he was destined to be the next head of the Zhu family. Yet, his thoughts coincided with those of Sufong. If they were to realize the plan for the reconstruction of the outer city, they might very well need the young man's assistance. No one anticipated that the boy would exhibit such fortitude when faced with the heads of the 8 prominent families. Even more perplexing was Zhu Chongfeng, who seemed to wholeheartedly endorse the young man's approach, even displaying an expression of admiration. "Zhu Chongfeng, what is the meaning of this? Do you also concur with his plan? I have stated that Modong is the future head of the Zhu family. His words embody the stance of the Zhu clan." Mu Yang, too, was taken aback by the Zhu family's alignment with Sufong's vision. While Sufong's desire to rebuild the outer city was reasonable, given his origins there, it was astonishing to learn that the Zhu family also aspired to transform it into a fortress. Mu Yang's initial thought was that Sufong and the Zhu family must share some connection. However, according to intelligence reports, the pair of twins surrounding Sufong seemed to harbor a deep-seated enmity with the Zhu family, making collaboration improbable. Thus, it became clear that the Zhu family had undoubtedly uncovered some secret within the outer city, prompting them to expend considerable manpower and resources for its reconstruction. Suddenly, Mu Yang perceived that supporting Sufong's initiative to rebuild the outer city was indeed a worthy investment. Although the nature of the so-called secret remained unknown, it was evidently something that could captivate Zhu Chongfeng's interest. The other family heads appeared to share Mu Yang's sentiments. After a brief period of hesitation, the previously opposing majority shifted to a vote of 5-3. Aside from the Mu and Zhu families, the Chu, Lan, and Song families expressed their support. With the exception of the Song family, the top 4 of the 8 prominent families had voiced their agreement, rendering the dissenting 3 powerless to alter the outcome. Rather than oppose, it would be more prudent to join the initiative, ensuring that they would not face contempt in the event of another monstrous beast onslaught. After an entire day of deliberation, the 8 prominent families finally reached a consensus. Each family would oversee their respective territories, ultimately connecting them through high walls to form the first line of defense, aptly named the Friedrich High Wall. When Mu Bing'er returned to the outer city bearing this encouraging news, she was met with Sufong's grave countenance. "What is the matter? The 8 prominent families have rallied in support of the reconstruction of the outer wall. Is this not a fortuitous development? A fortunate occurrence? Not necessarily. It is crucial to acknowledge that Sufong has successfully allied the mercenary guild with himself, thereby asserting control over the most formidable force in the outer district. The plan to reconstruct the outer district is merely lacking in resources. Once the reconstruction initiative is realized, nearly the entirety of the outer district will be under his dominion. However, the sudden intervention of the 8 prominent families, with each clan overseeing a designated area, has utterly disrupted his plans and indirectly undermined his power." Chapter 145, The Conspiracy of Zhu Modong? Upon observing Sufong's grave expression, Mu Bing'er was utterly perplexed. Was it not a cause for celebration that the 8 prominent families supported the reconstruction plan? Little did she realize that Sufong's true objective was to gain control over the outer districts, thereby acquiring the leverage to contend with the 8 families. However, why would Sufong confide this to her? After a moment of contemplation, Sufong spoke again. Do you genuinely believe that the 8 families are sincerely assisting us in the reconstruction of the outer districts? Faced with this question, Mu Bing'er remained silent. Everyone was acutely aware of the answer. Are you suggesting that the actual intent of the 8 families is to use the guise of reconstruction to annex the outer districts into their own territory? Amelia immediately sprang from her seat. For her, the most pressing matter was the restoration of the A-side treasure church, the sanctuary she cherished above all. The thought of the church being defiled by those from the inner districts was utterly intolerable to her. Not exactly. In truth, the majority of families are inclined to let the outer districts decay, with the Zhu family being the sole ardent supporter of the reconstruction efforts. They have even declared that, should the other families abstain from the plan, the Zhu family would undertake the reconstruction independently. The Zhu family? Upon hearing this, astonished glances were exchanged among the assembly. Impossible. The first to voice skepticism was Tang Ruolin, who had been expelled from the inner districts, largely due to the Zhu family's machinations. Next was Ling Yun, who, though silent, could not conceal the skepticism and latent animosity evident in her gaze, clearly doubting the Zhu family's commitment to the outer district's reconstruction. Perhaps the Zhu family has uncovered some hidden secrets within the outer districts, prompting their vigorous support for the reconstruction. This was the only plausible explanation that Sufong could conceive. In reality, the Zhu family's strong backing for the reconstruction was determined by a young boy. A boy. Once again, the assembly directed dubious glances at Mu Bing'er. Indeed, a youth by the name of Zhu Mado. It is said that he is the son of Zhu Chongfeng, and this marks his first appearance before us. Zhu Chongfeng's son? Tang Ruolin murmured. Within the inner districts, rumors had long circulated regarding Zhu Chongfeng's offspring, yet no one had ever laid eyes upon him. Even the members of the Zhu family remained tight-lipped about this enigmatic young master, leading many to question his very existence. Yet, the Zhu family seemed unfazed by the gossip, never allowing this legendary son to emerge and dispel the rumors. Over time, the existence of this Zhu family scion had faded from the collective memory of the people. Mu Bing'er was well aware of these narratives. Thus, she harbored her own doubts regarding Zhu Mado. Was this boy truly the Zhu family's heir, the potential future head of the family? The likelihood that a decision-maker within the Zhu family could be anyone other than the young master appeared slim. Mu Bing'er recounted the details of the meeting among the 8 families, and the others concurred with her assessment. Only Sufong sensed an oddity. According to Mu Bing'er, it was Zhu Modong who had wielded the authority during the assembly of the 8 families. The sole purpose of Zhu Chongfeng seems to be to validate Zhu Modong's identity. Clearly, Zhu Modong occupies the superior position between the two. The legendary first family of the inner city, House Zhu, appears to harbor some secrets. Sufong refrained from sharing his speculations with others, as he was indifferent to the inner workings of the Zhu family. His singular focus was to realize his own ambitions. The involvement of the 8 prominent families in the reconstruction plan for the outer city has become an inevitable reality. The pressing concern now is how to seize control of the reconstructed outer city from these powerful families. The first step entails uniting all the inhabitants of the outer city. In this regard, Sufong harbored little confidence, although the residents of the outer city have long viewed those from the inner city with disdain. The lure of substantial profits could easily sway individuals to change their allegiance. Chu Bai, who do you think will be the first to betray us? Sufong inquired. Turning to Chu Bai, as he was not well acquainted with the members of the mercenary guild and relied on Chu Bai's insights. Chowyin, Chu Bai answered without hesitation. However, Sufong was not inclined to accept this assertion blindly. Is it not due to your personal enmity? Sufong was acutely aware of the past conflicts between the two within the mercenary guild. Chowyin had consistently been favored for the position of guild leader. Should the inner city leverage this against him, betrayal would be inevitable. Sufong scrutinized Chu Bai's expression, ensuring he discerned no hint of deceit before he spoke slowly. In that case, let us take action against him. Yet, if he were to simply eliminate Chowyin, it would likely breed distrust among others and could provoke further betrayals. Observing Chu Bai's attempt to interject, Sufong revealed a faint smile. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Bai recognized that this was a test imposed by Sufong. Should he fail to oppose such an evidently flawed decision, he too would find himself marked for elimination. Noticing the sudden alarm on Chu Bai's face, Sufong hastily reassured him. Rest assured, I do not kill indiscriminately. Even upon realizing Chaoyin's treacherous intentions, I will refrain from taking action until he has truly betrayed us. While Sufong appeared to be expressing his reluctance to act against Chaoyin, he was, in fact, issuing a warning to Chu Bai. Should he discover any signs of betrayal from Chu Bai, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Gradually, Chu Bai began to comprehend how Sufong had risen to become the foremost figure in both the inner and outer cities in such a short span. It seemed the time had come to convene a new round of meetings for the Mercenary Guild. Sufong's gaze settled on Mu Bing. In order to exert control over the forces of the outer city, this young lady from the Mu family was paramount. Since she was destined to become a puppet of the 8 prominent families in the inner city, Mu Binger was evidently the optimal choice. After all, Mu Binger had spent considerable time in the outer city, and it was clear to all that she was different from the typical inhabitants of the inner city. She exhibited no disdain towards the people of the outer city and granted her subordinates considerable freedom. Sufong was a prime example of this. Although Mu Bingo held the title of commander of the defense team, Sufong wielded even greater authority than she. In the eyes of many, Sufong was regarded as the true soul of the defense team. Such a situation arose entirely due to Mu Bingo's delegation of authority. Encountering such a boss is undoubtedly the aspiration of every employee. Sufong is confident that the members of the Mercenary Guild would not overlook such a leader, opting instead to risk aligning with a family that might regard them as mere ants. With this conviction, Sufong and Mu Bingo made their appearance at the Mercenary Guild's assembly. The sight of this young lady from the Mu family astonished several team leaders present. Soon, they realized that this meeting was likely to be extraordinary. Indeed, when Sufong unveiled the plan for the reconstruction of the outer district, revealing that it not only received the support of the 8 prominent families, but that they would also partake in the rebuilding efforts, the leaders' eyes brimmed with disbelief. Chapter 146. The Bastion Project commences indeed. The 8 great clans will interfere with our outer district reconstruction plan. Sufong scrutinized the expressions of each individual present, seeking to discern who might betray their cause. Chaoyin, in particular, exhibited peculiar shifts in demeanor, his eyes alight with a mixture of exhilaration and conflict. It seemed Chu Bai's prediction held true. Chaoyin would be the first to turn against them. Isn't it a good thing that the 8 great clans support rebuilding the outer district? Chaoyin feigned innocence, probing cautiously. A good thing? A hot-tempered man slammed the table, barely restraining himself upon noticing Mu Binger's presence. The inner district deceived us with those very words before. After we toiled to erect the walls, they cast us into the outer district. The promises of the 8 great clans are worthless. Exactly. The 8 great clans must see profit in the outer district. That's why they suddenly support its reconstruction. Chu Bai swiftly seized the opportunity to oppose. The inner district has grown dissatisfied with their meager territory within the walls. They seek to seize our outer district. Perhaps this beast tide was their doing all along. They knew of our wall project. Once completed, it would threaten the inner district's dominance. So they orchestrated this sabotage? Though the wall project had been Sufong's proposal, it was now referred to as our plan. Sufong paid no mind to this trivial shift. It was an unconscious admission that these men were irrevocably bound to his cause. As the discussion unfolded, the inner district was painted as a den of demons, leaving Mu Binger unsettled. Yet she could not refute their claims. She had attended the 8 great clans assembly and witnessed their indifference firsthand. Were it not for Zhu Motong's insistence, even her own father might have withheld aid for the outer district's reconstruction. Sufong allowed their grievances to pour forth before speaking calmly. The 8 great clans' interference is inevitable. Fortunately, Lady Mu has secured this territory for us. The Mu clan will not meddle in our reconstruction and will provide some resources. This is our advantage. We shall construct an impregnable bastion, one that forces the inner district to acknowledge our strength. With this fortress, we will reclaim the outer district, inch by inch, until it is ours once more. The men erupted in fervor, swearing to drive the inner district back behind their walls. Observing the once reluctant mercenary captains now united against a common foe, Sufong considered that perhaps this interference was not entirely unfavorable. The captains eagerly contributed to the planning, assigning tasks among themselves. Only when materials were discussed did their enthusiasm wane. Despite Chu Bai's supply of stone bricks, the reconstruction demanded vast resources. For this, they had no choice but to rely on the Mu clan. The sensation of being perpetually constrained is truly disheartening, which is precisely why Sufong is so fervently eager to reconstruct the outer district and establish his own dominion. Observing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Sufong retrieved a design blueprint from his pocket. This is the prototype that Ling Yu had painstakingly crafted over 2 sleepless nights. As Sufong unveiled the blueprint before the assembly, a collective gasp of astonishment permeated the air, including from Mu Binger. Is this the fortress that resides within your heart? Do you truly intend to transform the outer district into this form? In comparison to the reconstruction of the outer district, this fortress appears even more impractical. Sufong, might it not be wiser to proceed incrementally? Even Mu Bingo ventured to offer her counsel. Yet, Only Sufong comprehended that in order to confront the impending dangers emerging from the desolation, the fortress initiative was imperative. However, he could not elucidate the rationale to the assembly. We currently remain ignorant of the cause and patterns behind the beast tide. The outer district cannot endure another destruction. Thus, this reconstruction must yield the sturdiest fortress. Sufong's reasoning garnered the approval of the gathering. After all, who would wish to relive the apocalyptic scenes of yore? Gazing upon the design blueprint resting on the table, the group seamlessly began to delineate their responsibilities. Only Chaoyin caught Sufong's discerning eye. As he observed the man's distracted demeanor, Chaoyin seemed perpetually disengaged, his gaze wandering, unable to immerse himself in the discourse. Once the group had naturally allocated their tasks, Sufong instructed them to return to their respective mercenary factions. The inaugural task was not the construction of the fortress, but rather the restoration of their homes, for which he had already designated their territories. Although the outer district had been partitioned among the 8 prominent families of the inner district, the population of the outer district had significantly diminished due to the previous beast tide. 1/8 of the area sufficed for their sustenance. As for the territories assigned, it was inevitable that some would express dissatisfaction with their designated spots. Yet, Sufong's singular remark quelled all complaints. Anyone dissatisfied with their position could exchange with the territory of the defense team. Upon hearing this, all fell silent. For the defense team was stationed at the periphery of the outer district, meaning that in the event of a beast tide, they would be the first to confront it. Sufong had positioned the defense team at the forefront. Should they continue to bicker over trivial placements, it would appear rather unreasonable. Mu Binga regarded Sufong with a look of surprise when he initially decided to place the defense team in such a perilous location. She found it perplexing and even questioned his judgment. Yet, Sufong merely smiled faintly. Do you believe it makes a difference where the defense team stands should the beast tide reemerge? In retrospect, Sufong evidently anticipated such circumstances, leading to his decision. The realization that the actions of these individuals were all within Sufong's foresight sent a shiver down Mu Binga's spine, especially as Sufong wore a subtle smile. Gazing at the silent assembly, he exuded an aura of inscrutability. In an instant, Mu Binga was reminded of Zhu Madong. The two appeared to share certain similarities, both seemingly unwavering in their commitment to the outer city's reconstruction plan. The two returned to the defense team and immediately instructed everyone to commence the reconstruction efforts. The ensuing days were filled with the monotonous labor of rebuilding. The reconstruction plan appeared to proceed smoothly. Yet Sufong's gaze frequently drifted involuntarily toward the east, where the Zhu family was overseeing their own reconstruction efforts. It puzzled Sufong how the Zhu family could mobilize so swiftly, their progress second only to his own team, clearly indicating premeditated planning. He couldn't help but wonder about the enigmatic figure behind this vigorous support for the reconstruction, Zhu Madong. And what weighed most heavily on his mind was the impending Blood Night. Chapter 147, the new round of Blood Night in 3 days, the Blood Night shall descend, and without the shelter of towering edifices, all must confront the monstrous beasts in direct combat. The paramount concern lies in ensuring that the skirmishes with these aberrations do not encroach upon the recently established headquarters of the defense team. Any misstep could render the sweat and toil of the past fortnight utterly futile. This impending Blood Night promises to be a fierce struggle indeed. Time swiftly elapses, and Sufong assembles the members of the defense team at their headquarters. Remember, our objective this time is to divert all the beasts away, avoiding any conflict near the defense team's vicinity. Understood. The expressions of the gathered individuals reflect an intense gravity. They are acutely aware of the mission's significance. The thought of witnessing their hard-won achievements obliterated by the beasts is unbearable. As they gaze skyward at the moon, now gradually stained crimson, their grips on their weapons tighten instinctively. A resounding roar reverberates through the air, signaling the commencement of battle. Unlike previous encounters, the team does not flinch at the sight of the beasts. Even the ordinary folk, armed and resolute, charge towards the creatures, driven by the imperative to draw them away. In truth, their aim is to lure the beasts to a predetermined location, where ambush teams await to eradicate these monsters. Under Sufong's guidance, the group executes their plan with precision, while Mu Binga stands by, safeguarding those who have ventured into peril, particularly the ordinary individuals. She is loath to see them risk their lives, yet as Sufong has articulated, the number of beasts is overwhelming. They must protect the vulnerable while simultaneously diverting the beasts, and their manpower is evidently insufficient. Seeing the plan unfold so smoothly, Mu Binga finally feels a sense of relief. Suddenly, a startled cry jolts her attention. A wolf-like beast has emerged from the shadows, sinking its teeth into one of the team members. The creature's fangs pierce through the man's thigh, his agonized screams drawing the attention of those around him. The beasts previously diverted by others seem to be magnetically attracted by the man's cries. In an instant, a horde of beasts turns towards the source of the wails and rushes forth. This is dire. Sufong, noticing the congregation of so many beasts, immediately senses trouble. Fortunately, he had anticipated this scenario. At the rear of the group, a shadowy figure emerges, cloaked in darkness. Energy coalesces in its hands, forming a pair of short blades. As the blades are wielded, several voids materialize, their formidable pull rendering the beasts immobile in an instant. Before anyone can comprehend the situation, the enigmatic figure darts past, swiftly claiming the lives of numerous beasts. With the timely intervention of Ling Yun, Sufong finally breathes a sigh of relief. For a more daunting challenge looms ahead, the throng of beasts that stand before him. Had it not been for the blood moon hanging ominously in the sky, the sheer volume would have led Sufong to suspect that they might be facing yet another tide of monstrous beasts. Confronted with such a multitude of aberrant beasts, Sufong found himself unable to eradicate them all within a short span of time. He could only rely on maneuvering to confine them within a designated area. Nevertheless, despite his prowess surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier ability user, some oversights were inevitable. Suddenly, a bird-like monstrosity broke through Sufong's encirclement and soared into the distance. As the creature did not head towards the defense team's direction, Sufong seemed to exhale in relief. However, upon discerning the direction in which the colossal bird was departing, his previously eased heart became heavy once more. The Abode Cathedral. Sufong was acutely aware of the combat capabilities associated with the Abode Cathedral. With Amelia alone, she could manage at most 3 third-tier aberrations simultaneously. Although he was uncertain of the current circumstances at Abode, the abrupt emergence of an additional third-tier giant bird could only herald misfortune. Sufong swiftly concentrated his energy into the black lance in his grasp and hurled it towards the swiftly flying behemoth. The lance, propelled with great velocity, transformed into a dragon-like entity, lunging at the giant bird. The black dragon opened its gaping maw and devoured the colossal bird whole. Multicolored soul crystals and cores rained down from the sky, and before Sufong could lament, the dragon consumed all the falling crystals and cores. What? Sufong gazed in astonishment at this unbelievable spectacle. Leaping into the air, he caught the descending lance and examined it closely. The lance had not undergone significant changes. The only distinction was the emergence of dragon-like patterns along the shaft, faint yet discernible. It was as though these patterns had always existed, merely lacking luster and thus remaining unnoticed. Suddenly, Sufong was roused by a roar beside him as a massive bare paw swung towards him. Before he could react, the lance in his hand retaliated of its own accord. The black energy morphed once more into a dragon form, seizing the enormous bear paw in its jaws. In an instant, the dragon and the giant bear appeared to engage in a tug-of-war, with the bear paw serving as the rope. Soon enough, the bear could no longer withstand the excruciating pain radiating from its paw. The dragon audaciously tore the paw away, consuming it with evident satisfaction. The contest was clearly a triumph for the dragon. Before the dragon could launch another assault on the bear, Sufong took the initiative, incinerating the giant bear to ashes with a fiery strike, subsequently gathering the soul crystals and cores that had fallen from the bear into his backpack. Though he remained perplexed as to why the black lance had devoured the soul crystals and cores, he could not idly witness such a plethora of resources being consumed by a mere weapon. Such extravagance was truly disheartening. Strangely, as he collected the crystals and cores, he sensed a discontented gaze flicker past him, despite the fact that only the lance remained by his side. Having dealt with both the giant bear and the colossal bird, Sufong once more fixed his gaze upon the remaining dozen aberrations. His cold gaze, imbued with intense murderous intent, instantaneously intimidated the nearby beasts, causing the group to scatter in panic. This was disastrous. The very scenario Sufong had feared had unfolded, with so many aberrations fleeing in all directions. Even he could not hope to eradicate them all in a brief period. He could only commence with the nearest aberration, methodically eliminating them one by one. As the saying goes, when encountering a bear in the wild, one need not run faster than the bear, but merely faster than those nearby. Such is the current predicament. A horde of exotic beasts, sensing their natural adversary, scatter in fright, despite having once been invincible Tier 3 creatures. However, certain beasts, with their relatively sluggish speed, become the primary targets of Sufong. A colossal elephantine beast perceives the intense murderous intent looming behind it. In an instant, a flash of black light streaks forth as Sufong, wielding a spear, becomes enveloped in dark electricity, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierces through the beast's entire form. Its immense body is cleaved in twain, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Surprisingly, this thunderous noise not only fails to turn the heads of the fleeing beasts, but instead sends them into a more frantic retreat. Chapter 148. Highbrow songs find few singers, these cowards. Sufong hadn't anticipated that the more he slaughtered, the faster the aberrant beast would flee. Spotting 3 of the creatures charging toward the direction of the Abode Church, he dared not hold back any longer. Dark energy surged from his spear, coalescing into an obsidian armor that encased his body. This was Sufong's most formidable form, the Vigilant Dragon mode. Clad in the black armor, his speed increased yet again, allowing him to instantly overtake the three beasts. Twin forces of black flame and dark lightning struck simultaneously, obliterating two of them in an instant. Under the bewildered gaze of the third beast, Sufong vanished from the open ground. As the creature frantically searched for him, it suddenly felt a crushing weight on its back. A flicker of confusion in its eyes swiftly turned to terror as Sufong's spear pierced through its spine. Black flames erupted from the weapon, incinerating the beast's innards to ashes. 3 third-tier aberrant beasts. None could withstand Sufong for even a minute. Such was the measure of his current strength. Without hesitation, he turned to pursue the fleeing beasts in another direction. Yet upon closer observation, one might notice his speed had diminished slightly. Moreover, in that brief minute of slaughter, the remaining creatures had already put a kilometer between them. It took Sufong a full 2 minutes to catch up with 2 more beasts. Seeing the others escape further into the distance, he abandoned all restraint. From 500 meters away, he hurled his spear, which transformed into a coiling dragon mid-flight, devouring one of the creatures whole. The other met its end under Sufong's electrified blade, split cleanly in two beneath its horrified gaze. Another minute, another 2 third-tier beasts slain. But this time, as he moved to give chase again, his legs suddenly buckled beneath him, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Those 4 intense minutes of relentless combat had drained his energy reserves to the brink, leaving him incapable of summoning the dark lightning again. Damn it! Sufong knew that if these beasts weren't eradicated swiftly, all their efforts, not just the defense squads, but also the territories of the 8 mercenary factions, including the Exadibo Church, would be for nothing. Just as he prepared to wring the last dregs of his strength to prevent this catastrophe, a youthful voice whispered in his ear, "You've done enough. Leave the rest to us." A boy emerged behind him, twin silver-white pistols in hand, their crystalline cores marking them as soul crystal weapons. Under Sufong's questioning gaze, the youth raised his guns, blue and red energy swirling at their muzzles before condensing into radiant orbs. With a gentle pull of the triggers, twin beams lanced out, annihilating 2 more fleeing beasts in an instant. Incredible! The boy had merely wielded soul crystal weapons. Yet Sufong couldn't discern whether his admiration was for the youth's prowess or the firearms themselves. Still, this only accounted for 2 more kills. 10 beasts remained, scattering in every direction. Seeming to sense Sufong's concern, the boy reassured him, "Don't worry. I told you, we'll handle this." Before the youth could finish speaking, a series of explosions echoed from afar. Clearly, others were also engaged in combat against these aberrant beasts. However, their battles risked damaging the surrounding structures. Sufong, filled with concern, gazed toward the source of the explosions, only to discover that each battlefield was situated far from the territories of any mercenary group. It was evident that this was by design. "My people will lure the aberrant beasts into the ruins for battle. We will certainly not destroy those buildings." The youth's voice resonated once more, prompting Sufong to finally take notice of him. The boy appeared remarkably refined, and while not particularly strong among his peers, in the realm of supernatural beings, physical strength did not equate to true power. Most striking was his hair, a unique blend of black and white, lacking any sheen. Neither dyed nor naturally occurring. "Who are you?" "Jumadong," the boy replied coolly, while observing Sufong's every move. "You are Jumadong?" Sufong felt a surge of frustration. Jumadong possessed such distinctive features. When he had inquired earlier, he had only been given a description of a handsome young man. "It seems you have heard of me from Mu Binger." Jumadong was unperturbed by Sufong's knowledge of him, understanding that given the relationship between Mu Binger and Sufong, she would undoubtedly relay all details regarding the 8 great families meeting. "Why did you save me?" Sufong questioned, perplexed. "Do you not need to deal with the aberrant beasts in your region? What brings you to the Mu family's territory?" "A mere blood knight. The Zhu family has others to handle it. I was merely curious to see how you would manage this blood knight." "Curious?" Sufong found himself equally intrigued by the youth. He had previously speculated that Jumadong possessed a unique identity or formidable influence, compelling the entire Zhu family to obey him. Yet, he appeared to be an ordinary boy. What power did he wield to convince the Zhu family to reconstruct the outer city? As he pondered this, Jumadong spoke again. "Yes, curious. I am eager to uncover who is behind the reconstruction plan for the outer city, why they are so insistent on erecting high walls, and what secrets they hold that I do not know." Jumadong's gaze bore into Sufong, seemingly intent on deciphering his reaction. Sufong, in turn, scrutinized Jumadong's expression. The 3 questions he posed mirrored his own inquiries. "I wish to rebuild the outer city and construct high walls for one reason alone. I am a resident of the outer city. There are no secrets in your sense." "Is that so?" Jumadong refrained from pressing further, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sufong's face. After a piercing minute, he relented. I had hoped to find someone in the outer city who shares my ideals. What a pity. Zhu Modong abruptly turned away. In that moment, Sufong perceived a hint of melancholy in the silhouette of this 15 or 16-year-old boy, a solitude akin to that of one whose high aspirations are seldom understood. A rare find of a kindred spirit. At that moment, he almost succumbed to the urge to speak, yearning to divulge everything he knew, the enigmatic organization, the fusion of extraordinary powers, and the desolate wasteland beyond the outer districts, to the young boy before him. Yet, an overwhelming sense of impending danger thwarted his intentions. There was no discernible reason, but he felt an uncanny premonition that revealing everything to the boy would inevitably plunge him into a labyrinth of endless troubles. Chapter 149. Let the storm rage more fiercely. Sufong remained silent, and Zhu Modong did not press further. Yet, his piercing gaze never left Sufong. Though merely a teenager, there was an undeniable aura of intimidation in Zhu Modong's eyes that sent a faint chill down Sufong's spine. Sufong was certain that the Zhu family had declared Zhu Modong as the next patriarch while the previous one was still alive for a reason. He refused to believe it was merely due to bloodline. Such simplistic reasoning would have earned his grudging respect. From what he knew of the aristocratic families in the inner city, even Mu Yang, who doted on his daughter Mu Binger, would not hesitate to sacrifice her when family interests were at stake. Sufong found this incomprehensible. How could blood ties be so easily discarded for the sake of familial gain? Not that he could judge whether Mu Yang's actions were right or wrong, but he vowed never to become such a man. Whoosh! Another level 3 mutant beast spotted him and spewed flames in his direction. Sufong, having regained some stamina, hurled a bolt of black lightning straight at the creature's head. Crackle! Despite the crackling electricity, the beast remained unharmed and continued its fiery assault. Just as the fireball was about to strike, bang! A gunshot rang out, and the level 3 beast disintegrated into nothingness. Were it not for the lingering scent in the air and the crystal core left behind, Sufong might have thought it all a dream. Without turning back, he muttered a quiet thank you to the shooter before darting toward the Eiside Bayo church. The radiance of Amelia's holy light was fading. If he didn't hurry, she wouldn't last much longer. As Sufong fled without a backward glance, Zhu Modong remained unfazed, calmly holstering his soul crystal gun. Young master, that Sufong is utterly ungrateful. You saved him, and he didn't even spare a proper word of thanks before running off. A complete ingrate. A guard, roughly Sufong's age, grumbled beside Zhu Modong. As Zhu Modong as personal attendant, he couldn't fathom why someone of such noble standing would take an interest in an outsider from the slums. Even if Sufong was now a level 3 ability user, his origins made him unworthy of the inner city's acceptance. The inner district had no shortage of level 3 ability users. As the Zhu family's heir, Zhu Modong could have his pick of allies, yet he fixated on this outsider. A sense of unease gnawed at the guard, fearing Sufong might replace him. But before he could voice another complaint, Zhu Modong's icy glare froze him in place. The next moment, the guard collapsed lifelessly to the ground, never understanding what transgression had sealed his fate. Zhu Modong is not one to exhibit patience towards everyone. He finds the guard's incessant noise intolerable, wishing instead for a swift encounter with the King of Hell. Yet, before his departure, he cast a glance in Sufong's direction. Sufong, we shall meet again. Amelia barely held on until Sufong arrived. Her body weakened, she fainted. Fortunately, Sufong noticed just in time to catch her before she fell. As he felt her delicate form in his arms, his thoughts strayed not to fantasies. 4 third-tier beasts loomed hungrily nearby, making him acutely aware that he had become their prime target. Undeterred, Sufong tossed Amelia to her subordinates and provocatively beckoned the 4 beasts with a flick of his fingers. Come here. Without waiting for their response, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs. 1 beast was quickly engulfed in flames, yet the remaining 3 disregarded their fallen comrade and charged towards Sufong in unison. 1 beast leaped into the air, opening its gaping maw to emit a piercing shriek that penetrated Sufong's eardrums, forcing him to cover his ears in agony. Even after the beast ceased its wailing, the sound reverberated endlessly in his mind, leaving him with a deafening buzz. Unable to endure the cacophony any longer, Sufong took the initiative to attack the screeching beast. Meanwhile, the other 2 beasts, far from mindlessly rushing in, flanked him from both sides, intent on encircling him. This realization caused Sufong's eyes to narrow dangerously as memories of Luoyu and the desert flooded his mind. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Sufong's consciousness. He suspected that these beasts might have been dispatched by the desert. Despite the ominous timing of the blood moon, the presence of the 2 third-tier beasts before him seemed suspicious. He reflected that had he encountered such cunning beasts before acquiring his abilities, he likely would not have survived. Evidently, these beasts were beginning to exhibit intelligence. This revelation was unsettling for Sufong, yet it confirmed his earlier suspicions. The desert was starting to panic. This was a promising development for Sufong. although he did not fully comprehend the identities or motives of those from the desert. He felt confident that their actions would lead him closer to the truth. Now, these sentient beasts served as a testament to Sufong's prior conjectures. However, he remained uncertain about the true intentions of those from the desert. Regardless of their motives, Sufong was resolute in his determination to uncover the facts. In that moment, he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, yet he recognized it as a mission bestowed upon him by this world. Even if not for his own sake, he would investigate thoroughly for the ordinary citizens of the outer city. Come forth, let the storm rage even fiercer. With a sudden roar, Sufong soared into the air, transforming into the form of a blood dragon, resembling a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the three-headed beast. Sensing Sufong's metamorphosis, the three-headed creature unleashed its flames, while one of the heads emitted mournful cries, and the remaining beast charged recklessly towards Sufong. Previously, Sufong would have struggled against a single level 3 beast, yet now, confronted by 3 level 3 beasts attacking simultaneously, he remained utterly unperturbed. With swift precision, he gathered fireballs in his hands and infused them with purple lightning before casting them forth with a decisive swing. Chapter 150. Why the urgency? The three-headed beast, struck by fire and electricity, did not retreat. Instead, it seized the opportunity to slash at Sufong with a claw. Even though Sufong reacted swiftly, evading the claw, his arm was still grazed. He disregarded his injury and, noticing the three-headed beast charging again, immediately transformed into a hidden dragon. As Sufong vanished from sight, the beast began searching frantically. Sufong, however, emerged unexpectedly from below, launching a barrage of black electricity that ensnared the three-headed creature entirely. Crackling sounds echoed through the air, reminiscent of firecrackers, mingled with the tantalizing aroma akin to roasted meat. Sufong felt an intense hunger stirring within him. I seem to have gone several hours without food. Despite being an extraordinary being, he still adhered to his eating schedule, perceiving himself not as a supernatural entity, but rather as an ordinary person with an extraordinary edge. Yet, perhaps his ordinary experiences were anything but typical. Gazing at the substantial amount of soul crystals that had fallen, Sufong approached without hesitation, collecting every last one and placing them into his pocket. It was essential to possess soul crystals. Their significance for Sufong in this moment was paramount. Though he had the backing of influential families in the inner city, the more soul crystals he obtained, the better. Reflecting on the beasts he had just vanquished, Sufong lamented that he had not yet gathered the fallen soul crystals and nuclei. Under those circumstances, survival had to take precedence. There was little time to collect soul crystals. He wondered if he could still find them upon his return. As Sufong prepared to head back, a shout echoed behind him. Sufong! He was abruptly forced to catch Amelia, who came rushing towards him, feeling her warmth in his embrace. He did not push her away, accepting this unexpected reward. Sufong, I'm so relieved you're safe, Amelia exclaimed, her initial relief giving way to a sudden realization as a hand, seemingly belonging to Sufong, began to wander up her waist. She quickly seized the mischievous hand. Amelia, what are you doing? Let go of my hand. It's about to fracture. My hand is invaluable, Sufong teased, not intending any real harm, merely to provoke her. Upon hearing this, Amelia swiftly released him. Sufong grumbled a few words, and before Amelia could comprehend, he heard Suyu and the others approaching. Tang Rulin led the way, and upon spotting Sufong, she rushed to offer her healing. Sufong, let me help you. However, before she could unleash her healing light, Sufong halted her, with Tang Rulin, Suyu, and the esteemed Miss Mu of the inner city surrounding him. Amelia's expression dimmed considerably. She felt that she was overthinking, given Sufong's current stature in the outer districts. Even the esteemed Miss Mu from the inner city held him in high regard. How could he possibly wish to take advantage of her? There were countless women at his disposal. For a moment, Amelia felt a heaviness in her heart, an unsettling discomfort. At that moment, Sufong was oblivious to her thoughts. Noticing that Mu Binger and the others had arrived, he hurriedly inquired, "How is the defense team? Has it sustained any damage?" It had taken considerable effort to establish even the rudimentary structure, and he genuinely feared it might be ravaged by those monstrous beasts. Although it could be rebuilt if destroyed, such a task would demand substantial resources and soul crystals, which were precisely what Sufong lacked at this moment. Seeing Sufong's palpable anxiety, Mu Binger quickly reassured him. The defense team is in good condition. Only then did Sufong's heart settle. He truly did not wish to witness the destruction of what he had painstakingly built, especially given his meager supply of soul crystals. Having a scarcity of soul crystals meant he could not procure resources, and without resources, how could he forge his empire in the outer districts? Fortunately, dawn was breaking, and they had survived yet another bloody night. Sufong then accompanied Mu Binger back to the defense team, where he found everyone looking weary, yet the casualties were minimal. Everyone, Please return to rest. Remember, health is the foundation of our endeavors. Constructing the fortress is not an overnight task. We will face further challenges, but as long as we work together, no obstacle is insurmountable. Sufong's words resonated with conviction. Indeed, Su Team Leader is right. We are with you, Su Team Leader. In that instant, the crowd pledged their loyalty, especially the ordinary citizens who felt immense gratitude towards Sufong. In the past, during the bloody nights, they had been in constant fear. But now, sheltered within the defense team, they felt secure, knowing Sufong was outside defending against the monstrous onslaught, safeguarding their lives and providing them with a semblance of stability. This protection was all thanks to Sufong. The common folk were not overly calculating. They believed that as long as they followed Sufong, they would be safe. They placed their trust in him. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Chubai and his companions, who had just repelled the monstrous beasts, felt a sense of awe at the heartfelt cries of the ordinary people around them. If they could live in peace. They had no desire for dominance. They were merely driven by the necessity of survival, forming mercenary groups solely to endure in this apocalyptic world. With Sufong's individual strength, coupled with the backing of the influential families from the inner city, Chubai could find no justification to reject cooperation with Sufong. Once Sufong successfully established the fortress in the outer districts, he would naturally become Sufong's subordinate, ensuring a stable life for his group, free from the constant threat of ambush from rival mercenaries. Contemplating this scenario, the pangs of discontent within Chubai gradually subsided. However, among the crowd, there were those with ulterior motives. Particularly after everyone had dispersed to rest, two shadowy figures stealthily approached the back entrance of the construction site. Unbeknownst to them that all of this was under Sufong's watchful gaze. As the two dark figures swiftly vanished from sight, Mu Binger, standing beside Sufong, was eager to pursue them. However, Sufong halted her. If we do not chase them now, they will surely disappear completely. Are you certain you wish to refrain from the pursuit? Sufong shook his head, questioning the urgency. They have fled, yet they will inevitably return. So why the haste to chase after them? Come, let us enjoy a cup of tea to calm our tempers, Miss Mu. I have noticed that your irritation has been quite pronounced of late. Would you like me to assist you in alleviating it? What do you intend to do? Mu Binga took the tea Sufong offered, initially touched by the gesture, but her composure faltered upon hearing his suggestion to help her temper. It prompted her to recollect the conversation Mu Yang had previously broached. Chapter 151. Don't move. Upon witnessing Mu Binger's vigilant demeanor, Sufong sensed that she believed he might disregard her wishes to engage in some unethical act. For a moment, he shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, Miss Mu, your imagination truly knows no bounds. Even if I harbored such intentions, do you think Sister Mu would simply stand by and do nothing? My current abilities are no match for her. I truly do not understand what you are so fearful of. Even if I had such nefarious thoughts, I lack the audacity to act upon them. Sufong's words were sincere. As a mere level 3 ability user, he knew he could not contend with Sister Mu. Although he was eager to enhance his powers, the thought that breaking through to level 4 required the lives of 100 low-tier ability users extinguished his aspirations like a bucket of cold water. Even if he yearned for advancement, he preferred to rely on his own efforts or the enhancement of probabilities rather than ascend through the bloodshed of so many innocent lives. However, Sufong understood that Sister Mu spoke the truth. At present, aside from this gruesome method of promotion, he had no alternatives. Yet, he realized he could not remain at level 3 indefinitely. He still wished to explore the possibility of discovering a less bloody means of advancement. After all, anything was possible. He recalled a saying he had heard in the past, deeming it quite apt for his current situation. But in the next moment, he sensed an object hurtling towards him. Fortunately, his formidable wind manipulation abilities allowed him to remain acutely aware of his surroundings, even when his mind was momentarily blank. When Sufong reached out, he grasped a soft, yielding object. He casually tossed the pillow aside, bewildered. What is this? Attempting to ambush me with a cushion? As he lifted his gaze, he met Mu Binger's displeased glare, and it dawned on him. Miss Mu, you truly need a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Confronted with Sufong's nonsensical remark, Mu Binga was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend his meaning. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence, Sufong replied, swiftly distancing himself from her. Once he ensured his own safety, he muttered under his breath, what I mean is, you need to cool off. In the next instant, he hastily made his escape. Hearing Mu Binger's furious cries behind him, Sufong, if you have the gall to run away, just wait until I tear you apart. Naturally, Sufong had no intention of returning. He was not foolish. At that moment, Mu Binger was in a fit of rage, and he had no desire to throw himself into the lion's den. Moreover, her status as a lady of high standing dictated that he could not retaliate. Only a fool would return to invite punishment. Sufong headed straight home, and upon opening the door, he found Tang Rulin standing there, seemingly waiting for him. "Is there something you need?" Tang Rulin nodded and then melted weakly into his embrace. Initially, Sufong thought little of it. But upon feeling her soft skin and hearing her gentle breaths, any lingering resistance within him quickly dissipated. With beauty in his arms, he was no Lu Xiaohui, and naturally, he would not remain unmoved. Besides, Tang Rulin was already his woman, having expended an excessive amount of energy during the day. Sufong succumbed to a deep slumber following his workout. He slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky, and with no one at home. He hurriedly made his way to the defense team. Upon arrival, Sufong observed the crew working methodically, and to his astonishment, he noticed that Xiaoyin was laboring with remarkable diligence. Xiaoyin's unusual fervor naturally caught Chu Bai's attention. It was worth noting that previously, whenever the construction of the fortress was mentioned, Xiaoyin had either arrived late or left early. He had never exhibited such enthusiasm before. Chu Bai quickly discerned Sufong's arrival and realized that Xiaoyin's industriousness was likely intended to impress Sufong. With a smile, he discreetly stepped away. Sufong, however, did not notice Xiaoyin. He promptly joined the construction team himself. The sight of Sufong actively participating ignited a heightened enthusiasm among the workers. "Let's expedite our efforts. We must lay the foundation before the next Blood Night." Sufong encouraged them while working diligently. However, it wasn't long before someone approached him. "Su team, supplies from the inner city have arrived." "Really? Where are they?" "I'll go and greet them," Sufong exclaimed. Xiaoyin and a few others exchanged glances, then returned to their tasks with renewed seriousness. Sufong successfully received the supplies from the inner city, which mostly consisted of steel bars, cement, and the like. Yet, upon reaching the site, he was met with a chaotic pile of materials, with no one in sight. What is going on? Did the cargo from the inner city arrive only to be plundered? Why is it in such disarray? Sufong pondered, bewildered. If the supplies were indeed intact, he couldn't help but question whether they had been robbed. But if the delivery was legitimate, shouldn't there have been a handover? A multitude of possibilities raced through Sufong's mind. He turned to the person who had informed him, who appeared equally perplexed. "Su team, I am just as clueless. The driver asked me to fetch you, and now everyone is gone. The vehicle has left." Sufong nodded in understanding. It seemed that the people from the inner city had disdainfully abandoned their responsibility, leaving the supplies behind. "Let us manage this ourselves," he decided. However, Sufong halted his companion. Clearly, the construction of the fortress was a mutually beneficial endeavor. Although Sufong could have arranged for someone to organize the materials, he was unwilling to do so out of frustration. "Leave it be. We shall wait for the inner city personnel to tidy it up themselves." With that, Sufong turned to seek out Mu Binger. "Miss Mu, the supplies from the inner city have yet to arrive. Please make a call to expedite the process. Our schedule is tight, and any delay in the supplies could jeopardize the fortress project." Upon hearing this, Mu Binger's expression grew grave. "Sufong, weren't the supplies scheduled for delivery today? I will contact them immediately to see if any issues have arisen." Sufong nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Mu Binger swiftly reached out to the driver responsible for delivering the supplies from the inner city. "What is the situation? Why have the supplies not arrived yet? If the fortress project is delayed, who will bear the consequences?" Mu Binger's tone was quite harsh. Ever since she arrived in the outer district, her attitude towards the residents of the inner district, save for her family, had become rather unfriendly. Upon realizing that it was the young lady of the Mu family on the line, the driver dared not overstep his bounds. "Miss, the supplies have just been delivered and have been personally inspected by Sufong." "What? Sufong asked me to call and inquire about the supplies' whereabouts? How dare you deceive me? Do you not fear that I will have you expelled from the inner district?" After finishing her sharp rebuke, Mu Bingo commanded the driver to immediately send the supplies over before angrily hanging up the phone. She felt that her prolonged absence from the presence of those in the inner district had emboldened even a mere driver to attempt to deceive her. Chapter 152. Absolutely no forgiveness. Sufong waited for a brief moment, and soon the delivery truck bearing the inner city license plate hurriedly returned. Upon seeing Sufong leisurely basking in the sun, the driver was seething with anger. "What do you mean by this? Our supplies have been delivered. So why are you still urging Miss Mu to hasten our delivery? Are your eyes blind? These are all supplies," the driver berated, showing no regard for someone from the outer district. If it weren't for the Mu family backing him, he wouldn't even spare Sufong a second glance. Just because others addressed him as Captain Su, did he truly believe he was someone of importance? In the face of the driver's fury, Sufong did not even lift his eyelids. He merely pointed at the disorganized piles of supplies on the ground. "Are you certain these are the supplies sent from the inner city?" The driver was incensed upon hearing this. What else could they be? If these aren't his supplies, what are they? He realized that Sufong was criticizing their lack of organization. but they were merely responsible for the delivery and had not received any instructions regarding proper arrangement. Moreover, they should be grateful for the delivery. How dare Sufong nitpick? Contempt filled the driver's eyes. Seeing the driver about to leave, Sufong made no attempt to stop him, only smilingly gesturing towards the entrance. When the driver sensed something amiss and turned around, he was met with the sight of Mu Bingo standing there. Her expression darkened. As Mu Bingo approached, she immediately sensed that something was off. What is going on? Why are these supplies in such disarray? This question was directed at the driver. Although the driver held a grudge against Sufong, he dared not act insolently in front of Mu Bingo. Miss Mu, our supplies have been delivered. Seeing this, Mu Bingo raised her delicate brows. Is this how you left them? The driver wanted to defend himself, but faced with Mu Bingo, he naturally refrained from being impudent. To say nothing of her status as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she could easily have them expelled from the inner city. They were not ability users. Once expelled, they would be utterly helpless. Noting the driver's silence, Mu Bingo quickly understood. Her fair face turned cold. The driver, recognizing the situation, resignedly began to tidy up the supplies, yet Sufong remained unsatisfied. These supplies are unusable. Take them back. If the inner city maintains such an attitude towards collaboration with us, then consider our previous agreement null and void. Sufong's refusal to accept the supplies came as a surprise. These building materials could indeed be salvaged with a bit of reorganization. However, Mu Bingo understood that Sufong must have his own plans, and as they were now in the same boat, she would not complicate matters for him. On the contrary, she would gladly assist him if possible. Moreover, considering that the driver was merely an ordinary worker from the inner city, Mu Bingo would naturally side with Sufong. As Mu Bingo stood by, observing with folded arms, the driver felt a tightness in his chest. Miss Mu, I am merely following orders. These supplies are perfectly fine. Sufong is just being deliberately difficult. Take this refuse back and inform your master that, since the inner city has no intention of cooperating and dares to act with arrogance even while delivering supplies to me, the captain, I must reconsider our collaboration. With that, Sufong swept away, and Mu Bingo followed closely behind. The driver quickly grasped the situation. It was no longer Sufong who depended on the young lady of the Mu family, but rather the young lady who relied on Sufong. Instantly, regret flooded the driver's mind, and without a second thought for returning with the supplies, he hurried away. As this farce concluded, Chao Yin and his companions emerged from the shadows. Captain Chao, Sufong is exceedingly self-important, daring to slap the face of those from the inner city. One must respect their masters when dealing with dogs. One person reveled in their misfortune, believing Sufong's actions to be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. It is well known that the denizens of the inner city disdained engaging with the ants of the outer city. They had graciously consented to support Sufong's endeavor to build a fortress in the outer city, yet he did not cherish this opportunity. His audacity to treat the inner city residents with such disrespect would surely lead to a dire consequence. However, Chaoyin held a differing perspective. Do not rejoice too soon. Have you forgotten that the big shots of the inner city have instructed us to fully cooperate with Sufong's fortress plan? Otherwise, we would not be toiling away here. The sudden fervor with which Chaoyin and his team worked stemmed entirely from the orders of a certain influential figure in the inner city. Otherwise, they would hardly be inclined to labor. Contemplating the inner city's figure's attitude, Chaoyin mused that perhaps Sufong's offense would not result in dire ramifications after all. Captain, you need not concern yourself with Sufong. He is merely a presumptuous individual relying on the favor of the young lady from the Mu family. Now that he has offended the inner city, his fate must be grim. Yet, unease lingered in Chaoyin's heart. Enough. Do not speak further. Until we receive new orders. We must diligently construct the fortress. With that, Chaoyin turned his back and headed to the construction site, followed dutifully by his subordinates. Meanwhile, the 8 great families of the inner city had already received word of Sufong's refusal to accept the supplies. Song Yin scoffed disdainfully. This Sufong truly does not know his limitations. Does he think that his trifling third-level abilities can contend with the great families of the inner city? He is exceedingly arrogant. Were it not for that so-called regulation, I could easily send someone to take his life. However, an elder by his side held a contrary view. Master, the attitudes of the various families remain unclear. It would be prudent for us not to express our stance too hastily. Yet, Song Yin shot the elder an irritated glance. Uncle Zhong, do you believe I cannot handle Sufong? With his mere third-level abilities, I could crush him with a single finger. That is true, Master. Your strength is formidable, and you could effortlessly teach Sufong a lesson. Yet, the inner city currently requires a buffer from the outer city. Any request Sufong makes now is likely to be met with compliance. What? How can this be? Are we, the inner city, to be threatened by a mere upstart from the outer city? Song Yin scoffed in disbelief. Similar circumstances have arisen among several other noble families. Even the Mu family is currently deliberating this matter. In a fit of rage, Mu Yang slammed his palm down on the wooden table, instantly shattering its surface into fragments. This Sufong truly overestimates his own significance. How dare he threaten us? His actions serve as a warning to certain individuals in the inner city, cautioning them not to be overly ruthless, lest both sides find themselves in an untenable position. Mu Bing's uncle analyzed the situation in a low voice. Nevertheless, Mu Yang's anger remained unabated. This Sufong, while seeking to be the vanguard, has the audacity to involve Binger? If she suffers any repercussions due to his actions, I will not let him escape unscathed. Even if it means sacrificing the Soul Crystal Cannon, I am resolute in my intent to eliminate him. In this moment, Mu Yang has fully transformed into a doting father. Chapter 153. Patience. The Mu family found themselves at an impasse. However, they were acutely aware that Sufong was issuing a stern warning to the inner city. While the inner city could choose to disregard this, the repercussions would ultimately hinge on Sufong's subsequent actions. I do not perceive Sufong as a rash individual. There must be a calculated motive behind his actions. Mu Yang, I believe it would be prudent to summon Binger back. Her constant association with Sufong certainly affords her insight into his intentions. Mu Yang had long understood that, at this juncture, it was necessary for his daughter to intervene. Otherwise, their conjectures would likely miss the mark regarding Sufong's true thoughts. The Mu family possessed a natural advantage that was too valuable to overlook at this moment. Mu Yang did not object. In fact, he yearned to see his daughter. He had intended to bring Binger back during the last tumultuous period in the outer city, and despite Mu's protection, his paternal instincts left him deeply concerned. Moreover, he found Sufong thoroughly unlikable. It wasn't that Sufong was lacking in appearance. On the contrary, he was quite handsome and competent. Yet, for Mu Yang, there was an inherent aversion to him. He felt as though Sufong had usurped the tender cabbage he had nurtured since childhood. Observing Mu Yang's reaction, the Mu family members felt exasperated. Mu Yang, take it easy. Remember, we still depend on Sufong. Disputes aside, do not let it escalate beyond control. Brother, I am well aware of my limits. You need not worry, Mu Yang replied hurriedly as he departed. Naturally, he would not venture into the outer city, but rather sought a quiet place to contact his beloved daughter. Upon receiving her father's call, Mu Bingo couldn't help but glance at Sufong. She hesitated, contemplating whether to invite him to return with her. Sufong seemed to perceive her inner conflict. Why are you looking at me? I cannot enter the inner city. Your father misses you. You ought to return and visit him. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on matters here. Mu Bingo felt a surge of embarrassment at his insight. Who do you think you are, that I should regard you? I just received a call from my father instructing me to return immediately. By the time I arrive, the inner city might cease its supply of resources. She believed it quite plausible. How could the inner city's denizens be intimidated by someone from the outer city? She was convinced that the 8 prominent families of the inner city would not allow Sufong to act without consequence. This realization left her feeling overwhelmed. Previously, she had not considered the implications, but Mu Yang's call had illuminated the potential discontent Sufong's refusal to accept supplies could provoke among the inner city elites. Despite her concerns, Sufong exuded unwavering confidence, shrugging nonchalantly at her. Just return. The inner city will not halt its provision of resources. As Mu Bingo contemplated pressing Sufong for the source of his confidence, he merely offered her an enigmatic smile. Perplexed, she understood their long acquaintance well enough to know that if Sufong chose to remain silent, no amount of pressure would compel him to speak. Consequently, she begrudgingly made her way back. No sooner had she departed than Chubai and others sought out Sufong. Sufong, when can we expect the supplies to arrive? The remaining supplies will not last until tomorrow. Without resources, how can we build a fortress? In response to the concerns of Chubai and others, Sufong calmly smiled to reassure them. The supplies will arrive shortly. You have all worked hard. Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. Before he could lift his cup, Chubai was enveloped by a delicate fragrance of tea, causing him to momentarily freeze. Just days ago, he was preoccupied with survival. And now he found himself savoring the exquisite tea reserved for the elite of the inner city. For a moment, it felt as though he were in a dream. The disparity was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Chao Yin stood quietly to the side, seemingly just a transparent companion to Chubai. Sufong treated Chao Yin with equal regard, extending a cup of green tea towards him. Rest assured, Miss Mu has already returned to the inner city to urge them. I believe that by the time she returns, the supplies will be secured. Upon hearing this, Chubai smiled knowingly. Sufong, I must say, your connection with Miss Mu indeed provides a layer of assurance. But are you not concerned that Miss Mu will not remain in the outer city forever? Chubai sincerely considered Sufong's long-term prospects. However, Sufong merely shot him a bemused glance. Your worries are a bit far-fetched. Has Mu Binger even left yet? We can ponder these matters once she departs. But Chu Bai was about to say more when Sufong interrupted him. He felt it unwise to continue, especially with the traitor, Chaoyin, present. Although he was unaware of Sufong's true intentions, he inexplicably trusted him. Just days prior, Sufong had been an ordinary person struggling to survive amidst chaos. Who would have predicted that in such a short span, he would ascend to become the king of the outer city, now garnering the support of the inner city's elite to construct a fortress? At that moment, a bold thought sparked within Chu Bai. Perhaps Sufong would be the first individual from the outer city to be accepted by the inner city. If Sufong were aware of this thought, he would surely chuckle, believing that Chu Bai could dare to dream even bigger. His aspirations extended beyond merely entering the inner city. He aimed to forge his own empire. In this apocalyptic world, endowed with inherent advantages, Sufong felt compelled to take action, lest he squander his fortune. Naturally, he would not voice these ambitions now, especially not to Chu Bai and the others, as he lacked sufficient trust in them. Let them think that his goal was simply to enter the inner city. After calculating the time, Sufong deemed it nearly appropriate. Shortly thereafter, Mu appeared. Sister Mu, has the head of the Mu family come to see me? Mu stared at him for a long moment with an unusual expression before slowly shaking her head. This outcome surprised Sufong. He had anticipated that Mu Bingo had returned some time ago, and assumed that the Mu family and other noble families in the inner city were eager to ascertain his motives for seizing this opportunity. Initially, upon seeing Mu's arrival, Sufong had assumed she was there to convey a message, instructing him to meet someone from the inner city. However, Mu shook her head, leaving Sufong somewhat astonished. Could it be that the inner city had not reacted? That seemed improbable. Even in the pursuit of justice, one must consider the master. I have so brazenly disregarded the dignity of those in the inner city that they could not possibly endure such affront. Or perhaps the individuals from the inner city are simply exhibiting remarkable composure. This was not the outcome Sufong had anticipated. His deliberate refusal to accept supplies was a strategic maneuver aimed at negotiating with the inner city. Yet, if they choose not to engage, what purpose does his persistence serve? Growing increasingly anxious, Sufong contemplated asking Mu for assistance and relaying a message to the head of the Mu family, as he had matters of significance to discuss. Before he could voice his request, Mu spoke first. Chapter 154. Unbelievable conditions. Sufong, follow me, she commanded. Sufong was momentarily taken aback. But before he could gather his thoughts, Mu had already vanished. He paid no heed to Chu Bai and the others, hastily employing his wind control ability to locate her and subsequently pursued her. However, despite the enhancement from the Thunderbolt technique, his speed could not rival that of Mu, a level 4 ability user. After a fervent chase, Sufong arrived at the high walls separating the inner and outer districts. He anticipated finding someone awaiting him. But after a thorough search, he found no one. Mu, why have you brought me here? Mr. Mu isn't present. If someone sees us, it could lead to complications. He voiced his concerns. He distinctly remembered that last time, Mu Yang had stealthily met him, departing under a guise. Now, Mu had brazenly led him to this location, and Sufong couldn't help but worry for her safety. What if someone spotted them? Although Mu was a formidable level 4 ability user, Sufong had heard from Mu Bingo that the inner district harbored level 5 ability users. In a confrontation, Mu would likely be at a severe disadvantage, despite her prowess easily overpowering his level 3 abilities. Mu remained silent, directing a beam of blue light towards a concealed door. Almost immediately, the door responded, swinging open. Sufong peered inside, finding it devoid of any presence. What is going on? Mu, have you taken to teasing me now? He lamented, disappointment creeping into his tone. He had hoped to encounter individuals from other esteemed families within the inner district, but was met with nothing but emptiness. Though he caught a brief glimpse of the inner district's landscape through the door, he quickly withdrew his gaze. To him, the inner district appeared only marginally more vibrant than the outer district. Before the apocalypse, he had traversed far more bustling locales, rendering the streets of this post-apocalyptic inner district insignificant in comparison. With no response from Mu, she suddenly leaped through the door, leaving Sufong standing alone outside. As he grumbled about her thoughtlessness in abandoning him, a figure unexpectedly emerged behind him. His focus had been solely on Mu, causing him to be oblivious to the presence that had lingered behind him for a moment before he became aware. Sufong felt a pang of regret. Had the individual chosen to strike, that fleeting second of delayed reaction could have proven fatal. As he turned to confront the silent figure, he was taken aback. Zhu Motong, what brings you here? Previously, Zhu Motong had deliberately tested his reactions, and Sufong had already placed this youth on his list of potential threats. He did not consider someone so closely associated with the Zhu family's current master who was still alive and had been unusually appointed as the next head of the family, could be uncomplicated. Instead, Sufong felt an increased sense of caution towards Zhu Imotong, particularly given the youth's tender age, which only served to heighten Sufong's wariness. Observing Sufong's guarded demeanor, Zhu Imotong appeared unfazed. Sufong, are you not concerned about the Inter-District's potential backlash for refusing supplies? Keep in mind, the Inter-District is not lacking in alternative partners. Though his words may sting, they ring true. Sufong curled his lips in disdain. You need not worry about this matter. Observing his unyielding demeanor, Zhu Modong felt no anger and proceeded into the inner city. However, the few individuals trailing Zhu Modong cast fierce glares at Sufong, believing that Zhu, in his graciousness, ought to be met with Sufong's gratitude. Instead, Sufong had the audacity to retort against Zhu. This infuriated those around Zhu Modong. Yet, despite their irritation, Zhu Modong did not command them to act. Even if they had tenfold courage, they would not dare to confront Sufong. Their frustration simmered within. It was intolerable for the next head of the esteemed Zhu family, a leading lineage among the 8 great families of the inner city, to endure the humiliation from a mere third-tier ability user from the outer district. However, they dared not question Zhu Modong's silence. As Zhu Modong entered his vehicle, he noticed representatives from the major families hastily approaching. A smile crept upon his lips, and he could not resist casting another glance at Sufong beyond the high walls. Go down and ascertain what conditions Sufong proposes. After giving this instruction, he left one person behind and returned. His guard. Upon seeing not only Zhu's family, but also representatives from the other 7 great families converging at the high walls of the inner city, was taken aback. Had all 8 families sent emissaries? All for Sufong, while the individuals dispatched were relatively inconsequential in stature to the outer district populace. It was a matter of immense pride. It was well known that those from the inner city often looked down upon their outer counterparts. Now, as the captain of the outer district, Sufong was receiving attention from the 8 great families of the inner city, a testament to his capabilities. Particularly noteworthy was Sufong's refusal of the supplies sent from the inner city, yet instead of reproach, the 8 families sent representatives to negotiate with him. Song Yi, representing the Song family, wore a mask of contempt but could not refrain from speaking first. Sufong, on what grounds do you refuse the supplies? Are you not afraid we may cease our provisions? How will you implement your fortress plan in the outer district then? Do not go seeking trouble. Quickly remove the supplies. Yet, Sufong remained unfazed, casting not even a glance at Song Yi. His attention was fixed on the individual from the Mu family. If his intuition served him right, this person was sent by the Zhu family. If the inner city adopts a condescending attitude in bestowing supplies upon the outer district, I would rather the fortress remain unbuilt than accept your misplaced sympathy. Sufong directed this statement entirely at the representative from the Zhu family, though he also acknowledged the Mu family representative with a glance. To the other families, he offered no semblance of respect, treating them as he had Song Yi. Enraged and humiliated, Song Yi pointed at Sufong, prepared to lash out. You do not presume too much. But before he could finish, the leading representative from the Zhu family interrupted him. Sufong, what are your terms? Faced with this straightforward inquiry, a hint of amusement flickered across Sufong's face. I relish conversing with individuals of wit. I demand double the supplies, in addition to a substantial quantity of soul crystals, and several cores of at least 2nd tier. If these conditions can be met, I shall accept the goods. What? Even Zhu and Mu, representatives of their families who had prepared themselves mentally, could not help but be taken aback upon hearing the conditions proposed by Sufong. Before their arrival, they had received instructions from their family heads to listen to Sufong's terms, yet they never anticipated that he would present such an incredulous demand. Not only did he require supplies, but he also demanded them in double. Furthermore, he audaciously requested a considerable amount of soul crystals and high-grade crystal cores. In that moment, the representatives of the 8 great families exchanged glances, sensing that Sufong had become rather overconfident. Chapter 155. The disappearance of Suyu. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the individuals standing by the tall wall remained lost in thought. Sufong's patience had worn thin. Can you take charge or not? If you cannot, then seek out those who can. My time is incredibly valuable. I have no leisure to indulge in this game of statues with you. Upon seeing him turn to leave, the representative of the Zhu family became flustered. Prior to his arrival, he had received explicit instructions from the family head to avoid offending Sufong at all costs. Although he found Sufong's demands preposterously audacious, he understood that even if Sufong were to request a level 4 crystal core, the Zhu family might very well acquiesce. He hurriedly sought to placate Sufong. Sufong, please wait a moment. We shall return to consult with our respective parties. Then you ought to hurry. Are you planning to make me wait here all night? Sufong urged them with unyielding confidence. Observing the situation, all the representatives from the various families, except for Song Yi, retreated to confer. Song Yi, however, regarded Sufong with disdain. Sufong, you think you can bully us just because you're from the outer district? You should abandon such delusions. We in the inner district will not be swayed by the likes of you. He outright rejected Sufong's conditions, and with his sycophants rallying behind him, they brazenly demanded that Sufong leave. Regardless of their bluster, Sufong remained unfazed. He awaited the decision of those with true authority. Why else would he linger to listen to a barking mad dog? Have you finished barking? Sufong retorted impatiently. Song Yi cast him a scornful glance. But it was only when his companions prompted him that he realized Sufong's words contained a kernel of truth. Sufong, how dare you insult me? Only dogs bark. Yet, Sufong chose to remain silent, allowing Song Yi to fume uncontrollably. Song Yi understood he could not leave the inner district. Yet he could send someone to teach Sufong a lesson. You, go and give him a good thrashing. Show him his place. However, his subordinate hesitated and did not follow through with the order. After some explanation, Song Yi relinquished his insistence on the matter. As Sufong noticed that the representatives of the other families had yet to return, he grew weary of waiting and turned to leave, not looking back. If you agree to my terms, have Sister Mumu notify me. Song Yi seethed with anger at Sufong's arrogance. What illusions did this Sufong entertain? The inner district would never comply with his demands. He felt Sufong was simply asking for trouble. Were it not for the Mu family's protection, he would have dispatched Sufong in an instant. Yet before Song Yi could return, he noticed the Zhu family steward hastily approaching. Where is Sufong? Where has he gone? Upon arriving, the steward urgently sought Sufong, but upon discovering he was absent, Song Yi stepped forward. You were looking for Sufong? He has left. What? The steward exclaimed in astonishment. Song Yi remained oblivious to the butler's peculiar demeanor, continuing his endless ramblings. Zhu butler, you have no idea how arrogant that boy is. In my opinion, we should send someone to eliminate him. An Outer City level 3 ability user daring to negotiate with us? Truly reckless. Mr. Song, did you drive Sufong away? Then you must accompany me to explain this to the family head. With that, the butler disregarded all protests and forcibly ushered Song Yi into the car, heading straight for the Zhu family villa. Despite Song Yi's struggles, he dared not resist under the Zhu family's intimidation, though his heart raced with apprehension. He could not fathom why the butler insisted on dragging him to meet the Zhu family head, suspecting it had something to do with Sufong. Yet, he could not believe that the Zhu family would risk a fallout with the Song family over someone like Sufong. Meanwhile, after returning, Sufong surveyed the construction site and, seeing the workers idling, instructed them to take the rest of the day off. Chu Bai and a few others immediately approached him. Sufong, haven't the supplies arrived yet? The next round of Blood Night is about to begin, and I'm worried. Sufong furrowed his brow. Rest assured, they will arrive by tonight at the latest. We will work swiftly to reinforce the fortress before Blood Night. However, Emilia looked at him with concern. Sufong, are you certain the supplies will arrive tonight? The people in the inner city are not easily persuaded, in the face of their worries. Sufong reassured them confidently before returning home. Yet, upon reaching his doorstep, he sensed the presence of a beast. His expression hardened. Why were there beasts roaming before Blood Night? This was bad. Suyu was home alone. Realizing this, Sufong hurried inside without searching for the beast's location. Upon entering the living room, he found signs of a struggle, and his heart raced with regret for not bringing Suyu along when he left. Suyu, he called out, hoping for a response, but the vast house remained eerily silent. He refrained from immediately searching outside, meticulously scrutinizing the disordered living room for any clues. At the staircase, he discovered a pool of yellowish-brown, viscous liquid. From this unknown substance, Sufong sensed the distinct odor of a beast, surmising it to be saliva. Coupled with the signs of a struggle in the living room, it was not difficult for him to deduce that Suyu had indeed confronted the beast. Panic surged through him. Suyu had likely been captured. Fury consumed Sufong in that moment. Since entering this apocalyptic world, he had never been separated from Suyu, who was his only family in this desolate existence. The thought of someone abducting his soul kin was unbearable. No matter who you are, I will not let you go unpunished. How dare you touch what is mine? Sufong roared, embodying the wrath of an enraged lion. For someone had trespassed upon his territory and taken his only family. In the next instant, driven by desperation, Sufong stormed towards the far west of the outer city, determined to rescue Suyu. However, given that the adversary had targeted Suyu, Sufong surmised that their intent was likely directed towards him. Therefore, as long as he remained incognito, Suyu's safety should be assured. Yet, regardless of the adversary's intentions, Sufong felt compelled to intervene. For he could not allow any harm to befall Suyu. Although she was merely his little aunt, in Sufong's heart, Suyu was akin to a beloved sister. Sufong continuously sought to elevate himself, driven by the desire to protect those he cherished. If he could not safeguard Suyu, his sole remaining kin, what purpose would his efforts serve? Thus, he swiftly made his way to the farthest western edge of the outer district. Chapter 156. The fate of the beast. Sufong gazed upon the desolate land before him, sensing an invisible barrier that obstructed his escape. He understood that his adversaries wished to confine him, yet he summoned every ounce of strength to break free. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful bolt of violet lightning into the air, but the energy met with no response. It was as though his forceful strike landed upon a cushion of cotton, or like a minuscule pebble failing to stir the surface of a tranquil lake. Undeterred, Sufong persisted in his attempts to shatter the barrier, but his third-level abilities proved ineffective against it. A cry of despair erupted from his lips. In desperation, he transformed into a blood dragon, repeatedly ramming against the barrier. Each impact resounded like thunder, and soon his relentless assaults drew blood, yet he seemed impervious to pain. Continuing his mechanical onslaught, deep down, he knew the barrier would not yield to his fervent attempts, but at that moment, he could conceive of no alternative means to rescue Suyu. Release Suyu. You ought to confront me instead. I know you can see me. What kind of power is it to torment a helpless girl? Yet, no matter how vehemently he shouted, the barrier and the barren expanse around him remained utterly unresponsive. Devoid of even the faintest sound, Sufong was acutely aware that despite the barrier's presence, his wind manipulation abilities still allowed him to sense the world beyond. Yet, in that instant, he felt nothing. This realization filled him with a profound sense of grief and fury. He wished for the adversaries to direct their ire towards him alone. But why did they involve Suyu in their schemes? I shall fight you to the end. Sufong roared once more, charging forward. However, before he could collide with the barrier again, a beam of white light intercepted him. Almost immediately, he felt a familiar essence enveloping him, and the wounds on his body began to heal. Tang Rulin had not anticipated witnessing such a scene upon her arrival. She knew she must intervene to prevent his self-destructive actions. Sufong, I understand your concern for Suyu, but will this reckless behavior truly bring her back? At her words, Sufong's expression darkened, the veins on his neck bulging with intensity. Yet, he refrained from arguing with Tang Rulin, for the remnants of his rationality affirmed her truth. Gradually, he regained his composure. A final glance at the intangible barrier revealed the futility of his efforts. Even at the cost of his life, his third-level powers were insufficient to breach it. If they had captured Suyu to threaten him, then his place was to await their next move at home. However, a sense of unease lingered within him. He feared that if he miscalculated, Suyu might never return. This was the first time Tang Rulin witnessed Sufong lose his composure. She had always believed him to be mature and wise beyond his years, despite his youth. Unexpectedly, Suyu's disappearance has driven Sufong to a state of irrationality. Shortly thereafter, Mu Binger also arrived. She gazed at Sufong, who was tightly embraced by Tang Rulin, her clear eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Sufong, what on earth is going on with you? Sister Mumu said you left abruptly, and now everyone is searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here? Upon her return, Mu Bingo found Sufong missing. And just as she was searching, Tang Rulin seemed to sense Sufong's whereabouts. Thus, Mu Bingo trailed behind Tang Rulin, only to be taken aback by the sight of their embrace. Observing their closeness, she remarked sourly, Hey, I know you two are in love. But there is no need to flaunt it all the time, right? Haven't you heard that showing affection can lead to misfortune? Despite Mu Binger's comments, Tang Rulin did not release Sufong. Instead, Sufong stood up gently, extricating himself from her grasp. He walked directly to Mu Binger. Miss Mu, could you assist me in investigating the whereabouts of them? Mu Binger was taken aback. Sufong, what is wrong with you? As long as the R&T troubling us, that is a blessing enough. Why are you so eager to seek them out? Are you not concerned that the defense station you worked so hard to build might be destroyed again? Recently returned from the inner city, Mu Bingo was unaware of Suyu's disappearance. She believed Sufong must have lost his senses. The fact that they weren't bothering them was already a stroke of luck, yet he insisted on seeking them out. Was he not under some sort of duress, causing him to act irrationally? Ignoring Mu Binger's bewildered gaze, Sufong calmly informed her of Suyu's disappearance. Alarmed, Mu Binger quickly inquired, What? Little Yu has vanished? Are you certain? Could it be that she simply went out to play? That's impossible. The outer city is currently swarming with our people. If any were to appear, it would be impossible not to notice. Besides, don't those beasts always rampage about? Have you searched every single place? Could there be some location you overlooked? Mu Binger's words offered Sufong a flicker of hope. He too wished that Suyu was merely being mischievous, playing in some corner of the outer city, rather than having been captured by the. Noticing Sufong's hesitation, Mu Binger preemptively stated, All right, I'll send people to search again. You should also think carefully about where Suyu usually goes. Quickly, Mu Binger organized a search in the outer city, while Tang Rulin accompanied Sufong in his search. During this time, Amelia also heard the news and joined the search party. Additionally, some ordinary residents of the outer city, upon hearing that Sufong's sister was missing, were even more anxious than if their own sister had disappeared, fervently helping in the search. Every corner of the outer city was scoured. Yet there was no sign of Suyu. Even Mu Binger, despite her optimism, had to concede that Suyu was indeed missing. Sufong sat expressionless at the entrance of the defense team, with no one knowing what thoughts occupied his mind. Meanwhile, new supplies arrived in the inner city. And upon seeing that the quantity exceeded their prior agreement by double, the crowd was left in silent astonishment. They were unaware of Sufong's negotiations with the inner city, merely assuming that the inner city had sent additional supplies as an apology for the previous mishap in escorting materials. Captain Su, the supplies from the inner city have arrived. They are indeed double the amount we previously agreed upon. Would you like to take a look? The person responsible for receiving the materials promptly approached Sufong for guidance. However, Sufong remained unresponsive. With no other choice, the individual sought out Mu Binger, understanding that Sufong was currently preoccupied and had little interest in the matter of supplies. She took the initiative to instruct the person to direct the inner city representatives to unload the materials. I shall attend to it right away. After the individual departed to make arrangements, Mu Binger cautiously stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Sufong without a blink. Chapter 157. Seeking assistance. Mu Binger, witnessing Sufong's state, could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Are you all right, Sufong? Rest assured. So you will be fine. Yet, at that moment, Sufong was impervious to her words. Frustrated, Mu Binger felt a surge of irritation. This was the first time she had seen Sufong so disheveled. Had he approached her for collaboration in such a manner initially, she would have unequivocally declined. Despite the unity in the outer district and the newfound recognition she had garnered from her family due to these events, Mu Binger understood that all of this was a consequence of Sufong's actions. Her decision to remain was rooted in her own considerations, yet more so for his sake. However, witnessing Sufong in such despair filled her with a sense of disappointment. Although she shared a concern for Suyu, Mu Binger believed that excessive worrying would serve no purpose. Sufong needed to regain his composure. Throughout their acquaintance, she had always perceived Sufong as someone who recognized the appropriate moments for action. Yet, his reaction to Suyu's disappearance left her disillusioned. She had always thought him capable of discerning priorities, while searching for Suyu was undoubtedly important. The support from the inner district came only through her extensive efforts and countless pleas. It was unbearable for Mu Binger to see Sufong fail to appreciate the fruits of her labor. In her frustration, Tang Rulin hastily approached Mu Binger. Miss Mu, Sufong is merely distressed about Suyu's safety, which is why he seems so lost. Please give him a moment. I can wait for him. But the people from the inner district lack my patience. Mu Binger retorted, her anger escalating. Heaven knows the lengths she had gone to persuade her uncle to assist. Now that the supplies had arrived, Sufong's absence would surely provoke discontent among the inner district's elites. Should they refuse to provide further aid, chaos would inevitably ensue. Even if she managed to navigate the turmoil, the inner district's leaders would likely disregard her, jeopardizing the fortification plans for the outer district. This urgency fueled Mu Binger's anxiety, and yet Sufong seemed unaffected, igniting her fury. In a fit of anger, she shot him a piercing glance before storming off. Miss Mu, Tang Rulin called out, wanting to chase after her, yet she remained concerned for Sufong. Fortunately, Sufong had regained his focus. We must collect the supplies. Mu Binger was right. They could not afford to offend the inner district any further. Sufong compelled himself to redirect his attention to the construction plans for the outer district. Fully aware that the inner district's compliance stemmed from their pressing need for the outer district to serve as a buffer. Otherwise, should the aberrant beast surge towards the inner city's towering walls, even with countless adept individuals within, the assurance of safety for all would be a tenuous notion. This is, indeed, the underlying reason the inner city has tolerated his audacity. However, one transgression may be overlooked, but not repeated. Sufong is acutely aware of human nature, and the inhabitants of the inner city will not indefinitely endure his insolence. Thus, it is imperative that he maintains a delicate balance. Should he further tarnish the inner city's reputation, they could easily cast him aside in favor of a more compliant pawn. As for influence, it holds little significance for the inner city's denizens. Their sole desire is to impose control. The current leniency extended towards him is solely due to the imminent construction plans for the outer city's fortifications. They lack both the time and energy to seek out a new marionette. Yet, should Sufong utterly provoke their limits, he would undoubtedly be discarded without hesitation. At such a juncture, he would find himself incapable of safeguarding Suyu, and perhaps even endanger his own life. Sufong does not blame Mu Binger for her ire. He would have reacted similarly in her position. Accompanying Sufong to oversee the logistics, the personnel from the inner city displayed commendable courtesy. and the receipt of supplies transpired smoothly. Once the inner city representatives departed, Sufong convened with Chu Bai and others. The time for comprehensive operations had commenced. You all must exert yourselves and remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai nodded fervently. Rest assured, Sufong, we shall oversee the construction diligently. You focus on your pressing matters. They were all aware of Sufong's sister's disappearance, and it was evident that he could not attend to the site. Recognizing this, Sufong refrained from being overly gracious. He needed to locate Suyu swiftly, for his heart remained unsettled. The entire outer city had been scoured. Yet no trace of Suyu was found, prompting Sufong to ponder. Now, apart from the inner city, the only remaining possibility lay with the desert. However, the denizens of the desert would not easily reveal themselves, leading to the suspicion that perhaps it was the inner city's people who had abducted Suyu. As Sufong regained his composure, his rationality returned. He realized he had not yet grown powerful enough to compel the desert dwellers to risk their safety in confronting him. If it were not the desert's inhabitants, then suspicion inevitably fell upon the inner city, particularly after he had just coerced them into acquiescing to his increasingly demanding terms. With a motive established, Sufong found himself unable to infiltrate the inner city. Thus, he sought assistance from an individual. Yet, after scouring the vicinity of the defense station, he was unable to locate the person he sought. Left with no alternative, Sufong resorted to utilizing his wind control technique to search, and before long, he identified his target. Consequently, he made his way towards the rear courtyard of the defense station, navigating through a labyrinthine path until he finally found her. There you are. I searched high and low for you. Yet, she paid him no heed, rising to depart. Sufong was not one to let her go so easily. Hey, don't rush off. I need your assistance. She, however, remained indifferent to his entreaties, determined to leave. Sufong, undeterred, grasped her arm. I acknowledge my fault, Miss Mu. Please, in your magnanimity, forgive me. Sufong was acutely aware of Mu Bingera's temperament. This young lady was a quintessential example of someone who responded better to gentle persuasion than to forceful demands. The only individuals capable of traversing the inner city freely, apart from her, were limited to her personal bodyguard, Mumu. However, Mumu was obliged to heed Mu Bingera's commands. Thus, Sufong's only recourse lay with Mu Bingera. Fortunately, she did not insist on departing, allowing Sufong to hastily present his analysis. Miss Mu, I am truly at my wit's end, which is why I have come to you with such humility for assistance. Mu Bingera quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that Suyu is in the inner city? Yet before Sufong could respond, Mu Bingera immediately dismissed this conjecture. Chapter 158, The Subordinates of Lu Bufon Impossible. Why would the inner district make things difficult for Suyu? Haven't they agreed to her terms? Mu Bingera refused to believe such a scenario. She felt that these were merely Sufong's conjectures. The big shots of the inner district might not even know who Suyu was. How could they possibly trouble a mere girl? Shaking her head, Mu Bingera asserted with utmost conviction, Sufong, you are letting your concern cloud your judgment. You have offended so many people. How can you be so certain that it was someone from the inner district who took Suyu? Perhaps it was remnants of the mercenary group from before? This notion sparked a realization in Sufong. Are you suggesting it could be the mercenary group? Mu Bingera nodded emphatically. I believe so. This time, you suddenly asked for double the supplies and a substantial amount of soul crystals. The inner district has acquiesced to your demands. There would be no reason for them to agree to your excessive requests while simultaneously abducting Suyu. Wouldn't that be redundant? If they truly rejected your conditions, they could simply withhold the materials needed for constructing the outer district, couldn't they? Upon hearing Mu Bingera's analysis, Sufong had to concede that her reasoning held merit. However, until he saw Suyu standing before him, unharmed, he felt compelled to consider every possibility. Mu Bingera, I need you to inquire in the inner district for me, while I search in the outer district. With that, he fixed her with an earnest gaze. Mu Bingera found Sufong's persistence somewhat absurd, yet the sincerity in his eyes made it difficult for her to refuse. Softening her resolve, she made a decision that she found somewhat difficult to accept. Fine, I will help you inquire, but Sufong, I advise you not to harbor too much hope. You should also search thoroughly in the outer district. However, when Mu Bingera turned around, she could no longer see Sufong's figure, which frustrated her. Why had she urged herself not to assist him, yet failed to control her own tongue? Meanwhile, Sufong immediately sought out Chu Bai and the others. Chu Bai, Emilia, I have a question for you. What happened to Lu Bufon's subordinates after his death? With an air of urgency, Sufong confronted the two without waiting for their reactions, pouring out the confusion that lingered in his mind. Chu Bai and Emilia exchanged glances, although Chu Bai did not understand why Sufong had suddenly brought this up. He replied, I really haven't paid attention, but they should have all been incorporated into our ranks, right? Emilia, equally perplexed, was unsure as well. Sufong, Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Sufong had no time for lengthy explanations. I'll explain later, but for now, please tell me where Lu Bufon's subordinates are. Emilia was momentarily taken aback by his question. However, she sensed that Sufong was perhaps too anxious to find Suyu and had become somewhat unhinged. Logically speaking, even if Lu Bufon's subordinates sought revenge against Sufong, their leader was already dead. No matter how formidable they might be, they were no match for Sufong, even if they have taken hostages. It is utterly impossible for them to kill Sufong. Emilia intends to offer some words of comfort to Sufong. Sufong, you need not worry too much. She begins, but then decides, forget it, I shall go find him myself. However, Sufong does not grant her the opportunity to comfort him and swiftly runs outside. Chu Bai, as if recalling something, shouts at his retreating figure, go check the watchtower. Despite the distance of several kilometers between them, Sufong hears Chu Bai's reminder. He had previously scouted the watchtower, but only gave it a cursory glance. Now, since Chu Bai has specifically mentioned this location, Sufong feels there might be something to uncover. He hastens to the watchtower, closes his eyes, and begins to sense Suyu's presence. To his dismay, however, there is no trace of her. Where could Suyu be? As Sufong sighs, he leans dejectedly against the iron framework of the watchtower. Just as he contemplates searching elsewhere, a sudden sound of footsteps reaches his ears from afar. Damn it, we couldn't find a single morsel of food. What a fruitless endeavor. The issue isn't just our hunger. If that person doesn't eat soon, they may very well perish. One companion urges urgently, as the two contemplate returning. Sufong suddenly appears, blocking their path. The two men are taken aback by Sufong's unexpected emergence. Sufong? Stay back, they exclaim in unison. Yet, Sufong's intense gaze remains fixed on the man to his left, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. You are one of Lu Bufon's subordinates, are you not? I recall seeing you at the auction. Sufong declares, now remembering that this individual was indeed the one accompanying Lu Buping at the auction. A flicker of panic flashes in the man's eyes. He clearly did not expect Sufong to recognize him from such a fleeting encounter. The momentary glimmer of guilt in the man's eyes confirms Sufong's suspicions. Sufong continues to scrutinize him until he notices the layer of frost flowers encircling the man's wrist. He immediately seizes the man by the collar, demanding, where have you taken Suyu? The man panics, stuttering, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. Sufong, let me go. Let you go? That is out of the question. Speak quickly, where is Suyu? Sufong resolutely refuses to release him easily. He has finally stumbled upon a lead. And now that he knows this man bears the frost flowers of Suyu, he is certain that he has encountered her. No matter what, Sufong will not allow him to escape. It seems you prefer to drink the bitter wine rather than the sweet. Do not blame me for being unkind. With that, Sufong hurls a fireball, its intense heat causing the man before him to stiffen in fear. He has witnessed Sufong's abilities before, and as merely a first-tier ability user, he realizes that no matter how capable he might consider himself, he could never rival Sufong. Please, do not kill me. I swear I know nothing. You know nothing? With a cold snicker, Sufong watched as the fireball in his palm swelled larger and larger. The rapidly escalating temperature drained the color from the man's face, rendering it as pale as parchment in mere moments. Yet, seeing that his adversary still refused to speak the truth, Sufong resolved to impart a lesson. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the fireball surged forth, hurtling towards the man, the intense heat singeing his hair instantly. The flame-searing temperature caused his skin to redden and scorch. Meanwhile, his companion did not flee but stealthily maneuvered behind Sufong, intent on launching a surprise attack. Sensing the treachery of his ally, the man engulfed in flames gritted his teeth.